Chen Tian found himself transported to the Marvel Universe. Upon awakening, he discovered he was confined alongside the Ten Rings gang and Tony Stark. On the day he planned to escape the cave with Tony, his golden hand appeared. A colossal demon manifested itself, grinning menacingly as it introduced itself. "Greetings, I am Diablo." From that moment forth, an array of unconventional heroes emerged within the Marvel cosmos. "Do you wish to dance as well?" The fully realized Susano'o appeared before the frost giants. "Ah, I am merely a hero driven by curiosity," remarked a bald man clad in a yellow spandex suit, standing before the purple sweet potato entity. "Ka.me.ha.me.ha," shouted a golden-haired man, unleashing a shockwave at the celestial tribe. Chen Tian, wielding Frostmourne, gazed at the peculiar Diablo beside him. "Well, it seems, O King of Fear, you are the most ineffectual one here." As he uttered these words, a pious son who had been robbed of Frostmourne twitched his lips in annoyance. Chapter 1. Did I traverse or merely appear naked? Where am I? Chen Tian propped himself up, and, once his eyes adjusted to the light, he froze in disbelief. An endless expanse of desolate wasteland stretched before him, with a few charred military Humvees emitting wisps of smoke in the distance, and several bodies of American soldiers scattered around. He quickly snapped back to reality, frantically examining his condition. He found himself still clad in the crumpled blue striped shirt and black trousers he had been wearing on the subway, now caked in dust. However, his laptop bag and phone, which should have been in his right hand and pocket, had vanished without a trace. Have I crossed over? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. He recalled being on his way to work when, in an attempt to save a child who had accidentally wandered onto the road, he was struck by a truck. He pondered this process, but only vague phrases remained in his memory. "I thought it was a speed bump, and because we are all striving hard at our jobs." Shaking his head in disbelief, Chen Tian chuckled to himself, wondering where he had found the courage as a socially anxious recluse. Regardless, he was alive. It seemed he had traversed to a desert. He looked up, hoping to spot something conspicuous. Suddenly, the sunlight was obscured, and he turned to find a bearded terrorist, clad in a red checkered scarf, standing behind him, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Hello," the man spoke in broken English, raising the butt of an AK-47. Chen Tian's vision darkened as he lost consciousness once more. The rhythmic clang of metal jolted him back from the abyss. He blinked, his gaze gradually sharpening on the low stone ceiling of the cave. The damp air was thick with the scent of rust and sweat. "Ah, our sleeping beauty has finally awoken," a mocking voice chimed. Chen Tian turned to see a man in a white tank top, smeared with grease, hammering a glowing piece of metal at an anvil. The man's back was to him, his muscular physique evident in his precise and powerful movements. "Tony, don't be like that, he looks seriously injured," a gentler voice interjected. Chen Tian then noticed a middle-aged man in a tattered suit and round glasses sitting in the corner, typing away on an old laptop. Tony? The bespectacled man? A cave? Forging metal? Chen Tian's mind was struck by lightning. This scene was all too familiar. The opening of Iron Man. "Tony Stark?" he blurted out. The man hammering paused, slowly turning around. Chen Tian found himself frozen again. The face was none other than Robert Downey Jr. "Wow, my fame has reached the Dragon Kingdom?" Tony arched an eyebrow, wiping his face with his grease-stained hand. "But you certainly don't resemble one of my fans." Chen Tian's jaw dropped. He was torn between the shock of being in the Marvel Universe and the urge to mock Tony's narcissism, which mirrored his on-screen persona perfectly. Ethan, a doctor, the bespectacled man approached to assess Chen Tian's injuries. "You sustained a severe blow to the head. You need to rest." "Wait, where is this? What year is it?" Chen Tian asked urgently. "In a godforsaken cave in Afghanistan, 2008. I have been here for." Tony halted his actions and glanced at the markings etched into the cave walls. 30 days. At that moment, Tony suddenly grasped his hair in frustration. "Damn it, I haven't had a cheeseburger in 30 days. After a brief moment of frenzy, Tony resumed hammering away at the metal. "I must escape quickly. My cheeseburgers. I'm going to eat 2 in one go when I get out." After uttering this, Tony seemed to remember something and turned to Chen Tian. "By the way, we've been kidnapped by a group calling themselves the Ten Rings. They want me to build missiles, and am crafting an escape device. Welcome to the Hell Club, where membership benefits include daily whippings and sporadic threats of execution." Chen Tian's mind raced. According to the film's plot, the first suit of Iron Man was about to be created, and then he would escape with Ethan, but Ethan would sacrifice himself. Right. Crossing over. I'm a traveler. Does that mean I possess the essential powers of a traveler? System? System daddy? System grandpa? Sitting cross-legged in the cave's corner, Chen Tian closed his eyes and fervently called out in his mind. Ethan observed that Chen Tian seemed relatively unharmed and returned to his spot to adjust the computer. 10 minutes passed, and Chen Tian continued imploring for his powers, his only company being the rhythmic clang of Tony's hammer and the tap of Ethan's keyboard. System ancestor, please, manifest. Chen Tian nearly cried. I don't need an invincible system, just grant me a novice gift package. Tony, I think his condition is more serious than we imagined. Ethan pushed up his glasses and whispered to Stark. He's talking to himself in Chinese with an incredibly animated expression. Tony paused his hammering, intrigued as he observed Chen Tian. Let me guess, PTSD combined with DID? It could also be a brief psychotic disorder triggered by acute stress reaction, Ethan added professionally. Chen Tian was spiraling into despair, although he lacked powers at present. As long as he didn't sacrifice himself like Ethan, Tony could still lead him to safety. Yet, here he was in the Marvel Universe. Would he emerge only to become a mere worker again, ultimately perishing at the snap of the purple sweet potato's fingers? His expression oscillated between laughter and tears, leaving onlookers, including Tony and Ethan, to question his mental state. Tony, I believe he requires a sedative, Ethan expressed concern. No, I believe what he needs is this. Tony produced a rusted iron can from beneath the workbench, pouring out the last murky liquid. A local Afghan specialty, guaranteed to make you forget all your troubles. Tony took a seat beside Chen Tian, extending the can toward him. Chen Tian, startled by Tony's gesture, instinctively accepted it. Thank you. He brought the can to his lips, and a pungent alcoholic aroma assaulted his senses, contorting his face into a mask of agony. Is this alcohol? We refer to it as the Cave of Joy. Tony grinned. Drink it, and your mind will surely return to its normal state. As Chen Tian hesitated over whether to consume this Cave of Joy, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance. 3 armed terrorists entered, led by the previously encountered bearded man. Stark, where the hell is that missile? The bearded man bellowed furiously at Tony. Abu, my dear overseer. The great Tony Stark never adheres to anyone else's timetable, Tony replied, casually crossing his legs. The bearded man's expression darkened, and he raised his gunstock to strike Tony. In that critical moment, a cold voice emanated from the cave entrance. Stop. Everyone turned in unison. A bald man slowly strode in, dressed in an impeccably tailored white robe, starkly contrasting the filthy surroundings. Boss. The bearded man immediately lowered his weapon and respectfully stepped aside. The bald man ignored him, walking directly toward Tony. Mr. Stark, it seems my men have been overly lenient with you. Tony shrugged. Indeed, they haven't even offered me a cheeseburger. A slight smile crossed the bald man's lips, sending chills down Chen Tian's spine. He waved his hand, and 2 burly men rushed forward, pinning Ethan and Chen Tian to the ground. What do you intend to do? Tony's voice lost its playful tone for the first time. The bald man retrieved a glowing branding iron from the fire, speaking leisurely. I've heard. There's an ancient saying in the East, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The iron emitted a sizzling sound in the air, and Chen Tian felt its heat drawing closer. Damn it, while I know I won't die, a burn on my face will make me ugly. System, where are you? Chen Tian attempted to summon the benefits of being a traveler, but still received no response. Wait, Tony shouted. The bald man turned to him as Tony took a deep breath, his gaze flitting between the branding iron and Ethan and Chen Tian. I need an assistant to help me create the missile, Tony stated, locking eyes with the bald man. The bald man tossed the branding iron aside and approached Tony, glancing at the rudimentary reactor embedded in his chest before looking back at him. I'll give you 1 week. If I don't see the missile after a week, you will experience the punishment of skinning. After delivering that statement, the bald man departed the cave with his subordinates. Silence enveloped the cave. Beads of sweat trickled down Ethan's forehead, and Chen Tian's back was completely soaked. Tony stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving, clearly shaken by the recent threat. Thank you, Chen Tian whispered, his voice trembling. Tony turned, his expression unusually grave. Don't thank me too soon, we only have a week. He moved to the workbench, picking up several crumpled blueprints. I need to redesign the escape plan. Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Tony. We need to expedite our progress. Chen Tian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. He moved beside the two, gazing at the blueprints Tony was sketching, revealing the prototype of the Mark I armor. I can help, Chen Tian suddenly proposed. I'm a programmer, perhaps I can alleviate some of the programming burden regarding this armor. Tony lifted his head, regarding him skeptically. A programmer from the Dragon Nation? Aren't you all just web designers and game developers? That's a stereotype, Chen Tian shrugged helplessly. While the programming skills of 2008's Dragon Nation programmers were perceived as somewhat lacking in developed nations, he hailed from 2025. In 2025, the enthusiast had even managed to create the driving program designed by Tony in Iron Man 1 and suggested improvements to avoid slow startup speeds at critical moments. To this, I can only say, enthusiasts are impressive. Chen Tian decided to impress Tony through action. He took Ethan's place, pulled up the programming for the armor on the computer, and pointed at the screen. This section can be modified. If Chen Tian recalled a discussion he had seen online from a blogger and a domestic expert, typing away at the keyboard. This way, it will make the armor's startup more efficient. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued, interesting. For the next several hours, the three engaged in fervent discussions around the workbench. Chen Tian was astonished to find that the knowledge he had acquired on Earth was entirely applicable in this world. He identified several design flaws in Tony's creations based on discussions among millions of Marvel fans and even proposed improvements. Are you sure you're just an ordinary programmer? Tony squinted. These suggestions are quite professional. Chen Tian shrugged. Just a hobby. He couldn't admit to having watched all the Iron Man films or being a socially awkward nerd who adored research videos by enthusiasts. As night deepened and the guards changed shifts, the three finally had a chance to quietly discuss their escape plan. At this rate, we will complete the armor within 5 days, Tony whispered. But there's a problem. The energy source is only sufficient for one person. Chen Tian's heart sank. This mirrored the movie's plot. Ethan would sacrifice himself. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, planning to dissuade Ethan later or persuade Tony to create more explosives. In the following days, the trio worked tirelessly. Chen Tian was responsible for programming the armor's control system. Tony focused on the mechanical structure, occasionally aiding Chen Tian with program improvements, while Ethan assembled various components. During this time, guards frequently checked on their progress, but Tony managed to bamboozle them with technical jargon. On the 5th night, the armor was nearing completion. Chen Tian was fine-tuning the last control program when he suddenly overheard Tony and Ethan in a hushed argument. This plan is too risky, Ethan asserted firmly. It's the only way, Tony countered in a low voice. Chen Tian crept closer, hearing Tony say, Listen, I'll wear the armor and charge out to draw their fire while you and Chen Tian escape through the side door. What about you? Ethan asked anxiously. I'll have the armor for protection, it'll be fine. Chen Tian's heart raced. This diverged entirely from the film's narrative. In the original story, Tony was supposed to wear the armor and escape with Ethan, while Ethan sacrificed himself to buy time. Chapter 2, The Escape in Progress. Ethan, you are merely flesh and blood. Trust in the great Tony Stark. He and his armor will lead you and the boy from the Dragon Nation to safety. Tony endeavored to lower his voice, yet his tone brimmed with fervor and arrogance. Ethan adjusted his glasses, worry etched on his face. Tony, I believe in your armor and in you, but it's too dangerous. He gestured toward the reactor embedded in his chest. I'm concerned about that. Tony glanced down, frowning slightly. No need to worry, this little guy is the culmination of my life's work. Ethan remained unconvinced by Tony's words, sensing that Tony underestimated the gravity of the situation. If the armor is discovered before activation, we may all find ourselves in grave peril. Ethan articulated his concerns once more. Tony fell silent indeed. The activation sequence of the armor posed a significant issue. Recently, this program had been crafted by the young genius from the Dragon Nation, Chen Tian. Despite the trio's discussions concluding that the program was near flawless, the time constraints for manufacturing the armor left little room for testing. To avoid alerting the group of terrorists to their intentions, all components had been fabricated separately, with even the program remaining untested. As Chen Tian listened to the dialogue between the two, a realization dawned upon him. This particular scenario had not unfolded in the film's narrative, yet they now found themselves in the realm of reality. Perhaps, in the original world, the two had engaged in similar discussions. Ethan's sacrifice had stemmed from the slow activation of the armor, as he rushed out to buy time for Tony to initiate the suit. Chen Tian approached the two, placing a reassuring hand on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan looked at Chen Tian in confusion. With a grin, Chen Tian said, Ethan, even if you doubt me, you must have faith in yourself and in Tony. The activation sequence has been validated by both of you. Turning to Tony, he added, I trust that the brilliant Tony Stark would not commit such a fundamental error, would he? Tony raised an eyebrow, a signature self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Finally, Dragon Nation boy, you've uttered something insightful. He pivoted towards the workbench, dramatically unfurling a crumpled design blueprint. Behold, the work of the greatest genius in history, Tony Stark. How could it possibly contain any elementary mistakes? Chen Tian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Indeed, Tony Stark never makes errors. Hey, Tony suddenly spun around, a finger nearly poking Chen Tian's nose. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone, Dragon Nation boy. Please, you've been calling me Dragon Nation boy all along. By the way, do you even remember our names? Chen Tian retorted with a smirk. Ethan adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of amusement shining from behind the lenses. All right, gentlemen, we simply do not have the luxury of time. Tony was poised to respond when Chen Tian discreetly interrupted him. Gentlemen, have you heard of the saying, to build a road in the open while secretly maneuvering through the dark? Tony and Ethan exchanged puzzled glances, both unsure of its meaning, yet Tony crossed his arms defiantly, projecting an air of knowing. What does that mean? Ethan inquired, sensing Tony's ignorance but refraining from asking directly, thus prompting him to speak. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Tian explained, this is an ancient proverb from the Dragon Nation, and our current approach embodies its essence. On the surface, we are seemingly crafting missiles for those wretched individuals, but in reality, we are preparing for our escape plan. Tony and Ethan nodded, albeit uncertain of the significance of Chen Tian's words. However, they remained silent, recognizing that Chen Tian had more to convey. Although our plan is nearing completion, we must ensure its flawless execution. So, Chen Tian directed his gaze towards Tony. We need you to exert a bit more effort. Tony's lips curled into a smirk. Speak up, Dragon Nation boy. What do you require of me? With a resigned sigh, Chen Tian replied, please, stop calling me Dragon Nation boy. Rising from his seat, he approached the workbench, with Ethan following suit. Surveying the disorganized components on the workbench, Chen Tian asked, Tony, can you use these materials to create a few more bombs? Tony squinted as he scanned the scattered parts, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the metal tabletop. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. This scrap metal is more than sufficient to fabricate 3 Stark Special Edition welcome bombs. He seized an old car battery. This can serve as a triggering device. Ethan, concerned, adjusted his glasses. Tony, won't detonating in a confined space be? Fear not, my dear doctor, Tony assured, deftly disassembling the components. I will set up a directional explosion, ensuring the shockwave is directed towards the exit. He paused, turning to Chen Tian. Wait a moment, Dragon Nation boy. What do you need these bombs for? We already have an escape plan. A mischievous glint flickered in Chen Tian's eyes as he lowered his voice. We need to create a chain trap. The first bomb will be affixed to the door, and when the guards burst in, he gestured dramatically, boom. This will grant us at least a 30-second window. Chen Tian grinned wickedly. Then, amidst the chaos, we can bury the other 2 bombs outside our door. After 30 seconds, the ambush from those 2 bombs will buy us additional time. He pointed at the armor. I believe 3 bombs will sufficiently instill fear in them regarding whether we possess more explosives, allowing us to initiate the armor perfectly. If we only detonate 2, we can easily retrieve the remaining 1 after the armor is deployed and use it as a grenade. As Tony absorbed Chen Tian's plan, his eyes brightened. He stroked his stubble, a playful smile curling his lips. Dragon Nation boy, I'm beginning to suspect you've had experience in special forces. He turned to rummage through the pile of components. A chain explosion trap. I adore this concept. Ethan's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration behind his lenses. This plan indeed proves more reliable than solely relying on the armor. The deterrent effect of 3 bombs will likely lead the enemies to misjudge, believing we have further ambushes. Moreover, Tony was already efficiently disassembling the car battery. We can fabricate a decoy triggering device. He picked up a battered radio. Let's modify this into a remote receiver, making the enemy believe we can detonate the entire cave at any moment. Chen Tian nodded. Precisely. This is psychological warfare. With Tony, our ingenious weapons expert, they will be apprehensive, uncertain of how many bombs Tony has constructed. At that moment, Ethan doused their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. But they possess heavy weaponry. What if they disregard everything and simply blow up the cave? Tony and Chen Tian exchanged amused glances, and Tony once again crossed his arms, gesturing for Chen Tian to respond. With a shrug, Chen Tian replied, Ethan, have you forgotten? This entire endeavor is to ensure the smooth activation of Tony's armor. Our plan has not changed, we are merely adding a layer of assurance to the armor's escape strategy. Ethan's memory was jogged, and he slapped his forehead, chuckling. Right. Lately, my mind has been a bit sluggish. Chen Tian scanned their surroundings, lowering his voice to continue. The bald man had given them a deadline of the day after tomorrow, but they surely could not anticipate that they would act sooner. He picked up a metal rod and stealthily pointed it towards the small window in the iron door that held them captive. Although we are uncertain of the time, Based on their patrol intervals, we can definitively ascertain when it is day and when it is night. We can assemble the armor during their longest patrol interval. Tony suddenly snapped his fingers. Brilliant. Those fools will undoubtedly believe we are toiling away making bombs for them. He rubbed his hands excitedly. When the time comes, we'll surprise them while they slumber. The trio further refined their plan and then immersed themselves in inspecting the armor, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Their success hinged on the following night. On the 6th day, the cave resonated only with the faint sounds of metal clashing. Chen Tian, illuminated by the sparks of welding, glanced at the small window in the iron door, noting that the guard had not appeared for 2 hours. Now is the moment, Tony murmured, his hands moving with astonishing speed. Like a magician, he extracted the core component of the armor from a pile of missile parts. Ethan, secure the chest plate for me. Ethan's hands trembled slightly, yet his movements remained precise. He carefully connected the reactor to the armor's energy system, the blue glow standing out vividly in the dim cave. Initiate system diagnostics. Chen Tian squatted before the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Lines of code flashed across the screen, and his brow furrowed deeper. Tony, there's a problem with the hydraulic control in the left leg joint. Tony swore under his breath and yanked off the newly installed armor plate. Damn it, this bearing is the wrong size. He grabbed a file and began to modify the part, metal shavings flying in the flickering light. Ethan suddenly raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! Footsteps echoed from a distance. The three fell silent instantly. Chen Tian quickly switched the computer screen. Tony feigned welding the missile shell, while Ethan pretended to take notes. A guard yawned as he opened a small window in the door, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the workbench. Are you not done yet? Almost there, Tony replied without looking up, deliberately making the welding produce a blinding blue light. If you interrupt my genius work again, don't blame me if the missile misfires tomorrow. The guard retreated, disgruntled. Once the footsteps faded, Tony dropped the pretense. How much time do we have left? Chen Tian glanced at the makeshift water clock. No more than 4 hours until dawn. He turned back to the computer. The program is fixed, but it needs recalibration. Then hurry. Sweat beaded on Tony's forehead, the reactor's glow flickering ominously. Ethan cast a worried glance at him, but said nothing, silently handing over tools instead. The trio worked in perfect synchrony. Tony assembled the mainframe. Ethan connected the circuits, and Chen Tian continuously adjusted the control programs. Time slipped away, the temperature in the cave rising with the tension. Final procedure, Tony gasped, lifting the armor helmet. Dragon Country boy, is the program ready? Call me Chen Tian. Chen Tian corrected through gritted teeth, his hands still moving. Just one last segment of code. Done. He wiped his brow. In theory, it can achieve a cold start in 12 seconds. Ethan suddenly pressed down on Tony's arm. Wait. He pointed to the ankle of the armor. This hydraulic line is reversed. Tony inhaled sharply and quickly disassembled and reinstalled it. Chen Tian watched the water level in the clock drop, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Completed. Tony finally straightened up, the armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the firelight. He turned to his companions, a rare serious expression on his face. Are you ready, guys? Chen Tian checked the detonation device, and Ethan strapped a medical kit around his waist. The three exchanged a knowing smile, high-fiving in the dim light. As Tony climbed into the armor, a sudden cacophony of shouting and the sound of guns being readied erupted from outside. They found us. Ethan's face turned pale. No sooner had Ethan spoken than a loud banging and furious shouts came from outside. Chen Tian decisively pressed the detonator. A deafening explosion sounded from the door, shaking the entire cave. Debris rained from the ceiling as alarms blared piercingly. Initiate the program. Now. Chen Tian shouted as he pressed the switch, then handed the remaining 2 bombs to Ethan. The two hurriedly dashed out the door. They didn't stray far, quickly burying the bombs before retreating behind the door. Just as they concealed themselves on either side of the entrance, 2 explosions echoed outside, evidently caused by the terrorists tripping the bombs they had planted. Meanwhile, the armor activated, and Ethan and Chen Tian hurriedly unfastened the chains securing it. Tony's confident voice resonated from within the armor. Guys. Follow me. Let the heroic Tony lead you back to the light. The armor emitted a heavy metallic clang as Tony strode out of the stone chamber with purposeful steps. Chen Tian and Ethan followed closely, their astonishment mounting as they discovered the entire cave passage was deserted. Strange. Tony's voice echoed through the armor, tinged with metallic resonance. Where did those lunatics go? Chen Tian scanned the surroundings warily. The torches on the cave walls still burned, indicating that the terrorists could not possibly have been unresponsive to the earlier commotion. Lowering his voice, Chen Tian cautioned, "Tony, be wary of an ambush." The three advanced cautiously along the main passage. The armor appeared cumbersome within the narrow confines of the cave, the metal shell scraping against the rock walls with a grating sound. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of objects colliding with the cave wall jolted them. "Get down." Tony's voice rang out from the armor as he quickly turned, shielding Chen Tian and Ethan with the armor. Several grenades exploded within the narrow passage, the shockwave causing their eardrums to throb painfully. Debris and dust erupted in all directions, and shrapnel grazed the armor's exterior, leaving a series of scars. "Damn it." Tony's voice emerged from behind the visor. "They're lying in wait at the cave entrance." His words were confirmed as a dozen terrorists rushed out from around the corner, AKs raised, firing at the trio. The armor clanged loudly amidst the hail of bullets, the rounds striking the rough armor like a torrential downpour, sparking as they hit. He quickly pivoted, using the rear armor to create a steel barrier for Ethan and Chen Tian. "Stay behind me." Tony's voice resonated through the armor, laced with a metallic hum. He lifted his right arm, and a small rocket propelled from the gauntlet. Due to the rudimentary design of Mark I, the rocket could only be aimed visually. However, amidst the barrage of bullets, Tony could see nothing clearly, relying solely on instinct to launch the rocket. Boom. Fortune favored him. The rocket detonated amidst the crowd, sending several terrorists flying, momentarily ceasing the gunfire. "Ha, lucky. A genius's luck never falters," Tony exclaimed, laughing joyfully at his success. "Tony, get down." Chen Tian's voice suddenly called out, prompting Tony to quickly sidestep. An RPG rocket whizzed past his armor and exploded at the end of the cave passage. "FK, how dare you ambush a hero?" Fury surged through Tony, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without Chen Tian's warning, the rudimentary armor might not have withstood the rocket's impact. Enraged, Tony approached the terrorist who had fired the RPG. The assailant dropped the launcher and bolted around the corner. Tony pursued relentlessly, skidding to a halt at the turn, the metal soles of his boots screeching against the rock. At the cave entrance, a dozen terrorists had set up a heavy machine gun, while a few others aimed RPGs at him. "Wow." Tony's voice turned dry within the armor. "This isn't looking too good." Chapter 3. The King of Fear, the bald leader, stood behind his armed men, a sinister grin etched upon his face, radiating confidence. He raised his right hand, and at once, all the gun barrels elevated, aiming squarely at Tony's armor. "I've been waiting for this moment, Mr. Stark," the bald man articulated in broken English. "Ever since that boy from the Dragon Country entered the cave, I've sensed something was amiss." Indeed, Tony stealthily retreated a half-step, the armor emitting a creaking sound. Faced with such an array of heavy weaponry, this rudimentary suit of armor was liable to be perforated with ease. "Listen, Mr. Bald," Tony elongated his words deliberately. "We could strike a deal. You desire more advanced weaponry, do you not?" "Silence." The bald man bellowed, his fury erupting. "Do you believe I would still fall for your nonsense?" The malevolent grin of the bald leader appeared particularly ghastly in the fiery glow as he abruptly gestured with his hand. "Open fire." In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated by gunfire. Flames erupted from the barrels of machine guns, and bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour upon Tony's armor. The cacophony of bullets striking the metallic shell resonated like a symphony of chaos, sparks flying in every direction. "Blast it!" Tony grunted within the confines of his suit, the tremendous force propelling him backward repeatedly. A bullet grazed the perimeter of the reactor, igniting a blinding spark before Tony's eyes. He stumbled back to a corner, the soles of his metallic boots carving deep grooves into the rocky ground. "Tony!" Chen Tian's voice echoed from nearby, laced with palpable urgency. "What's happening over there?" Leaning against the rock wall, panting heavily, Tony replied, "Not good, Dragon Boy. These lunatics are lying in wait at the cave entrance, armed with machine guns. We can't break through." His words were abruptly cut off by another barrage of bullets, chunks of rock cascading from above. The bald leader's voice pierced through the gunfire, sharp and taunting. "Stop hiding, Stark. How long do you think that heap of scrap metal can protect you?" He signaled, and two armed men from the back of the line pushed forward. Tony's pupils dilated in alarm. This crude armor might withstand rifle bullets, but it would surely crumble under the direct hit of a rocket. Upon hearing Tony's warning, Chen Tian's mind went blank. He had assumed that, as per the cinematic narrative, Tony would effortlessly break through the encirclement. However, the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Those heavy machine guns and rockets had never made an appearance in the films, Damn it, my little butterfly wings have flapped too vigorously, Chen Tian muttered to himself, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was merely an ordinary office worker, unaccustomed to such life-or-death scenarios. In the brief moment of his stupor, Tony had already charged towards them, dragging the cumbersome armor along. The metallic joints emitted a grating screech, and with each step, it seemed on the verge of disassembling. "Run! What are you all dawdling for?" Tony's voice sounded particularly muffled within the helmet. "They're about to unleash it." Ethan was the first to react, seizing Chen Tian's arm. "Hurry!" Only then did Chen Tian snap back to reality, following Ethan in a hurried escape. Behind them, the shriek of a rocket launch pierced the air, followed immediately by a deafening explosion. The shockwave toppled the three individuals to the ground, as fragments of stone and dust rained down upon them. Coughing, Chen Tian struggled to rise, only to discover that Tony's armor lay in disarray, the reactor on his chest flickering erratically. Ethan was desperately assisting Tony in shedding the damaged suit. Chen Tian's pupils constricted sharply, as if the scene before him had been slowed to a crawl. The once mighty armor of Tony Stark now resembled a child's toy, carelessly dismantled. The reactor's unstable blue glow pulsed like the final gasps of a dying man. "No, this cannot be." Chen Tian's lips trembled, his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. He mechanically turned his gaze towards the end of the passage, where the bald leader, flanked by a dozen heavily armed terrorists, advanced menacingly, their weapons glinting with a chilling metallic sheen in the dim cave. Tony struggled to extricate himself from the ruined armor, a gruesome gash marring his forehead, blood trickling down his cheek. "Dragon Kingdom boy," he gasped. "Do you remember the idiom you taught me? Place oneself in a desperate situation to gain a new lease on life." Chen Tian instinctively replied, though his voice was dry and foreign to him. His eyes swept across the narrow corridor, taking in the shattered armor pieces and Ethan's pallid complexion. Despair surged like a tidal wave, nearly engulfing him. The bald leader's mocking laughter grew closer. "What a touching scene. Mr. Stark, this is the price of your betrayal." Chen Tian's fingers unconsciously dug into the debris beneath him. He recalled the monotony of his life before crossing over, the 9-to-5 grind, weekends spent in his rented apartment watching Marvel films, and now he was about to perish in this dark cave alongside Iron Man. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the air around him suddenly became unbearably hot. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his face, sizzling as they hit the stones. Ethan's warning echoed faintly in his ears. "Be careful." Chen Tian looked up in confusion, only to realize that, at some point, the entire passage had been engulfed in crimson flames. In the distorted heat waves, the rocks began to melt, dripping into a magma-like liquid. The terrorists recoiled in terror, and even the bald leader displayed signs of fear. "What is this?" Tony struggled to prop himself up, firelight reflecting in his eyes. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the depths of the flames, penetrating into the marrow of every onlooker and igniting their most profound fears, an intriguing world. Suddenly, the flames surged, forming a colossal vortex. Within the twisted maelstrom, a terrifying figure gradually materialized. Its dark red skin was covered in scales, twisted demonic horns gleamed with a metallic sheen, and fiery eyes seemed capable of searing the very soul. The towering figure bent slightly in the narrow cavern, yet the oppressive aura it exuded instilled terror in all present. "Diablo!" Chen Tian's legs turned to jelly. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The Lord of Terror from Diablo had manifested within the Marvel Universe. The bald leader screamed hysterically, "Open fire! Kill this monster!" Bullets rained down upon the demon, only to turn to ash upon contact with its skin. Diablo let out a scornful chuckle, and with a gentle sweep of its massive claws, the 5 foremost terrorists suddenly emitted chilling screams as their bodies shriveled at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into desiccated husks. How sweet the taste of fear! The demon inhaled deeply, savoring the dread that permeated the air. Tony's lips quivered slightly as he gazed at the infernal being before him, mechanically murmuring, "All right, this is undoubtedly the worst Easter egg I have ever encountered." Ethan's face was as pale as parchment, his glasses askew on his nose. Yet he lacked the strength to adjust them. His lips trembled incessantly, failing to form a coherent sound. Chen Tian bit down hard on his lower lip, only realizing he had been too forceful when the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. As a devoted player of Blizzard games, He understood the terror of Diablo more than anyone. This king of fear not only devoured souls but also excelled at exploiting the deepest fears of the heart. His legs trembled uncontrollably, nails digging deep into his palms. Diablo slowly turned, his eyes ablaze with hellfire locking onto the three of them. In that moment, Chen felt as if his very organs had frozen. The corner of the demon's mouth twisted into a grotesque arc. Hello. The bald leader had completely collapsed, casting aside his weapon, kneeling in a frenzy, and fervently bowing his head. Great deity, please spare us. We are willing to offer these 3 sacrifices. Diablo did not even glance in his direction, merely snapping his fingers. The bald leader's body suddenly convulsed violently, as if countless insects writhed beneath his skin. Under the terrified gaze of the 3, his form swelled like a balloon, before bursting with a resounding pop, showering the area in a mist of blood. Annoyed, the demon flicked its claws disdainfully. The surviving terrorist screamed, scattering in panic, but Diablo lazily waved his hand. The ground fissured open with countless cracks, and crimson magma surged forth, consuming the fleeing individuals one by one. One armed militant attempted to leap over, only to be impaled by a suddenly protruding bone spike, hanging in midair while emitting inhuman wails. After dispatching the terrorists within the cave, Diablo turned once more, his enormous tail sweeping across the rock walls, sending debris cascading down. A sinister smile twisted upward on his grotesque visage, a smile that, on a demon's face, was far more terrifying than sheer malevolence. I shall deal with the rabble outside. The demon's deep voice reverberated within the cave, each syllable scraping against the nerves of the 3 like a dull blade. As Diablo bent to exit the cave, the outside world was instantly engulfed in screams of terror and the cacophony of dying chaos. A chorus of agonized cries rose and fell, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Inside the cave, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the distant wails and blasts from outside. Tony, Chen Tian, and Ethan exchanged glances, each bearing an expression of incredulity. Tony was the first to shatter the silence, wiping the blood from his face, his voice trembling with the relief of survival. So, that horned behemoth was greeting us with hello? He forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. I bet even Jarvis couldn't decipher that language. Ethan, trembling, adjusted his spectacles, which bore a fissure across the lens. I would rather believe this is a hallucination induced by excessive blood loss. His gaze swept across the corpses of armed men strewn about, before hastily averting his eyes. It was clearly not a figment of imagination. Chen Tian fixed his stare towards the cave's entrance, his throat tightening. That is Diablo, the Lord of Terror. His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible to others. But that doesn't make sense. How could a character from a Blizzard game appear in the Marvel Universe? Wait, what did you say? Tony frowned, abruptly grasping Chen Tian's shoulder. Do you know that redskin monster? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Chen Tian swallowed hard, hesitating on how to clarify when a deafening explosion erupted from outside, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Debris cascaded from the ceiling, and the 3 instinctively shielded their heads. When the tremors ceased, the cacophony of screams had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Occasionally, the sound of liquid dripping could be heard. Whether it was water or something else was uncertain. It's safe outside. Everyone, a woman's voice suddenly resonated from beyond the cave. They exchanged glances, bewildered that a female voice emerged after the demon had just departed. Should we go out? Ethan raised his eyebrows. Go out for what? I certainly don't wish to encounter that red-skinned creature again. Tony's eyes widened in alarm. If we don't go out, he will inevitably come in, Chen Tian sighed. Hey, it's all been cleared up outside. The woman's voice called out again, but this time from within the cave. The trio turned to see a young woman in her 20s appearing around the corner of the cave entrance. She had a sleek bob of brown hair and donned a signature red leather jacket. Her features were striking, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet her eyes glimmered with an unnatural red light. Lilia? Chen Tian blurted out. Tony and Ethan turned to Chen Tian in shock. You're not making any sense. How do you know her? Lilia raised an eyebrow, smiling as she replied. You can call me Lilia, but I prefer to be known as the Lord of Terror. In an instant, it dawned on them that this girl named Lilia was the transformation of Diablo. Tony swallowed hard, a nervous smile twitching at his lips. Huh, It seems the devil has a rather unique personality. Lilia disregarded Tony's remark, her red glowing eyes fixated intently on Chen Tian, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She approached slowly, her boots crunching on the debris underfoot. The chaos outside may attract your friends. Leah tilted her head, an action that should have appeared charming yet seemed exceedingly eerie when she performed it. You may step outside to wait. She paused, a flicker of crimson light glinting in her eyes. There is no danger now. Tony warily positioned himself in front of Chen Tian. Wait, who exactly are you? Leah abruptly interrupted him. Her figure was suddenly enveloped in a blaze of crimson flames, the fiery tongues licking every inch of the cavern, curiously sparing the three of them from harm. Amidst the distorted heat waves, her silhouette gradually became indistinct, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke that vanished into the air. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he mechanically turned to Chen Tian. Are you certain this isn't some form of holographic projection? Ethan trembled as he removed his shattered glasses and wiped them with the hem of his shirt. If it were an illusion, the three of us couldn't possibly witness the same phenomenon, he added, casting a wary glance at the corpse on the ground. Chen Tian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. We must leave this place immediately. He gestured towards the cave entrance, if what she said was true. Rescue might indeed be imminent. The trio cautiously navigated through the corridor littered with corpses. With every step, Chen Tian felt his heart pounding violently. The gruesome fates of those terrorists were harrowing. Some appeared desiccated, transformed into mummies. Others looked as though they had exploded from within, their blood and flesh grotesquely splattered against the rocky walls. When they finally emerged from the cave, the blinding sunlight compelled them to squint in unison. The camp outside had been reduced to ruins, all tents and vehicles engulfed in flames. Yet no living souls, or, for that matter, any intact corpses were in sight. Oh God! Ethan covered his mouth, nearly retching. The three stood frozen at the edge of the camp. The horrific scene before them made their legs feel as heavy as lead. Tony was the first to succumb, staggering to his knees. Moments ago, he had absorbed the brunt of a rocket's explosion to protect Ethan and Chen Tian. This is simply Ethan's voice fractured as he mechanically leaned against a half-burned jeep, the flames reflecting in his lenses. Chen Tian felt as though his throat was stuffed with cotton, each breath becoming a struggle. He forced himself to avert his gaze, only to find that every direction held a hellish tableau, a body severed and half-hung upon barbed wire, its entrails trailing over 3 meters. Several charred figures remained frozen in flight, their carbonized fingers still clenching triggers. Suddenly, Tony pointed towards the center of the camp, his voice hoarse. There's a cleaner spot over there. Ethan and Chen Tian supported Tony as they moved towards the empty ammunition box he indicated. Just as Chen Tian settled down, he jumped up again, noticing a severed finger stuck to the box. In a frenzy, he patted his pants, though there was nothing on them. An oppressive silence weighed heavily upon the trio. In the distance, the crackling of flames echoed, occasionally accompanied by the piercing wail of metal contorting. Tony suddenly laughed nervously. You know, I just turned down an investment for a horror film project last month. His laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had throttled him. Ethan removed his glasses, trembling hands repeatedly wiping them. This cannot be real. It cannot possibly be true. Chen Tian stared at his quaking hands. Remnants of dirt from the cave still lodged beneath his fingernails. He suddenly realized that just moments ago, they had been fighting for their lives. Yet now, they were unraveling due to the very survival they had sought. This irony twisted painfully in his stomach. The girl, Tony, spoke up suddenly, her voice low. Do you think help will arrive? Ethan shot his gaze upward. Do you truly believe the words of a demon? I don't, Tony replied, a slight smirk tugging at her lips, but I believe the explosion will attract my friends. She pointed to the distant sky, where 3 Black Hawk helicopters tore through the air, the roar of their rotors growing ever closer. Tony squinted, recognizing the familiar military insignia on the fuselage, and a genuine smile finally graced her lips. I knew you would come, Rhodey. Weakly, she raised her hand in a wave. Before the helicopter had fully descended, a fully armed black officer leapt down. Colonel James Rhodes hurried over. Tony Stark. His voice was laced with anger and concern. Where is your beloved Hummer? Rhodes' sharp tongue was as irksome as Tony's. Next time, don't wander off without me. Tony attempted to rise, but staggered, prompting Rhodes to rush forward and steady him. Finally taking in the horrific state of his friend, bloodied, clothing in tatters, and a bizarre metallic device on his chest flickering with unstable blue light. Heavens, what have you done? Rhodes' voice faltered, yet Tony forced a trademark Stark smile. New look, do you like it? He gestured to the arc reactor on his chest. I made it myself. It's a decade ahead of any military tech. Rhodes shook his head, suddenly pulling Tony into a tight embrace, vigorously patting his back. You fool. Do you know how many times Pepper has cried? Tony's smile faltered, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. He gently returned the embrace. I owe her an apology, many apologies. At that moment, Rhodes finally noticed Chen Tian and Ethan standing nearby. His gaze swept over them before settling on Chen Tian. And who might this be? Chen Tian, a brilliant programmer from the Dragon Kingdom. Tony fabricated an identity on the spot. If it weren't for him, I might have perished in that cave. Rhodes raised an eyebrow, evidently dissatisfied with this explanation, but now was not the time for inquiries. He turned to his communicator, stating, We have located survivors. Prepare medical assistance. Medical personnel swiftly approached with a stretcher. However, Tony waved them off, 10 of them first. He pointed to Ethan and Chen Tian, particularly Ethan, who had saved his life. Ethan attempted to decline, but was suddenly racked with a violent cough, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The medical team immediately surrounded him. Rhodes observed the scene, his brow furrowed. What transpired here? Satellite imagery indicates the entire camp suddenly erupted in flames. Tony exchanged a glance with Chen Tian. Internal strife among the terrorists. Tony spoke with an unflinching demeanor. They intend to utilize the missiles I designed to attack civilians, and I refuse to comply. He shrugged, adding, terrorists are rarely reasonable. Rhodes disregarded Tony's flippant remarks, instead supporting him as they made their way toward the helicopter, soothing him with phrases like, I understand, I understand. 3 helicopters swiftly ascended into the sky, and inside, Tony reclined in his seat, the rapidly passing desert landscape reflecting in his weary yet bright eyes. Listen here, Dragon Country boy, he suddenly turned to Chen Tian. I owe you my life. Choose any luxury apartment in America with a Michelin-starred chef on call 24 hours a day. How's that sound? Ethan, undergoing medical examination, couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Tony, are you recruiting staff or proposing? Both, perhaps. Tony raised an eyebrow. But then his expression turned serious as he addressed Chen Tian. In all honesty, I need you, not merely for the favor of saving my life, but for your knowledge of that crimson-skinned creature. Chen Tian leaned back in his seat, his eyes unusually vacant, failing to respond to Tony's words. He found himself enveloped in the cosmos, surrounded by a sea of stars, and before him stood Leah, beaming at him with a charming smile. Chapter 4. The Golden Finger. The eccentric demon? Thus, I am preparing to shut down Stark International's weapons manufacturing division. Tony's declaration ignited a fervor among the reporters present. Obadiah, standing nearby, promptly supported Tony, guiding him away from the podium while smiling as he assumed Tony's position. Our primary objective today is to inform everyone, though Obadiah wore a smile. The twitching at the corners of his eyes revealed his profound discontent with Tony's actions. Tony has returned, and he is in excellent health. Ignoring the chaotic reporters and Obadiah's attempts to divert their attention, Tony, under Happy's protection, navigated through the crowd. With a flourish, Tony brushed aside the microphones thrust toward him, the camera flashes coalescing into a blinding white glare behind him. He winked at Pepper. What? Are you worried I might be devoured by that flock of vultures? Pepper's tightly pressed lips softened as she reached out to adjust Tony's crooked tie. I'm more concerned that you might suddenly announce plans to convert the Stark facilities into a shelter for stray animals. That's not a bad idea. Jot it down. Tony snapped his fingers and turned to the glum-faced Rhodes. Hey, Colonel, don't look at me with that. I have to write a 10,000-word report expression. Do you have any idea how much tax I paid to earn this indulgent privilege? Rhodes rolled his eyes. The taxes you've paid could buy the Pentagon, yet evidently, they haven't afforded you any basic common sense. Tony laughed heartily, patting his old friend's shoulder, his gaze drifting over the crowd to rest on Chen Tian and Ethan, who appeared anxious with fidgeting fingers, while Chen Tian contemplatively stared in Obadiah's direction. Hey, Dragon Country boy, Tony called out loudly, catching the attention of several curious reporters. What are we still waiting for? It's time to head home and throw my welcome back party. He exaggeratedly emphasized, free Mao Tai. Chen Tian abruptly regained his senses, a trace of helpless amusement flickering across his face. As he navigated through the throng with Ethan, he noticed the cold, venomous gaze of Obadiah, whose bald head, though still addressing reporters on stage, seemed to fixate on Tony's back like a viper poised to strike. "Are you certain you wish to provoke him so?" Chen Tian inquired in a hushed tone as the trio followed Happy out the door. Obadiah appeared intent on smashing your head with a microphone. Tony, nonchalant, slid into the Rolls-Royce. "That old coot attempts to murder me with his glare thrice a month. Honestly, you should peruse the board meeting records. Each time I propose an environmental initiative, his bald head grows increasingly radiant." Ethan anxiously adjusted his glasses. "Tony, while I'm moved by your decision to shutter the weapons division, it will surely ruffle many feathers." "Irrelevant," Tony replied with a devil-may-care grin. "Let's not forget, my suit," he gestured to his chest, "will render Stark Industries more profitable. Those fellows will grovel at my feet like lapdogs." The vehicle soon arrived at the airport, and Tony bounded up the boarding stairs in a flurry, executing a flamboyant turn at the cabin door, nearly tripping over his own suit, but managing to grasp the handrail just in time. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exaggeratedly spread his arms wide, "welcome aboard the 39-foot Obadiah's Nightmare private jet. This flight will whisk you away from the drudgery of the boardroom, straight to the alcoholic paradise of Malibu." Pepper rolled her eyes and squeezed past him. "Make way. Genius, boss." She turned back to Chen Tian and Ethan, offering a professional smile. "Ignore him. He must have knocked his brain around in a cave." "Hey, my brain is perfectly fine," Tony protested, thumping the cabin wall. "Jarvis can attest to that, though he is merely a junior at present." A refined British accent suddenly echoed through the cabin. "In fact, according to your brain scan this morning, there's indeed mild activity in your prefrontal cortex." "Shut it, Jarvis." Tony huffed as he flung himself into a leather seat. "I'm going to fire you." Chen Tian stifled a laugh as he and Ethan found their seats. Through the window, he spotted Obadiah's black Mercedes speeding toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Tony was about to alert Chen Tian, the sound of champagne being uncorked interrupted him. "Relax, Dragon Kingdom boy," Tony offered glass, indifferent to the foam splattering on his tailored suit. "That old buzzard's Mercedes can't outrun my Gulfstream 650. The airplane engines roared deafeningly, and Tony suddenly leaned close to Chen Tian, shouting, "Do you know why I call it the Obadiah's Nightmare 39? Because this plane cost him his dividends." With a sudden rush of weightlessness, the aircraft descended. Tony pressed his face against the window like a child on their first flight, watching the diminutive Obadiah, furiously stomping his feet below. "Huh, look, he's stomping." Tony excitedly tapped Ethan's shoulder. "I bet he's cursing right now." But before his words could settle, the plane suddenly jolted violently. Tony's champagne splattered all over his trousers. "Damn it," he frantically wiped it off, thinking, "Pepper will kill me. This is her birthday gift to me." Pepper's voice echoed from the front seat. "Buckle up, kids. We're experiencing a bit of turbulence. And by the way, boss, are you using the suit I gifted you to wipe off wine stains?" Tony, like a child caught in wrongdoing, shrank his neck and muttered under his breath, "Does she have eyes in the back of her head?" The group soon arrived at Malibu Beach, where Tony's grand villa pulsed with music, vibrant lights streaming through the glass. He kicked open the villa's door, and the deafening music immediately engulfed him. Like a rock star, he raised his arms high, dramatically spinning under the spotlight. "Welcome to Stark Paradise. Tonight's theme is celebrating that genius hasn't been turned into mincemeat." Ethan was pulled in the dance floor by a few bikini-clad models, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the dazzling lights. He cast a helpless glance at Chen Tian for rescue, only to be seized by Tony. "Don't even think about escaping, Doctor. Tonight, we're liberating you from the lab." Chen Tian stood at the villa's entrance, surrounded by music and laughter. Yet it felt as if an invisible barrier separated him from the revelry. He mechanically accepted a glass of champagne from server, not taking a sip, allowing the bubbles to dissipate slowly. Pepper keenly noticed his odd demeanor. This was hardly a place for contemplation. She smiled and handed him a glass of water, knowing Tony's parties were notorious for obliterating brain cells. Chen Tian chuckled. "Perhaps it's a jet lag that hasn't adjusted yet." Pepper nodded in understanding, her gaze turning more concerned. "You know, Tony often mentions your camaraderie in the cave." She gently clinked her glass against his, assuring him that there would always be a place for him here. Thank you, Miss Potts, Chen Tian said, taking a sip of water. Just call me Pepper. She replied gracefully, pausing for a moment before adding, the sofa in the corner is more comfortable, and you can see the whole party, including whatever Tony is throwing into the pool. Chen Tian nodded appreciatively and made his way to the shadowy corner beneath the palm trees. Memories of that plane in the desert flooded his mind. The brilliant starry sky unfolded before him, the desert's heat replaced by the chill of the cosmos. Leah stood amid the starlight, her red leather jacket accentuating her slender figure, her shoulder-length black hair floating gently in the weightlessness. Welcome, Summoner. Leah's voice intertwined with the deep tones of Diablo, resonating in Chen Tian's ear. Summoner? Chen Tian was puzzled. Yes, you summoned me from my world. Leah's form began to shift, replaced by Diablo's terrifying figure. With arms outstretched, the flowing river of stars suddenly halted. Summoner, what can you see among these stars? Chen Tian's pupils abruptly contracted as the images within the galaxy spun like a kaleidoscope, each fragment reflecting a terrifying power. In Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, an eerie purple light flickered, and beneath his feet, the Ninja Alliance collapsed like waves of wheat. Saitama's fist tore through the atmosphere, the shockwave creating a void a kilometer wide in the clouds. Where Frostmourne's blade pointed, the army of the dead surged forth like a tidal wave from the frozen earth. What does this mean? Chen Tian stammered. Summoner, all of this belongs to you, Diablo remarked teasingly. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable, capable of summoning various figures from the myriad realms, compelling them to heed your commands, including myself. Chen Tian stood in stunned silence, pointing to himself. Me? Summon them? Diablo nodded, then knelt on one knee. Summoner, no, master. The demon of fear, Diablo, awaits your call. Chen Tian clutched his head with both hands, feeling a strange itch in his brain. Oh no, this must mean I'm about to gain some extraordinary intellect. No, wait, this is the privilege of a traveler. A golden finger. Diablo, are you implying that I can summon characters from these visions at will? The grotesque features of Diablo twitched, perplexed by Chen Tian's apparent confusion. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for deep within his soul and mind, he bore the indelible mark of obeying the summoner. He nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Tian's words. Chen Tian erupted in joyous laughter, hands on his hips. Just moments ago, upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had been unable to locate his golden finger and feared he might perish in some perilous corner. What a sweet reward after enduring hardships. Master, Diablo observed, gazing at the seemingly deranged human. I must inform you that summoning has its limitations. Chen Tian's laughter abruptly ceased. Oh, there are limitations? That makes sense. No system in novels is without constraints. This isn't some over-the-top story of a wealthy god. Diablo, bemused by Chen Tian's thoughts, chose to disregard them and continued, Master. The limitations of summoning are quite simple. Once a day, you may summon either a character or the abilities of the world they inhabit, or perhaps nothing at all. Chen Tian's lips twitched. Indeed, the summoning function of the system is evidently designed by the same unscrupulous planners from Earth. And the possibility of summoning nothing at all is akin to a mere thank you for your patronage. Diablo, observing Chen Tian's soliloquy, grew increasingly convinced that the human who summoned him might not be entirely coherent. A flicker of resignation crossed his crimson gaze as his deep voice resonated through the void. Master, I am now your servant. You need only to call out the incantation to summon me, and I shall appear wherever you require. An incantation? There's an incantation? Chen Tian's mouth slightly agape. He gazed at the fiery words crafted by Diablo. In the name of chaos and fear, Crimson Moon, tear asunder the present world, while shouting, it is recommended to accompany the following actions. Kneel on one knee, with the right hand clenched in a fist against the left chest, and the left hand raised in a claw-like manner towards the heavens, finally swinging the left hand down with great force. The effect is amplified, but please ensure there are no flammable materials nearby. Shadow eclipses the sun, flames scorch the heavens. The advanced version may include crossing both hands over the chest and suddenly spreading them out while stomping the foot to create a minor seismic effect. Miners are advised to attempt this under the guidance of a professional demon. Wings of fear shroud the sky. The ultimate version requires biting the fingertip to draw blood-red runes in the air. It is advisable to prepare band-aids in advance. What on earth is this? Chen Tian's mouth gaped wider in disbelief. Who designed such a juvenile slogan and actions? Diablo proudly puffed out his chest, arms crossed, wearing a satisfied expression at the incantation that summoned him. Chen Tian's cheeks burned with embarrassment, as if someone had set fire to his face. He gazed at Diablo's smug demeanor, the demon's crimson eyes sparkling with a gleeful urge to praise him, and his horn stood proudly erect. Chen Tian's throat tightened. His tongue seemed tied in knots. In his mind, he envisioned the terrifying image of himself kneeling before the Avengers, left hand posed like a claw. Passers-by would surely regard him with looks of incredulity, and Tony would undoubtedly record the scene to play on repeat 100 times. Diablo tilted his head in confusion. Is my lord dissatisfied? He snapped his fingers, and the fiery inscription immediately transformed into a more exaggerated version. Or perhaps try this. In the name of the Abyssal Palace, wings of fear obscure the sun and moon. The Demon King heeds the command. The accompanying action is a backflip with a 3.5 twist. Stop! Chen Tian covered his eyes, his skin visible between his fingers flushed crimson. Can't you design something more normal? Like a simple snap of the fingers? The Demon King's tail curled into a question mark shape in confusion, but that lacks majesty. He suddenly crouched down, leaning in mysteriously. My lord, when I held a rally in hell, this set of actions could frighten lowly demons into erupting magma. Chen Tian despaired, realizing that this Diablo before him was far removed from the formidable and terrifying demon lord of Diablo. Instead, he resembled an overly dramatic, seasoned otaku. Chapter 5. The cargo has arrived. Dragon Country boy, Tony shouted into Chen Tian's ear with a microphone. Chen Tian was jolted from his reverie, exclaiming, "What the heck, Tony? What are you doing? Ha ha, I saw you dazing off here." Tony tossed the microphone aside casually, and Happy quickly caught it. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my party?" Tony plopped down onto the sofa. Chen Tian shook his head. "No, the party is lively, but you know how it is. People from Dragon Country might not be accustomed to such." He gestured towards the poolside, where a beautiful model clad in minimal fabric was present. "A passionate party. Ha ha." Tony patted Chen Tian's shoulder, laughing heartily as he bent over. "Boy, you're not still Xiao Chunin, are you?" Chen Tian pouted. How could that be? He would never admit it, for this was a matter of masculine dignity. Tony narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, resembling a cunning fox that had pilfered a tuna. "Oh, my dear Chinese boy," he drawled deliberately, his fingers gently tapping on Chen Tian's shoulder. "Do you realize your ears are flushed enough to serve as a warning light for my new battle armor?" Instinctively, Chen Tian covered his ears, a reaction that only incited Tony's laughter further. "Jarvis," Tony suddenly shouted at the ceiling, "activate the Nestling Rescue Program immediately. May I remind you that the last time you employed this plan, Colonel Rhodes ended up inebriated and wrecked 3 of your sports cars." Jarvis's voice echoed from all directions. "This time is different," Tony exclaimed, leaping up and wrapping his arm around Chen Tian's neck. "This time, we have a youngster who needs to grow." He leaned in closer to Chen Tian's ear, whispering in an exaggerated tone, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for you a gentle lady or gentleman." Chen Tian felt his face flush. "Tony, I really don't need." Tony mischievously released Chen Tian, circling around him before snapping his fingers. "Dragonation boy, you have 2 options." He raised 2 fingers and shook them seriously. "You can choose someone by the poolside. I assure you they won't refuse a distinguished guest of Stark Industries." Tony paused for dramatic effect, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Or I, the great Tony Stark, can personally arrange for you a mentor or several mentors, ensuring you have an unforgettable evening." Chen Tian's mouth twitched. "Can I choose? Perhaps to go home and sleep instead?" "Huh, how naive," Tony exclaimed, theatrically spreading his arms. "This is a Stark party. You can't just leave without creating some cherished memories." He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Listen. The December cover girl of Maxim features a pair of blonde twins with blue eyes, legs long enough to serve as an escape ladder for the Empire State Building." Tony pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolling, and a magazine cover appeared on the screen, showcasing 2 nearly identical sultry ladies looking alluringly at the camera. "What do you think? They're actually here tonight." He elongated his tone, "and they have a particular interest in Dragonation culture." Chen Tian's ears burned crimson as he shoved Tony's phone away. "That's enough." Tony burst into hearty laughter, patting him on the back. "Don't be shy, boy. Life is short. Seize the joy." He gestured toward the pool. "Look, they're glancing over here." Instinctively, Chen Tian followed Tony's gaze, and indeed, the twins were raising champagne glasses, winking at him. Tony watched with satisfaction as Chen Tian's reaction stiffened, leaning in to whisper, a secret meant for only the two of them. Don't worry. I'll have Happy prepare some aiding tools for you. Like Jarvis's custom social translator, I guarantee you'll sound as smooth as a seasoned romantic when speaking English. Chen Tian thought to himself. At this moment, he wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Tony observed Chen Tian's flustered demeanor, a broad smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He snapped his fingers and called out to the poolside, "Ladies, it seems we need to help this bashful boy from the Dragon Kingdom warm up." As his words echoed, the music by the pool abruptly shifted to a more vibrant rhythm. A dozen models clad in bikinis set down their drinks and glided toward Chen Tian like a school of mermaids discovering their prey. They swayed their hips, golden locks shimmering under the lights, droplets of water refracting a mesmerizing glow. "Hey, Dragon Boy!" A red-haired girl was the first to approach, exuding a subtle scent of coconut. "I hear you hail from the east?" Her slender fingers brushed gently across Chen Tian's shoulder. "I've recently taken to learning your language." Before Chen Tian could respond, another blonde girl squeezed in on his other side. "Don't listen to her. She only knows hello and thank you." She purposely spoke with a French accent, adding, "I am genuinely interested in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom." Chen Tian felt as though he had fallen into a den of enchantresses, surrounded by a throng of captivating beings. His back pressed firmly against the sofa, he had nowhere to retreat. Tony was beside himself with laughter, even pulling out his phone to record the scene. "Jarvis," Tony bellowed, "save this moment in my precious memories folder." Already saved, Jarvis's voice chimed in promptly. At that moment, a voluptuous Asian girl pushed her way to the front. Dressed in a sparkling silver bikini, she held 2 cups filled with strangely colored cocktails. "Come on, Dragon Boy." She thrust one cup into Chen Tian's hand. "Try Tony's special Eastern dragon breath. I assure you." She leaned into his ear, her breath fragrant. "It will make you soar." Chen Tian gazed at the purple, bubbling concoction in his cup, instinctively sensing danger. Yet, before he could refuse, the surrounding girls began to chant, "Drink, drink, drink." Tony had somehow climbed onto the coffee table, raising his arms like a rock star. "Tonight's theme is to get our Dragon Boy intoxicated. Whoever can make our esteemed guest drink the first cup will win a sports car." The girl's shrieks nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Despair washed over Chen Tian as he glanced around, realizing even Pepper stood at a distance, wearing an expression of amused anticipation. Ethan had long been pushed into a corner, casting sympathetic glances in his direction. "Tony," Chen Tian attempted one last desperate plea. "You know I'm allergic to alcohol." "Wait, what are you?" Chen Tian's words were cut short as Tony swiftly poured the entire drink down his throat. Coughing violently, Chen Tian felt as if his throat were ablaze. "Tony Stark, I swear I will kill you." "Ha ha, drink up, let loose." Tony paid no heed to Chen Tian's murderous glare, laughing heartily as he declared. When Chen Tian finally reopened his eyes, a hangover throbbed in his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself from the sunlight, only to discover that his right arm was pinned beneath something soft and heavy, rendering it numb. He groaned in agony, rigidly turning his neck, and the sight that met his eyes jolted him awake. A pristine figure lay curled in the crook of his arm, cascading golden hair spilling across his chest. More alarmingly, another nearly identical body coiled around his left leg like an octopus. At the foot of the bed, an Asian girl slept with her back to him, her smooth spine glistening with a pearlescent sheen in the morning light. Chen Tian was horrified to discover that he was completely naked, with only a wrinkled sheet barely covering his lower half. The 3 girls were in a similar predicament, their scattered garments strewn about the room like evidence at a crime scene. A silver bikini hung from the lampshade, stockings draped over the headboard, and a single high heel comically lodged in a champagne bucket. With a sharp intake of breath, he cautiously attempted to extricate himself, only to awaken the blonde girl nestled in his embrace. Sleepily, she traced her fingertips over his abs, her voice husky from the night's activities. "Your Russian is truly seductive." Chen Tian, still bewildered as to when he had learned Russian, was abruptly interrupted when the door was kicked open. Tony swaggered in, phone in hand, aiming the camera directly at Chen Tian's face. "Ladies and gentlemen in the live stream, behold, this is the legendary 39 Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, a night of battling 3 beauties." Tony, you bastard! Chen Tian shouted, grabbing an ashtray to hurl at him, nearly dislodging the sheet in his panic. The three girls were stirred awake, their startled screams echoing through the room. Tony deftly dodged the attack. Pointing a donut at the ceiling, Jarvis can attest, you were merely engaged in, cultural exchange. With a mischievous grin, he activated a holographic projection, displaying a scene of Chen Tian, fully unclothed, standing atop the dining table, bellowing incoherently in a thick accent, while the three equally naked girls smeared cream all over him. Fuck! Turn it off! Chen Tian's face flushed crimson as he lunged at Tony, only to trip over the sheet and land clumsily among the girls. Seizing the opportunity, Tony snapped a close-up shot. Perfect! This one shall be titled The Passion of the Morning Light. Despairingly, Chen Tian knelt on the floor, finally grasping the meaning of social death. Meanwhile, Tony had slipped to the doorway, turning back to blow a kiss. Don't worry, Dragon Kingdom boy. I ordered you some kidney soup cooked with aluminum edges. Was that how it said? After Tony departed, the room fell silent once more. The three girls giggled as they dressed, casting playful kisses at Chen Tian before leaving. Let us do learning Chinese again next time. The blonde twins chimed in unison. Winking mischievously, the Asian girl slipped a note into Chen Tian's pocket. This is my private number. Feel free to call for extra lessons anytime. She suggestively licked her lips. As the door clicked shut, Chen Tian finally exhaled in relief. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly recalled something important. It was time for the summons once again. He almost forgot. He hurriedly sprang up and dashed in a bathroom. The warm water washed away the scent of alcohol, and after bathing and changing, he embraced the reverence of this ritual as a citizen of his nation. Certainly not due to previous misfortunes. Ever since the knowledge of summoning emerged, I have attempted it thrice without success. Chen Tian deliberately donned a pristine white outfit, seated cross-legged upon the balcony of his room. With closed eyes, he fervently invoked the celestial deities in his mind. May the jade clear primordial heavenly sovereign, the upper clear spiritual treasure heavenly sovereign, and the grand clear Taoist virtue heavenly sovereign bless me with the summoning of a new character this time. As he continued his prayers, a shiver coursed through Chen Tian, a sensation of divine protection enveloping him. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and intoned, summon. The surroundings around Chen Tian began to shift dramatically, a myriad of starry rivers swirling about him. Countless scenes from games and comics emerged within the cosmic tapestry before suddenly halting. What? Finally something of substance? Chen Tian gasped, gazing intently at the unfolding imagery. Amidst the celestial panorama displayed a vast ocean, where a grand ship sailed, its prow adorned with a colossal cartoon lion head statue. One Piece, Thousand Sunny? Chen Tian scrutinized the vessel. As the tumultuous sea roiled violently, a Japanese sword soaring from the starry river, landing in his embrace. He felt a weight in his hand, an ancient katana materializing effortlessly in his palm. A gentle consciousness flowed through the hilt, unfurling a message within his mind. First generation Onit, supreme blade of unparalleled joy, 12 crafts, from the manga One Piece, the sword of the character Gorosei, is San Bernace's Sir. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled as he beheld the first generation Onit, exclaiming, Ah, the supreme blade from One Piece, how splendid. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a sigh escaped his lips. Alas, what use is a sword when I lack the skill to wield it? No sooner had he uttered these words than the Onit vibrated subtly, a wave of warmth enveloping Chen Tian's entire being. What is this? The insights and years of experience from San Bernace, Sir's swordsmanship instantaneously coursed through Chen Tian. With his eyes tightly shut, he surrendered his mind and body to the legacy of the sword technique. At that moment, Tony entered the room once more. Observing Chen Tian seated in meditation, he teased, Hey, Chinese boy, you're not suffering from depression due to my light-hearted banter, are you? That would surely burden my conscience. Chen Tian remained silent in response. Tony raised an eyebrow and stealthily approached Chen Tian, waving his hand in front of his eyes, only to find that not even a single eyelash fluttered. Jarvis, perform a scan. Tony lowered his voice. This kid couldn't have been mentally fried by last night as 39 Easter Dragon breath, could he? Mr. Chen's vital signs are remarkably stable, Jarvis reported, automatically switching to silent mode, but his brainwave activity is unusually vibrant, akin to a state of deep meditation. Tony smirked, his gaze fixating on the first-generation Onit. Just as he reached out to touch the blade, it emitted a sudden, resonant hum, startling him into retracting his hand. What the hell? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this thing sentient? At that precise moment, Chen Tian inhaled deeply, his eyes snapping open. Tony, caught off guard, found himself staring into a pair of eyes as sharp as blades, nearly toppling to the ground. Holy cow! Tony stepped back half a pace, and you, Chen Tian, slowly rose to your feet, leaping onto the railing of the balcony. With your gaze fixed intently on the distant sea, one hand gripped the sheath of the original Guiche sword while the other clutched the hilt. Taking a deep breath, you unsheathed the blade with a swift motion. Instantly, Tony's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a donut. He watched in astonishment as a broad silver wave of energy surged forth from your wielded katana. This energy cleaved the sky, splitting the distant sea in two and conjuring towering waves that soared several dozen meters high. The ocean appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand, revealing an unfathomable chasm beneath, which took a full 3 seconds to crash back together. My God, Jarvis! Tony's voice trembled. What on earth was that? According to energy scans, Jarvis responded, momentarily pausing, the energy mister Chen just released is equivalent to that of a medium-sized Jericho missile. Tony's expression became increasingly dazed. They had all escaped from the cave together, agreeing to lead ordinary lives. Yet here you were, transformed into an extraordinary being. What did that make his efforts to shield you and Ethan from gunfire in the cave? Superfluous? Absently, Tony rubbed his nose, feeling it had grown red and large. Chapter 6, 2? No, it's 2, he exclaimed, his hands tousling his already disheveled hair further. Are you implying that the red-skinned monster we encountered in the cave was summoned by you? His face was a mask of disbelief. You chuckled softly and rubbed your nose. Why didn't you summon it sooner? We could have escaped that damned place ages ago, Ethan added, looking at you with exasperation. You shrugged. Honestly, I didn't even know I had that ability. Perhaps it was activated in a life-or-death moment. Tony and Ethan appeared to accept your explanation. Tony approached you and seized your arm with fervor. His eyes sparkled with the zeal of a mad scientist. Dragon Kingdom boy, let us delve into your summoning technique in the lab. He dragged you through the living room, amidst Pepper's exclamations about not blowing up the laboratory again, towards the spiral staircase leading to the basement. Welcome to my playground, Tony declared with a snap of his fingers, causing the entire underground laboratory to illuminate as brightly as day. This expansive, subterranean chamber, the size of 2 basketball courts, was adorned with an array of high-tech apparatuses emitting a cold glow. In the center, a circular workstation displayed dozens of holographic projections running intricate calculations. In one corner, several robotic arms were automatically assembling a piece of armor, producing a melodic symphony of metallic clinks. Ha ha! How do you like my playground? Is it not eye-opening? Tony invited Ethan to sit with you at a semicircular table, then began tapping on the virtual keyboard before him. Now, let us explore your magic. With a decisive keystroke, the entire laboratory's lighting shifted to a dark crimson hue. A circular scanner descended from the ceiling, enveloping Chen Tian in a blue laser from head to toe. Jarvis, create a new file, codenamed Dragon Country Trick, Tony mused, stroking his chin for a fleeting moment. As the scanning proceeded, Jarvis's voice resonated from all directions. File established, camera functionality activated. Preparation complete. Dragon Country boy, await my command, and you shall summon that grand creature. Tony rubbed his hands together with exhilaration, tapping on the desktop to project a 3-dimensional laboratory environment, with fluctuating data surrounding it. Now is the moment. After comparing the data, Tony shouted at Chen Tian, eagerly anticipating the summoning of the demon alongside Ethan. Yet, they found Chen Tian standing awkwardly, his ears tinged with crimson, his expression a blend of confusion and embarrassment. Tony's eyebrows nearly shot up to his hairline as he tilted his head, scrutinizing Chen Tian as one might examine a malfunctioning robot. Dragon Country boy, has your summoning button jammed? Chen Tian's ears glowed with embarrassment as he fidgeted with his fingers. Well, actually, Jarvis interjected, detecting Mr. Chen's heart rate has surged to 132 beats per minute, with elevated adrenaline levels. Tony slapped his forehead. Oh, I see. He hastened to Chen Tian's side, lowering his voice. Does it require some special ritual? He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Perhaps a dance? A chant? He suddenly dropped his voice conspiratorially. Or maybe a sacrifice. At the mention of dancing and chanting, Chen Tian's features contorted in distress. Tony's eyes gleamed with the excitement of a scientist discovering a new element. He clapped his hands. Uh-huh, I knew it. Speak up, Dragon Country boy, what do you need? Chen Tian opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Tony. Wait, let me guess. He exaggeratedly stroked his chin. Do you need moonlight? A crystal ball? Or, he lowered his voice dramatically, producing a black card from his pocket. Perhaps this? Gazing at the card shimmering under the lab's cold light, Chen Tian's lips twitched. Tony, this isn't about money. Oh, Tony elongated his tone, suddenly snapping his fingers. Jarvis, immediately retrieve the complete collection of Harry Potter, especially those scenes with wand waving. Dozens of holographic screens descended from the ceiling, simultaneously playing various versions of magical films. Chen Tian observed the surrounding wizards brandishing their wands, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Jarvis interjected at the opportune moment, according to my database. Chinese spells are more inclined towards talismans and wands. Perfect. Tony spun around, rushing to the workbench, where a mechanical arm promptly presented a scroll of parchment and a quill. Cool, man. Write a talisman. It needs to be golden, the kind that glows. At last, Chen Tian could no longer contain himself. Tony, this is not, wait. I got it. Tony suddenly wore a look of epiphany, leaning conspiratorially close to Chen Tian's ear. Do you need women's clothing? He blinked. And I mentioned that I knew a few costume designers for Broadway. What? Chen Tian's voice shot up an octave. My fist clenched. Where's my blade? Women's clothing? There is no way I would don such attire. Yet Tony was already engrossed in manipulating the holographic projection. Jarvis. Immediately search for Dragon Country Sorcerer, the most extravagant kind. The projection promptly displayed an array of exaggerated Hanfu styles, thoughtfully labeled with terms such as 100 silk, handcrafted embroidery. As Chen Tian gazed at the flowing garments and the 3D models, he felt his temples throbbing. The martial skills he had just acquired suddenly ignited a desire to slash at something. Tony, Chen Tian inhaled deeply. Listen to me, no. Tony suddenly had a revelation, excitedly patting Chen Tian on the shoulder. I get it. It's a venue issue. ISNT it? He swiftly manipulated the virtual keyboard, JARVIS, transformed the laboratory into a Dragon Country style. As the 3D projection morphed within the lab, several imitation red columns rose from the floor, lanterns inscribed with the character hung from the ceiling, and a mini artificial mountain with flowing water emerged in the corner. What do you think? Tony declared triumphantly, arms spread wide. Do you feel it now? Chen Tian surveyed this bizarre fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics, suddenly yearning for the tranquility of the cave. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Tony, it's really not. JARVIS interjected. Based on analysis of Mr. Chen's micro-expressions, he may simply be shy. The laboratory fell silent. Tony's expression froze as he slowly turned to Chen Tian. Shy? The word, uttered from his lips, seemed to belong to an alien tongue. Chen Tian's ears turned a deep shade of crimson. Tony erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha! The summoner who can call forth demons is shy. He wrapped an arm around Chen Tian's neck, pulling out his phone with the other hand. Pepper, come look. Our summoner, Xiao Chunan. Chen Tian elbowed him to silence him. Tony, clutching his belly and wiping away tears of laughter, declared, all right, I'll turn my back. I promise not to peek. He exaggeratedly turned away, covering his eyes with his hand. JARVIS. Will also shut down all cameras, right? JARVIS. In reality, my sensors are omnipresent. JARVIS. Tony interrupted sternly. Learn to read the room. All recording devices have been disabled. JARVIS complied. Chen Tian observed Tony dutifully facing away, then glanced at Ethan, who pretended to study data while stifling laughter behind his hand. Finally, he sighed, fine. Chen Tian took a deep breath, his expression as solemn as if he were heading to the gallows. He slowly knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his left chest, while his left hand trembled as it reached toward the ceiling. In a voice as thin as a whisper, he muttered amidst the chaos, awkwardly gesturing with his left hand in the air. Tony's shoulders suspiciously shook, while Ethan nearly buried his face in the databoard. Louder! Tony suddenly turned, brandishing an amplifier that had somehow appeared in his hand. You must have presence. Chen Tian shot him a fierce glare, closed his eyes. and declared with fervor, "In the name of chaos and fear, Crimson Moon, rend the fabric of reality." With a final roar, he forcefully swung down his raised left hand. The entire laboratory suddenly trembled violently, and all the instruments emitted piercing alarm sounds. The lights on the ceiling flickered erratically, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. The temperature in the laboratory surged dramatically, and strange dark red magma patterns seeped through the steel walls. Tony's most cherished limited edition sports cars spontaneously ignited, their orange flames licking the bodies, producing heart-wrenching crackling sounds. "My 1967 Shelby 500. Tony let out a gut-wrenching scream. The flames danced like living entities across the floor, ultimately converging into a swirling vortex of fire with a diameter of 5 meters at the center of the laboratory. From this vortex, a terrifying figure, 3 meters tall, slowly emerged, covered in dark red scales, with curved horns resembling a crown. Its eyes burning with hellfire, gazing down upon everyone. The voice of Lord Diablo echoed like the wails of 1,000 souls. The Lord of Purgatory, the nightmare of angels. The bane of humanity, king of fear, Diablo responds to your summons. Chen Tian's fingers parted slightly, revealing an eye that peered through the gaps. And upon witnessing Diablo's exaggerated entrance, he wished he could burrow into the ground. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Could you possibly extinguish your flames?" Diablo nodded, "Oh, certainly." With a mere wave of his hand, the flames that had rampaged through the laboratory vanished without a trace. Tony, however, was already as exhilarated as a child with a new toy, circling around Diablo and occasionally tapping the demon scales with a wrench. Incredible. This material, this energy fluctuation. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes gleaming as he turned to Chen Tian. "Hey, Chinese boy, can I borrow your pet for a few days?" "Pet." Diablo's flames surged to 3 meters high, and the temperature in the laboratory skyrocketed. "Ant, how dare you, Tony?" Chen Tian quickly interrupted. "He is not a pet." He turned to Diablo, making a calming gesture. "Please remain calm. This is, my sponsor. I also need to spend money in the real world." Diablo scrutinized Tony with suspicion. "This noisy mortal?" Yes, the noisy mortal." Chen Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. "But he is very wealthy and can provide offerings." He desperately signaled to Tony. Understanding immediately, Tony snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, prepare the highest quality, demon feed? I suggest preparing a live offering," Jarvis replied seriously. "According to the Key of Solomon, higher demons prefer, stop." Chen Tian quickly interjected, "No offerings needed." He turned to Diablo, mustering his courage. "Could you cooperate for an experiment? Just stand still." Diablo's flames gradually subsided. "Since it is the request of my lord," he arrogantly raised his head. 5 minutes. Not a second more. Tony was positively brimming with enthusiasm as he commanded the robotic arm to fetch an array of instruments. JARVIS. Initiate holographic scanning. Record all energy data. He rubbed his hands together, casting a longing gaze at the scales of Diablo. The material was simply exquisite. If it could be replicated onto the armor. Chen Tian observed Tony's fervent expression, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. "Tony, you wouldn't be contemplating." Tony, exhilarated, activated the holographic projection, unveiling a suit of armor entirely cloaked in dark crimson, adorned with demonic horn designs. Hellfire thrusters, lava shields. It can even emit sulfurous fumes to disrupt enemy radar. Diablo leaned in, its eyes ablaze with flickering flames, scrutinizing the projection. "Mortal, you possess a modicum of creativity." It extended a claw, gesturing toward the projection. "Add a tail spike here, and the scale should be arranged in reverse order." "Genius." Tony, caught in a surge of excitement, high-fived the demon, only to yelp as the heat scorched his palm. "You have an eye for design." Chen Tian and Ethan exchanged glances, Ethan whispering, "Should I prepare some holy water or something?" Under Diablo's expert guidance, the original design of the armor, as depicted in the film, rapidly transformed beyond recognition. The once sleek crimson armor was now a grotesque embodiment of dark demonic aesthetics. The helmet. The formerly smooth visor morphed into a fearsome demonic visage, with curved horns extending from its sides, and eyes ablaze with hellfire that flickered in sync with Tony's speech. The chest plate. The circular reactor was now surrounded by dark crimson runes that occasionally emitted sparks with a sulfurous scent. The shoulder plates. The previously simple shoulder armor had evolved into sharp, scale-like defenses, each piece resembling a demon's hide, with edges keen enough to slice through the air. The arms. The original palm cannon had been transformed into a hellfire ejector, with Diablo insisting on adding small bone spikes at the wrists, claiming they would be useful in close combat. The legs. The thrusters were replaced with abyssal flame propulsion, with the saws even able to emit sulfurous smoke, bestowing upon Tony an effect akin to a demon's descent upon landing. The back. Most absurdly, Diablo insisted on equipping the armor with a pair of retractable demonic wings. Despite Tony's protests regarding the utter disregard for aerodynamics, Diablo merely scoffed, "Mortal, what do you know? It simply needs to look impressive." Chen Tian gazed at the holographic projection, now utterly devoid of its original form, his lips twitching. "Tony, are you certain this can still be called Iron Man armor?" Tony stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Absolutely. The Mark II Demon Special Edition. It's far more striking than my original design." Diablo crossed its arms in triumph. "Mortal, you're finally beginning to appreciate the aesthetics of a demon." Ethan silently wiped the sweat from his brow. "I fear that if the military were to see this, they might launch a nuclear strike." Yet Tony was already eager to commence the assembly process. "JARVIS. Begin manufacturing at once. I must on it before nightfall." Diablo stood with his arms crossed, observing the excited Tony with an air of profound authority, nodding in satisfaction. "Ah, splendid. You exude a vibrant energy. Though you are but a mere mortal, akin to an insignificant ant, I shall offer you a token. For you are a companion of my lord." With a pained expression, Diablo plucked a scale from his arm and tossed it to Tony. The moment Tony caught it, the heat radiating from the scale caused him to toss it in the air, flipping it over. "This scale is yours. You may use it to forge your creations." As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Tian, who wore a speechless expression, and offered him a twisted yet friendly smile. "My lord, I take my leave now, eagerly awaiting your next summons." With that, a torrent of molten lava erupted beneath Diablo, engulfing him before he vanished from the laboratory. "Woo! My armor can be upgraded once more," Tony exclaimed, tossing the searing scale onto the workbench. "Kulme, let us witness the birth of a magnificent creation." Chen Tian, observing the wildly diverging plot, sighed, "Well, at least it's better than cross-dressing." Chapter 7. Rebirth in Marvel. Assisting Tony Stark to become invincible? Tony Stark had never been one to exhibit patience, particularly when a brilliant idea struck him. At this moment, his gaze fixated on the menacing demon armor displayed in the holographic projection, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. JARVIS. Activate all mechanical arms. I must don this armor within 24 hours. The calculations indicated that the complexity of constructing version 2 far exceeded that of the original, with an estimated completion time at least 3 times longer. Then connect the coffee machine for intravenous infusion. Tony waved his hand without looking up. Consequently, Chen Tian and Ethan found themselves confined in the laboratory under Tony's relentless pressure. The following day, Chen Tian summoned Diablo once more. "I require confirmation on the energy output parameters of Hellfire." Chen Tian languished on the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. "Tony, this is the 3rd time today. Science demands sacrifice," Tony retorted, pulling him up. "Consider it. The first armor in history to integrate Hell's technology." Ethan silently raised a cross beside them, muttering, "I think I need to visit a church." On the 3rd day, no. How has it failed again? Tony lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Nearby, Chen Tian lifted the visor of a rudimentary suit. "Tony, though I may be younger than you, if you do not adjust the energy output of the jet thruster soon, I will slice off your little Tony with my sword." The 4th and 5th days passed, leading to the 15th day since the initial summoning of Diablo in the laboratory. The scene was chaotic, coffee cups piled high, empty energy drink cans scattered everywhere, and Tony's hair stood wildly askew as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Chen Tian and Ethan lay slumped in a corner, their expressions vacant. Yet, 2 suits of armor stood silently in the center of the laboratory. To the left was the original version 2, its sleek crimson and gold armor exuding elegance and precision. To the right stands a suit of dark crimson armor, its scales enveloping the entire body. The helmet bears twisted, menacing horns, and molten-like patterns encircle the reactor at its chest. The mechanical wings behind it unfurl slightly, as if poised to rend the very air. Tony stands before them, his face radiating pride. "Behold, the genius masterpiece of Tony Stark." Chen Tian weakly raises his hand. May I go to sleep now? Sleep? Tony raises an eyebrow. No, no, no. It is time for the testing phase. He strides towards the demonic armor. Jarvis, initiate the donning procedure. The mechanical arms spring into action, fastening each component of the armor onto Tony. As the final faceplate seals shut, the armor's eyes ignite with a brilliant crimson glow, and flames pour forth like liquid. System activation complete. Jarvis's voice emanates from within the armor. The Hellfire thrusters are ready, and the sulfur smoke generator is fully charged. Tony flexes his arms. The scales of the armor shift slightly with his movements, producing a metallic rasp. Perfect. He lifts his hand, charging the palm cannon, dark red energy coalescing. Let's test the firepower. Tony, don't do it in the lab. Chen Tian's warning goes unheeded. Boom! A dark red beam of energy blasts through the laboratory wall, sending debris flying into the air above the pool outside. Alarms blare throughout the villa. Pepper's scream echoes from upstairs. Tony Stark. Tony, encased in the armor, pauses for 2 seconds. Jarvis, initiate flight mode. Flight mode activated. The thrusters on the back of the demonic armor unleash a fiery plume of sulfurous flames. And with a swift motion, Tony darts through the gaping hole in the wall, leaving behind a trail of charred marks. Chen Tian and Ethan stand amidst the wreckage, exchanging glances. Have we created a monster? Ethan silently retrieves a cross. Is it too late for me to resign? Through the communicator in the lab, Tony's maniacal laughter mingles with the roar of the thrusters. This thing is incredible. Chen Tian and Ethan share another glance. Ethan sighs, pats Chen Tian on the shoulder. It's up to you now, young man. I can't take it anymore. He says this without waiting for a response, hastily exiting the laboratory. His speed is remarkable. One could almost imagine him competing in the Olympics. Chen Tian watches Ethan flee, then surveys the shattered ceiling and the debris strewn about. Is this book titled Marvel, helping Tony Stark become invincible? He muses. By the way, is Tony still Iron Man in that armor? Steel Demon seems more fitting. Tony Stark soars into the sky, the Hellfire thrusters tracing a dark crimson trajectory across the night. The sulfur smoke trails behind him, resembling a devil's cloak. Jarvis, report status. Tony's voice trembles with excitement. All systems are functioning normally. The Hellfire thrusters are outputting power at the design value of 147. Jarvis responded calmly. Yet I must remind you that this speed has surpassed the human threshold. Silence, Jarvis. Tony exclaimed, laughing heartily as he performed aerial acrobatics. This is true flight. He suddenly dove downward, his demonic wings fully unfurling, pulling up just 100 meters from ground. The sulfurous smoke emitted by the thrusters left a charred mark upon the earth. Test the weapon systems. Tony raised his arm, and, as the palm cannon charged, dark crimson runes flowed across the surface of the armor. Boom! A molten beam of energy struck a distant abandoned factory, instantly engulfing it in flames. The shockwave from the explosion shattered glass within a kilometer radius. Tony whistled. This power exceeds my expectations. He continued to ascend, swiftly breaking through the stratosphere. The scales on the surface of the armor trembled slightly in the thin atmosphere, while the Hellfire thrusters burned steadily in the vacuum. I advise returning, Jarvis cautioned, noting that while the armor's performance surpassed expectations, prolonged exposure to hellish energy might affect your physiological metrics. Tony glanced at the data displayed on his visor, observing that several metrics had indeed begun to turn red. He smacked his lips. All right, I'll call it a day. On his return journey, Tony deliberately slowed down, allowing the armor to descend gently onto the helipad of his Malibu villa. The mechanical arms automatically disarmed, and the armor components detached from his body one by one. As the final visor lifted, a lingering smile remained on Tony's face. Perfect. It's at least 10 times better than my previous design. He turned towards the laboratory, only to find Chen Tian and Ethan sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Tony shrugged, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the two suits standing majestically in the moonlight. Jarvis, make a record. He took a sip of his drink. First flight test, 100 success. In the distance, the ruined swimming pool still emitted wisps of black smoke. Tony pretended not to see it, whistling as he sauntered back to his bedroom. In the late hours of the night, within the underground laboratory of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane stood before a pile of scatter parts, his expression dark and foreboding. Is this the result of your half-month efforts? He seized a twisted metal plate and slammed it to the ground. A heap of scrap iron? The engineers in the lab fell silent, none daring to lift their heads. Sir, We have been doing our utmost to replicate Tony's design, the chief engineer stammered. But the technology of the arc reactor is exceedingly complex. I do not wish to hear excuses. Obadiah gripped the engineer by the collar, dragging him toward the massive prototype. Tony managed to create this alone in a cave. And you, he pointed at the cumbersome armor towering 3 meters high, can only produce this walking iron coffin. The prototype's exterior was rough, with thick hydraulic rods connecting its joints. And the energy source in its chest was not a miniature reactor, but a tangle of wires linking a dozen car batteries. At least it can move. The engineer muttered defensively. As if to validate this notion, the prototype suddenly emitted a jarring mechanical sound. Its right arm convulsively raised before the elbow joint erupted with a resounding bang, descending amidst a plume of black smoke. Obadiah's temples throbbed violently. Incompetent fools. All of you are utterly worthless. Enraged, he overturned the workbench, scattering components across the floor. Justin Hammer's team outshines you all. In the corner, a bespectacled technician gathered his courage to speak. Sir, perhaps the issue lies with the energy source. Without the arc reactor, we can never. Then let us steal it. Obadiah hissed in a low voice, akin to a venomous serpent. Tony's villa, his laboratory, there must be blueprints or samples. The technicians exchanged terrified glances, while Obadiah's expression darkened further. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Chen Tian, Ethan, wake up. I have a brilliant idea. Tony Stark's voice thundered through the laboratory, one hand clutching a coffee cup while the other frantically manipulated the holographic projection, revising the design schematics. Chen Tian laboriously lifted his face from the sofa, heavy dark circles framing his eyes. Tony, it is 6 in the morning. More precisely, 5:47. Ethan weakly corrected him, attempting to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. And we only slept at 3 last night. Sleep is for ordinary people, Tony exclaimed excitedly, pounding the table. Listen, last night's test was nothing short of flawless. The efficiency of the Hellfire thrusters exceeded expectations by 47, and the palm cannon wielded enough power to obliterate a military base. He took a hearty sip of coffee, his eyes sparkling. However, I have discovered a minor issue. The sulfurous smoke is too conspicuous, practically announcing to the enemy, hey, I'm over here. Thus, I intend to incorporate an invisibility mode. Chen Tian and Ethan exchanged glances, simultaneously letting out a sigh. Tony, Chen Tian rubbed his temples. Are you certain we shouldn't first attend to the swimming pool? Pepper's expression when she saw that gaping hole last night was akin to wanting to toss you into the reactor. Tony waved his hand dismissively. The swimming pool can wait. But technology cannot. He summoned new design schematics. Look, I plan to cover the armor surface with a layer of nanocoating that can absorb specific wavelengths of light, coupled with the distortion effect of hell energy. Wait a moment, Ethan interrupted suddenly. Did you just say the distortion effect of hell energy? Indeed, Tony replied, as if it were the most natural thing. I observed during last night's test that a slight spatial distortion occurs around the armor, akin to how heat waves distort air. If we can harness this effect, theoretically, we could achieve optical invisibility. Chen Tian slowly straightened his posture. Tony, are you sure this is merely technology? It sounds more like magic? Ethan chimed in, gripping his cross even tighter. Bah, Tony rolled his eyes. This is simply an application of energy that has yet to be scientifically explained. Chen Tian, you must summon Diablo once more today. I need to measure the spatial fluctuation parameters when it releases energy. Chen Tian's face instantly fell. Summon it again. Tony, do you have any idea how awkward it is every time I utter that summoning phrase? Science demands sacrifice. Tony patted his shoulder and turned towards the workbench. Jarvis, prepare experiment protocol number 37. Oh, and he added, turning back, do remind me to purchase some sedatives. Pepper said if I blow up another house, she'll launch me into space in a rocket. Ethan quietly pulled out his phone. I need to book a flight to Nepal. Chen Tian slumped back onto the sofa, gazing at the unpatched hole in the ceiling, murmuring to himself, why on earth did I have to traverse into this world? Just as Chen Tian and Ethan were being squeezed by the excited Tony, the television in the laboratory suddenly began broadcasting reports on terrorist activities in the Middle East. The three of them froze instantly. The images on the screen shifted continuously, while the host's narration informed everyone that terrorists had re-emerged in the Middle East, slaughtering villagers, identifying themselves as the 10 Commandments gang. When the host mentioned the gang, a photograph appeared on screen, not of the bald man from the original narrative, but of Abu, the bearded one. Jarvis, activate the full weapon system. Tony abruptly tossed aside his wrench, the metal tool clattering to the ground with a piercing sound. The laboratory fell silent, the only sound being the hum of the reactor. Chen Tian noticed the veins bulging at Tony's temples. You can't be exactly what you think, Tony interrupted, having already approached the demon armor, as its mechanical arms began to assemble automatically. How many villages have the 10 Commandments gang slaughtered with my weapons? Now it's their turn to taste the fear of being hunted by a demon. Ethan shot up, the crucifix pennant swinging wildly. Are you insane? Appearing in the Middle East clad in that armor? Others will mistake you for a new terrorist. Tony did not respond to Ethan, waiting until the armor was fully donned before speaking. I don't care. I just want to tell those damn fools that perhaps God will not punish them. But the demon mask descended, obscuring Tony's visage, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, flames bursting forth. Tony's voice emerged from the armor, sounding like a demon from hell roaring. But the demon will. Chapter 8. Side effects of Chen Tian and Ethan watched helplessly as Tony, clad in the 2 armor, soared out through the gaping hole in the ceiling. After Tony departed, Chen Tian and Ethan exchanged glances for a moment, and Chen Tian hurriedly shouted into the air, Jarvis, project a live feed onto the main screen. Suddenly, the holographic projection in the center of the laboratory flickered, displaying the first-person perspective of the demon armor, accompanied by a deafening rush of air as Tony tore through the clouds at Mach 4. Sulphurous flames trailing behind him in a streak hundreds of meters long. Jarvis, vital signs. Chen Tian shouted into the air. The holographic projection promptly delineated a section showing Tony's physiological data. Heart rate 180, blood pressure off the charts, adrenaline levels 20 times that of a normal person. This is inconceivable. The cross in Ethan's hand clattered to the ground. Under such force, the human body would have long since turned to mush. Chen Tian's expression grew serious as he spoke. Clearly this suit of armor had done something to Tony. Chen Tian's eyes blazed with fury. The involvement of Diablo signified that the cunning demon was exerting influence over Tony. Indeed, no matter how juvenile or unreliable, a demon remains a demon. Chen Tian slammed his hand on the table. This time, he had no intention of invoking that juvenile slogan. Why should he heed the words of his own summoning? Diablo, come forth. Chen Tian suddenly shouted, startling Ethan. Chen Tian, can you really summon that fellow this way? Yet, the laboratory bore no trace of Diablo, though a pungent scent of sulfur filled the air, more acrid than that emitted by Tony's armor. I knew it. There was no need for such embarrassing lines. He could be summoned nonetheless. Chen Tian's anger intensified. The shame of shouting slogans and the fury of being toyed with by Diablo made him wish to strike the demon. Come out now, Diablo. Chen Tian bellowed once more. Flames and molten lava materialized from thin air, forming a vortex, from which emerged a female figure clad in a crimson leather jacket. Short-haired Leah approached with a sheepish grin. My lord, silence. I ask, you answer. Chen Tian interrupted Diablo's words. What is the nature of Tony's armor? He gestured towards the abnormal data in the virtual image. This armor has fused with my power of fear. That mortal finds it hard to endure, Diablo replied, pointing to the runes surrounding the reactor at Tony's armor's chest. I have slightly enhanced his physique. Diablo made a gesture reminiscent of a certain American man's defensive posture. Chen Tian felt a headache coming on. Enhancing the armor was one thing, but had he also enhanced Tony's body? Was this novel truly setting Tony up to be invincible from the start? I am the protagonist here, and why can you enhance Tony? Why not enhance me? Chen Tian retorted, indignant. Ethan, too, was at a loss for words. Was this really the time for such questions? Shouldn't they be concerned for Tony instead? Diablo's lips twitched slightly. It's not that I cannot enhance you, but there are some side effects, and you may have better enhancement methods in the future. There is no need to rely on mine. Side effects? Chen Tian and Ethan exclaimed in unison. Diablo nodded, then gestured toward the virtual scene, indicating for them to look. See for yourselves. Chen Tian and Ethan turned their gazes toward the scene. In a holographic projection, Tony's armor crashed into the center of the village like a meteor. The shockwave overturned 3 pickup trucks, and members of the Ten Rings gang were hurled into the air like ragdolls. As the dust settled, the terrifying figure of the demon armor slowly rose, instilling fear in all the terrorists, and even the civilians were left in shock. The first question. Tony's voice resonated with a hoarse intensity akin to hellfire as he seized the throat of the nearest terrorist. "Where's Abu?" The terrorist, trembling in fear, pointed towards the northern side of the village. In the next instant, his body spontaneously combusted, turning to char amid his agonized screams. Tony flicked the embers from his hand, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." He turned his gaze towards the remaining terrorists, an ominous laughter emanating from his armor. "I told you, God will not punish you. But the devil shall. Jarvis, play my kill playlist." With a snap of his fingers, the external speakers of his suit erupted with the sounds of Queens and Another One Bites the Dust. The members of the Ten Rings gang were still reeling from the shock when the mechanical wings of the demonic armor suddenly unfurled into 6 barbed tendrils. The foremost terrorist, who had just raised his AK-47, found his ankles ensnared by the tendrils, which swung him around like a human wrecking ball, crashing into 7 or 8 of his comrades. Eco-friendly combat, Tony whistled, 0 ammunition expended. A bold assailant attempted a sneak attack, launching a rocket that screamed towards the back of the armor, only to be vaporized by a torrent of sulfuric flames. As Tony turned, the faceplate of his armor split open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "Surprised?" he exclaimed, unleashing a palm cannon at point-blank range, obliterating the terrorist like a tomato in a microwave. 3 o'clock. There are women and children, Jarvis alerted. "Received." Tony flicked the ketchup-smeared gauntlet and suddenly slid down to the ground in front of the civilians. With a flourish, he produced lollipops from the crevices of his armor. "Strawberry or blueberry?" The children stared blankly as a would-be assailant was hoisted aloft by the armor's spiked tail, molten lava oozing from it. It seemed the children preferred a barbecue flavor. Tony shrugged and then caught sight of a familiar figure trembling behind a wall in a nearby house. Caught you. Little mouse." Abu leaned against the wall, his eyes closed in prayer, when suddenly a searing pain pierced his chest. He looked down to see a demonic claw thrust through him, clutching his heart. A tremendous force yanked him from behind the wall, lifting him high above. The demonic armor held him up before Tony's face. Abu. Hello, do you still remember me?" "The great Tony Stark." Abu coughed violently, blood splattering onto the faceplate, while Tony's voice echoed like a demon anticipating a wicked soul. "Hey, buddy, you've dirted my armor." "Well, it seems I rather enjoy it." The palm cannon erupted with flames, turning Abu to ash in Tony's grasp. Satisfied with his work, Tony flicked the ashes from his hand and ascended into the air, gazing down at the civilians he had rescued. "No need to thank me. Do you speak English?" Tony tilted his head. "Never mind. It suffices that you express gratitude in your hearts." With a roar, flames erupted from the feet of the armor, propelling Tony swiftly into the sky. Suddenly, a precise armor-piercing round struck him mid-air. The explosion shockwave sent him plummeting like a baseball. The demonic armor carved a deep trench over 30 meters long into the ground, crashing through 3 earthen walls before coming to a halt. The left side of the armor sustained damage amounting to 12. Jarvis' voice, interspersed with electrical static, detected a heavy armor heat source. Tony slowly rose from the rubble, the display screen on his helmet flashing a vivid crimson damage alert. His eyes, bloodshot, reflected a blend of madness and exhilaration. An inhuman laughter echoed from within the armor as Tony suddenly erupted into action, the ground beneath him cracking like a spider's web. He leapt onto the tank like a projectile, his claws piercing the armor seams with ease. The sound of metal tearing was enough to make one's teeth ache. With sheer brute strength, Tony lifted the 20-ton tank as if it were a mere can, revealing 2 terrified terrorists within. "Guess what game I have in store for you?" Tony's voice split into a dual pitch, human pyrotechnics, blood, and flesh fireworks. "What do you think?" Before they could respond, mechanical tendrils from the armor surged into the tank's ammunition compartment, infusing hellfire into the shells. The entire tank transformed into a massive fireball, with Tony standing at the center of the explosion, allowing the flames to caress the armor as if relishing a sauna of hell. "Is this really Tony?" Ethan thought, filled with disbelief. In Ethan's mind, Tony, while flamboyant and irreverent, harbored a deep sense of justice. Yet the scene before him, with Tony reveling in the slaughter of terrorists, sent chills down Ethan's spine. Chen Tian gritted his teeth, turning to seize Diablo's collar, now transformed into Leah, clad in a red jacket. "Is this what you call a side effect?" "Master, in purgatory, amplifying negative emotions is quite normal. It's not like paradise, is it?" Diablo's lips twitched incessantly. Chen Tian summoned the initial version of the ghost cutter into his hand, drawing the blade and pressing it against Diablo's throat. Speak. How do we reverse this? Chen Tian pressed the blade closer. When he returns, I might be able to alleviate that negative emotion, Diablo replied uncertainly. What do you mean, might? You can't reverse it. Chen Tian pulled Diablo's face close. Fury erupting. Diablo wiped the spit from his face, chuckling. I should be able to resolve it, but it's hard to say. After all, we demons are only responsible for causing chaos, never for the aftermath. Perhaps those winged birdmen could. Enough. Chen Tian shoved Diablo away, pointing at his nose. Prepare yourself for confinement. I will not summon you again. Please, master. Diablo knelt. It's dreadfully boring in your summoning space. It's either counting stars or sleeping. Get lost. Chen Tian kicked him aside. Tony sat atop a mound formed by the corpses of terrorists. The ground within a 30-meter radius polished to a sheen by sulphurous flames, resembling a surface smoothed by giant sandpaper. It's time to head home, he mused. Oh, Jarvis, notify Happy. I'm throwing a party. The theme will be. Tony surveyed the surrounding remnants of limbs and bodies before snapping his fingers. Jarvis, let the party theme be named 39 Hell's Kitchen, a Michelin 3-star barbecue night 39. Tony, seated upon the throne of human flesh, snapped his fingers, and suddenly, plumes of sulfur flames erupted from the crevices of his armor, serving as ambient lighting. Remember to have Happy prepare some limited edition devil horn headpieces, and also arrange for Chef Dog Egg to come over for the barbecue. As his armor soared into the sky, Tony abruptly halted, recalling something, nearly colliding with a vulture tailing him, turning it into crispy wings. Oh, and don't forget to order a 3-tiered lava cake. He gestured in midair, envisioning the top adorned with a chocolate plaque inscribed in icing. 39, I have saved countless fools, 39. The villagers below stood stupefied, gazing at the iron demon who hummed Dance of the Demons while tracing heart-shaped patterns in the sky. A daring child suddenly waved the lollipop Tony had given him, and to his astonishment, flames erupted from a stick, revealing that even the candy had been marinated in hellfire. Are you certain you wish to host such a party at the villa? Jarvis's voice was tinged with exasperation, recalling how Ms. Potts had disposed of your cherished key of Solomon in the shredder last week. Tony executed a barrel roll to evade a commercial airliner. As a section of a pixelated surveillance video flashed across his helmet, let us call it a theme. Was T. Pepper enamored with that animated series Hells in lately? The demon armor flew at a remarkable speed, and Tony relished the exhilarating flight, oblivious to the fact that he had ventured into a no-fly zone of the U.S. military. Warning, 77 radar lock. Jarvis's alarm pierced through Tony's rock music, and a holographic interface suddenly displayed 2 tactical symbols of F-22s. Tony performed a ballet spin, the tail flames painting a burgundy spiral in the clouds. Relax, Jarvis. Tony smirked mischievously. Let me put on a show for the Air Force kids. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 missiles whistled towards him, trailing white smoke. Boom, boom. Tony was hurled through the air, flipping several times from the shockwave. The helmet display flickered wildly as demonic runes clashed violently with the green waves of military radar. I recommend immediate deployment of heat flares. Just as Jarvis finished speaking, the shoulder armor of Tony's suit suddenly split open, releasing a fiery tornado composed of hellfire. The 2 missiles vaporized in the flames, unable to even explode. Wow. Tony marveled at his smoking palm. This is far more exhilarating than Stark Industries' decoy flares. The pilot's pupils dilated sharply behind the helmet. Command. The target is emitting some sort of plasma flames. His finger hovered over the weapon's safety switch, requesting permission to use the cannon. Take down that audacious provocateur of the Air Force. Just as the pilot was about to press the cannon fire button, the aircraft communication system suddenly blared the tune. The pilot froze, witnessing the demonic figure tracing a heart-shaped trajectory in the air. Ha 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 ha, goodbye. Tony blew a kiss to the fighter jet from midair. Suddenly, a pair of mechanical demonic wings unfurled behind him, and the thrusters on his limbs erupted with flames, enveloping the pilot's vision in a myriad of yellow flames. The pilot heard a series of thunderous booms. Bang, bang, bang. By the time their sight cleared, the infernal battle armor had vanished, leaving only the swirling mist created by the shockwave of breaking the sound barrier. Chapter 9. A brief healing. Tony descended onto the villa's helipad, his armor joints still dripping with uncooled flames. With a flourish, he lifted his faceplate, revealing a self-assured smile. What do you think? Shouldn't I be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? Chen Tian and Ethan silently observed as the mechanical arms disassembled and reclaimed his armor. Chen Tian stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting Tony onto his shoulder. The inherited swordsmanship from One Piece had slightly enhanced Chen Tian's physical prowess. Hey, I know you love me, but your actions are no different from a barbarian abducting a mate to a cave, Tony shouted from Chen Tian's shoulder. Ignoring Tony's outcry, Chen Tian unceremoniously tossed him onto the workbench. Tony landed with a thud on the metallic surface, groaning dramatically as he rubbed his lower back. Oh my god, Chen Tian. Are you jealous that my armor looks better than yours? Or, shut up, Tony. Chen Tian coldly interrupted, turning to the air and calling out, J-A-R-V-I-S. Conduct a comprehensive scan of Tony's body, focusing on any anomalies. The laboratory scanner activated immediately, casting blue light from the ceiling to envelop Tony. Moments later, a holographic projection unfolded, displaying a torrent of dense data swirling in the air. Scan complete. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice-borne unusual gravity. Mr. Stark's vital signs are abnormal. Brainwave activity exceeds the normal human limit by 300. Blood pressure is persistently elevated, and adrenaline levels are teetering on the edge of lethality. Additionally, blood flow velocity is abnormally accelerated, with oxygen-carrying capacity of red blood cells reaching theoretical limits. Ethan gasped in disbelief. This is no longer human physiological data. Yet, Tony grinned widely, revealing sharper canines than usual. Sounds like the effects of a super soldier serum, doesn't it? Looks like that Diablo fellow is quite reliable. Chen Tian seized Tony by the collar, pulling him closer. Tony, this is not enhancement. It's erosion. Your body is being transformed by demonic forces. Tony's smile faltered, but he quickly regained his irreverent demeanor. Oh, and so what? I feel absolutely fantastic. My strength, speed, and reaction time have all surged. And at what cost? Chen Tian's gaze bore into Tony's eyes. Your pupils have already begun to change color, Tony. Instinctively, Tony reached for his eyes, but Chen Tian had already thrust him in front of a mirror. In the reflection, Tony Stark's pupils glowed with a dark red halo, reminiscent of burning sulfur. As he furrowed his brow, sinuous patterns reminiscent of molten lava subtly emerged beneath his skin, as if the substance coursing through his veins was not blood, but rather the fires of hell. Tony was momentarily taken aback. Wow, he stammered, it looks impressive. But why does it seem so ominous? J-A-R-V-I-S. Play the footage of Tony eliminating those terrorists in the Middle East. Chen Tian commanded once more. The holographic projection flickered in the laboratory, showcasing the previously recorded footage. Tony's gaze fixated on the images within the hologram, his throat tightening. In the video, the armor descended upon the village like a hellish demon, sulfurous flames oozing through the seams of the armor, while mechanical wings unfurled into 6 menacing tendrils, shredding the terrorists as though they were mere playthings. The first question, the voice of Tony within the armor rasped, echoing with a resonance akin to hellfire. Where's Abu? A trembling terrorist pointed towards the northern side of the village, but in the next moment, his body spontaneously ignited, turning to char amidst his agonized screams. Tony flicked the sparks from his hand, his tone flippant. Thank you for your cooperation. Subsequently, the armor speakers blared Queen's Don't Stop Me Now, as Tony unleashed a relentless massacre, the palm cannon obliterating skulls at point-blank range, while mechanical tendrils ensnared enemies, transforming them into human meteor hammers that smashed into their comrades. He even had the audacity to toss lollipops to the stunned children, an eco-friendly approach to warfare. The Tony in the footage whistled, boasting of zero ammunition expenditure. Ultimately, he located Abu. The claws of the demonic armor pierced through the man's chest, crushing his heart, before the palm cannon erupted in flames, reducing the corpse to ashes. Hey, buddy, you soiled my armor. Tony's voice was laced with delight. Well, it seems I'm rather enjoying this. In reality, Tony's complexion had turned pale, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the workbench. Is this me? His voice was dry, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Chen Tian regarded him with cold disdain. Who else would it be? Do you think it's someone else? Tony opened his mouth, attempting to defend himself, but found his throat constricted. He glanced down at his knuckles, where dark red patterns faintly surfaced, resembling magma coursing through his veins instead of blood. Damn Diablo. While he was assisting you in modifying the armor, he altered you as well. Chen Tian pointed at the footage. It magnifies your negative emotions. compelling you to revel in slaughter, to indulge in violence, to savor the ecstasy of being a demon. Tony abruptly lifted his gaze. I did not. I merely what? Chen Tian interrupted. Merely think those terrorists deserve their fate? Merely believe they got what was coming to them? Tony, you've previously killed terrorists in the cave. But did you derive pleasure from the process? Tony fell silent. He recalled the exhilarating sensation during the battle, the unprecedented thrill, the intoxicating rush of wanting to tear everything apart. That was not him. At least, it should not have been him. Suddenly, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected. Your adrenaline levels have spiked again. I recommend, shut up, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony slammed his fist onto the workbench, creating a dent in the metallic surface. Chen Tian and Ethan exchanged solemn glances. Tony-chan took a deep breath. Fortunately, the situation was not yet dire. As he spoke, Chen Tian directed his gaze towards Lord Diablo, who was kneeling in the corner, feigning innocence. What are you dawdling for? Come over and take a look. Upon hearing Chen Tian's scolding, Leah sprang up from her corner like a chastened pet, hastily bounding over to Tony's side. A sycophantic smile graced her face, yet her dark red, slit pupils glimmered with a menacing light. My lord, please don't be angry, Leah pleaded, rubbing her hands together, her tone saccharine as if laced with honey. I was merely assessing the situation. Enough of the chatter. Chen Tian grabbed her collar, pulling her before Tony. Look at the trouble you've caused. Can it be resolved? Leah pouted, murmuring softly, it was you who agreed to let me assist in crafting the armor. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. I shall check right away. Leah immediately adopted a serious demeanor, placing her hand on Tony's chest. Her fingertips emanated a dark red glow, akin to a sinister light, as it coursed through Tony's body, scanning him. Tony felt a searing energy surging through his veins, unable to suppress a frown. This sensation is rather unpleasant. Silence, mortal. Leah's tone shifted abruptly, becoming cold and authoritative, a stark contrast to her earlier fawning demeanor. Let me see if I can. Her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she had uncovered something intriguing. Aha, as expected. Speak plainly. Chen Tian impatiently tapped her on the head. Leah shielded her head, casting Chen Tian a disgruntled glare, yet she complied and explained. His body has been altered by demonic power for approximately 37%, primarily affecting the nervous and endocrine systems. She tilted her head thoughtfully. In simpler terms, it's like fueling a precision instrument with rocket fuel. Though it possesses immense power, it could explode at any moment. Ethan gasped in astonishment. Is it reversible? Leah shrugged. In theory, yes, but what? Chen Tian and Tony chimed in unison. But it will be excruciating. Leah replied with a mischievous grin, more painful than childbirth. Tony's lips twitched. How would a demon know how painful childbirth is? While you were crafting the armor. I had Jarvis find me numerous human films, Leah retorted confidently. I watched ER 3 times. Chen Tian facepalmed. That's not the point. Hee, Leah chuckled softly. The demonic power I've left within Tony can be purged, but there are 2 prerequisites. Leah raised a finger and shook it. First, removing the demonic power from Tony's body will subject him to tremendous suffering, a pain that originates from the soul. Tranquilizers will be ineffective, relying solely on his own willpower. How do you know I was planning to use tranquilizers? Tony slightly parted his lips. Tony, do not interrupt her. Chen Tian gestured for Leah to continue. The second premise was that Leah glanced at the armor, and with a look of regret, remarked, this suit of armor can no longer be used. After all, it is crafted from my scales, intricately etched with infernal runes. If it continues to be utilized, the demonic power will inevitably seep into Tony's body. Tony abruptly pushed himself up from the workbench, his expression dark and foreboding. Wait a moment. Are you saying this suit is unusable? What nonsense. This is my most flawless creation to date. He gestured towards the armor suspended in the armory, its deep crimson surface gleaming with a metallic sheen under the lights. The infernal runes on the mechanical wings subtly pulsating with a shadowy glow. How much effort have we poured into this? Tony's voice trembled with suppressed fury. The reactor's output has increased by 400. The armor's defensive capability surpasses that of Captain America's shield, not to mention those Hellfire weapon systems. Tony. Chen Tian grasped his shoulder with such force that Tony staggered slightly. Do you not comprehend? This armor is transforming you into a monster. Tony shrugged off Chen Tian's hand, ready to retort, when suddenly a piercing pain shot through his chest. He gasped, collapsing to the ground as the molten patterns beneath his skin surged wildly, raising the laboratory's temperature dramatically. body temperature surpassing 45 degrees Celsius. Jarvis urgently alerted, recommending an immediate cooling protocol. Leah crouched before Tony, tilting her head as she observed his condition. Wow, it seems the demonic power is far more active than you anticipated, she said, poking Tony's fevered forehead with her finger. At this rate, within 3 days, you will completely become one of my kind. Tony struggled to lift his head, his pupils now entirely transformed into dark, vertical slits. And so what? His voice rasped. At least I can protect. Protect? Chen Tian scoffed, yanking the holographic display to reveal a rudimentary suit of armor, the very one they had tirelessly crafted in the cave. Look at this. Chen Tian pointed at the armor. Have you forgotten? We forged this suit in that cave, without needing any demonic power, without becoming monsters. Human ingenuity and courage were sufficient. Tony stared blankly at the holographic image, the red glow in his eyes flickering uncertainly. Leah suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, I just thought of a fascinating analogy. She hopped between the two. It's like a drug addict getting high. It's euphoric in the short term, but in the end, it leads either to prison or the morgue. Ethan facepalmed. Your analogies are always so unique. Silence, Diablo. Chen Tian shot a glare at the demon, then turned back to Tony, softening his tone. Listen, we can help you purge the demonic power, but you must relinquish this suit. He paused, moreover. The process will be excruciating. Tony remained silent for a long moment, the only sound in the laboratory being the mechanical arms cleaning up the scorch marks left by his descent. Finally, he slowly raised his head, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading. How painful! Leah beamed brightly, probably akin to placing your soul over hellfire and roasting it slowly. But fear not. I shall be exceedingly gentle. I do not feel reassured at all. Tony weakly rolled his eyes but still managed to nod, albeit with difficulty. Let's get on with it. Chen Tian and Ethan sprang into action immediately. Ethan brought over a modified medical pod. Leah watched as Tony lay down inside, exclaiming loudly, All right, let the purification ritual begin. Suddenly, her hands ignited with a dark purple flame, gently pressing against Tony's temples. It might feel a bit itchy. Wait, you said itchy? Tony's scream reverberated throughout the villa. His body convulsed violently, dark red energy oozing from his orifices, while lava-like patterns writhed beneath his skin as if alive. The medical pod's monitoring equipment went haywire, alarms blaring in a cacophony. Diablo, you call this a bit itchy? Tony managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his forehead veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Leah tilted her head, feigning innocence. Oh, but I'm being gentle. The dark purple flames at her fingertips danced more vigorously. If it were any other demon, you would already be a kebab by now. Tony's curse was interrupted by another wave of excruciating pain. His pupils turned entirely blood red, and his nails dug deep into the metallic surface of the medical pod. Chen Tian firmly held Tony's shoulders. Hang in there. Just a little longer. To hell with that. Tony roared, his voice mingling with inhuman howls. This hurts 1,000 times more than the time I was blown away. Ethan frantically adjusted the medical pod's parameters. Heart rate 280. Blood pressure skyrocketing. At this rate, his heart at 1T. Leah interrupted with a smile, the power of the demon safeguarding his body. He 1T die. She deliberately elongated her tone, though his soul might shatter into pieces. Diablo. Chen Tian barked. Focus. I know. Leah pouted, suddenly clapping her hands together. Tony's body arched as he emitted a scream that was anything but human. Dark red energy erupted from his orifices, coalescing in midair into a grotesque, demonic visage that silently roared at the onlookers. Wow, Leah whistled. It seems Mr. Tony's negative emotions are even richer than I anticipated. The demonic apparition lunged at Leah, but was seized by her throat. TSK. Being so fierce won't do, she said, her mouth stretching wide to reveal sharp teeth. Swallowing the apparition whole. Burp. Leah returned to her human form, patting her stomach contentedly. Tony's negative emotions had a delightful flavor, though a tad too volatile. Inside the medical pod, Tony finally ceased his struggles. He was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, yet the lava-like patterns beneath his skin had vanished. Is it over? Tony weakly inquired, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. Leah held her palm upwards, a crimson liquid suspended within, flowing like lava. All done. The demon power has been extracted. She proudly shook her hand. Shall we keep it as a memento? It could be made into a necklace. Tony laboriously raised his middle finger. I'd rather shove it into your... Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. The alarm of the medical pod gradually diminished. As Ethan hurriedly checked the data, vital signs stable. Merely a fainting spell due to excessive fatigue. Chen Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Only then realizing that his back was completely soaked, he glanced at the orb of demonic power in Leah's hands. How should this be dealt with? Leah blinked. Oh dear. This is my treasure. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and gulped it down, consuming it effortlessly. Chen Tian, Ethan, Jarvis, do you require me to prepare antacids, Miss Leah? No. No, Leah said, licking her lips with satisfaction, then turned her attention to the unconscious Tony, momentarily adopting a serious expression. But I would like to watch a few more splendid television series. Jarvis, do you have any recommendations? Chen Tian, Ethan, Jarvis, indeed, Miss Leah, I have several, including 10 captivating series akin to ER. Chapter 10, The Watchful Eyes of S. H. I.L.D. In the tumultuous morning, are you implying that the pilot within that armor is the notorious playboy from the Stark family? Nick Fury sat behind an expansive black desk, pointing at a tablet. On the screen, a demon-like suit of armor wreaked havoc in a village in the Middle East. Its mechanical tendrils tearing through terrorists as they painted the streets a deep crimson. Yes, we tracked the residual energy signature of the suit's flight, leading us to its final location, Tony Stark's Malibu estate. Phil Coulson stood at the desk, wearing a smile. Fury's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk. How did he create such a device? And has he always been this violent? Coulson shook his head slightly. To be frank, I am uncertain. I reached out to Tony's secretary, Virginia Pepper Potts, as per your instructions, but she was exceedingly wary and nearly refused to divulge any information regarding Tony's current status. Fury scoffed. Miss Potts has always been adept at safeguarding her employer. Coulson nodded. Indeed, and she is particularly cautious with us. Every time I attempted to broach the subject indirectly, she skillfully redirected the conversation. Fury rose and moved to the window, overlooking the panoramic view of S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. According to our intelligence, Tony Stark, despite being a frivolous playboy, would not commit such brutal acts. He turned, his single eye sharp as a blade. Coulson, what do you think this signifies? Coulson pondered for a moment. There are two possibilities. Either Tony is concealing something, or he is under someone else's control. Fury's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Or perhaps both. He pressed the communicator on the desk. Natasha, enter. Moments later, the office door slid open, and Natasha Romanoff entered with graceful strides, her red hair glimmering under the lights. She greeted briefly, her gaze sweeping over Coulson before returning to Fury. Fury nodded in response to Natasha, then swiftly glided his fingers across the tablet, magnifying two photographs onto the central holographic projection in the office. On the left was Ethan Hunt. On the right, Chen Tian. Ethan Hunt, Fury's voice resonated low, gesturing towards the left image, a graduate medical doctor, captured by the 10 rings in Afghanistan, his family devastated. As pristine as a blank canvas. His fingers shifted to the right. The projection of Chen Tian expanded, revealing intricate details. He stood beside Tony Stark, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his handsome visage reminiscent of a recent college graduate. Chen Tian, Fury emphasized, pressing on the photograph. There exists no information. No birth records, no immigration data, no social footprint. It's as if he emerged from the crevices of stone. Natasha's crimson lips curled slightly. So, you wish for me to make the acquaintance of this enigmatic gentleman? Not merely an introduction. Fury's singular eye glimmered with a dangerous intensity. I need to ascertain who he truly is, why he has suddenly appeared beside Tony Stark. He then summoned a grainy surveillance video, wherein Chen Tian stood on Tony's villa balcony, slicing the air towards the sea, a blade's energy propelling forth and unleashing towering waves. How does he possess such formidable power? Coulson's characteristic gentle smile abruptly faltered, his body instinctively leaning forward, as if to scrutinize the projection more clearly. He blinked. This footage is confirmed to be unaltered by special effects? I mean, it resembles a deleted scene from Star Wars. Natasha elegantly raised an eyebrow. Yet her fingertips unconsciously traced the outside of her thigh, where a dagger rested, a habitual gesture of hers when anxious. It seems at our next meeting, she drawled, I must remind myself not to provoke this Mr. Chun. Fury's single eye darted between the two. What is this? The finest agents of S.H.I.L.D. Intimidated by a piece of surveillance footage? Intimidated? Coulson chuckled nervously, pointing towards the still image of the crashing waves. This is not a mere display of talent one showcases during a backyard barbecue. He searched for a fitting metaphor. It's akin to a hybrid of a missile and a katana. Natasha had resumed her characteristic languid posture, yet her gaze remained sharp, at the very least. We now comprehend why Tony's villa security system has never reported any need for alarms, particularly when one has a roommate capable of unleashing shockwaves with bare hands. The crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Fury rapped the table, shifting the scene to Chen Tian calibrating equipment in a laboratory. This individual not only cleaves through waves, but Stark has designed this contraption that defies the Geneva Conventions. He gestured towards the earlier image of the demon armor. I suspect he's also involved. Coulson suddenly had a revelation, his expression turning peculiar. Wait, if Chen Tian is this perilous, then Miss Potts spends every day in his company? He made a gesture across his throat. Should we award Miss Potts the bravest employee of the year accolade? Or perhaps the award for the most unfortunate employee of the year? Natasha added, her crimson lips curling into a playful arc. Imagine, if you will, that you are in the kitchen brewing coffee, when suddenly you catch sight of a new colleague brandishing sword techniques at the microwave. Fury sighed heavily. Have you two exhausted your stand-up routine yet? He pulled up Chen Tian's complete profile, which accurately displayed a blank page. What I require is an action plan, not a script for a comedy show. Simple. Natasha replied as she rose, smoothing out non-existent creases in her collar. Next week, Agent Obadiah will host a charity gala, and I shall attend, feigning an accidental spill of red wine on his suit. She mischievously winked. If he reacts normally, we will continue our observation. If he intends to give me a new hairstyle with his sword energy, then we shall have our answer. Coulson suddenly raised his hand. I request remote support. Noticing Fury's puzzled expression, he earnestly explained, after all, my insurance does not cover injuries inflicted by mysterious Eastern sword energy. Tony Stark was murdered in collusion with the explosion outside and the blinding sunlight. To be precise, it was an attempted murder, for at this moment, Tony lacked the strength to lift even a finger, let alone rise to close the curtains or extend a middle finger at the sky. Jarvis, his voice rasped as if sandpapered, has the demonic power within me been purged? According to Miss Leah's previous exorcism ritual, the demonic energy has indeed been expelled from your body. Jarvis's tone remained as elegant as ever. However, your vital signs indicate that your body has been overexerted due to the ritual, which is the reason for your current immobility. Tony lay on the bed, as motionless as a fish washed ashore. He struggled to rotate his eyes toward the window. Excellent. Chen Tian was once again using his sword energy to perform free cosmetic surgery on the Pacific. The booming sound of crashing waves made his temples throb. Jarvis, Tony weakly muttered, I currently feel as if I've spent an entire night with a dozen cover girls, only to be subjected to a full body massage by Rambo and the Terminator combined. Based on your current condition, your metaphor is quite accurate. Jarvis paused. Would you like me to play the footage of Miss Leah's exorcism ritual? No. Tony's voice suddenly rose an octave, only to grimace in pain from the movement. That crazy woman nearly extracted my soul through my nostrils. He recalled Leah's wicked grin as she pressed her hand against his head, the excruciating pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. I would rather be kidnapped by the 10 rings again than endure a second demonic power expulsion. Another loud bang resonated outside, causing Tony to feel the tremors in his bed. Jarvis, he groaned weakly. Please tell me why Chen Tian has suddenly become so irate. He usually cuts through the ocean with his elegant one-slice technique. Yet today he seems to have switched to berserk hacking mode. According to my scan, Jarvis's voice carried a subtle pause as Mr. Chen, upon rising this morning, engaged in bathing and dressing, followed by a 10-minute meditation on the balcony, only to suddenly erupt in fury. Tony struggled to turn his neck, attempting to glimpse outside. What had he seen during his meditation? Did he know I had sent the footage of him reciting Marxism in the New to Happy? Perhaps Mr. Chen had dreamt of something ominous. Jarvis retrieved a segment of the surveillance footage from the balcony that morning, revealing Mr. Chen seated in tranquil meditation with closed eyes. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, pupils constricting to pinprick size, and then, boom. The projection depicted Mr. Chen cleaving half of the balcony railing in two. Tony remarked, is he meditating, or has he been struck by lightning? Based on Mr. Chen's soliloquy, Jarvis continued, he seems to have sensed some form of energy fluctuation during his meditation, which incited considerable anger. Tony interjected, Mr. Chen's dragon script translates to, damn it, why is it empty again? Jarvis paused momentarily, adding, by the way, your yacht docked at Pier 39. A sense of foreboding gripped Tony. What happened to my yacht? The surveillance footage switched to reveal a blade of energy veering off course, slicing through the sea with precision, cleaving the 80 million luxury yacht in half. Tony exclaimed, "Jarvis, the insurance company may not cover that," Jarvis replied. Tony closed his eyes, inhaling deeply 3 times, then commanded, "Jarvis, connect me to Mr. Chen immediately." 3 seconds later, Mr. Chen's breathless voice resonated through the speaker. "Oh, our sleeping beauty has awakened." Tony, momentarily at a loss for words, ground his teeth. "Do you realize you just transformed my yacht into a 2-bedroom sea-view apartment?" Silence lingered for 2 seconds on the other end. It wasn't intentional. The boat just moved in front of my blade," Mr. Chen defended. Tony retorted, "Surely, the insurance will cover it." Mr. Chen's voice bore a hint of uncertainty. Tony's furious shout echoed within the room. "Insurance will not compensate for a loss caused by being sliced in half by mysterious Eastern sword energy." On the other end, Mr. Chen awkwardly chuckled. "How about I help you piece it back together? My swordsmanship is quite precise." "Piece it back together? Do you think this is a Lego set?" Tony's voice crescendoed in anger, followed by a moment of silence, during which Mr. Chen coughed nervously. Tony took a deep breath, feeling a throb at his temples. He stared at the ceiling for several seconds before finally sighing. Forget it. That design was due for an upgrade anyway. "Huh. I knew the great Tony Stark wouldn't mind." Mr. Chen's voice brightened. "By the way, how are you feeling? About the Diablo exorcism? Don't mention that damned demon." Tony interjected, "I currently feel as though I've been wrestled by a dozen strongmen all night." He laboriously shifted his body. "Jarvis, please bring me a cup of coffee. With double sugar. Given your current physical condition, I do not recommend that. Right now. Immediately." Chen Tian's voice came through the communicator. "Shall I prepare you a cup of tea instead? The calming tea from the Dragon Country?" Tony squinted. "You wouldn't be thinking of using your blade energy to brew me tea, would you?" "Of course not." Chen Tian protested. "I promise I won't use any abilities this time." Before he could finish, a tremendous crash resonated from downstairs, causing the entire villa to tremble. Tony and Jarvis fell silent for 2 seconds. "Did you just do something to my kitchen?" Tony gritted his teeth. That microwave. It started it." Chen Tian stammered. "I swear I just wanted to heat a bun." Tony closed his eyes, silently counting to 10. "Jarvis, prepare a wheelchair. I must see what has become of my kitchen. Considering your current physical condition, a wheelchair." Now, as Tony was wheeled to the kitchen door by Jarvis-controlled smart wheelchair, the sight before him plunged him into silence once more. The microwave's door had vanished, its interior neatly bisected, while Chen Tian crouched on the floor, attempting to tape the fragments back together. "Look," Chen Tian beamed. "My cutting skills are spot on, right? I only sliced the microwave, and the coffee machine beside it remains unscathed." Tony stared at him for several seconds before bursting into laughter. "You know, I suddenly feel you should audition for Chef Dog Eggs at Show Hell's Kitchen. You could showcase your knife skills there." "Really?" Chen Tian's eyes sparkled. "Yes," Tony nodded. "You could perform blade energy steak cutting live, guaranteed to leave the audience with unforgettable memories." Chen Tian scratched his head. "Are you complimenting me?" Tony did not answer, but turned to Jarvis, saying, "Make a note of it. Once I can move again, the first thing I will do is find Captain America's shield, melt it down, and replace all kitchen appliances with materials made from the shield. Vibranium's thermal conductivity. I don't care." Tony exclaimed, "At least this way, when he goes berserk next time, my coffee machine can remain intact." Chen Tian murmured from the side, "Actually, I could use my blade energy to grind coffee beans." Chen Tian, Okay, I'll be quiet." Chapter 11. You were hot too. A week later, Tony finally emerged from his incapacitated state and could move freely once more. He stood in the underground laboratory alongside Chen Tian, who wore a shirt emblazoned with blade energy harms, no responsibility, gazing at 2 distinctly different suits of armor before them. Honestly, Tony poked the exterior of the second suit. This one looks far more impressive. The demonic armor's dark red coating shimmered under the laboratory lights, exuding an eerie sheen, while the mechanical demonic wings rested quietly on its back, and the thorn-like mechanical tail coiled around its waist, resembling a venomous serpent poised to awaken. In stark contrast, the second suit appeared like a well-behaved kindergarten child. Chen Tian nibbled on the last piece of bread salvaged from the kitchen and mumbled, "If you can't bear to part with it, just keep it as a collectible, and then be strangled by it in the middle of the night." Tony rolled his eyes. "Thanks, but I'm not interested in a sequel to Child's Play." Chen Tian chuckled. "Rest assured, it's merely an inanimate object. The hellish runes have been purged by Diablo. So the scenario you described is impossible. Tony scoffed. The least trustworthy beings are demons. As he circled the armor, he suddenly halted. Jarvis. How much do you think this contraption could fetch? Jarvis replied with rare hesitation. I'm not quite certain how much chaos this suit would incite in the outside world. Tony inhaled deeply and turned to the control panel. Initiate the permanent sealing procedure. Password 39. I will no longer trade with demons 39. As Tony issued his feeble command, the hydraulic mechanisms hummed, and the suit slowly descended into a specially designed lead alloy container. Tony gazed at the sinking armor, his expression reminiscent of a spendthrift forced apart with a beloved sports car. Alas, I truly adored this suit. Chen Tian stuffed the last morsel of bread into his mouth, then suddenly stepped forward and affectionately draped an arm over Tony's shoulder. Hey, don't wear that expression. Crumbs still clung to his lips as he grinned like a mischievous high schooler. In China, we have an old saying, out with the old, in with the new. Tony shot him a sidelong glance. Is there an old proverb from your dragon nation that states, do not touch my $5,000 designer shirt with breadcrumbs-covered hands? Chen Tian pretended to ponder for 2 seconds before his eyes lit up. But there certainly is one. If you don't let go of the child, you won't catch the wolf. He patted Tony's back reassuringly. Don't worry. Something even more dazzling will come along soon. Tony squinted, his gaze drifting over Chen Tian's shoulder, landing on a mysterious figure behind him. So, he drawled, before you mention something more dazzling, could you first explain? He pointed at the white-haired girl in a maid outfit. Who this is? Chen Tian turned to look and instantly froze. Ah! The girl stood quietly, cradling Chen Tian's original ghost cutter. The other Japanese sword glinting coldly under the lab's sterile light. Her eyes were obscured by a black eye patch, yet the corners of her mouth slightly curled upwards, seemingly reveling in the unexpected awkwardness. Tony crossed his arms. Let me guess, this is your peculiar hobby? He scrutinized the gothic maid outfit, surprised by his friend's taste. Chen Tian chuckled nervously. Well, don't tell me you found this bodyguard in some underground fighting arena. Tony raised an eyebrow, though this attire is certainly distinctive. The girl tilted her head slightly. Master, do you require an explanation? Her voice was calm and elegant, tinged with a mechanical quality. Tony's eyes widened. Wait a moment. What did she call you? Chen Tian immediately waved his hands. No. That's just a professional habit. Professional habit? Tony's eyebrows nearly soared to his hairline. What profession could elicit a girl to address you as Master 39? The young lady stepped forward and offered a slight bow. I am too, currently serving as a guardian according to the contract. Tony fixed his gaze upon her for a couple of seconds before abruptly turning to Chen Tian. What on earth have you been up to this week? Chen Tian scratched his head. Actually, Tu was summoned by me, much like Diablo. Tony's expression froze in disbelief as he slowly turned his head towards Chen Tian, his eyebrows almost reaching his hairline. Wait, what did you just say? She, too, was brought here from another world? Chen Tian rubbed his head, revealing an awkward yet courteous smile. Well, to be precise, Tu hails from a highly advanced technological realm. She is a combat-type android, appearing human but possessing a mechanical structure within. Tony took a deep breath, his singular eye widening in astonishment. Let me get this straight. He pointed at Tu, the girl who seemed to have stepped out of some fantastical scene. This exquisite beauty is, in fact, a robot. Chen Tian snapped his fingers. Oh, but she's far more advanced than those clunky robots in your lab. Upon hearing this, Tu slightly inclined her body. Thank you for the compliment, she said. Her voice as calm as water, yet a hint of a smile played at her lips. Tony circled around Tu, as if admiring a piece of art. The craftsmanship and details are simply impeccable. Suddenly halting, he looked at Chen Tian with suspicion. Are you sure she isn't from some special studio? Chen Tian nearly choked on his own saliva. Hey, she is a legitimate combat-type android. It was then that Tu interjected. If necessary, I can also assist in the reproductive process. Both Chen Tian and Tony exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing her words, and Tony burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. Chen Tian, blushing, admonished Tu. Don't say such things in public. Tony leaned closer to Chen Tian, lowering his voice. Honestly, buddy, if you fancy this type, I can introduce you to several high-end custom studios. Chen Tian rolled his eyes. Tony, she really isn't. Oh, come on, Tony scoffed. I can understand demons. After all, they are documented in myths and legends. But a living, breathing beauty? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? With a sigh, Chen Tian turned to Tu. Show him your true face. Tu nodded slightly and gracefully raised her right hand. With a soft whir of mechanical sounds, the skin on her forearm parted to reveal intricate mechanical structures within. Blue light coursed between the metal skeletons, and countless microparts whirred at a dazzling speed. Tony's coffee cup clattered to the floor. This, he stammered, is impossible. Welcome to the future of technology, Chen Tian declared proudly. Tu comes from civilization at least 200 years more advanced than ours. Any one of her technologies, be it her mechanical core, combat system, or energy supply, could enhance our armor's performance tenfold or more. Tony circled around Tu like a curious child, hesitant yet eager to touch her. So, she truly is a robot? The combat-type android, Tu, calmly corrected, my body employs bionic technology, with an exterior indistinguishable from that of a human, yet internally, it is entirely mechanized. Suddenly, Tony's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Wait, if we could apply her technology to the series. Chen Tian snapped his fingers. Envisioning a suit of armor infused with the combat technology of Tu's world, augmented by your energy technology. Tony was already feverishly sketching designs on the virtual screen. We could redesign the joint structure and enhance the power transmission system. Good heavens, this is nothing short of madness. Chen Tian added with a smile. Genius. Tony corrected, turning to Tu. My dear, would you mind if I scanned your internal structure? Tu glanced at Chen Tian, who nodded in approval. As long as you don't dismantle her. Tony carefully maneuvered the scanner, and a three-dimensional model of Tu's internal structure gradually emerged on the holographic display. As the scanning progressed, his expression shifted from exhilaration to astonishment. This is impossible. Tony's fingers trembled slightly as he magnified a joint detail. Her nano-level hydraulic system is 10 times more sophisticated than our most advanced micromotors. Tu stood quietly on the scanning platform, her mechanical visor flickering with blue data streams. Would you like me to demonstrate more functions, sir? No, wait. Tony suddenly pivoted to a data node. JARVIS. Analyze this energy conduction system. JRVS. S voice, unusually hesitant, responded, this method of energy transfer completely contravenes known physical laws. According to calculations, this design theoretically results in energy leakage, yet the actual scan indicates an astonishing efficiency of 999. Leaning against the control panel, Chen Tian smugly nibbled on a newly acquired sandwich. So what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Tony ignored his jibe, intensely focused on studying Tu's skeletal structure. This alloy, my goodness, its molecular arrangement, JARVIS, record this crystalline structure. He paced around the projection, at times excitedly gesticulating, at others, despondently raking his hair in frustration. This is utterly incredible, yet also the most exasperating. He suddenly halted, slamming his hand on the table. What's wrong? Chen Tian inquired, puzzled. Tony pointed at a finely crafted component in the projection. Look at this quantum processor. Its computational power is 100 times that of JARVIS, yet its size is no larger than a fingernail. His voice was tinged with rare defeat. I completely understand its principles, but with the current industrial capabilities on Earth, it cannot be manufactured. Chen Tian interjected. Don't even mention manufacturing it. They can't even extract the materials. Frustrated, Tony ran his fingers through his hair, likening it to showing a smartphone to primitive humans who couldn't even produce glass. Tu gently tilted her head. According to my database, my world is indeed approximately 247 years ahead of yours. Tony suddenly turned to Chen Tian. Wait, since you can summon her, can you also summon some manufacturing equipment? Chen Tian helplessly raised his hands. Don't joke, Tony. Summoning Tu has already drained my reserves of power. Tony fell into a brief silence after listening to Chen Tian's words. However, it wasn't long before the corners of his mouth began to curve upward, and his eyes rekindled with that signature, almost arrogant glimmer. Huh! He suddenly erupted into laughter, startling Chen Tian. Jarvis, note this. There is nothing in this world that can challenge the great Tony Stark. He abruptly pivoted, his hands dancing across the virtual keyboard as the design schematics within the holographic projection began to wildly reorganize. Since no factory can manufacture these components, his voice trembled slightly with excitement. We shall create them ourselves. Chen Tian stood in astonishment as Tony conjured up a dozen new design interfaces as if by magic. Wait, I mean, Tony continued without lifting his gaze, we need to construct an entirely new nanoscale manufacturing system from scratch. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, designate this plan as Genesis. Jarvis's voice, unusually hesitant, responded, according to calculations, this project requires at least— I don't need to hear the probability calculations, Tony interrupted. I just need you to tell me what the first step is. 2. Standing quietly to the side, suddenly interjected, sir. I possess some data on manufacturing processes within my database. Although incomplete, it may provide some references. Tony's eyes widened, sparkling with intensity. Really? He hurriedly approached 2. Can you connect to our system? 2 glanced at Chen Tian, who scratched his head. It should be fine. Allow the connection, Chen Tian added. But do not let Jarvis snoop on 2's private files. Tony rolled his eyes. Please, I am quite the gentleman. As 2 connected, a deluge of data cascaded down the main screen in the laboratory. Tony, like a child with a new toy, excitedly flitted between the various screens. Look at this, he exclaimed, pointing at a molecular structure diagram. They solved the issue of metal fatigue with this arrangement. In this quantum entanglement conduction technology, he suddenly halted and turned to 2. Wait, how did the scientists in your world conceive of this method? 2 tilted its head slightly. According to historical records, it was developed during the 14th Mechanical War by resistance scientists under conditions of extreme resource scarcity. Tony's expression grew serious. War-propelling technology. How familiar in narrative. He shook his head and returned to his work. However, this time, we shall utilize these technologies for something beneficial. Chen Tian languidly sunk into the laboratory sofa, remote control in hand, aimlessly flipping through television channels. The screen flickered with a variety of mundane programs, cooking shows, shopping advertisements, news broadcasts. He yawned, casting a sidelong glance at the frenziedly working Tony. Hey, Tony, he called out from the center of the laboratory. How about taking a break? The rerun of SpongeBob has started. Tony did not avert his gaze, his hands still flying across the holographic keyboard. No time. I am pushing the boundaries of human technology. Chen Tian grimaced and changed the channel once more. The scene unfolds in the realm of the animal kingdom, where a documentary on penguin mating is currently airing. He casts a furtive glance at Unit 2, who stands quietly beside Tony, resembling an impeccable aide. Suddenly, Chen Tian breaks the silence, inquiring, do you ever find it dull? Unit 2 turns its head, the expression beneath its black visor inscrutable. Artificial beings do not experience boredom. Chen Tian scratches his head, pondering. Oh, then do you watch television? Unit 2 tilts its head slightly. I can receive and analyze video signals, yet does not fall within my primary functions. Tony interjects abruptly, do not disturb her. Chen Tian, Unit 2 is currently assisting me in calculating the optimal solution for quantum tunneling effects. At that moment, the television screen shifts to a news broadcast, displaying 2 images. Obadiah, clad in a suit, stands beaming before the Stark Industries building, while the other showcases a meticulously arranged banquet scene. The news anchor's voice resonates, announcing, tonight, Obadiah Stane, the new head of Stark Industries, will host the annual charity gala, expected to be attended by numerous political and business luminaries. Tony's fingers momentarily halt on the holographic keyboard as he glances at the screen. Ah, Chen Tian perks up, a mischievous grin forming as he turns to Tony. Isn't it your dear Uncle Obadiah? He deliberately mimics the anchor's exaggerated tone, proclaiming, the helm of Stark Industries, a philanthropist. Tony, without lifting his gaze, continues to type. MHM. What's wrong? Chen Tian gestures with the remote towards the screen. Aren't you planning to attend the gala? Perhaps you might run into Pepper. Tony finally pauses his work. Regarding Chen Tian thoughtfully. Are you bored? Huh? Chen Tian blinks in surprise. You've been flipping channels on the sofa for half an hour. Tony points to the remote in Chen Tian's hand, and each time you change the channel, you emit that exaggerated sigh. Chen Tian looks down at the remote, then back at Tony. So? Tony suddenly reveals a sly smile. Since you're so invested in this gala. He studies Chen Tian, slumped on the sofa, and snaps his fingers. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare a bespoke suit for our Mr. Chen Tian. Chen Tian jolts upright from the sofa. Wait. What did you say? I said. Tony leisurely strides towards the bar and pours himself a glass of whiskey, since you are so concerned about this gala. He takes a sip, showcasing his signature Stark smirk. Why not attend in my stead? Are you out of your mind? Chen Tian's eyes widen. That is Stark Industries gala. Tony shrugs. And so? You've faced grand events before. He sets down his glass, pats Chen Tian on the shoulder, adding, moreover, Pepper will take good care of you. Chen Tian's expression shifts to one of sheer terror. Wait, are you trying to get me killed by Pepper? Ha ha. Whose fault is it for wielding a sword carelessly? Tony bursts into laughter, and if you attend the gala, I can focus on my work. He gestures towards the mountain of components in the laboratory. See that? These matters require my personal adjustment. Why not just say so directly? Protested Chen Tian. Tony flashed a feigned smile. But isn't it far more entertaining this way? All right. Tony urged him towards the elevator. The tuxedo has been prepared for you. As he straightened Chen Tian's collar, he suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, you may choose any car from my garage to drive over. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled. Really? Even that limited edition Bugatti? Tony made an exaggerated gesture. As long as you don't crash it. He winked. But even if you do, it's of no consequence. I have insurance anyway. Suddenly, Jarvis appeared at the elevator entrance. Do you require my assistance? Tony interjected. Of course not. He shoved Chen Tian into the elevator, leaving Jarvis to assist me with quantum calculations. He waved at Chen Tian in the elevator, making playful gestures. Enjoy yourself. There are always plenty of beautiful women at Stark Industries Gala. Just before the elevator doors closed, Chen Tian smirked. Tony, you scoundrel. Tony leaned against the laboratory control panel, watching the elevator descend through the surveillance feed, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Jarvis sent a message to Pepper. Just inform her that I've sent a stand-in to the gala. Sent. Jarvis paused for a moment, and Ms. Pepper replied that she would properly entertain your friend. Tony burst into laughter, turning to Jarvis. All right, now I need your assistance in researching the information on the quantum processor calculation formula. Chen Tian stood in the room, adjusting his bow tie in front of the mirror, muttering, That damn Tony. I'll make him pay when I return. He suddenly halted, eyes lighting up. Wait. He said I could drive that Bugatti. The elevator doors opened, and with a spring in his step, Chen Tian walked towards the garage, humming a tune. Perhaps tonight won't be so dreadful after all. Chapter 12. The despicable Tony Stark. The elevator doors slowly opened on the third basement level, and Chen Tian stepped out, whistling, only to freeze in place at the sight before him. This damn you Tony, he gasped. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron indeed stood there, but the originally understated, luxurious matte black paint was now covered in outrageous fluorescent graffiti. The hood was adorned with Tony's iconic narcissistic pose, arms wide open, accompanied by a speech bubble reading "Genius at Work." On the sides, bright pink slogans were sprayed, while the other side flaunted the giant lettering proclaiming the world's smartest genius. Mr. Chen, Jarvis's electronic voice chimed in at the right moment. I was specifically instructed to remind you that this vehicle's paint job utilizes special reflective materials, which emit a rainbow-colored glow at night. That narcissist. Chen Tian gritted his teeth, trembling as he pulled out his phone and dialed Tony's number. How is it going? Tony's laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Isn't the paint job, designed by the great Tony Spectacular? It's guaranteed to make you the center of attention at the gala. You call us a paint job? Chen Tian kicked the tire in frustration. This is nothing but a moving embarrassment. Tony's laughter reverberated through the garage. Don't be so conservative. By the way, the car keys are nestled within the left front wheel hub. Do remember to drive slowly. He suddenly lowered his voice. The rear of the car features a cartoon scene depicting you being chased and beaten by Pepper. What? Chen Tian lunged towards the back of the car, only to discover an exaggerated cartoon. Pepper, wielding a coffee maker, was in hot pursuit, with the caption "Morning Briefing at Stark Industries" emblazoned beside her. Veins bulged on his forehead. Tony Stark. It's too late, Tony drawled, elongating his tone. I've already initiated the garage's riot protocol. By the way, Pepper texted 5 minutes ago, asking why you haven't arrived. He abruptly switched to a broadcasting tone. Hop into my beloved rainbow chariot and make haste. The communication abruptly ceased, and Chen Tian despaired as the garage door slowly ascended. Trembling, he retrieved the car keys, only to discover a mini Tony bobblehead dangling from a keychain. Could it be that Tony was not playing tricks on him? What a ridiculous life. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian settled into the driver's seat, only for the seat to suddenly play a recording of Tony's voice. Friendly reminder. This vehicle is equipped with a voice system that recites my award acceptance speech every hour. Now, let's set off, my dear stand-in. As the engine roared to life, the Bugatti burst forth from the garage, and a flag emblazoned with Tony's expressive face unfurled from the roof. In the rearview mirror, Chen Tian caught sight of Tony at the laboratory window, raising a champagne glass in salute, while a figure stood beside him, revealing a faint smile. As Tony watched the Bugatti's taillights disappear from view, he could no longer contain a thunderous laugh that echoed through the air. He pounded on the bulletproof glass, laughing so hard he could scarcely stand upright. Jarvis, did you capture that? Did you see Chen Tian's expression when he saw the paint job? Indeed, Jarvis replied calmly. I have archived the video to your Chinese boy's dark history folder and automatically generated a 9-grid emoji set. Well done. Tony snapped his fingers. Send it to my phone immediately. I want to set it as the contact photo for Chen Tian. He turned and leaned against the window, suddenly recalling something. Wait, did that fool not notice the other cars in the garage? According to surveillance, Chen Tian's gaze remained fixated on the Bugatti throughout. Completely oblivious to the 3 Lamborghinis and 5 Ferraris parked nearby, Jarvis informed him. Tony dramatically clutched his chest. Good heavens, this fool sacrificed his dignity just to drive that beast. He turned towards the window. Don't you think so? But his words trailed off as he blinked. The space by the window was empty. Where was the figure? Jarvis? Tony glanced around, bewildered. Where did that large maid go? According to the last records. Jarvis's voice bore an unusual hint of hesitation. Miss 2 activated optical camouflage during her laughter and subsequently exited through the garage side door at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Tony's expression froze instantly. He hurried to the monitoring screen, pulling up the real-time footage of the street. On the highway, a Bugatti raced forward, while a silver-haired figure leapt and darted atop the vehicle with astonishing agility, maintaining a safe distance from the sports car. Huh, Tony exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. This girl is actually practicing parkour. He stroked his chin, laughter bubbling forth as he found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Turning towards the center of the lab, he gazed at the empty workbench and suddenly felt a sense of something amiss. Damn it, I wanted to collaborate with 2 on the new quantum processor, he muttered, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. Jarvis, connect me to Happy. Connecting. Mr. Happy is on the line. Breathless, Happy's voice came through, boss. What is it now? I'm at the gym. Happy, bring me 3 cheeseburgers to the lab immediately, Tony commanded, and make sure they have double cheese. Right now? Happy groaned. I haven't finished my workout for the day. Immediately, Tony insisted, casting a glance at the surveillance footage of the silver-haired figure nimbly navigating among the vehicles. Oh, and while you're at it, check the world record for parkour. After hanging up, Tony surveyed the empty lab, letting out a sigh. 34. Well, it seems I'll have to research the quantum processor myself tonight. He approached the workbench, then halted abruptly. Wait, Jarvis, has 2 mentioned when she would return? Miss 2 did not provide a specific time of return. However, based on her trajectory analysis, it appears she intends to escort Mr. Chen Tian to his destination. Tony scoffed. Fine, after all, Chen Tian is 2's. Remember to remind Happy that my burgers should include pickles. Meanwhile, Chen Tian gripped the steering wheel, his expression dark enough to drip with water. Damn, Tony, when I get back, I'm definitely going to paint his suit in 2's colors, he muttered, his fingers drumming incessantly on the wheel. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. A flash of silver appeared in the rearview mirror. Good grief. Chen Tian rubbed his eyes, thinking it a mere illusion. But when he glanced back again, he nearly jumped out of his skin. 2's exquisite face was following him with uncanny synchronization. Holy crap. Chen Tian slammed on the brakes, the Bugatti leaving a long skid mark on the asphalt. He angrily jumped out of the car, shouting at 2, who had suddenly stopped in front of him. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Do you think you're the urban legend of the speeding old lady from Japan? Standing tall, 2's silver hair fluttered gently in the wind. I just wanted to stay by your side. Chen Tian found his words caught in his throat. He noticed a rare flicker of emotion in 2's mechanical eyes, a steadfastness that bordered on obsession. Sighing deeply, he rubbed his temples. Fine, since you're so determined to follow, you can drive. He tossed her the car keys, thinking that, given the car was Tony's creation, it might be safer in her hands. 2 caught the keys, a slight smile gracing her lips. At your command. As the 2 individuals settled back into the vehicle, Chen Tian noticed that the passenger seat had been adjusted to an optimal angle, complete with a thoughtfully placed headrest. You truly are something, Chen Tian murmured, fastening his seatbelt. Let us go. Pepper is still waiting for us. The vehicle's engine roared to life, and the Bugatti smoothly glided onto the road. In stark contrast to Chen Tian's previous reckless driving style, the driving skills exhibited were nothing short of impeccable, each turn executed with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Honestly, Chen Tian leaned back in his seat, watching the scenery rush by outside. How many modifications has that scoundrel Tony made to this car? Unperturbed, the driver kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Mister, Stark has installed 36 Easter egg programs within the vehicle system, including, but not limited to, stop. Chen Tian interjected, raising his hand to halt the explanation. I don't want to know. As long as you're here, I needn't worry about those pranks costing me my life. A barely perceptible smile graced the driver's lips. Rest assured, I shall deliver you safely to your destination. Chen Tian closed his eyes, suddenly feeling that allowing the driver to take the wheel was indeed a prudent choice. At the very least, he no longer had to fret over Tony's insidious Easter eggs. At least not for now. The driver remained focused, the mechanical eye reflecting the illuminated road ahead, the faint smile never leaving his face. In Manhattan, the gala shone with brilliance, a champagne tower glittering beneath the dazzling crystal chandeliers. The red carpet was flanked by a throng of journalists wielding cameras, the flashes erupting in a cacophony that illuminated the entrance as if it were daylight. Pepper Potts stood at the steps of the Hampton Hotel, her deep blue mermaid gown accentuating her graceful silhouette. She frequently glanced at her wristwatch, the platinum bracelet refracting a cold, sharp light. Miss Potts, Obadiah approached her, his polished bald head reflecting the chandelier's glow. Tony hasn't appeared in public for 3 months. The board is quite concerned. Pepper maintained her flawless smile. Mr. Stain, you know Tony has always been unconventional. Unconventional? Obadiah narrowed his eyes, his suit vest straining against his ample waist. The one who craves headlines daily, Tony Stark? Since I took over, he hasn't even made a single protest call. This is highly unusual. But you know, I never wanted this. It was the board's decision. Pepper's fingertips lightly tapped her champagne glass. Perhaps he has finally learned to respect the board's decisions. Just then, a commotion erupted from a distance. The media area at the end of the red carpet suddenly burst into a frenzy, the frequency of flashes intensifying. Pepper turned to see, nearly dropping her champagne glass, a Bugatti Veyron, radiating a fluorescent pink glow, was gradually making its way toward them. The flag fluttering atop the vehicle showcased Tony's image, shimmering under the spotlight. Good heavens, Pepper braced her forehead with her hand, finally understanding why Chen Tian had messaged her to prepare for the unexpected. Obadiah's face flushed a deep crimson. Is that Tony's sports car? Has he finally decided to make an appearance? The Bugatti Veyron came to a precise halt at the start of the red carpet, its door rising slowly. All the journalists held their breath, cameras poised, eagerly anticipating the iconic entrance of Tony Stark. However, stepping unsteadily out of the passenger side was an unfamiliar young Asian man, causing an uproar among the crowd. Who is this? Where's Tony Stark? Indeed, the license plate on that vehicle belonged to Stark, standing beneath the blinding flashes. Chen Tian felt an overwhelming number of cameras converging on him like searchlights. His bespoke suit starkly contrasted with the fluorescent paint of the sports car, and the tie hung askew around his neck, rendering him out of place. Sir! Sir! A reporter from Vanity Fair rushed forward. What is your relationship with Mr. Stark? Why are you driving this car? I am Chen Tian. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his throat tightening. A journalist from the Wall Street Journal pushed to the forefront. Does this mean there will be significant personnel changes at Stark Industries? Are you Mr. Stark's spokesperson? No, it's not like that. Chen Tian struggled to swallow, feeling his back drenched in perspiration. A senior reporter from Time magazine interjected. Can you explain the graffiti on the car? Does it represent your admiration for Mr. Stark? Chen Tian opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He had anticipated facing such scrutiny. Yet when dozens of microphones were thrust into his face and hundreds of scrutinizing eyes bore down on him, the pressure rendered him breathless. At that moment, Pepper swiftly descended the steps, her high heels striking the ground with urgency. Sporting a flawless public relations smile, she navigated through the crowd and quietly inquired of Chen Tian. What is going on here? That bastard tricked me. Chen Tian turned to Pepper, a wave of relief washing over him as he chuckled awkwardly. The graffiti on the back of the car, isn't my doing. It was all Tony's idea. Obadiah squeezed through the throng, his shiny forehead glistening with sweat. Miss Potts. Who is this? Pepper elegantly turned to face the media. This is Mr. Chen, a special advisor for Stark Industries' new energy project. She discreetly pinched Chen Tian's arm. Now, please enjoy tonight's charity gala. Under the flashing lights, Pepper's smile was impeccable, yet Chen Tian could sense the tension in her taut arm muscles. Once they finally entered the banquet hall, Pepper seethed. What on earth is going on with that car? Chen Tian's eyes darted. Tony said it was a birthday gift for you. Pepper's pupils widened slightly. My birthday is already past, she said, gesturing to her evening gown. This is what Tony instructed me to buy as my birthday gift. He said it was rather ungentlemanly for you to prepare your own present. So that car is his gift to you, Chen Tian revealed, pulling out a Bluetooth speaker still echoing with Tony's laughter. This is also part of the gift. Outside the banquet hall, the journalists continued their fervent discussions. On the roof of the Bugatti parked outside the hotel, Tony's flag fluttered gently in the night breeze. As if mocking something. Inside the Malibu villa, Tony observed Chen Tian's mortified expression on the surveillance feed, stuffing a large bite of cheeseburger into his mouth. J.A.R.V.I.S. Create a clip of Chen Tian being besieged by reporters. I want to set it as the projection for his room's alarm clock. Pepper gracefully intertwined her arm with Chen Tian's, guiding him through the bustling banquet hall filled with clinking glasses. She could feel countless curious gazes trailing them, akin to spotlights. More precisely, they were fixated on the young man beside her, clad in a bespoke suit with a slightly askew tie. Don't be nervous, Pepper whispered. Maintaining a perfect smile, just think of them as a walking champagne tower. Chen Tian chuckled awkwardly. I would prefer if they were silent champagne tower. Pepper gently squeezed his arm, leading him to the bar. Wait here. I'll handle those vultures. She glanced at the bartender. A whiskey for this gentleman, please. Chen Tian shrugged, not opposing Pepper's request for a drink. After she secured his beverage, she elegantly departed. Just stay here, she reiterated with a reassuring smile. I'll take care of those pesky flies. Enjoy yourself. Tony has instructed me to ensure you find relaxation here. Chen Tian accepted the specially concocted drink from the bartender. A delightful surprise Tony had arranged for the young Chinese boy, complete with a tiny paper umbrella adorned with Tony's cheeky expression. He stared at the little umbrella, his lips twitching slightly. Tony Stark, Chen Tian muttered through clenched teeth, preparing to turn away from the bar when he suddenly collided with a soft body. Oh! A delicate voice exclaimed. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a flash of wine-red hair danced before his eyes. Instinctively, he stepped back, only to see a glass of red wine tilting perilously toward his suit. In a moment of sheer reflex, a hand adorned with black and white lace gloves steadied the impending spill. The wine swayed dangerously within the glass, ultimately remaining intact. Please be careful. A voice echoed beside Chen Tian, who had appeared unnoticed. One hand supporting the lady's wine glass while the other discreetly shielded Chen Tian's chest to prevent a second collision. The woman with the wine-red hair widened her emerald eyes in surprise, a pair of translucent green orbs that sparkled like jade. She wore a sharply tailored deep neck gown, exposing her exquisite collarbone, exuding an aura that was both perilous and alluring. The woman slightly expanded her emerald gaze, her red lips parting. I am truly sorry. I was rather careless. Elegantly, she accepted the wine glass from the other hand, her fingertips barely brushing against the synthetic glove, showcasing her impressive dexterity. Chen Tian regarded the striking beauty with her clumsy act, offering a polite smile. No worries, it was merely an accident. The woman's gaze settled upon Chen Tian, her charming smile illuminating her delicate hand as she introduced herself. I am Natasha Romanoff, the newly appointed legal consultant for Stark Industries. Chapter 13. The Exit of the Iron Overlord. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall poured forth a dazzling brilliance, casting its glow upon the guests engaged in convivial exchanges. Obadiah Stane stood at the podium, his polished forehead reflecting the blinding light as he raised a champagne glass, a meticulously crafted smile adorning his face. Ladies and gentlemen, Obadiah proclaimed grandly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending Stark Industries' annual charity gala. Although our unconventional Tony is absent tonight. Below, Chen Tian leaned casually against the champagne tower, gently swaying his glass. Unbeknownst to him, Natasha Romanoff had appeared at his side, her crimson lips curving into a perfectly measured smile. This Bugatti is truly exceptional, she remarked, elegantly swirling her glass, her gaze lingering on Chen Tian's tie. Is it Tony's new favorite? A subtle smile graced Chen Tian's lips as he lowered his voice intentionally. Oh, Miss Romanoff has an interest in sports cars? Just a touch. Natasha replied, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim of her glass. Especially certain bespoke models. Her eyes flicked meaningfully towards a figure not far off. Your assistant seems rather special. Too. Chen Tian feigned nonchalance, shrugging, just an ordinary personal assistant. Natasha chuckled softly, her wine-red hair glistening under the lights. To have Tony lend you his beloved car. It seems your relationship is rather unique. Mutual appreciation, Chen Tian raised his glass in acknowledgement. To have a legal consultant of Stark Industries so intrigued, I am truly flattered. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the increased volume of Obadiah's speech. As it neared its conclusion, he declared, "Let us raise our glasses to a brighter tomorrow." Amidst the fervent applause, Chen Tian's gaze inadvertently followed Obadiah as he exited. Natasha keenly noted the shift in his attention. "Are you interested in Mr. Stain?" she inquired casually. Chen Tian suddenly leaned closer to Natasha's ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. To onlookers, they appeared to be a flirtatious pair. But the words he uttered caused Natasha to stiffen. "Miss Black Widow, Obadiah has deep ties with the Ten Rings who kidnapped Tony. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. No." Natasha's pupils constricted sharply, yet her professionalism allowed her to swiftly compose her expression. She feigned the demeanor of a woman stirred by sweet nothings, her cheeks flushing just enough, even playfully biting her lip. Only Chen Tian could sense the sudden tightening of her fingers upon his shoulder, her nails nearly piercing the fabric of his suit. "You are truly wicked," she playfully swatted at Chen Tian, her voice dripping with sweetness. Yet the depths of her emerald eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint. Such jesting should not be taken lightly. Chen Tian raised his glass in a toast, a roguish smile dancing on his lips. "Am I jesting? I believe Agent Romanoff understands all too well." Natasha's crimson lips curled ever so slightly, her slender fingers seemingly brushing against Chen Tian's tie, the tips almost imperceptibly gliding over his Adam's apple. She tilted her head slightly, her thick eyelashes casting a shadow in the light, while her emerald eyes sparkled with a dangerous allure. "Mr. Chen," her voice dropped to a sultry whisper, imbued with a hint of ambiguity, "I suddenly feel that it's rather noisy here. Perhaps we should find a quieter place for a proper exchange?" She deliberately emphasized the word exchange, her lips nearly brushing against Chen Tian's earlobe. He could distinctly feel the warmth of her breath and the almost imperceptible hardness pressing against his waist. Undoubtedly, it was the Black Widow's signature stun baton. A deeper smile graced his lips as his right hand discreetly slipped into the inner pocket of his suit. "It is indeed an honor." He inclined his head slightly, elegantly taking Natasha's wine glass and setting it aside. However, before doing so, his right hand swiftly retrieved his phone, his thumb gliding rapidly across the screen. A message stating Obadiah has left the venue was dispatched. Almost simultaneously, a reply from Tony appeared. "Received, the party begins." "You." Natasha furrowed her brow, but quickly reverted to her alluring demeanor. She leaned against Chen Tian's chest, appearing to the onlookers as if she were playfully teasing him. What a disobedient boy he was. Chen Tian waved his phone in front of her, a new message popping up on the screen. "Target location locked." He leaned down and whispered softly in Natasha's ear, "Now, we may continue our in-depth exchange, Agent Romanoff." A dangerous smile curved Natasha's red lips as her fingers subtly pressed the alarm hidden within her handbag. She entwined her arm with Chen Tian's, appearing to be a couple heading to the lounge, while in reality, both were engaged in a covert contest of wits. "You know," she sweetly remarked, "I particularly enjoy educating disobedient boys." Chen Tian felt the pressure of her fingertips, yet smiled even more radiantly. "What a coincidence! I adore taming dangerous little wildcats." Their figures vanished around the corner, while the crystal chandelier in a banquet hall continued to shimmer splendidly, as if nothing had transpired. Only two quietly observed their retreating silhouettes, the mechanical eye beneath silver hair flickering with a cold light, documenting the entire encounter. As the pair stepped onto the terrace, the night wind howled past. Natasha's figure suddenly darted, her red hair slicing through the air in a fierce arc, retreating to a distance of 5 meters in an instant. Her long legs slightly apart, she held two Glock 19 steadily, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at Chen Tian's forehead. "Wow." Chen Tian, having spent considerable time with Tony, displayed no hint of anxiety in the face of two guns. Instead, he wore a teasing expression. He slowly raised his hands above his head, striking a classic Gallic rooster pose, exclaiming, "What a warm welcome this is." Natasha's fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, and the captivating allure that once shimmered in her emerald eyes faded, replaced by the characteristic cold sharpness of an agent. "Now, let us reacquaint ourselves with your true identity," she asserted. "I presumed we were quite familiar already." Chen Tian addressed her with an endearing moniker, his hands still raised in a gesture of surrender. "Just 3 minutes ago, you mentioned you were going to educate me. Enough with your banter." Natasha's index finger lightly rested on the trigger. Our database contains no record of someone like you. Speak, who are you truly? Yet, a smile curled at the corners of Chen Tian's lips. Before we continue this intriguing interrogation, he said, tilting his head slightly to cast his gaze toward a shadowy rooftop in the distance. Could we perhaps ask Agent Coulson to stow away his sniper rifle? I find myself somewhat apprehensive about his firearm misfiring. Natasha's finger on the trigger momentarily stiffened, a subtle hesitation. Over the earpiece, Coulson's voice crackled with evident distress. How does he know my position? The night breeze swirled silently among the three of them. Under the moonlight, Natasha's red locks resembled a flickering flame, her jade-hued gaze fixed intently on Chen Tian, searching for a crack in his nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, Chen Tian retracted his playful smile, his expression becoming grave. This is not the time for games, Agent. He lowered his hand slowly, unperturbed by the gun still aimed at him. Obadiah should be en route to Malibu now. His target is Tony. Natasha's gun remained steady, though her brow furrowed. Evidence? Chen Tian called out into the night, too. As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha's pupils dilated sharply. A silver-haired girl had appeared at the edge of the rooftop, her right hand casting a holographic projection. This was stolen from Obadiah's computer, she stated calmly, devoid of any tremor. The image displayed Tony Stark, bound tightly to a metallic chair, blood staining his face and clothing. A dozen masked armed men surrounded him, their leader bellowing into the camera. Although he spoke in Urdu, the content was crystal clear through the simultaneous translation provided by Stain. You deceived us. There's only Stark here. There are no Jericho missiles. Natasha's emerald eyes narrowed sharply, her crimson lips pressed into a taut line. She quickly pressed her earpiece. Coulson, verify this intel. Coulson's breath quickened over the line. Received, Romanov. We have indeed discovered that Obadiah has been in frequent contact with board members recently, but his voice suddenly became grave. Wait. The tech department has just confirmed that the video is authentic. Natasha's gun lowered slightly, yet she maintained a vigilant stance. Where did you acquire this? Chen Tian shrugged. After Tony returned to America and announced the closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division, I informed him that Obadiah was up to no good. He stepped forward, prompting Natasha to raise her firearm once more. He helplessly spread his hands and pleaded, if I truly wished you harm, I would have dismantled your little toy long ago. As if to validate his words, the robotic eye of suddenly emitted a flash of blue light. Natasha immediately heard Coulson's startled exclamation through her earpiece. Good grief. My scope has been laser-locked. Natasha took a deep breath and slowly lowered her twin guns, yet her fingers remained firmly on the trigger guard. Proceed. Chen Tian stretched lazily, expressing his disbelief that his dear uncle would betray him. He had been at a loss until he acquired Pointing at he continued, I had help me steal this footage and show it to Tony. A hint of amusement crossed Chen Tian's face as he recalled Tony's bewildered expression. So, we plan to give Obadiah a taste of his own medicine. Natasha tilted her head slightly, inhaling deeply. So you attended the gala instead of Tony Stark? Chen Tian shook his head. The gala was merely a coincidence. But isn't this an opportune moment? A chance to eliminate Obadiah openly. As he spoke, he gazed towards the distant, twinkling city lights. Otherwise, I wouldn't have driven that car here. Natasha's lips parted slightly, revealing an incredulous expression. You plan to take down Obadiah? Her fingers instinctively stroked the grip of her gun. Is Tony going to use that devilish suit? Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, the moonlight casting mottled shadows across his face. Wow, even D knows about this? He whistled, but why do I not feel curious? The mechanical eye of suddenly flickered. Mr. Stark has just activated system. Natasha's earpiece crackled with Coulson's urgent voice. The satellite shows high-energy readings at the Malibu villa. Wait, what is this? His tone shifted to one of shock, a new suit. It's completely different from the devilish armor in the Middle East. Chen Tian flashed a sly smile and swiftly manipulated his phone. Why not see for yourselves through your D satellite? He turned the phone screen towards Natasha, revealing live footage from the D satellite. On the screen, a golden-red armored suit soared from the ruins of the Malibu villa, the arc reactor on its chest cutting a brilliant blue arc across the night sky. Behind the suit, Obadiah piloted the Ironmonger, wildly firing, bullets tracing fiery lines in the night. Above the Malibu villa, the golden-red suit sliced through the air, as Tony's voice echoed through the external system in the night breeze. Obi, your knockoff paint job really needs improvement. No sooner had he spoken than a rocket fired from the ironmonger whisked past his visor, exploding into a fiery blaze behind him. Shut up. Obadiah's roar emanated from the ironmonger's heavy armor, as he controlled the massive mechanical arm to strike forcefully at two. Do you think you're the only one who can create toys? The arc reactor on the ironmonger's chest flickered with unstable blue light, clearly a replica of an earlier version. Tony nimbly sidestepped, his palm cannon striking precisely at the joint of ironmonger. Wow. The power output is so abysmal it pains me. He deliberately elongated his tone. Would you like me to impart a few tips? Suddenly, Ironmonger unleashed a barrage of miniature missile launchers from behind, 12 Jericho micro-missiles simultaneously locking onto their target. Go to hell. Obadiah sneered as he pressed the launch button, triggering multiple lock-on alarms. Jarvis' voice echoed in Tony's ear. Tony abruptly ascended, the thrusters in his suit emitting a brilliant tail flame. Jarvis cranked the thrust power up to 110. The missile swarm carved a lethal arc through the air, relentlessly pursuing him. Tony abruptly executed a sharp turn, diving towards the surface of the sea. Just as the missiles were about to strike, he activated the cluster cannon on his chest, a blinding energy beam detonating half of the missiles mid-air. The explosion's shockwave sent Ironmonger tumbling several times. Cough, cough, this sensation is more exhilarating than being inebriated. Tony shook his head within the cockpit, only to find Ironmonger hoisting Tony's sports car to hurl at him. He hastily engaged emergency evasion, but his left arm was still grazed by the car door, the armor emitting a piercing sound of metal deformation. Obadiah laughed triumphantly. How about that, Tony? Is my power output sufficient? The Gatling gun on Ironmonger's shoulder began to spin and warm up. As Tony reviewed the damage report, he suddenly noticed the reactor on Ironmonger's chest flickering more intensely. His eyes lit up. Hey, Obi, is that counterfeit of yours running low on power? Would you like to borrow a power bank? Obadiah's furious roar exploded through the communication channel. Shut up, you arrogant little brat. Ironmonger's mechanical arm slammed into the ground, concrete shards scattering. Do you think only you are entitled to possess such technology? Tony keenly observed the flickering frequency of Ironmonger's reactor accelerating, the blue light fluctuating ominously. A cold smile crept across his lips. Jarvis analyzed the status of the enemy's reactor. Analysis complete. Jarvis' voice was calm and precise. The enemy's reactor is a modified version of the first-generation arc reactor, exhibiting severe energy output fluctuations, with an estimated remaining operational time of no more than 3 minutes. Tony elegantly twirled in midair, deliberately slowing down to entice Ironmonger to pursue. Obi, did you know? The arc reactor you possess was deliberately showcased in front of you by Pepper. He paused for effect. I had long since phased out that design. Ironmonger's thrusters expelled overloaded flames, the cumbersome body emitting unbearable metallic friction sounds. Obadiah's voice was now noticeably breathless. You're lying? Tony's voice turned suddenly icy and piercing, the armor hovering in the air, palm cannon glowing with a dangerous light. Obi, do you realize? I always believed my encounter in Afghanistan was merely an accident, until Chen Tian investigated your computer. Ironmonger's movements evidently faltered for a moment, Obadiah's voice growing frantic. What were you babbling about? Tony let out a cold laugh, and the visor of his armor suddenly retracted, revealing his furious expression. I, along with Chen Tian, have long since uncovered your transaction records with the 10 rings. He pointed vehemently at Ironmonger. You provided terrorists with my itinerary, all to eliminate me and seize control of Stark Industries. The reactor in Ironmonger's chest began to flicker violently, and Obadiah's voice turned frantic. No, those are fabrications. Fabrications? Tony's voice was laden with anguish and rage. Jarvis, play the recording. A clear audio clip echoed through the night sky. Ensure that Stark never returns to the board. I will handle Obadiah. The coldness in Obadiah's voice was palpable in the recording. Ironmonger began to sway violently as Obadiah screamed at the control panel in fury. Damn it, this is impossible. And there's more. Tony's tone grew increasingly icy. Do you know why you acquired the arc reactor so easily? It was I who deliberately instructed Pepper to place it in her office. He slowly raised his arms, and all of the weapon systems simultaneously locked onto their target. Indeed, just as you deceived me, I have deceived you. Surrender, Obadiah. I shall send you to prison, and I will ensure you have a luxury suite. Ironmonger staggered back a few steps, the reactor's glow transforming into a perilous crimson hue. Obadiah's voice was filled with terror. Tony, wait. We could talk. Talk. Tony's voice rose sharply. When you were in that cave in Afghanistan, watching those terrorists torment me, why did you not consider talking then? When I was nearly dying in the desert, why did you not think to talk then? Ironmonger suddenly made an unexpected move. He spun around and charged full speed towards the Malibu villa. Enemy target changing direction. Jarvis promptly warned. Tony's pupils dilated, his expression beneath the visor freezing instantly. Jarvis. Scan Ironmonger. Scan complete. Jarvis's voice held an unusual urgency. Detected abnormality in enemy armor core. The arc reactor is overloading. Damn it. Tony's voice escalated sharply as the thruster surged, leaving a golden-red afterimage in the air. Obadiah, what the hell are you doing? Ironmonger cackled maniacally in the night sky, dangerous sparks erupting from the seams of his armor. What am I doing? Obadiah's voice twisted and contorted. Since you've uncovered everything, I will spend the rest of my life in prison. Rather than that, let me die in your villa. And the script of my death will be that the renowned genius Tony Stark killed the uncle who raised him to seize complete control of Stark Industries. On Tony's retinal display, Jarvis had already pulled up real-time energy readings. The arc reactor in Ironmonger's chest was exponentially increasing its energy output, and the core temperature had surpassed critical levels. In 30 seconds, it will reach the critical point. Obadiah's maniacal voice reverberated through the communication channel, a spectacle grand enough to etch itself into the annals of Malibu Beach. In that moment, the imagery of my demise would ripple across the globe. Tony's breath quickened. Old Jarvis, calculate the explosive yield. The anticipated blast radius was estimated at 800 meters. Jarvis's tone turned gravely serious, equivalent to the detonation of a Jericho missile. Just as Tony found himself ensnared in a dilemma, the villa's door was abruptly flung open. A woman clad in a crimson leather jacket, with chestnut hair cropped short, strolled forth, her figure striking against the moonlight. Hey, Tony, Leah Diablo tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. Did you forget the villain's golden rule of verbosity leading to their demise? Her voice dripped with languid sarcasm, momentarily stalling Ironmonger midair. Leah's scarlet irises flared with a crimson glow, akin to two blood moons blossoming in the night. A dangerous smirk curled at the corners of her mouth as she extended her hand, subtly twisting her wrist towards Ironmonger. Mr. Obadiah, her voice was sweet yet spine-chilling. Do you realize? Tony has made such a blunder, and you, my dear villain, have committed the same. In an instant, the space surrounding Ironmonger began to warp and distort. Obadiah's terrified shriek resonated from within the armor. What in the world is this? Leah's right hand twisted gently, as if turning an invisible valve. Suddenly, the night sky was riven with countless crimson fissures. Molten lava surged forth as if alive, weaving a lethal web of fire in the air. No! Stop! Tony, save me! Obadiah's screams, accompanied by the piercing sound of melting metal, echoed through the chaos. Tony's face displayed shock beneath his helmet. Leah, wait! But it was already too late. The searing lava coiled around Ironmonger like a colossal serpent, the heavy armor melting away under the intense heat like butter. Obadiah's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by the shrill alarm of reactor overload. Leah tilted her head, admiring her handiwork, her crimson pupils reflecting the roaring flames. What a pity, she murmured softly, not even a whole corpse left behind. With a deafening explosion, Ironmonger's remnants disintegrated into a radiant fireball amidst the lava. The shockwave severed nearby palm trees at the trunk, a heat wave sweeping across the beach. Chapter 14. A new Sunday, Tony's confident visage was frozen on the television screen. Chen Tian laughed heartily, clutching his belly, occasionally mimicking Tony's ostentatious tone while shaking his head. Tony, however, remained unfazed by Chen Tian's laughter, basking in his own pride. What? Are you envious of my resplendence? Tony propped his leg up and sipped from his glass, deliberately adopting an exaggerated tone as he declared, My dear Chen, a mere mortal such as yourself could never comprehend. When a genius, billionaire, philanthropist, and superhero delivers such a line, the allure that captivates the audience is palpable. He elongated his final syllables and tossed his hair with flair. Chen Tian exaggeratedly mimicked a vomiting gesture, exclaiming, Tony, do you realize you currently resemble a frenzied peacock? He imitated Tony's tone, 3939. Good heavens. This is even more embarrassing than the cringeworthy lines at a comic convention. Jealousy, unabashed jealousy. Tony waggled his index finger, his face radiating a smug delight. Admit it. You envy my ability to deliver such suave lines. Shall I teach you a few tricks? I guarantee they'll be 100 times cooler than your 39 represents the moon. Obliterate you 39 foot. With a sudden burst of energy, Chen Tian leaped to his feet, stepping onto the coffee table, striking a superhero landing pose. Should I then declare 39 in the name of my father 39? Or perhaps 39 this is for the sake of the moon 39? He deliberately finished with a theatrically deep voice. Unable to suppress his laughter, Tony fell back onto the sofa, clutching his stomach in laughter. Oh my goodness, you're even more cringeworthy than I anticipated. Jarvis, quickly record this. I must play it on loop at the Stark Industries Christmas party. Recording complete, Jarvis replied calmly. Chen Tian seized a throw pillow and hurled it at Tony. Shut up, you pretentious fool. That line of yours is akin to an awkward teenager practicing in front of a mirror. Tony skillfully dodged the pillow, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder. But you cannot deny that the world is enamored with me, while some bitter individual can only seethe in impotent rage. Huh. Chen Tian rolled his eyes. If I hadn't intervened, you would have nearly uttered that utterly embarrassing line. I am Iron Man, your king, at the press conference. Tony's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Wait a minute, that is not a bad idea. Jarvis, note that down for the next press conference. Chen Tian lunged at Tony, grasping his neck, and they tumbled onto the sofa, resembling two immature schoolboys. Standing quietly to the side, Jarvis's mechanical eyes glimmered with a hint of exasperation. Shall I prepare some tranquilizers for you and Mr. Stark? The two collapsed onto the sofa, their laughter gradually subsiding. Chen Tian gazed at the starry projection on the ceiling, the twinkling lights reminding him of the impending storm. Tony, Chen Tian suddenly spoke, his tone unusually earnest. Have you ever considered that you may not be the only extraordinary being in this world? Tony lazily swirled the wine in his glass. What do you mean? Are you finally going to admit that I'm more handsome than you? I mean, Chen Tian turned to meet Tony's gaze directly. If one day you encounter someone who can catch tank shells with their bare hands, or a deity who commands lightning, or even an extraterrestrial creature, what would you do? Tony's fingers lightly tapped the rim of his glass, his tone still flippant, yet his gaze had turned serious. Sounds like the plot of a movie you watched last night. Consider my fanciful musings, Chen Tian shrugged. But if that day were to come, would you be afraid? A brief silence enveloped the laboratory. Jarvis thoughtfully dimmed the lights, leaving only the reactor's blue glow flickering between the two. Tony suddenly chuckled lightly, downing the contents of his glass. Afraid? He rose and approached the workbench, declaring that he had never feared even the caves of Afghanistan. Chen Tian observed as Tony casually activated the holographic design interface, and the blueprint spun gracefully in the air. I'm serious, Tony. Some adversaries may surpass your imagination. Tony paused momentarily, then turned, his resolute gaze shimmering in the dim light, illuminated by the blue glow. Listen, my friend, true power never resides within armor, he said, tapping his temple, but here. He moved toward the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city, cloaked in night. If anyone seeks trouble. Suddenly, crimson and gold armor descended from the ceiling, assembling itself around him. Let them witness the might of Iron Man. As the faceplate sealed shut, Chen Tian heard Tony's final words. After all, I am Tony Stark. Chen Tian watched as the golden and crimson figure shattered the glass and soared into the night sky, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, indeed. You are Iron Man. Taking a deep breath, he turned to two, offering a smile. Come on, let us assist Tony and become that mortal who stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine. A rare smile blossomed on Two's exquisite features, the blue data streams flickering rapidly in her eyes. As you command, she said gracefully, bowing, her silver hair glowing softly under the laboratory lights. Jarvis. Chen Tian strode toward the holographic control panel, his voice brimming with determination. He summoned Tony's new energy research data, initiating the highest level of encryption project, codenamed New Sunday. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic keyboard, and a blazing sun emblem materialized in the air. Project New Sunday. At SHIELD headquarters. In the Triskelion building, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson stood before a holographic projection, reporting to Nick Fury. In the dimly lit conference room, Fury's solitary eye appeared exceptionally sharp under the glow of the blue projection. So, this Chen Tian claims to be allied with Stark? Fury's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a dull thud. Yes, sir, Natasha replied, arms crossed as she leaned against the table. His exact words were, I am with Tony. We will fight for this world. Coulson added, According to our investigation, Chen Tian's emergence is rather abrupt. We were unaware of Obadiah's intentions against Tony. He seems to possess foresight, having obtained evidence of Obadiah's wrongdoing in advance. He paused. Moreover, last night at Malibu Beach, when Obadiah attacked Tony, he showed no concern whatsoever. Fury's brow furrowed deeper. He pulled up Chen Tian's file, and the holographic screen displayed a photograph of Chen Tian, beaming a radiant smile at the camera. A suddenly appeared Asian, seemingly at ease with Tony Stark, wielding a blade with explosive force, and claiming to fight for the world. Fury scoffed. This story is too perfectly woven. Natasha shrugged, exuding confidence. Even in the face of Coulson's and my firearms, he displayed no fear, particularly as she hesitated, sensing that he seemed to know me quite well. Fury's singular eye narrowed sharply. What do you mean? He referred to me as 3939 rather than Agent Romanoff, Natasha recalled, her tone imbued with the familiarity of old friends. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Fury rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the nightscape of Washington. His somber visage was reflected in the glass. Agent Romanoff. Fury, still turned away from the two, spoke. I need you to get close to Chen Tian. Natasha raised an eyebrow. To continue monitoring? Monitoring? Such a term is too blatant. It should be about making friends. Fury pivoted. I want you to approach Chen Tian. Since he is so fond of making friends, his lips curled into a cold smirk. Then let us provide him with a friend. Coulson hesitated. Sir, if Chen Tian truly stand with us, shouldn't we embrace our friendship even more? Fury interrupted him. This world is becoming increasingly perilous, Coulson. We cannot place our hopes in the goodwill of a stranger. Natasha nodded, her red hair gleaming with a dark hue under the lights. Understood. I will expedite my onboarding at Stark Industries. Remember, Fury's voice was low and menacing. I need to know his every move. Particularly, he pointed to the photograph of Chen Tian on the screen. Why does he know so much that he shouldn't? Tony soared through the night sky in his armor, the gold and crimson figure shimmering in the moonlight. He had just concluded an impromptu performance, executing aerial stunts over Los Angeles while teaching a lesson to a few affluent youngsters racing in the late hours. Jarvis, open the garage. Tony languidly remarked, a proud smile gracing his lips beneath the helmet. Welcome back. Jarvis's voice resonated as the villa's roof slowly opened. Tony gracefully descended onto the designated platform, the armor components disassembling automatically, arranged neatly beside him. He stretched, casually grabbing a whiskey from the bar and taking a hearty swig. Where's that guy Chen? Surely he isn't gaming again? Tony scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the figure that often engaged in banter with him. Mr. Chen is in your laboratory, Jarvis replied. He has been there for 7 hours and 23 minutes. Tony nearly choked on his drink. What? Chen Tian? In my laboratory? He set down the glass. Disbelief etched across his face. Are you sure he isn't just napping while the AI conducts experiments? Absolutely confirmed. Mr. Chen has proposed several enhancements regarding the arc reactor. Tony raised an eyebrow, hastening towards the laboratory. Through the glass door, he observed the AI diligently manipulating the holographic console, intricate molecular structures swirling in the air. Meanwhile, Chen Tian reclined languidly on the adjacent sofa, occasionally swiping on a tablet. Jarvis, scan my retina. Tony rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had imbibed too much and was hallucinating. Your vision is perfectly fine. Tony pushed open the door, dramatically clearing his throat. Ahem. Have I stumbled into the wrong place? When did this turn into a leisurely CAF? Chen Tian, without lifting his head, replied, Be quiet. I am deep in thought. Deep in thought? Tony approached him, glancing at the screen, displaying a simulation of a new molecular structure. What is this? Chen Tian paused his work. I propose that we combine the new molecular structures left by Mr. Howard with the energy technology from my world to develop a new form of clean energy with self-repairing capabilities. Tony looked at Chen Tian in astonishment. You? Making a suggestion? Finally, Chen Tian raised his head, coughed a few times, and pointed to a model that Pepper had helped him retrieve from Stark Industries. This model was a terrain model from the Stark Expo, presided over by Tony's father, Howard Stark. Chen Tian feigned profundity, adjusting non-existent glasses. I stumbled upon this model. You know, my intuition has always been sharp. I sensed something was amiss, so I asked Pepper to bring it back for me. And guess what happened? Chen Tian clapped his hands. To my surprise, after I copied the model into a virtual scene, eliminating the paths, all greenery, bushes, trees, parking lots, and entrances, it felt increasingly wrong. Coupled with 2's reminder, I set the large Earth sculpture from the Stark Expo as the atomic nucleus, marking protons and seeds as wireframe models. Chen Tian snapped his fingers, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness, then suddenly spread his arms wide. Countless star points formed a circular structure, surrounding Tony and Chen Tian. Standing at the center of the starry points, Tony's pupils reflected the flickering blue lights. His fingers trembled slightly, yearning to touch yet hesitating, as if fearing that everything would dissolve like a bubble. This is impossible. Tony's voice was hoarse, unlike himself. He slowly turned to observe the precisely arranged atomic structures gently rotating in the air. His father's design was concealed within. Chen Tian stood before the holographic projection console, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your father saw further than anyone else, Tony. He simply never had the chance to tell you. The laboratory lights flickered back on, yet the atomic structures remained suspended in midair. Tony approached one of the molecular models like a somnambulist, his fingertip lightly tracing its outline. A perfect substitute for palladium. Tony murmured, more stable, more powerful, and suddenly his eyes lit up and it completely avoids toxic side effects. 2 stood quietly nearby, his silver hair shimmering in the blue glow of the surrounding starlight. According to calculations, the energy output of this new element is 127 times that of the current arc reactor, Mr. Stark. Tony abruptly turned to Chen Tian. How did you discover this? For 2 decades, I have delved into the intricacies of my father's legacy. You see, Chen Tian shrugged, embodying the enigmatic methodologies of a great Eastern civilization. He approached the model at the exhibition, and I sensed that your father would not be the type to leave you with nothing. Since I found myself rather bored, I took the liberty of exploring your father's work. Tony, he bequeathed the future to you, albeit requiring a shift in perspective. Suddenly, Tony erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with an indescribable emotion. Jarvis, immediately initiate the modification plan 3. We must redesign the entire energy core. His excitement mirrored that of a child presented with a new toy, poised to dash to his workstation when Chen Tian firmly grasped his shoulder. Wait a moment, genius, Chen Tian said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Let's not rush to dismantle your toy just yet. With another clap of his hands, the surrounding starlight vanished, replaced by a radiant blue sun gradually ascending at the heart of the laboratory. Tony's pupils dilated as the cerulean glow of the arc reactor illuminated his astonished visage. What is this? This is your father's new element, Chen Tian elucidated softly, gently lifting the orb of blue energy and offering it to Tony. I have named it the eternal core of the new sun. Stepping forward, with silver hair gently swaying, 2 added, according to calculations. Its energy output is 387 times that of your existing arc reactor, Mr. Stark. Tony's fingers trembled slightly as he turned to Chen Tian. Are you certain this is not some alien technology? Or magic? Chen Tian chuckled heartily. Come on, Tony. You are a scientist. This is entirely based on your father's research and the technology from the Second World. He paused. We merely optimized it a bit. Furthermore, Chen Tian called out to the air, Jarvis, present our day's design to the brilliant Tony. Jarvis's voice resonated immediately. At your service, Mr. Chen. The laboratory lights dimmed once more, and the holographic projection system engaged. A beam of blue light emanated from the ceiling, gradually constructing a brand new armor model in the air. This suit retained the iconic gold and red hues of Iron Man, but boasted sleeker lines, replete with a futuristic aesthetic. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Chen Tian approached the projection, tapping it lightly, as the armor's components began to disassemble and display. It integrated your father's new elemental energy core with aspects of the Second World's mechanical life technology. The chest piece of the armor unfolded, revealing a circular core significantly larger than the traditional arc reactor, emanating a blue light more intense than any energy source Tony had ever encountered. The energy core's output has been enhanced by 387 times, 2 supplemented, and it now incorporates self-repairing nanotechnology. As of a child encountering a new toy, Tony circled the holographic projection. This propulsion system, this energy distribution network. He abruptly halted, pointing at a set of unique devices on the back of the armor. What is this? Chen Tian revealed a mysterious smile. We refer to it as the photon wings. He snapped his fingers, and the back of the armor suddenly unfolded into 2 pairs of blue wings made entirely of pure energy, shimmering like the feathers of an angel. Utilizing the surplus energy of the new element, Chen Tian elucidated that the plasma field could achieve a flight speed of Mach 8 within the atmosphere. while also safeguarding against the detrimental effects of excessive velocity. He paused momentarily, adding that, theoretically, it could support brief excursions into space. Tony's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Are you telling me this suit can soar beyond Earth? Indeed, Chen Tian nodded, though I must admit, I have yet to test it. However, Tu interjected. According to simulations, this armor can withstand the intense heat and pressure of atmospheric reentry. Tony suddenly dashed to the workstation. Jarvis, commence the prototype fabrication immediately. Allocate all resources. Jarvis responded, Mr. Chun, the permissions you granted have been activated this afternoon, and resources are currently being mobilized. It is estimated that the fundamental framework will take 72 hours to complete. Chen Tian approached Tony. Do not rush, my genius friend. This armor holds even more surprises. He brought up another interface. Behold, this defense system. The holographic image displayed a layer of flowing blue energy enveloping the armor surface. An energy shield, Chen Tian explained, capable of withstanding direct hits from anti-tank missiles. He glanced at Tu, who nodded in understanding. The shield system is integrated with mechanical life technology, allowing it to automatically repair itself by extracting energy from the core in the event of damage. Tony suddenly grasped Chen Tian's shoulders. Where in the world did you conjure these ideas? Chen Tian shrugged off Tony's hands, wrapping an arm around his neck, and laughed heartily. I told you I would help you create a more spectacular suit. By the way, you still need to name this armor. Tony gradually released Chen Tian's shoulders, his gaze returning to the floating holographic projection of the armor. The laboratory lights cast deep shadows across his chiseled features, and his expression shifted from joy to intense focus, ultimately settling on the energy core at the armor's chest. Mark III Eclipse Special Edition. Chen Tian stood beside Tony, both admiring the new version of the battle suit, with photon wings erupting in blue flames behind it. Chapter 15. Tu's Anomaly and the Arrival of Ancient One Truly. Los Santos is a place where stars abound. Chen Tian strolled along Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles, accompanied by Tu, who had changed into casual attire, but still wore her blindfold. Speaking of which, Tu, do you not need to remain with Tony? His new armor may not require my assistance, but he surely needs you to aid in its creation, right? My primary duty is to remain by your side at all times, promptly fulfilling any needs you may have. Tu replied softly, her head slightly bowed. Well, that is unnecessary. You are free. This is not a military unit, and from the moment I summoned you, you have been free. The body of Tu suddenly froze, her core processor whirring with frenetic activity as torrents of data cascaded through her. Freedom? She softly repeated the word, a hint of unprecedented confusion lacing her voice. Chen Tian halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at the silver-haired girl. Sunlight filtered through the palm trees lining Rodeo Drive, casting dappled shadows upon her exquisite visage. Indeed, freedom, Chen Tian gently remarked. You can choose what you wish to do and where you desire to go. The temperature of Tu's core unexpectedly rose by 0.3 degrees, an unfamiliar shift that stirred within her. Her logic module was fervently attempting to decipher this concept. No commands, no tasks, no obligatory programs. Yet, bereft of instructions, her voice dwindled, her delicate fingers unconsciously entwining. How might it function? Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle, lightly patting Tu on the shoulder. Just as I do, meandering aimlessly, relishing life, basking in the sunlight. Or, he gestured around, pointing towards a quaint ice cream parlor. What would you like to do most right now? Following his finger, Tu's gaze landed upon the pastel blue establishment. Her visual sensors captured the vibrant array of ice cream scoops displayed in the window. Data analysis indicated that these were favored delicacies among humans, laden with dopamine-inducing stimuli. I wish to try that one. She hesitantly indicated a pink scoop, which, according to her database, should be strawberry-flavored. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled. Marvelous. This is the first step of freedom, choosing your preferred flavor. He took Tu's hand and led her toward the ice cream shop, while the girl-esque processor continued to whirl at high speed. This sensation of being drawn was peculiar, not driven by programming, but guided by a vague, warm impulse. 2 strawberry ice creams, please, Chen Tian requested of the attendant. As Tu accepted the pink cone, her fingers trembled slightly. The sensors faithfully recorded the chill of the ice cream and its sweet aroma, yet something deeper was beginning to bud within her core. Give it a taste, Chen Tian encouraged. Tu cautiously licked a bit, and in an instant, her pupils dilated. Is this the taste of freedom? She softly inquired, her voice tinged with innocent bewilderment. Chen Tian erupted into laughter. No, that is merely the flavor of strawberry ice cream. Freedom, ah. The taste of freedom is for you to discover. 2 nodded thoughtfully, licking another bite of ice cream. The sunlight illuminated her silver hair, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. In that moment, this mechanical being, once solely created for combat, experienced the simple joy of being a person for the first time. Her core continued to compute the intricate concept of freedom, yet a novel sensation, unquantifiable by data, was quietly burgeoning within her. Akin to the first tender sprout breaking through the soil in spring, small yet brimming with vitality. 2 bestowed a radiant smile upon Chen Tian, rendering even the California sunlight pale in comparison to her brilliance. In a fleeting moment, Chen Tian found himself enchanted by 2's smile, his ears tinged with a faint blush. He awkwardly turned away, clearing his throat a few times. Ahem, well, 2, you have taken your first step. Now, let us ponder the subsequent plans that will allow you to experience freedom. Do you have any ideas? 2 tilted her head, gazing at Chen Tian's broad palm, attempting to grasp his hand. In that instant of connection, she felt the warmth of his hand penetrate her intricate machinery, reaching deep into the core processor of her mind. Chen Tian was somewhat taken aback. Why did 2 seem to go into a trance after taking his hand? 2, what's wrong? Can't think of anything? No worries. How about I guide you through a new plan for stepping out into the sunlight today? As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, 2 suddenly lifted her head, the sensors beneath her blindfold flickering with an unusual light. She clutched Chen Tian's hand tightly, her grip nearly painful. Her voice no longer bore its usual calmness. It quivered slightly as she stated, according to my database, the most direct way for humans to express intimacy is through reproductive actions. The word struck Chen Tian like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened, feeling the blood rush to his head, leaving his mind in a blank state while his ears burned with embarrassment. 2, that's not part of our plan. Chen Tian stammered, flustered. For goodness sake, engaging in reproductive actions with you is the dream of countless otaku. He pondered the thought, but, in public, that seemed rather inappropriate. 2 looked at Chen Tian, puzzled by his somewhat lewd smile. She had watched videos depicting reproductive actions involving 3 women, where all participants appeared blissful. She wished to bring him joy. Chen Tian's face instantly flushed crimson as he hurriedly scanned the surroundings, terrified that someone might overhear 2's shocking declaration. The bustling rodeo drive was filled with passers-by. Yet, thankfully, no one seemed to notice this peculiar couple. 2, such things cannot be spoken of in public. Chen Tian whispered urgently, pulling 2 swiftly towards a secluded alley. And that video? That was that scoundrel Tony's covert recording. 2 tilted her head, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. Does this mean that reproductive actions should occur in private settings? That's not the issue. Chen Tian exclaimed in frustration, raking his fingers through his hair. The main point is, why did you suddenly think of that? 2's expression turned serious. Based on data analysis, reproductive actions are the most direct and effective means for humans to express intimacy. Lowering her gaze, her voice softened. I want to make you happy. Chen Tian's heart suddenly melted. He sighed gently, taking 2's hand in his. 2, you do not need to please me in such a manner. Freedom signifies the ability to do what you truly desire, not merely to appease others. The core processor of 34 to 2 once again hummed into action. She felt the warmth of Chen Tian's palm, a wave of unprecedented confusion washing over her. Yet, what if this is what I truly desire? She lifted her gaze, the sensors beneath her visor flickering with a soft glow. Could this be the essence of my chosen freedom? Chen Tian was momentarily taken aback. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the palm leaves, cascading over the droplets of water from the sprinkler, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon 2's delicate visage. It dawned on him that this mechanical being was grappling with a sense of bewilderment and exploration akin to that of human adolescence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian reflected that such matters should be founded upon mutual understanding and emotional connection, not merely determined by simplistic data analysis and logical reasoning. 2 nodded thoughtfully. Is it like choosing strawberry ice cream? One must first taste it to know if one likes it. Chen Tian awkwardly coughed twice, conceding that. To some extent, this analogy was apartment. At that moment, 2 suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Chen Tian's cheek. The gesture was so swift that he had no time to react, feeling only a fleeting softness. This is a common way for humans to express affection, 2 explained earnestly, though her core temperature inexplicably rose by 0.5 degrees. From my observations, it seems I quite enjoy such contact. Chen Tian stood frozen, his mind racing, feeling as though his own cerebral processor was overheating, even more so than 2's. He instinctively touched his kissed cheek, still imbued with a hint of coolness. 2, are you learning human behavioral patterns? No, 2 shook her head, her silver hair swaying with emotion. I am experiencing freedom. Her words sent a shiver through Chen Tian. On this sunlit afternoon, a mechanical being from another realm was grasping the concept of freedom in her own unique way. Perhaps it was because 2 was his summoned entity, branded with the mark of obedience to her summoner, much like Diablo. As Chen Tian gazed into 2's eyes, obscured by the visor yet seemingly capable of perceiving one's innermost thoughts, he suddenly realized he might be ensnared in a cognitive fallacy. Never mind, why overthink? Having traversed realms with the affluent Tony covering his expenses and with the enchanting 2 by his side, not to mention Diablo serving as a bodyguard in the summoning space, why not simply indulge in the experience? As for the formidable villains like the Purple Yam Spirit and Dormammu, what will they do when I summon Saitama or Kakarot? Chen Tian erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth so infectious that passers-by couldn't help but glance his way. He wrapped his arm around 2's slender shoulders, startling the silver-haired girl into widening her eyes, though they were hidden beneath her visor. Let us go too, Chen Tian declared grandly, with a flourish of his hand. Today, I shall reveal to you just how liberating it is when one has endless wealth at their disposal. Ha ha ha. 2's core processor continued to analyze this sudden shift, yet her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Does this mean we are going to indulge in some shopping? Indeed, Chen Tian produced the black card Tony had given him, gleaming it under the sunlight to reveal the extent of Tony's wealth. Within the laboratory of the Malibu Villa, Tony fixated on the holographic projection displaying fluctuating numbers, his cheeks twitching. Jarvis, are you certain there has been no mistake? Tony massaged his temples, realizing that in merely an hour, they had already expended $537,000. Jarvis calmly interjected, and the spending continues. Tony inhaled deeply. Pepper will have my head for this. At that moment, Jarvis paused. Miss Pepper has just sent a message. She stated, finally, someone can curb your prodigal habits. Chen Tian stood at the center of the opulent car showroom, his gaze fixated on a limited edition Lamborghini from 2009. Stunning, simply stunning, Chen Tian murmured. In the showroom's meticulously designed lighting, a figure stood, silver hair radiating a gentle halo. She glanced down at her newly donned Chanel ensemble, an outfit Chen Tian insisted she try on, deemed essential for a human girl's shopping expedition. Then she looked up at Chen Tian, who was drooling over the sports car, her core processor silently calculating the rationality of such behavior. Based on my observations, she gently tugged at Chen Tian's sleeve. The human experience of freedom seems not inherently linked to material consumption. Chen Tian snapped back to reality, noting the slight concern on her face. Standing there, she resembled an exquisite artwork forcibly confined within an extravagant frame, out of place yet breathtakingly beautiful. You are right. Chen Tian scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit sheepish. I seem to have lost my way. At that moment, the showroom manager approached with a beaming smile. Sir, would you like to test drive this vehicle? No, thank you. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively, suddenly grasping the figure beside him and heading for the exit. We have more pressing matters to attend to. The abrupt change perplexed her. But upon seeing the sparkle in Chen Tian's eyes, her core temperature instinctively rose by 0.2 degrees. Truth be told, my previous indulgences were merely an attempt to experience the life I had longed for before my passage, Chen Tian stated, standing on the street and inhaling the air of Los Angeles, infused with ocean breezes. Such behavior can be quite intoxicating. Thankfully, you reminded me, too. Let us return to Tony's place, and next time, I shall show you how one ought to truly embrace being human. Chen Tian smiled, taking her hand to lead her back to the Malibu Villa. Oh, you managed not to succumb? A gentle voice chimed. Chen Tian and her companion turned towards the sound, discovering a bald figure clad in an orange robe, standing within the shadows of the street corner. The sunlight appeared to deliberately evade this individual, forming a peculiar halo around her. The pupil of the companion contracted suddenly, combat protocols activating instantly. In a blur imperceptible to the human eye, she positioned herself in front of Chen Tian, the blade of the white pact manifesting in her hand, her silver hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Warning, a reaction of extreme energy has been detected. Subject 2's voice is as cold as ice. Immediate retreat is advised. Danger level of the target. Yet, Chen Tian gently pressed down on Subject 2's shoulder, saying, wait, 2. He recognized her as one of the most formidable sorcerers in the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One. Taking a deep breath, He pulled too gently behind him, sensing the tension in the girl's mechanical body, taut like a drawn bow. As the blade of the White Covenant glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight, Supreme Sorcerer Chen Tian nodded slightly, his tone laced with a hint of jest. I expected you to appear in Afghanistan the moment I summoned Diablo for the first time. A mysterious smile graced the Ancient One's lips as she stepped forth from the shadows, her hands gathered within her voluminous sleeves. It was as if the sunlight had suddenly remembered her presence, casting a gentle glow upon her smooth scalp. Have I not arrived? Chen Tian scratched his head, replying, indeed. You have, but what brings you here? The Ancient One's smile blossomed, and as Chen Tian beheld this powerful, gender-ambiguous figure, male in the comics, yet portrayed by a female in the films, he found her smile unexpectedly beautiful. I have sought you for some time. You must be aware that I have long safeguarded this world and dimension. Your emergence has caused subtle ripples throughout the entire cosmic timeline. The Ancient One extended a hand, stirring the air, and a golden stream of light manifested. The timeline is quite intriguing, she remarked, gently tapping the luminous flow, which radiated in expanding circles of brilliance. Your appearance has rendered Thor on the brink of death in New Mexico. Chen Tian's pupils dilated sharply, instinctively retreating half a step, only to be steadied by two. Thor in 2009? Chen Tian murmured, his mind racing. This does not align with the timeline. The Ancient One observed his reaction with interest, her fingers deftly manipulating the golden stream of light. It appears you know more than I anticipated. Beneath Tu's mechanical visor, sensors flickered with warning signals. She sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the bald woman before them, an existence that transcended her database's comprehension. Tu, she whispered, we should retreat immediately. The target's energy readings have surpassed measurable limits. Chen Tian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He gently grasped Tu's hand that held the blade, saying, relax, Tu. If the Supreme Sorcerer intended us harm, we would have been cast into the mirror dimension by now. The Ancient One nodded in approval, a wise judgment. Suddenly, she turned, her robe tracing an elegant arc through the air. Follow me. We need to have a serious discussion. As her words resonated, the surroundings began to warp and transform. The luxury boutiques of Rodeo Drive collapsed like melting wax figures, giving way to a tea room infused with Eastern charm. The scent of sandalwood permeated the air, and beyond the window, snow-capped mountains stretched into the horizon. Wow! Chen Tian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Is this camouflage? Subject 2's reaction was even more pronounced. Her combat system was thrown into disarray, with various sensors blaring alarms. Every joint of the mechanical maiden was taut, her silver hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Tu, relax, Chen Tian urged as he steadied her. This was merely a spatial transfer. Gui had gracefully knelt at the tea table, brewing a pot of steaming tea. She glanced up at Tu and remarked, your creation is quite extraordinary. A mechanical life form from another dimension? Well, somewhat, Chen Tian replied, guiding Tu to sit down. Her name is Tu, and she hails from a rather dismal future. Gui pushed a teacup toward them, inviting, do take a sip. This is a rare snow tea from the Himalayas. Chen Tian lifted the cup and took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. The flavor is as if stars are dancing on my tongue. Tu hesitated briefly before mimicking Chen Tian, and upon tasting, her sensory receptors immediately detected thousands of complex chemical reactions. Analysis contains 37 unknown components, she murmured, but it feels quite warm. Gui nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Her expression shifted to one of gravity. Chen Tian, do you comprehend what you have done? Chen Tian swallowed nervously. Are you referring to summoning Diablo? Or to Tu? Gui's finger traced the edge of her teacup, and suddenly, a distorted infernal landscape emerged in the reflection of the tea. Chen Tian beheld the menacing figure of Diablo roaring amidst flames, dark crimson infernal energy rippling across dimensions. Your Diablo, Gui's voice grew somber, wield a power that does not belong to this world, nor to any parallel universe. That pure essence of malevolence shines like a beacon in the darkness. Tu's mechanical fingers involuntarily tightened, the teacup in her grasp emitting a faint cracking sound. The moment he manifested in Afghanistan, Gui continued, Mephisto sensed that power, the ultimate force of fear, a strength potent enough to elevate Mephisto further. The tea's reflection morphed, revealing a well-dressed red-skinned demon elegantly toasting with a young deity clad in a green robe and black hair. Loki? Chen Tian gasped. How could this be? The god of lies and deceit, alongside the most cunning demon of hell? Gui scoffed. A match made in heaven. So, Loki conspired with Mephisto, deceiving Odin, and prematurely subjected Thor to the trial of exile? Chen Tian found it hard to believe. Although Odin had grown weak, the trial was simply a game he devised for Thor. The might of the father of gods still lingered. Would a coward like Mephisto dare to leave the infernal dimension? To be precise, it was Loki. Do you know why Thor was exiled? It was because Loki tricked him into attempting to destroy Jotunheim using the Rainbow Bridge. Odin deemed Thor too arrogant and prideful, stripping him of his power and casting him out. Gulli took a sip of tea, pondering that this moment could be 2011 or the present. It merely required a catalyst. Thus, urged by Mephisto, Loki had advanced this timeline. Chen Tian grasped the implications. Yet one question lingered. Why? As long as you remain on Earth, Mephisto cannot escape your gaze. How do you know I would be there? Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. Chen Tian's eyes widened. You won't be there? Where would you go? Has Mephisto contacted Loki alone? The Ancient One regarded Chen Tian with a sense of admiration. You are quite astute to deduce this from a single remark. Indeed, he has also reached out to Dormammu. Upon hearing Dormammu's name, Chen Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Very well, let destruction come. Just moments ago, I boasted that once I summoned so-and-so, I would reduce Dormammu and his ilk to mere ashes. Then, Master Ancient One, what purpose did you have in bringing me here? It is, of course, to rectify your errors. How will you rectify it? With my abysmal luck, I merely intend to survive before the fortunate ones. How do you know that today's summoning might not aid you? The Ancient One mysteriously lifted her tea, obscuring her face. Chen Tian sat up abruptly. Are you suggesting that I might succeed today? I said nothing. Chapter 16. Not everyone is qualified to be my dance partner. The black vehicles of S.H.I.E.L.D. sped down the desert highway, stirring up clouds of dust. Chen Tian sat in the front passenger seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the edge of the window. In the rearview mirror, two sat quietly in the back seat, cradling the original Ghost Rider in his arms. So, Natasha Romanoff, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other adjusting her sunglasses, inquired, why did you suddenly reach out to S.H.I.L.D. to request involvement in a New Mexico investigation? Even more astonishing, how did you convince Fury to agree? Natasha's voice was laced with confusion. She had initially planned to approach Chen Tian using her charms, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily uncover his recent exploits. Chen Tian shrugged and sighed. I had no choice. The situation in New Mexico cannot be managed solely by relying on you all. I happen to need a formal identity to intervene in this matter. I would rather not meddle without permission and find myself labeled a dangerously uncontrollable target by S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha twitched her lips. You needn't intervene. Fury has already classified you as such a target. A hammer falls from the sky, and no device or person can move it. Doesn't this strike you as peculiar? Chen Tian pondered. Are the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. truly this naive? Do they believe it to be some artifact to be contained and studied? Natasha chuckled, also finding it somewhat absurd. They call it a meteorite, but how could there possibly be such a precisely crafted hammer-shaped meteorite? You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to protect the lives of people around the world. So, you understand. Isn't it merely for their own ambitions, after all? The serpent. Chen Tian's words were abruptly cut off as Tu covered his mouth in the back seat. You're saying too much. Tu leaned closer to Chen Tian's ear, embodying a kind-hearted nature with a warm smile and handsome features. Tu, I assure you, the author did not coerce me into thinking this way. At times, one could be rather indiscreet. Fortunately, Master Ancient One advised to remain vigilant and prevent Chen Tian from divulging any further information, thus sparing him from additional peril. The Ancient One's instructions were duly noted by Tu, ranking just below the absolute adherence to all commands. Snakes? Are you implying there are numerous snakes in New Mexico? Natasha was somewhat puzzled by Chen Tian's statement. He gently removed Tu's hand from her mouth and shot her an annoyed glance. Indeed, in our ancient Eastern nation, there exists a delightful snake soup, particularly when made with venomous snakes. Natasha chuckled. Then when we arrive in New Mexico, I'll have my subordinates catch a few for you. And do remember to prepare some for me. Chen Tian turned towards Tu and casually remarked, Did you hear that, Tu? It's up to you then. Tu nodded slightly, her silver hair shimmering softly under the sunlight. I shall prepare the most exquisite snake soup for you, she replied, her voice tranquil yet imbued with a hint of fondness. Beneath her mechanical eye mask, sensors discreetly recorded every subtle change in Natasha's expressions. Natasha caught a glimpse of the enigmatic silver-haired girl in the rearview mirror, her crimson lips curling into a playful smile. Your little girlfriend is quite attentive. Chen Tian teased, directing a playful glance at Natasha. Indeed. I look forward to you being as considerate as she is. Natasha gave Chen Tian a fleeting glance. Is that so? I too anticipate that. Her smile carried an ambiguous meaning, prompting Tu to furrow her brow slightly. Was this one of the ripples Master Ancient One had mentioned? Amidst the banter between Chen Tian and Natasha, the vehicle sped into a small town in New Mexico, halting in front of a bar. As the vehicle came to a stop, Coulson approached with his signature, gentle smile. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his tie impeccably knotted around his neck, he appeared unaffected by the desert's sweltering heat. Agent Romanoff, Coulson nodded towards Natasha, then turned his gaze to Chen Tian and Tu. Greetings, Mr. Chen Tian and Miss Tu. Chen Tian responded with a smile. Ha, hello. I trust there are no sniper rifles aimed at me this time. Coulson maintained his smile. I apologize for the previous offense. After all, we in S.H.I.E.L.D. are here for. Chen Tian interjected, the safety of the people all around the globe, right? I understand. Now, shall we proceed inside? I've heard the drinks here are quite good. Coulson promptly gestured for them to enter. Mr. Chen, you're indeed correct. The tequila here rivals that of the bartender Tony specifically engaged. Two sensors immediately scanned the entire bar. 37 patrons for bartenders, 12 exits, and she frowned slightly, detecting at least 15 hidden surveillance devices. This establishment is entirely under S.H.I.L.D.'s control, Tu quietly alerted. Chen Tian nonchalantly patted her shoulder. No need to worry, Tu. We are essentially auxiliary personnel of S.H.I.L.D. now. With that, he looked at Coulson, who remained silent, merely smiling as he opened the door, ushering everyone into the tavern. The bar was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and grilled meat. As a few individuals took their seats around the round table, the tantalizing aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the sizzling, oil-dripping ribs. Wow, the service here is exceedingly attentive. They've even spared us the trouble of ordering, he exclaimed. Coulson, elegantly loosening his suit jacket, settled into his chair. All of us here are from S.H.I.E.L.D. He picked up a napkin to dab his hands. Before indulging in the barbecue, I would recommend sampling the tequila. It is a local specialty. Before he could finish, Chen Tian had already raised his glass and downed the drink in one swift motion, only to cough violently. Cough, cough. This stuff packs more of a punch than vodka. The mechanical eye mask belonging to Tu flickered with a hint of blue light as she silently accepted Chen Tian's glass, delicately dipping her fingertip into the liquid for analysis. Alcohol concentration is 42, with trace amounts of capsaicin. I advise you to pace yourself. Natasha observed the scene with great interest, gently sipping from her own glass. You two are quite sweet, she remarked. Indeed, Chen Tian replied proudly, wrapping an arm around Tu's shoulder. She did not shy away, but instead leaned closer to him. Even while nestled in Chen Tian's embrace, Tu expertly sliced the most tender piece of meat and placed it on Chen Tian's plate. He popped the freshly cut barbecue into his mouth, savoring the flavors, a bit of sauce smudging the corner of his lips. Tu immediately reached for a napkin and skillfully wiped it away, as if she had performed this gesture countless times before. Coulson maintained a professional smile, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Mr. Chen, regarding that hammer. Well, about that, Chen Tian mumbled through a mouthful of food, grabbing another piece of meat. Tu timely offered a glass of water, which he gulped down before continuing. Haven't you already apprehended a certain Dr. Jane Foster? Coulson's smile faltered momentarily. Mr. Chen, we have only just located Dr. Foster. How did you? Chen Tian chuckled. You see, as long as there's a network connection, nothing escapes Tony's watchful eye. He had no intention of revealing that it was Tu who had uncovered the information. Let Tony take the blame for this one. Natasha set her glass down, her lips parting slightly. Is this female doctor connected to the hammer? To be precise, she is related to that muscle-bound gentleman you apprehended alongside her. Chen Tian set down his utensils, rising to his feet as he looked at Coulson. Let us go, smiling assassin. Let us pay a visit to the self-proclaimed god of thunder. Coulson's smile briefly stiffened but quickly returned to his characteristic gentle demeanor. He stood gracefully, adjusting his tie. It seems Mr. Stark's intelligence network is more sophisticated than we had anticipated. Natasha's lips curled into a playful smirk. I am more curious as to why Tony Stark would assist you in this matter. Chen Tian grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Huh. Perhaps it's because I possess footage of him and Pepper engaging in some rather playful antics, akin to two seals fighting over a ball. He casually accepted the coat that Tu offered him. Come now, if we don't meet that god of thunder soon, I fear he might demolish your temporary base. Tu quietly followed behind Chen Tian, her silver hair gleaming with a cold sheen under the dim lighting of the bar. Her mechanical eye patch incessantly scanned the surrounding environment. Whispering into Chen Tian's ear, at least 12 snipers have taken their positions. Chen Tian dismissively waved his hand, saying, "Relax. Agent Coulson is far too courteous to pose any threat to us." He intentionally raised his voice, addressing the man with a smile. "Isn't that right, Mr. Smiles?" Coulson, walking ahead without turning back, chuckled, "Indeed, Mr. Chen, you are now our esteemed guest." As they exited the bar, the blazing sun of the desert immediately compelled them to squint. 3 black vehicles idled at the entrance, their engines purring softly. Natasha opened the passenger door. "Get in." It's quite a distance. However, Tu suddenly reached out to stop Chen Tian. "Please wait a moment." She retrieved a sunshade from her small bag and swiftly unfurled it. The ultraviolet intensity in the desert is excessive. It could harm your skin. Chen Tian, touched, wrapped his arm around Tu's shoulders. "Look at you, always so thoughtful." Natasha rolled her eyes and climbed directly into the vehicle. The convoy sped down the desert highway, raising clouds of yellow dust. About 20 minutes later, a temporary base surrounded by barbed wire emerged in the distance, with dozens of military tents neatly arranged, and at the center stood a colossal metal shed, surrounded by fully armed agents. "Wow," Chen Tian exclaimed, leaning against the car window. "You've built this place like Area 51. Coulson glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "It's merely a precaution. After all, that hammer is rather special." The convoy halted at a checkpoint, and after undergoing rigorous identity verification, they gradually entered the base. Chen Tian observed that as they ventured deeper, the guards became increasingly dense, with armored vehicles and surface-to-air missile launchers in sight. "You certainly have an extensive array of equipment to deter thieves," Chen Tian teased. Coulson remained silent, merely smiling as he guided them toward the central metal shed. Standing at the entrance were 2 armed agents, who immediately stood at attention and saluted upon seeing Coulson. "Is he inside?" Coulson inquired. "Yes, sir," one of the agents replied. "Our medical personnel are examining him." Suddenly, Chen Tian's expression turned grave as he firmly grasped Coulson's shoulder. "Listen, if you wish for the agents here to survive, you must immediately order their evacuation to at least 3 kilometers away. That may not even suffice." Coulson's smile faltered. "Mr. Chen, that joke is rather unamusing." "Ah, Coulson, heed my words," Chen Tian scoffed coldly. Turning towards Natasha, "You should leave as well." Natasha furrowed her brow. "Chen Tian, what do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian reached out towards Tu, who understood and placed the original ghost blade in his hand. "A great battle is about to unfold, so you must depart from here." And Chen Tian glanced at Coulson. "Take the smiling assassin with you. After all, you are rare blooms amidst the mire of S.H.I.L.D." With that, Chen Tian pushed open the large door of the metal shed. Within a dimly lit chamber, a muscular blond man was bound to a specially designed metallic chair. Despite his dire predicament, he maintained a regal demeanor, exuding an innate aura of sovereignty. Beside him, a medical attendant was examining his injuries inflicted by agents during his resistance. Chen Tian, wielding the blade Gui Che, approached the restrained figure with measured steps. The moment the medical personnel exited the room, the man began to struggle violently, the chair emitting a shrill screech of metal against metal. "Release me, mortal." His voice resonated like thunder in the confined space. "I am Thor Odinson, the Prince of Asgard." Chen Tian refrained from an immediate response, instead circling around Thor, scrutinizing the legendary god of thunder. Thor's golden locks were disheveled from his struggles, his blue eyes ablaze with fury, muscles rippling with tension. Chen Tian waved off the medical staff, eager to escape the cacophony of the madman's incessant proclamations of his divine identity. Once the door was securely locked, he settled into a chair opposite Thor, fixing his gaze intently upon the now subdued figure. "Mephisto, where has Thor gone?" Thor initially appeared taken aback, tilting his head before his features contorted grotesquely. His golden irises morphed into serpentine slits, and his mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin. "Ah, my dear little Eastern friend, how did you uncover this?" His voice, suddenly gravelly and slick, carried the unmistakable scent of brimstone. Chen Tian chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. I merely spoke in jest, not expecting the so-called Lord of Hell to be so easily deceived. Mephisto's laughter pierced the air like nails on glass, while Thor's visage twisted into a grotesque, demonic expression. Foolish mortal, do you believe I was tricked by you? Gently tapping the hilt of Gui Che, Chen Tian wore a subtle smile. If not, then what else could it be? My dear little Eastern friend, Mephisto declared as he freed himself from his restraints, rising to perform an exaggerated bow. The unique sin of your soul is detectable even across 9 realms, especially that intriguing little thing within you. He leaned closer, the stench of sulfur overwhelming, particularly regarding the peculiar essence contained within Chen Tian. Suddenly, Mephisto's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he bellowed, You have deceived me. This is not your true form. Chen Tian grinned, his body rippling like a water surface before gradually becoming translucent. Indeed, he intoned with a hint of mockery. The Lord of Hell possesses quite an astute nose. Mephisto's expression froze, genuine fear creeping into his previously twisted countenance for the first time. He staggered backward, realizing his form had reverted to his original self rather than that of Thor. Eternal? This cannot be. How could you? By then, Chen Tian's figure had completely vanished, replaced by an ineffable presence that defied accurate description through mere language. The form of the eternal deity is composed of countless stars, each contour constantly shifting and transforming, resembling a microcosm of the entire universe. Though devoid of a distinct visage, it instills in Mephisto the sensation of being scrutinized by innumerable eyes. The surrounding space is utterly distorted. The bar, the base, and the desert have all vanished, leaving only an expanse of pure, white void. In the realm of reality, Mephisto has transformed into an elderly gentleman clad in an exquisite suit, his formerly fearsome countenance now bowed, exuding an aura of gloom. Visible black energy chains coil around him, each adorned with ancient runes that shimmer with a ghostly blue light. Beside Chen Tian stands a man with flowing black hair, clad in crimson armor, arms crossed and bearing an air of haughtiness. Ban, can you control him to set the seal, as Diablo instructed? A kaleidoscope slowly turns within Ban's eyes. Such trifles do not require the activation of my reincarnation Sharingan. He cast a discontented glance at Chen Tian. My lord, clearly I could handle such vermin myself. Why rely on that hideous redskin creature to arrange the seal? It is redundant. Chen Tian smirks. It's merely an additional layer of security. Besides, we still have no idea where this fellow has concealed Thor. My lord, you underestimate me. Even a demon lord may not qualify to be my partner in this dance. Furthermore, my lord, please refrain from turning me into your weapon next time. The transformation technique of a ninja is not intended for carrying women. Chapter 17. The Great Explosion Outside the Base. Natasha and Coulson are organizing the agents for an urgent evacuation. All personnel, evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate immediately. Coulson issues commands through his communicator, his face unusually devoid of a smile. Natasha, Fury knows you support him, which will certainly infuriate him. I'm also somewhat puzzled as to why you would trust someone you have only met once. Natasha glances at the distant, slightly trembling metal shed, her red lips curling into a faint smile. Perhaps it reminds me of certain past events. Coulson does not grasp Natasha's meaning, yet he refrains from probing further. After all, as an agent, particularly one like Natasha, who once belonged to the opposing side, she must harbor secrets, much like himself, with no one aware of his girlfriend who plays the cello. He believed no one knew. Tu has reported at Chen Tian's side. All agents have evacuated to a safe distance. As soon as the words leave Tu's lips, Chen Tian hears the raspy voice of Diablo. My lord, I am also prepared. However, the tone of the Demon King conveys unmistakable dissatisfaction. That scoundrel, Uchiha Ban, just glared at me with his reincarnation eye. Chen Tian cannot help but chuckle. All right, enough of your quarrels. We must clarify where Thor is, now that Mephisto is ensnared in an illusion. Chen Tian turns to the still, striking opposed Ban. Ban, have you located where Mephisto is hiding Thor? In the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan, the master implored for one more minute, as the demon was on the verge of confessing everything to the supreme being within his illusion. In the stark, white void, Mephisto knelt, trembling. His crimson skin was marred by fissures, and his twisted horns were fractured, while the sulphurous blood dripped onto the non-existent ground, evaporating into black mist. The form of the eternal god shifted before him, the myriad stars revolving, the vast cosmos exerting pressure that crushed every inch of his soul. Speak. The voice of eternity resonated like the simultaneous roar of countless stars. Where's Thoro Dinson? A hoarse laugh escaped Mephisto's throat. Ha ha ha. The eternal god concerns himself with a brute from a single universe? Truly remarkable. The Eternal offered no reply, merely raising a hand. In an instant, Mephisto's body was torn apart, only to reconstitute a moment later, the agony forcing him into a curled position. This is your final chance. The voice of eternity was cold and merciless. Mephisto's slit pupils whirled frantically, and at last, he broke. The mirror dimension. The sorcerer Caecilius has hidden it there. The figure of the Eternal paused slightly. Specific location. In the underground mirror layer of the New York sanctum, Mephisto gasped, suddenly grinning wickedly. But you are too late. Loki has already commenced his plan. The figure of the Eternal began to dissipate, and the pure white space began to crumble. Mephisto was taken aback. Wait, you are not the Eternal. In the final moments of the illusion shattering, he heard a mocking voice. Of course not, old fool. In the real world. Uchiha Obito's kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually ceased its rotation, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Master, I have found him. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Obito formed a single-handed seal, dispelling the illusion, and Mephisto quivered, drenched in cold sweat. He looked up to see Chen Tian and Obito towering over him. Where? Chen Tian inquired with an arched brow. In the New York sanctum, Caecilius has imprisoned the thunder god within the underground mirror layer. Obito smiled faintly. The mirror layer, interesting. Does the master require me to travel to New York personally? Chen Tian shook his head, observing the struggling Mephisto. No, I need your assistance next. Obito nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the awakened Mephisto. Master, why not let this demon remain forever immersed in my illusion? Hey, that would be rather dull. Isn't he interested in Diablo and me? I, for one, Chen Tian declared with a sense of pride, crossing his legs, am quite intrigued by his hellish dimension. As Chen Tian contemplated his scheme, he became animated. Obito, what do you think about letting Diablo take control of Mephisto's hellish dimension? Obito crossed his arms, a trace of disdain flickering in his scarlet Sharingan. To master a dimension? There is no need to squander so much time. My power as Uchiha Obito requires no such external validation. Chen Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, Indeed, you are the unparalleled master of the realm. The mechanical eye mask of two emitted a faint flicker as she gently warned, Mephisto is about to awaken. As anticipated, the bound Mephisto began to struggle violently. Black mist infused with the scent of sulfur seeping from his being. Diablo immediately intensified the seal, the crimson chains biting deeply into the flesh of the demon lord. Mephisto let out a pained wail, his aged visage contorting in anguish. How dare you mock the Lord of Hell? Chen Tian crouched down to meet Mephisto's gaze. Calm yourself. Old friend, let us negotiate. He displayed an innocuous smile. How about a trade? Mephisto's slit pupils narrowed into a fine line. A trade? With you? Precisely. Chen Tian snapped his fingers. Your hellish dimension in exchange for your life. The entire space fell into a profound silence. Mephisto ceased his struggles, evidently taken aback by the proposition. Suddenly, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with derision. Foolish mortal. Do you think hell is merely a property to be transferred at will? Chen Tian stood up and shrugged. I was attempting to reason with you. But if you refuse to listen, there is little I can do. He called out into the air, Hey, King of Terror, the rest is yours. No sooner had Chen Tian's words faded than the air ruptured with numerous crimson fissures, and molten lava dripped like blood, pooling into a seething mass upon the ground. The stench of sulfur saturated the atmosphere, warping the very air with its searing heat. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the magma, the grotesque form of a demon taking shape. Diablo, the King of Terror, had finally descended to the mortal realm in his full manifestation. His scarlet slit pupils gazed down upon Mephisto, a sinister grin exposing his ivory fangs. Leave it to me, my lord. Diablo's voice resonated like the collective wails of countless lost souls. I shall make the demons of this world aware that even among demons, there exists a hierarchy. Mephisto's expression froze completely. His pupils dilated in terror, and for the first time, his cunning smile was replaced by genuine fear. He gazed up at the fully formed Diablo, emitting a guttural, inhuman roar from his throat. No, this is impossible. This oppressive presence, fear personified. Diablo slowly leaned down, his towering demonic form casting a suffocating shadow. He extended a claw covered in crimson scales, gently grasping Mephisto's chin, compelling the Lord of Hell to meet his gaze. You wish to consume me? Diablo's voice rolled like the churning of infernal magma. Mephisto trembled under the weight of fear. In this close proximity, he finally discerned the true essence of Diablo, a form that transcended the conventional demonic visage of this universe. Every inch of Diablo's skin pulsed with chaotic energy from another dimension, and within the depths of his slit pupils flickered ancient runes that even the Lord of Hell could not comprehend. You are not a demon born of this world. Mephisto's voice quavered. Diablo emitted a low, sinister chuckle, causing the very fabric of the space to warp. Clever. Alas, it is too late. Suddenly, he tightened his claws, and several deep gashes, exposing bone, tore across Mephisto's cheek, black blood, tinged with the scent of sulfur, gushing forth. Ah! Mephisto screamed in agony. Yet what terrified him more was the realization that his regenerative abilities were utterly ineffective before Diablo. Those wounds not only failed to heal but began to rot and spread. Chen Tian observed the scene with keen interest and turned to Ban, remarking, "When it comes to tormenting someone, demons certainly have their methods." Ban scoffed disdainfully, his eyes brimming with contempt. Merely tricks to frighten. At that moment, Diablo had lifted Mephisto off the ground, the demon lord dangling in midair like a rag doll. With one claw pressing against Mephisto's chest, the core of every demon's power, Diablo's voice unexpectedly softened. It became even more chilling. "You know, old fellow, in my homeland, we refer to your kind as snacks." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Diablo's claw plunged violently into Mephisto's chest. Amidst the spray of black blood, a pulsating, pitch-black heart was forcibly extracted. Countless tiny chains coiled around that heart, each tethered to a corner of the infernal dimension, the core of Hell's authority. Chen Tian whistled. Is it really that simple? The heart, now in Diablo's grasp, throbbed violently, its dark veins writhing like venomous serpents. A bunch of fools. The once terrified Mephisto suddenly revealed a grotesque grin, a thunderous rumble emanating from his pierced chest. Did you think I would be unprepared? Chen Tian's pupils constricted. This is bad. Quickly, Diablo swallowed the pitch-black heart hole, and shortly thereafter, a muffled sound echoed from deep within his throat. The dark heart exploded inside him, countless hellish runes slithering through his veins like poisonous serpents, and streams of black lava oozed from the crevices of his scales. Cough! Diablo knelt on one knee, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with the stench of sulfur. He incredulously raised his gaze to the dissipating Mephisto. You actually used your own soul and power as bait? Mephisto's form crumbled like ash in the air. Yet his laughter grew increasingly frenzied, as if this defeat was his true victory. How dare you underestimate a dimensional demon god? His voice echoed through the distorted space, carrying an eerie sense of satisfaction. Those fading slit-like eyes fixated upon Diablo, as if admiring his own masterpiece. The scales of the king of terror corroded by hellish runes, dark fissures spreading across his body like countless tiny serpents gnawing at his strength. Did you think I would relinquish the true power of hell so easily? The fading specter of Mephisto taunted Chen Tian. Just wait, little boy. Once you lose the aid of this demon, will you be able to withstand the onslaught from the demon gods of various dimensions? A deep growl emanated from Diablo's throat as he abruptly opened his vast maw, utterly consuming the remnants of Mephisto lingering in the air. The sulphurous black mist was forcefully swallowed, and the last vestiges of the demon lord were crushed within him. Nevertheless, this did not evoke a sense of victory. The atmosphere around them fell silent, and Chen Tian's features twisted in concern as he glanced at two, pondering whether that old fellow was referring to the various dimensional demon gods. Tu nodded, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I shall protect you." Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. Exhaling heavily, "I thought I had outsmarted that cunning demon, yet it seems I was the one ensnared." Diablo's massive form swayed, his crimson-scaled knee crashing heavily against the ground, stirring a cloud of sulphurous dust. For the first time, a hint of weakness crept into Diablo's voice as black blood seeped from his throat. "That old rascal has gravely wounded me with his authority. I must return to the summoning space to recuperate." Chen Tian nodded apologetically. "I underestimated that demon. My apologies, Diablo." Diablo bared his razor-sharp teeth. "My lord, do not belittle yourself. You are still young." As he spoke, numerous streams of magma began to envelop him. "During this time, I will be unable to respond to your summons. Please exercise utmost caution." What are you worried about?" "My lord is in my company," Ban interjected coldly, interrupting Diablo's words. "Damn Uchiha. Once I recover, The first thing I shall do is break your legs. Let us see how you dance then." Diablo cursed in exasperation before his figure vanished. "Ah, the lamentations of a defeated hound," Chen Tian remarked, watching Diablo disappear entirely. Then glancing at Ban's haughty demeanor with a sigh. "Let us depart. I have no desire to linger here. Who knows what that Mephisto fellow has left behind?" As soon as Chen Tian spoke, a myriad of crimson runes erupted across the ground. "Damn it, my ill-fated words," he cursed, wishing he could slap himself for uttering that phrase. The red light spread like blood, transforming the entire ground into a seething lava pit. Mephisto's maniacal laughter echoed from all directions, and from the fissures emerged countless skeletal hands ablaze with hellfire, frantically reaching for them. Tu's mechanical visor instantly shifted to combat mode, her silver hair dancing in the heat wave. She scooped up Chen Tian and leapt into the air, her high heels transforming into levitation devices. Ban snorted dismissively, his Rinnegan suddenly igniting with power. A mere remnant dares to act insolently. He swiftly formed hand seals, invoking Teng-ai Shinsei. The sky tore open, and a meteor, 100 meters in diameter, hurtled down, engulfed in flames, crashing toward the ground. The skeletal hands were instantly crushed, yet paradoxically, the red light intensified. The crimson glow became increasingly blinding, piercing through the swirling dust raised by the falling meteor. "What the hell is that meteor?" Coulson shouted over the noise, questioning Natasha as he drove. Natasha leaned out of the car window, gazing at the meteorite crashing into the former base. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, and the shockwave expanded outward at a visible speed. The ground undulated like ocean waves, with concrete fragments and metal debris hurled hundreds of meters into the air. "Faster, Coulson!" Natasha shouted at the driver. I know. Damn it. This car is at its limit. Once we return, I will demand Fury get me a new one." Coulson's forehead glistened with sweat. This destruction is beyond the capacity of conventional weaponry. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white. He glanced at the speedometer, which had already surpassed 200 kilometers per hour, yet the shockwave continued to approach. Natasha swiftly fastened her seatbelt and pulled out her communicator. "All units, take immediate defensive positions. Repeat, immediately." Her words were abruptly cut off. Countless beams of red light pierced through the swirling dust raised by the meteorite's impact, staining the blue sky crimson, casting a scarlet hue over the entire land. "Run, Coulson." Natasha felt every hair on her body stand on end, her mind urging her to flee. Through her terrified eyes, she witnessed the mushroom cloud behind them replaced by an inferno, the immense explosion reflected in her gaze. The vehicle she was in began to shake uncontrollably. She turned to Coulson, who seemed to be shouting something, but she could hear nothing. Natasha's world fell into an eerie silence at that moment. She saw Coulson's lips moving, noted the veins bulging on his forehead, and observed the whiteness of his knuckles as he clutched the steering wheel. Yet all sound had vanished. In the rearview mirror, the devastating shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, warping the very air into translucent ripples. Bang! The vehicle was toppled like a toy, spinning 3 complete rotations through the air. Natasha felt the safety belt constrict painfully around her, her insides shifting under the centrifugal force. The windshield shattered into a fine powder upon the first impact with the ground. The sharp sound of metal deforming pierced her eardrums. When the world finally ceased its tumultuous spinning, Natasha found herself suspended in the mangled cabin. The airbag pressed against her face, her nostrils filled with the metallic scent of blood and gasoline. Struggling, she unfastened her seatbelt and crashed onto the roof, which had transformed into the floor. "Coulson?" Her voice was hoarse as she slightly turned her head, spotting Coulson, bloodied and also inverted in his seat, eyes tightly shut. She reached out to feel his neck and exhaled deeply, relieved to find a pulse, indicating he was merely unconscious. Natasha elbowed through the remaining shards of the car window, dragging her pained body from the wreckage. As she staggered to her feet, the sight before her took her breath away. The entire wasteland had morphed into a charred inferno. In the area swept by the shockwave, all vegetation lay radiantly flattened, its surface coated with a glistening layer of vitrified material. In the distance, the original site of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base has now transformed into a colossal sinkhole with a diameter of 10 kilometers, its depths emanating an eerie crimson glow. This power exceeds that of the atomic bomb which decimated Neon years ago. Coulson's voice emerged from behind. his face smeared with blood and his suit tattered. Natasha remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the ruins, her eyes reflecting deep concern. Are you worried about Chen Tian? Coulson limped toward her. Given the magnitude of the explosion, I doubt any living being could survive. No, one cannot assess Chen Tian through conventional reasoning, Natasha retorted. How do you know? Coulson inquired, puzzled. Natasha chose not to respond. She would not reveal to Coulson that ever since she encountered Chen Tian on that rooftop, he had invaded her dreams, as if he were a specter from her past. Natasha, what is that? Coulson suddenly pointed toward the distant ruins. Her pupils dilated as she beheld a massive blue energy entity slowly rising amidst the burning debris. It was a semi-transparent giant clad in armor, its hands protecting its chest as colossal wings unfurled behind it, casting shadows over the land. Susano'o, Natasha whispered, her memory sharpening. The Susano'o gently lowered its immense azure arms, standing like a deity upon the scorched earth. Chen Tian emerged from the palm of the Susano'o, pale-faced as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Damn, I nearly got blown to oblivion. Behind Chen Tian, a voice reported, life signs are stable, but adrenaline levels exceed 300. Immediate intervention is advised. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Tian waved his hands to interrupt the medical report. He turned to the core of the Susano'o, giving a thumbs up to Madara. You're incredible. If it weren't for your intervention, I'd probably be nothing but ashes right now. Madara stood proudly within the crystalline forehead of the Susano'o, his Sharingan coldly surveying the surrounding wreckage. Merely an explosion, he scoffed, crossing his arms. I hadn't anticipated that demon lord's ambush. Even I was caught off guard. Madara bowed slightly to Chen Tian, expressing regret. My lord, this is my fault. One would be surprised to see Madara apologize. But given that even Diablo knelt before the protagonist, the might of a plot device is undeniable. Chen Tian waved dismissively at Madara, then surveyed his surroundings, clicking his tongue in terror. By the way, he turned to Tu. Did you manage to contact Tony? Tu nodded. As soon as I learned of Thor's location, I contacted Mr. Stark. He should be in New York by now. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian collapsed back, and Tu quickly knelt, cradling Chen Tian's head upon her thigh. Lying in the palm of the Susano'o, Chen Tian rested his head against Tu's soft leg, gazing up at the sky, which was gradually shifting from a deep crimson to a serene blue. He let out a deep sigh, muttering to himself, once Tony rescues Thor, he can come here to retrieve his meow hammer. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sat upright, smiting his forehead. Wait, there's that Loki fellow. He might very well hurl the destroyer armor into New York. Chen Tian quickly returned to New York. A killing machine is descending from the skies. Tony is engaged in a standoff with it. Coulson's voice echoed from beneath Susano'o. Chapter 18. The rescue of the explosive hero New York, Manhattan, Bleak Street. What was once a bustling thoroughfare now lay in chaos, with screams rising in a cacophony. The crowd scattered like frightened livestock. Cars collided in a chain reaction, and sirens pierced the air. Boom! A searing energy beam swept through, shattering the storefronts in an instant, sending shards of glass raining down like a tempest. Jarvis, does this thing possess any weaknesses? Tony Stark's voice resonated within the Iron Man suit, tinged with an unusual anxiety. He executed a swift roll to evade the second energy blast from the destroyer armor. The suit's thrusters operated at full power, tracing a golden red arc through the air. Target armor material undetectable. Energy readings exceed database parameters, Jarvis responded, his tone still steady. Though his speech quickened, recommend immediate evasion. Attempting to analyze weaknesses. Evasion? You expect me to flee on my own turf? Chen Tian will mock me for an eternity. Tony swiftly dodged a massive arm swung by the destroyer, feeling the rush of wind even through the armor. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed 3 blasts at the vacant visage of the armor. What in the world is this thing made of? Suddenly, the movements of the destroyer armor halted, and a blinding orange light ignited from within the darkness of its helmet. Tony's pupils constricted. He recognized this ominous sign all too well. Jarvis, full thrusters. Boom! A blinding beam grazed the soles of the armor, as a building behind him began to tilt slowly, as if melting like butter. Tony tumbled amidst a storm of glass shards, hearing Jarvis's rare alarm. Warning, armor integrity has dropped to 67. Damn it, Tony cursed. Jarvis, have you established contact with Chen Tian? Communications remained disrupted, Stable connection cannot be established. Damn it all. If only my suit were complete. I could dismantle it with my bare hands. Tony seethed, knowing he could not allow this to continue. It would clear out the entirety of New York City. Jarvis, is there any way to divert its attention? Jarvis's voice came through Tony's ear, based on energy trajectory analysis. The armor's target is quite specific. 177 Bleak Street. 177? Tony paused, realization dawning. Isn't that the house Chen Tian instructed me to go to? Indeed. Jarvis quickly retrieved the data. The target's trajectory is firmly locked onto that location, with the collateral damage along the way seemingly a consequence of your presence. Tony furrowed his brow, subtly adjusting the thrusters of his armor to hover in midair, keenly observing the movements of the destroyer. Indeed, the colossal suit was advancing along a straight path towards 177 Bleak Street, with any obstacle in its path destined for merciless obliteration. Jarvis, what exactly is inside that house? Tony inquired softly. The database does not provide a clear answer. However, Jarvis responded, based on the information supplied by Mr. Chen. I was previously instructed to inform you that Thor might be imprisoned there, which aligns with all your plans. Yes. Thor? The god of thunder from Norse mythology? Tony exclaimed. So this thing is here to rescue him? Or to eliminate him? Jarvis added. Tony fell silent for a moment before accelerating sharply, his armor slicing through the air to position itself directly in front of the destroyer. Hey, big guy. Tony raised his palm cannon, aiming it at the destroyer's faceplate. Whether you're here to save him or to kill him, New York is not your playground. The movements of the destroyer momentarily paused, the orange glow beneath its faceplate flickering as if assessing the obstacle before it. Tony grinned widely. Jarvis, prepare. You do not have. Now I do. Tony abruptly raised his hand, the armor's shoulder plating flinging open, releasing a barrage of dozens of mini-missiles that hurtled towards the joints of the destroyer. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames instantly engulfed the destroyer, yet Tony remained tense, fully aware that such an assault would not suffice to dismantle it. Indeed, the next moment, the destroyer emerged from the flames, its armor unscathed, the light beneath its faceplate growing ever more intense. Jarvis, identify its energy core. Tony shouted. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Jarvis's voice suddenly became frantic. Its energy readings are rapidly escalating. Tony's pupils constricted as the chest armor of the destroyer slowly opened, revealing a swirling orange-red energy core within. A terrifying force accumulating. Damn it. Tony immediately retreated at full speed, but the destroyer seemed to have locked onto him as its target. At that critical juncture, boom! A golden spark erupted before Tony, swiftly expanding into a portal. The energy shockwave emitted by the destroyer surged into the portal, and Tony widened his eyes, watching as the destructive force capable of decimating an entire street vanished without a trace upon entering the portal. Jarvis, what about that energy cannon? Jarvis's voice, unusually tinged with confusion, replied, according to the energy trajectory analysis, that beam has just breached the Earth's atmosphere. What? Tony's voice ascended an octave. Are you saying that thing just shot out of the Earth? Indeed. Jarvis paused briefly, and it appears to have struck a satellite in low Earth orbit, seemingly one belonging to you. Tony opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he stood there, somewhat dazed, a deep voice suddenly resonated beside him. It seems we have arrived just in time. Tony abruptly turned his head, only to find a man clad in a dark robe standing beside him. A black man whose presence was both sudden and alarming. More striking, however, was the pudgy Asian man beside him, whose wrist shimmered with golden runes, continuously drawing circles in the air as golden sparks swirled around him. Good grief. Tony instinctively raised his palm cannon, questioning their sudden appearance. The black man smiled faintly and performed an odd gesture. I am Mordo, the master of the Kamatage. He gestured towards the portly man. This is Wong. Kama what? Tony frowned. Jarvis, investigate this organization. There are no relevant records in the database. Jarvis promptly replied. The golden circles emanating from Wong's hand continued to expand as he spoke without looking up. Don't bother. Our existence is a secret to ordinary people. Mordo stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the distant destroyer armor. Mr. Stark, this magical construct is beyond your capabilities. Tony's armor mask opened, revealing a look of incredulity. Wait, are you saying this is magic? Precisely. It is a hybrid of Asgardian magic and technology. Wong finally ceased his movements. The golden circle now large enough for a person to pass through. Now, if you don't mind, allow the professionals to handle this. Just as Tony was about to retort, the destroyer armor emitted a thunderous roar, its energy core glowing ominously once more. Watch out, Tony shouted. Mordo raised his hands, and an orange magical shield instantly materialized. Boom! The energy cannon of the destroyer struck Mordo's magical shield with tremendous force. The orange runic barrier held for barely half a second before shattering like glass. The violent surge of energy slammed into Mordo's chest, sending him flying. Mordo! Wong's expression turned grave as he quickly raised his hand to conjure a portal for rescue, but the destroyer had already locked onto him, the orange light beneath its helmet flickering chaotically. Damn it! Tony propelled his armor forward, crashing directly into the destroyer. Jarvis! Full power propulsion. Disrupted. The thrusters behind the armor erupted in blinding blue flames, and Tony plowed into the destroyer's side like a cannonball. The destroyer staggered, its energy cannon veering off course and narrowly missing Wong's head as it shot into the sky. Bang! Tony's armor alarms blared wildly. Warning. Armor integrity has dropped to 42. Shut up. I know. Tony gritted his teeth, gripping the destroyer's arm tightly in an attempt to restrain its movement. Wong, hurry and save him. Wong dashed towards the blasted Mordo, who was now unceremoniously embedded in a wrecked car, his chest charred and blood trickling from his lips. Coughing. Mordo struggled to open his eyes. This thing is stronger than I imagined. Wong's lips twitched. Did you not just say to let the professionals handle it? Mordo replied. Tony's voice echoed from afar. Hey, you two professionals. Can we skip the chit-chat? I can barely hold on. The destroyer suddenly swung its arm, sending Tony's armor flying and crashing heavily into a nearby CAF. Glass fragments and splintered wood scattered everywhere as Tony lay amidst the debris. The alarm of his armor blaring sharply. Warning. Armor integrity has dropped to 31. Immediate retreat is advised. Jarvis's voice bore an unusual urgency. Retreat? Tony gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. New York was on the brink of destruction. Where could he possibly retreat to? At that moment, a dark shadow abruptly landed on the fire hydrant beside him. Listen, Mr. Stark. The black cloak of Mordo billowed in the hot wind, his gaze fixed intently on the encroaching destroyer. Wong, and I will lure this thing into the mirror dimension. You need to save that Norse god. What? Before Tony could comprehend, he saw Wong's rotund figure stumbling out of another portal. Have you lost your mind, Mordo? Wong's face was contorted in dismay, but the rings on his fingers already glimmered with golden light. The two of us against this creature? I'm merely a librarian. Stop dawdling. Mordo seized Wong's arm. If we linger, the sanctum will be demolished. The destroyer had raised its arm, the energy core in its chest beginning to spin violently, a blinding orange light staining the entire street crimson. Now, Mordo bellowed. Wong, with a face of despair, precisely traced intricate patterns with his hands. Golden sparks erupted beneath the destroyer's feet, the fabric of space shattering like glass. Tony noticed the destroyer's movements suddenly slow, as if it were ensnared in a thick glue. Go! Mordo shouted at Tony, veins bulging at his temples. 3 levels down, mirror layer. We can't hold on for long. Just as Tony was about to activate his thrusters, he noticed blood beginning to trickle from Wong's nostrils. The stout sorcerer's round face flushed crimson, the golden light from the rings flickering erratically. Damn it! Mordo cursed, freeing his left hand as 2 golden chains shot forth from his palm, wrapping around the destroyer's legs. It was resisting the spatial transfer. The destroyer's helmet suddenly twisted 180 degrees, glaring fixedly at the 2 sorcerers. A grating metallic sound emanated from its chest as the energy core began to spin in reverse. Not good. Wong suddenly screamed. It's deciphering the spatial coordinates. The entire street space began to warp, cars along the roadside elongating like clay. Tony's armor alarm blared frantically. Warning. Local space curvature anomaly detected. There's no time. Mordo bit his tongue, a spray of blood misting onto the rings. At that moment, as the golden light surged, he hoarsely shouted to Tony, Remember, after finding Thor, have him summon Mjolnir immediately. Only the power of the Thunder God can. Before he could finish, the space surrounding the 3 of them shattered like a mirror. Tony blinked, finding himself floating in a labyrinth composed of countless diamond shards. Not far away, the destroyer was relentlessly striking the spatial barrier, each punch sending violent tremors through the entire mirror dimension. Life signs of the two sorcerers are rapidly declining. Jarvis's voice conveyed an unusual urgency, advising immediate action. Tony cast a final glance at the two mages struggling amidst the debris of space, as the thrusters emitted a brilliant azure flame, propelling him towards the basement of the sanctum. Behind him, the ferocious roar of the destroyer echoed through the dimensional barrier, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and collapsing space. Tony's crimson and gold armor sliced through the air as he plunged into the entrance of the sanctum in New York. The ancient oak door sealed shut behind him, isolating him from the chaos and explosions outside. Letting out a sigh of relief, Tony retracted his helmet, surveying his surroundings. At least this place had been reduced to ruins. The interior of the sanctum was surprisingly tranquil, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the aged wooden floor. The air was infused with a subtle aroma of herbs and parchment, while the walls were adorned with peculiar runes and magical implements that Tony could not comprehend. Jarvis, scan the structural integrity, Tony murmured. Jarvis' voice resonated within the armor. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected underground, yet the precise location remains indeterminate. Tony furrowed his brow. What do you mean, indeterminate? Can't you penetrate 30 layers of concrete? The spatial structure here seems, Jarvis hesitated, it does not conform to the laws of physics. Damn it. Tony rubbed his temples, recalling what those mages had mentioned. Mirror interlayer? He sighed heavily. I'm a scientist, not a magician. So how on earth do I access that damned mirror interlayer? Blast a huge hole in the ground? I would not recommend such an approach. A gentle voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Tony spun around, his armor's weapon systems instantly locking onto the source of the sound. A woman of Asian descent clad in a deep blue robe stood at the corner of the staircase, hands clasped before her with a serene smile. Shatter. Do all your mages enjoy appearing out of thin air? Tony's palm cannon remained illuminated. Who are you? I am one of the guardians of the New York sanctum, an assistant to Master Wong. She replied, bowing slightly. You may call me Lin. The Supreme Mage instructed me to await your arrival. Tony remained on guard. Supreme Mage? Sound impressive, but how do you intend to assist me in entering the mirror interlayer? Lin swiftly approached a small door, retrieving a golden ring from her sleeve and gently pressing it into a recess on the door. With this, but you must be swift. Once the destroyer breaches the mirror space, the entire sanctum will. Her words were abruptly cut off as the entire structure trembled violently, chandeliers swayed wildly, and picture frames fell from the walls. A thunderous sound of shattering glass echoed from afar. It has broken through. Lin's complexion turned pale, faster than anticipated. Tony heard the heavy footsteps of the destroyer, drawing nearer from outside. We're out of time. Lin bit her finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the golden ring. The runes on the door ignited with a blinding crimson light. Listen, Mr. Stark. Entering the mirror interlayer requires specific incantations and suspensions, but you lack the time to learn them. Thus, you must adopt a more direct approach. Lin inhaled deeply and leaped forward. Jump into what? Tony's words trailed off as Lin forcefully pushed open the small door. Beyond it lay not the anticipated room or corridor, but a twisted space that flowed like mercury, exuding an eerie blue glow. You must be joking. Tony retreated a step. Suddenly, the door of the sanctuary erupted, splintering wood flying everywhere. The towering figure of the destroyer appeared in the doorway, the orange glow beneath its mask resembling the gaze of death itself. Tony felt an inexplicable pull from behind, as though countless hands were tugging at his armor. In the instant he plunged into that distorted space. The last image he beheld was of Lin forming intricate seals with his hands, golden runes entwining the destroyer's armor as if they were living entities. Fine, Thor. Do not trust any illusions. Lin's voice vanished the moment the twisted space dissipated. The dimensional barrier was collapsing. Jarvis's alarm blared in his ears. As the world spun chaotically, Tony felt his consciousness being shredded into fragments. The data on his armor's display morphed into gibberish, and his vision flickered with countless disjointed images. The dazzling spires of a golden palace, storms crackling with lightning, a golden-haired giant ensnared by chains. When Tony regained consciousness, he found himself standing on a tranquil suburban street. Sunlight filtered through the maple leaves, dappling the asphalt, while the distant sound of children laughing echoed in the air. Where am I? Tony murmured in confusion, glancing down to find himself clad in a casual shirt and jeans, a box of freshly purchased donuts in hand. "Dear," a familiar voice called from behind him. Tony turned abruptly to see Pepper standing on the porch of a white villa, flour dusting her apron. "The new neighbors are arriving soon. Remember you promised to help move the furniture?" Tony opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. A deep-seated intuition screamed that something was amiss, yet the warm sunlight and Pepper's smiling eyes felt so undeniably real. Meanwhile, in another layer of the mirrored space, Thor Odinson sat before the barbecue grill in his backyard. Dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans, he expertly flipped steaks. Jane peeked out from the kitchen window. "Darling, could you grab the salad dressing?" "Right away, my love," Thor replied with a smile, reaching for the condiment bottle, when a chain-like tattoo faintly appeared on his wrist. He frowned, unable to recall the origin of this tattoo. As Tony rang the doorbell of the new neighbor's house, it was Thor who answered the door. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, both men experienced a wave of inexplicable dizziness. "Haven't we met somewhere?" Tony rubbed his temples. Thor's blue eyes widened slightly, and the lights in the yard flickered. He instinctively looked up at the clear sky, murmuring, "Strange, I think I heard thunder." Just then, Tony noticed the chain tattoo on Thor's wrist glowing faintly with golden light. He seized Thor's wrist. "What is this?" "I do not know." Suddenly, Thor became agitated, and the objects in the courtyard began to tremble inexplicably. Since this morning, he had been radiating heat. Tony's pupils constricted sharply. Jarvis's voice resonated as if emanating from a distant void, both obscure yet clear, as though it pierced through a thick fog. Tony abruptly raised his head, surveying his surroundings. The sunlight remained warm, and Pepper stood on the porch, smiling, while the chain tattoo on Thor's wrist shimmered with an eerie golden light. Everything appeared strikingly real. Yet, Jarvis's voice cut through his consciousness like a sharp blade. "Your vital signs are abnormal. Neural activity indicates you are experiencing profound hallucinatory interference." Tony's breath quickened as he fixated on Thor, whose expression transformed from confusion to a painful struggle. "According to energy readings, you are currently ensnared in a deep illusion of the mirror space." Jarvis's voice was calm and resolute. Ms. Lin's warning was accurate. "Do not trust the illusions. Do not trust the illusions." Lin's words echoed in Tony's mind, causing his fingers to involuntarily tighten around Thor's wrist. Thor suddenly looked up, a flicker of electricity flashing in his blue eyes. "Neighbor," his voice was low and hoarse, as if it originated from another realm. "You feel it too, don't you?" Tony's temples throbbed. The surroundings began to warp. The sunlight became blinding, and Pepper's figure resembled a sand painting scattered by the wind, while the villa's walls flowed like melting wax. "Thor!" Tony bellowed, "This isn't real." Thor's expression twisted into a grimace as he violently wrenched his arm away from Tony's grip, igniting the grass in the courtyard. The sky darkened suddenly, and storm clouds churned ominously. "Of course I know this isn't real," Thor roared, his voice reverberating like thunder. "But I've been trapped here for too long." On his wrist, the chain tattoo suddenly shattered, golden runes coiling around his arm like living beings. Thor howled towards the heavens as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Boom! Tony was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, the entire world crumbling like a shattered mirror. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself kneeling on the icy floor of a crystal palace, his armor covered in frost. Before him, Thor Odinson was suspended in midair by 7 chains glowing with runes, his golden hair disheveled and his eyes tightly shut. Mirror layer confirmed. Jarvis's voice finally regained clarity. Target locked. Thor Odinson. Tony struggled to rise, the armor emitting a tortured metallic screech. "Hey, Ground Zero, main character," he shouted. "Thor, wake up." Thor's body jolted as his eyelids trembled, slowly revealing his azure eyes, where electricity surged like a tempest. "Neighbor?" His voice was hoarse and weak, yet laced with suppressed fury. "How did you come to be here?" Tony managed to smile, despite the severe damage to his armor. "Here to rescue you, big guy." He raised his palm cannon, aiming at the chains binding Thor. "And then, we must rescue the 2 reckless mages." A sinister smile slowly crept across Thor's lips. "Excellent." In the next instant, Tony pulled the trigger, and the energy cannon fired with a thunderous roar. Chapter 19. The Battle of New Mexico. The sky over New York abruptly changed color. One moment, it was a clear blue expanse, and the next, heavy dark clouds rolled in like monstrous waves, obscuring the entire Manhattan skyline. The wind howled as pedestrians on the streets looked up in terror, watching lightning slither through the clouds like silver serpents, while thunder boomed like the roar of ancient beasts. Within the sanctum, Mage Lin's hands were still forming seals, golden runic chains entwining around the destroyer's armor, yet its energy core spun wildly, an increasingly vibrant orange glow. It was about to break free. Lin gritted his teeth and shouted to the staggering Modu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The destroyer suddenly shook violently, the runic chains fracturing inch by inch, its faceplate turning toward Lin, energy cannon poised to unleash its fury. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning, like divine retribution, struck down, piercing through the sanctum's roof and precisely hitting the destroyer's chest. The force sent the destroyer flying, shattering the walls of the sanctum and crashing into the buildings across the street. Debris flew, dust billowed, and every window along the street shattered. Lin staggered backward, shock evident as he looked up through the roof at the sky. At the center of the dark clouds, a war hammer, enveloped in storm and lightning, was descending with a thunderous force. A great hand caught the falling Mjolnir as Thor and Tony emerged from the mirrored layer. The moment the hammer landed in Thor's palm, thunder erupted. Golden lightning coiled around his form like a frenzied serpent, Asgardian armor reshaping in the electric light, silver bracers gleaming, a scarlet cape billowing, every inch of metal shining with the brilliance of the divine realm. His golden hair danced wildly in the storm, and the lightning in his eyes seemed poised to pierce the dark clouds. Lin and Modu were forced back a step by this divine power, and they beheld Thor slowly raising his head, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, mages of Midgard. You have held off my father's armor for me." Behind him, Tony's armor was severely damaged, half of his visor shattered, yet he did not forget to whistle loudly. "Wow, that entrance effect is quite impressive, Pewdie. Could you give me a heads up next time? My armor can't withstand such a close-range thunderstorm." Thor turned to Tony, grinning broadly. "Pewdie? Neighbor, do you not yet know my illustrious name?" He then burst into hearty laughter, and Mjolnir began to spin rapidly in his hand, turning the air within the sanctum into a violent whirlwind. Ancient tomes fluttered chaotically on the shelves, the robes of the mages rustled fiercely, and even Tony's armor was pushed back a few steps by this divine force. "Listen well, my friends." Thor's voice boomed amidst the storm, each word resonating with the roar of thunder. "I am Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, son of Odin, guardian of the 9 realms." Mjolnir whirled faster and emitted dazzling flashes of lightning, while the iron canister before you was merely a toy of my father. Before the words faded, Thor hurled Mjolnir, launching it like an arrow from a bow, crashing out of the house to strike the recently risen destroyer. The destroyer's armor had just completed its self-repair, and the energy core beneath the faceplate had yet to charge, when this heavy blow sent it crashing back into the ground. Boom! The shockwave scattered debris within 100 meters, and the street cracked like a spider's web. Thor knelt upon the destroyer's chest, Mjolnir pressed against its faceplate, as the raging lightning surged into the armor's seams. "Look at me, old friend." Thor's voice suddenly deepened. "I know Odin's will still resides within you. Tell me, what is my father's purpose in sending you?" The destroyer's energy core began to flicker violently, the orange glow beneath the faceplate morphing into an eerie green. A familiar voice emanated from within. "Because father has finally seen your true nature, brother." Thor's pupils constricted. Loki, the destroyer's palm, suddenly erupted, grasping Thor by the throat and hurling him into the sky. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, the destroyer's chest armor fully unfurled, and an energy cannon, thrice as powerful as before, charged instantly. Thor, Lin, and Modu simultaneously formed seals, a golden magical array illuminating beneath the destroyer. Yet the energy cannon had already fired, a blinding beam shooting skyward. In a moment of peril, a gold and crimson figure collided from the side. Tony ramped up all thruster power to the maximum, using the remaining energy of his armor to snatch Thor away. "Hold on." Tony gritted his teeth, the cracks on his visor multiplying. J.A.R.V.I.S. Divert all reactor energy to the thrusters. Energy remaining, 7, calmly reporting. Estimated duration, 3 seconds. Thor reached out, and Mjolnir instantly returned to his grasp. He glanced at Tony, who had rescued him from the trajectory of the destroyer's energy cannon, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Neighbor, save your touching speech. God of Thunder, Tony's voice trembled from energy overload. Either deal with it quickly, or we both end up as barbecue. Thor laughed, grasping Tony's shoulder and flinging him toward a safe zone. Then watch closely. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a bolt of lightning, diving downward. MJ Lorner accelerated during its descent, trailing a comet-like tail. Just as the destroyer attempted to look up, it was struck squarely on the head by the thunderous hammer. Bang! The ground of the entire street collapsed instantaneously, the shockwave shattering all glass within 100 meters. As the dust settled, the destroyer lay in ruins. A heap of smoking scrap, its energy core reduced to powder. Thor stood amidst the rubble, shaking his slightly numb arms. At last, it's quiet. Tony lay back upon the debris, his armor emitting a few final crackling sounds before shutting down completely. He gazed at the rare clear sky over New York, a trademark smirk gracing his lips. Jarvis, note this down as my third request. I need a lightning charging port. Noted, Jarvis replied, his electronic voice crackling with an unusual static. However, allow me to remind you that your current vital signs indicate 3 fractured ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and stop. Tony interjected, struggling to lift his movable hand. First, connect me with that scoundrel who has gallivanted off to New Mexico. Suddenly, the helmet's communicator erupted with a jarring static, followed by Chen Tian's labored breaths and the cacophony of cracking ice. Tony? Chen Tian's voice, laced with the sounds of explosions, inquired. Have you managed to sort things out on your end? Wow, sounds like someone is having quite the time. Tony lay amidst the rubble, despite the sharp pain in his ribs, unable to resist a teasing remark upon hearing Chen Tian's breathless voice. Let me guess. Are you exploring some human reproductive activities with Miss Number 2? The communicator crackled with the sound of a fire technique, followed by Chen Tian's frantic curses. Damn it. Ban, I'm still here. Your fire is scorching me. In the background, Number 2's calm tactical report could be faintly heard. I suggest we disengage from the battlefield and leave it to Uchiha Ban. I know. Number 2, go assist. Chen Tian shouted, then directed his voice towards Tony through the communicator. You bastard. If you save the lead from Broadway, bring him to New Mexico. Tell him there are ice giants here. Tony's smile abruptly faltered. Wait, ice giants? Those bastards from Jotunheim. Chen Tian's voice became intermittent due to his rapid movement. These damn whites were teleported down via the Bifrost. A deafening sound of collapsing ice interrupted him. Damn it. Number 2, cover me. Tony abruptly pushed himself up from the debris, the excruciating pain in his ribs causing him to gasp for breath. Cold sweat instantly soaking through the tattered lining of his suit. Thor. He gritted his teeth and shouted. There's a grand party in New Mexico. Thor, inspecting the remnants of the destroyer, turned sharply at the mention. What? Chen Tian, wincing in pain but forcing himself to stand, interjected. The ice giants from Jotunheim have arrived via the Bifrost. Thor's pupils dilated, lightning uncontrollably erupting from his hammer. Impossible. Heimdall would never. Tony, enduring the pain, grasped Thor's cape. Regardless of whether Heimdall agrees or not, those blue brutes are hot on my friend's heels. He turned and shouted into the communicator, Chen Tian, hold on. We're on our way. The communicator suddenly emitted another harsh noise, followed by Uchiha Ban's arrogant laughter. A mere frost giant dares to act boldly before me? Then came the thunderous sound of an explosion. Thor's expression turned grave as he swung Mjolnir with determination. We must head to New Mexico immediately. Jane is still there. The backup armor has arrived. Jarvis's voice resonated from above. A brand new golden-red suit of armor pierced through the clouds, disassembling and reassembling before Tony. Stumbling into the suit, Tony gasped as the neural link sent a jolt of pain through him. Damn it, Jarvis, administer some painkillers. Already injected, but I advise you to seek medical attention immediately. We'll discuss that later, once this is over. Tony stretched his limbs, the thrusters igniting with blue flames. Thor, lead the way. Thor raised his mighty hammer. Dark clouds swirling ominously. Hold tight, Iron Man. Just as they were about to take flight, Dr. Strange stepped forward. Wait. He swiftly conjured a spell, and a golden portal opened before them. This will be quicker. On the other side of the portal, the desert of New Mexico had transformed into a frozen hell. Dozens of frost giants, towering over 3 meters, wreaked havoc wielding icy weapons that froze everything in their path. In the center of the battlefield, the sacred helmet of shattered Tony magnified the scene, revealing Uchihamadara standing atop the corpse of a frost giant, his Susano'o's blue sword cleaving through the air, bisecting 3 frost giants with a single sweep. Chen Tian flicked his wrist, the first-generation kitsch cutting through the biting wind with a chilling arc. The frost giant's thick legs erupted with blue blood, its massive body crashing to its knees before Natasha. "Thanks, buddy." Natasha rolled to her feet, dual pistols blazing, bullets striking true into another giant's eye. Chen Tian offered no reply. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and with a gentle push of his thumb, he unleashed his sword. Lion's Song. In an instant, the blade flashed like thunder. The frost giant had no time to scream as its head was severed, blue blood crystallizing in midair. Chen Tian sheathed his sword, the blade making a crisp sound against the scabbard. "That guy will be here any moment," he remarked, scanning the battlefield without looking back. Natasha continued firing at the frost giants. "What good will he do?" No sooner had she spoken than the sky split with a flash of lightning. Boom! Thor descended, enveloped in thunder, MJ Lner crashing through a frost giant's chest. Tony followed closely, his palm cannon unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that shattered the ice wall. Chen Tian glanced at Natasha, who had just been struck. She shrugged. Who knew he brought along a guy who can summon lightning? "The party has begun, children." Tony executed a sharp turn in midair, mini-missile pods deploying from his armor's shoulders. "Jarvis, target those big guys' knees. I recommend prioritizing their energy cores." I know. Tony dove, his palm cannon accurately striking a giant's chest with blue light. "But hitting their knees is much more entertaining." Thor swung his hammer, lightning sweeping across the battlefield. How did these Jotunheim brutes make it to Midgard? Chen Tian cleaved through an incoming ice spear. "Ask your dear brother." They were sent down via the Bifrost. After unleashing the missiles, Tony landed beside Chen Tian, observing the singed and frost-covered marks on his suit. Tony's helmet clicked open, revealing his infuriatingly smug grin. "Wow, look who it is. Our suited thug has turned into an ice sculpture." He playfully flicked the ice shards off Chen Tian's shoulder. "This Armani couture is wasted. Do you want me to contact an Italian tailor for you?" Chen Tian rolled his eyes, the sheath of the first-generation Guiche striking Tony's outstretched hand with a sharp smack. "Mind your own business, genius," he retorted, gesturing at the bruises adorning Tony's face. "That look is quite unique. Where did you get your makeup done?" "It's called battle damage style, you country bumpkin." Tony crossed his arms, wincing in pain. Chen Tian chuckled maliciously. "It seems the painkillers you had Jarvis prepared in tea work, huh?" He wrapped his fingers on Tony's chest. "Jarvis, unlock the chest armor module." "Permission confirmed. Unlocking now." Jarvis's electronic voice responded. A mechanical unlocking sound resonated from beneath Tony's mask. "Hey, who gave you that lousy privilege?" Ignoring Tony's protests, Chen Tian lifted the tight suit. "No one gave it to me. You granted me the access." The arc reactor, exposed to the air, flickered with unstable blue light, surrounded by alarming purple bruises on his skin. Chen Tian's pupils slightly constricted. 3 fractured ribs? "Jarvis, why hasn't his vital signs alarmed?" "The pain alert system has been disabled," Jarvis calmly reported. "Based on the scan, he is on the brink of shock." Tony proudly lifted his chin, despite his pallor. "Stark Industries' latest adrenaline nano." His words were abruptly cut off as Chen Tian suddenly grasped his chin and expertly flicked a crimson pill into his throat. Caught off guard, Tony swallowed it and broke into a fit of violent coughs. "Cough. What the hell did you give me? It's not that little blue pill, is it?" "Yunnan Bai Yao. A formula from the year 1902. Chen Tian replied, flipping Tony the bird before turning to shout, "Could someone take this arrogant fool aside to tend his wounds?" In the distance, Black Widow, still engaged in combat, gave a thumbs up without looking back, her tactical belt automatically deploying a medical kit. Not far from the battlefield, the figure of two weaved between the frost giants like a silver specter. Her katana, white contract, traced elegant arcs, each strike precisely severing the giant's joint tendons. The frost giants roared, wielding their icy battle axes. Yet at the moment of impact, two had already leaped into the air, her mechanical core operating at full power. Her long legs carving perfect trajectories in the sky. Gravity impact activate. With her calm command, as her toes barely touched the giant's head, an invisible shockwave erupted. The frost giant's hardened skull exploded like a watermelon, its blue blood freezing into crystalline shards before it could even spill. Utilizing the momentum, Tu spun midair, her katana plunging into another giant's throat. The instant the blade pierced, it vibrated at a high frequency, reducing the entire head to a pulp. 3 o'clock direction. She did not look back as she reminded him, simultaneously tossing out 3 electromagnetic grenades. The grenades accurately adhered to the chests of the 3 giants, and the exploding electromagnetic pulse instantaneously incapacitated their icy armor. Chen Tian understood the cue, and a massive blade of energy swept through. Thanks to, on the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's maniacal laughter drowned out the roars of the frost giants. He stood within the crystalline center of his Susano'o, arms crossed, gazing disdainfully at the ant-like enemies below. Is this all you can muster? Madara's Rinnegan glimmered with an eerie purple light. You don't even qualify to warm me up. The colossal sword of his complete Susano'o suddenly ignited with black flames, sweeping through and cleaving several frost giants in half. The severed limbs, tainted by the flames of Amaterasu, writhed in a frenzy, only to be reduced to ashes within moments. Madara formed hand seals with one hand, taking a deep breath. Katan, Ji Keiki no Jutsu. A torrential sea of flames erupted from his mouth, colliding with the chilling winds conjured by the frost giants, vaporizing into a blinding white mist. From within the mist, the gigantic sword of Susano'o pierced through, pinning the frost giant commander to the ground. Boring, Madara coldly observed the struggling giant. Tell your leader, if he wishes to die, he should come himself. The commander suddenly revealed a sinister smile, and the ice crystals on his chest exploded, revealing flashing green runes. The magical sigil of Loki. A beam of light shot directly at Madara's face, but upon reaching the Rinnegan, it was consumed by a spatial vortex. Child's play. Madara's Rinnegan subtly shifted. 34. It's my turn. He clapped his hands together forcefully, and a gigantic rift in space opened above the battlefield as massive, shuriken-like meteorites careened down. Tenpenki. The descending meteorites accurately struck the remaining frost giant troops, the shockwave plowing the surrounding ice field into a basin. Tu had already leaped to Chen Tian's side before the explosion, her nanofiber-woven skirt unfurling into a protective shield, shielding everyone from the flying debris. As the dust settled, Uchiha Madara approached slowly, the armor of Susano'o gradually dissipating. He cast a glance at Thor and Tony. You arrived too late. The riffraff has already been dealt with. Tony's eyes widened as he scanned back and forth between Madara and Chen Tian. Wait, this guy can summon fire, call down meteorites, and command a colossal robot? He exaggeratedly gestured to the dissipating outline of Susano'o. Did you summon him too? Chen Tian leisurely sheathed his sword, shrugging his shoulders. Huh. Tony suddenly pointed at Madara's armor. I knew that aesthetic looked familiar. He then turned to Tu. Sweetheart, can you tell me how you transformed your little skirt into a blade? Aren't you afraid of injuring him during your reproductive activities? Tu's mechanical eye flickered slightly, her lips twitching. Mr. Stark, your jokes are truly unamusing. Noticing the twitch at Tu's mouth, Tony seemed to discover something novel. Tu, you now have a lot more expressions. What's going on? Tu glanced at Chen Tian, who was intently watching Thor, remaining silent. Tony smirked, lowering his voice. Jarvis, make a note that our armored Avenger seems to have undergone some peculiar upgrades concerning the mechanical lady. He winked at Chen Tian. Hey, my friend, you wouldn't have taken human-computer interaction to new heights, would you? Before he could finish, Jarvis abruptly sealed the helmet. I advise you to be mindful of the situation. It was then that Tony sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Thor's eyes were aflame, Mjolnir crackling with violent lightning, aimed directly at Natasha's shield emblem. It is you despicable lot. Natasha instantly assumed a battle stance, the sound of her guns being cocked resonating sharply. Big guy, has your brain frozen? Chen Tian's form ghosted between them. The initial ghost blade unsheathed a mere 3 inches, its glint piercing Thor's gaze. Calm down, god of thunder. His thumb poised on the tsuba, ready to execute a draw cut. Is there a misunderstanding? Thor squinted against the blade's shimmer. Yet the tempest upon his hammer intensified. Warrior of Midgard, you do not comprehend. 3 days prior, in this very town's tavern, a group bearing that emblem captured me. His voice trembled with rage. They ensnared me in an illusion, trapping me in a mirrored limbo for a decade. Tony suddenly retracted his helmet. his armored palm directed at Natasha. When I went to rescue Thor, he indeed spent many years in that illusion. I've traversed it myself, I know. Thor raised Mjolnir. Thunder rumbling overhead. You vile scoundrels. Tell me, what have you done to Jane Foster? Chen Tian furrowed his brow, turning to Natasha, who shrugged, indicating her ignorance in the matter. Slowly, he sheathed his blade, yet his thumb remained poised on the tsuba, ready to draw once more. He fixed his gaze on Thor's bloodshot eyes. Thor calmed down. Jane is unharmed. His voice was steady and powerful, like a bucket of cold water dousing the god of thunder's fury. Before you arrived, I had already instructed Coulson to evacuate everyone from this place. Mjolnir, raised high, trembled slightly, the thunder's roar diminishing. You say Jane is safe? She is fine. She was taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. alongside another version of you just 12 hours ago. I assure you S.H.I.E.L.D. treated her kindly. A reluctant smile tugged at Chen Tian's lips, so, Thor, it was not S.H.I.E.L.D. that captured you. Perhaps it relates to your mischievous brother. Chapter 20. Post-war and the tumultuous romance of Tony and Chun. As Thor pondered the veracity of Chen Tian's words, the distant wilderness suddenly trembled. A brilliant column of rainbow light descended from the heavens, piercing the clouds. The Bifrost. Thor's eyes widened as he looked up, frowning. The beam dissipated, and 4 figures emerged. 3 men and a woman, his dear friends from Asgard. The warriors 3, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, along with the fierce warrior Sif. Thor. Sif hurried forward, her golden hair billowing in the cold wind, her eyes brimming with concern. We finally found you. Vandal tightened his grip on the long sword, his expression grave. This is dire. That cunning Loki has unleashed the frost giants upon Asgard. Volstagg roared in fury, his mighty axe crashing into the ground, sending chaos rippling through the celestial palace. Hogun, with a darkened visage, added, he deceived Heimdall and the goddess, exploiting the moment when the All-Father succumbed to his slumber to activate the Bifrost, allowing Laufey's forces to storm the Golden Palace directly. Thor's pupils contracted sharply, the lightning on Mjolnir surging violently. What? Tony whistled. Wow. Family feuds have escalated. Chen Tian murmured to Tu. It seems Ancient One's words have been largely validated. The mechanical eye of Tu flickered slightly. The Ancient One stated that once we defeat Mephisto, our involvement shall not be necessary. Chen Tian shrugged. I was hoping to return early. Today has truly exhausted me. Tu smiled faintly, placing his hands on Chen Tian's shoulders and gently kneading them. Thor gazed at his close friends and solemnly declared, I must return to Asgard at once. Sif stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. We are here to escort you back, she said, casting a glance at Chen Tian and the others. Yet Loki's schemes extend beyond this. He has sown discord in Midgard as well. Vandal nodded. He has deceived Thor with illusions, making him believe that the people of Midgard have imprisoned him, aiming to incite a rift between Thor and Midgard. Natasha raised an eyebrow. So, those agents who attacked and kidnapped Thor at the bar were merely illusions conjured by Loki. Sif affirmed, he seeks to provoke war. Thor's fists clenched, crackling with electricity. Loki. Chen Tian raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, it seems Bambi has been naughty again. Taking a deep breath, Thor turned to Chen Tian and the others, the storm in his eyes gradually subsiding, replaced by genuine gratitude. Warriors of Midgard, he spoke solemnly, his voice no longer filled with anger, but imbued with sincerity. I thank you for rescuing me from the illusions. Had it not been for your aid, I would have likely made a grave mistake. He turned to Chen Tian, a slight smile gracing his lips, especially you, Chen Tian. Please, look after Jane for me and let her know I shall return. Chen Tian shrugged, sure. I'll ensure Tony supports her research financially. Thor laughed heartily, then turned to Tony. Neighbor, your audacity is truly enlightening. Perhaps one day, we could discuss the fusion of technology and magic in Asgard. Tony's eyes lit up. That sounds promising. I think the Bifrost that just transported your friend was quite impressive. How about bringing me along? Before he could finish, Chen Tian grabbed his arm. Save it. If you go now, you might just be blasted into the cosmos by their battle. Tony pouted, TSK, so stingy. Lastly, Thor looked at Natasha and Tu, nodding slightly, brave ladies. Your combat prowess is commendable. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Next time you visit Earth, remember to treat us to drinks. Certainly. Thor responded cheerfully, then turned around, raising Mjolnir high. Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. Suddenly, the sky split open, and vibrant beams of light descended once more, enveloping Thor and his companions. The fierce winds whipped around, causing Thor's cloak to flutter dramatically. He cast a final glance at the others and declared, "Once I resolve the troubles in Asgard, I shall return to share a drink with you all." As his words echoed, the light of the rainbow bridge contracted abruptly, and the figures of Thor and his comrades vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple of energy in the air. Tony gazed at the direction where the rainbow bridge had disappeared, his fingertips gently stroking the stubble on his chin. "Jarvis, have you recorded the energy readings?" "All data has been comprehensively documented," Jarvis replied, albeit with an unusual hint of hesitation. "However, this energy configuration surpasses our current understanding." "Huh," Tony scoffed, shrugging dismissively. "Nothing can outshine my brilliance." Chen Tian stretched lazily, his joints cracking audibly. "Enough of your arrogance," he retorted, glancing at Tony's condition. "The priority now is to conduct a thorough examination of your injuries." Natasha approached with a light chuckle. "Finally, someone is speaking the truth." Two stood quietly beside Chen Tian. "It's mechanical eye scanning Tony's wounds. Vital signs are fluctuating abnormally. Immediate treatment is advised." Tony was about to retort when his helmet unexpectedly opened, revealing his pale visage. "All right, perhaps I do need help." Chen Tian yawned, lazily placing a hand on Tony's shoulder. "Then we shall all return home and get some rest. We can deal with this mess after a good sleep." He glanced back at the fading remnants of the rainbow bridge, pondering the party to come. "Party!" Tony suddenly exclaimed. Despite his pallor, a familiar spark ignited in his eyes. "Once I'm treated, I must host a party. Champagne towers, laser shows, and you directing from the medical bay?" Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Hey, I am Tony Stark." He attempted to straighten his posture, but winced in pain, gritting his teeth. "The party must be orchestrated by me, personally, from a couch." Chen Tian laughed, gently patting Tony's back. "Come on, we must prioritize the injured. We can discuss the party once you're off the painkillers." As Chen Tian spoke, Tu tugged gently at his sleeve. "You are correct. However, it surveyed the desolate wilderness around them, its mechanical eye flickering slightly. How shall we return? There appears to be no means of transportation here." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Natasha's smile faded, her brow furrowing as she scanned the empty expanse. Tony's armor emitted a faint hum, seemingly assessing the situation. Silence lingered for several seconds. Suddenly, Tony's helmet clicked shut, and his thrusters ignited with a brilliant blue light. He slowly ascended into the air, looking down at the others with a teasing tone. It seems some of you will have to walk back." "Hey!" Chen Tian glared up at him. "You wouldn't dare. I'll be waiting for you in my Malibu villa," Tony interrupted, his armor already adjusting to flight mode. "Just remember not to get lost. There's no signal here." "Wait, you insolent fool!" Chen Tian was about to unleash a tirade, when Tony's armor soared into the heavens with a thunderous roar, swiftly diminishing into a mere speck against the horizon, leaving behind a teasing echo. "By the way, my medical bay is exclusively for the open." The wilderness once again succumbed to silence, save for the gentle rustle of grass stirred by the wind. Natasha crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Chen Tian. "So, are we left behind?" The mechanical eye of Tu tilted slightly, calmly observing the direction of Tony's disappearance. "Would you like me to activate high-speed mode to escort you back?" Chen Tian rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. "Never mind. I have no desire to be carried across half of America by you." He then cast a glance at the aloof Uchiha Madara, who had been lingering in the shadows. Upon noticing Chen Tian's gaze, Madara scoffed. "Humph, master, such trivial matters as traveling." His crimson Sharingan began to rotate slowly, chakra energy manifesting around him. Chen Tian, sensing the shift, hastily waved his hands. Wait. Please, Madara, calm down." Madara slightly tilted his head, the three tomo swirling in his eyes. "What?" "The speed of Susano'o is far superior to that tin Kines toy." "It's not a matter of speed," Chen Tian sighed. "Just consider it. If a several hundred-meter-tall blue giant were to carry us across American airspace, the S.H.I.L.D. alert would likely echo throughout the entire East Coast." Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. "I wager Director Fury's blood pressure would soar off the charts." Tu added earnestly. "According to calculations, The probability of being misjudged as an extraterrestrial invasion is as high as 973. Madara disdainfully curled his lip, a bother. At that moment, the distant roar of engines suddenly pierced the air. Through the billowing smoke, several sleek black vehicles from S.H.I.L.D. approached at high speed. The leading vehicle executed a graceful drift, coming to a halt before the group, and the window rolled down to reveal Coulson's trademark gentle smile. It appears I have arrived, just in time. His gaze swept over the group, noting that the battle had concluded. Well then, let us proceed. My vehicle should suffice. Chen Tian gang exaggeratedly adopted a look of relief. Coulson, it seems your plan to let us go ahead was indeed prudent. Don't be too quick to be grateful. Coulson chuckled as he opened the car door. The director mentioned that this operation report must be at least 300 pages long. Natasha deftly opened the passenger door. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Two quietly followed Chen Tian gang, but just before bending to enter the vehicle, she turned to glance at the sky. Mr. Stark's flight trajectory appears to be rather unstable. Chen Tian gang followed her gaze but saw nothing. However, he could guess the truth and shook his head in resignation. That arrogant fool. He must be pushing through an injury. Madara was the last to enter the vehicle, coldly remarking, "Foolishness." The convoy slowly began to move, and Coulson glanced at the group through the rearview mirror. The medical team is on standby at headquarters, and he paused. The director indicated that the recent battles in New Mexico and New York require an explanation for the public. Chen Tian gang slumped in his seat, lamenting, "Can't we just have a moment's rest first?" Natasha fastened her seatbelt, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Welcome to S.H.I.L.D. Outside the car window, the twilight sun casts a golden hue over the wilderness. Behind them, the final rays of the rainbow bridge dissipate into the clouds. A month later, wind direction at 270 degrees, wind speed at 30 knots, altitude at 15,000 feet. The eloquent British voice of Jarvis resonates in the darkness. You may now enter the landing zone. The prelude of the guitar slices through the silence like a bolt of lightning. The hydraulic doors of the transport pod rise slowly, revealing a figure bathed in crimson light at the cabin entrance. Tony's armor streaks through the night sky, leaving a dazzling trail of gold and crimson, accompanied by the thunderous sound of rock music. He spreads his arms wide, surrendering to the embrace of free fall, while the helmet refreshes altitude data incessantly. "Jarvis, initiate the fireworks display," Tony exclaims with a blend of excitement and laughter. "The firework array is now activated," comes the reply, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Perfect." Tony sidesteps, narrowly avoiding the first red firework hurtling towards him. Hundreds of specially designed fireworks eject from the back of his armor, bursting into a riot of colors around him. He darts through the explosions like an agile swift, occasionally triggering a few fireworks with his palm blaster to create even more spectacular visual effects. Now, this is exhilarating." Tony laughs, shouting to Jarvis, "Let us see just how spectacular this armor truly is." Suddenly, two massive mechanical wings unfurl from the back of his armor, their surfaces shimmering with flowing blue photon energy. In the night sky, Tony resembles a mechanical phoenix reborn from the flames, trailing a long luminous tail as he dives downwards. His armor carves a perfect parabola through the air, the deafening guitar riffs echoing throughout the exhibition venue. Below the stage, tens of thousands of spectators simultaneously gaze upwards, erupting into a thunderous cheer. "Jarvis, activate the holographic projection," Tony shouts mid-descent. "Holographic matrix activated," comes the response. In an instant, the entire venue is enveloped in a stunning blue holographic display, with countless virtual images of Iron Man dancing in the air. Tony's armor unfurls 4 massive photon wings, glistening like liquid metal, trailing a brilliant stream of light across the night sky. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concludes, Tony crashes down onto the specially designed stage at an almost vertical angle. The impact sends shockwaves that propel the surrounding fountains into 10-meter-high columns of water, refracting the spotlight into a rainbow of colors. As the stage smoke dissipates, Tony rises slowly from a kneeling position. The photon wings fully extend behind him, with photons flowing like liquid across the metallic feathers. The helmet snaps open, revealing Tony's signature roguish grin. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice, amplified by the armor, reverberates throughout the venue. Welcome to the Stark Industries Expo. The audience erupts in a cacophony of cheers akin to a tidal wave. Pepper Potts shakes her head in the VIP box, yet cannot suppress a smile. Colonel Rhodes stands in the military observation area, applauding while saying to Chen Tian beside him, "I knew this guy would never change his ways." Chen Tian wore an expression of envy and jealousy, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. I knew Tony wouldn't pass up such an ostentatious moment. How infuriating. I'm not worried about my brother's struggles, but I despise his pretentiousness." Beside him, Tu covered her mouth, her laughter ringing like a clear bell through her fingers. Tony, with an exaggerated bow, elegantly retracted his photon wings into a cloak. He stood at the forefront of the stage, arms wide open, basking in the adoration of the crowd. "Tony! Tony! Tony!" The audience erupted in cheers as Tony's armor began to retract fluidly, ultimately merging into the dazzling new energy core that resembled a blue sun. Dressed in a suit, he clapped his hands, surveying the audience, who eagerly responded with screams and applause. "Ah, it feels wonderful to be back. Did you miss me? I missed you all too. Let us blow something up." A gruff voice boomed from the crowd. Tony smiled, pointing in the direction of the voice. "Blow something up? I've done that." Laughter erupted among the audience. "I never claimed that the world enjoyed prolonged peace because of me." A holographic projection beside Tony displayed a photo of him striking the destroyer armor in New York. The audience, captivated by the image, cheered and applauded once more. In a box seat, Chen Tian remarked with a tinge of bitterness, "Why doesn't Teehee mention that he was thrown into a CAF?" Tu quickly wrapped her arms around Chen Tian's, softening his mood. "Today is Mr. Stark's grand day. Let him have his moment." Though Chen Tian fell silent, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Nearby, Pepper was unable to contain her laughter, while Rhodey leaned closer to Chen Tian. "Do you think I could get a suit like Tony's?" "Absolutely. We'll head to his Malibu villa and take a look at his armors." Standing center stage beneath the spotlight, Tony wore a smirk tinged with irreverence. He adjusted his suit cuffs, his gaze sweeping the audience. "I never claimed that no one else in the world could rise like a phoenix from the ashes." The applause and cheers grew even louder. "And I certainly never claimed that Uncle Sam could lounge comfortably with iced tea, because I consistently maintain peak performance and no one dares challenge me." As Tony spoke, the audience's cheers soared to the heavens, resonating throughout the entire exhibition. Chen Tian shouted, "I can challenge you. Tonight, right here." Tu chuckled, holding on to the agitated Chen Tian, softly reassuring him, "Aren't you planning to challenge me tonight?" "I prepared a jumpsuit." Upon hearing Tu's plans, Chen Tian took a deep breath, cursing as he grabbed Tu and headed off. "Pepper, please tell Tony I can't stand his pretentiousness any longer. I'm leaving." Pepper remained silent, merely gesturing with her champagne glass towards Chen Tian. It was Rod who called out to him, "Hey, Chen Tian, weren't we supposed to head to Malibu to retrieve Tony's armor?" "Next time. Definitely next time." Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder at Rod. He then pulled open the door of a luxurious stretch Lincoln, a vehicle originally used by Tony for his exit, but now commandeered by Chen Tian. He exaggeratedly gestured for the lady to enter first, saying, "Ladies first." The mechanical eye of his companion flickered slightly, and a smile crept onto her lips. "This is car theft," she remarked. "This is a strategic requisition," Chen Tian asserted confidently as he climbed into the car. With a casual press of a button on the console, he activated the champagne feature. Tony had enjoyed himself on stage, and it was only fitting that he should pay a price. The car's refrigerator slowly slid open, revealing a chilled bottle of Dom Pérignon that rose automatically. Chen Tian expertly uncorked it, the amber liquid bubbling delicately in the crystal glass. To that egomaniac, he toasted, taking a small sip, only to suddenly frown. "Wait, what's this taste?" His companion took the glass, sniffing it delicately. Detection of trace sedative components. Chen Tian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Huh, that scoundrel anticipated I would steal the car." He slapped the leather seat. "Jarvis, stop pretending. I know you're listening." The sound system immediately responded with the butler's voice, "Mr. Chen, allow me to inform you that car thieves deserve to be drugged." His companion looked at him with concern. "Do you require me to initiate the detox program?" "No need," Chen Tian replied languidly, reclining into the seat, his gaze surprisingly clear. "This dosage is as harmless to me as sugar water." A mischievous smile crossed his face. "But, well, I suppose I'll play along. He exaggerated a yawn, leaning against his companion. Suddenly feeling so sleepy, I might need the lovely android to carry me to bed. She laughed as she caught him. You and Mr. Stark are like a pair of schoolchildren. The Lincoln glided through the neon-lit streets of New York, eventually halting before a modern waterfront mansion. The intelligent access system scanned Chen Tian's iris, and the door slid open silently. Welcome home. The holographic projection in the foyer flickered to life, displaying Tony's cheeky virtual image, which casually remarked, I've specially replaced the master bedroom's bed with a vibrating model. Chen Tian responded to the projection with a middle finger, pulling his companion straight to the second floor. As they pushed open the door to the master bedroom, both were taken aback. The entire room had been transformed into a Japanese onsen style, with a steaming natural hot spring pool at its center, surrounded by neatly arranged yukatas and sake. His companion's mechanical eye quickly scanned the room. Water temperature, 42. 3C, sulfur content, 0.02. It's a genuine volcanic spring. Suddenly, her scanning finger froze, and her face turned a shade of crimson, resembling a boiled crab. Chen Tian cleared his throat, crumpling a note and tossing it into the trash. You go ahead and wash. I'll see what there is to eat. Almost as soon as he spoke, she tugged at his shirt, her voice barely above a whisper. The armor has waterproof capabilities, and I'm wearing the bodysuit underneath. Outside, the New York night skyline glittered like a river of stars, while the steam from the hot spring gradually obscured their figures within. At this moment, the luxurious mansion's intelligent system quietly activated privacy mode, transforming all windows into frosted glass. Meanwhile, after delivering a speech on stage, Tony, who had joined Rhodey in a private box to enjoy the performance, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he glanced at his phone, which displayed a notification indicating that the vehicle had arrived, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Jarvis, how long has Chen Tian been at the villa? It has been 1 hour. Jarvis, send a remote command to the villa. As per your request, there was a brief pause. But are you certain you wish to add capsaicin to Mr. Chen's hot tub? Tony's hand, which was raised with a champagne glass, froze mid-air. Wait, when did I say that? The villa surveillance had already been obscured, yet Jarvis's voice faltered. Mr. Chen has expressed a desire to kill you. Tony silently set down his glass and turned to Rhodey and Pepper, saying, I just remembered that Washington wants me to attend a meeting. Rhodey watched his friend's hasty retreat, shaking his head with a sigh. That's why you get woken up by Chen Tian every morning. Within the villa, Chen Tian, who had just engaged in a profound discussion with Jarvis, was leisurely reclining by the hot spring, while Jarvis, clad in a bodysuit, knelt behind him, delicate fingers pressed against his temples. Suddenly, the water turned an eerie shade of red, followed by Chen Tian's anguished scream. Tony, I will kill you. Chapter 21. A surprise in Monaco. The streets of Monaco gleamed under the sun, reflecting the opulence and extravagance of wealth. A Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly along the coastal road, the sea breeze carrying a salty aroma through the open windows. Tony Stark, wearing sunglasses and sporting his signature roguish grin, playfully draped an arm around Chen Tian's shoulders. Hey brother, don't be mad. I brought you to Monaco. Are you still holding a grudge? Chen Tian scoffed, shrugging off his hand, and without a word, launched a few swift strikes to Tony's underarm. A classic move between them, targeting the waist and ribs with unwavering precision. Ouch! Tony instantly curled up, nearly bouncing off the leather seat, yet quickly reverted to his mischievous demeanor. All right, I concede. But honestly, the capsaicin incident was not intentional. It was a malfunction in Jarvis's programming. Nonsense. Chen Tian ground his teeth. You did that on purpose. I almost broke dance in the hot spring. Tony shrugged with an innocent expression. At least that proves your reflexes are exceptional, right? Chen Tian rolled his eyes, dismissing further argument, and turned to gaze out the window. On the streets of Monaco, supercars flowed like water. Affluent individuals laughed and chatted, while casinos, yachts, and luxury boutiques sparkled in the sunlight. So, you brought me here just to cheer me up? Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Of course. Tony grinned widely, and to let you experience what true speed and passion feel like. With that electric toy of yours? Chen Tian scoffed disdainfully. Tony's smile deepened as he leisurely extracted a gilded invitation from the inner pocket of his suit, waving it before Chen Tian. Monaco Grand Prix. He deliberately elongated the last syllable, casting a glance across the way. Chen Tian followed his gaze. Noticing that the seat opposite was occupied by Pepper and a rare sighting of her in a wine-red velvet evening gown. The plunging neckline tastefully revealed her exquisite collarbone, while the tailored fit accentuated her flawless waistline. The high-slit design of the skirt offered tantalizing glimpses of her long, slender legs, and her silvery short hair shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the soft light of the car. Noticing Chen Tian's gaze, she slightly turned, revealing the intricate hollow design of her gown's back, composed of delicate crystals that sparkled under the lights, harmonizing beautifully with her alabaster skin. "What do you think?" she softly inquired, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the gown's exquisite dark-patterned embroidery. Suddenly, Chen Tian felt the car's air conditioning was insufficiently cool. She turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Stark suggested you might appreciate this ensemble. Tony snapped his fingers with pride. "What do you think? Are you no longer angry?" Chen Tian inhaled deeply, gradually revealing a benevolent smile. "Tony, do you believe I could throw you out of this car right now?" Tony erupted in laughter, patting the driver's seat. "Accelerate, happy. Let the people of Monaco witness the arrival of a superhero." The Rolls-Royce's engine roared to life, swiftly speeding along the coastline. Behind them, the faint sounds of engines roaring on the Monaco circuit began to resonate. The true madness was just beginning. The vehicle came to a gentle stop in front of the entrance of the Kempinski Hotel in Monaco. "It's Tony Stark's car." A sudden scream erupted from the crowd. Instantly, the spectators surrounding the hotel erupted in excitement. Journalists aimed their cameras at the luxurious vehicle, flashes raining down like a torrential storm. The onlookers pressed forward desperately, forcing the security personnel to form a human barrier to maintain order. As the car door swung open, the cheers reached a crescendo. Tony Stark, adorned with his signature tinted sunglasses and a proud expression, stepped out of the vehicle with an effortless grace. He adjusted his suit cuffs and flashed a peace sign towards the crowd. "Tony, over here. Mr. Stark, is your visit to Monaco related to the race? Can you tell us how you embarrassed Justin Hammer during yesterday's hearing?" Tony ignored the reporter's questions, instead turning back to gesture invitingly towards the interior of the car. At that moment, the crowd noticed two additional passengers. Pepper elegantly stepped out of the vehicle, her wine-red gown gleaming luxuriously in the sunlight. She slightly bowed her head, her silver short hair dancing in the breeze, while the crystal embellishments on her spine refracted rainbows of light. This movement elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "My goodness, who is that? Is she Tony's new girlfriend? Quick, take the shot. This angle is perfect." Chen Tian was the last to exit the vehicle, lazily leaning against the door, gazing at the two surrounded by flashes, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he reached out and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, whispering a few words in her ear. The girl's mechanical eyes instantly flickered with a panicked light, her ears turning crimson at a visible pace. This intimate gesture immediately sparked a new wave of shrieks. Tony turned to glance back, his brows arching high behind his sunglasses. "Hey, mind the occasion. What, jealous?" Chen Tian raised an eyebrow provocatively, his fingers deliberately caressing the hollow design at her waist. Upon witnessing this, Tony's lips curled into a playful smile, and without a word, he pulled Pepper into his embrace, gently pinching her waist. "Hey!" Pepper, caught off guard, nearly twisted her ankle and shot Tony an admonishing glare. "Mind the occasion. What, jealous?" Tony mimicked Chen Tian's tone, raising an eyebrow at him, then triumphantly planted a loud kiss on Pepper's cheek. "I have one too." Pepper was both exasperated and amused, but out of respect for the setting, she could only maintain an elegant smile, secretly pinching Tony's waist hard. Tony inhaled sharply but feigned calmness. "Come on, darling." Tony flicked his hair nonchalantly, wrapping an arm around Pepper as they strode toward the restaurant. "Let us indulge in Monaco's warm hospitality." Inside the restaurant, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier spilled over the long table adorned with pristine white linens, while a champagne tower glimmered in the corner. As soon as Tony stepped into the restaurant, the previously loud chatter fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into even more enthusiastic greetings. "Mr. Stark, Tony, it's been ages. It's truly an honor to have you here." The playful smirk on Tony's face instantly vanished, replaced by an elegant yet detached smile. He graciously shook hands with every guest who approached, engaging in just the right amount of pleasantries, exuding the poise of high society. Just as Tony was about to introduce Chen Tian to the guests around him, he realized that the fellow had slipped away to a window-side table. She was conversing fluently in French with the waiter, her delicate fingers gracefully tapping on the menu. One French-style baked lobster with truffle sauce, her voice was soft, and one tomahawk steak, medium rare, with black truffle sauce. She paused, lightly tracing the menu with her fingertip. Also, this pan-seared foie gras and a seafood platter. Turning to Chen Tian, she inquired, "Do you need anything else?" Chen Tian lounged back in his chair, his fingers lightly drumming on the table. "How about another pasta dish?" "You've ordered quite enough." She gently shook her head. "Your current condition requires ample nourishment. Otherwise, you might easily suffer from low blood sugar." She closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. "That'll be all. Thank you." Tony raised an eyebrow and whispered to Pepper beside him, "Darling, help me deal with this crowd." Before Pepper could respond, he strode over to Chen Tian's table, pulled out a chair, and plopped down. Ordering so much meat? Tony blinked at Tu, half expecting her to indulge in a drink from merriment. Tu returned his gaze calmly, stating, "I prefer to abstain from alcohol in public, Mr. Stark." Her glance, laden with implication, drifted towards him. "After all, the last time you indulged, you ended up drunkenly swimming naked in the sea and nearly drowned." Tony choked slightly, then turned to Chen Tian. "Is this how you cast me among that group of balding old men?" Chen Tian leisurely sipped his water. "You know I cannot handle such situations, and besides, you seem to relish being the center of attention." "Huh." Tony exaggeratedly spread his arms. "I'm merely trying to introduce you to some connections. You hold half the shares in our new energy company, and that bespectacled gentleman is the chairman. That one next to him is, spare me." Chen Tian interrupted, "I have no interest in mingling with the elite." He pointed behind Tony. "Your Pepper seems on the verge of being exasperated by those gentlemen." Tony turned to see Pepper encircled by three impeccably dressed men, her professional smile unwavering. Yet her knuckles were whitening from gripping the champagne flute too tightly. "Damn," Tony muttered, yet made no move to intervene. Instead, he leaned closer to Chen Tian, lowering his voice. "Honestly, I have prepared a surprise." Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. "The last time you promised a surprise, I ended up performing the robot dance in a bathtub for half an hour. Just then, a server presented the first course, and Tu skillfully picked up the knife and fork, slicing the foie gras into bite-sized pieces and pushing them towards Chen Tian. "Please, enjoy the appetizer," she said. Glancing at Tony, "Would you care to join us, Mr. Stark?" Tony regarded the exquisite foie gras, then noted Tu's protective demeanor over it, and suddenly chuckled. "No, I think I shall return to rescue the new head of Stark Industries." Rising from his seat, he turned back to add, "But truly, the surprise I have for you is certainly worth the anticipation." Chen Tian smirked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Tony, I'm not at all looking forward to your surprise." He squinted, sharing a jest with Tu. "It's likely just a ploy to have me take the place of some unfortunate race car driver in a glitch scenario. As a time traveler, Chen Tian was all too familiar with this plotline." He took a sip from his glass, his gaze sweeping over the elegantly dressed guests in the restaurant, a playful smile tugging at his lips. According to the original narrative, Tony was about to encounter an attack on the racetrack, subsequently donning his suit to wreak havoc. Yet now, Tony was no longer the one requiring Pepper's assistance to deliver the armor. Tu, perceptive to his distraction, fluttered her silver lashes slightly. "Do you require my assistance?" Chen Tian shook his head, refocusing his attention on Tony. Indeed, the flamboyantly dressed Justin Hammer had already blocked Tony's path, gesticulating exaggeratedly. Chen Tian observed the unfolding drama with a smile that crept across his face. Tony's expression was nothing short of entertaining. He was entangled with the vivacious Justin Hammer. And even more amusingly, the blonde journalist Christine from Vanity Fair stood beside Hammer, wearing a professional smile, yet her eyes glimmered with mischief. "Oh." Tony Hammer deliberately elongated his tone, an oily manner that sent shivers down one's spine. "I never expected to encounter you here." He exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. "And Miss Christine, are you two acquainted?" Tony's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. He stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Hammer, if you don't mind." Christine interjected at the opportune moment. "Mr. Stark and I had an in-depth interview once." She winked meaningfully, a truly unforgettable experience. Tony's forehead visibly twitched. Chen Tian nearly burst into laughter, hastily raising his cup to mask his mirth. This was far more entertaining than a race. A voice echoed in his ear, laced with subtle mockery. Chen Tian set his cup down and lowered his voice. Has the surveillance system been dealt with? The voice's pupils flickered with data streams. I've taken over the entire track's monitoring network, including the private cameras in the boxes. Should I pull up footage from a specific area? Not for now. Chen Tian waved his hand, redirecting his gaze to Tony. Hammer was rambling on about his new invention, while Tony was clearly suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Keep an eye on that person I mentioned, Ivan Vanko. Chen Tian chuckled as he instructed the voice, then resumed his indulgence in food. As Chen Tian focused on devouring the meal before him, he wondered if it was influenced by his obsession with One Piece. He now found himself needing to consume vast quantities of food, and his physical prowess was increasing exponentially. With that thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Ever since visiting Kamartaj, his luck with summons had been rather fortunate, and his most recent acquisition had him chuckling to himself. Just as Chen Tian was about to pop a piece of lobster into his mouth, Tony suddenly yanked his collar from behind, nearly causing him to spit the seafood out. Cough, cough. What are you up to? Chen Tian awkwardly wiped his mouth. Tony leaned in conspiratorially. It's surprise time, buddy. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Chen Tian toward the exit. Pepper will take good care of your little maid. The voice instantly stood up. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You stay here and keep an eye on Pepper. He turned to glare at Tony. If this is another prank. Tony dragged Chen Tian through the hotel's kitchen corridor, where chefs looked on in astonishment at the sight of these two impeccably dressed men rushing past. Chen Tian stumbled, nearly toppling a stack of freshly washed plates. Tony, you shook. Tony turned back mysteriously, excitement shining in his eyes behind the sunglasses. Trust me, this is absolutely worth it. Chen Tian rolled his eyes. Wasn't it just about driving a race car? With that thought, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After all, racing was the dream of many men. Tony pulled Chen Tian into a Bentley and shouted to the driver, and the vehicle sped off towards the pit stop for the race cars. Chen Tian leaned back in his seat, listening to the roar of the engines. With a sudden break, Tony shouted at Chen Tian, go. Embark on a journey to become a true racing driver. Tony dragged Chen Tian through the bustling crowd of the pit stop, the roar of engines deafening. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning rubber and the tang of motor oil, while mechanics in fluorescent vests darted through the narrow aisles. Put this on. Tony tossed a red and gold racing suit to Chen Tian, deftly donning another himself. The suit was emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo on the chest, the back adorned with gilded lettering. Chen Tian ran his fingers over the intricate carbon fiber texture of the suit, whistling, custom-made. Indeed, Tony tightened his gloves. I had an Italian designer work through the night on this. He gestured to the small print on the back of Chen Tian's suit. See that? 34. Just as they finished changing, two dazzlingly painted racing cars roared into the pit area. The silvery gray bodies shimmered under the spotlight, the prominent lettering on the front wing fluttering with the airflow. At that moment, two professional drivers, originally slated to race, stormed over in a fury. One, a blonde driver, slammed his helmet onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. This is an insult to racing. He bellowed at the coach. I spent a decade earning this position, and now I must yield to two wealthy playboys? The coach awkwardly wrung his hands. Lucas, this is a request from the sponsors. The other driver, sporting a scruffy beard, scoffed. Sponsors? More like a privilege bought by Stark's money. He shot a challenging glance at Tony. Do you even know which button on the steering wheel does what? With a signature sardonic smile, Tony replied, what is that? Can you eat it? Chen Tian noticed a glint of mischief behind Tony's sunglasses. As expected, Tony suddenly turned to the coach. Hey, do you mind giving us a minute? Without waiting for a response, he strode purposefully towards a simulator by the trackside. He pressed a few buttons, and a holographic projection instantly displayed complex track data. Monaco Circuit 337 kilometers, 19 turns. Tony's fingers danced across the holographic keyboard, the maximum speed reaching 290, with an average lateral force of 45. His actions accelerated, the data on the projection refreshing constantly, ultimately revealing the past 3 years of racing data for the two drivers. Lucas Bergman, best lap time of 1 minute 14, 379 seconds. Tony said without looking up. Marco Anderson, 0.8 seconds behind in last year's qualifying here. The two drivers' faces blanched instantly. Only then did Tony lift his gaze, a provocative smile spreading across his face. Now, who is the real playboy? The atmosphere fell silent. Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This was quintessentially Tony Stark. "Gentlemen," Tony said with flair, turning towards the cars. "Let us experience speed and passion." He jumped into the cockpit, winking at Chen Tian. "Your car has been specially tailored to your physique. Just sit in." Chen Tian approached the striking silver and black racing car. As he settled into the confines of the cockpit, he was astonished to find that the seat conformed impeccably to the contours of his body, and the position of the steering wheel was perfectly calibrated. "Jarvis?" Chen Tian inquired tentatively. "At your service, Mr. Chen," came the familiar British accent from the car. "All systems are go. I advise you to fasten your seatbelt." Chen Tian couldn't help but whistle. That Tony! He had even integrated Jarvis into the racing car. The lights in the starting area illuminated sequentially. Tony's voice crackled through the headset. "Stay close to my racing line, rookie. Don't crash into the wall on the first turn. You worry about yourself, you jerk." Chen Tian retorted with a grin. The roar of the engine surged dramatically, and the two race cars shot out of the starting area like arrows released from a bow. Chen Tian felt a tremendous force pressing him firmly into the seat, the scenery before him blurring due to the speed. Damn, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, adrenaline coursing through him wildly. This was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. The first corner loomed ahead. Instinctively, Chen Tian pressed the brake. But he heard Jarvis's calm suggestion. "I recommend delaying your braking by 0.3 seconds, Mr. Chen. Your current speed can be maintained longer." Gritting his teeth, Chen Tian complied. The car sliced through the apex of the corner in astonishing speed, the tires emitting a piercing screech. Yet miraculously, it remained under control. "Well done." Tony's voice chimed in. "It seems you have a knack for racing." The two cars sped down the narrow street circuit, racing through the famed tunnel. The tires thumping against the curbs with a dull thud. On the big screen, spectators were astonished to discover that these two amateur drivers were outpacing even the professional racers. "Incredible!" the commentator exclaimed. "Stark and his friend Chen Tian have just set the fastest lap of the weekend." Pepper tightened her grip on the champagne flute, her gaze fixed intently on the television screen. "Two." She turned to the silver-haired girl standing quietly beside her, her slender finger pointing at the screen. "Did you know they would do this?" "Yes." Two nodded slightly, her silver lashes shimmering softly under the lights. "I just predicted that, mister." Stark would invite him for the track experience. She paused, a flicker of data passing through her mechanical eye. Accuracy, 98.7. Pepper sighed, her red lips parting with exasperation. These two men. She suddenly noticed that Tu's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Chen Tian's car on the screen. "Are you worried about him?" Tu's fingertips absently stroked the hem of her dress, his driving skills. She seemed to ponder her choice of words, are quite distinctive. Just then, the commentator's voice burst forth with excitement. "Unbelievable. Stark and Chen have just shattered the practice session's fastest lap time. That S0.8 seconds faster than the professional racers." Guests in the restaurant gasped in astonishment, and several team managers had already pulled out their phones to make calls. As Pepper watched Tony's car race at breakneck speed on the screen, a vivid image flashed in her mind of Tony jumping out of the car and winking proudly at her, prompting her to roll her eyes in response. They truly are a match made in heaven. Pepper raised her glass, taking a sip, as a barely perceptible smile graced the lips of her kindred spirit, who was known to declare Mr. Stark as his closest friend. Chapter 22. The shift in Iron Man 2's narrative on the Monaco racetrack. Two Stark-sponsored race cars sped through the narrow turns, their engines roaring, reverberating through the streets. Tony and Chen Tian were utterly indifferent to the outcome of the race, purely relishing the thrill of speed and the competitive spirit between friends. "Hey, Chen Tian, dare to take the next turn without slowing down?" Tony's voice crackled through the headset, laced with clear provocation. Chen Tian smirked, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. "Jarvis, calculate the optimal racing line. Traction control system adjusted for you, Mr. Chen." Jarvis promptly replied, advising him to maintain current speed while slightly oversteering into the turn. "Did you hear that, Tony?" Chen Tian chuckled. "Even your butler believes I can do it." "Huh, let's see if you can." Tony laughed heartily, slamming the accelerator, the car surging forward, tires screeching against the asphalt. The two cars almost raced side by side into the bend, mere centimeters from the guardrail, eliciting gasps from the audience. Chen Tian's car momentarily skidded, the rear tires leaving a trail of smoke, but he deftly controlled the steering wheel, slicing through the apex as his vehicle whizzed past Tony's. "Impressive." Tony whistled. "It seems you could handle my car." Chen Tian grinned. Don't flatter me. I fear you may not take losing well. Inside the hotel restaurant, Pepper fixated on the large screen, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the champagne flute. The recent heart-stopping maneuver nearly elicited a gasp, and only upon confirming their safety did she exhale deeply, shaking her head with a wry smile. These two big children, she glanced helplessly at her companion, were enough to make one's heart race. With Mr. Stark, it's like playing recklessly, but Miss Pepper, is it not precisely Tony's uniqueness that draws your affection? Pepper chuckled lightly. Unique? Yes, uniquely exasperating. As Tu was about to respond, her pupils suddenly constricted, her mechanical eye flashing with unusual data. Her expression turned grave as she gently pressed her hand against the pendant dangling from her earlobe. Jarvis, initiate contact. Tu seemed to revert to the cold demeanor of a combat android. Reporting, Ivan Vanko has appeared approximately 1 kilometer ahead of Mr. Stark, currently advancing towards the racetrack. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared in Chen Tian's ear. Mr. Chen, Miss Tu has sent an emergency communication. Ivan Vanko has infiltrated the spectator area of the racetrack and is approaching the circuit, potentially targeting Mr. Stark. Chen Tian's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening. He immediately pressed the communication button. Tony, do you copy? The Ivan Vanko you were searching for is on the racetrack. A moment of silence enveloped the headphones, followed by Tony's voice, stripped of its playful tone, stating gravely, received. Cease the race and evacuate the crowd. The two racing cars simultaneously decelerated, the roar of their engines gradually diminishing. Tony's voice echoed once more, JARVIS. Inform the event committee to initiate emergency evacuation procedures. Executed, JRVIS. Responded, but it appears Ivan Vanko has deployed some sort of jamming device, resulting in partial failure of the track surveillance system. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, scanning the stands on either side of the racetrack. The crowd had begun to stir restlessly. Security personnel directing spectators to evacuate, yet chaos still reigned. Chen Tian leapt from his car, securing his helmet at his waist, and turned to Tony, who had also disembarked. See? I told you this Monaco trip wouldn't be a delightful vacation. Tony chuckled. Of course I knew that. But that Ivan guy went missing while I was searching for him, so it's better to lure him out. In the words of your Eastern nation, it's akin to being bait, Tony mused, tapping his chin before clapping his hands together. Chen Tian wrapped an arm around Tony's neck. You're not wrong. But with the situation this chaotic, can you handle it? Tony shrugged off Chen Tian's grip, lifting his chin defiantly. Are you joking? I am Tony Stark, Iron Man. As he spoke, he pounded his chest, causing the arc reactor to glow suddenly, blue energy flowing forth like liquid. The metallic suit, seemingly alive, swiftly cascaded along his arms and torso, glinting coldly in the sunlight. JARVIS. Initiate combat protocols. Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. Protocol activated, JARVIS affirmed. The liquid metal swiftly assembled, enveloping Tony's form in a heartbeat with crimson and gold armor. The sharp lines of the suit, illuminated by the reactor's light, seeping through the seams, pulsating like breath. The back armor slightly lifted, mechanical wings unfurling instantaneously, erupting with blue photon energy. Tony hovered midair, his face unmasked, radiating confidence. I am terrifyingly strong now. I could dismantle that shabby magical iron suit from New York with my bare hands. Wow, Chen Tian remarked, eyeing the armor with a mischievous grin. You better be cautious. According to the latest from Tu, Ivan wields 2 long whips. Tony's expression twitched at the mention of the whips. Wait, what did you say? He faltered too. Suddenly, he erupted into exaggerated laughter. No wonder JARVIS couldn't locate this guy. He must be hiding in some special club for letters, honing his skills. Dear little Chen Tian, Tony's face beneath the mask gestured a playful kiss. Just stand there and watch as Uncle Tony, the superhero, subdues the villain. Chen Tian observed as Tony transformed into a streak of gold and crimson, racing towards the far end of the racetrack, and he could only shrug in resignation. Every day, one pretends to be invincible, yet eventually, one must face the consequences. He murmured to himself as he donned his racing helmet once more, steering his car towards the battleground where Tony and Ivan were soon to clash. Ivan Vanko stood resolutely in the center of the racetrack, his bare torso rippling with muscle. the arc reactor on his chest pulsating with a blue glow. He tilted his head back and roared, his voice amplified through a hidden speaker in his collar. Echoing across the vast expanse of the racetrack, "Tony Stark, come out and face me." Suddenly, a golden-red suit of armor pierced the sky, and Tony made a flawless superhero landing on a racetrack, creating a ripple of air. At the moment he touched down, the suit's back erupted with dozens of small fireworks, which exploded into a dazzling display against the azure Monaco sky. "Wow, it's Iron Man!" The previously panicked crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, many halting to capture the moment on their phones. Tony rose, arms raised high, a triumphant smirk playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his helmet, relishing the adoration of the masses. While he basked in their cheers, preparing to showcase his flamboyant armor, the suit suddenly activated its emergency evasion protocol, propelling him backward several meters. High-energy attack detected. Jarvis's warning blared in Tony's ears. Almost simultaneously, a blue-purple electric whip cracked against the very spot where Tony had stood moments before, tearing a charred fissure into the asphalt, sending debris flying. Wow. Tony stabilized himself mid-air, gazing down at the smoking crack. Not a bad attack, he thought, casting his eyes towards Ivan. At least it looked impressive. The photon wings of his suit erupted into a brilliant blue light, a sharp sonic boom resonating in the air. Ivan Vanko barely registered the flash before Tony, moving within human speed, appeared at his side. The mechanical palm of the suit clamped down precisely on Ivan's shoulder, the nanomaterial fingers tightening like hydraulic pincers. "Good night, Russian bear," Tony quipped mockingly as he hoisted Ivan up and slammed him down into the ground in a head-first position. With a resounding crash, the asphalt splintered radially, Ivan's body convulsing in the crater's center while the arc reactor on his chest flickered erratically. The crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers, some whistling in excitement. Tony elegantly hovered above the pit, the photon wings gradually retracting, forming a magnificent halo of energy behind him. He performed an exaggerated bow to the audience surrounding him. "Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to applaud for the great Tony once again." Before he could finish his boastful statement, Jarvis's urgent alarm cut through the helmet. 12 missiles detected approaching from the southeast. Ballistic analysis indicates a holographic projection unfolded before Tony's eyes. Red trajectory lines targeting the most densely packed area of the audience, covering the entire main grandstand. Tony's smile instantly froze. He abruptly turned around as the battle armor's scanning system locked onto several plumes of white smoke rising in the distance. The missiles were approaching with astonishing speed. Just as Tony was about to instruct JARVIS to calculate interception data, a voice suddenly echoed in his earpiece. "Tony, ignore the missiles. Keep an eye on Ivan. Madara will handle those missiles." "What?" Tony was taken aback and turned to face the direction of the incoming missiles. In that fleeting moment, the very sky over Monaco seemed to warp under some unseen force. The air shimmered with rippling waves as a figure clad in a suit materialized out of thin air. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed, the patterns in his Sharingan slowly revolving. "Merely toys." Madara's voice was low, yet eerily penetrated the cacophony of the arena. He gradually raised his right hand, chakra erupting around him. "Susano'o." With this incantation, a towering blue giant, a complete form of Susano'o, rose majestically, its wings eclipsing the sun. The spectators looked up in terror at this mythic giant. The missiles were mere moments away, yet Madara did not even flinch. With a gentle sweep of Susano'o's colossal sword, the very fabric of space appeared to be cleaved. 12 missiles detonated simultaneously in the air, yet not a single shockwave permeated. All explosions were ensnared within an invisible spherical space. Tony watched this scene, his lips twitching. Witnessing this man's prowess was always astonishing. The flames from the explosions roiled within the purple barrier, casting a reflection on Madara's stern profile. Suspended mid-air, Tony's expression gradually shifted from shock to irritation. He pursed his lips and muttered into the communicator, "JARVIS. Make a note to enhance the battle armor's entrance effects for the next press conference. According to data analysis, your current popularity index still leads Mr. Madara by 37 percentage points. JARVIS comforted him appropriately. However, Mr. Madara's blue giant has indeed sparked considerable discussion on social media. Tony rolled his eyes. preparing to retort this unwelcome commentary when Ivan, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into laughter. "Stark, do you think this is the end?" "Haha." Tony glanced at Ivan, observing the blood streaming from his mouth and nose, the grotesque visage stained with blood, and teased, "You should quiet down for now. Don't worry. I'll ensure you have a luxurious prison suite, complete with 3 housemates from South Copper." Ivan continued to laugh heartily, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Tony. "Stark, you will die. In front of the entire world, you will be obliterated." Tony furrowed his brow as he heard a tremendous roar. A sleek black Harley motorcycle barreled onto the track, the engine's growl shaking the billboards on either side of the raceway. The rider, cloaked in black leather, wore a helmet that reflected a cold light, dragging a broken streetlight pole behind him. Tony raised his palm cannon, poised to warn the intruding motorcyclist on the racetrack, when suddenly, the rider swung a streetlight pole with great force, propelling it toward Tony like a siege arrow. Tony's palm cannon reacted swiftly, but Chen Tian had already appeared before him like a wraith. "Step back," Chen Tian commanded, gripping his sword and adopting a stance for a quick draw. The streetlight pole, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled toward them. When it was less than 3 meters away, Chen Tian executed a flawless arc, and the violet black sword energy blossomed like a crescent moon. The pole, struck by the blade, paused eerily for a moment before splitting neatly in 2 along the cut. Tony clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Wow, that is far more impressive than my laser cutter." Chen Tian sheathed his sword, the blade clinking against the scabbard with a crisp sound. "Don't lose focus. That fellow is not right." The motorcyclist executed a sharp turn, bringing his heavy bike to a stop 10 meters away from Tony and Chen Tian. He tilted his head slightly toward Chen Tian, and his helmet began to decay, ultimately disintegrating into countless ashes, revealing the rider's face. He was Caucasian, but his skin was a pallid gray, with faint, purplish veins visible beneath the surface. His eyes were pitch black, with tiny, pale dots flickering within. He grinned at Chen Tian, but his smile appeared grotesquely torn, exposing sharp, white teeth. "Greetings, Chen Tian. I am Mephisto." Chen Tian's pupils abruptly contracted, his grip on the sword tightening unconsciously, his expression growing increasingly grave. Tony, behind Chen Tian, whispered, "Mephisto? Isn't that the name of a demon? Have you invoked a demon?" Chen Tian nodded slightly. "Yes, it's related to what happened in New Mexico. Mephisto and Loki were behind it." Just as Tony opened his mouth to respond, the motorcyclist crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, and grinned wickedly at Tony and Chen Tian. "Enjoy the agony of decay." The ground began to rapidly deteriorate from where the motorcyclist's palms touched, collapsing and swiftly spreading toward Chen Tian and Tony. "Holy shit! What in the world is this?" Tony exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, attempting to grasp Chen Tian's shoulder to lift him away. However, just as he moved, a powerful punch struck his side, sending him flying. Tony tumbled through the air, the stabilization system of his armor frantically working to steady him. He crashed heavily into a billboard beside the racetrack and looked up to see who had knocked him away. "Damn it, what is happening?" JARVIS. When did Ivan acquire armor? Ivan Vanko has created a portal akin to that of the Sorcerer Mordo while you confronted the motorcyclist. What does that have to do with those sorcerers from Kamartaj? Tony cursed, the photon wings behind him unfurling and locking onto Ivan, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Ivan, facing the onslaught, raised an arm, and a crimson energy shield materialized before him. The lasers struck the shield, erupting in a violent explosion, shrouding Ivan in flames and a noxious, sulfurous smoke. Ivan's energy shield resembles the hellish energy of your own. What? Tony found it unbelievable. Hellish energy? Ivan emerged from the smoke with a sinister grin, his body shrouded in a dark crimson metal, while the arc reactor in his chest spewed forth flames of infernal intensity. "Thanks to your rampage in the Middle East, Tony," Ivan's helmet retracted, revealing a visage that had become demonic. "Otherwise, I would have never conceived that demons could still exist in this world." With crimson flames erupting from beneath his feet, Ivan lunged at Tony. On the other side, the decaying ground spread towards Chen Tian, who had hoped Tony would take him to the skies, only to witness Tony being sent flying by a single punch from Ivan. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tian assumed a stance reminiscent of katana draw, his wrist enveloped in black tendrils. Armed with the deadlion, he unleashed a strike as swift as a bolt of black lightning, drawing the blade from its sheath. The sword's aura sliced through the air like a dark crescent, cleaving the ground and halting the spread of decay. The biker, seeing his corruption stymied, slowly rose to his feet. Beneath his gray-white skin, veins writhed, and his pitch-black eyes locked on Chen Tian, his mouth splitting open to reveal serrated teeth. Chen Tian's voice echoed like the whispers of countless lost souls. No wonder Mephisto wants me to bring your soul before him. You covet my soul? Chen Tian scoffed coldly. Then you must first consult my blade. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him erupted, propelling him like a cannonball towards the biker. The dead lion aimed directly at his throat. The biker did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his palm, a mass of black, corrupt energy surging forth. The sword's aura collided with it, only to vanish as if swallowed by the depths of the sea. Useless, the biker sneered. All things shall ultimately decay, including your blade. Chen Tian's pupils constricted, yet his actions remained undeterred. He swiftly maneuvered behind the biker, delivering a horizontal slash with the dead lion. Swish! The blade sliced through the biker's neck, but it felt as if cutting through a quagmire. The biker's head contorted grotesquely, and instead of blood, a black, corrupt substance surged from the wound, rapidly healing. I told you. The biker's voice resonated from all directions. Your attacks are in vain. Suddenly aware of an ominous shift, Chen Tian glanced down to find his boots beginning to rot, the soles crumbling into ash. Corrosion? He immediately retreated, but the biker had already closed the distance, his decaying hands reaching for Chen Tian's chest. Your flesh, like your blade, will be devoured piece by piece. In a moment of peril, Chen Tian shouted fiercely, Shave? Boom! His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage, while the biker's claws grasped at empty air, the ground beneath them corroding into a deep pit several meters wide. Chen Tian reappeared 10 meters away, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This foe's abilities are more troublesome than anticipated. The biker slowly turned, his dark eyes fixated on him, a wider grin splitting his face. You're fast, but how long can you run? He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the ground around him began to decay rapidly, the asphalt track disintegrating as if doused with a potent acid, transforming into a pitch-black quagmire. The area of corruption expanded wildly. The metallic railings of the stands, the plastic seats, and even the very air began to warp and rot. Chen Tian observed this scene and cursed vehemently, Damn it! This is Marvel, not Jujutsu Kaisen. Why on earth is there a domain? After uttering these words, he abruptly paused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Indeed, if a domain is unfolding, then let us counter with a domain of our own. A manic grin suddenly curled at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth, and his once ordinary eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. His irises, as if infused with liquid azure, gradually morphed into a resplendent cerulean hue, the depths of his pupils seemingly swirling with stars. Chapter 23. Chen Tian's new ability, the corruption beneath the motorcycle rider, continued to spread, the asphalt track appearing as if consumed by an unseen force. Morphing into a dark mire, the metallic railings in the stands twisted grotesquely, the plastic seats melted away, and even the air began to grow murky, tainted by the decaying power. Chen Tian stood still, his smile becoming increasingly maniacal. His eyes had completely transformed. The once ordinary pupils now radiant with the brilliance of the sky, the irises resembling a liquid starry expanse, deep and cold, as if capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. The motorcycle rider hesitated momentarily, his pitch-black eyes fixated on Chen Tian, a low growl emanating from his throat. Your eyes have changed? Chen Tian offered no response, slowly raising his right hand, bending his ring and pinky fingers, while extending his thumb and index finger, the middle finger curving behind the index. Domain unfolding. Chen Tian's voice resonated ethereally, as though it emerged from the depths of the cosmos. The rider's instinct screamed in alarm, and he stumbled backward, desperately attempting to flee Chen Tian's range, but it was already too late. In the infinite void, buzz. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause. The motorcycle rider's movements froze, his thoughts, perceptions, and even time itself stretched infinitely in that moment. In his field of vision, Chen Tian's figure vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of white void. What is this? His consciousness struggled, yet his mind felt inundated with infinite information, each second decomposed into countless instants, each instant inundated with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I move? His soul felt as though it had been cast into the far reaches of the universe. Every shred of cognition, memory, and sensation shattered, reassembled, then shattered again and reconstituted. While his body remained rooted in place, his consciousness had traversed through billions of cycles of thought. Tony's armor thrusters ignited with a brilliant white flame as he rolled sideways, narrowly evading Ivan's claws. The dark demonic armor blazed with crimson hellfire, each strike leaving twisted scorch marks in the air. Jarvis, that bastard's claws are corrosive. Tony unleashed a devastating blast from his palm, but Ivan merely sneered and absorbed the blow. The hellfire on the surface of his armor instantly consumed the energy shockwave, distorting even the residual explosion into a bizarre swirl of flames. The outer nanocoating of the armor had already suffered a 47 depletion rate. It was advised to maintain distance and await core energy restoration. I share your sentiments. Tony gritted his teeth and abruptly retreated, yet Ivan's speed was swifter. The mechanical bone wings behind his demonic armor unfurled suddenly, spewing forth a noxious, sulfurous mist that obscured Tony's vision. Damn it! Tony's interface flickered wildly as the armor sensors were disrupted by the sulfur gas, leaving his surroundings a blur. He could only narrowly evade thanks to Jarvis's urgent warnings. But Ivan's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each claw strike searing with hellfire, and the armor's exterior began to show signs of melting. Tony's breathing grew labored within the helmet, sweat trickling down his temples. He stared at the incessantly flashing damage warnings, his lips curling into a grimace. Jarvis, unlock the energy restraints. Tony clenched his jaw, determined to make Ivan realize he was merely toying with him. Restraints have been lifted. Modules are now operational, Jarvis responded, adding, wishing you a fruitful demon-slaying experience. A manic grin suddenly spread across Tony's face, his eyes beneath the helmet sparkling with exhilaration. What did you just say, Jarvis? He elongated his tone, savoring the theatricality of the moment. A fruitful demon-slaying experience? In the next instant, his laughter erupted, tinged with madness and arrogance. Ha ha ha! Ivan, prepare to witness the true arrival of an angel. With his dramatically exaggerated declaration, the arc reactor in his chest erupted with a blinding blue light. A pulsating torrent of blue energy surged forth from the core, enveloping him entirely. The once crimson and gold armor swiftly disassembled and reformed under the blue glow. The nanometal flowed like liquid, reshaping the armor's structure in the radiant light. Click, click, click. Every inch of the armor evolved. The originally rounded shoulder plates split apart, transforming into sharp, wing-like structures, their edges shimmering with blue-white energy blades. The chest plate elongated, the central energy core enveloped in blue light, resembling the sacred mark of an angel. The leg armor extended into streamlined propulsion wings, the thrusters at the feet expanding, releasing torrents of blue flames. The back armor unfurled, 6 massive energy wings blossoming like feathers, each composed of pure blue energy, their edges flickering with particle effects. Activate! Tony hovered mid-air, the newly designed armor in blue, white, and black glimmered in the sunlight, the luminous wings gently flapping, scattering countless light particles. The lines of his helmet became sharper, and the arc screen at his eyes illuminated with a brilliant blue glow, as if a true mechanical angel had descended upon the earth. Energy output elevated to 400. Light angel mode has been activated, Jarvis continued, suggesting, based on your combat preferences, the recommended playlist is. Tony grinned widely, his eyes shimmering with excitement beneath his mask. Huh, Jarvis, you truly understand me. He abruptly raised his arm. The charging sound of his palm cannon perfectly synchronized with the explosive guitar riff resonating in his earpiece. Let us get this party started. In the next instant, the engines roared to life. The blue and white flames erupted in a tempest of rhythm as Tony, akin to a war god blessed by the deity of rock, dove towards Ivan amidst a deafening wave of sound. Wherever he passed, the air was torn apart by sonic booms, merging with the exhilarating chorus, transforming the entire battlefield into a stage. Boom! The blue and white flames etched a blinding trail through the air as Tony's speed surged, almost becoming a mere afterimage. Ivan's demonic armor had yet to react when Iron Man's fist collided fiercely with his mask. Crack! The helmet of the demonic armor crumpled instantly, the hellfire dispersed by the overwhelming force, and Ivan was hurled hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ruins of the audience stands. Delight surged through Tony as he laughed maniacally, the 6 luminous wings behind him unfurling dramatically, scattering blue and white energy particles like stardust. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had already grasped 2 blazing laser swords, their blades forged from pure high-energy plasma, edges glimmering with piercing blue light, warping the very air around them. Combat, data, synchronization complete. Jarvis's voice remained clear amidst the roaring rock music. Your reaction speed has increased by 427, power output enhanced by 398, energy weapon efficiency. Spare me the details, Jarvis. Tony dove sharply, the laser swords trailing brilliant blue light behind him. It's execution time. Just as Ivan staggered up from the wreckage, the hellish energy still coalescing around him, Tony's figure flickered into view before him. Swish, swish, swish. The laser swords transformed into a deadly web of light, carving dozens of fissures into Ivan's demonic armor in an instant. The hellfire surged wildly, attempting to mend the damage, but Tony's onslaught was too rapid. Each strike precisely targeting the joints of the armor, the energy nodes, and even the flow paths of the hellfire. Roar! Ivan, enraged, unleashed his mechanical bone wings, a thick mist of sulfur erupting like a tsunami. Yet this time, Tony did not flinch. The purification protocol activated. The 6 luminous wings erupted in blinding blue light, energy particles swirling like a tempest, evaporating the sulfur mist upon contact. Tony surged through the fog, his laser swords crossing downwards. Crack! Ivan's right arm, along with half of his mechanical wing, was severed at the root. The pitch-black, demonic metal melted under the intense heat, and the hellfire recoiled like a wounded beast, howling in retreat. What? Is that all you've got? Tony's laughter echoed across the battlefield as he executed a swift spinning kick, his boot striking Ivan's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The chest plate of the demonic armor shattered, and Ivan was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 concrete walls before finally coming to a halt. Tony hovered in midair, his wings unfurled, and the laser swords angled towards the ground. Beneath the visage of his helmet, his eyes fixated on Ivan, their azure glow emanating an icy, divine authority. The final strike, Ivan. His voice resonated through the cacophony of rock music, heralding the arrival of judgment from the realm of science. 6 luminous wings abruptly converged, channeling all energy towards the core of his chest. Tony crossed his twin blades before him, the plasma light surging to its zenith, supernova slash. A torrent of blue and white energy, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted with a thunderous roar. Wherever it traversed, the ground fractured, the air ionized, and space itself seemed cleaved asunder by this strike. Ivan's pupils constricted, hellfire surging wildly in a desperate attempt at defense. Boom! The explosion's radiance consumed all. Tony floated amidst the aftershocks of the detonation, his 6 wings unfurling gracefully, blue and white energy particles swirling around him like fragments of stars. The flames of the explosion formed a magnificent curtain behind him, yet they could not encroach upon him. Every incoming shockwave and wave of heat was elegantly repelled by the energy barrier formed by his wings. Target's life signs have vanished. Jarvis's voice intoned at the opportune moment. Shall I retrieve the combat data? Tony did not respond immediately. He slowly raised his right hand, the plasma blade of his laser sword spinning elegantly, tracing a flawless blue arc in the air before retracting into his gauntlet. This motion was fluid, akin to a deadly waltz. Data? Tony chuckled lightly as his helmet retracted, revealing his signature roguish grin. Such matters are best left to the laboratory. He intentionally let the explosion's glow reflect upon his profile, ensuring this angle was visually captivating. Suddenly, all 6 wings unfurled to their fullest extent, each emitting a brilliant blue light. Tony deliberately slowed his descent, allowing his armor to trace a graceful parabolic arc as he landed. In that instant, he knelt slightly, his right hand pressing against the ground, a position that allowed the last wing to unfurl above him, creating a perfect halo of light. Jarvis, Tony stood, casually brushing off non-existent dust. Capture the battle footage from the 327 to 335 mark and post it to all my social media accounts. He paused, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. Sunday afternoon tea, saving the world. The 6 wings behind him elegantly folded in, transforming into a stream of light as they retracted into his armor. Tony turned towards the exit, deliberately letting the remaining sparks dance behind him. With each step, the blue light of his armor dimmed, until upon reaching the threshold, it had reverted to a mundane crimson hue, as if the cataclysmic angelic form had never existed. Oh, he suddenly halted, not looking back. Snapping his fingers to increase the volume by 30, let the world hear this. As his words settled, the guitar riff of Back in Black resounded throughout the ruins. A perfect closing score. However, as Tony Stark's good friend, it was inconceivable to allow him to bask in such ostentation unchallenged. Just as Tony struck his flawless pose for the finale, a beam of blue and purple light suddenly shot up from the opposite end of the arena. The radiance was akin to a thunderbolt tearing through the firmament, yet it bore an eerie sense of tranquility. The beam, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, was suffused with countless intricate runes, while the surrounding space exhibited an unnatural distortion. My head. Tony's helmet swiftly reassembled, and the interface erupted with frantic energy alerts. Jarvis. When the world is the energy reading. Unable to analyze. Jarvis experienced a 3-second delay, stating that the energy form exceeded the database's parameters and recommended immediate evacuation. The luminous column persisted for a full 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the blinding light faded, the scene of the arena was chilling. The asphalt track remained marred by dark, corrupted traces. The warped metal railings and melted plastic seats still bore the marks of erosion. And the air was thick with a lingering stench of decay. The malevolent motorcyclist, along with his heavy motorcycle, had vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. Tony stood frozen, his mouth agape beneath the helmet, wide enough to accommodate a donut. Mechanically, he turned to face Chen Tian, who was leisurely approaching. The youthful Oriental often prone to banter with him. Oh, finished showing off? Chen Tian's once azure eyes had reverted to an ordinary brown. I took care of that zombie-like fellow for you. No need to thank me. Tony's helmet snapped open with a click, revealing an incredulous expression. That guy was clearly after you. And what was that black technology just now? This. Chen Tian pondered, stroking his chin. It's my new ability. He concluded with a raised eyebrow directed at Tony. Without waiting for a response, Chen Tian poked Tony's shoulder. Hey, Mr. Show-Off, take a look around. Do you intend to linger here while that bothersome security team interrogates us, or shall we find a place to eat? He rubbed his stomach. I'm starving. Tony stared at Chen Tian for a full 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. Jarvis, cancel all social media upload plans. He threw an arm around Chen Tian's neck. Let us go. I intend to intoxicate you and extract every secret about that trick you just performed. Chen Tian grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he regarded Tony. Sure, I'll drink with you. However, he deliberately elongated the last word, leaning closer with a smirk. Do you remember the party at your villa after the New Mexico battle? That certain playboy genius, utterly inebriated, sobbing into Pepper's arms? He waved 4 fingers in front of Tony's face. My tolerance is now 4 times what was then. Unlike a certain genius inventor who ended up needing Jarvis to call an ambulance. He exaggeratedly mimicked Tony's drunken state, pretending to retch. With that, Chen Tian hopped onto Tony's back, patted his helmet, and proclaimed, Let us go. Iron Steed, back to the hotel. Tony pursed his lips, an expression of both exasperation and indulgence hidden beneath his mask. You rascal, he remarked, deliberately causing the thrusters to emit a wave of heat that tousled Chen Tian's hair. Hold on tight. If you fall, I 1TB coming to your rescue. With a roar of engines, the resplendent crimson and gold armor soared into the sky. Tony executed a deliberate 360-degree flip, and upon hearing Chen Tian's comical yelps from behind, a smug smile crept across his face. Jarvis, initiate navigation. The location of the Kimpton Hotel is marked for you. Jarvis replied in due course. Please remember to pre-order your usual truffle pizza and a double serving. Tony interjected, intentionally making a sharp turn in midair, and prepare 10 shots of the strongest tequila for Sir Knight 39. Let us see if he can maintain his bravado. The gold-red armor sliced through the cerulean sky, leaving a brilliant contrail in the dazzling midday sun. Suddenly, Tony dove, the armor skimming just above the ocean's surface. The thrusters kicking up sprays of water that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Hey, you're definitely doing this on purpose, Chen Tian exclaimed, clutching Tony's neck tightly. his voice fragmented by the rushing winds. Is that even a question? Tony laughed heartily, accelerating once more, the armor carving a lengthy white streak across the sea. Welcome aboard, Stark Airlines. Their banter echoed clearly in the pristine blue sky. On the racetrack, police cars with their red and blue lights still stood out vividly in the midday sun, akin to a swarm of industrious beetles. Above, the gold-red armor resembled a comet racing across the horizon, accompanied by the roar of engines as it sped towards the hotel. The sea breeze, laden with salty air, enveloped them, while sunlight gilded the armor in a shimmering gold hue. In the distance, tourists on yachts in the Bay of Monaco raised their phones, capturing the rare sight of Iron Man soaring freely through the azure sky with his dear friend. The following morning, sunlight bathed the coastline of Malibu as Tony's private jet gently descended onto the villa's helipad. Tony and Chen Tian ambled down the stairway, their faces still bearing the weariness of a hangover, yet they continued to jest with one another. I bet you vomited 3 times last night, Tony teased, rubbing his temples. His eyes squinted behind golden sunglasses. Jarvis recorded it all. Chen Tian rolled his eyes. Oh please, who was it that sang Hotel California while hugging the toilet? He mimicked Tony's off-key voice, while Pepper, walking behind them, shook her head in resignation, with Happy trailing behind, struggling with several suitcases, panting heavily. Gentlemen, Pepper raised her voice. Your energy levels. Her words abruptly halted. Tony and Chen Tian had already pushed open the villa's glass door, their playful banter freezing in the air. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room stood a tall, dark silhouette, clad in a turtleneck sweater and an overcoat of leather. The figure's gleaming bald head reflected the morning light, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a statue. Tony's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Chen Tian observed Nick Fury's trademark bravado and promptly slapped his forehead. Here we go again. He muttered softly, wondering what was so captivating outside the window. Fury slowly turned, his single eye sweeping over the two of them before finally settling on Tony. Mr. Stark, he intoned in a deep voice. Are you aware of the chaos you have caused in Monaco? Tony raised an eyebrow, pushing his sunglasses back into place. Oh, what chaos? He feigned nonchalance, shrugging casually. We were merely saving the world while adding a touch of spectacle to the competition. Spectacle? Fury's eye narrowed dangerously. You destroyed half the racetrack, leading to the cancellation of the event. The Monaco government is applying pressure on the United States. He stepped forward, adding, not to mention the frightened spectators. Wait a moment. Tony interjected suddenly, turning to Chen Tian. Who is this guy? Do you know him? Chen Tian rolled his eyes. That's Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was his approval that allowed me to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in New Mexico. Also, he's the world's foremost master of bravado. He deliberately raised his voice. By the way, he can hear you. Fury's single eye twitched slightly, his expression unfaltering as he produced a tablet, swiftly scrolling across its surface before turning the screen towards them. While you were busy saving the world, Fury's voice was laced with repressed anger. This one. 2 billion spy satellite was destroyed by an unknown energy pulse. The screen displayed the satellite's last transmitted image, a blue-violet beam shooting skyward, followed by a blizzard of static. Tony leaned closer to the screen, his eyes widening behind his golden sunglasses. Wow, the clarity is astounding. Wait a minute, isn't that the big move Chen Tian executed? He suddenly pivoted to Chen Tian. Did you just take out the U.S. military satellite? Chen Tian scratched his head, feigning innocence. Well, I was aiming for that motorcycle zombie dude, who knew there was a peeping Tom in the sky. He glanced at Fury. Besides, wasn't he at a public service to blow up a satellite that invades people's privacy? Fury's eye narrowed dangerously. A public service? He gritted his teeth. That satellite monitored a third of the world's missile silos. Now the old-timers at the Pentagon are in a frenzy. Tony burst into laughter. Wait, are you saying? He struggled to contain his mirth. That Chen Tian casually obliterated the most advanced spy satellite of the U.S. military with one skill? He turned to Chen Tian, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Stark. Fury's voice rose to a pitch. This is no joke. The president has. What about the president? Chen Tian interrupted lazily. Do you want me to compensate you? He leisurely produced a crumpled checkbook from Tony's pocket. 2 billion, right? I'll write it out for you right now. Fury's expression froze. Tony burst into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa. Haha, Chen Tian, you are simply brilliant. His mirth, however, abruptly faded as he snatched the checkbook from Chen Tian's hands. Damn it, that's my check. Chapter 24. Tony and Chen Tian's new hero organization, the Silvery Moonlight, bathed the Malibu beach, with gentle waves lapping at the shore, producing a soothing whisper. Tony and Chen Tian reclined side by side on luxurious beach chairs, each holding a glass of whiskey, the ice clinking softly against the amber liquid. Standing beside the barbecue grill, she diligently turned the steaks and lobsters, her movements precise as if executing a well-rehearsed program. Occasionally, she would glance at the two men to ascertain their needs before returning to her culinary task. Tony swirled his drink, his other hand clutching a document bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem, his brow slightly furrowed. So, what do you make of this Avengers initiative? Chen Tian tilted his head back, taking a sip of his drink and smacking his lips. This is merely Fury's desire to command a team of extraordinary power. But honestly, do you think it's viable? With a scoff, Tony tossed the document onto a nearby table. S.H.I.E.L.D. never engages in endeavors devoid of benefit. He desires a squad of superpowered individuals at his beck and call. But the question is, he paused, his gaze sharpening. Who decides what this team should undertake? Who can guarantee they won't be misused? Chen Tian shrugged. So, you're not interested in joining? Me? Tony chuckled derisively. I'm not the type to follow orders blindly. He drained his glass and carelessly set it on the table. However, if the team comprised intriguing individuals, like you or that explosive lead character, a playful smirk graced his lips, then I might reconsider. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you believe that if the team is cool enough, you'd be willing to join? Hey, don't misinterpret me. Tony rolled his eyes. I merely think that if an alien invasion or an apocalyptic scenario were to unfold, going solo wouldn't suffice. He paused, adopting a serious tone. But the condition is that this team must be free, not just a private militia for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Tian fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea, where the moonlight danced upon the waves, casting fragmented silver glimmers. After a while, he chuckled softly. I think it's better to form our own team. He raised his glass. After all, a superhero team serving justice that becomes entangled with government institutions is bound to encounter numerous complications. Tony's fingers suddenly halted at the rim of his glass. The crisp sound of ice clinking echoing in that moment with unusual clarity. His pupils constricted slightly, as if struck by a sudden thought. The moonlight cast distinct shadows on his sharply defined profile, accentuating the deepening crease of his brow. Forming our own team, Tony's atoms apple-bobbed, the amber liquid swirling in his eyes. But the issue is, we might not have enough members. He furrowed his brow, counting you, me, too. If we include Thor and the others, are we still missing a few? Chen Tian suddenly burst into laughter, nearly spitting out his drink. Tony, have you forgotten something? He set down his glass, Bane, Diablo, and perhaps even more in the future. Tony slapped his forehead with a sharp crack, almost toppling his drink. Holy shit. He widened his eyes. How could I forget about that? Grabbing Chen Tian's shoulders, excitement flickered in his eyes. Your summoning ability is practically a cheat code. Tony gestured animatedly. Just imagine, we could assemble an all-star team. Your whiskey has spilled. Jarvis's voice chimed from the speakers beside the deck chair. Only then did Tony realize he had splashed half a glass of whiskey onto his swim trunks. But he shrugged it off. Who cares? Turning to Chen Tian. Like a child discovering a new toy, we could create a super alliance beyond government control. Chen Tian chuckled and shook his head, observing Tony's childlike excitement. So now you're interested again? Of course. Tony snapped his fingers. Think about it. We wouldn't have to report to anyone. No need to listen to those politicians' nonsense. We could operate entirely on our own terms. He lowered his voice suddenly, and we could set up headquarters in Malibu, so parties could happen anytime. Just then, two approached, holding freshly grilled steaks. Gentlemen, dinner is served. Tony took the plate, but his gaze remained fixated on Chen Tian. Seriously, how many of these, interdimensional heroes can you summon now? Chen Tian grabbed a piece of steak and took a bite, currently just Bane and Diablo, but there will be more in the future. He gave Tony a significant look, but I must remind you, they're not known for their good temper. Tony waved his hand dismissively, huh? Can anyone have a worse temper than mine? He took a swig of whiskey, adding, to deal with bad guys, you need even worse ones. It's called fighting fire with fire. Under the moonlight, Ambition sparkled in Tony's eyes, as if he could already envision the Super Alliance under their control. He raised his glass to the future Avengers. Chen Tian tapped his glass against Tony's. How about calling it the League of Free Heroes instead? Tony downed his drink, convinced it was certainly better than Fury's old fox's dismal plan. In the distance, the waves gently lapped against the shore, as if heralding the birth of this new alliance. Two stood quietly by, a silent witness. In the early morning, in the underground laboratory of the Malibu villa, the morning light had yet to fully dissipate the mist over the sea. Yet Tony was already in his underground workshop. The blue glow of the holographic projection illuminated his slightly weary but still exhilarated face, his fingertips flying across the virtual keyboard, occasionally zooming in on specific architectural details. Jarvis, pull up the topographical map of the North Shore. Tony rubbed his reddened eyes, casually grasping the half-cooled cup of coffee from the workbench and taking a sip. The headquarters of the heroes ought to exude grandeur, yet it should not resemble the foreboding fortresses of S.H.I. We seek an aura of do not provoke us, rather than a milieu of we are quite suspicious. In the holographic display, a futuristic composite structure emerged, its streamlined glass facade reflecting the shimmering surface of the sea. The top floor served as an open training area and helipad, while below lay a series of fortified command centers, laboratories, and armories. Suddenly, Tony furrowed his brow and traced a section on the virtual model. Wait a moment. This needs alteration at a leisure area. Chen Tian is bound to complain about our somberness. You have not rested for 36 hours. Jarvis's voice resonated around the laboratory. Moreover, we must finalize the site selection, design, and construction plan within 48 hours, necessitating the mobilization of at least 3 of Stark Industries' premier engineering teams. Tony loosened 2 buttons on his collar and tossed the design draft aside, then summoned all the teams we can muster. He pivoted towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Although situated 3 levels underground, his villa rested upon a mountain, and this madman had expanded what was originally a single-level lab downwards by 3 floors. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, right? Employ the nano-coating technology from 2 for the exterior wall protection. And then, before he could finish, the laboratory's blast doors slid open, and Chen Tian sauntered in with a sandwich in his mouth. Heard some lunatic was neglecting breakfast while constructing an illegal edifice? He leaned closer to the hologram, exclaiming, wow, this luxurious layer of the villain aesthetic is serious? This is tactical beauty. Tony snatched the other half of Chen Tian's sandwich. The top floor is reserved for your gaming room, and the second level underground is a hot spring area. Now, be quiet and do not disturb genius at work. Chen Tian chuckled at the marked section on the blueprints designated as the entertainment zone. No Tony allowed. At that moment, the projection flickered, and Pepper's holographic image appeared above the workbench, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. Tony, the Pentagon just left 17 missed calls, and the head of the engineering department mentioned you reassigned all personnel. Tell them I'm busy saving the world. Tony waved dismissively, engrossed in enlarging the core energy system of the building. Jarvis, highlight the power lines of the arc reactor in gold. We want everyone to see just how cool we are from afar. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the virtual projection of the sunrise had fully emerged from the sea. Tony gazed at the metallic sheen of his architectural design, shimmering in the morning light, a trademark smirk gracing his lips. Fury wants to assemble the Avengers? Just wait and see what constitutes a true super team. Chen Tian discreetly tucked away the neon sign design for the Free Heroes Alliance into the corner of the blueprints and promptly silenced Jarvis's impending health reminder notification. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Fury's office. The blue glow of the holographic projection pulsed in the dimly lit office. Nick Fury's single, I fixated on the real-time surveillance footage. The construction site on the northern shore of Malibu is ablaze with lights, as Stark Industries' heavy machinery operates tirelessly around the clock, while a long convoy of engineering vehicles stirs up clouds of dust. Coulson's voice, rough as sandpaper, informs me that this is no illusion. Clutching a stack of freshly printed intelligence reports, he states, Sir, I fear it is indeed true. Stark not only declined our invitation, he hesitates, but he is also assembling his own team. Fury's fingers tap slowly on the desk, each strike resembling a countdown. So, Tony Stark intends to establish a superhero club under our very noses? According to our intel, Coulson flips through the documents, referring to it as cooler than the Avengers. However, it has been rejected by Chen Tian. Currently confirmed members include Stark himself, the Eastern figure Chen Tian, and he pauses momentarily, two special individuals, two and Uchiha Bido. Fury S single eye narrows slightly. Those two dangerous entities? Indeed, sir, Coulson nods. Two is suspected to be Chen Tian's maid, yet possesses formidable combat prowess. Assessed a Class A. As for Uchiha Bido, he hands over a blurred photograph. He's quite the aberration, able to breathe fire, summon colossal robots, and even meteors. He single-handedly neutralized 12 missiles targeting Monaco without collateral damage. Fury rises and approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the nightscape of Washington. After a moment of silence, he suddenly pivots, notify Natasha and Barton, inform them they'll be dismissed from S.H.I.L.D. and enlist under Stark's team in a personal capacity. Coulson looks up in surprise. Sir, since we cannot prevent this, we shall engage with it. Fury's voice is resolute. I need to monitor every movement of Tony's organization. A flicker of insight glimmers in his lone eye. Moreover, if they truly succeed, we must ensure this power remains controlled. Coulson swiftly jots down the orders. Understood, sir. I will arrange for them to approach Stark immediately. Tell them this is a long-term infiltration mission. Fury adds, they must ascertain Chen Tian's capabilities as soon as possible. The unknown energy pulse he emitted during the Monaco incident is entirely different from his previous reliance on a katana, as well as every secret within that building. He gestures towards the surveillance footage. What of Agent Hill's monitoring plan? Proceed with it. Fury returns to his desk, believing that redundancy is always more reliable. Coulson hesitates, but if Stark discovers, he will discover. Fury smirks coldly. Tony Stark is far more astute than you realize. But that is of little concern. It may be advantageous for him to know we have someone on the inside. He states meaningfully, sometimes an open card is more intimidating than a hidden one. Outside, a flash of lightning cleaves the night sky. Fury stands in the shadows, his eye reflecting the flickering lights on the surveillance screen, like a poised panther, quietly observing every movement of its prey. Inform Natasha, Fury added, that if Stark inquires, it is a gesture of goodwill from S.H.I.L.D. His voice bore a hint of irony. After all, who could possibly refuse the inclusion of Black Widow and Hawkeye? In a posh CAF in Los Angeles. Sunlight bathed the street outside in a golden hue. Chen Tian leisurely stirred his cup of black coffee, his gaze flitting between the two individuals across the table. Natasha Romanoff donned high-waisted jeans and a snug white shirt, her red hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of languid sensuality. Clint Barton, in stark contrast, was clad in a casual suit, his expression somber as though he were attending a funeral. Thus, Chen Tian suddenly erupted in laughter, tapping his silver spoon lightly against the edge of the porcelain cup. So, Black Widow and Hawkeye wish to join our 39-game club with Tony? Natasha's crimson lips curved into a faint smile. We have been dismissed from S.H.I.L.D., she remarked, taking a sip from her latte. Fury believes we are too individualistic. What a coincidence, Chen Tian mused, his fingers lightly drumming on the table. Wasn't it just the day after Tony declined to join the Avengers Initiative? He tilted his head towards Hawkeye. You two were expelled faster than S.H.I.L.D.'s coffee machine broke down. Barton's lips twitched slightly. We come bearing goodwill. Oh, Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of goodwill? Natasha retrieved a data chip from her handbag. S.H.I.L.D.'s surveillance plan for your base. A list of 12 agents Fury intends to place. And she paused for emphasis. The decryption plan for that energy reactor on your underground third level. Chen Tian stared at the chip for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter, drawing the attention of several nearby patrons. Marvelous. He wiped away tears of mirth. Is Fury sending you as double agents? Or perhaps triple? He gestured to push the chip back. Tell your director to simply send an email next time. No need for such elaborate theatrics. Natasha's crimson nails lightly tapped the chip. We are serious. Of course. Chen Tian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. So, what do you two super agents desire from our humble little club? Freedom, Barton spoke suddenly, his voice deep. S.H.I.L.D. has too many constraints. Chen Tian's smile gradually faded. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharpening. Interesting, he remarked slowly, but you will need to prove yourselves. Natasha's red lips curled into a dangerous arc. Such as? Chen Tian pulled out his phone, swiping a few times before pushing it towards her. Explain YS. HIEL. DS satellite adjusted its orbit towards Malibu 3 days ago. Natasha glanced at the screen, her expression unflinching. Standard surveillance protocol. Is that so? Chen Tian swiped to reveal another image. Then what about this tracker hidden beneath a Stark Industries transport vehicle? Barton's pupils dilated slightly. Then Chen Tian leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. In that nanocommunication device, recording in your ear? Silence fell. Natasha suddenly chuckled softly, removed a hairpin, and produced a miniature device, tossing it into her coffee cup. With a crackling sound, smoke wafted from the device. What now? She inquired. Chen Tian fixed his gaze on Natasha for several moments before erupting into hearty laughter. I knew it. You truly delight me. He retrieved his phone and dialed. Tony. Guess who has come knocking at her door? Yes, it's none other than Natasha from S.H. I.E.L.D. He cast a sidelong glance at Barton, the renowned archer. Barton's brow furrowed slightly as his fingers tapped softly on the table. After ending the call, Chen Tian revealed a sly grin. Congratulations to both of you. You have secured a valuable interview opportunity. As for the probation period, how about we set on the day Director Fury's blood pressure first skyrocketed? Natasha lifted her coffee cup, remarking, that sounds quite fair. Welcome to our enthusiast club. Chen Tian raised his own cup, playfully warning. Our confidentiality agreement has been personally signed by Uchiha Madara using his fire technique. Should you wish to retract, the consequences, he gestured dramatically as if barbecuing, are yours to bear. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with gasps of astonishment rippling through the crowd, accompanied by the roar of engines and the distinctive hum of plasma thrusters. A crimson gold figure streaked across the sky. Tony Stark descended in the latest model of his armor, the brilliant gold and red gleaming in the sunlight. He gracefully hovered mid-air, the thruster's fiery plume leaving faint scorch marks on the asphalt below. Hey, Los Angeles! Tony exclaimed, lifting his visor to reveal his signature charming smile to the onlookers. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, the armor responded, executing a spectacular 360-degree spin, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Mr. Stark, can we take a picture? A blonde girl called out excitedly, waving her phone. Of course, sweetheart. Tony landed beside her, his armor adjusting to the most photogenic angle. Don't forget the filter. Today's armor color scheme is particularly suited for a vintage vibe. After catering to his fan, Tony's gaze swept through the CAF's floor-to-ceiling windows, precisely locking onto Chen Tian and his companions inside. He exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow and mouthed a silent hello. The patrons in the CAF had long been captivated by the spectacle outside, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Pleased with the scene, Tony snapped his fingers, and his form disassembled into countless droplets of liquid metal, retreating into the energy core within his chest. It seems our flamboyant Iron Man has arrived, Chen Tian mused, taking a sip of his coffee and raising his cup in salute to Tony. In response, Tony adjusted his suit and tie, striding confidently toward the CAF's entrance. Chen Tian turned to the two new members and winked. Are you prepared for the ultimate interview? A friendly reminder. The boss has recently become engrossed in a game called Disassembling Armor with Bare Hands. He glanced pointedly at Barton, adding, though for you, it might need to be shooting armor with arrows instead. Barton's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his professional demeanor. I prefer to use my real name. Of course, Mr. Clint Barton. Chen Tian executed an exaggerated bow. Yet here, Tony preferred to address everyone by their codenames. Observe, we have Iron Man, Cool Ninja, and Incomparable Maid. He deliberately paused, and now we also have Redhead and Sharpshooter. Natasha chuckled softly, while Barton quietly reached for the knife on the table. Chapter 25. The Arbitrator of Justice enters. Harlem, New York. Nightfall, the explosive firelight rent the night sky as concrete walls crumbled under immense force. The throngs on the street screamed and scattered in panic. Car alarms blared in a cacophony, plunging the entire block into chaos. Roar! Hulk! The green giant Hulk surged forth from the smoke and debris, his brawny arms bulging with muscle, skin darkened to a deeper green by fury. He leaped ferociously, delivering a punch towards the equally massive abomination, who sneered in anticipation. Their colossal fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that shattered every pane of glass within a 10-meter radius. Banner, you are too weak. Abomination bellowed, bone spikes protruding from his elbows, viciously slashing towards Hulk's chest. Hulk staggered back a few steps, yet rage fueled his ferocity further. He seized a discarded taxi, hurling it at Abomination with the force of a baseball. Hulk is the strongest. Abomination stumbled back from the blow, but quickly regained his footing, kicking a fire hydrant into the air. A high-pressure water jet erupted, mingling with debris and dust, intensifying the battlefield's turmoil. Director, the situation is worse than anticipated. Agent Hill scrutinized the screen, brow furrowed, as General Ross's super soldier program spiraled out of control. Abomination's destructive capacity exceeded expectations. Fury's single eye gleamed with cold intensity. Where is our soldier? Hill's fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, the holographic display revealing real-time combat. Each clash between Hulk and Abomination sent tremors akin to miniature earthquakes. Military armored vehicles and special forces were tossed about like paper in the aftermath. Director, General Ross's forces have been routed. Hill's voice quickened. Conventional firepower is utterly ineffective against those two monsters. Our snipers cannot even pierce Abomination's skin. Fury's eye remained fixed on the screen, his knuckles drumming on the table with increasing urgency. Damn, he growled. What kind of monstrosity have those lab lunatics created? Hill inhaled deeply. We need higher-level support. Fury slammed down the communication button. Contact Stark. Inform him, boom. A deafening explosion interrupted Fury's command. Above Harlem, a golden red meteor sliced through the clouds, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rock music, instantly resonating throughout the battlefield. I absolutely adore this song, particularly the electric guitar solo at the outset, coupled with the opening lyrics, which are perfectly suited for a hero's entrance. Consider me a bit melodramatic. Dear readers, as the lead singer roared the first word, Iron Man's armor suddenly unfurled 6 luminous wings in midair. The angelic wings, composed of nanoparticles, erupted into a dazzling white light, each feather pulsating with plasma energy, illuminating a radius of 500 meters as bright as day. A global live broadcast has commenced across various social media platforms, with a viewership currently surpassing 20 million. Jarvis's voice was drowned out by the sound of the guitar. Tony laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Perfect! Let the entire world witness the true arrival of a hero." As Abomination pressed Hulk into the concrete, he looked up, momentarily blinded by the intense light. Instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes, he beheld the glowing armor diving from a height of 10 meters. Taste my laser cannon. The 6 radiant wings converged forward, coalescing into an energy cannon with a 3-meter diameter. At the climax of the chorus, a beam of light, reminiscent of a miniature sun, erupted with a thunderous blast. In the instant the music reached its zenith, Hulk leaped fiercely, delivering a powerful punch to the recently risen Abomination. The clash of the two titans stirred up a tempest, while Iron Man hovered in midair, his palm cannon relentlessly unleashing firepower. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear, indicating that Mr. Chen had arrived on the battlefield. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Oh, where's that rascal? We agreed to make our entrance together." Chen Tian's voice echoed above Tony's head, and he propelled himself upward by stepping on Tony's head. In the next moment, Chen Tian's sword, Go Sever, was unsheathed, its blade entwined with dark crimson energy, slicing through Abomination's back and leaving a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Roar! Abomination bellowed in pain, turning only to collide head-on with an explosive arrow shot by Barton. Boom! Flames engulfed the upper half of Abomination, while Natasha, using the explosion as cover, nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, thrusting an electric device directly into his ear. In this righteous fray, Chen Tian sheathed his sword, grinning at two. "This is much more exhilarating than fighting solo, don't you think?" Abomination roared in fury, his bone spikes growing wildly, but before he could retaliate, Hulk, the green giant, delivered an uppercut, sending Abomination soaring into the sky. Home run! Tony simultaneously launched 12 tracking missiles. Chen Tian smirked, tossing Ghost Sever to 2, his pupils transforming into the celestial eye, his right hand forming a sword pointing towards the airborne Abomination. As a small red orb continuously spun between his index and middle fingers, invoking his technique. As the guitar reached its crescendo, Abomination was propelled 300 meters into the air by the combined assaults. The main cannon of the light angel armor completed its secondary charge, the 6 wings unfurling to their utmost limit. Good night, you ugly brute. A magnificent fireball blossomed in the night sky, coinciding perfectly with the peak of the guitar's melody. As the smoke cleared, Abomination's charred body crashed heavily into the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Done. Tony descended beside Chen Tian, his helmet retracting with a click to reveal his signature mischievous grin. So, does this count as passing the team synergy test? Chen Tian sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the distant Abomination being dragged away by the military. Barely acceptable. Do not rejoice too soon. Fury's voice coolly emanated from the communicator. I shall send you the bill for the additional damages. Stark. Got it, got it. Tony waved his hand dismissively, but his eyes suddenly sparkled. Wait. Perfect timing. Before he could finish, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, the golden-red flames forming the words "The Arbitrator." Tony immediately struck a flamboyant pose, his armor shimmering in the light of the explosion. Quick, everyone, strike a handsome pose. Tony urged through the team channel. Jarvis is taking pictures. This is prime promotional material. Chen Tian, expressionless, turned to leave with 2. No way. Natasha chuckled softly. Barton silently shut off the communication channel. Hulk scratched his head, perplexed. That's more like it. Tony thumbed up appreciatively, then paused, looking around the empty space. Hey, where's everyone? In the distance. Chen Tian waved his hand without turning back. Remember to send the edited photos to the group. Seeing his companion's lack of cooperation, Tony pouted. Wait. There's still one thing left to do. With that, he cranked the armor speaker to maximum volume. The first concert of the evening. The melody of the Arbitrator echoed through the night sky of Harlem. At the entrance of Tony's Malibu villa, a red banner hung, adorned with golden thread that inscribed the words "The Night of the Arbitrator." Inside the villa, music roared in the grand hall, adding a touch of rock and roll to the post-war celebration. Bruce Banner was no longer the Hulk, but a scientist clad in a loose shirt, seated on a specially designed lounge chair, cradling a glass of Tony's specialty, lemonade infused with mint leaves, complete with a tiny paper umbrella perched on the rim. His gaze wandered across the virtual news projections, his expression a blend of awkwardness and resignation. Relax, Doctor, Tony said, casually leaning against the bar with a glass of whiskey in hand, his custom suit jacket draped nonchalantly over his shoulder. There are no military personnel here, no laboratories, just him. He pointed to Chen Tian rummaging through the fridge, an insatiable Chinese boy, and a guest you all dragged here to the party. Pepper Potts descended the stairs, holding a glass of champagne with a wry smile gracing her lips. She wore an elegant black gown, a stark contrast to the smoke-scented ensemble of the surrounding men. Hey, this is a celebration of our salvation of New York, Tony exclaimed, dramatically opening his arms. As a representative of Stark Industries, you simply must attend. Without looking back, Chen Tian tossed a can of beer from the fridge, which Tony caught one-handed. Thanks, but I do prefer something else. Like that bottle of 13 Black you've hidden behind the television? Not a chance. Tony crossed his arms defiantly. That's reserved for when Pepper agrees to my proposal. Pepper rolled her eyes. You might be waiting until your next life for that. Tu gracefully approached Chen Tian, effortlessly taking the plate of sandwiches from him. Do you need me to fetch anything else? Thanks, too. Chen Tian smiled as he gently tousled her silver hair. However, I am more curious to discover what other treasures Tony might be concealing. Natasha, perched on a single sofa, observed the scene with keen interest. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that number 2 is, in fact, an artificial being. What artificial being? She is inherently meant to possess her own emotions. Chen Tian proudly asserted, she merely requires the right guidance. Upon hearing this, number 2's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating warmth. So, this is the legendary post-war party? Natasha inquired, shaking her vodka glass. To be precise, it is the celebration of our success in not completely ruining New York party, Tony proclaimed, raising his glass while snapping his fingers. At once, Jarvis transitioned the virtual projection to real-time reports from major news outlets. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, tonight, the new hero team, the Arbitrators, led by Tony Stark, successfully thwarted the rampage of the bioweapon abomination in Harlem. The footage shifted to a breathtaking scene of Iron Man descending from the heavens. showcasing the team's debut as a textbook example of superhero prowess. The news then magnified the moment Chen Tian unleashed a blade of energy, highlighting the formidable power of this Asian member wielding cold weaponry. Banner, watching his transformed self on the screen, awkwardly rubbed his nose. To be honest, I'm still not accustomed to seeing myself on television. Tony, with a proud grin, swirled his glass. You'll get used to it, Banner. I even requested that they add a matte effect to your green skin for a more refined appearance. Barton, seated on a high stool in the corner, quietly took a sip of his beer. So, are we officially a team now? Absolutely. Tony suddenly summoned a holographic projection, presenting a golden 3434 logo, complete with merchandise designs. Dr. Banner, your Hulk figurine has a special feature for interchangeable expressions. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Does SHIELD know you've prepared merchandise already? What concern is that of theirs? Tony retorted confidently as he showcased more design drafts. Look, there are matching uniforms as well. Ugly, rejected, Chen Tian, Natasha, and Barton chimed in unison. Banner suddenly raised his hand. May I offer a suggestion? The uniforms would be best made of elastic fabric. Tony placed a hand over his heart, visibly touched. Indeed, only a scientist could comprehend the nuances of design. Jarvis, note that down. The virtual screen abruptly shifted to SHIELD's emergency communication interface, where Fury's singular I was finally cut off by Tony after the 17th call. That night, as Tony lifted his glass, the holographic projection automatically transitioned to a stylish photo album of the team in Harlem, exclusively for the arbitrators. At the moment of their toast, dazzling fireworks erupted outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the night sky with grand lettering. Chen Tian sighed. Here we go again. This is called brand promotion, Tony asserted, boldly uncorking another bottle of champagne. Jarvis, post that recent photo across all social media platforms, and don't forget to include the tag for the arbitrator's debut. Banner gazed at the fireworks outside, suddenly chuckling. Honestly, this feels much better than being pursued by the military. Standing beside Chen Tian, she naturally intertwined her arm with his, a gesture of intimacy that elicited a whistle from Tony. Natasha swirled her wine glass, meaningfully addressing Banner. Welcome to Stark Circus, Doctor. The performance has only just begun. In this peculiar, makeshift family of 34, the lights of the Malibu villa radiated warmth more than ever. In stark contrast to the cozy gathering at Malibu, the command center of SHIELD was engulfed in a chilling blue light. Fury stood at the center of the circular holographic projection, surrounded by the real-time images of members of the World Security Council, their faces appearing particularly grave in the dim light. Director Fury, intoned Alexander Pierce's voice, breaking the silence. We require an explanation as to when Tony Stark assembled an unauthorized team of superheroes. The representatives projected from various nations frowned in unison, one Asian council member coldly adding, "Moreover, this arbitrator has just caused destruction in downtown New York comparable to an alien invasion." Fury's single eye scanned each screen, his lips tightening. Ladies and gentlemen, you are missing the point. The out-of-control menace was the initial threat. Had the arbitrators not intervened, Harlem would now be in ruins. That is not the issue, barked the European representative, slamming the table. The problem lies in the fact that this team operates completely outside of international oversight. Stark, Banner, Romanoff, Barton, and even that mysterious Asian. On what grounds can they act freely? Fury's fingers tapped lightly on the console, bringing forth post-battle data from Harlem. Because they succeeded, and kept casualties to a minimum. They succeeded this time. What about next time? Pierce's voice was low and menacing. Fury, you know why we established the Superhuman Registration Act. Such individuals must be constrained, just like Charles mutants. Fury scoffed. The act? You wish to turn the Avengers into your private army. At least that is preferable to making them Stark's personal toys. Another council member interjected sharply. This arbitrator has not even been formally registered. On what basis do they represent global security? Fury fell silent for a moment, then suddenly displayed a segment of encrypted footage showing the abomination being injected with an unknown serum in a military laboratory, followed by his rampage. Because General Ross's super soldier program is the source of this calamity, Fury's voice cut like a blade, and the arbitrators are the only ones who stopped it. The council members lapsed into a brief silence. Ultimately, Pierce spoke slowly. Even so, They must be subject to oversight. Fury, either you incorporate them into the S-H-I-E-L-D framework or what? Fury arched an eyebrow. Pierce fixed his gaze on Fury, where the World Security Council will regard them as a potential threat and take necessary measures. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. A threat? You just witnessed them save half of New York. Saving once does not guarantee perpetual reliability. Pierce's voice was unmistakable as he presented them with two choices: to sign the agreement and accept regulation, or to be designated as high-risk targets. Fury switched off the projection, plunging the command center into darkness once more. Agent Hill emerged from the shadows, quietly inquiring, "Director, should we notify Stark?" Fury gazed out at the nightscape, the distant Malibu villa twinkling with warm lights. "No," he finally replied. "Let me first contemplate how to explain to that narcissist that his arbiters have just caught the attention of the World Security Council." Suddenly, Hill's communicator beeped, and she glanced down, her expression subtly shifting. "Director, Stark just posted a team photo of the arbiters on Twitter, captioned the coolest superheroes in the world, bar none, and it has already garnered over 5 million likes." Fury inhaled deeply, rubbing his temples. "Agent Hill, connect me to the Malibu villa." Tony Stark, holding a champagne glass, nodded in satisfaction at the holographic team photo. "Perfect. The composition, the lighting." He was abruptly interrupted by Jarvis. "Director Fury is calling." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Hang up. I'm not taking any business calls tonight." Jarvis paused before responding. "It concerns the World Security Council's intention to disband the arbiters." The living room fell silent. Barton set down his beer. "What?" Natasha narrowed her eyes. "I knew it would come to this." Banner nearly spilled his lemonade. "Wait, didn't we just save people?" Tony remained silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a grin. "Huh, it seems we've truly made a splash." He snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, prepare a press release titled 'The World Security Council is envious of our rescue of innocent lives.'" Pepper facepalmed. "Tony, this is not the time for jokes." She gently tugged at Chen Tian's sleeve, his silver hair glinting in the moonlight. "Are we going to be in trouble?" Chen squinted, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. His gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling windows toward the city lights, as if he could penetrate the night and glimpse the scheming occurring at S.H.L.D. headquarters. "Trouble?" He chuckled lightly, amusement lacing his tone. "I was actually pondering whether tonight's spectacle might unsettle some of the Hydra factions." She tilted her head. "You mean Hydra?" Chen did not respond directly, but instead tousled her hair. "Even if those snakes do become restless, it matters not. After all, we have Tony, that narcissist, shielding us." A sly smile curved his lips. Did he not revel in being the center of attention? Tony had already activated the holographic projection and began designing a new team. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to welcome the Arbiters 2039? This time, we'll even print officially certified troublemakers on our merchandise." Fury's communication request flickered frantically on the screen, but Tony, oblivious, merely turned up the volume. The night breeze caressed the Malibu villa, where the party remained lively, yet an undercurrent of tension permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 26. The chessboard and the exchange of boards within a concealed safe house in New York. Thick, bulletproof glass insulated the interior from the outside world. Alexander Pierce stood before a round table formed by holographic projections, surrounded by screens that displayed several indistinct silhouettes. Their faces were intentionally distorted by data streams, and their voices had been electronically altered, yet the chilling aura surrounding them was unmistakable. "The arbitrator's emergence has disrupted our plans," one raspy voice spoke first. Not only did they prevent the abhorrent from running rampant, but they also exposed General Ross's super soldier initiative to the public eye. Pierce's fingers lightly tapped on the surface of the table, his gaze profound. Fury has begun to harbor suspicions. He accessed the encrypted footage from the lab. Although there is currently no direct evidence pointing to us, the risks will only escalate if this continues. "That Asian, Chen Tian," another low voice interjected. "His profile is almost blank. There are no records of him in S.H.I.E.L. DS database, as if he appeared out of thin air." "And that white-haired girl," a third figure added, "her combat data far exceeds expectations. She may be the strongest among the arbitrators." Pierce let out a cold laugh. "So, you are afraid?" A brief silence enveloped the room. "We are not afraid," the first voice responded slowly. "We are merely assessing the risks. The arrival of the arbitrators has put many of our plans on hold. If Fury persuades the World Council, all our preparations will face significant obstacles. Pierce's gaze swept across each screen, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then let them be preoccupied with their own affairs. What do you mean? Instigate internal discord. Pierce's voice slithered like a serpent's tongue. Tony Stark is arrogant and conceited. Natasha Romanoff is exceedingly vigilant. Bruce Banner is emotionally unstable. And Chen Tian seems particularly sensitive to certain matters. You wish to undermine them from within? Not entirely. Pierce gently shook his head. We require a more cunning piece on the board, Captain America. The silhouettes on the screens shifted slightly, seemingly taken aback by the suggestion. Rogers? Indeed, Pierce smiled. Fury's previous Avengers initiative aimed to position Rogers as the leader. Stark rejected the Avengers and instead established the Arbitrators. If we persuade Fury to make Rogers the leader of the Arbitrators, leveraging his prestige and charisma, Stark will inevitably clash with Rogers, as their personalities are polar opposites. Do you believe Stark would allow Rogers to take the helm of the Arbitrators? Stark would never accept. Of course not. Pierce's voice carried a hint of amusement. The very nature of their personalities makes it difficult for them to regard one another favorably. While they may not clash immediately upon working together, the tension will undoubtedly simmer. And then we shall require our Winter Soldier to make his entrance. Pierce's fingers traced a cold line across the table, prompting Rogers to recognize his old friend, causing Stark to question Rogers' stance, and leading the Arbitrators into a self-destructive chaos. The shadowy figure on the screen fell silent for a moment, before a deep voice of agreement resonated. This approach is more effective than direct confrontation. A faint smile graced Pierce's lips as he retrieved a data chip from his pocket, delicately placing it on the table. The Winter Soldier is ready. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Is it time to deploy him? If necessary, yes. Pierce's voice was chillingly calm. But first, we need to persuade Rogers to join the Arbitrators, becoming Fury's benevolent mediator. Will Fury acquiesce? He will. Pierce scoffed. He is more concerned about these uncontrollable superheroes than we are, and I will convince him that this is the optimal way to manage the Arbitrators. Everyone has a weakness. Pierce murmured. Stark's pride, Rogers' sense of justice, Chen Tian's unpredictability, and our task is to identify it and give it a gentle push. The figure on the screen gradually faded, leaving only a final whisper. Hail, Hydra. Darkness enveloped the room once more, with only the faint flicker of the data chip's indicator light remaining, akin to the gaze of a serpent, silently watching the impending storm. 1 week after the Battle of Harlem, Malibu coast, the morning light pierced through the mist, cascading upon the silver tower of the Arbitrators' headquarters, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the dawn. Nanobots continued to flow across the building's surface, their subtle hum drowned out by the wind high above, leaving only a near-sacred tranquility. Chen Tian sat cross-legged on the rooftop, clad in a loose-fitting pajama set adorned with a whimsical Patrick Star design, which wore a silly grin. This set was a gift from Tony, who claimed it matched his SpongeBob pajamas, a testament to their friendship. Speaking of which, one must mention Ethan, yes, the long-absent Ethan, who had previously joined Stark Industries and successfully ascended to the position of head of medical technology research and development. However, Tony had now snatched him away from Pepper under the pretext that the Arbitrators required an exceptional doctor and logistics expert, and he currently resided on the 88th floor of the Arbitrators' Tower. The top floor belonged to Tony, while the one just below was Chen Tian's. Tony's level was frequently used for meetings and parties, yet he preferred to reside in the Malibu villa, as Pepper favored that. The sea breeze tousled Chen Tian's dark hair as he slowly opened his eyes and sighed. No deliveries again, he muttered, feeling somewhat downcast as he raked his fingers through his hair. Ever since he drew the ability of Gojo Satoru, has this cursed summoning drained my luck entirely? The corners of Tu's mouth curled slightly as she reached out to support Chen Tian, recalling the last time he had gone 57 days without a single summon, nearly dismantling Mr. Stark's new yacht in the process. Chen Tian pursed his lips, reflecting on his perpetual misfortune. Suddenly he paused, for Tu's pupils flickered with an unusual stream of data. Leaning closer to Chen Tian's ear, Tu whispered, Mr. Stark is hosting 4 visitors in the top-level meeting room. Her fingers traced a holographic projection in the air, revealing a surveillance feed that showed Tony holding a martini, seated opposite Director Fury, Captain America, and Agent Hill. Chen Tian's gaze fell upon the final figure, Alexander Pierce. He lingered on Pierce's image for a moment, a significant smile slowly curving his lips. It seems Hydra is getting restless. He murmured to himself, unconsciously stroking his chin. The data stream in Two's pupils intensified. They're discussing the demand for the arbitrator to accept oversight from the World Security Council. Pierce suggested that if the arbitrator refuses such oversight, Captain America must join the arbitrator to ensure compliance with international standards. Chen Tian nearly laughed aloud at this. You want Rogers to join? That's quite the underhanded tactic. At that moment, an exaggerated voice crackled through the communicator. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. The arbitrator currently has two leaders. One is me, Tony Stark, and the other is... He deliberately elongated his tone. Chun, quit hiding and come meet our esteemed guests. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Tian shrugged helplessly at Two. It appears our dear Tony has found himself in a predicament. Two tilted her head, her silver hair swaying slightly. Do you require my company? No need, he replied. Please contact Gu-E and inquire whether revealing this HIELD snake prematurely would have any repercussions. I shall meet those notable figures seeking to appoint us a new boss. As he stepped into the elevator, a deep gray hoodie and fitted jeans were delivered by mechanical arms from the ceiling. Chen Tian donned the attire, discarding the ridiculous pajamas adorned with Patrick Star. Two's projection materialized beside him. Gu-E has responded that the timeline is sufficiently stable. What is meant to happen will come to pass. That old fox remains as cryptic as ever, Chen Tian remarked with a smirk. The elevator descended rapidly, and through the glass exterior, the morning vista of Malibu's coastline unfolded. Upon reaching the top floor, he sauntered out with his hands in his pockets. The meeting room doors slid open automatically, and, as he stepped inside, he heard Tony's signature exaggerated tone. So your Avengers plan is to find a 90-year-old popsicle to act as a babysitter? For heaven's sake, Nick! Even kindergarten teachers need to be certified these days. Unable to stifle a laugh, Chen Tian instantly captured everyone's attention. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. Pierce maintained his political smile, while Captain America, Steve Rogers, furrowed his brow. Apologies for the interruption, Chen Tian strolled leisurely to Tony's side, casually grabbing a cup of coffee from serving robot. Have I missed any thrilling moments? For instance, does the World Security Council intend to appoint a guardian for us? Tony exaggeratedly draped his arm over Chen Tian's shoulder, exclaiming, Look, our other leader has arrived. He turned to Pierce. Allow me to introduce, this is Chen Tian, co-founder of the arbitrators, and he lowered his voice. The only person capable of tolerating my 3-day-long parties. Pierce smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Chen. Your unique abilities have left a profound impression on us. Chen Tian did not immediately reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he took a leisurely sip of coffee before lazily shaking his hand. Thank you, but I presume you did not travel all this way merely to sing my praises? Fury scoffed. Let us cut to the chase. The arbitrators must accept oversight. Either sign an agreement to submit to the World Security Council's supervision, or allow Captain America to join your ranks. Pierce gently interjected as a bridge between the international community and superhumans. The meeting room fell silent. Chen Tian exchanged a glance with Tony, who dramatically spread his hands. Wow, this proposal is so kitsch, it's almost touching. Finally, Steve spoke, his voice steady, Mr. Stark. This is no jest. Your reckless battles and arrogant demeanor easily jeopardize the innocent. Tony's brow furrowed instantly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Wow, a moral lecture from the last century. He exaggeratedly made a pause gesture. May I interrupt you, Captain Rogers? Are you about to launch into that classic speech of yours from 39 during World War II? Need me to project a hologram as a backdrop? A flicker of displeasure crossed Steve's blue eyes, yet his tone remained calm. Stark, this is not a jest. Your father, Howard, back in his day. Don't you dare bring up my father. Tony suddenly bellowed, shattering his martini glass against the marble floor, the amber liquid splattering on Steve's polished military boots. By what right do you judge me with his antiquated moral standards? Howard Stark spent his entire life failing to replicate your serum. Do you know why? He leaned in closer to Steve, the nanotechnology on his wrist glowing faintly. Because he was utterly captivated by the myth of Captain America. The atmosphere in the meeting room thickened instantaneously. Hill's hand was already resting on her firearm, while a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in Pierce's eyes. Chen Tian discreetly edged half a step closer to Tony, one eye transforming into a celestial gaze. Steve took a deep breath. Tony, I understand your emotions. No, you do not comprehend. Tony retorted coldly, stepping back, suddenly adopting an exaggerated theatrical tone. Let our Captain America tell everyone how. In 1945, he heroically sacrificed himself by piloting a plane filled with nuclear bombs into the ice. He abruptly tore open his shirt collar, revealing the reactor scar on his chest. Do you know what this signifies? Contemporary self-sacrifice. Except I didn't freeze myself into a popsicle. Instead, I built armor to continue saving the world. Pierce timely interjected. Gentlemen, our agenda for today is, just as the tension in the room escalated, Chen Tian suddenly cleared his throat. This subtle gesture seemed to press the pause button, causing all eyes to involuntarily shift toward him. Tony's impending fury was interrupted by a soft cough. He turned to Chen Tian, his anger gradually giving way to confusion. Chen Tian met his gaze, the cerulean depths of his eyes shimmering with a familiar understanding, a bond of trust unique to their camaraderie. Tony, Chen Tian spoke softly, let me handle this. Tony parted his lips, ready to protest, but the certainty reflected in Chen Tian's eyes eased his tension, allowing his shoulders to relax slightly. He pouted, reluctantly leaning back against the sofa, yet his vigilant eyes continued to scan the four individuals across from him. Chen Tian turned to fury and Pierce, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Since you are all so concerned about the compliance of the arbitrator, while he paused, letting his gaze linger meaningfully on Pierce's face for a second, we welcome Captain Rogers to join us. The room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Tony sat up abruptly. Wait, are you serious? Yet, the accusatory tone in his voice had lost its earlier edge, now tinged with a hint of seeking affirmation. Chen Tian did not respond directly, merely nodding gently at Tony. This simple gesture seemed to convey a message understood only by them. Tony's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, though still displeased. He no longer opposed the idea. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, clearly caught off guard by Chen Tian's straightforward agreement, and even more so by Tony's swift acceptance. Pierce's smile deepened as he nodded slightly. A wise decision, Mr. Chen. Steve's expression was somewhat complex as he turned to Chen Tian. Thank you for your trust, but I need to clarify my responsibilities if I join. Chen Tian shrugged. They remain the same as now, combating threats and protecting the innocent. He paused, the smile at his lips widening. You will act alongside us, rather than be controlled by S, H, I, E, L, D, or the World Security Council. Pierce frowned slightly. That might not align with your expectations? Chen Tian interjected sharply, his gaze suddenly piercing. Mr. Pierce, Captain Rogers joining the arbitrator does not imply that the arbitrator will accept commands from any external forces. This is non-negotiable. His tone remained calm. Yet the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Fury scrutinized Chen Tian for several seconds before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Interesting. Stark, your partner is far more adept at negotiations than you are. Tony rolled his eyes. That's because he isn't being told he your father's failure by a bunch of bureaucrats. Though his words were sharp, his body language had relaxed, and he casually took a sip of coffee from the table. Steve inhaled deeply, turning to Chen Tian. If this is your decision, I am willing to attempt collaboration. Chen Tian nodded, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Welcome aboard, Captain. He turned to Pierce, his smile unwavering, yet his gaze was as cold as steel. As for the esteemed members of the World Security Council, are you now satisfied? Pierce maintained the flawless smile of a politician. Of course, this is a commendable beginning. However, Chen Tian no longer regarded him, instead patting Tony on the shoulder. Come on, genius, we ought to arrange a room for our new teammate. As Tony stood and passed by Pierce, he lowered his voice to utter, tell those old men that the arbiter is not their plaything. Pierce remained impassive, merely watching the two depart. Once the door to the meeting room closed, Agent Hill quietly inquired, Director, are we just going to let them? Fury raised a hand to silence her, a contemplative glint flickering in his solitary eye. Let us observe first. Meanwhile, Pierce slightly bowed his head, concealing the fleeting chill that crossed his eyes. The plan had only just commenced. Tony seized Chen Tian's hoodie, dragging him into the elevator. As the metallic door sealed shut, he wrapped an arm around Chen Tian's neck, nano armor swiftly enveloping his right arm. You better clarify why you suddenly agreed to let that old Frost join us. Chen Tian, gasping for air, chuckled like a child reveling in a prank gone right. Cough, cough, let go. Your reaction is even more pronounced than I anticipated. Tony released his grip, yet his helmet remained agape, a blue glow emanating from his palm cannon. You have 3 seconds. All right. Chen Tian rubbed his neck and straightened up, then lowered his voice. Do you remember those encrypted files we hacked from SHIELD's database last week? Tony narrowed his eyes. Those traces infiltrated by Hydra? Chen Tian chuckled, not directly responding to Tony's query, but instead retorting. Tony, do you wish to witness the collapse of SHIELD? Chapter 27. Chen Tian's New Hope Initiative inside Chen Tian's private gaming lounge. Fluorescent lights cast ethereal shadows in the dim space. Tony paced irritably, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the custom floor. JARVIS. Turn off the music, Tony suddenly shouted, the rock music abruptly ceasing. He turned to Chen Tian, who was seated before a colossal virtual screen. Now, explain the meaning behind what you said in the elevator today. What do you mean by, do you want to see SHIELD collapse? Doctor. Banner adjusted his glasses. Tony, calm down. I am calm, Tony retorted, though the nanoparticles stirred restlessly on his wrist. I merely wish to discern what grand scheme our illustrious strategist is concocting. In the corner, Bruce stood silently, while Natasha leaned against the bar, her fingers lightly tapping the rim of her glass, a faint smile curling her crimson lips. Chen Tian leisurely set down the gaming controller and turned to face everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, he snapped his fingers, and the main screen of the gaming lounge instantly shifted to a structural diagram of SHIELD. Let us play a game called Find Hydra. Tony halted in his tracks. Huh, I knew it. He strode purposefully towards the screen. So, today you agreed to allow Rogers to join? Banner furrowed his brows. Wait, are you implying that SHIELD is compromised? Not compromised, Chen Tian interjected, rising as his fingers glided across the holographic projection, highlighting several key locations in crimson. Rather, SHIELD itself has become a carefully cultivated breeding ground for Hydra. Tony whistled. What delightful yet alarming news. He turned to Banner. Bruce, do you recall the anomalous data we analyzed? Banner's expression grew grave. Those modified mission records are precisely Hydra's cover-up. Chen Tian scoffed, switching the projection to Pierce's dossier. And that affable representative on the council today is none other than the head of the serpent. His gaze swept across the room, and he smiled. But that's not all. With a flick of his finger, the screen changed to reveal surveillance footage from Fury's lab, showcasing a cube emitting an eerie blue glow, slowly rotating within a specialized container. The true plan, Chen Tian's voice dipped to a low, menacing tone, is to leak Fury's research on the Tesseract to Hydra. The Tesseract? Banner adjusted his glasses. His brow furrowed. What is that? Tony abruptly turned, his eyes fixated on the blue cube on the screen. Wait, isn't that the energy source the Red Skull sought during World War II? How could it possibly be with Fury? Chen Tian offered Tony a knowing glance. Because it was discovered by your father, Tony. In 1945, Howard Stark stumbled upon the Tesseract while retrieving Captain America from the Arctic. Tony's expression froze. My father never mentioned this. Of course not, Chen Tian replied softly. It's one of SHIELD's highest secrets. Intrigued, he pulled up an encrypted file. Interestingly, Hydra's Alexander Pierce was aware of this treasure within SHIELD, yet for over 70 years. They have been unable to pinpoint its exact location. Natasha set down her glass, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. So you intend for Hydra to believe we are playing their game? I refuse. I shall change the board. Chen Tian's smile widened. I wish to inform Hydra of the Tesseract's whereabouts, then dispatch the Winter Soldier to procure it. And as for Steve, he gently swiped across the holographic projection, revealing a comparative image of Steve and the Winter Soldier. He grinned like a fox that had pilfered food. When Steve discovers that the enemy he desperately seeks to thwart is his long-lost friend, Tony suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, that scene must be utterly spectacular. He animatedly gestured in the air. Captain America battling the Winter Soldier, only to realize it is Bucky Barnes? This plot is more exhilarating than a Hollywood script. Wait, How do you know the Winter Soldier is Bucky Barnes? Chen Tian shrugged. Do you think with J-A-R-V-I-S and two superintelligences collaborating, any information could remain concealed from them? Tony laughed heartily. Well done. With a gentle swipe of his finger across the holographic projection, Chen Tian instantly divided the image into 3 segments. On the left lay Bucky Barnes' operational blueprint. In the center was Steve Rogers' psychological analysis model. And on the right displayed the distribution of Hydra members within S-H-I-E-L-D. The plan was straightforward. Chen Tian's voice exuded confidence as he declared, "We merely need to present the right information to the right individuals at the opportune moment." Tony stroked his chin, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Let me guess. When Bucky steals the Tesseract, that old soft Steve will surely show him mercy upon recognizing him." Moreover, with a subtle tap on the projection, Chen Tian transitioned to S-H-I-E-L-D-S database interface. "I have implanted a special program within S-H-I-E-L-D-S system. When Steve pursues Bucky, he will inadvertently breach an encrypted terminal." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "And what will he discover?" "The truth." Chen Tian's fingers glided through the air, illuminating dozens of classified documents marked with the word Hydra, including Pierce's true identity, the internal Hydra roster, and, after a deliberate pause, the comprehensive file on the Winter Soldier project. Banner gasped in astonishment. "Are you intending to expose the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D? Chen Tian chuckled lightly at the remark. "This is merely the beginning, Doctor." A dangerous glint sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of a spider weaving its web. The game had only commenced, and the climax was yet to unfold. He snapped his fingers, stating that once Hydra acquired the Tesseract, they would be eager to harness its power. A mischievous smile crept across Chen Tian's lips. "And at that juncture, our dear Mr. Tony Stark will make his entrance." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my moment to shine?" "Precisely," Chen Tian affirmed with a nod. "I have orchestrated a strategic partnership between the Arbiter organization and S-H-I-E-L-D. As a gesture of goodwill, we shall present them with an old model of the arc reactor to provide superior clean energy to their headquarters." Tony sprang to his feet. "Wait, you intend to gift that bunch of snakes and vermin an arc reactor?" His voice was laced with disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? Even if it's an old model, its energy output could obliterate half of New York." Unfazed, Chen Tian raised his hand to calm him. "Tony, sit down." "No, this time you must clarify," Tony insisted stubbornly. "Do you realize what Hydra would do with that reactor? They could utilize it to fully activate the Tesseract." Chen Tian took over the conversation, his tone suddenly grave. "That is precisely what we desire." Banner adjusted his glasses, brows furrowed in concern. "Wait, you're suggesting we intentionally allow them to activate the Tesseract?" Tony's expression shifted from anger to confusion. "You better explain yourself, Chen, because right now, it sounds as if you're aiding our adversaries." Chen Tian rose and approached the holographic projection. He waved his hand gently, and the projection transformed into a map of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., and Malibu's coastline with the Arbitrator Tower and S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters marked in striking red. The Tesseract requires immense energy to be fully activated. Chen Tian pointed to the 2 locations, explaining that if they attempted it at the Arbitrator Tower, they would have absolute control. However, that would be too conspicuous. Hydra would not take the bait. Tony squinted. "So you're deliberately offering them a seemingly secure testing ground?" "Precisely," Chen Tian nodded. "The S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters is sufficiently fortified, and Hydra has completely infiltrated it, leading them to believe it is secure enough. More importantly, he traced the evacuation routes on the map, indicating that we could evacuate civilians in advance, keeping the battleground confined to a minimal area." Suddenly, Banner grasped the implication, and if they choose to activate it elsewhere, the consequences will be dire. Chen Tian replied gravely, "Just imagine if they activated the Tesseract in Times Square or Central Park." Tony's brow furrowed deeper. "Wait, let me process this." He paced back and forth. "Are you saying we not only allow Hydra to steal the Tesseract, but also provide them with the energy to activate it? This sounds like playing with fire." Banner's eyes, behind his glasses, flickered with concern. "Chen Tian, this plan is too risky. Once the Tesseract is activated, the repercussions may exceed our control." Natasha also frowned, and Steve would be profoundly affected by this. Are you sure you want to exploit his trust and emotions in such a manner? Leaning against the gaming console, Chen Tian wore a sly smile. He snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection instantly switched to live feeds from major news outlets. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this, his voice low and provocative, when S.H.L.D. headquarters suddenly erupts into an energy storm capable of devastating half of Washington. As the public witnesses their trusted security agency serving Hydra, Tony abruptly halted, his eyes widening. Oh, I see it now. He turned sharply to Chen Tian. You intend to utterly dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D.'s image in the eyes of the public. Not just that, Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with cunning. When the world plunges into panic, when people discover that even Captain America has been kept in the dark, he walked towards the projection, which shifted to promotional footage of the Arbitrator organization. This is our grand entrance. Banner gasped. You want the arbitrators to replace S.H.I.E.L.D.? No. Chen Tian shook his head. It is about restoring order. His finger traced the air, and the projection displayed a meticulously designed rescue plan. When the explosion occurs, our rescue teams will be the first on the scene, our medical teams will tend to the injured, and our defense systems will protect the civilians. Natasha narrowed her eyes. And all of this will be broadcast live worldwide? Of course, Chen Tian smiled. I have arranged for JARVIS to synchronize with global media. When S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tower collapses in the energy storm, the world will witness the arbitrator's emblem shining above the ruins. Tony suddenly erupted into laughter, clapping Chen Tian on the shoulder. Good heavens, your move is ruthless. Not only have you obliterated Hydra's stronghold, but you've also garnered a wave of public support. However, his mirth quickly faded. Meanwhile, Chen Tian's expression grew complex as he considered Steve's situation. This was a necessary sacrifice. He summoned Steve's psychological analysis model. Captain Rogers' beliefs needed a complete collapse to reveal the truth. When he discovers that the organization he trusted most has betrayed him, and when he realizes that a dear friend has become an adversary, he will shatter. Natasha spoke softly, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. And then he will be reborn. Chen Tian replied with unwavering conviction. Only by enduring such a blow can he truly stand with us. Just imagine, when Captain America publicly unveils that S.H.I.E.L.D. has transformed into Hydra, when he announces in a global broadcast his allegiance to the arbitrator, Tony whistled in appreciation. That scene would be utterly breathtaking. Chen Tian chuckled softly, his finger gliding across the holographic projection, the image shifting to real-time surveillance of major cities worldwide. His eyes sparkled with an almost fervent intensity, the corners of his mouth curling into a dangerous arc. Picture that moment, his voice deep and magnetic, akin to recounting an enchanting fairy tale, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters crumbles amidst a blue energy storm, while those suited politicians flee in panic. He snapped his fingers, and the projection instantly displayed a simulated scene. At that moment, the image transitioned to the arbitrator's rescue team descending from the sky, their uniforms shimmering in a blaze. Chen Tian's voice gradually rose. Our medical pods land precisely beside every injured individual. Our energy shields protect the innocent populace, and our battle armor scours the ruins for survivors. Excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. As Chen Tian turned to him, their gazes met, and an electric current seemed to pass between them. In due course, Chen Tian's voice would take on a demonic whisper, and the people of the world would come to understand a harsh truth. He paused deliberately, allowing silence to permeate the room. The so-called governmental institutions have never represented absolute justice. Natasha's glass halted at her lips, her red mouth slightly parted. Banner's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, forgotten in his astonishment. Chen Tian strode toward the center of the room, the shifting lights of the holographic projection casting a kaleidoscope of colors across his face. And when they desperately seek refuge, his arms suddenly spread wide, the arbitrator's emblem radiating a brilliant light above the virtual ruins. The only entity worthy of trust is the arbitrator, unshackled by any nation or political power. Tony burst into another fit of laughter, rising to his feet, applauding. Brilliant! This is the most audacious plan I have ever heard. His eyes gleamed with the same fervor as Chen Tian's. At that point, not only will resources be at our disposal, but governments around the world will be begging us to take charge of their global defense systems. Chen Tian nodded gracefully, his fingers lightly tapping as the projection shifted to a simulation of the future. At that time, regardless of the crises the world may face, the fleet of arbiters would deploy defenses globally, providing us with all necessary funds, technology, and talent at the first opportunity, even absolute command. Banner finally regained his voice. This is akin to establishing a new world order. No, Bruce. Chen Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly turning profoundly serious. This is about rescuing a world that the old order cannot protect. He approached the window, gazing at the distant city lights, asserting that when the next great battle arrives, we will no longer miss opportunities due to bureaucratic entanglements. When incidents like Monaco arise, we will not squander time because of mutual distrust among governments. Tony fell silent, deep in thought. So this is your true objective, to dismantle the barriers between nations. Chen Tian turned, the moonlight casting a slender silhouette behind him. Consider this, Tony. A genuinely global defense system, a rapid response mechanism unencumbered by political interference. His voice resonated with undeniable conviction. This is humanity's sole path in the face of cosmic threats. The room descended into a brief silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the holographic projection. Natasha slowly set down her glass, her red lips parting slightly. You realize this is tantamount to challenging all existing international laws. Chen Tian paused momentarily, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Natasha. The blue light of the holographic projection flickered across his sharply defined profile, rendering him both mysterious and perilous. His voice became somewhat hoarse. You and I experienced the New Mexico incident, where the artifact that fell from the sky nearly incited a global energy storm. He advanced toward her, his eyes fixed on her delicate features, recalling that event along with the frost giants of Jotunheim, which nearly froze the entire region into a glacier. Not to mention the cataclysmic explosion incited by Mephisto. Had that explosion occurred in New York or another major city, what do you believe would have been the consequences? Natasha's red lips tightened slightly, a weight flashing in her eyes. Each of these events had the potential to obliterate a city, and what did governmental institutions do? They shifted blame, vied for power, even as Chen Tian pointed towards the nearby holographic projection, where the blue light of the tesseract flickered ominously. There are still those who wish to weaponize unknown energies. A cold flame ignited in his eyes. Shall we forever remain the Avengers who clean up the aftermath? Why can we not become the arbiters who prevent calamities? Tony gently applauded from the side, his eyes glimmering with approval. Chen Tian inhaled deeply, surveying the room. I cannot guarantee that all nations of the world will join our global defense system, but I know that if we do not act, when the next crisis emerges, we will still be reacting passively. Therefore, dismantling SHIELD in the World Security Council is an imperative. Chen Tian looked at Steve and Tony, declaring, even if it means bearing the title of conspirator, I shall not waver. After the meeting concluded, only Chen Tian, Tony, and a couple of others remained in the gaming hall. The blue light from the holographic projection gradually dimmed, leaving a lingering warmth from their earlier fervent discussions in the air. Tony casually picked up a bottle of whiskey, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Chen Tian. To be honest, your plan is quite ruthless, Tony remarked, taking a sip and savoring the taste. But I like it. Chen Tian accepted the glass, but refrained from drinking, merely swirling the amber liquid within. His gaze was fixed on the projector, where the holographic image of the cosmic cube lingered, the blue cube glowing faintly in the darkness. Tony, he suddenly spoke, his voice low, this plan has a critical flaw. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, our genius Mr. Chen can make mistakes too? Chen Tian's finger traced the holographic projection, causing the image of the cosmic cube to disassemble and reassemble, revealing a gem within that radiated an ethereal blue light. The cosmic cube is merely a vessel, he said softly. Inside it lies one of the 6 infinity stones, the space stone. Tony furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Chen Tian waved his hand, and the projection shifted to a vast starry sky. In the depths of the universe resided a titan known as Thanos, who had been relentlessly collecting these stones. The image of a purple giant seated upon a floating throne appeared, instilling a sense of dread through its mere projection. Then we shouldn't proceed with this plan, Tony exclaimed, agitation in his voice. It's too late, Chen Tian sighed, leaning back against his chair. When Fury researched the cosmic cube, he inadvertently announced to the universe that the Infinity Stones were here with us. Therefore, I intend to confront both Hydra and the impending cosmic visitors at S-H-I-E-L-D. Tony's pupils dilated in shock, nearly dropping his glass. He abruptly stood, pointing at Thanos' projection. Wait, are you saying? His voice trembled. We not only have to deal with Hydra, but also face an alien army simultaneously? Chen Tian gently swirled his glass, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. Indeed, Tony. We must also contend with Thanos' vanguard, the Chitauri. 2. Added a calm voice. According to our intelligence, Thanos will not personally come to Earth because of the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One, Chen Tian continued, his finger slicing through the air, conjuring the image of a bald woman in a golden robe, the protector of Earth. A being even Thanos would hesitate to challenge. When the Chitauri army descends through the portal opened by the cosmic cube, his voice turned chillingly calm. The world will witness two undeniable truths. The projection split in two. One side depicted the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters collapsing amidst blue energy, Hydra agents fleeing in panic. The other showcased the Avengers, clad in armored suits, confronting the alien legions, energy shields shielding terrified civilians. First, the existing governmental institutions are not only corrupt and inept, but have also invited catastrophic disaster. Chen Tian's fingers curled, shifting the scene to portray chaos in major cities worldwide. Second, only the Avengers can protect humanity in the face of impending doom. Chen Tian approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the nightscape of Malibu sprawling before him. This was a high-stakes gamble. His voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering strength. We must ensure that the entire world comprehends, he declared, turning to face Tony, the moonlight casting a slender silhouette behind him. When the alien fleet descends, when governmental institutions crumble, and when armed forces act independently, only the Arbiter and the Global Defense Network can offer humanity true refuge. Tony fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. He seized a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Chen Tian, the amber liquid gleaming in the moonlight. To our doomsday plan, he toasted, a flicker of madness and clarity illuminating his gaze. Chen Tian accepted the glass, but refrained from drinking. His eyes drifted past Tony, gazing at the colossal figure in the projection. No, Tony, not doomsday, but a new hope. Chapter 28. The show begins in Alexander Pierce's office. Heavy curtains hung half-closed as he sat behind a broad desk, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze fixed on a thin report before him. Opposite him, Jasper Sitwell felt beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes darting anxiously behind his glasses. Finally, Pierce lifted his head, his expression cold and piercing. Sitwell, he intoned, his voice low and steady, sending a shiver through Sitwell. Where did this report originate? Sitwell swallowed hard, his voice taut. Sir, it was inadvertently revealed by one of Fury's subordinates during the investigation of the New Mexico battlefield incident. I later conducted a verification myself. Pierce's fingers continued their slow, rhythmic tapping on the desk, the pressure palpable. His eyes returned to the report, where a striking line read, Cosmic Cube. Are you certain? Pierce's voice remained calm. Yet Sitwell sensed the mounting tension. Absolutely, sir, Sitwell replied swiftly. Fury has been secretly researching it, attempting to harness its energy for weapon development. Pierce narrowed his eyes. Oh, Sitwell gulped, continuing, there's one more matter, sir. Tony Stark has recently proposed to donate an arc reactor to S-H-I-L-D as a gesture of goodwill for deepening collaboration with the Arbiter. Pierce's fingers abruptly halted. An arc reactor? He repeated slowly, his brow furrowing deeply. Stark has voluntarily offered this. Yes, sir, Sitwell affirmed, nodding. Though it is an older model, its energy output remains remarkable. Fury has already accepted this gift, and installation is expected to be completed next week. Pierce rose and approached the window, his back to Sitwell, his voice low. This is illogical. Stark's disdain for S-H-I-E-L-D is well known. How could he become suddenly so generous? Sitwell wiped the sweat from his forehead. We do not understand it either, sir. However, the intelligence confirms its accuracy. Stark Industries' engineering team has commenced preparations. Pierce remained silent for a long moment before suddenly scoffing. Regardless of the circumstances, the cosmic cube is imperative. Citraville was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Commander? The threat posed by the Arbiter had become overwhelmingly significant. Relying solely on my fragmentation plan would prove insufficient. Pierce turned, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Time was of the essence, necessitating a dual approach. He returned to his desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. The Tesseract shall serve as our safeguard. Citraville hesitated. Are you suggesting? Pierce's lips curled into a chilling smile. Since we are aware that the Tesseract is in Fury's possession, and Captain America remains with the Arbiter, he opened a drawer and retrieved a secure communication device. Pressing a button, notify the Winter Soldier to prepare for action. Citraville's eyes widened in disbelief. Commander, are you implying that? Pierce's voice hissed like a serpent. There is no one to impede the Winter Soldier. He fixed his gaze upon Citraville. You shall be responsible for extracting the Winter Soldier and retrieving the Tesseract. Citraville nodded anxiously. Yes, Commander. But what if this is a trap? Pierce revealed a knowing smile. A trap? S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been a mere plaything of HYDRA. He turned to gaze out the window, the silhouette of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters faintly visible in the distance. Hail, HYDRA. In the Arbiter Tower's training room, the metallic walls reflected a chilling blue light. Steve Rogers stood, his bare torso glistening with beads of sweat. He panted heavily, observing the deformed training robot before him. Its head armor completely caved in, electric sparks erupting from its fractured joints. Data recording complete, a mechanical voice announced. Training intensity, level. Steve grabbed a towel to wipe his face, suddenly hearing footsteps behind him. He turned alertly to find Chen Tian leaning against the doorframe, casually toying with a holographic projection device. You still hit hard, Captain. Chen smiled as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the wrecked robot. It seems our training equipment requires an upgrade. Steve remained silent, merely picking up a water bottle. Chen, undeterred, pulled two floating chairs closer, pressing a button to have them glide to the center of the training area. Sit, he gestured invitingly. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Steve hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a seat. Chen's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the round table, and a holographic projection blossomed between them, revealing a cube radiating a haunting blue glow. Steve's pupils constricted in recognition. Do you recognize this? Chen inquired, his gaze fixed on the projection. The Tesseract. Steve's voice was hoarse. Red Skull once sought to use it to forge superweapons and annihilate the world. Chen continued, swiping his finger to transition the projection to historical footage of a Hydra base. And now, we have detected its reemergence. The holographic image shifted to a grainy surveillance video. Nick Fury stood within an underground facility, directly before the familiar blue cube. Steve's fists involuntarily clenched. What is Fury doing? That is precisely what I wish to ask you. Chen Tian turned off the projector and gazed directly into Steve's eyes. As someone who had once faced its formidable power, what do you believe Fury intends to do with it? The training room fell into a brief silence. Steve's gaze fell upon his own hands, where the lingering warmth of a battle fought 70 years prior seemed to remain. I do not know, he finally replied, but I understand you would not seek me out merely to convey this news. Chen Tian gently nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have come to present you with a task. Steve's brow furrowed slightly. What task? I require you to investigate what Fury is truly up to, Chen Tian stated calmly. Steve's expression shifted to one of evident confusion. Why doesn't the Arbiter simply ask him directly? Because Fury does not trust the Arbiter, Chen Tian interjected, a hint of resignation in his tone. He does not trust Captain America either. To be frank, he may not even trust himself. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. However, Rogers, you now hold dual roles, and your esteemed reputation within S.H.I.E.L.D. affords you access to areas the Arbiter cannot enter. Steve remained silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his blue eyes. You want me to be a spy? One could say that, Chen Tian nodded. After all, the Arbiter cannot simply burst into Fury's office with a gun and demand answers. He walked toward the door, but suddenly halted. By the way, in the equipment room, there are specialized tools prepared for you. Captain Rogers, we must ascertain Fury's intentions swiftly. You are aware of the consequences of developing the Tesseract. As the automatic door closed, Steve sat alone in the training room, his fists unconsciously clenching and relaxing. The surveillance camera on the wall silently rotated, capturing every nuance of his expression. The blue light flickered on the holographic screen, illuminating the faces of Chen Tian, Tony Stark, and others. They quietly observed Steve Rogers, who sat in a floating chair, his fists taut and then released, his gaze lowered as he sank into contemplation. Tony took a bite of his cheeseburger and chuckled. Look at our American sweetheart, wrestling with his moral dilemmas once more. I wager $5 he ultimately acquiesces. Standing beside him, Tu spoke in a calm voice. Based on behavioral analysis, the probability of Steve Rogers agreeing is 87.3%. Chen Tian took another cheeseburger from Tu's hands, leisurely unwrapping it. No need for analysis, Tony. He will go. He took a bite, his gaze still fixed on the surveillance feed. For his innate sense of justice would not permit him to stand idly by while Fury researched the Tesseract. Tony shrugged, stuffing the remainder of the burger into his mouth. Of course I know. Honestly, your justice kidnapping routine is quite impressive. He wiped his hands and turned to the holographic screen. Now, are we simply waiting for our leading man, Captain America, to make his entrance? Yes, provided our plans unfold without complications. Everything should proceed smoothly. Chen Tian's voice carried a hint of ease. Now, they awaited the pivotal first step from Steve, their main protagonist. In the armory of the Arbiter's Tower, Steve stood before the metallic door, inhaling deeply. The biometric system on the door illuminated with a soft blue glow, scanning his iris. Identity confirmed, Captain Steve Rogers. The gentle timbre of Jarvis's British accent resonated within the chamber, welcoming him to the Arbiter's special armory. As the hydraulic door slid open, a cold white light sequentially illuminated the entire space. Steve raised an eyebrow slightly. The arrangement of equipment here was starkly different from that of S. H. L. D. Captain Rogers, Jarvis continued. Mr. Chen has prepared an upgraded tactical suit for you. At the center of the display platform, a combat suit in deep blue interspersed with tactical gray hovered silently in a holographic projection. Its design clearly borrowed from the classic elements of the Howling Commandos, standing collar, tactical straps, and shoulder armor. Yet the overall lines were more fluid, fashioned from lightweight composite fibers. This combat suit is woven from high-strength aramid fibers and memory alloy, Jarvis elucidated, retaining the classic design while enhancing protection by 25 and mobility by 30. It features a built-in basic communication module that will not interfere with your independent actions. Steve reached out to touch the projection, causing the 3D model of the combat suit to rotate and magnify, revealing the intricate tactical attachment points within. I don't require excessive features, he murmured. Mr. Chen anticipated your preference, Jarvis replied, his voice tinged with professionalism. Thus this equipment retains only the essential tactical upgrades. The wall to the right slid open, revealing a minimalist equipment rack with a familiar round shield was neatly displayed, accompanied by a matching tactical belt and boots. Steve picked up a shield, feeling its familiar weight and balance. And these, he added, as a small metallic box descended slowly from the ceiling, its lid opening automatically. Inside were neatly arranged practical tools, a signal disruptor disguised as a button, a pair of tactical headsets, and a multi-functional tactical folding knife. What is the action plan? Steve inquired as he stowed the gear away. Director Fury will depart from Trident headquarters at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Jarvis projected a holographic map, providing you with a 3-hour, 27-minute window for reconnaissance. After conducting a final check of his equipment, Steve approached the exit. He paused momentarily at the doorway. Jarvis, what is the bottom line for this operation? All actions should adhere to your standards of conduct, Jarvis stated solemnly. The Arbiters will not intervene. However, his voice took on an unusually serious tone. Mr. Chen has emphasized that, barring necessity, achieving 0 casualties is preferable. As the door of the armory closed behind him, Steve Rogers transformed back into the sharp-eyed strategist of the World War II era, his stride resolute as he prepared to infiltrate S.H.E.L.D.'s most clandestine areas alone. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the monitoring room, Chen switched off the live feed and turned to Tony. The stage is set. The protagonist has arrived. Tony smirked, the corners of his mouth lifting in anticipation. Let the show begin. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., within the Triskelion, Steve Rogers stood beside a street corner CF, donning a baseball cap and sunglasses, cradling a cup of hot coffee. He gazed up at the imposing structure of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Good morning, Captain. came the light-hearted voice of Chen Tian through his earpiece. Fury's car left 15 minutes ago. Why are you still sipping coffee? Steve nearly choked on his drink, instinctively glancing around before lowering his voice. How do you know I'm here? The third surveillance camera on your right, Chen Tian chuckled, is currently aimed at the back of your head. By the way, that CAFS blueberry muffins are indeed delightful. With an exasperated sigh, Steve replied, I was contemplating how to infiltrate the building. Infiltrate? Chen Tian's tone brimmed with amusement. Captain America needs to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters? Rogers, have you forgotten your identity? What do you mean? You're a senior advisor and a member of the Council of S-H-I-E-L-D. Chen Tian's voice took on a more serious tone. Just enter through the front door. Your access card should still be functional. Even if it isn't, just mention my name. Steve was taken aback. Is it really that simple? Absolutely, Chen Tian laughed. Sometimes the most direct route is the safest. Who would suspect Captain America walking in openly? Especially when everyone knows you are S-H-I-E-L-D-S Captain America? Steve tossed his coffee cup into a trash bin and adjusted his collar. You're right. I might have been overthinking it. Relax. Just think of it as a trip to the office to retrieve a document, Chen Tian encouraged. Remember, you are a hero of World War II and a senior advisor to S-H-I-E-L-D. No one would dare obstruct you. Taking a deep breath, Steve strode toward the front entrance of the Triskelion. The guard at the door stood at attention upon seeing him. Good morning, Captain Rogers. Good morning, Smith. Steve acknowledged with a nod, swiping his access card. The green light illuminated, and the turnstile clicked open. Would you like me to arrange a car for you? The guard inquired solicitously. No, thank you. I'm just here to collect some documents, Steve replied with a smile, striding into the elevator. A light chuckle from Chen Tian echoed in his earpiece. See? Easier than you thought. Now, I have taken control of the surveillance in the elevator. You have 3 hours of free movement. Steve pressed the button for the underground laboratory as the elevator began its descent. The metallic walls reflected a cold blue light, elongating and sharpening his silhouette. Listen, Captain, Chen Tian's voice resonated in his earpiece, carrying an unusual gravity. I need you to access the classified archives. They contain all the information regarding the Tesseract, but the problem is only Fury possesses the clearance to enter. The elevator emitted a soft chime as the door slid open. Steve gripped his shield tightly, scanning the empty corridor with caution. So what's your plan? He whispered. Do you remember the meeting Fury had at the council headquarters last month? Chen Tian's voice carried a hint of mischief as he instructed Steve to inspect the sealed bag within his right tactical pocket. Swiftly, Steve reached for the outer pocket on his thigh and retrieved an anti-static seal bag. Through the translucent film, he discerned 2 impeccably preserved items, a gossamer thin palm print membrane and an exquisitely crafted iris contact lens. How could you? Steve's voice mingled astonishment with a touch of disapproval. Don't look at me like that, Captain, Chen Tian chuckled lightly. This is a classic method of old-school espionage. The palm print membrane adheres to the glove, and the iris lens is worn over your left eye. Rest assured, it has been specially treated to avoid impairing your vision. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door, emblazoned with the conspicuous words Top Secret Archive Room. The biometric system beside the door flickered with a red light. Steve took a deep breath and swiftly equipped the 2 keys. Remember, you have only one chance. Chen Tian cautioned. The system will conduct a live detection, so your actions must appear natural. Steve pressed his palm, adorned with the palm print membrane, firmly against the recognition panel while aligning his left eye with the iris scanner. After a brief moment of silence, the system suddenly illuminated a green light. Identity confirmed. Director Nick Fury, a mechanical voice intoned. Welcome to the S-H-I-E-L-D Top Secret Archive. As the hydraulic door slowly opened, Steve found himself holding his breath. The space beyond was far smaller than he had imagined, with only an isolated black metal cabinet standing in the center of the room, its walls lined with intricate security sensors. Fury must truly value this information, Steve murmured. Don't waste time. Chen Tian's voice turned urgent. According to the energy readings, this cabinet has its own security protocols. Our key will only maintain access for 90 seconds. Steve quickly approached the metal cabinet, and its surface lit up with a holographic interface. He rapidly scanned the document directory and soon located the folder marked Pegasus Project, Top Secret. I found it, he exclaimed, opening the file, which instantly projected a detailed research report and weapon design schematics for the Cosmic Cube. Good heavens, is Fury attempting to reconstruct Hydra's superweapon program? Copy everything, Chen Tian urged. "We got 35 seconds. Steve hastily operated the interface, but suddenly, the projection flickered and a bright red warning box appeared. Abnormal access detected. Trouble. Chen Tian's voice escalated in alarm. They discovered us. Captain, immediately. An ear-piercing alarm blared, and the lights in the archive room shifted to a blinding red. The holographic interface of the metal cabinet began to shut down automatically. No time left. Steve gritted his teeth and swiftly used his tactical goggles to capture the last few pages of data. Just as he turned to flee, the archive's door was violently flung open by an external force. Captain Rogers? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Commander at the entrance appeared momentarily stunned. How did you wait? That S-Director Fury S clearance. Without hesitation, Steve released his shield, which arced perfectly through the confined space, striking the ceiling's fire sprinkler system with precision. The icy curtain of water swiftly enveloped the entire room. The back door isn't a ventilation duct, Chen Tian exclaimed through the earpiece. Now, seizing the moment of chaos among the SWAT team, Steve lunged towards the vent, his shield spinning back into his grasp. Just before leaping into the duct, he glanced back at the enigmatic black metal cabinet, which was automatically descending, vanishing beneath the reinforced floor. Steve crawled rapidly through the ventilation system, the sounds of frantic shouts and hurried footsteps from the agents echoing behind him. However, the intricate structure of the duct proved challenging for them to track him. After navigating several turns, Steve kicked open a vent cover and gracefully landed in an unoccupied equipment room. He swiftly removed his dust-laden coat and changed into the casual attire he had prepared in advance. The display screen on the wall revealed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had activated a Level 3 alert, sealing all exits of the building. Steve pressed the earpiece. Chen Tian, I need an evacuation route. All he received in response was a piercing, static noise. Chen Tian? He tried again, his brow furrowed. The footsteps of security personnel were growing increasingly closer in the corridor. Taking a deep breath, Steve pushed open the door of the equipment room and blended in with a group of civilian staff being urgently evacuated. Keeping his head down, he moved with the crowd towards the side exit of the building. At the entrance, security was checking identification one by one. Steve's gaze swept the surroundings, searching for a possible escape route. Just then, the building's fire alarm blared and the sprinkler system activated, plunging the crowd into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Steve slipped out through the side door. The sunlight outside caused him to squint. He hurried towards the street corner, attempting once more to contact Chen Tian while cautiously observing his surroundings. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents had begun to establish checkpoints in the surrounding neighborhoods. As he contemplated his next move, a yellow taxi slowly came to a stop in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal a rugged Slavic face, complete with a dense beard, pronounced cheekbones, and a menacing scar that extended from his brow to his chin. Get in, Captain America, the driver said, his English heavily accented. Steve instinctively reached for the shield concealed beneath his clothing. Who sent you? The burly Russian suddenly broke into an unexpectedly charming smile, the roughness of his appearance contrasting sharply with his demeanor. His voice transformed into a familiar feminine tone. Chen Tian said you would ask that. Steve's pupils constricted. He recognized the voice all too well. It was Natasha Romanoff? He exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the imposing Slavic figure before him. Don't be so surprised, Captain, the man, or rather. The disguised Natasha playfully winked, exuding the elegance characteristic of the Black Widow. She handed him a phone, the screen displaying an unread message. Trust her. The password is Howling Commandos 1943. Chapter 29. A reunion of comrades. After the taxi rounded a bend, Natasha suddenly pressed a concealed button on the dashboard. A holographic projection rose from the rear seat of the vehicle, revealing real-time footage of the interior of the Malibu Arbitrators headquarters. Inside the conference room, Chen Tian, Tony, Banner, and Barton were encircled by agents led by Agent Hill and Coulson. What's happening? Steve inquired with a furrowed brow. After you triggered the highest level alarm, Fury immediately dispatched personnel to surround the Arbitrators' headquarters, Natasha's voice took on a serious tone, suspecting that the arbitrators were orchestrating some covert operation. Now, all core members were under protective surveillance. In the footage, Tony exaggeratedly spread his arms, while Chen Tian sat quietly at the conference table, a subtle smile gracing his face. Coulson stood next to Agent Hill, his expression alert, yet maintaining a polite distance. "Are they in danger?" Steve asked. Natasha gently shook her head. "Fury is merely suspicious at this point. There is no concrete evidence." However, she paused, her gaze deepening. "Chen Tian instructed me to convey that the forthcoming actions must be undertaken by the two of us." Steve's brow furrowed further. "What do you mean?" "The other arbitrator members will remain under DS watch." Natasha lowered her voice. "They will serve as the perfect bait, diverting Fury's full attention. The real mission," she regarded Steve meaningfully, "will be executed by the two of us in the shadows." The taxi slowly navigated a concealed pathway, eventually halting before an unremarkable warehouse. After turning off the engine, Natasha turned to face Steve. "Chen Tian's design is quite ingenious. Once Fury realizes someone has infiltrated the archives using his biometric information, he will immediately lock down all arbitrator members. In reality, we will be able to act right under DS nose." Steve connected the dots, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. "So, Chen Tian intentionally allowed the other members to be monitored?" Natasha's lips curled into a sly smile. "The most perfect cover is to make the enemy believe they have captured all the key figures." She opened the car door. "Come on, Captain. The stage is now set for us." The warehouse was permeated with a faint odor of oil and the distinct metallic scent of electronic equipment. Steve surveyed the surroundings. The abandoned warehouse was cluttered with rusting mechanical parts and dust-laden wooden crates, devoid of any signs of advanced technology. Natasha walked straight toward a weathered concrete wall, its surface marred with graffiti and cracks. Her fingers tapped rapidly on several seemingly random bricks, the rhythm akin to a code. Steve observed that each time her fingertips made contact, the surface of the bricks emitted a nearly imperceptible blue glow. Just as Steve was about to inquire, the wall suddenly emitted a faint mechanical whirring sound. The one solid concrete wall split apart, revealing a passage approximately 2 meters wide. Soft white lights automatically illuminated the interior, casting light upon a descending metal staircase. "Welcome to the arbitrator's mice hole." Natasha gestured invitingly, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "We have currently deployed 27 of these safe houses globally, and this one is the closest to Trident." Steve followed her down the staircase, and the sight before him compelled him to halt. The underground space was at least 3 times larger than the dilapidated warehouse above, with walls adorned with holographic displays monitoring global activities in real time. The central workstation showcased an array of Stark Industries' latest equipment, from nanotechnology battlesuits to miniature drones. Natasha hastily guided Steve to a rectangular metal table at the heart of the safe house. With a gentle press of her palm, the seemingly ordinary metal surface illuminated, transforming into an expansive holographic screen. Time was of the essence. We must get straight to the point. Natasha's fingers glided swiftly across the surface, pulling up a series of gamma emission graphs concerning the Tesseract. A blue holographic projection rotated between them, illustrating data on gamma radiation from various regions. Steve gazed at the revolving hologram and suddenly pointed to a flickering red dot. "Hold on, magnify this area." Natasha deftly swiped her fingers, and the image rapidly focused on a desolate expanse in New Mexico. Steve furrowed his brow. "The classified files I reviewed indicated that SHALD has a research base here, codenamed Project Pegasus, where Fury is studying energy weapons." Natasha paused momentarily, then chuckled with resignation. "New Mexico? It seems I have quite the history with this place alongside Chen Tian." Steve looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Natasha's fingers traced the holographic display, marking the coordinates of New Mexico in red. "It's a long story," she replied with a hint of a smile. "Once this mission concludes, you can access the complete records of the Thor incident in the Arbiter Archive." She briskly walked toward the equipment area, retrieving a black tactical suit from the wall and tossing it to Steve. "What we need now is action, not a history lesson." Her tone grew serious. "We must move quickly, for that vigilant fox, Fury, will soon relocate his operations." Steve caught the tactical suit, and the moment his fingers brushed against the nanofiber, the uniform automatically conformed to his physique. How do we get there? S-H-I-E-L-D has surely sealed off all conventional means of transportation. Natasha pointed deeper into the warehouse and pressed a concealed button on her wristwatch. The ground suddenly parted, revealing a sleek, aerodynamic motorcycle that slowly ascended, its dark armored surface shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Tony's masterpiece, she said, caressing the motorcycle's gleaming fairing. It's been outfitted with a miniature arc reactor and coated with a special tactical finish to evade radar and disrupt surveillance. Natasha suddenly displayed a rare moment of hesitation. The speed is a bit too insane. I nearly crashed into a wall during the last test drive. She plucked a high-tech wristwatch from the wall and tossed it to Steve. So this critical task is entrusted to you, Captain. This device can directly interface with the control system. Your reaction speed is sufficient to handle it. Steve received the watch, and the metallic surface immediately illuminated with a holographic interface, showcasing the motorcycle's three-dimensional schematic. He noted the concealed miniature weapon modules cleverly integrated into the handlebars, as well as the barely visible energy exhaust ports near the rear wheel. Is this a motorcycle? Steve raised an eyebrow. It resembles nothing more than a fighter jet with wheels. Natasha's lips curled into a sly smile, precisely why we require Captain America to tame this beast. She gestured toward the concealed exit at the back of the warehouse. We must depart while the S-H-I-L-D satellites are momentarily blinded. This machine can propel us to New Mexico at a staggering speed of 0.81 Mach. Suddenly, she retrieved two streamlined black helmets from the motorcycle's compartment. Tossing one to Steve, you'd best don this unless you wish to experience the sensation of your skin being torn away by supersonic airflow. The helmet glimmered under the light, its side emblazoned with an insignia. 1 Mach? Steve inquired as he accepted the helmet, his fingers brushing the nano-coating of its surface. Did Tony transform this into a supersonic missile? Natasha adeptly fastened her helmet, the visor sealing with a soft mechanical sound. To be precise, it is a supersonic missile designed for ground-hugging flight. She mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, patting the front. Come on, Captain. This is far more exhilarating than the Harley you rode back in the day. As Steve secured the helmet, the visor illuminated with holographic projections displaying speed, altitude, and route information. When he mounted the motorcycle, the seat adjusted automatically to an optimal driving position, and the touch panel glowed with an ethereal blue light. Hold on tight. Natasha's voice resonated through the helmet's communication system, laced with excitement. The initial acceleration may evoke memories of your transformation by the super soldier serum. The engine of the motorcycle emitted a deep rumble, and the energy jets began to shimmer with a blue hue. Steve could sense this mechanical beast awakening beneath him, eager to shatter the bonds of the air. Pierce stood in his office, gazing out at the distant Washington Monument through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently swirling the whiskey in his glass as he pondered something. Sitwell strode into the office, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Sir, I've just received word. He lowered his voice. Director Fury has dispatched agents to surround the arbitrator headquarters, and all Corps members are confined to the conference room. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Pierce's mouth. What is the reason? Captain America triggered the highest level alert. Someone has breached the secure archives using Fury's biometric data. Jasper wiped his brow. Fury suspects that the arbitrators are orchestrating this operation. Pierce set his glass on the table, the crystal clinking against the marble with a sharp sound. Interesting, he mused, turning to look out the window, a spark of insight flickering in his eyes. It seems the arbitrators also believe Fury is concealing something. Jasper hesitated. Sir, our surveillance indicates that Natasha Romanoff and Steve Rogers are not on the list of those under confinement. Pierce suddenly laughed, a sound that sent a chill down Jasper's spine. A perfect opportunity. He approached his desk, pressing a concealed communication button. Inform the Winter Soldier, tonight we act. Jasper's eyes widened. Sir, are we heading to the Pegasus Project Research Facility now? But there are S-H-I-E-L-D guards present. Precisely why it is the optimal moment. Pierce interrupted him, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light. Fury's focus was entirely on the arbitrator, as the Institute's defensive strength had been diminished by at least half. He picked up the folder from the table and handed it to Jasper, containing the latest layout of the Institute, instructing the Winter Soldier to retrieve the Tesseract intact. Jasper accepted the documents, his fingers trembling slightly. If there is resistance, eliminate all obstacles. Pierce's voice was as frigid as ice, including those sycophants of fury. After Jasper departed, Pierce returned to the window. He pressed the communicator on his wrist. Romlo, have the strike team on standby. Once the Winter Soldier secures the objective, take over the Institute and obliterate all experimental data. The voice of Crossbones came through the communicator, deep and resolute. Understood, sir. Should we leave any survivors? Pierce gazed at his blurred reflection in the glass, a cold smile gracing his lips. Not a single one. Outside, the bright sunlight illuminated Pierce's face. Once the trump card was in hand, he would deal with those disobedient arbitrators. The night was inky black, the New Mexico desert shrouded in darkness, with only a few solitary stars twinkling in the night sky. Steve and Natasha lay in wait behind a sand dune, their nanosuits automatically adjusting to a deep black, seamlessly blending with the night. Even the masks rendered matte, reflecting no light. The defenses here are more formidable than I anticipated, Steve murmured, utilizing his enhanced vision from the super soldier serum to scrutinize the Institute 300 meters away. High walls and electric fences encircled the main building, searchlights sweeping the surrounding area every 30 seconds, while armed guards patrolled within the walls, accompanied by military dogs. Natasha quickly utilized the motorcycle's onboard computer to scan the architectural blueprints. Fury designed this place to be impenetrable. She frowned in contemplation. We need to find a breakthrough. Just then, a violent explosion erupted from the east side of the Institute, flames illuminating half the sky instantaneously. This was followed by a rapid succession of gunfire. What is happening? Steve inquired alertly. Natasha swiftly accessed thermal imaging. Someone has struck before us. The image displayed at least 20 heat signatures within the Institute, engaged in fierce combat. The screen zoomed in, revealing the familiar face of Brock Romlo, commanding a squad of fully armed special forces as they breached the Institute's defenses. Romlo, Steve's voice was filled with disbelief. The leader of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Special Operations Team? He scrutinized the soldiers in the footage, all equipped with standard S.H.I.L.D. tactical gear, the organization's emblem unmistakably visible on their vests. Steve turned to Natasha incredulously. What is going on? Are we attacking our own? Natasha's brow furrowed, rapidly analyzing the situation. I don't know, but they are advancing towards the underground laboratory. Her voice turned urgent. That should be where the Tesseract is stored. Steve fixed his gaze on the surveillance feed, watching Romlo skillfully directing S.H.I.L.D.S. operatives as they navigated through layers of security doors. His expression shifted from shock to confusion. This was illogical. They were clearly their own people. Natasha suddenly grasped Steve's arm. Captain, regardless of who they are, this is our opportunity. Amidst the chaos they have created, we can. Steve's thoughts swirled like leaves caught in a vortex, oscillating between astonishment and bewilderment. Why would the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces led by Romlo attack their own research facility? The familiar tactical maneuvers, standard equipment, and even the encrypted signals from S.H.I.E.L.D. coming through their communication channels all indicated that this was indeed an operation orchestrated by S.H.I.L.D. Steve. Natasha's voice pierced through his confusion like a sword. There was no time for contemplation. Startled, Steve regained his focus and saw Natasha already mounted on the supersonic motorcycle, her eyes shining with determination beneath her black helmet. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all his doubts for the moment. Securing the Tesseract was the foremost priority. Let us go. He leaped onto the front seat of the motorcycle, his nanosuit seamlessly interfacing with the bike's control system. The engine let out a deep roar, and the energy exhaust glowed with an ethereal blue light. The motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, cutting through the desert like a streak of black lightning. Steve pushed the speed to its limit, the surroundings blurring into indistinct patches of color. The nano-helmet continuously updated the route, guiding them away from explosive zones and patrols. Arrived at the west entrance, Natasha's voice crackled through the built-in communicator. There are 2 guards. Steve's right hand left the handlebars as his vibranium shield quietly slid down to his wrist, just as the motorcycle was about to collide with the wall. He yanked the handlebars up sharply, launching the bike into the air, while two beams of silver light shot forth from the shield's edge. The guards barely had time to sound an alarm before they fell to the ground. The motorcycle landed steadily within the research facility, the tires screeching against the floor. Clear. Natasha dismounted, already wielding two micropulse pistols, as their helmets swiftly transformed into combat-ready forms. Let's head down the corridor. They raced through the hallway, leaving behind several guards incapacitated with precision strikes. Steve noted that all surveillance cameras had been disabled. Rumlow's team had evidently made thorough preparations. Wait! Natasha suddenly pulled Steve into a storage room. Moments later, a squad of fully armed special forces rushed past the door. Rumlow's voice crackling over the communicator. The area is secured, advancing towards the sector. The Tesseract has been contained, preparing for extraction. Through the crack of the door, Steve glimpsed Rumlow handing a metallic briefcase to a special forces operative, a faint blue glow emanating from the seams of the box. They've secured the Tesseract, he whispered. Natasha quickly assessed the situation. We can't wait any longer. Once they leave the facility, tracking them will be nearly impossible. She checked her pistol. On the count of 3, we charge in. 1, 2. The door of the storage room was suddenly kicked open, and Steve was the first to burst out, his vibranium shield slicing through the air, accurately taking down the two foremost Special Forces operatives. Natasha followed closely behind, her dual micropulse pistols firing in rapid succession to suppress the foes on the opposite side of the corridor. The voice of Steve Rogers, known as Rumlow, echoed from the far end. You indeed came. He raised his weapon to aim while signaling the Special Forces operatives carrying the box to fall back. Rumlow, put down the cube, Steve shouted, deflecting bullets with his shield as he advanced. This is not how S.H.I.L.D. operates. Rumlow let out a cold laugh. You have no idea what the situation is now, Captain. Suddenly, he pressed a button on his wristwatch, plunging the entire facility into darkness, with only the blue glow of the cube flickering in the distance. Night vision mode. Natasha swiftly activated her tactical goggles, but when she looked ahead, the operatives carrying the box had already vanished around the corner. The two pursued quickly, passing through several security doors until they finally intercepted their target in the vehicle parking area of the underground passage. Under the dim emergency lighting, Rumlow and 5 operatives were gathered around an armored transport vehicle, the cube being carefully lifted into the compartment by 2 members. Rumlow. Steve's voice reverberated through the empty corridor. Put down the cube. A glimmer of derision flashed in Rumlow's eyes. Captain, you are always so naive. His fingers lightly tapped the communicator, signaling some sort of code. Before Steve could react, a hail of bullets suddenly whizzed from shadows. Instinctively, he raised his shield, the sparks from the metal collision glaring under the faint emergency lights. Watch out, Natasha exclaimed, yanking Steve's tactical vest sharply to the side. A metallic glint grazed Steve's cheek, leaving a deep scratch on the wall. It was then he discerned the figure emerging from the shadows, fully armed in combat gear, a mechanical left arm gleaming with a cold light, and a pair of emotionless eyes visible beneath the mask. It was the Winter Soldier. Natasha warned in a hushed tone, the Hydra's ace assassin, said to have been active since the Cold War. She quickly checked her magazine. Beware of his mechanical arm. It can tear through tank armor. Rumlow chuckled. Looks like our star player has arrived. He casually leaped onto the armored vehicle. Enjoy yourself, Captain. As the engine roared to life, the armored vehicle departed with the other operatives in tow. I'm going after Rumlow, Natasha decisively declared, sprinting towards a parked military jeep. You deal with this metal-armed guy. Before Steve could respond, the Winter Soldier charged forth like a specter. The mechanical arm, slicing through the air, aimed directly for Steve's throat. In a panic, Steve raised his shield to block, the sparks from the metal clash dazzling in the darkness. Who are you? Steve demanded, retreating to create distance. He felt an odd sense of familiarity with the Winter Soldier and attempted to discern his identity through conversation. But the Winter Soldier relentlessly pressed forward, his attacks coming like a torrential storm. Natasha's jeep roared into the distance, the engine's sound gradually fading away. In the underground passage, only the 2 warriors and the echoes of metal clashing remained. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier changed his tactic, drawing a submachine gun from behind his waist. Steve's pupils dilated as he rolled to evade, narrowly escaping a deadly barrage. The bullets erupted against the concrete floor, igniting a cascade of sparks. Damn it, Steve gasped, overwhelmed by the ferocity of his opponent's fighting style, which surpassed all his expectations. Each strike was delivered with lethal precision, as if the assailant were a machine forged for slaughter. In the distance, Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator. "Steve, be wary of his close combat skills. Intelligence indicates he is proficient in numerous martial arts." Before her warning could fully register, the Winter Soldier closed in. A graceful roundhouse kick forced Steve into a corner, and a mechanical arm descended with the force of a battering ram. Steve barely managed to deflect the blow with his shield, but the impact brought him to one knee, fissures etching into the concrete beneath him. "What do you want?" Steve gritted his teeth, attempting a sweeping kick to disrupt his adversary's balance. Yet, the Winter Soldier nimbly backflipped away, his movements fluid and unnatural. The only response he received was another barrage of bullets. Steve was compelled to take refuge behind an abandoned truck, listening to the terrifying sounds of bullets piercing metal. "Natasha, this guy's a monster," Steve shouted into the communicator. His reaction speed is almost as fast as mine. Just as he finished speaking, a jarring metallic screech echoed in his earpiece. He peered out, only to see the Winter Soldier vault onto a military motorcycle, the engine roaring like a beast. "Damn it," Steve cursed, quickly scanning his surroundings and spotting a military jeep parked nearby. He dashed over, severed the wires beneath the steering wheel, and expertly hot-wired the ignition. As the engine roared to life, the underground passage trembled violently. "Natasha, the lab is exploding," Steve yelled into the communicator, flooring the accelerator. "The Winter Soldier is heading your way." Natasha's breath quickened in response. "Understood. Ramlo's convoy is just ahead," but her transmission was abruptly cut off by a piercing static. Steve pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the jeep hurtling through the narrow, underground corridor. Ahead, the Winter Soldier exhibited astonishing driving skills, weaving the motorcycle deftly among the crumbling concrete debris. Suddenly, a massive chunk of ceiling crashed down between them, forcing Steve to jerk the steering wheel as the jeep skidded, colliding with a pile of debris. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted behind them, the shockwave lifting the jeep almost off the ground. In the rearview mirror, the entire passage was collapsing like a line of dominoes, searing flames surging towards them. Steve slammed the accelerator, the jeep accelerating wildly through the precarious corridor. A sudden burst of light appeared ahead. Natasha's military jeep was being relentlessly pursued by the motorcycle driven by the Winter Soldier. With a leap, he grasped the roof with his mechanical arm, agilely flipping onto the hood like a predator. He raised his arm, aiming for a critical component of the engine. "Natasha, watch out," Steve shouted, simultaneously wrenching the steering wheel, directing the jeep forcefully towards Natasha's vehicle. In that instant, boom! The entire underground facility shook violently, the shockwave from the explosion triggering the ceiling to collapse in a domino effect. A colossal block of concrete, entwined with steel and flames, cascaded downwards, instantaneously engulfing the figures of 3 individuals in a cloud of dust. As the most violent collapse finally subsided, Steve summoned all his strength to push his shield upwards. Accompanied by a piercing sound of metal scraping, the immense stone pressing down was dislodged, allowing Natasha to gradually rise beneath the protection of Steve's shield. Through the dissipating haze, Steve spotted the Winter Soldier standing beside a motorcycle, his tactical mask now removed, revealing a face that was all too familiar to Steve. "Bucky?" Although Steve's voice barely rose above a whisper, the name detonated in his mind like thunder. His pupils constricted sharply, and the arm holding the shield trembled slightly in shock. Chapter 30. The script continues. Malibu, the Arbitrator Building. Inside the arcade, a massive projection screen flickered with vibrant battle scenes, explosions and gunfire reverberating from the surround sound system. Tony Stark and Chen Tian gripped their controllers, their fingers dancing rapidly over the buttons, yet their attention was clearly not on the game. Tony, fixated on the screen, spoke casually, as if discussing the weather. "Did you see the Winter Soldier?" Chen Tian, maneuvering his character to roll away from an enemy sniper, smirked. "I did. Quite interesting." Outside, Agent Coulson and several SHLD agents stood quietly, seemingly on guard, yet perfectly insulated from the deafening audio within the arcade. Tony, with a mischievous grin, pressed the buttons rapidly. His character charged and knocked an opponent down, then raised a chainsaw towards the fallen foe's head. "What is next?" Did you not notice that Agent Hill has left? Chen Tian cast a sidelong glance at Tony. Soon, Coulson will depart as well. ISNT Fury convinced that we're behind the scenes, infiltrating his secret lair. Tony glanced at Chen Tian before his attention returned to the game. Damn, I've been hit by a sniper. Hurry and save me. Chen Tian maneuvered his character to run beside Tony S, using a medical spray to heal Tony S' character. SHIELD is in utter disarray. I sent Natasha to keep Steve company, not on a whim, you know? Every traditional hero narrative requires guidance for its champions. Tony, controlling his character, picked up a rocket launcher and fired at the sniper-S location. Is Natasha playing the role of a magical grandparent? Chen Tian chuckled. Indeed, based on Natasha's gender, you should say she's playing the role of a magical witch. Hey, that is harsh. Tony joined in the laughter. Nevertheless, I like it. By the way, if Fury comes seeking our assistance, how shall we respond? Chen Tian observed the completion screen, took a sip of cola, and replied, just put on a show. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly and we don't make any mistakes, the ultimate battleground will still be the Trident Tower. Tony nodded just then. Coulson pounded on the metallic door of the arcade, his knuckles echoing against the steel. Raising his voice, he called out, Mr. Stark. Urgent situation. Tony languidly pressed the pause button, freezing the combat scene displayed on the projection screen. He raised an eyebrow at Chen Tian. It seems our organization's drama is ready to progress to the next act. Chen Tian set down the controller, gesturing for Tony to proceed. Only then did Tony saunter to the door and press the button to open it. As a metallic door slid open, Agent Coulson's typically gentle face bore an unusual trace of anxiety. Agent Coulson, Tony exclaimed dramatically, spreading his arms wide, what brings you from your post? Has Fury finally learned how to send a text message? Coulson took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to roll his eyes. Mr. Stark, I must return to headquarters immediately. There has been a situation at S.H.I.E.L.D. His gaze flitted over to Chen Tian behind Tony before adding, Director Fury wishes for you to keep your communication lines open. Tony feigned astonishment, widening his eyes. Wow, if Fury is actively seeking help, it must be quite serious. I hope it's not that someone has stolen his collection of eye patches. Coulson's mouth twitched slightly. It's more serious than that. The specifics will be conveyed to you via communication from Director Fury. At that moment, Chen Tian approached, a can of cola in hand. Is it that confidential? He inquired pointedly. Has a significant crisis occurred? Coulson's eyes darted between the two before he ultimately shook his head. I'm not entirely clear on the details myself. But please, both of you, ensure that your communication remains open. He glanced at his watch. My helicopter departs in 5 minutes. Tony sighed exaggeratedly. All right. Tell Fury I will consider taking his call, as long as it's not a life or death situation. Coulson nodded helplessly and turned to leave briskly with his subordinates. Their polished shoes echoed rapidly on the marble floor, soon fading at the corridor's end. Tony closed the door, and the playful expression on his face vanished as he turned to Chen Tian. Faster than expected, Chen Tian shook the cola can and then crumpled it before tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Well, Tony, I'll handle the Security Council. You prepare for the protection of the populace during the impending battle. Our pace will accelerate significantly from here on. A sly smile curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. You think you're the only one busy? Did you believe I've just been idly waiting around? He clapped his hands, and the game room's visuals transformed into surveillance feeds from 2 laboratories. In one, mechanical arms were diligently assembling rescue robots. In the other, medical capsules were continually being produced. I began working on these as soon as you proposed your plan. Tony placed his hand on Chen Tian's shoulder. Rest assured, my friend, I have always had your back. As Chen Tian observed the automated assembly of rescue robots and medical capsules on the monitor, a grin spread across his face. He patted Tony's shoulder. It seems I have underestimated you, Stark. Tony raised an eyebrow in pride. Underestimating genius is certainly a poor habit. He snapped his fingers, and the surveillance footage switched to a satellite map of New Mexico. However, our attention must now shift to the lost Captain America and Black Widow. On the screen, 2 diminutive figures traversed the streets of a small town at the desert's edge. Even through the satellite imagery, it was evident that Steve moved with a heavy gait, while Natasha maintained the alert stride characteristic of an agent. They appeared as though they had just clawed their way out of hell. Tony remarked, his tone devoid of its usual jest. Chen Tian observed Steve's dazed state, recognizing Buck, which struck him profoundly. Tony fell silent for a moment, unusually refraining from making a joke. He accessed another set of data. I have instructed Jarvis to pinpoint the small motel where they are staying. Should we send someone over? No. Chen Tian shook his head, allowing them to process their situation independently. Natasha knows what to do. He turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window, where the Pacific roiled under the night sky. Now, we must prepare for the scrutiny of the Security Council. Meanwhile, in that remote motel in New Mexico, Steve sat on the edge of the bed, his hands limply resting on his knees, his uniform still stained with the dust and blood from the Institute's collapse. His gaze was vacant, fixated on the mottled wall, as if it were replaying the moment when the Winter Soldier removed his mask. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, where Natasha was washing off the grime. She assessed her minor scrapes through the foggy mirror, noting they were not of great concern. Compared to her physical wounds, she needed to embody the role of the guide in Chen Tian's script. The water ceased, and Natasha emerged clad in her nanotech suit, only to find Steve still in the same position. As the bathroom emptied, she towel-dried her hair and remarked, "You really ought to tidy yourself up." Steve, as if awakening from a dream, lifted his head, his gaze finally sharpening. "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Natasha tossed him a towel. "You've been lost in thought for nearly 2 hours." She approached the window, cautiously parting the curtain to observe the street outside. "We need to attempt to contact Chen Tian and the others, or we won't be able to leave here on foot unless we steal a car." "Buck is alive," Steve suddenly stated, his voice hoarse yet feeling unalive. His eyes lacked the familiar spark. Natasha turned, leaning against the windowsill to look at him. "The S.H.E.L.D. files do contain records of the Winter Soldier, but no one knows he is Sergeant Barnes." She paused for a moment. "At least I did not know." Steve abruptly stood up, pacing the cramped room. "This doesn't make sense. If Hydra transformed him into an assassin, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. remain unaware? And what of Rumlow and his strike team? How did they become Hydra's operatives? They were a crucial unit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha watched Steve's agitation with a gentle sigh. She stepped in front of him, placing her hands on his shoulders, compelling him to halt. "Steve, take a deep breath." Her voice was calm. "I know this is profoundly unsettling for you, but you must regain your composure." Steve's azure eyes were swirling with a plethora of complex emotions. He parted his lips, poised to retort, but Natasha interjected, continuing, "Bucky's appearance has indeed disrupted your thoughts, yet you must not allow it to cloud your judgment." Her fingers tightened slightly. "We are confronted with a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, and decisions born from emotion will only entrap us in a more perilous situation." Gradually, Steve's shoulders relaxed beneath her touch, and he inhaled deeply, nodding, "You are right. I merely require a moment to process this." Natasha released her grip, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Now, this is the ever-composed Captain America I know." She turned to retrieve the communicator. "As for your earlier inquiries regarding Y.S.H.I.L.D. is unaware of the Winter Soldier's true identity and why Rumlow has betrayed us," she paused, her fingers deftly navigating the communicator. "I believe it would be prudent to directly consult Fury for clarity. After all, he's the one who claims to know everything." The communicator emitted a subtle hum, and Natasha furrowed her brow. "The signal is being jammed. It appears someone wishes to hinder our communication with the outside world." Steve had regained his composure, moving to the window to cautiously survey the situation outside. "Do you suspect it to be S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra?" "Both are possibilities," Natasha replied, stowing the communicator and knitting her brow. "Currently, we cannot reach the Arbiters, but there is no need for alarm. An explosion of that magnitude at Pegasus Research Institute would not escape Tony's attention." Steve nodded. "However, we must expedite our departure to find Fury, not only to inquire about Hydra, but also to inform him of the assailants at Pegasus." Natasha agreed with a nod, swiftly gathering her gear and efficiently checking her pistol's magazine. "Fury owes us an explanation," and, before she could finish her sentence, a brief honk sounded from outside. Steve alertly drew back a corner of the curtain, revealing a sleek, pitch-black luxury car, its sharp lines resting silently at the hotel entrance. The headlights carved 2 cold arcs of light through the night, and the car door opened silently, as if awaiting their presence. Natasha leaned in for a closer look. a knowing smile gracing her lips. It seems Chen Tian is more considerate than we anticipated. Steve frowned. Are you certain he arranged this? Such a sophisticated, autonomous driving system, coupled with those extravagant gull-wing doors? Natasha pointed to a logo emblazoned on the vehicle's hood. No one else but Tony Stark would indulge in such ostentation. She swiftly opened the door and turned back to Steve, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Captain America afraid to ride in a stranger's car? Steve shook his head in resignation, but followed cautiously. The two traversed the deserted hotel corridor, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The elderly man at the front desk was dozing, utterly oblivious to their quiet departure in the dead of night. If Chen Tian were present, he would surely have called out the old man's name with fervor. Oh, Stanley. As they approached the vehicle, the onboard system activated automatically, and a familiar British male voice resonated. Good evening, Captain Rogers, Ms. Romanoff. I am J.A.R.V. Yes, and it is a pleasure to serve you once more. Natasha deftly settled into the passenger seat, her fingers instinctively checking the concealed weapon compartment beneath the seat. J.A.R.V.I.S. Has Tony finally released you from the lab? Indeed, Mr. Stark deems that the current situation necessitates a more mature system support. J.R.V.I.S. replied with a hint of humor as the car doors closed silently. According to Mr. Chen's emergency protocol, we must proceed immediately to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Steve had just settled into the back seat when the vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, the autopilot system precisely maneuvering around road obstacles. Does Chen share our concerns? Believing there are issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Precisely, Captain J.A.R.V.I.S. projected a hologram in the front seat, displaying a series of encrypted files. Mr. Chen's analysis indicates that Hydra's infiltration exceeds expectations. In the recent attack on the research facility, the adversary employed S.H.I.E.L.D's highest level of security protocols. Natasha quickly scanned the projected information. So, the mole is among S.H.I.E.L.D's upper echelons? The likelihood is as high as 87. 6 J.A.R.V.I.S. responded with a serious tone. Mr. Chun recommends that you utilize Captain Roger's special clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate classified files from Director Pierce's tenure. Steve frowned. Why aren't Chun and Tony handling this personally? The projection shifted to a global map with several red dots blinking. Dr. Stark is currently tracking the energy signatures of the Tesseract alongside Dr. Banner, having identified 3 suspicious locations. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun and Ms. Tu. The projection suddenly transformed into a news broadcast, showing an emergency meeting of the Security Council, addressing the political fallout from your breach of S.H.I.E.L.D's classified areas. Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. So, while we're on the front lines fighting, they're back there squabbling? More accurately, Mr. Chun is negotiating for your operational attitude. J.R.V.I.S.'s tone softened. I suggest you both take a 3 to 4 hour rest. I will awaken you 1 hour prior to our arrival. During this period, all monitoring and defensive systems will remain operational. Steve gazed outside at the swiftly passing scenery, finally allowing himself to relax. All right, perhaps a short nap is indeed a good idea. Sleep mode activated. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice lowered to a soothing volume. The cabin's oxygen levels optimized, and the seat massage function engaged. Sweet dreams to you both. As the interior lights gradually dimmed, Natasha had already closed her eyes. J.R.V.I.S. If anything arises, I will notify you immediately. Ms. Romanoff, J.A.R.V.I.S. gently replied. Now, please rest well. In 5 hours and 23 minutes, we shall arrive at the entrance to the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground passage. Steve took one last glance at the route map displayed in the projection before slowly closing his eyes as well. Under the meticulous arrangement of Jarvis, this seemingly ordinary black sedan transformed into a mobile sanctuary, conveying 2 weary heroes toward the eye of the storm while providing them with a precious respite. Nick Fury's office was enveloped in a stifling silence, the only illumination emanating from the flickering blue light of the holographic projector amidst the darkness. Suddenly, a hefty dossier was forcefully slammed onto the desk, scattering papers in disarray. Fury turned, his black leather coat glinting ominously under the light. His voice deep and resonant like the rumble of thunder before a tempest. Hill, tell me, why was the Pegasus Institute attacked? How did the enemy pinpoint the Tesseract with such precision? Maria Hill stood rigidly, yet her fingertips danced anxiously over the tactical tablet. Director, we are investigating with utmost urgency. However, it is evident that the adversary was exceptionally well prepared. Prepared? Fury's voice escalated sharply, fury igniting in his singular eye. You dare call this preparation? A highly secure facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. was breached by armed assailants as if they were perusing a supermarket. He strode toward the holographic projection, his fingers slicing through the air to unveil the Institute's blueprints, 7 biometric locks, 3 layers of alloyed protective walls, an around-the-clock rapid response team. And yet, what was the outcome? Hill inhaled deeply. The surveillance system was entirely compromised 37 minutes prior to the attack. All data was replaced with looped footage. The tech department has confirmed this was an inside job, utilizing the director's dynamic encryption protocol. Fury's eye narrowed sharply, his voice a harsh whisper. The director's dynamic encryption protocol? Hill could palpably sense her superior's ire, yet she maintained her professional composure. Indeed, sir. It was the same system employed by Captain Rogers during his breach of the Triskelion. Fury let out a short, mirthless laugh, devoid of warmth. Approaching the desk, he leaned forward, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Interesting. First, Captain America exploits my clearance to infiltrate the most classified chamber, and now someone has utilized the same method to obliterate my institute. He lifted his gaze, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eye. It seems I am quite the failure as a director. Hill cautiously stepped forward. Sir, this is clearly a meticulously orchestrated frame-up. But I fail to comprehend who could infiltrate our systems to this extent. A glint of cold realization crossed Fury's eye. Aside from those indomitable Hydra agents. Who else could it be? He slammed his palm onto the desk, causing the coffee cup to leap. The troubling matter is they can now flawlessly replicate my biometric features. Lowering his voice, he added, Pierce, Garrett? Or is it that everyone around me could potentially be a serpent? An oppressive silence engulfed the office. The cold glow of the holographic projection cast eerie shadows across Fury's face, and Hill noticed his fingers subconsciously caressing his sidearm. Just as the office remained shrouded in silence, the communicator abruptly activated. Coulson's voice resonated. Director, Captain Rogers requests communication. Fury gazed at the communicator for 2 seconds, a complex array of emotions flickering in his singular eye. He pressed the answer key, his voice regaining its customary calmness. Rogers, you better have a good reason. Steve's voice emanated from the communicator, laced with fatigue yet still resolute. Fury, we need to talk, face to face. This is hardly the time for a casual coffee chat. Captain. Fury's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, particularly after you just visited my most classified chamber. We need to discuss this in person. Steve did not argue, still hoping for a direct conversation with Fury. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly. Captain, after your unauthorized intrusion into the S.H.A.L.D. highest classified room, do you truly believe I would trust a face-to-face discussion? Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds, interrupted only by heavy breaths. Ultimately, it was Natasha who spoke, her tone unusually calm. Fury, there are matters we cannot clarify over the communicator. Hill noted Fury's fingers gently tapping 3 times on the desk, an internal S.H.I.E.L.D. signal indicating heightened alert. She discreetly moved her hand toward her holstered weapon. Intriguing. Fury's voice suddenly took on a dangerous, low tone. Hill, go meet our guest. Bring Coulson. He paused, a cold smile creeping across his face, the kind that suggested full armament. When the communication was severed, Fury turned toward the safe, inputting a complex series of codes. As the safe door slid open silently, he retrieved an old-fashioned pager and tucked it into his inner pocket, then checked his holstered weapon once more. Half an hour later, the elevator doors slowly opened outside the director's office. Steve and Natasha walked in the center, flanked by Hill and Coulson leading a security detail. Everyone's hands hovered near their weapons. Welcome to my office, Captain. Fury stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to them, the tone of his voice dripping with sarcasm. It seems you enjoy using my authority to explore around. Steve strode into the office, flames of anger igniting in his blue eyes. Fury, I need an explanation. Fury slowly turned, a dangerous glimmer in his single eye. An explanation? I would love to hear why you used my authority to breach the highest classified room. Don't change the subject. Steve slammed his fist onto the desk. Why restart the Tesseract research? And Bucky, his voice faltered, the Winter Soldier's identity, did you know all along? Fury's expression darkened instantly. Rogers, you have crossed a line. He forcefully tossed a stack of surveillance photos onto the desk. Before you question my research, clarify these. The photos clearly depicted Steve using Fury's biometric signature to unlock the classified chamber. Steve stared at the images, a cold smile forming on his lips. Indeed, it was me. Fury's single eye narrowed. You certainly admit that quite readily. How was I to know you were secretly researching the Tesseract if I didn't go in? Steve crossed his arms, his blue eyes ablaze with fury. S-H-I-L-D is repeating Hydra's mistakes, and you dare question me? Fury suddenly let out a piercing, cold laugh. What a paragon of justice, Captain America. You slammed your hand on the table. Had you not trespassed into the secure chamber and triggered the alarm system, how could the location of the Pegasus Research Institute have been exposed? Now the entire project lies in ruins, because of you. Steve's face flushed with anger. You. But Natasha stepped forward, asserting it was Rumlow's special forces that destroyed the Institute. They had infiltrated before the explosion. Fury turned to Natasha, his tone laced with sharp sarcasm. Oh? Have our finest agents now lost their basic judgment? Or, he drawled, have you completely pledged your allegiance to the Arbiter? A flicker of coldness passed through Natasha's green eyes, yet she refrained from retorting. Silently, she retrieved a microchip from her tactical belt and handed it to Fury. He stared at the chip for 2 seconds, then scoffed as he took it, turning to insert it into the holographic projector on his desk. The image unfolded immediately. It was Natasha's first-person footage. The shaky camera showed Rumlow placing the Tesseract into a containment box, followed by intense gunfire, with Natasha's weapon spewing flames. The footage concluded with the explosion and collapse of the Research Institute. The office fell into a deathly silence. Fury's expression darkened, and he slowly raised his gaze to Steve and Natasha. So, you're also at the Pegasus Research Institute? Chapter 31. The grand drama is about to unfold. Washington, D.C., late at night. Beneath an abandoned military warehouse lies a secret base of Hydra. Under dim lighting, Alexander Pierce stands before the glass isolation chamber in the central laboratory, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixated intensely on the Tesseract floating within. Finally, a cold smile curves his lips. We have finally acquired it. Rumlow stands beside him, his arm bandaged, clearly wounded from the battle at the Institute. Yet his gaze remains sharp. Sirs, H-I-L-D has initiated a full lockdown. Fury will undoubtedly pursue this matter. Pierce chuckles lightly, reaching out to gently touch the glass, as if feeling the energy emanating from the Tesseract. Let him investigate. He will only uncover more surprises. He turns to the scientists in the laboratory. Commence the first phase of the experiment. I need to know its energy output limits. A bespectacled researcher hesitates. Sir, directly activating the Tesseract could trigger uncontrollable energy fluctuations. We lack sufficient protective measures. I do not require your concerns. Pierce's voice turns icy. Hydra has awaited this moment for 70 years. We shall not halt our progress due to potential risks. The researcher swallowed hard and quickly lowered his head to operate the control panel. The laboratory's mechanical arms began to move slowly, adjusting the energy conduit apparatus, preparing to activate the Tesseract. Rumlow whispered, Sir, Rogers and Romanoff are already aware of our actions. They will surely seek out Fury. Pierce narrowed his eyes, the smile deepening. Then let them come. He turned and approached the surveillance screen, bringing up the live feed from S-H-I-L-D headquarters. Fury now harbored doubts about everyone, including his own people. The more furious Rogers became, the more prone he was to err. Rumlow furrowed his brow. But if they join forces, they won't. Pierce interjected firmly. Fury will not trust Rogers, and Rogers will not trust Fury. He gently tapped on the screen, changing the display to the internal archives of S-H-I-E-L-D. While they are mired in mutual suspicion, we shall take what we truly need. In the center of the laboratory, the Tesseract suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, and the energy fluctuations caused the room's lights to flicker erratically. Pierce's gaze returned to the cube, his eyes alight with fervor. At S-H-I-E-L-D, Headquarters. Steve and Natasha stood in Fury's office. The atmosphere thick with tension. So you not only breached a secure facility, but also infiltrated Pegasus research? Fury's voice was low and menacing. Rogers, what game are you playing? Steve met his gaze squarely. It is not a game, Fury. We are preventing a greater catastrophe. Natasha added, Rumlow's special forces have secured the Tesseract. They must have already begun to explore its power. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly. And you believe there are Hydra agents within S-H-I-E-L-D? Not believe. Steve clenched his fists, no? A brief silence enveloped the office. Furious, I darted between Steve and Natasha, the only sound the faint hum of electronic devices. He slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the illuminated S-H-I-L-D headquarters, his fingers unconsciously tapping the window frame. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your accusations? Fury's voice suddenly grew weary, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. You accuse the organization I have controlled for over a decade of being infiltrated by Hydra? Steve stepped forward. We have seen it with our own eyes. Enough. Fury spun around, his movement scattering papers across the floor. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Listen, I will investigate this matter. But until the truth is revealed, his gaze sharpened, you must submit to oversight. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Oversight? Hill. Fury addressed Agent Hill. Escort the captain and Romanov to the break room and prepare some food for them. He added meaningfully with full accompaniment. Agent Hill nodded, pressing a few buttons on her tactical tablet, and 4 fully armed security personnel entered the office. Her expression remained as professional as ever. Please follow me. Steve and Natasha exchanged glances. Natasha nodded slightly and led the way to the door. Steve hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit. Once they had departed, Fury immediately dialed a secure channel. A holographic projection flickered to life, revealing a somewhat fatigued visage of Tony Stark. Fury? Tony frowned. Do you realize it's 3 in the morning? No time for pleasantries, Stark. Fury lowered his voice, insisting that the Arbiter take immediate action. The Tesseract has been seized by Hydra. Tony's expression instantly turned serious. The Tesseract? How could it be in your possession? How could Hydra have taken it? Rogers and Romanoff witnessed it firsthand. Fury's solitary eye flickered with a complex light, yet I dared not trust anyone, including them. Understood. Tony swiftly manipulated the virtual interface, stating that he would collaborate with Dr. Banner to trace the energy fluctuations of the Tesseract. He paused momentarily, inquiring how I intended to handle Captain Rogers and the others. For now, they will be monitored, Fury replied coldly. If they are innocent, they will soon prove it. In the S-H-I-E-L-D lounge, Steve and Natasha sat on the sofa, their sandwiches untouched before them. Agent Hill stood guard at the door with 4 fully armed agents. The atmosphere so tense that one could almost hear a pin drop. Fury had yet to inform me about the Winter Soldier. Steve suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with feigned anger. I want to see him, right now. Hill maintained her professional composure. Captain Rogers, the director has left Trident Tower. He needs to personally arrange for some special investigations. Natasha's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest in Morse code. Move. Steve subtly nodded in acknowledgement. At the moment Hill finished speaking, both sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. Steve lunged forward, swiftly disarming the closest 2 agents, simultaneously elbowing a third to the ground. Natasha, like a wraith, darted behind Hill, her long legs tracing elegant arcs in the air as the remaining 2 agents fell in quick succession. My apologies, Maria, Natasha said, deftly removing everyone's communication devices with the finesse of a carefully choreographed ballet. Hill stared in shock, wide-eyed. Have you lost your minds? Fury is monitoring every move here. Natasha's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh? You must think we are still happily enjoying our sandwiches. She produced a small spray canister from her tactical belt, uttering, "Sweet dreams." With a waft of minty fragrance, Hill and the agents soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Steve positioned them comfortably on the sofa, even thoughtfully draping a coat over Hill. The archives? Natasha raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The archives, Steve confirmed with a nod. The 2 nonchalantly exited the lounge, as if merely attending a routine meeting. The surveillance cameras in the corridor continued to operate, yet bizarrely froze on their serene dining scene. Jarvis had long since commandeered DS monitoring system. As the two swiped through the biometric lock to the archives, Steve suddenly halted. Nat, if the evidence we find proves Fury's innocence, then we truly become fugitives. Natasha easily replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But more than that, I worry that the evidence might reveal him to be Hydra. Steve's gaze hardened. Then we must uncover the truth. As the final firewall crumbled, the most confidential files of SHIELD unfurled before them. Meanwhile, several blocks away, Fury observed the surveillance footage of two individuals dining in serene silence. A flicker of doubt crossing his singular eye. He instinctively touched the vintage pager in his pocket, murmuring to himself, I hope you know what you are doing. Within the clandestine laboratory of Hydra, the blinding blue light abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire space into an eerie dimness. Pierce stood frozen, his hands firmly plunged into the pockets of his suit. His gaze swept over the unconscious Special Forces operatives and scientists scattered across the floor, ultimately resting upon Rumlow. This elite warrior knelt on the ground, his eyes emanating an unnatural cerulean glow, a scepter adorned with golden jewels pressed against his temple. Who are you? Pierce's voice involuntarily ascended an octave, his facade of calm betraying a palpable tremor. At the center of the laboratory, a man donned in a golden-horned helmet slowly turned, his dark green robe billowing gently in the still air. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I am Loki, Prince of Jotunheim, heir to Asgard. Loki? Pierce instinctively recoiled a half-step, his polished shoe crunching on the shattered glass vials scattered across the floor. The figure from Norse mythology? Loki burst into laughter, a chilling echo resonating within it. For you insignificant ants, it can indeed only be termed a myth. He elegantly twirled the scepter, golden energy swirling at its tip. Rumlow immediately stood rigidly, like a marionette, his eyes now entirely transformed into blue orbs. Pierce swallowed hard, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He forced himself to straighten his back. This is Hydra's territory. No matter who you are, Hydra. Loki suddenly teleported in front of Pierce, close enough to sense each other's breath. Merely a group of wriggling insects hiding in the shadows. He reached out to caress Pierce's cheek, who trembled violently as though touched by a venomous serpent. Look at your pathetic experiments. You cannot even harness a fraction of the Tesseract's energy. Pierce could no longer maintain his composure, his voice devoid of its previous calmness. Return the Tesseract to us. It belongs to Hydra. A dangerous glint flickered in Loki's eyes. With a snap of his fingers, all metallic apparatuses in the laboratory suddenly warped and twisted, emitting a disconcerting, tearing sound. Surveillance screens shattered one after another, sparks flying. Now, Loki's voice transformed into a soft murmur. It was more chilling than any roar. Tell me, Mr. Pierce, who is the true master here? The tip of the scepter slowly pressed against Pierce's chest, golden energy beginning to seep into him. Pierce's pupils dilated gradually, the light in his eyes replaced by an eerie golden glow. His body trembled faintly before ultimately ceasing its resistance. I am your loyal servant, Pierce mechanically declared, his voice hollow and submissive. Loki smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Now let us commence the true plan. He turned and strode towards the center of the laboratory, flanked by two completely controlled puppets, Rumlow and Pierce, their eyes glimmering with the same golden light. In Washington, within the Triskelion, the classified archives of SHIELD were illuminated solely by the cold glow of the terminal screen flickering in the darkness. Steve Rogers hovered his fingers above the keyboard, his breath nearly suspended. The final line of the report, titled Investigation into the Accident Involving Howard and Maria Stark, pierced his gaze like a dagger, based on the traces at the scene and ballistic analysis. This incident is suspected to be the work of Hydra agent, the Winter Soldier. Steve's pupils constricted abruptly. As he heard footsteps behind him, he swiftly minimized the report window. I've got it under control, what about you? Natasha's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Steve clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He forced himself to remain composed, yet the throbbing veins at his temples betrayed him. These files, his voice was hauntingly low, have been tampered with. Natasha, keenly perceptive, noticed the anomaly, her brow furrowing. You look unwell. What did you see? Steve inhaled deeply and turned to face her. The blue light from the screen cast shadows across his sharply defined features, rendering his expression inscrutable. These reports, he gestured towards the series of manipulated documents on the screen, each bearing Hydra's fingerprints. I'm all too familiar with their methods. I have witnessed them countless times on the battlefield. Natasha scrutinized the screen with skepticism, but Steve had adeptly switched to unrelated files. She noticed the tension in his jawline and the slight tremor of his fingers. Is it just this? She inquired softly. The documents were indeed suspicious, but not to the extent of unsettling him this much. Every false report signifies a life lost. Steve suddenly raised his voice, suppressing an emotion Natasha could not decipher. It was true 70 years ago, and it remained so now. The air in the archives seemed to freeze. Natasha had never seen the captain so unhinged, even amidst the fiercest of battles. Instinctively, she stepped back slightly, her right hand discreetly moving towards her sidearm. Steve, she cautiously chose her words. We need to report our findings to Chen and Fury. No, Steve interrupted firmly. We cannot trust anyone right now. He abruptly stood, the metal chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. I need you to help me retrieve more files, but it must remain absolutely confidential. Natasha's green eyes narrowed slightly, assessing this suddenly unfamiliar man before her like a predator evaluating its prey. Finally, she nodded slowly. All right, she said softly, but you must tell me the real reason. Steve's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its resolute state. He reached out to shut down the terminal, the blue light extinguishing and enveloping them both in darkness. Because Hydra's serpent, his voice resonated clearly in the shadows, has begun to consume the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Our task is to gather enough evidence to expose it completely at the right moment. He cast one last glance at the singularly encrypted report, wrestling with his inner turmoil. Now was not the time, neither to confront Tony nor to face Bucky. Loki languidly perched upon the laboratory table, his long legs casually crossed, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. His scepter leaned against him, emanating a perilous golden glow in the dim light. Do tell, Loki suddenly spoke. The intriguing energy source of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce stepped forward. As you wish, my lord. The arc reactor of S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed the most ideal energy node for opening a portal. Loki raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. A researcher, trembling with trepidation, presented a holographic report. Pierce took it, his fingertips dancing over the surface, and a complex array of energy graphs unfurled in the air. According to our calculations, Pierce's voice trembled with concealed excitement. The energy output of this reactor is sufficient to sustain a large spatial conduit for over 72 hours. He paused, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, over 70% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel are now our own. Loki's eyes narrowed slightly, akin to a serpent detecting its prey. He gracefully leapt from the table, his scepter striking the ground with a crisp sound. 70%? He murmured, his tone laced with amusement. What a delightful figure. Pierce inclined his body slightly. As you see, my lord S.H.I.L.D. resembles a ripe apple, ready to be. Suddenly, the tip of Loki's scepter pressed against Pierce's chest, the icy metal causing the leader of Hydra to tense involuntarily. Your proposal, Loki's voice slithered like silk, is indeed intriguing. He slowly withdrew his scepter, turning to face the holographic projection. The three-pronged tower's three-dimensional image rotated before him, every structural layer distinctly visible. The resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., the covert agents of Hydra, Loki mused, his slender fingers traversing the projection, combined with the power of the Tesseract. Abruptly, he turned, a dangerous glint igniting in his eyes. Indeed, it is a perfect amalgamation. My lord, Pierce's voice was respectful and reverent. Once we control the reactor of the Triskelion, we shall open the portal for you. Loki's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his scepter gently tapping the ground. No, dear Pierce, it is I who will open the portal. He elegantly strolled before each Hydra member, ensuring the glow of the Mind Stone illuminated every face. You are merely my faithful servants. Rumble knelt on one knee, his voice infused with the fervor characteristic of the subjugated. It is our honor to serve you. Great Lord Loki. Loki turned to face the holographic projection, lightly tapping his scepter, transforming the image into a view of the skies over New York at dawn tomorrow. The Chitauri army would descend through the portal. His eyes sparkled with madness. And you, my loyal servants, shall ensure that all proceeds smoothly. At your command, my lord. All Hydra members in the base responded in unison, their voices synchronized to a chilling degree. Pierce approached Loki and inquired, "Is Captain America inside the building? Should we eliminate him?" Loki chuckled softly, shaking his head while waving his scepter before Pierce's eyes. "No, let them live. I desire these ridiculous heroes to witness the collapse of their world at my hands." His voice slithered like a serpent's tongue. "Your will is our mission," Remlo stated, his gaze flickering with a yellow glow. Loki's figure began to blur. "Remember, my dear servants, that at dawn tomorrow, a new era shall commence." Once Loki vanished completely, the Hydra members in the laboratory remained in a posture of respect. Moments later, Pierce mechanically turned around and ordered in an emotionless voice, "Initiate Protocol 39, shield break." For the glory of Lord Loki, Remlo and the other agents echoed in unison, their voices devoid of past cunning and ambition, replaced solely by the absolute obedience instilled by the Mind Stone. At the Arbitrator Tower, the weariness on Tony Stark's face evaporated, replaced by a calm and piercing gaze. He turned to face Chen Tian, who stood in the center of the laboratory. "What shall we do next?" Tony asked, arms crossed. Chen Tian slightly bowed his head in contemplation, then lifted his eyes, snapping his fingers. Uchihamura emerged from the distorted air, arms crossed, standing proudly beside him. "Next, it is time for the Grand Axis, my brother," Chen Tian said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Are you implying?" Chen Tian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the Arbitrator is ready to make his entrance." Chapter 32, The Arbitrator. Strike. At 4:15 a.m., the Trident Tower of S.H.I.E.L.D. The night was yet to fade, yet the Trident Tower shone brightly, resembling a city that never sleeps. The aftershocks of the Pegasus Institute explosion reverberated, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to enter a state of emergency, summoning all agents back to headquarters for investigation. However, no one anticipated that the true storm would not arise from the outside, but from within. At 4:20 a.m., in the central corridor of S.H.I.E.L.D., gunfire suddenly erupted, shattering the silence of the hallway. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents shouted before being cut down by a hail of bullets. Blood splattered against the pristine white walls, a harrowing sight. Coulson quickly pressed himself against the wall for cover, swiftly loading his handgun. Beside him, Melinda May spoke in a grim tone. "It's not an external enemy. It's our own." "Hydra," Coulson gritted his teeth, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Mere moments ago, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. communication system had abruptly failed, and then comrades who once fought side by side had inexplicably turned their weapons upon the unsuspecting S.H.I.L.D. agents, unleashing a massacre. This was a rebellion from within Hydra. At 4:25 a.m., in the Central Command Room, all units, take note, immediately execute the shield break protocol. Pierce's voice echoed throughout the building via encrypted channels. In the next moment, all agents infiltrated by Hydra sprang into action simultaneously. The monitoring room has been overtaken. The armory is under control, and the escape routes are sealed. S.H.I.E.L.D. is being consumed by its own shadows. In the East Wing safe house at 4:30, Coulson leads the scant few remaining loyal agents, struggling to breach the blockade in an attempt to evacuate the building. "We must find more allies," Coulson growls, directing the team forward. However, as they turn the corner of the corridor, all footsteps abruptly halt. Rumlow's special forces have sealed all exits. Fully armed, the assault team stands arrayed, their weapons coldly aimed at them. "Submit, Coulson." Rumlow steps forward from the ranks, a derisive smile playing on his lips. "You have nowhere to escape." Coulson tightens his grip on his firearm, his gaze resolute. "Do you truly believe this will secure your victory?" Rumlow shrugs. "No, we have already won." He raises his hand, and the special forces behind him simultaneously lift their weapons. "Open fire." The gunfire erupts like thunder, flames rending the darkness. At 4:35, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskellion's archive room, Steve S. fingers hover above the keyboard, the blue light of the screen illuminating his tense visage. Natasha stands behind him, warily watching the direction of the corridor. These files. Steve's voice is low, must be exposed. Just as Natasha is about to respond, a sudden barrage of gunfire resonates from afar. Both of them instinctively look up. That is not a drill. Natasha swiftly draws her pistol, deftly checking the magazine. Steve immediately shuts down the terminal and grabs his shield. It sounds like a firefight, coming from the east wing. Another explosion reverberates, causing the lights in the archive room to flicker. The alarm blares piercingly, red warning lights beginning to spin. It seems the Hydra has initiated their operation within S.H.I.L.D. With determination in his eyes, Steve declares, "We need to get out." Natasha nods. "I'll head to the cafeteria to find Hill." She is still unconscious there. "You go support the other agents." The two share a glance. A silent agreement reached without further words. Steve opens the archive room door, the corridor already thick with a faint smell of gunpowder. At 4:40, in the West Wing corridor of S.H.I.L.D., Steve moves swiftly along the wall, his shield ready for defense. As he turns the corner, the sight before him tightens his chest. 3 S.H.I.L.D. agents are pinned down behind cover by 6 fully armed assault team members. "Hydra!" One of the agents shouts, but before he can finish, an assault member raises his weapon. Without hesitation, Steve throws his shield, the circular disc tracing a perfect arc, accurately knocking down 3 foes. "Get down!" Steve yells as he charges into the fray. The remaining agents immediately respond, coordinating with their leader to launch a counteroffensive. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 Hydra assailants lie defeated. "Captain!" a young agent exclaims excitedly. The entire building is in chaos. "We don't know who we can trust." Steve picks up his shield. 34. Remain vigilant. Subdue any suspicious behavior immediately. Meanwhile, in the employee cafeteria, Natasha silently pushed open the large door, discovering 4 agents from the Special Forces and Hill unconscious, sprawled over the dining table. After swiftly surveying her surroundings and confirming safety, she retrieved a small syringe from her tactical waist pouch. Following the injection, Hill quickly regained consciousness, abruptly lifting her head with a newfound alertness. "Romanoff?" she questioned. "Shoo!" Natasha gestured for silence as Hydra launched their assault. Hill immediately noticed the incapacitated agents around them. "Why not wake them?" Natasha's green eyes glimmered with caution. "Because I'm uncertain if they are Hydra operatives." Hill frowned, quickly checking her communication device. "Damn, the signal is jammed." She attempted emergency communication protocols multiple times, all indicating failure. "Pierce is their leader," Natasha informed her, passing a handgun to Hill. "At least 40 agents have been compromised." Hill accepted the weapon, expertly chambering around. "Where's Fury?" "He went missing 15 minutes ago," Natasha replied, her voice tinged with concern. "We need to locate the captain immediately." Suddenly, the cafeteria door was violently thrust open, and 3 fully armed agents stormed in. Both Natasha and Hill raised their weapons but hesitated upon seeing the S.H.I.L.D. insignia on their uniforms. "Commander Hill," the leading agent shouted, "We've been ordered to escort you to a safe house." Just as Hill was about to respond, Natasha noticed the safeties on their firearms were all disengaged and their fingers trembled slightly on the triggers. Her pupils dilated. "Get down." Natasha forcefully tackled Hill to the ground while firing her weapon. The bullet narrowly grazed Hill's hair, striking the leading agent squarely in the forehead. The other 2 agents immediately returned fire, transforming the cafeteria into a battlefield. Hill rolled behind cover, her heart racing. "What the hell? How did you?" "They're nervous," Natasha stated calmly, reloading her magazine, her fingers still quivering on the trigger. The 2 formed a defensive posture back to back, with only the sounds of bullets shattering dishes and the heavy footsteps of their adversaries echoing throughout the restaurant. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Eastern Security Zone, Steve's shield sliced through the smoke, striking a Hydra agent directly in the head. The dull thud of metal colliding with flesh resonated as the enemy crumpled to the ground. "Captain," Coulson's voice called from behind cover, laced with unmistakable surprise. Steve performed a tactical roll to join Coulson, his vibranium shield held firmly before him. "Casualties?" 3 with minor injuries, 1 severely wounded, Melinda reported quickly, her her submachine gun trained on the end of the corridor. We are surrounded. A new barrage of gunfire erupted, sparks flying off the cover. Surrender, Captain America, came Rumlow's voice over the loudspeaker. The entire building is under our control. Steve ignored the provocation, rapidly scanning the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him. Including Coulson's team, they were down to only 23. What's the communication situation? Steve whispered, lowering his voice. Coulson shook his head, his expression grave. All channels have been blocked. We are utterly cut off from the outside world. May suddenly pointed out the window. Look over there. Through the bulletproof glass, they could see the Hydra forces gathering in the plaza surrounding the building, a formidable assembly of armored vehicles and heavy weaponry, with at least 200 armed personnel encircling them. Damn, muttered a young agent under his breath. We're trapped. Steve inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping across every weary face. We need reinforcements. The arbitrator? Coulson's eyes brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again, but we can't reach them. Hearing the news of the complete communication blackout, Steve's brow furrowed. He surveyed the exhausted yet steadfast agents around him, his resolve gradually solidifying. Listen up, folks. He raised his voice, gripping his vibranium shield tightly. The arbitrator must have noticed our predicament. They're surely on their way. Coulson wiped the sweat from his forehead, but with communications entirely severed. How would they know? Trust them, Steve interrupted, his voice steady and powerful, akin to the faith he held in each of them. We just need to hold on a little longer. Before he could finish, a blinding blue light suddenly burst through the window, illuminating the entire safe zone. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, gazing in bewilderment toward the source of the light. What is happening? May asked, alert, raising her weapon. The entire building began to tremble violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. The lights in the safe zone flickered erratically, and alarms blared intermittently. An earthquake? An agent exclaimed. Steve steadied himself, looking out the window. He could not see the source of the light, but noticed that the Hydra forces had all turned their gazes skyward. The blue light emanated from the rooftop of the Trident building, piercing the heavens and casting an eerie hue across the night sky. Within the control center of the Arbitrator building, a holographic projection vividly displayed the real-time battle status of the Trident building. Tony had already donned his armor. Leaning against the console, his fingers lightly tapping on the gauntlet while his gaze remained fixated on the projection. The data indicated that the scale of the Hydra insurrection was quite substantial. Chen Tian calmly analyzed the data, his fingers gliding over the holographic interface, noting that the enemy numbers stood at approximately 300, possibly more. The mechanical pupils of the suit flickered with a cold light. The evacuation of civilians has reached 87 completion, though some remain unwilling to leave. Uchiha Madara leaned in the shadows, his Sharingan flickering dimly in the darkness. What a tedious wait. Barton fidgeted with his quiver, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the bowstring. How much longer must we wait? With each passing minute, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s casualties are mounting. Banner placed a reassuring hand on Barton's shoulder, his tone calm. Take it easy, Clint. Chen Tian has a plan. Tony chuckled softly. Old ice cream can hold them off. We must proceed as planned. A plan? What plan? Hawkeye paced back and forth with visible agitation. At that moment, the holographic projection began to flicker violently. On the rooftop of the Trident Tower, a blinding blue light erupted, shooting straight into the sky. Tony abruptly stood up, the visor of his armor swiftly sealing shut. The scanning system locked onto the source of the blue light. Chen Tian's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the luminescence, slowly nodding. Tony, initiate the Angel Wings Rescue Protocol. Deploy all rescue robots and medical pods to the combat zone, ensuring the safety of civilians. Tony immediately raised his hand, the armor responding with remarkable speed. JAR-VIS. Execute the protocol and deploy rescue units at full throttle. The long blade of the suit hummed as it was drawn, mechanical pupils locking onto their target. The combat system is ready. Uchiha Madara straightened, his Sharingan spinning slowly. Finally, this is becoming interesting. Doctor. Banner removed his glasses and took a deep breath. Let us hope the Hulk won't be needed this time. Barton finally came to a halt, his brow furrowed. Wait, did you already know about this light? Chen Tian did not respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on the blue light. After a moment, he spoke. Barton, we are about to engage in battle with extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrials? What nonsense? Are there really aliens? Barton's voice rose in disbelief. Chen Tian took a deep breath. Yes, the Chitauri. In the next instant, he turned sharply. Move out. Tony would provide aerial support, while the others would handle ground operations, with Dr. Banner serving as medical backup. What about me? Barton asked eagerly. Chen Tian looked at him. You will assist Steve and Natasha, along with the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He cast one last glance at the blue light. Prepare for battle. On the rooftop of the Trident Tower, Loki stood, his golden helmet glinting in the reflection of the blue light. The scepter in his hand radiated a golden energy, harmonizing with the towering blue glow. Pierce stood behind him, gazing up at the sky. The blue light had expanded into a massive vortex, the fabric of space appearing to tear as a dark fissure flickered with strange energies. My lord, your army is soon to arrive, Pierce said respectfully to Loki. Loki spread his arms wide, the scepter's glow illuminating his handsome yet deranged face. His laughter echoed in the wind, infused with an air of insufferable arrogance. Behold, Pierce, this is the power that your kind has longed for. Suddenly, the vortex in the sky expanded dramatically, and from the dark rift, a monstrous figure began to emerge. A grotesque head, covered in metallic scales, slowly appeared, and the roar of the Leviathan echoed from the portal, shaking the entire building. Enter the courtyard, Loki shouted, his voice piercing the heavens. From this day forth, you shall bow before crash. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down, landing squarely on Loki's chest. Ugh! Loki was caught off guard, his body hurled backward by the violent force of the thunder, crashing heavily against the edge of the rooftop. The scepter slipping from his grasp and rolling several meters along the ground. He struggled to rise, his golden helmet askew, a flicker of astonished anger flashing in his eyes. Loki! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens as Thor, wielding Mjolnir, surged forth with the fury of lightning, his crimson cloak billowing fiercely in the tempestuous winds. His eyes blazed with righteous wrath as his voice thundered. How dare you? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Loki let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Oh, my dear brother, your timing is impeccable. Thor landed heavily, Mjolnir crashing into the ground, sending ripples of force through the air. He glared at Loki, commanding, shut the portal. Now, Loki slowly rose, his scepter returning to his grasp, tilting his head with a sardonic smile. Why? Do you not believe that Midgard requires a true ruler? Thor gripped the hammer tightly, lightning flickering in his eyes. You are mad. Mad? Loki laughed heartily. No, I simply possess a vision that far surpasses yours. Just as he spoke, the Leviathan beast emerged fully from the portal, its colossal form blotting out the sun, its roar deafening, heralding the apocalypse. Thor gazed up at the monstrous creature, his expression shifting to one of horror. Loki, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Loki's smile grew increasingly deranged. Of course, I am bestowing order upon this world. Thor wasted no time, swinging Mjolnir with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power aimed directly at Loki. Swiftly, Loki raised his scepter, a golden energy barrier materializing before him. The collision of their forces reverberated throughout the entire rooftop. You cannot stop me, Thor. Loki growled through gritted teeth. Thor's battle spirit ignited. Then let us see. Inside the building, Steve, Coulson, and others stood transfixed at the window, gazing at the suffocating spectacle above. Several Leviathan beasts slithered forth from the portal, their massive metallic bodies casting shadows over the sky, each reminiscent of mythical sea monsters. Instilling dread. Even more terrifying, countless Chitauri soldiers leapt from the beasts, swarming towards the ground like a plague of locusts. An agent's gun fell from his grip, trembling as he stammered. What do we do? Coulson instinctively reached for his sidearm, only to find his hand quaking. May pressed her lips together, uncertainty flickering in her eyes for the first time. Even Steve tightened his grip on his shield, momentarily at a loss for how to rally their spirits. In this moment of despair, a familiar voice pierced the night. Did you miss me, Captain? Tony's signature banter erupted in the air. In the next instant, a blue and white comet streaked across the sky. The once crimson and gold armor transformed into a dazzling blend of blue, white, and black. 6 mechanical wings erupting with brilliant photon flames, tracing a mesmerizing path through the night. In his angelic form, Tony was an unstoppable force, wielding a vibrant blue lightsaber in each hand as he charged toward the nearest Leviathan beast. At the moment of contact, his whirling lightsabers danced like a radiant rainbow. The colossal beast emitted a deafening roar, its metallic exterior sliced open with precision, exposing its inner structure to the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony unleashed the full extent of his 6 mechanical wings, transforming into a streak of blue and white lightning as he darted around the creature, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on its vital spots. On the ground, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. collectively gasped in astonishment. Alone, he left Coulson in disbelief, shaking his head. At last, Steve regained his voice, a smile gracing his lips. It seems our rescue has arrived. He raised his shield high, his voice booming, rallying everyone to prepare for battle. Support from the Arbiter has arrived. As if to affirm Steve's words, a violet beam of light shot from the distance toward the Leviathan. The beam instantaneously vaporized the entire creature, leaving a lingering energy in the air that caused a slight distortion. At that moment, everyone realized their communication systems had been restored, and Steve's device suddenly crackled with a clear electrical sound, followed by Chen Tian's calm voice resonating in his ear. "Steve, it's time." Immediately, the entire communication channel erupted with a synchronized roar of engines. Chen Tian's voice echoed across the battlefield via a full-frequency broadcast. "Arbiter, engage." As for the intricate plot twists of this tale, I must clarify that this chapter is not a formal release, but rather a response to several recurring comments. One notable point is the protagonist's initially pitiful demise. Indeed, there are numerous ways a character might meet their end, such as heroically saving someone, only to be struck down by a deity-like figure, mistakenly identified as a speed bump. We all toiled diligently. Alternatively, one could perish from a meteorite falling on their head, or being struck by lightning while holding an umbrella on a rainy day. However, these scenarios have become rather cliché, which is why many stories nowadays often neglect to elaborate on how the protagonist traverses into another realm, opting instead for vague summaries. The choice to depict such a demise has its rationale, rooted in the subway defamation incident, the 600-day struggle for rights, and the protagonist's experiences of unemployment and heartbreak. The film Searching, starring the goddess Gao Yuan, also tackles the theme of online violence. Yes, it is undeniable that the protagonist's initial death was rather frustrating, as he did not even have the courage to engage in a duel, resulting in a swift end to his life. Consequently, he found himself bound in a cave alongside Tony, engaging in self-dialogue, with various irrationalities pointed out by critics, some even resorting to personal attacks. Alas, I hail from Military Academy, not a realm of vitriol. Yet, I have not elaborated excessively on the protagonist's demise, merely around 200 words, leading to a barrage of insults branding him a coward or worthless. I find myself perplexed. Did no one notice the phrase I penned urging readers to suspend their disbelief? I merely wish to craft a narrative featuring an unconventional demise. If it does not appeal to you, feel free to bypass it without resorting to vitriol. However, upon awakening, I found myself suffocated by indignation. Criticizing the author is one thing, but how could one stoop to disparaging the author's mother? Do such critics not possess mothers of their own? Reflecting on the nature of the internet, it becomes evident that no matter the content, there will always be detractors. Thus, I opted for a more straightforward approach. What societal issues pertain to me? It is prudent to refrain from provoking the denizens of the digital realm. Initially, the opening segment of the story served a purpose later on, yet due to the backlash it incited, even my family faced scorn, rendering the effort counterproductive. My family is aware of my literary pursuits and occasionally glances at my work in support. I sincerely wish to spare them any discomfort stemming from my writing. Furthermore, regarding the narrative arc involving Mephisto being controlled by a Beto, there has been much commentary about a decline in combat prowess. Allow me to clarify, this is foreshadowed. Beto is formidable, and the strength of 6 paths of Beto should not be underestimated, yet he pales in comparison to Diablo. Earlier in the tale, Dr. Strange mentioned to the protagonist that his emergence has attracted the attention of numerous dimensional demon gods, not solely the protagonist but also his myriad summons. Imagine a dimensional demon god controlling the protagonist. Should the protagonist summon an entity akin to Diablo, augmented by the mark of a golden finger, this demon god effectively possesses an infinite energy upgrade mechanism. Thus, Mephisto manifested, aiming to prevent Diablo from safeguarding the protagonist. After all, the amalgamated form of Diablo is immensely powerful. Even if the protagonist has yet to unlock his full potential, he is not an adversary that Mephisto can contend with alone. So why would Mephisto fall for the ruse? Was it a deliberate misstep? Readers witnessing Diablo's grievous injury have already grasped the situation. Yet, some cannot contain their outrage before the unfolding narrative, erupting in fervent criticism. Amusingly, some even offer gifts while hurling insults, leaving me uncertain whether to express gratitude or irritation, given the severity of their vitriol. In this tale, Tony and the protagonist resemble two mischievous children, playfully teasing one another while maintaining a sense of righteousness in matters of great importance. Their dialogues thus possess a theatrical quality, both exaggerated and playful. I kindly request that readers permit me a moment of indulgence, allowing my two protagonists to retain this dynamic. As for other matters, the call for updates has reached 400, and the clock reads 23:55, startling me. Previously, I pledged to enhance one chapter of 5,000 words for every 50 prompts, thus 400 translates to 8 chapters, in addition to 3 during the validation period. I owe you all this. I write and release as I go, with no manuscript stored away. Chapter 33. The chaotic battlefield. Chen Tian's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, piercing through the cacophony of the battlefield. At this command, the sky awakened as if from a deep slumber, igniting countless flames that erupted like the final stars before dawn. As civilians fled in panic from the relentless pursuit of the Chitauri, they looked skyward with despair. In the next instant, countless silver rescue drones descended from the clouds like celestial beings. They unfurled their mechanical shields, erecting shimmering silver walls around the fleeing masses, swiftly vanquishing the advancing Chitauri soldiers. "Please remain calm. Assistance has arrived," echoed a synthesized voice amidst the cacophony of gunfire. An elderly man, wounded in the leg, collapsed amidst the rubble, watching helplessly as a Chitauri soldier raised his weapon. Suddenly, a medical pod landed precisely beside him, its robotic arm swiftly deploying a protective barrier while emitting lasers that obliterated the enemy. Detecting an open fracture in your leg, treatment is underway. The pod's gentle voice reassured him. "There may be some discomfort. Please bear with it." The elderly man nodded tremulously as he watched the nanomechanical arm administer pain relief and stabilize his injury. Just as the medical pod sealed shut, he heard the final words, "You are safe now." In the next moment, the pod ascended skyward, carrying him and other injured individuals toward a distant safe zone. On the ground, additional rescue drones were establishing a temporary defense line. They shielded the civilians with energy barriers while precisely eliminating surrounding threats. Children were gently lifted by robotic arms. Injured individuals were swiftly evacuated, and each departing medical pod traced a hopeful trajectory through the morning light. Amidst the chaos, the figure of Uchiha Madara emerged from the flames, his Sharingan flickering with an eerie crimson glow amidst the smoke. With a single hand seal, he intoned gravely, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly, hundreds of duplicates surged forth like a tide, each adopting a unique battle stance. They spread out in a formation reminiscent of a well-trained army, plunging into the enemy ranks. The foremost clones simultaneously formed seals, unleashing a torrent of fiery orbs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Dozens of fireballs erupted within the enemy ranks, incinerating the Chitauri soldiers into charred remnants. A few of the clones flicked their wrists, sending Tony Stark's specially crafted alloy shuriken hurtling from their sleeves. These glowing blue projectiles split mid-air, accurately piercing the foreheads and hearts of their foes. The rear clones charged directly into the fray, some wielding Stark Industries' specialized alloy kunai, which released shockwaves upon contact with enemy armor, while others engaged in close combat, their fists and feet producing sharp sounds as they dented and deformed the metallic exteriors of their adversaries. An uninspired display, the original Madara observed from a vantage point, raising his hand to form seals, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. A roaring inferno instantly engulfed half a city block of enemy forces. Amidst the battlefield, a figure moved like a white specter, her primary mission not to slay, but to safeguard the civilians trapped in the conflict zone. "Follow me," she called, as she scooped up an elderly man pinned beneath the debris. With a graceful arc of her blade, she deflected incoming energy blasts. 3 Chitauri soldiers lunged from the side. Without a glance back, she hurled a grenade, the electronic pulse incapacitating them instantly. I have escorted 12 civilians to safety. As she reported, she shielded the children behind her from the splattering shards of metal with her body. In the sky, a transport aircraft roared with thunderous fury, and Hulk leaped from a height of 1,000 meters, crashing down upon the head of the Leviathan beast like a green comet. Hulk smashed. He swung his colossal fists, each blow leaving deep, alarming dents upon the beast's metallic exterior. The Leviathan emitted a tortured shriek, thrashing its 100-meter-long mechanical body in a frenzy. It opened its gaping maw, attempting to rend the green monster into pieces. Yet, with a sinister grin, Hulk seized the beast's metallic jaw, his muscular arms bulging as he forcefully closed its monstrous mouth. "Little bug," Hulk roared, grasping one of the beast's protruding spines, riding its back like a tamer of wild horses. The beast rolled wildly, collapsing several skyscrapers. Yet could not shake off this green demon. Hulk rained blow after blow upon the beast's spinal joints, scattering metallic debris in all directions. Ultimately, with an earth-shattering declaration of Hulk's strongest, he gripped the beast's head armor and, with sheer brute strength, tore it away. The uncontrolled beast crashed to the ground, carving a trench hundreds of meters long before finally coming to a halt against a half-collapsed building. Hulk stood atop the beast's carcass, roaring victoriously to the heavens. In the Trident Tower, Eastern Safe Zone, Steve Rogers heard Chen Tian's thunderous roar reverberating across the battlefield. He was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept upon his lips, unable to suppress a chuckle. This guy certainly did not hold back. Shaking his head, he turned to face the weary yet steadfast S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him. "Did you all hear that?" He raised his vibranium shield. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Now it's time for us to counterattack." The agent's weary eyes reignited with fighting spirit, though the reality remained harsh. On the other side of the corridor, Hydra soldiers had already set up ballistic shields, the sustained fire of a 249 machine gun sealing off the corridor completely. Bullets intertwined chaotically within the command center, ricocheting off the metallic walls, creating blinding sparks, while bullet holes peppered the walls, and the acrid scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air. Suppressive fire. The Hydra squad leader bellowed as the gunners immediately adjusted their angles, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were forced to huddle close to cover, concrete debris continuously raining down from above. Coulson attempted to return fire, but as he leaned out, a bullet whizzed past his head, exploding in a shower of sparks on the electronic equipment behind him. Damn it! He withdrew, quickly replacing the emptied magazine, overwhelmed by their ferocious firepower. Chen Tian, Trident Tower needs support. Hydra's fire is too intense. We are being suppressed. However, the communicator did not relay Chen Tian's voice, but rather another familiar tone, laced with a hint of mockery. "Don't worry, Captain. I'll be there shortly." It was Barton. Just as Steve was about to respond, suddenly, an entire row of ballistic glass windows shattered explosively behind him. A tempestuous wind, laden with shards of glass, swept through the scene, compelling the Hydra soldiers to instinctively raise their weapons. Yet, they were met with the sight of several silver-white figures dashing in from the shattered window. The Arbiter rescue robots. They unfurled their mechanical shields, deftly deflecting every bullet aimed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Simultaneously, their robotic arms pivoted and the pulse cannons swiftly locked onto the enemy, unleashing a precise barrage that pierced through the armor of the frontline Hydra soldiers. "Target locked. Neutralize the threat," intoned the mechanical voice, cold and efficient. In the next moment, a shadow vaulted through the broken window. "Hey, Captain, am I late?" Barton landed with poise, swiftly releasing an arrow that pierced the helmet of a sneaky Hydra sniper. The miniature explosive within detonated, illuminating his smirk with a fiery glow. Steve exhaled in relief as he smashed his shield down on the final advancing foe, bellowing, "All agents, stay close to the Arbiter and Barton. We will reclaim command." No sooner had he finished speaking than Barton had knocked another arrow, its tip glowing with a vibrant blue light. "Time to dismantle Hydra's toys," he declared. The arrow flew forth, and an electromagnetic pulse erupted in the midst of the enemy ranks, incapacitating all energy weapons in an instant. Simultaneously, the Arbiter robots advanced en masse, their mechanical shields forming an impenetrable wall as they pressed forward, the S, H, I, L, D agents following closely behind, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The battlefield of Washington was segmented into several orderly zones, each occupied by different heroes performing pivotal roles. On the ground, Uchiha Madara moved like a specter through the smoke of battle. His army of shadow clones had transformed 3 city blocks into a stage for his fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Dozens of clones simultaneously performed hand seals, and a rain of fireballs descended upon the Chitauri ground forces like a meteor shower. Meanwhile, another figure was executing an entirely different mission in a neighboring block. Her silver silhouette darted through the ruins, her katana deftly severing every enemy that threatened innocent lives. Evacuation route is clear, she announced, lifting a fallen concrete slab to rescue a trapped family of 3 beneath. In the aerial arena, Tony Stark commanded the skies with finesse. His armor unfurled 6 wings shimmering with blue light, gracefully weaving through the Leviathan beasts. JARVIS, lock onto the 7th vertebral joint. Upon receiving the command, the mechanical wings expanded and 6 high-energy laser cannons fired simultaneously, severing the mechanical spine of a Leviathan. The beast let out a tortured roar as it plummeted toward the pre-designated no-fly zone of Washington's defensive military. With a flick of his wrist, Tony deployed a searing laser sword from his gauntlet, cleaving an approaching Chitauri vessel in 2. Meanwhile, the Hulk roamed the battlefield as a free spirit. This green giant charged across the ground, toppling Hydra-S armored vehicles as if they were mere toys, and leapt high into the air to seize a Chitauri craft, smashing it down onto another. Hulk smash! His roar echoed across the battlefield, each leap leaving fissures in the ground beneath him. In the rear of the battlefield, Silvery rescue robots have established a comprehensive evacuation system with the Washington garrison. They form a mobile defense line, using mechanical shields to carve a passage for civilians toward the safety zone at the Lincoln Memorial. Medical pods continuously ascend and descend, transporting the wounded to the field hospital set up by the garrison. Please board in an orderly manner, with the elderly and children given priority. The synthetic voice remains warm amidst the sounds of gunfire. As one medical pod lands, its door opens to reveal a comforting presence for a young girl. Your mother is waiting for you in the safety zone, brave little one. Despite the intensity of the battlefield, an astonishing coordination prevails. Uchiha Madara's fire techniques clear the main streets, ensuring the safety of civilian evacuation routes, while Tony maintains air supremacy with his laser weaponry, and Hulk stands ready to support any vulnerable points. Behind them, an increasing number of civilians are being safely transferred to the garrison-controlled area, the silver silhouettes of the rescue robots shimmering with the light of hope in the hazy morning glow. Mr. Chun, the battlefield situation is under control. Jarvis's voice resonates in Chen Tian's ear. Civilians' evacuation progress is at 98. Chen Tian stands atop a tall building, occasionally using techniques to draw the Chitauri soldiers together, forming a chaotic mass. He also reverses techniques to send aerial vehicles tumbling like bouncing balls. Jarvis, locate Loki and Thor. Are they still on the Trident Tower? Sir. Satellite scans indicate that only a comatose Alexander Pierce is on the rooftop of the Trident Tower. Chen Tian furrows his brow. Thor and Loki were just there. Where could they have gone? Before he can contemplate further, thunder rumbles from the sky as Thor descends beside him. Chen Tian turns, raising an eyebrow. Thor stumbles to his side, the usually formidable god of thunder now in disarray, his golden hair soaked in blood, a continuous trickle from his mouth, and a glowing green dagger plunged into his abdomen. His silver arm guard lies shattered, exposing a bloodied arm. What happened? Chen Tian catches the swaying Thor. Damn Loki. He has help. Thor wipes the blood from his lips, discarding the dagger onto the ground. Chen Tian's expression shifts. Help? What kind of assistance could inflict such damage on Thor? Hey, Chen Tian, do you know what I just saw? Tony's voice reaches him. I saw a dark-skinned creature brawling with our green-skinned buddy. Chen Tian quickly taps on his wrist device, projecting a virtual image. A towering beast, entirely cloaked in darkness with bulging muscles, is locked in a fierce struggle with Hulk, both engaging in a primal display of strength, trading blows without any semblance of technique. Darkstar? Why would Thanos send Darkstar out now? Chen Tian's pupils constrict suddenly as a terrifying thought explodes in his mind. This is not merely a Chitauri invasion. Thanos' Dark Legion has intervened ahead of schedule. Jarvis, he bellowed sharply, immediately scanning the entire battlefield in search of before he could finish his thought. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 3 obsidian pillars erupted from the earth, each soaring to a height of 30 meters. Their surfaces adorned with bizarre runes. These pillars formed a triangular formation, encircling the battlefield, their apexes shimmering with an ominous dark red light. Chen Tian abruptly turned his head, only to behold a gaunt, towering figure suspended in the center of the 3 pillars. Clad in a dark golden robe, his skin pale as that of a corpse. It was marked with dark patterns, and his sunken eyes glimmered with a chilling light. His elongated fingers danced gracefully, manipulating some ancient energy, while the hem of his robe flowed through the air as if alive. Ebony Maw. Chen Tian gritted his teeth, uttering the name. One of the most perilous subordinates of the Mad Titan. At this moment, he surveyed the battlefield with his signature, aristocratically tinged, cruel smile. Simultaneously, the communication channel crackled with violent sounds of combat. Target S psychic strength exceeds projections. The transmission abruptly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of piercing electromagnetic noise. Chen Tian's pupils quivered as the situation before him unraveled at an alarming pace. The clash between Black Dwarf and Hulk shook the ground relentlessly, and the emergence of Ebony Maw sent the battlefield's energy readings soaring to a perilous threshold. He gazed upwards. The wormhole unleashed by the cosmic cube continued to expand, revealing more Chitauri fleets gathering in the distance. JARVIS immediately scan the battlefield and lock on a Loki's location. Chen Tian swiftly navigated his wrist device, and a holographic projection unfurled before him, focusing on tracking the energy signal of the Mind Stone. Scanning in progress, Sir JRVIS replied steadily, detecting intense energy fluctuations originating from Chen Tian interjected coordinates now. Top of the Washington Monument, energy readings align perfectly with the Mind Stone. JARVIS responded instantly, but the target is shielded by an interdimensional distortion field, which may result in a positional deviation of up to 50 meters. Excellent. JARVIS. Inform all arbiters and SHIELD agents. Command of the battlefield is now transferred to Steve. Chen Tian's gaze shifted towards the Washington Monument. Tell Tony to cease his childish antics and heed the captain's orders. He then turned, gripping Thor's shoulder firmly. Listen, I need you to assist Hulk in dealing with Black Dwarf. Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as the god of thunder began to gather electric energy around his hammer. And what about you? I must first address that, Chen Tian replied, pointing towards the ethereal blue wormhole, his focus locked on the direction of the Washington Monument, before any further surprises could arise. Thor followed his gaze. Loki? Can you contend with his magic? Chen Tian did not respond, having already contacted Uchiha Madara through the communicator. Madara, too, is encountering Ebony Maw's mental control in Sector 7. We require your Sharingan support. A disdainful snort emanated from the communicator. A mere psychic force dares to challenge me. Moments later, the explosive sound of spatial distortion heralded Madara's arrival as he employed the body flicker technique to reach the battlefield of Tu and Ebony Maw. Having arranged all of this, Chen Tian inhaled deeply, forming a sword-like gesture with his hand. As he moved, the surrounding air began to warp. Even his black hair started to fade slightly. First time using this, don't let me down 25 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Tian suddenly vanished from Thor's sight, leaving him momentarily stunned as he rubbed the back of his head. Wasn't he a swordsman? How had he transformed into a mage? Thor's simplistic mind struggled to grasp this conundrum, so he chose to disregard it. He hurled Mjolnir skyward, entwined with thunder, joining the fray alongside Hulk and Black Dwarf. A bolt of lightning struck precisely at the seam of Black Dwarf's back armor, causing the Dark Faction's vanguard officer to stumble. Need a hand, big guy? Thor laughed heartily as he landed beside Hulk. Hulk, smashing through Black Dwarf's counterattack, turned to reveal a fierce grin. Hulk can handle it alone, but smashing together is far more exhilarating. Meanwhile, Madara's silhouette appeared like a specter beside Unit 2. The android girl knelt on one knee, her blade deeply embedded in the ground, as her mechanical joints emitted a strained hum, her powerful psychic field distorting her entire mechanical structure. What a laughable trick! Madara scoffed coldly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. He placed his left hand, forming a seal, on Unit 2's back, creating a mental barrier with his ocular power. How dare you harm the Master's maid? The mechanical pressure enveloping Unit 2 suddenly eased, and she expressed her gratitude. Without further words, Madara gazed upwards at the floating figure of Uchiha Bido. The slender figure elegantly waved his fingers, the surrounding debris swirling in the air at his command. Language is power, and words are shackles, Abido declared in a melodic tone, each syllable resonating with psychic tremors, subjugating all to his clamor. Madara abruptly interrupted his mental control, his Sharingan's pattern shifting into that of the Rinnegan, declaring, "Let me show you what true power manipulation is." He raised one hand, the gravitational control of the Rinnegan clashing violently with Abido's psychic force in the air, releasing dazzling sparks of energy at the point of their collision. The surrounding debris first froze eerily under the dual forces before shattering into fine dust. The battlefield was rife with fierce combat. Atop the Washington Monument, Loki stood, gently spinning his staff at his fingertips. He squinted, admiring the endless stream of Chitauri forces pouring from the wormhole, a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a marvelous sight, he murmured, the Mind Stone atop his staff shimmering with an eerie glow. Soon, the entire courtyard would, before he could finish his thought. The space beside him suddenly warped. Before he could react, a terrifying repulsive force erupted. Reverse technique, huh? Chen Tian's voice echoed through the void. Loki felt an irresistible force surge towards him, his body hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. What? Loki's eyes widened mid-flight as he witnessed the upper half of the monument shatter under the impact of the repulsion, debris and rebar scattering in slow motion. Just as the staff was about to plummet, a figure flashed into view. Chen Tian deftly caught the scepter with one hand, while the other hand pointed skyward. Azure magical energy swirling at his fingertips. Thank you. He smiled at Loki in the distance before vanishing once more amidst the ripples of space. Loki's handsome visage twisted into a grotesque expression. Damnable insect. Under the terrifying force of repulsion, his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. He attempted to adjust his posture, only to find his magical energy thrown into disarray by that peculiar force. He wished to curse, but as he opened his mouth, the howling wind rushed down his throat, sending him tumbling through the air. He shattered the glass facades of 3 towering buildings, rendering the trickster god situation increasingly precarious. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, Loki crashed into a mound of rubble, the impact so great that the ground within a 50-meter radius trembled violently. A crater of approximately 3 meters in diameter forming in the street, wisps of smoke rising from its depths. Loki lay moaning at the bottom of the pit, feeling as though all the bones in his body were about to splinter. Struggling, he managed to wiggle his fingers, only to discover that even the simplest illusion could not be conjured. The Oriental spell had not only disrupted his magical circuits, but continued to interfere with his recovery. Fortunately, Loki possessed the formidable physique of a frost giant, and with great effort, he clawed his way up from the pit. Damnable mortal, he muttered under his breath. But as he raised his head, he beheld a massive green figure standing at the edge of the pit, tilting its head with a curious expression fixed upon him. In an instant, Loki's fury ignited. He swung his hand dramatically, pointing at Hulk, and shouted with rage, "Kneel, insect! I'm a god!" Hulk blinked, then laughed. That laughter sent chills down Loki's spine. In the next moment, Hulk's colossal hand shot out like lightning, grasping Loki's ankle. Wait! Loki's words were cut short as he was hurled into the air. Bam! 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 Hulk swung Loki back and forth like a whip, each impact sending dust swirling and shaking the ground. Loki's furious roars quickly transformed into pained grunts, ultimately reducing to weak whimpers. At last, Hulk grew bored, casually flinging Loki back into the pit, disdainfully scoffing, "What a weak god." With that, he pushed off the ground, the earth erupting beneath him as he launched towards the battlefield where Black Dwarf and Thor clashed, leaving behind a colossal green silhouette. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pit, Loki lay on his back, his armor shattered, cloak disheveled, his hair and face caked in dust. His lips quivered slightly as he forced out faint sounds from his throat, a single tear silently trailing down the corner of his eye. Chapter 34. The Reaper, Proxima, and Bucky Chen Tian's figure flickered onto the rooftop of the Trident building, the azure magical energy around him gradually dissipating. He glanced down at the Mind Scepter in his hand, the gem's radiance illuminating his face with an otherworldly beauty. J.A.R.V.I.S. Report on the battlefield situation, he inquired softly as he made his way towards the Tesseract device. Mr. Chen Tian, Thor and Hulk have successfully subdued Black Dwarf, while Mr. Banner continues his battle with Ebony Maw. Mr. Stark is currently clearing the remaining Chitauri forces from the sky. Jarvis's voice resonates with calm efficiency, indicating that the evacuation of civilians has been completed. Excellent. Chen Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping across the rooftop before ultimately resting on the unconscious Alexander Pierce. The high-ranking Hydra official lay sprawled on the ground, his suit disheveled and bruises marring his face from the fall. TSK. Chen Tian pursed his lips, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand, energy coalescing at his fingertips, and without hesitation uttered, "Reverse technique." Boom! A terrifying repulsive force erupted, sending Pierce's body hurtling like a cannonball, tracing an elegant parabolic arc across the rooftop before vanishing into the distant sky. "Sir, your throwing accuracy is astounding," Jarvis's voice interjected at the opportune moment. "The target has been launched into Leviathan's maw and has been completely obliterated. According to biological scans, Leviathan's digestive system has classified it as 39 inferior proteins, with the remnants currently being expelled through its excretory system." Chen Tian's lips twitched. "Jarvis, are you mocking me?" "I am merely stating the facts, sir," came the calm reply. Chen Tian shook his head, dismissing the detail, and turned his attention to the Tesseract device. The blue cube hovered at the center of the mechanical framework, energy continuously flowing toward the wormhole in the sky. It was time to shut down this damn portal. He tightened his grip on the Mind Scepter. However, just as he prepared to act, a chilling sensation suddenly coursed up his spine. His magical senses went into overdrive, and the air around him distorted unsettlingly as a blade of gold and black rushed toward his back with unimaginable speed. Swish! Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding exploded in the air as the gold and black blade halted mere centimeters from Chen Tian's back. The tip quivered, fiercely rubbing against the suddenly materialized blue magical barrier, sending forth blinding sparks. The energy swirling around the golden blade corroded against the magical force, producing a grating shriek. Chen Tian slowly turned to face General Reaper, whose face resembled that of a desiccated corpse, now mere inches from his own. This most dangerous commander of Thanos was clad in dark purple armor, his sunken eye sockets glowing with a sinister crimson light, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He wielded the iconic golden and black double-edged blade, the Blade of the Abyss, its black hilt entwined with chains that quivered with a flow of energy. General Reaper. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Should I say it's an honor? Thanos has actually sent the leader of the Obsidian Five to deal with me." General Reaper offered no reply, suddenly retracting his blade and retreating 3 steps like a wraith. He glanced curiously at his weapon, bewildered as to why it had halted a mere centimeter before striking this human. The General of the Death Blade slowly retracted his unparalleled blade, his crimson eyes fixated on Chen Tian, his cracked lips twitching slightly. Interesting. As the most lethal assassin under Thanos, the General of the Death Blade never engaged in battles without certainty. He cautiously circled Chen Tian, the sound of his combat boots rhythmically echoing against the ground, while the dark purple armor emitted subtle metallic friction with each movement. Those scarlet eyes locked onto their prey like a venomous serpent, searching for any flaw in this human's demeanor. Chen Tian regarded the general's arrogant demeanor with disdain, curling his lips in contempt. "Have you seen enough?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he abruptly raised his right hand. Technique? Reversal of the azure. The general's pupils dilated in shock, the unparalleled blade instantly crossing in front of his chest. Yet, the overwhelming force of attraction caused his figure to sway. At that critical moment, his form became indistinct, leaving behind a shadow as he teleported 10 meters away. "Quite the trick, human," rasped the general's voice from behind. "But not sufficient." His taunt was abruptly cut short, for Chen Tian had already materialized behind him. His once black hair had transformed into a peculiar blend of black and white, while an oppressive wave of curse energy enveloped him. The general barely had time to see a fist entwined with black energy rapidly enlarging in his vision. Black flash. Bang. The punch landed squarely on the general's parched visage, and amidst the explosion of dark light, the general's body was propelled like a cannonball through the rooftop, shattering layers of flooring, ultimately creating a vast gaping hole in the center of the Trident Tower. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Tian flicked his wrist, surveying the destruction he had wrought, and softly murmured, "Now, it's time to bring this farce to an end." Grasping the Mind Scepter, he leaped down from the shattered rooftop void. The gem atop the scepter radiated an eerie glow, forming a faint blue energy barrier around him. As he touched the ground, a cacophony erupted. Countless bullets whistled from all directions, but came to an abrupt halt a mere centimeter from his body, as though they had collided with an invisible wall. The projectiles trembled violently in the air, sparks flying, yet they could advance not an inch further. Chen Tian furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He had landed in a spacious corridor on the mid-level of the Trident Tower, which had evidently transformed into a fierce battlefield. To his left were the Hydra armed forces led by Rumlow, clad in black combat gear and wielding advanced weaponry, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from their cover. To his right stood the S.H.I.L.D. agents led by Steve Rogers, with Captain America brandishing his vibranium shield, Barton drawing his bow, while Coulson and Melinda May occupied advantageous positions, engaging in intense crossfire with Hydra. The two factions had been locked in a fierce struggle when suddenly the ceiling was blasted open and the General of the Death Blade descended like a projectile. Before they could react, another figure plummeted from above, bullets inexplicably halting before him. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence for a second. "Open fire, whatever it is," a Hydra commander shouted in fury. The soldiers of Hydra turned their weapons, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards Chen Tian. Yet, all assaults came to a halt before him, the suspended projectiles swiftly forming a metallic barrier. Densely arrayed in the air, Chen Tian sighed, expressing his annoyance. With a gentle wave of his left hand, he invoked the reversal technique. Boom! A terrifying repulsive force erupted, sending all the halted bullets hurtling back at an even greater speed, piercing through the foreheads or hearts of every Hydra soldier with precision. Steve immediately raised his shield in defense, but those bullets seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, perfectly evading all S.H.I.L.D. agents. Chen Tian? Barton lowered his bow in astonishment. "How did you?" "There's no time to explain," Chen Tian interrupted, his gaze fixed on the smoke-filled ruins ahead. "The battle in this game is far from over." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of dark purple energy erupted from the debris. The rubble was thrown aside as General Deathblade slowly rose, his battle-worn visage marred by cracks, his crimson eyes ablaze with madness. "Human," he rasped, "you have provoked me." Suddenly, Chen Tian turned, tossing the Mind Scepter to Steve. "Captain, catch." Steve instinctively grasped the scepter, bewildered. "What is this?" "This can close the wormhole," Chen Tian spoke rapidly. "The device to activate the wormhole is on the rooftop. And whatever you do, do not lose the scepter, or we will never be able to fend off the Chitauri army." "Wait, why don't you go yourself?" Barton inquired, frowning. A smile crept across Chen Tian's face as he shifted his gaze to General Deathblade. "Because I must eliminate him here." Steve and Barton exchanged glances, the former nodding gravely. "Understood. Hawkeye, let's move." "Hey, can we win?" Barton called back to Chen Tian as they departed. Without turning, Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. "We will win." However, just as he uttered those words, his expression suddenly froze, and he delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Smack! Rubbing his reddened cheek, he grimaced. "Damn it! Have I been tainted by the influence of the 25th's abilities? Am I daring enough to utter such words?" Before he could finish, General Deathblade transformed into a bolt of purple-black lightning, his unparalleled blade aimed directly at Chen Tian's throat with the force to rend space itself. Clang! The blade halted just a centimeter from Chen Tian's throat, sparks flying as it collided with an unstoppable technique. Tilting his head, Chen Tian looked at the menacing General Deathblade with a mocking grin. Hey, ambushing is not a good habit, is it, General?" The general's crimson pupils constricted sharply, his withered features contorting with rage. He abruptly withdrew his blade, retreating several meters as the runic chains on the hilt trembled violently. "Human, what exactly are you?" General Deathblade's voice, usually raspy, now carried an unusual hint of suspicion. Chen Tian shrugged, casually placing a hand in his pocket, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Did Thanos send you here without revealing my identity?" A dangerous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "If so, you might be in for a world of trouble." In the next instant, Chen Tian's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind General Wraithblade, his black and white hair billowing and his cursed energy surging. Instinctively, General Wraithblade turned to block, only to find Chen Tian's fist enveloped in an inky black energy hurtling towards him at a speed that transcended the limits of sight. A triad of dark flashes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 powerful punches struck with precision against General Wraithblade's chest, abdomen, and chin as the black light erupted. The strongest warrior under the command of the Titan was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing through 7 walls before ultimately slamming into the underground parking lot. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Tian flicked his wrist and softly remarked, "I told you I would win." Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he slapped himself, exclaiming, "Damn." I said again. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated in his ear. "Sir, the life signal of General Wraithblade is still intensifying. I suggest you conclude the battle promptly." Chen Tian sighed, I know, as he gazed at the gaping hole in the underground parking lot, his expression growing serious. It appeared that it was time to get serious. In an instant, Chen Tian's figure materialized in the dimly lit underground parking lot. A faint blue halo of cursed energy enveloping him. Crumbled concrete and twisted rebar littered the ground, yet General Wraithblade, who should have been lying there, was nowhere to be found. An ambush? Chen Tian squinted, his cursed energy sensing rippling outward. Suddenly, a playful smile crept across his lips. Indeed, another unfamiliar energy fluctuation appeared in his perception. In the darkness, 3 scarlet beams suddenly shot forth, aimed directly at Chen Tian's throat, heart, and brow. Whoosh! Chen Tian's figure vanished from the spot, the 3 red beams piercing through the afterimage he left behind, melting 3 smoking holes into the concrete wall. This method of attack, Chen Tian appeared beside a pillar 10 meters away, deep in thought. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, General Wraithblade's unparalleled blade thrust forth from shadows, the tip mere millimeters from Chen Tian's back. Clang! At the critical moment, Chen Tian's cursed energy barrier automatically activated, the blade clashing against the barrier, erupting in dazzling sparks. However, this attack was markedly different. The blade was entwined with a sinister scarlet energy that slowly eroded the limitless defensive technique. So that is how it is. Chen Tian swiftly darted away, his gaze locking onto a specific spot in the darkness. Night Banshee had arrived as well. A cold snort echoed from the shadows as a tall figure stepped forth. Clad in dark golden armor and wielding a uniquely shaped spear, 3 scarlet orbs hovered around the spear's tip. It was the daughter of the Titan, one of the 5 generals of Obsidian, Night Banshee. "Wraithblade, you truly find yourself in a dire predicament this time," she taunted, glancing at her husband emerging from the other shadows, astonished that he had been cornered to such an extent by a blue star individual. General Wraithblade remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the unparalleled blade. Chen Tian noticed the wounds on his body healing at a visibly rapid pace. Clearly, Night Banshee's arrival provided him with some form of energy support. A 2-on-1? Chen Tian tilted his head slightly, his silvery hair dancing in the absence of wind. A perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. The Dark Knight Proxima let out a cold chuckle, thrusting her spear with ferocity, 3 scarlet beams converging in a triangular formation. At the same moment, the figure of General Blade of the Dead vanished abruptly, the unparalleled blade cleaving toward Chen Tian's neck from a completely opposing angle. Faced with this exquisite combination attack, Chen Tian revealed an excited smile. Now this feels right. The technique of reversal erupted, a terrifying repulsive force radiating from Chen Tian, deflecting both assaults simultaneously. However, the crimson light from Dark Knight Proxima, bizarrely, curved back around to continue its pursuit, while General Blade of the Dead, propelled by the repulsion, twisted midair, his blade tracing a flawless arc. Clang, clang. With both hands, Chen Tian concentrated his spell power, blocking the unparalleled blade with his left hand while intercepting the scarlet beams with his right. The collision of energies generated shockwaves that overturned all vehicles in the underground parking lot, alarms blaring in cacophony. Jarvis, can you still hear me amidst the fierce battle? What is happening on the rooftop? Agent Barton has successfully closed the wormhole, sir, Jarvis promptly replied, but Captain Rogers is pursuing the Winter Soldier, who attacked Barton after the closure. The Mind Stone has been taken. He stepped back to create distance. Is Barton seriously injured? He has sustained gunshot wounds to the shoulder and leg, but his life is not in danger. Agent Natasha is attending to him. Dispatch a medical pod for rescue. And notify Agent 2 to pursue the Winter Soldier. We cannot allow him to escape with the Mind Stone. Agent 2 has been informed. Chen Tian's spell power surged dramatically, his hair now completely white, swirling wildly in the energy storm. It seems we must conclude this swiftly. The spear of Dark Knight Proxima suddenly split into 3 scarlet rays, weaving a deathly net in the air. General Blade of the Dead transformed into a purple afterimage, the runes on his unparalleled blade extending like living creatures, sealing off all of Chen Tian's retreat routes. In that fleeting moment before the 2 lethal attacks reached Chen Tian, an infinite void emerged. A pitch-black realm unfolded, within which endless white light and nothingness appeared. And then the entire space enveloped in darkness. The unparalleled blade of General Blade of the Dead froze just a centimeter from Chen Tian's throat, while the spear of Dark Knight Proxima hung suspended in midair, the 3 scarlet rays vanishing without a trace. The crimson eyes of General Blade of the Dead were filled with terror. He could distinctly feel his thoughts being inundated by an endless flow of information, each action requiring a protracted contemplation process. Dark Knight Proxima's expression was frozen in a moment of horror, her pride and her speed rendered utterly meaningless in this instant. Chen Tian gently snapped his fingers. Now, let us conclude this game. Standing at the center of the obsidian realm, his white hair slightly swaying in the void, he slowly raised his right hand, finger splayed, seeing an invisible gravitational force erupted, drawing General Blade of the Dead and Dark Knight Proxima uncontrollably toward each other. It is over, Chen Tian murmured, his left hand forming a seal before his chest, while his right hand gathered a dazzling blue-purple energy sphere in his palm. Within the energy sphere, it appeared as though countless stars were swirling, emanating a heart-stirring resonance. With a low exclamation of virtual-style purple from Chen Tian, the energy sphere erupted into a violet pillar of light, several meters in diameter. As the beam traversed its path, the very fabric of space warped, and the concrete structure of the underground parking lot was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were mere paper. The General of the Death Blade reflected the approaching annihilation within his pupils. He exerted every ounce of strength to raise the unparalleled blade in defense, yet was powerless to prevent the beam from engulfing both himself and his wife. Boom! The violet beam pierced through the entirety of the Trident Tower, ascending from the underground parking lot, penetrating several floors, and ultimately breaking through the dome to reach the heavens. The entire structure trembled violently, with countless glass windows shattering under the force of the shockwave. As the brilliance faded and the dust began to settle, Chen Tian's domain was simultaneously lifted. He stood at the center of a vast circular pit, surrounded by molten rebar and crystallized concrete. On the ground lay only a cracked, unparalleled blade, its once glimmering runes extinguished. Bending down, Chen Tian picked up the battle blade, his fingertips tracing the fissures along its blade. Are the black obsidian 5 this feeble? At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, it has been detected that the Winter Soldier has fled with the Mind Scepter. He is currently being obstructed by Captain Rogers, and the 2 are engaged in combat. Upon hearing this news, Chen Tian inhaled deeply. Steve was still unable to let go of his comrade, willing to plunge the world into a greater crisis just to allow Bucky to escape. Was he? Steve and Barton, armed with the Mind Scepter, swiftly maneuvered through the smoke-filled corridor. Bullets whizzed past them, yet their synergy was impeccable. One focused on defense while the other forged a path. We just need to ascend 3 more floors to reach the rooftop, Barton exclaimed, having shot through a Hydra soldier at the corner, panting heavily. Steve raised his vibranium shield, deflecting several stray bullets. The wormhole is still expanding. We must hasten our pace. They fought their way through, finally reaching the rooftop. Amidst the howling winds, the cosmic cube device emitted a blinding blue light, its energy waves distorting the air around them. That's the device. Barton pointed towards the central control panel. Inserting the scepter into it will deactivate it. Steve nodded, and the two pressed onward against the fierce winds. Just as they were nearing the control panel, a shadow suddenly descended from above. Bang! The Winter Soldier Bucky's metal arm crashed heavily against Steve's shield, the tremendous force causing both to stagger back several steps. Bucky! A flicker of pain crossed Steve's eyes. Stand aside. We must shut the wormhole. The Winter Soldier remained expressionless, his mechanical arm clicking ominously. Mission to stop them. Seeing this, Barton immediately nocked an arrow. Captain, I'll hold him off. 3 specially crafted arrows were released simultaneously. The Winter Soldier adeptly dodged, but one arrow unexpectedly detonated, enveloping the rooftop in a cloud of smoke. Now that's our chance, Barton shouted. Seizing the moment, Steve dashed towards the control panel and forcefully inserted the Mind Scepter into the device's center. The gem atop the scepter resonated with the cosmic cube, unleashing a brilliant burst of blue light. Boom! A wave of energy radiated from the device, causing the wormhole in the sky to contract violently. The invading Chitauri forces instantly lost their momentum, plummeting from the sky like marionettes with severed strings. Success! Barton beamed with satisfaction. Yet, in that fleeting moment of relief, gunfire erupted suddenly from behind. Bang, bang, bang. Barton's body jolted violently. Although the nanosuit absorbed most of the bullets, 2 nonetheless penetrated the defenses, embedding themselves deeply in his shoulder and thigh. The searing pain brought him to his knees, the Mind Scepter slipping from his grasp and skidding toward the edge of the rooftop. Barton! Steve exclaimed, immediately turning to provide aid. The Winter Soldier seized this opportunity, his metallic arm delivering a crushing blow to Steve's back, sending him sprawling several meters away. Struggling to rise, Steve watched helplessly as the Winter Soldier picked up the fallen Mind Scepter. Bucky, no. Steve's voice was hoarse. That thing is too dangerous. A flicker of emotion crossed the Winter Soldier's eyes, but it quickly hardened again. He turned and leaped without hesitation from the edge of the rooftop. No! Steve rushed to the railing, only to see the Winter Soldier safely descend to the ground using a grappling device, swiftly vanishing around the corner. Steve gripped the railing tightly. He had to pursue, but then he heard Barton's pained groans behind him. Turning back, he found Barton lying pallid on the ground, blood soaking a significant portion of his shoulder. Damn it! Steve found himself in a dilemma, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, the rooftop door burst open. What's the situation? Natasha's agile figure appeared in the doorway, quickly assessing the scene. The open wormhole device, the injured Barton, and Steve's anxious expression. Natasha. Steve sighed with relief. Bucky took the scepter, but I can't leave Barton behind. Natasha knelt beside Barton, deftly examining his wounds. Leave it to me. She looked up at Steve. Go after him, Captain. I can handle things here. Steve nodded gratefully, casting one last glance at Natasha as she worked to staunch Barton's bleeding, before resolutely vaulting over the railing and pursuing the Winter Soldier along the rope he had left behind. Chapter 35. The Winter Soldier, Captain America. Into the first rays of dawn pierced the skyline of Washington, D.C., casting a delicate golden hue over the towering buildings. Steve's feet thudded heavily against the damp alleyway, where a figure both familiar and foreign glided like a specter through the morning light, his metallic arm reflecting the blinding sun. Bucky! Steve's voice echoed down the empty street, laden with 70 years of longing. There was no response, only the chilling sound of metal boots striking the concrete. The Winter Soldier continued his flight, the Mind Scepter gleaming in his grasp. His movements were as precise as if programmed, each step flawlessly avoiding all obstacles, devoid of any hesitation that one might expect from a human. Steve sprang over a cardboard box overflowing with refuse, closing the distance to within 5 meters. That thing is too dangerous, he shouted, his voice shattering in the morning breeze. Do you remember the alleys of Brooklyn? Recall when the Winter Soldier suddenly turned, his metallic arm striking with astonishing speed. Steve instinctively raised his shield to block, but this assault was more ferocious than before. Bang! The vibranium shield emitted a tortured groan, and Steve was forced back 3 steps. There were no words, no exchange of glances. The Winter Soldier's attacks were as cold and calculated as a machine, each move lethal. Clutching his staff in his left hand, he swung his metal arm once more, targeting Steve's throat. Steve sidestepped, the edge of his shield grazing the Winter Soldier's mask. "Bucky, look at me." He attempted to grasp the other's shoulder, only to be met with a brutal elbow strike to his chest, expelling the air from his lungs. The Winter Soldier seized the moment to distance himself, the gem atop his staff suddenly radiating a blinding yellow light. Pain erupted from Steve's temple. Visions of a rainy night in Brooklyn flashed before him. The Howling Commandos banner, Peggy's tearful smile. Ugh! Steve bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. When his vision cleared, the Winter Soldier had already leapt onto a speeding black motorcycle. Ignoring the sharp pain in his ribs, Steve lunged as the motorcycle accelerated. His fingers barely managed to grasp the rear support, his body dragged across the rough pavement. Without a glance back, the Winter Soldier executed a sharp turn. The motorcycle nearly parallel to the ground, Steve was flung towards a nearby fire hydrant. Bang! His back collided heavily with the metal pole, darkness enveloping him. As his sight refocused, the motorcycle had become a distant speck. Struggling to rise, Steve felt blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In the morning light, he saw his palm raw and bloody. "Captain, target locked." Natasha's voice crackled through his earpiece, laced with static direction. "Grant Street Dock. Tony will arrive in 3 minutes." Steve spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Tell Tony not to fire." He gasped as he pushed himself up. It was still Bucky. Agent Romanoff expresses dissent. Natasha's voice was unusually taut. "The target exhibits extreme danger. Immediate action is advised." Steve interrupted her, his voice colder than the Winter Soldier's metal arm. Just then, a mechanical female voice suddenly cut into the communication channel, based on the assessment of mission risk. "Captain Rogers' orders are not accepted. The target has been designated as a highest threat level." A weight sank in Steve's heart, and he quickened his pace, leaping and running through the ruins. "Two!" He shouted into the communicator, his voice intermittent from the exertion. "You can apprehend Bucky, but do not harm him. I repeat, do not harm him." The communication channel fell into a brief silence, filled only with Steve's rapid breaths and the rush of wind as he ran. A second later, Two's voice returned, calm to the point of cruelty. "Not accepted. According to orders, the use of lethal force is permitted when the target possesses deadly weapons and exhibits extreme aggression." "Damn it!" Steve roared, his speed increasing beneath him. He could feel the sweat trickling down his temples, mingling with the blood. The soles of Steve's boots emitted a jarring friction against the slick surface of the dock. A thunderous clamor of metal clashing echoed in the distance, making his heart race dangerously. "Stop!" Steve's roar reverberated through the desolate wharf. The sight before him froze his blood. Bucky lay sprawled in a pool of blood, sparks flying from the mechanical interface on his left arm. His battle suit torn and riddled with gaping wounds. The silver blade of Two glimmered coldly in the morning light, poised at Bucky's throat. Bang! The vibranium shield sliced through the air, soaring in a perfect arc towards Two. With a deft lift of her left hand, she precisely deflected the shield. But that momentary delay was sufficient. Steve charged like a cannonball, delivering a flying kick reminiscent of a 70-year-old grandfather. Two was forced to retreat a step, the blade grazing Bucky's neck and leaving a trail of sparks on the concrete floor. "Captain Rogers, you are obstructing a high-priority mission." Two's voice was terrifyingly calm. The target confirmed as a Hydra agent in possession of hazardous materials. Steve positioned himself protectively in front of Bucky, the shield returning to his grasp. He could hear the faint sound of Bucky's labored breathing. He was alive, but gravely injured. "He is not Hydra." Steve's voice trembled with fury. "He is a victim under control." Suddenly, Two's blade morphed, extending 3 sharp spikes. "Final warning, please stand aside." Steve noticed a fresh tear in Two's suit, a remnant of Bucky's counterattack. This realization tightened his chest. Bucky had fought back even before losing consciousness. "I will not repeat myself," he declared, lowering his stance. Shield braced against his chest. "If you wish to kill him, you must first get through me." Two's combat program activated in an instant, her figure leaving an afterimage on Steve's retina as the 3 spikes lunged for his heart. The vibranium shield erupted in blinding sparks as Steve was forced back a step by the tremendous impact, his boots leaving 2 trails in the blood. "Can Bucky hear me?" Steve called softly between blocks, but all he received was a faint groan in response. Two's onslaught was relentless, each strike meticulously calculated for angle and force. Steve felt his right arm grow numb, realizing he could not hold out much longer. The silver boots of Two traced a semicircle on the concrete, the three spikes cutting through the morning mist, aiming for Steve's throat. Once more, the vibranium shield sparked as Steve used the momentum to retreat a half-step. "Captain Rogers, please step aside." Two's tone remained calm, yet Steve keenly detected an almost imperceptible tremor within it. "My mission priority does not permit me to waste time." "You have saved many civilians," Steve shouted during a brief opening, the edge of his shield expertly locking against the mechanical joint of the blade. "You have protected the innocent in Washington. You fight bravely for the justice in your heart." Two's assault suddenly accelerated, the blades weaving a silver web. "That is a program directive." Her voice remained steady, yet the trajectory of her strikes subtly avoided vital areas. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Steve angled his shield to strike at Two's wrist. The program does not hold back in battle. Amidst the clashing of metal, he observed a 0.3-second distortion in the focal length of the optical lenses. The spinning kick from Two forced Steve to retreat 3 steps, yet it deliberately missed its target. "I do not wish to harm you, Captain Rogers." The voice of Two regained its icy demeanor. "But if you continue to obstruct my mission, I will subdue you first." Suddenly, Two pivoted sharply, her silver boots splashing through the pool of blood as she darted towards Bucky with astonishing speed. Steve's heart nearly ceased when he realized Bucky had regained consciousness and was striking the ground forcefully with the Mind Stone. "No!" Steve's roar coincided with the thunderous impact of the scepter against the earth. A golden wave of energy erupted from Bucky's position, sweeping across the dock like a tsunami. Steve barely managed to raise his shield to protect his chest before being hurled away by an invisible force. His back collided violently with a shipping container, the metallic crunch ringing loudly in his ears. Two was in a similarly dire state. Her silver form was propelled several meters like a severed kite, leaving a long mark on the concrete surface. Struggling to rise, Steve's blurred vision scanned the chaotic dock. The pool of blood remained, but that familiar silhouette had vanished without a trace. He was torn between relief and concern. At least Bucky had evaded Two's lethal strike. The sound of metal boots grinding against the ground reached his ears from behind. Turning around, Steve saw Two had regained her footing, her silver suit riddled with cracks. Yet the three-pronged blade still gleamed ominously. "Captain Rogers," her voice was colder than ever. "The blade pressed against Steve's throat due to your interference with the mission, resulting in the escape of a high-risk target. You will be temporarily detained." Steve did not resist. He slowly raised his hands, allowing his shield to clatter to the ground. "I understand your position, Two," he said, locking eyes with her optical lenses, "but Bucky is not a criminal. He is a victim." The tip of Two's blade remained steadfast. "Your subjective judgment does not influence my assessment." With her left hand, she traced a luminous arc in the air, signaling that the detainment order had been dispatched, and Mr. Stark would arrive in 10 seconds. "You could have killed me," Steve murmured, "but you chose to subdue rather than to eliminate." Two's eyes flickered slightly. "Your death does not align with the mission's cost-benefit analysis." She paused for 0.3 seconds. "And you have saved many humans." In the distance, the roar of helicopter rotors grew louder. Steve gazed towards the direction where Bucky had vanished, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This pursuit had concluded in an unforeseen manner, yet the war was only just beginning. "I will find him," Steve said to Two, his voice barely audible, "before you harm him." Two offered no reply. Her optical lens reflected the approaching helicopter, her silver mask revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. However, the pressure of the blade against Steve's neck subtly eased by 0.5 newtons. In that moment of silent standoff, a crimson figure streaked across the morning sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of thrusters as it landed with a resounding crash. Tony Stark descended from the heavens, his golden-red armor shimmering brilliantly in the morning sun, while the 6 mechanical wings behind him retracted like feathers. Situation report. As he lifted his helmet, an unprecedented seriousness adorned his face. His gaze swiftly traversed the ravaged dock, lingering momentarily on the scars of Two and the blood of Steve. "Mr. Stark." The voice of Two was calm and mechanical, the silver blade still fixed on Steve, the target having escaped, and the energy readings of the Mind Stone were escalating. Steve silently regarded Tony, offering no defense for himself. He understood the peril of the object Bucky had taken. The power of the Mind Stone was capable of annihilating an entire city. "Listen, Captain," Tony's voice was grave. "You're temporarily detained for obstructing the capture of a Class Alpha threat. We shall discuss everything upon returning to the Arbitrator Tower." Steve's blue eyes widened slightly as he noted the reactor in Tony's armor glowing more intensely than usual, a clear indication of maximum energy output. "You know that is not an ordinary threat." Steve's voice was hoarse from fatigue. "That is Bucky. He is under control." "Enough," Tony interjected. "Now is not the time for this discussion." 2. Can you disengage the alert status? 2's eyes flickered. Confirmation received. Orders updated. Alert status disengaged. Her blade slowly retracted. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Steve. "Please note, the energy readings of the Mind Stone are escalating. Threat level has risen to Class Alpha." "Understood." Tony nodded, his tone softening as he turned to Steve. "Old Eyes Pop, come back with me. Chen Tian is already analyzing the energy trajectory of the stone." Steve offered no rebuttal. He looked down at his blood-stained gloves, recalling Bucky's last vacant expression. The power of the stone was consuming his dearest friend, and he felt utterly powerless. Tony noticed Steve's silence and sighed. "I know what you were thinking. But trust me, with Chen Tian's technology and my intellect, we will find a solution that does not harm Bucky." In the distance, the aircraft of the Arbitrator Tower approached. Tony patted Steve's shoulder, the armor emitting a faint hum. "First, let's tend to your wounds, then we can have a proper discussion. I promise." The smoke of Washington had yet to dissipate as the Arbitrator Tower's aircraft sliced through the sky. Tony gazed out the viewport at the ravaged city, the Helmet S display continuously refreshing casualty data. Steve leaned back in his seat as medical drones tended to his injuries. The casualties were fewer than anticipated. Tony suddenly broke the silence within the cabin. "Thor and Hulk have dealt with Black Dwarf." Steve lifted his head, catching sight through the viewport of flickering lightning over the distant ruins. Thor's cape billowed in the raging wind, Mjolnir embedded in the shattered skull of Black Dwarf. Hulk stood beside him, his green skin marred with wounds yet displaying a triumphant grin. At their feet, Loki knelt on one knee, his hands shackled with special cuffs brought from Asgard by Thor. In the distance, Uchihamadara sat upon the twisted corpse of the ebony-wood serpent, his gaze devoid of warmth as he observed the rescue team navigating the ruins. The medical robots of the Arbiter worked in harmonious coordination with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, while orange engineering mechs cleared the debris of collapsed buildings. "What about the Trident Tower?" Steve inquired hoarsely. Tony summoned a holographic projection. "The remnants of Hydra have been largely eliminated." The image displayed crossbones pinned against the shattered glass, F.A. Ade. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the rooftop, where Chen Tian stood amidst fractured rebar, the tesseract emanating an ethereal blue glow, his white hair reverting to its natural black. It seemed Chen Tian sensed Tony and the others watching him. He smiled within the hologram, and his voice resonated from the aircraft. "The situation here is nearly resolved, Tony. I believe we can return to the Arbiter Tower now." A characteristic smirk graced Tony's lips. "Hey, old Chun, I just discovered a Turkish kebab shop miraculously survived right next to the battlefield. Their kebab wraps are..." The expression of Chen Tian in the hologram abruptly froze, his previously gentle smile vanishing without a trace. His brow furrowed. Memories flooded back of the Avengers' visit to the Turkish kebab place after the Battle of New York, where each hero struggled to swallow the unpalatable fare Tony had recommended. "Tony," Chen Tian inhaled deeply. "Please, no. But it's truly delectable." Tony protested like a child deprived of his candy, his armor emitting a plaintive mechanical whine. "Jarvis can vouch for it. I cannot attest to that." As the online reviews for that establishment are rather dismal, Jarvis aptly dismantled Tony's fib. Steve couldn't suppress a chuckle, which elicited a wince from his injury. He silently passed over a medical kit, his eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation and amusement at the antics of these two children. Clearing his throat, Chen Tian spoke over the comms. "Attention everyone, prepare for immediate return. I repeat, immediate return." He paused for a brief moment before adding, "Tony has arranged for Michelin 3-star chef Dog Egg to grill kebabs for everyone." The channel erupted in excitement. "Oh, kebabs. Is there wine?" Thor bellowed eagerly. "I want double portions." The Hulk's voice reverberated through the communicator. Barely acceptable," came Uchiha Madara's frigid remark. "I want double cheese." Loki chimed in, being dragged along by Thor. Tony, exasperated, turned to Jarvis. What can I do when the leader of the Arbiter commands it like this? You understand. I've already contacted Chef Dog Egg, and he is more than willing to host a barbecue party for the heroes who saved the Washington area. Tony winked at Chen Tian with pride. See, this is what I call efficiency. Chen Tian rolled his eyes and terminated the communication. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. While assisting Steve with his seatbelt, he quietly remarked, Actually, I've reserved your favorite cheeseburger truck. Tony dramatically clutched his chest. You've gone rogue too? Collaborating with Chen Tian to surprise me. The aircraft resonated with laughter, and even the battered Washington appeared warm under the sunlight. Suddenly, Tony shouted through the porthole, Hey, that kebab shop is indeed still standing. Jarvis, quickly mark the coordinates. Marked. Shall I assist you in reserving a table for tomorrow noon? Absolutely. Please remember to secure a window seat for Chen Tian. He adores such spots. Steve chuckled and shook his head, suddenly feeling that the quest for Bucky seemed less burdensome. After all, with this delightful group of teammates around, even the darkest moments could be illuminated by cheeseburgers and barbecues. Post-war party as the alarm at the arbitration tower finally ceased. Tony fulfilled his promise. The Michelin 3-star culinary legend, Chef Dog Egg, along with his elite team of chefs, descended upon the rooftop terrace. Happy had already arranged a luxurious open-air kitchen, complete with stainless steel grills, professional ovens, and a massive meat-cutting station. Not to mention a gigantic rotisserie specifically designed for roasting whole cows. Upon entering, Chef Dog Egg commenced his signature tirade. What in the world? Who placed this cutting board here? He bellowed, slamming a cutting board onto the table, clearly lacking even the most basic hygiene standards. Do you intend for the arbitrators to suffer from food poisoning? His culinary team fell silent, scrambling to adjust various equipment. Chef Dog Egg seized 2 specially crafted alloy grilling forks, their tips glowing dangerously red under the heat. Tony, having exchanged his armor for a casual suit, stood to the side, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his lips. It seems our Michelin chef has exceedingly high standards. Shut it, Stark. Chef Dog Egg retorted without turning his head. Your grill temperature is 20 degrees too low. Tony shrugged and turned to Steve, whispering, I quite enjoy his irritable demeanor. It's reminiscent of a Hulk deprived of his undergarments. The evening sun cast a warm glow over the terrace, intertwining Chef Dog Egg's roars with the sizzling of meat, creating a remarkable symphony. Welcome to the post-war party, everyone, Tony proclaimed, arms wide open. Tonight's menu features Chef Dog Egg's signature tomahawk steak, wagyu ribs, and... He glanced at Hulk, a special giant meat tower prepared just for our green giant. Hulk's nostrils flared, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hulk, want meat? Thor was already seated grandly by the grill, Mjolnir casually embedded in the ground as a hook, draped with his cape. The barbecue in Midgard is certainly worth a taste. Chef Dog Egg suddenly crossed the grilling forks, flames leaping up to a height of 1 meter, and the aroma of the meat exploded into the air. Achanadara, originally standing at a distance with folded arms, tilted his head slightly upon catching the scent. This is rather intriguing. Tony abruptly turned to Chen Tian, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Hey Chen Tian, do you recall me mentioning that I would let you participate in Chef Dog Egg's kitchen knife skills demonstration? Now that the opportunity has arisen, do you still dare to join? Chen Tian, holding a wine glass, nearly choked upon hearing this. Are you serious? The last time he made 3 contestants cry is still saved in my favorites. What is there to fear? Tony wrapped his arm around Chen Tian's shoulder, gesturing towards the furious Chef Dog Dan. Look how amiable he is. At most, he might hurl the onions you chopped into outer space or serve you undercooked Wellington steak. Before he could finish, Dog Dan bellowed, slamming an entire platter of steak onto the prep table. Is this what you call medium rare? My grandmother's undergarments are hotter than this piece of meat. From a distance, Thor raised his glass in delight. Indeed, the culinary standards in the courtyard are exceptionally rigorous. Chen Tian silently set down his glass, suddenly recalling the ongoing situation with the rescue robot. I'm going to be late. Tony proudly shook his phone, having just shown Dog Dan the video of Chen Tian slicing open his microwave. He found it quite amusing. You know how terrifying that word is in his vocabulary, right? At that moment, Dog Dan suddenly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Chen Tian. You are the one Star calls a once-in-a-millennium knife skills prodigy? Come here. Let me see if your culinary skills live up to Stark's praises. The room fell silent, everyone casting looks of encouragement towards Chen Tian. Even Hulk thoughtfully nudged the cutting board closer to him. Chapter 36, Transformation. On television, beneath the dome of the federal court in Washington, D.C. Camera flashes fell like a torrential downpour. Steve Rogers, clad in a deep blue suit, walked steadily towards the witness stand. His steps were measured, yet the white marks pressed into the edge of the papers betrayed his inner tension. Natasha Romanoff sat beside him, her red hair neatly coiled into a bun, the dark green suit accentuating her like a drawn dagger. As Steve took his seat, she subtly nodded, an unspoken understanding unique to SHAELD agents. Captain Rogers, the Chief Justice, rapped the gavel. As the primary author of this HIELD Infiltration Incident Investigation Report, please present your findings to the court. Steve opened the weighty document. The embossed letters spelling Hydra were slashed with a blood-red line, below which lay harrowing data. For 782 infiltrated agents, 37 manipulated global projects, and 12 secret bases. The television feed abruptly shifted, the camera panning to chaotic scenes outside the Capitol. Several congressmen were escorted out, their ties askew, suits disheveled, faces etched with terror and defiance. This is a special report. The host's serious voice resonated. In the wake of Captain America's shocking revelations regarding Hydra's infiltration, the FBI has launched a massive arrest operation. The footage transitioned to a dossier revealing Senator Richard Morrison, who, over the past decade, had leveraged his position to secure 27 government roles for Hydra agents. According to encrypted files provided by the superhero organization arbitrators, the host continued. Deputy Chair of the World Security Council, Emma Zhang, has repeatedly manipulated the deployment plans of UN peacekeeping forces, providing cover for Hydra's secret base in Africa. The camera swept over the New York Stock Exchange, where dozens of financial elites were being handcuffed. The host elaborated. These Wall Street bankers are accused of laundering over $12 billion for Hydra's Project Hydra through a complex financial network. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the European continent, where the spokesperson for the Prime Minister is taken away by the police. Recent reports reveal that this spokesperson had assisted Hydra scientists in securing EU research funds for the development of the Soul Forge control system. The camera returns to the studio, the host's expression grave. Even more shocking is that among the arrested high-ranking officials, some have been entrenched in the political arena for over 3 decades. They utilized the coup de GRC plan from the Cold War as a guise to gradually infiltrate the power core of various nations. The television screen abruptly flickers. Switching to a blurry surveillance video, a member of the Security Council is seen in a secret meeting room, saluting several shadowy figures on the other end of a video call. This footage, provided by Captain America, confirms in a trembling voice from the host that Hydra, this terrorist organization, continues to operate behind the scenes in an attempt to undermine the world. The television screen suddenly cuts back to the federal court. Steve Rogers stands in front of the witness stand, a determined light flickering in his blue eyes. Behind him, a holographic projection displays the emblem of the arbitrators, a sword motif. Ladies and gentlemen, history has imparted upon us a painful lesson. Steve's voice is steady and powerful. When SHIELD was infiltrated by Hydra, we lost our strongest line of defense. When governments were secretly manipulated, we nearly lost the entire planet. The camera sweeps across the audience. The expressions of representatives from various nations solemn. Natasha stands beside Steve, her fingers swiftly gliding over a tablet, bringing up a set of data graphs. The scene shifts to a holographic image of the Battle of Washington, depicting the arbitrators clashing with the Chitauri army. What we need is not yet another bureaucratic institution susceptible to infiltration. Steve clenches his fists, but a truly transparent, non-governmental global defense system. The arbitrators have demonstrated through action that they can be the core of this system. This is not about undermining national sovereignty, Natasha interjects, a cold smile gracing her lips, but about establishing an immune system that even Hydra cannot corrupt. Just imagine if such a system existed. The scene suddenly transforms into the grim aftermath of Washington's fall, where the Chitauri army slaughters civilians and razes skyscrapers. The audience emits a muffled gasp. In the studio, the host's voice grows fervent. Captain Rogers is calling for the establishment of a superhero alliance that transcends national boundaries. This would represent the most significant transformation in security architecture in human history. Finally, I must say, Steve removes the star-spangled emblem from his chest and gently places it on the witness stand. This symbol represents my belief, not any political entity. Today, I choose to believe in the shared future of humanity. He turns to the camera, his gaze piercing. Hydra has taught us a truth. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. The arbitrators are the external oversight we need, the guardians that will never be corroded. The television signal flickered abruptly, transitioning to scenes of global protests erupting against Hydra. Crowds raised placards proclaiming their faith in the Arbiter, converging into a sea of humanity upon the streets of major cities across Europe and America. At the command center atop the Arbiter Tower, the moonlight of the Pacific intertwined with the azure glow of holographic projections, creating a flowing tapestry of light visible through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows. As a system notification chimed, the live broadcast abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoing in the space. Tony Stark leaned against the quantum data terminal, lifting a mug as the cold coffee slid down his throat. Addressing Chen Tian, who was adjusting the holographic sand table, he remarked with a long-awaited sense of relaxation. Your plan has succeeded. Chen Tian's slender fingers glided over the floating tactical data streams, and he turned, the intelligent lighting system casting varying shadows across his face. At least, he smirked, we need not seek rescue operations from certain governments when the public in crisis calls for us. Tony set down the ceramic cup, the gentle clink of its base against the vibranium surface punctuating the moment. You know, he suddenly gestured toward the dark expanse of the sea. While we were battling the Chitauri, those folks at the Pentagon were still fretting over the Arbiter seizing their toy soldiers. Chen Tian approached the curved glass window, his fingertips brushing the smart glass. Instantly, the entire wall transformed into a tactical display, illuminating his iris with scattered points of light as 37 global safety alerts shifted from red to green. They should now comprehend, his voice steady, that some tsunamis necessitate intercontinental breakwaters for defense. Tony strolled to the window, the miniature reactor in his chest casting an eerie blue reflection on the glass. Jarvis performed a global sentiment analysis. With a flick of his hand, social media data streams erupted like fireworks over the Pacific, revealing a support rate exceeding expectations by 18 percentage points. One could not deny the data curve for Dongjin support was as aesthetically pleasing as a perfect sine wave. Truth remains the sharpest weapon. Chen Tian observed the fleeting images of Berlin streets within the data stream, where the Arbiter's rescue mechs were aiding the police in maintaining order. Suddenly, Tony burst into laughter. Honestly, when that old judge's robe revealed the Hydra tattoo, I could hardly contain myself. He exaggeratedly imitated the momentary shock of the Secretary General of the World Security Council. Jarvis, pull up the holographic recording from that moment. It would make for a spectacular opening animation at the next global summit. Chen Tian shook his head, chuckling, and his gaze shifted to the holographic globe at the center of the command center. The blue pulse signals representing Arbiter bases flickered synchronously across continents, with the beam from the Malibu headquarters shooting skyward. Yet, the real battle had only just commenced. His smile faded. The stabilizer for the Higgs field of the Quantum Defense Network required further attention. Hey, Tony interrupted, placing his coffee cup down and picking up a crystal glass filled with liquor. Tonight, let the agreements and plans go to hell. He winked, adding, just think about it. Captain America revealing that badge he cherished for 80 years before 7 billion spectators. Now, that definitely calls for a bottle of 45-year-old Macallan. Chen Tian lifted the crystal goblet from the console, and the vessels held by the two men gently clinked under the moonlight of the Pacific. The crystalline clash resonated through the command center as the lighting system abruptly shifted to a celebratory mode. Jarvis's British accent filled the air. Shall I play Beethoven's Ninth Symphony for the gentlemen? Are you jesting, Jarvis? Tony exclaimed, nearly spitting out his drink. Do Chen Tian and I strike you as aficionados of that piece? Play my favorite victory rock anthem. At Tony's command, the ceiling of the command center erupted with dazzling laser beams, and the iconic electric guitar riff thundered like a storm. Tony raised his crystal goblet, swaying to the rhythm, his arms tracing brilliant arcs in the air. Now, this is what I call celebratory music. He bellowed at the intelligence system, his voice nearly drowning out the deafening drums. He turned to Chen Tian. Come on, let loose. No need for pretenses. Chen Tian burst into laughter, his mirth akin to fireworks bursting over the Pacific, reverberating through the command center. He yanked off his deep blue tie, the silk fabric gracefully slicing through the air, caught precisely by the mechanical arm descending from the ceiling. Are you serious, Tony? Who do you think I am? I was ready ages ago. With a snap of his fingers, Tony summoned his nanotech armor, which instantly enveloped his right arm, transforming into a radiant controller. Let us turn this place into the liveliest nightclub in Malibu. In an instant, the entire command center began to morph. The tactical holographic projectors retracted, replaced by a surround array of laser lights. The data terminals sank down, revealing concealed champagne coolers. Even the bulletproof glass walls switched to a holographic starry sky mode. With a surge of electricity, the iconic glowing helmet of the Billboard 100 champion appeared on the central stage, a classic remixed with heavier electronic beats that made the glasses on the bar tremble. Boss, your party supplies have arrived. Happy Hogan burst in, pushing a floating catering cart laden with top-shelf champagne, his shirt glimmering under the ultraviolet lights. Following him were a cadre of supermodels clad in futuristic attire, their fluorescent cocktails tracing brilliant arcs in the darkness. Behind them, Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses. Stepping in somewhat awkwardly, Barton whistled, already holding a glass of champagne. Natasha's red hair blazed like an inferno under the lights as she blew a kiss towards Tony. Finally, Steve Rogers entered, still clad in his deep blue suit, though his tie was loosened. He hesitated for a moment at the doorway, only to be yanked inside by Barton. Relax, old ice pop. Barton laughed, handing him a glass of whiskey. Tonight, there's no Captain America, only Steve Rogers. At some point, she had taken her place beside Chen Tian, having swapped her battle attire for a shimmering silver sequin dress, her long arms naturally draping over his. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance under the lights. It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. Tilting her head, Tu whispered softly into Chen Tian's ear. You need to relax. I have prepared the uniform you adore. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Tu, his expression betraying a hint of bashfulness. Tony raised his glass high, the champagne bubbling merrily within. Here's to our resounding victory, to Steve's splendid speech, and to the folly of Hydra. Barton interjected abruptly, igniting a wave of laughter. To the folly of Hydra. The crowd echoed in unison, their glasses clinking together with a crisp sound. In a corner, Steve observed the lively scene, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Tony approached, balancing 2 glasses, and handed one to him. What's wrong? Not used to this. Tony raised an eyebrow. Steve shook his head, accepting the glass. I just haven't felt this relaxed in ages. Then enjoy it to the fullest. Tony clapped him on the shoulder. Starting tomorrow, you'll have plenty to occupy you, he added, casting a pointed glance toward Chen Tian. Steve fell silent, aware that the matter of letting Bucky go had yet to be resolved. Tu led Chen Tian into the dance floor. Her movements graceful yet marked with the precision characteristic of her mechanical form, perfectly synchronized with Chen Tian. Happy whistled from the side, while models cheered enthusiastically. Suddenly, the ceiling's holographic projection transformed into a sky filled with fireworks, and Jarvis's voice resonated amidst the music. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the specially prepared victory fireworks show. The vibrant fireworks blossomed in the virtual night sky, each one morphing into the insignia of the Arbiter members. The final display featured a sword emblem, the badge of the Arbiter, shining brilliantly above the crowd. Tony leapt onto the bar, raising a bottle triumphantly. To a new era, to a new era. Cheers erupted throughout the command center, overwhelming even the crashing waves of the Pacific. On this sleepless night, a celebration belonging to heroes was reaching its crescendo atop the Arbiter building in Malibu. At 6 a.m, the Arbiter building on the cliffs of Malibu was still shrouded in a thin mist. Steve Rogers pushed open the titanium alloy door to the training room, only to find Chen Tian already seated within. The intelligent glass wall had just switched to sunrise mode, the first rays of dawn filtering through the nanoscopic light filter, casting dappled shadows across Chen Tian's face. He was clad in a loose hoodie, sunk deep into the sofa, yawning, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Tu stood behind him, her slender mechanical fingers expertly pressing his temples, the lace trim of her maid outfit gleaming with a pearly sheen in the morning light. Good morning. Captain Chen Tian's voice still carried traces of sleep as he gestured toward the coffee machine by the wall. Freshly brewed Guatemalan coffee, extracted at 90 degrees. Steve raised an eyebrow, glancing at the holographic projection in the center of the training room, which displayed a record of last night's party. Freezing on the moment, Tony jumped onto the bar with his bottle raised. I thought you would sleep in longer, Steve remarked, pressing the button for his cup, for indeed, last night, two had been more punctual than the alarm clock. Chen Tian accepted the coffee handed to him, took a sip, and abruptly raised his hand to interrupt Steve's words. Do not be surprised. I've been awaiting your arrival. Steve was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the holographic clock on the training room wall, which displayed 0602, and let out a resigned sigh. Morning light streamed through the smart glass, illuminating the sharply defined contours of Chen Tian's profile, his piercing eyes devoid of any trace of sleepiness. So, you rose before 6? Steve's fingers absently traced the rim of his coffee cup. A knowing smile tugged at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth as he set down the cup, the smart fabric of his training suit tightening slightly with his movement. Captain, do you ponder why I have chosen to appear in the training room at this precise moment? Steve nodded slowly, the morning light casting profound shadows in his azure eyes. Is this about preventing two from harming Bucky in Washington, which ultimately led to Bucky escaping with the Mind Stone? Chen Tian's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the coffee cup, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, the training room's smart glass shifted to tactical mode, revealing a holographic projection of the ruins of Trident Tower. Tu silently glided his fingers, magnifying the image to a shattered container in an underground laboratory, where a scepter adorned with a blue gem lay quietly in a pool of blood. Does the captain comprehend the power of that scepter? Chen Tian's tone turned grave. Steve focused intently on the flickering scepter in the projection, his brow furrowed. The scepter emits tremendous energy waves. I have witnessed its destructive force in Washington. No, Chen Tian abruptly stood, gesturing for another set of images to appear. Former S.H.I.L.D. Director Pierce stood beside Loki, his eyes glinting with an eerie blue light. Crossbones Rumlow was similarly enveloped by the blue glow within Trident Tower. The true terror of this scepter lies in its ability to control minds. Pierce and Rumlow were both manipulated by it. Chen Tian's voice thundered. This led to Hydra's rebellion at Trident Tower, opening the wormhole and unleashing the Chitauri army. Otherwise, they would have had no need to risk war. They already possessed the Tesseract and could have simply hidden away to develop formidable weapons. Chen Tian's gaze bore into Steve's, fury flashing in his eyes. Now you understand the magnitude of destruction your decision to release Bucky could unleash, do you not? His voice resonated ominously. We painstakingly uncovered Hydra's infiltration within various governmental bodies and reclaimed the Tesseract. Now you have bestowed upon them another weapon of comparable energy, even more formidable. Chen Tian, breathless with rage, continued. This energy weapon can manipulate hearts. Can you fathom the days to come? Countless individuals will become puppets of Hydra. Do you truly believe that your brainwashed friend S. safety outweighs the lives of the global populace? Steve's pupils dilated suddenly, and the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, the scalding liquid splattering onto his boots, yet he remained oblivious. His lips trembled, yet failed to articulate a single coherent syllable, and his face instantly drained of color. Even his lips turned a ghostly white. In the morning light, his silhouette swayed slightly, as if all the strength had been suddenly extracted from his body. Those once resolute blue eyes were now veined with blood, fixated intently on the holographic projection of the staff emanating an eerie blue glow. His voice emerged hoarse and fragmented, fingers unconsciously clutching the fabric of his uniform at the chest, knuckles paling from excessive pressure. Despite the training room's temperature being a steady 22 degrees, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chen Tian's furious inquiries struck him like heavy blows to the heart. Steve collapsed onto the sofa. His vision began to blur, and a dull ringing filled his ears, as if he were transported back to that frigid laboratory 70 years prior, witnessing Dr. Erskine collapse before him. Captain Rogers' blood pressure and heart rate exhibited erratic fluctuations. The mechanical voice of Tu abruptly sounded, revealing that she had summoned Steve's physiological monitoring data, suggesting immediate sedation. Yet, Steve could no longer hear. His world spun chaotically Memories of Bucky falling from the train, the explosion at Stark Tower, the enormous wormhole over Washington, D.C., replayed incessantly, and now, due to his choices, all of it threatened to recur. What have I done? He murmured, his voice fragmented to the point of being nearly inaudible. A droplet of cold sweat traced down his temple, hesitating momentarily at his chin before plummeting onto the cold floor of the training room. Chen Tian's anger somewhat subsided, yet his gaze remained steely. He seized a glass of ice water from the table and unhesitatingly splashed it across Steve's face. "Are you awake now, Captain?" His voice was deep, sharp as the blade he wielded, for despair resolved nothing. The icy water cascaded down Steve's cheeks, soaking into his uniform. His breath quickened for a moment, then gradually steadied. When he raised his head once more, a flicker of sharpness returned to his blue eyes, though the pain and guilt beneath were more pronounced. "I will take responsibility." He wiped the water from his face, his voice resolute. "I will personally bring Bucky back." Chen Tian regarded Steve for a moment, then finally nodded. He turned towards the holographic projection platform, fingers gliding rapidly through the air to summon a series of satellite images. "Sokovia." Chen Tian's voice regained its composure. "Our reconnaissance aircraft in Eastern Europe detected anomalous energy readings 3 days ago." The image magnified, revealing an ancient castle hidden within the snow-capped mountains. Two silently handed over an encrypted file, which Chen Tian projected into the air. "According to intelligence, Bucky and the staff have likely been relocated here." He pointed to a cross-section of the castle's underground structure, where a quantum laboratory was situated 3 levels down, where Hydra was conducting some form of energy weapon experimentation. Steve rose to his feet, droplets cascading from his golden hair. He scrutinized every detail of the projection, his gaze gradually regaining its former sharpness. "I need a team. This time, 2, and I will personally partake in the mission." "Listen, Rogers." Chen Tian gazed intently into Captain America's eyes, his voice resonating with a somber gravity akin to the whisper of death. "I offer you one final opportunity. Should you succeed in awakening Bucky, I shall not interfere." The temperature within the training room seemed to plummet, yet should he remain a weapon of Hydra, his voice brimmed with lethal intent. "I would personally bring his life to an end. To thwart the spread of the scepter's power, such a sacrifice is imperative." Steve clenched his fists, inhaling deeply. "I comprehend your position. However, I shall employ every means at my disposal." "No, not merely every means, but I must succeed." Chen Tian's pupils shifted to a deep azure. "Otherwise, I shall not permit you to repeat the errors of Washington, and if necessary, you too shall make the ultimate sacrifice." Chapter 37. Burden. The titanium alloy door to the training room closed silently, and Steve's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. The mechanical pupils of 2 narrowed slightly as she turned to Chen Tian, her artificial lashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. Her voice bore a trace of hesitation. "Is such psychological pressure too cruel for Captain Rogers?" Chen Tian did not respond immediately. He approached the smart glass, his gaze fixed on the dissipating morning mist over the Pacific. Sunlight cast sharp shadows upon his chiseled profile. 2. Initiate the highest level of shielding protocol." His voice was low, and all monitoring systems, including Jarvis, were abruptly severed. A stream of data flickered across 2's pupils as she raised her slender arm, a faint blue ripple of energy emanating from her fingertips. Instantly, the entire training room was enveloped in an invisible force field, the very air seeming to solidify. "The shielding is complete," she confirmed softly. Here now existed a fully enclosed information black hole. Chen Tian turned, the azure glow in his eyes gradually dimming, replaced by an unusual weariness. He settled onto the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his coffee cup. "Do you believe I truly wish to treat Steve in this manner?" His voice unexpectedly softened, that stubborn old ice pop. 2 quietly approached his side, her mechanical fingers resting gently on his shoulder, her touch tender and perfectly measured. "But this time is different." Chen Tian suddenly lifted his head, a flash of resolve crossing his gaze. "Do you know what the Winter Soldier has done? He killed Tony's parents." His tone was deep as thunder, and now Tony remained oblivious. 2's pupils constricted sharply, data streams racing within her eyes. "Are you implying that this operation has 2 objectives?" Chen Tian reclined against the sofa, eyes closed. "Stopping the scepter's proliferation is but one aspect. More crucially, I must personally end Bucky Barnes." The air in the training room felt as though it had solidified. Two's mechanical core emitted a faint hum. But what if Captain Steve? In Washington, I must act. Chen Tian suddenly struck the armrest of the sofa with a fist, the metallic surface instantly denting. Were it not for General Deathblade and Proxima Midnight holding him back, his voice would have been filled with frustration. After dealing with them, I would have had to retrieve the Tesseract first. Just a few minutes difference allowed that murderer to escape. The body of Unit 2 trembled slightly, and she finally comprehended the reason behind her master's fury. At that time, Chen Tian waved his hand, projecting a holographic image of the Arbiter Tower. Consider the ramifications if Tony were to uncover the truth. Currently, he is basking in triumph, having never endured the harrowing ordeal of bearing a nuclear bomb into the cosmos. Should he learn the truth about his parents' demise, the projection shifted to a virtual simulation. Tony, in a fit of rage, would sever ties with Steve, igniting conflict within the Arbiter, while global media would erupt in a frenzy, ridiculing the organization. Chen Tian's voice was chillingly icy, especially after Steve had just lauded us during a worldwide news broadcast. Unit 2's mechanical fingers instinctively tightened. Then why not inform Captain Rogers directly? Because that old relic would undoubtedly choose to protect his brother. Chen Tian scoffed, reminiscent of his demeanor in Washington. He turned to gaze at the satellite imagery of Sokovia, resolute in his conviction. This time, I shall not falter. Regardless of whether Bucky is awakened, he must perish. After a prolonged silence, Unit 2 raised her head. If that is the case, why involve Captain Rogers in the Sokovia operation? A cold smirk graced Chen Tian's lips, because revealing the dangers of the Mind Stone to him now would ensure he pays greater attention in the future. He rose, the energy circuits of his tactical suit glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. Your task is to divert Steve's attention and eliminate Hydra in Sokovia, while I, his eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent, will personally deal with Bucky. Unit 2's mechanical core suddenly accelerated. But if Captain Rogers witnesses you killing Bucky, let him see. Chen Tian retorted with a scoff. If it comes to that, I will withdraw from the Arbiter. Steve will loathe me to the core, but his voice took on a significant tone. He will be more vigilant regarding Tony. After all, he now knows that Bucky was responsible for Tony's parents' deaths. Chen Tian chuckled softly. Steve thinks I am oblivious, yet I am fully aware of all the images within his nanotech suit. His voice lowered even further. If Steve can bear so much for Bucky, why can't I, as Tony's friend, bear for him? Morning light filtered through the smart glass, elongating their shadows. At the intersection of light and shadow, Chen Tian's profile appeared particularly austere. Prepare to depart. This time, we shall conclude this matter before anyone notices. Unit 2's mechanical pupils quivered slightly, data streams flickering silently within her gaze. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress, the servo motors beneath her artificial skin emitting barely audible hums. Her voice was softer than usual, laced with subtle electronic static. If only I had been more decisive then. Suddenly, Chen Tian pivoted and embraced Unit 2. The girl's silver hair brushed against his chin, carrying the fragrance of jasmine. Silly girl, Chen Tian chuckled, ruffling her hair, his fingertips grazing her earlobe. Have you forgotten? The freedom I had taught you grants you the power of choice. Besides, do you truly believe you know who your master is? A minor inconvenience arose as Tu suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face against Chen Tian's chest, her voice muffled. Yet, you bear not only Captain Rogers' animosity, but also the potential loss of your position as the Arbiter. Hey, am I interrupting something? The automatic door of the training room slid open, revealing Tony in a silk robe, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He exaggeratedly shielded his eyes, his fingers gaping widely. Good heavens, should I book an alarm for Jarvis? No entry into the training room before 7 in the morning. Lest one encounters sights unfit for the eyes. Tu instinctively released her grip and quickly retreated behind Chen Tian. Her cooling fan emitted a soft hum, and her synthetic skin took on a delicate pink hue. Be quiet, Stark, Chen Tian retorted, seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling at him. Jarvis shared that video of you hugging the toilet last night in the group chat. Tony deftly dodged the cushion. Not a drop of coffee spilled. That was a performance art piece. I was reenacting a classic scene from The Hangover. He leaned closer to Tu, mischievously blinking. Honestly, darling, if you wish to change masters, I possess a complete set of mechanical maintenance equipment in my lab. Chen Tian swiftly stepped forward, gripping Tony's neck and tousling his hair. Not a chance. Tu belongs solely to me. Easy now. This hairstyle is worth $1 million. Tony exclaimed, struggling, as his coffee cup tilted precariously. Tu, control your violent master. Tu stood by, observing the two men grappling with each other, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. Her cooling system finally returned to normal, and the data flow within her pupils stabilized. She gently reminded, the aircraft is ready for takeoff in 3 to 5 minutes. Chen Tian released Tony, adjusting his disheveled collar. Tony suddenly noticed the tactical panel displaying the aircraft's preheating process, raising an eyebrow. Wait, where are you headed? Just stepping out for a bit, Chen Tian replied, snatching Tony's coffee and taking a sip. There's a place that might help me enhance my abilities. Tony widened his eyes dramatically. What? Right now? He began counting on his fingers. Tomorrow, there's an interview with the Wall Street Journal. The day after is the United Nations Global Defense Initiative meeting, and the day after that. Thus, Chen Tian chuckled, patting Tony on the shoulder. These responsibilities are now yours. Arbiter of the Grand Council. Tony's hands flailed exaggeratedly. Hey, you can't just dump this mess on me. The last time I faced those politicians alone, Jarvis reported a 37 increase in my curse word vocabulary. Tu softly interjected. To be precise, it was 386, Mr. Stark. Tony rolled his eyes. See? Even a mechanical lady has begun to critique me. He suddenly leaned closer to Chen Tian, lowering his voice. Seriously, are you planning something dangerous again? Last time you claimed it was merely a reconnaissance mission and nearly leveled New Mexico. Chen Tian smiled without answering, shoving the empty coffee cup into Tony's hands. Tu, she softly reminded, the aircraft has completed its preheating and is ready for departure. Tony observed the seamless rapport between the two, dramatically exhaling. All right. Just remember to return early. I've made reservations at that Turkish kebab place in the Washington district. He cast a pointed glance at Tu at that time. I'll bring pepper, and you'll bring Tu. Hey, Tony, are you not aware that the Turkish kebabs you recommended are notoriously unpalatable? Tony shrugged. I simply wish to give it a try. Chen Tian curled his lip. Then you and Pepper can go and taste it yourselves. With that, he turned and exited the training room. As the door closed, Tony's voice echoed. Chen Tian, I've acquired that kebab shop. I assure you, it won't be inedible. Chen Tian, with his back to Tony, raised a middle finger and departed with Tu. Was that kebab truly so dreadful? Tony instinctively grabbed his coffee cup. Damn it! How did that guy finish my coffee? On the platform of the fighter jet, the brisk morning breeze carried the scent of aviation fuel, enveloping him. As Chen Tian ascended the boarding ladder, the tactical boots produced a crisp sound against the metallic steps. Through the bulletproof glass of the cockpit, he could see Steve, fully armed, focused on adjusting the fastening mechanism of the vibranium shield. Taking over the control system, Chen Tian murmured almost imperceptibly, his lips scarcely moving. His voice so soft that only Tu's audio receiver could detect it, while blocking out Jarvis. Tu gave a barely noticeable nod, a flicker of blue data streaming through her silvery hair. As she stepped onto the ladder, the airflow lifted her skirt, revealing the weapons strapped to her thigh. Inside the cockpit, Steve looked up, his azure eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions that had yet to fade. I thought you wouldn't come. His voice was deeper than usual, his knuckles unconsciously tapping a military cadence from the Second World War against the edge of his shield. Why wouldn't we? Chen Tian naturally seated himself in the co-pilot's position, his fingers dancing over the control panel as he entered a series of encrypted codes. This is your first time executing a secret operation with me under the arbitrator. Tu silently glided into the pilot's seat, her slender fingers stretching across the joystick. The moment her fingertips touched the control interface, the entire cockpit illuminated in a spectral blue, and the holographic projector cast a dense array of encrypted runes. The quantum encryption channel is established. Her mechanical pupils narrowed into fine lines. All communications would be routed through the 7th-generation firewall, projected to have a blocking efficiency of 99. 97. Steve frowned at the suddenly altered interface. What is this? The newly developed Phantom Protocol. Without a change in expression, Chen Tian fastened his seatbelt. The Hydra base in Sokovia may be monitoring our communication frequencies. Before the 30-meter-high training room's floor-to-ceiling windows, Tony's bathrobe billowed dramatically in the air conditioning. He held up a freshly poured cup of coffee, extending a middle finger towards the Quinjet as it closed its doors. the anti-glare glass reflecting the smile at the corners of his mouth. Chen Tian, catching sight of the gesture through the window, responded with a similar sign of camaraderie. As his finger lowered, the jet's engines roared to life, the vector nozzles expelling a cerulean plasma stream. 2. Play a tune, Chen Tian suddenly remarked. Let us loosen up our old popsicle. As a mechanical symphony of electronic sounds commenced, Chen Tian muttered in a tone only two could hear, "Damn it. That scoundrel Tony has corrupted me. Before my journey, I only listened." The corners of Two's mouth subtly lifted. Mr. Stark, have you not also been influenced to indulge in gaming? Hold on tight, old popsicle. Chen Tian grasped the handrail amidst the violent tremors. Two's driving style was far more exhilarating than Jarvis's. Before he could finish his thought, the Quinjet ascended at a nearly vertical angle. Steve's shield clanged against the cabin wall, forcing him to clutch the emergency handle above his head to avoid being thrown from his seat. Two's silver hair danced in the hypergravity environment, resembling a cascading waterfall woven from liquid metal. Within her pupils flowed projections of tactical maps, a rapid three-dimensional construction of Sokovia unfolding upon her iris. Estimated arrival at target airspace in 47 minutes. Her voice remained calm, starkly contrasting with the jet's violent ascent. I suggest Captain Rogers equip the high-altitude parachuting module now. Steve gritted his teeth, tightening his seatbelt. Is this how you typically take off? Each word was fragmented by the severe turbulence. Chen Tian grinned, revealing his canine teeth. Only when I'm in a good mood. He turned to gaze out the window. The clouds receded like a tide, revealing the azure horizon. Ready for a high-altitude party at 30,000 feet, Captain. Two chuckled through the comms. You're increasingly adopting Mr. Stark's manner of speaking. Below them, the glass facade of the arbitration tower reflected the morning sun, resembling a melting gold brick. Although Tony's figure was no longer visible, Chen Tian knew that the obstinate arms dealer remained at the window, watching until the jet's contrail dissipated completely into the sky. Suddenly, Two turned her head. A strand of silver hair cascading onto Chen Tian's shoulder. 34. Detecting abnormal fluctuations in Captain Steve's vital signs. 34. Relax, old soldier. Chen Tian retrieved an oxygen mask from beneath his seat and tossed it to Steve. This is merely the beginning. His gaze traversed the trembling cabin wall, peering at the distant contours of the continent gradually taking shape. It was only upon reaching Sokovia that the true spectacle would commence. As the jet pierced the stratosphere, tiny ice crystals formed on the window. These crystalline particles sparkled in the sunlight, akin to fragments of diamonds scattered across blue velvet, beautiful yet ephemeral. The rhythm of the drums intertwined with the roar of the engines, composing an alternative soundtrack for this perilous journey. Tony stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the arbitration tower, the hem of his bathrobe gently swaying in the indoor circulation. He gazed at the Quinjet disappearing into the clouds, his coffee cup nearly empty. Jarvis. Tony's voice suddenly turned grave. Track the real-time position of the jet. I apologize, sir. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of electronic regret, Mr. Chen seems to have activated some new shielding system. All signals from the jet have vanished. Tony's brow furrowed deeper. When did this start? According to the data logs, the shielding system was activated 37 seconds prior to the jet's takeoff. Jarvis paused momentarily, noting with intrigue that the encryption method exhibited a striking resemblance to the technology employed during previous sessions in the training room. Training room? When did this occur? Tony abruptly inquired, his curiosity piqued. It transpired precisely 6 minutes and 12 seconds prior to your entrance into the training room, which subsequently entered a state of complete obscurity. Jarvis replied, his tone unusually laced with confusion. I am unable to ascertain the number of individuals present at that time. Tony's fingers tapped rhythmically against the rim of his coffee cup, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the stillness. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his face, yet failing to dissipate the shadows clouding his eyes. With a sense of suppressed agitation, Tony's fingers glided swiftly across the console. Jarvis. Retrieve the surveillance records from before the training room was obscured. Sir, this is rather peculiar. Jarvis's electronic voice wavered slightly. All relevant records have been deliberately tampered with, resulting in a failure of data integrity verification. I am unable to restore the original footage. Tony's fingers froze mid-air, liquid within the coffee cup quivering subtly. Tampered? He echoed in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Even your system can be bypassed? More accurately, someone has employed a level of encryption that surpasses my security protocols. Jarvis responded, a hint of bewilderment evident in his tone. This style of technology bears a striking resemblance to the handiwork of Miss Two. With a decisive motion, Tony slammed the coffee cup onto the console, the metallic clash producing a crisp sound. He turned to gaze out the window, where the aircraft had long since vanished into the horizon, leaving behind only wisps of contrails scattered by the morning breeze. Miss Potts is on the line, Jarvis suddenly interjected, reminding you that the media briefing will commence at 8 o'clock. Tony, raking his fingers through his hair in irritation, replied, tell her I'll be there shortly. Tony? Pepper's voice resonated through the communicator, tinged with a hint of exasperation. The arbitrator's media briefing is set for 8 o'clock. You haven't forgotten, have you? Tony swiped through the holographic projection, his brow knitted. Of course I remember, dear. It's just, he hesitated. Chen Tian took off with Miss Two in the aircraft, and even Jarvis is unable to trace their signal. A silence enveloped the communicator for a few seconds. Tony, Pepper's voice softened. Do you trust Chen Tian? Without a moment's hesitation, Tony responded, absolutely. Then why the concern? Pepper gently chided. If you trust him, you should have faith that he has his reasons for doing so. Tony paused, a characteristic sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're right, sweetheart. I'll be on my way, ensuring I arrive promptly before the flashing lights. Now that's the Tony Stark I know, Pepper's voice lightened. Remember to wear a tie. There's an exclusive interview today. Ma'am. Tony exaggeratedly saluted, though Pepper could not see him. Love you. After ending the communication, a semblance of relaxation washed over Tony's expression. He strode towards the elevator, his robe trailing softly behind him. Jarvis, he said as the elevator doors began to close, continue the search for Chen Tian's signal. Notify me immediately of any leads. Global scanning program has been initiated, sir, Jarvis replied. Shall I prepare the armor? Tony shook his head, stating no need. After a brief pause, he added, however, ensure all the suits are calibrated, just to be safe. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory's glass as Tony stood before the workbench, gazing at the brilliance reflected from the armors. He reached out to gently touch the arc reactor on his chest, murmuring to himself, Chen Tian, you better know what you're doing. This time, however, his tone carried less anxiety and more trust. Chapter 38. Incursion. The arbitrator aircraft sliced through the clouds, the roar of its engines resonating deeply in the thin atmosphere. Inside the cockpit, Chen Tian stood before a holographic display, blue data streams illuminating his stern visage. The projection revealed an ancient castle nestled among the mountains of Sokovia, with the insignia of Hydra faintly visible under infrared scanning. Intelligence indicated that remnants of the Mind Stone's energy were concealed here. Chen Tian's voice was steady. This could very well be Hydra's new weapons facility. Steve stood beside him, his brow furrowed. Are we certain Bucky is here? Chen Tian's fingertips glided across the holographic image, shifting the view to the castle's subterranean layout, where several red dots indicated potential holding areas. Uncertain, he replied coolly, but Hydra would not relinquish any valuable asset, especially the Winter Soldier. Standing by the hatch, the silver-haired figure's hair fluttered slightly in the airflow, her pupils shimmering with data streams as she swiftly analyzed the terrain and potential threat points. Action plan? Steve inquired, looking towards Chen Tian. With his arms crossed and gaze fixed on the projection, Chen Tian replied, You and Two will infiltrate from the ground, eliminate perimeter guards, and locate the artifact's storage site. Secure the scepter first, then search for Bucky. He paused momentarily. I will monitor from above and adjust tactics as necessary. Steve nodded, adjusting the straps of his shield. Understood. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Chen Tian. Are you coming with us? A faint smile graced Chen Tian's lips. I will oversee the situation. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall join the fray. Steve perceptively sensed the deeper meaning behind Chen Tian's words, but before he could respond, the aircraft's voice announced. Arriving over the target area, hatch preparing to open. The hatch slowly slid open, icy air rushing in. Steve took a deep breath, glancing back at Chen Tian. Give me some time. I will awaken Bucky and retrieve the scepter. His words carried a hint of plea. Chen Tian merely smiled softly. Good luck, Captain. Two cast one last glance at Chen Tian before leaping out of the hatch, her silver hair tracing an arc in the wind. Steve followed closely, his shield reflecting dazzling sunlight. The aircraft sealed the hatch once more, leaving Chen Tian alone at the projection, his focus fixed on a red dot deep within the castle. Lower altitude, maintain stealth mode, he commanded softly. The aircraft descended gradually, clouds swirling outside the window. Chen Tian lightly tapped, switching the projection to real-time surveillance. Steve and Tu had landed and were swiftly advancing towards the castle. Steve, I hope you take your time, he thought. Chen Tian murmured to himself, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, for I shall not wait. His hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, while his eyes morphed into the celestial pupils of the heavens. Bucky Barnes, Chen Tian whispered with an icy tone, I regret to inform you, this time, no one can save you. Steve's shield sliced through the air, crashing forcefully against the chest of a Hydra soldier, sending him flying several meters away. The blaring alarm echoed piercingly above the castle, with red warning lights casting a blood-red hue upon the corridor. "2, left corridor," Steve barked, deftly dodging bullets and retaliating by hurling his shield, incapacitating 3 armed agents. The figure of 2 glided through like a specter, her silver hair trailing behind her in a blur of speed, her mechanical arm extended, delicate fingers effortlessly tearing apart the heavy armor of a tank as if it were mere parchment. The Hydra soldiers gazed in terror at this seemingly fragile girl, who single-handedly overturned a steel behemoth weighing several tons, only to have her blade sever their weapons in a flash. Target eliminated, 2 declared calmly, as though she had merely completed a simple data entry. In the castle's command room, Baron Strucker slammed his fist against the console, causing the holographic projection to flicker erratically. Just 2 people. What are you panicking about? He bellowed. Sir, Captain America and that silver-haired girl have breached the outer defenses. An agent's voice quivered with fear. The tanks we deployed were dismantled by her bare hands. Strucker's face darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze on the 2 intruders, who moved through the chaos with ease. A glimmer of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. To the basement, he ordered coldly. Release the twins. The agent hesitated. But Baron, their abilities are still unstable. Now, Strucker roared. Send them to confront the intruders. Outside the castle, Steve and 2 stood back to back, surrounded by a mound of fallen Hydra soldiers. In the distance, more foes were preparing heavy weaponry, their barrels aimed squarely at them. It seems they do not intend to surrender. Steve exhaled, tightening his grip on his shield. Data flowed rapidly through 2's pupils as she suddenly extended her hand to halt Steve's advance. Captain, I detect anomalous energy fluctuations underground. I recommend pausing our advance. Steve furrowed his brow. What's the issue? My shield system requires 3 minutes and 42 seconds to recharge, 2 reported calmly, subtly repositioning herself to divert Steve's gaze away from the castle's core area, suggesting instead to eliminate the outer fire points. Before she could finish, the ground trembled violently. With a thunderous explosion, a large hole was blown in the western wall of the castle. Damn it! Steve raised his shield. It's the tank division. 2 rapidly scanned the battlefield. For main battle tanks detected approaching, she stated, deliberately pausing. My shield cannot currently provide effective defense. Steve gritted his teeth. Can we find a way to break through? Calculating optimal strategy, 2's pupils flickered with blue light, secretly extending the analysis time, requiring an additional 2 minutes and 15 seconds. From a distant high tower, Baron Strack let out a chilling laugh as he pressed the communicator. Bring the Maximoff siblings up. It is time for the arbitrator to witness true power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the castle's 3rd underground level, Chen Tian glided through the corridors like a specter. The Hydra guards along his path, silently collapsing. He focused on the flickering red dot in his tactical sight, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. Found you, Bucky. Chen Tian's fingertips coalesced with a cerulean arcane energy, the spell's essence swirling gently in his palm, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. The glass surface of the cryogenic chamber began to frost over with tiny ice crystals, and Bucky Barnes' visage appeared particularly pale in the frigid air. Farewell, Winter Soldier. Chen Tian's voice was as frigid as the polar winds. Just as the arcane energy was about to erupt, his azure eyes suddenly narrowed as a sharp sound sliced through the air. A silvery blur surged forth at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound itself. Boom! Chen Tian instinctively sidestepped. The ground where he once stood was blasted into a 3-meter-wide pit. Amidst the flying debris, Pietro Maximoff's form gradually solidified. The tips of his silver hair still crackling with the ionized sparks generated from breaking the sound barrier. "Stop! You shall not lay a hand on him." The crimson light pulsated in Pietro's pupils, his voice trembling with fury. The Baron had said that this winter soldier was theirs. His voice suddenly faltered. Upon catching sight of Chen Tian's face, Pietro's expression froze. His lips trembled slightly, the animosity in his eyes replaced by an incredulous shock. This is impossible at that moment. Hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Wanda Maximoff, enveloped in swirling scarlet chaos magic, rushed forward. "Pietro, what is happening?" Her inquiry abruptly halted. The crimson energy solidified in the air, and Wanda's pupils dilated in terror. Her lips quivered, her voice tinged with a near collapse of disbelief. "Chen Tian? Ye are not dead?" "Not by S.H.I.L. Chen Tian's fingers hesitated slightly as the cerulean arcane energy continued to flow in his palm. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the shocked siblings before him, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. "It seems we are strangers to one another." His voice was deep, yet the arcane energy at his fingertips remained potent. "Step aside. If you wish to avoid confrontation, do not impede me." Pietro's throat constricted, his voice hoarse. "But that explosion we witnessed, you Pietro." Wanda suddenly screamed, the chaos magic around her fluctuating violently. "Be careful." The ceiling erupted with a deafening crash, and amidst the falling debris, Steve descended from above, wielding the Mind Scepter. The vibranium shield sparked brilliantly as it struck the ground, and the flames of fury burned in Captain America's eyes. "Chen Tian," he roared, thrusting the scepter forcefully into the ground. "You promised to give me time." The glass of the cryogenic chamber fractured with spiderweb-like cracks from the shockwave. Chen Tian regarded Steve, who stood protectively in front of the cryogenic chamber, his black and white hair swirling in the chaotic energy. "Captain," he spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon the scepter in Steve's hand. "It appears you have located one of our objectives." Steve stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Chen Tian, as the Mind Stone at the scepter's apex began to emit a foreboding yellow glow. "Bucky requires assistance, not execution." A figure known as Tu materialized silently around the corner of the corridor, positioning herself behind Chen Tian. "I apologize. I was unable to delay the time." "Have you been deceiving me all along?" Steve's voice trembled with hurt. "Was Tu meant to stall for time? Was this all part of your plan?" Chen Tian did not respond to Steve's inquiries immediately. Instead, he slightly turned his head towards Tu. "What is the situation within the castle?" Data flickered rapidly in Tu's pupils. "We have eradicated Hydra's armed forces, totaling 723, including their leader, Baron Strucker. The remaining 277 combatants are regrouping on the third underground level." Chen Tian nodded gently, redirecting his attention to Steve. "Captain, there are still remnants of Hydra that require elimination. I suggest you attend to them first." Steve's fists clenched tightly, the edges of his shield glinting ominously under the scepter's glow. "Answer me. Did you intend to kill Bucky from the very beginning? This entire plan? Your solo actions? Was it all orchestrated by you?" The Maximoff siblings stood to the side, momentarily bewildered by the sudden confrontation between the two. Chen Tian's eyes briefly closed, a hint of crimson flashing within his celestial gaze. When he reopened them, his voice was barely a whisper. "I am sorry, Captain." Slowly, a blue energy sphere began to coalesce at his fingertips, the surrounding air distorting and transforming. The diminutive sphere, though seemingly small, appeared to harbor the gravitational force of the entire universe, bending light around it. As Chen Tian's chilling voice pronounced the incantation, the underground space abruptly succumbed to an eerie stillness. Everyone felt an oppressive weight, as if an invisible hand had pressed them firmly in place. Steve let out a suppressed grunt, his knees buckling slightly. The vibranium shield suddenly felt unbearably heavy, forcing Captain America to exert all his strength just to maintain his grip. Wanda's crimson hair danced as if caught in a tempest, and she struggled to remain upright, her chaotic magic swirling in disarray within the overpowering gravitational field. Damn it! Wasn't Chen Tian wielding a great sword? How can he do this? Wanda grit her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Pietro attempted to move, only to find his super speed rendered utterly ineffective. His legs felt as if they were laden with lead, making even the simplest step an arduous task. Damn it! Quicksilver's pupils dilated sharply, his body feeling unbearably heavy. The mechanical core within Tu emitted a low hum, her gravitational adjustment system working tirelessly to counteract the sudden shift in gravitational forces. Confusion flickered in the silver-haired girl's eyes. Her core computer could not ascertain why her master's abilities were now affecting her. Steve struggled to raise his head, his gaze landing on Chen Tian, who stood at the center of the gravitational field, his black and white hair swirling wildly in the energy storm. Captain America's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Chen Tian, what are you doing? The cryogenic chamber emitted a harsh metallic deformation sound within the gravitational field of 34, and the thick tempered glass surface began to show spiderweb-like cracks. The entire metallic structure was slowly dragged toward Chen Tian as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, carving a deep trench into the ground. No, Bucky, Steve shouted, unhesitatingly relinquishing his vibranium shield. Captain America lunged forward, gripping the emergency handles on the side of the cryogenic chamber with all his might. His knuckles turned white from the exertion, and his military boots left 2 charred marks on the ground as he pushed against the force. The metal handles began to warp under the dual pressure. Steve's muscles were tense to their utmost limit, every vein bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. His temples pulsated, and sweat dripped from his taut jawline, dissipating into a fine mist upon contact with the gravitational field. The cryogenic chamber continued its slow movement. Steve's feet were now embedded in the concrete floor, and his combat suit was torn open at the back by the unseen force, revealing blood-soaked skin beneath. Yet, Captain America gritted his teeth, a beast-like growl emanating from his throat as he battled against the magic capable of warping space itself. Stop! Steve squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, his pupils reddened from strain. Have you lost your mind? No, these sacrifices are necessary. Chen Tian's voice was chillingly devoid of humanity, a hint of crimson swirling within the azure depths of his eyes. The pupils of Tu constricted violently, data streams cascading like a waterfall. She gazed at Chen Tian's cold, unfeeling profile, her core processor issuing a series of painful alerts. This was not the master she knew. Her voice, sharper than ever, nearly shattered her vocal cords. Please stop. The silver-haired girl staggered forward, defying the tug of the gravitational field. Her mechanical joints groaned under the strain, and artificial skin began to crack under the immense pressure, revealing the sparking metal beneath. You promised to create a world where no one needs to sacrifice. Tu's voice trembled, tinged with a near-human sob. Is this the future you desire? Chen Tian's fingertips hesitated momentarily. Tu's words pierced through the chaos of his consciousness like a blade. The crimson glow in his azure eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, he appeared lost in a distant fragment of memory. His lips quivered, a hint of almost imperceptible wavering in his voice. But in the next instant, the crimson tide surged back to engulf his pupils. Chen Tian's expression once again turned cold and alien, as if the momentary hesitation had never existed. I'm sorry. Tu. His voice was deep and hollow, echoing from afar. This is not a war you should partake in. As his words faded, Chen Tian raised his right hand, tracing a ghostly blue arc in the air. The mechanical pupil of Tu abruptly constricted, and she witnessed her data core spiraling uncontrollably into a myriad of luminous particles. Her voice trembled, her fingertips futilely grasping at the void, only to encounter the frigid air. The silhouette of the silver-haired girl began to blur, akin to a sand painting scattered by the wind, as an ethereal blue stream of data shimmered beneath her synthetic skin. In the fleeting moment before her complete dissolution, a complex and indecipherable brilliance flickered within Tu's electronic eye, a tremor of the soul beyond the grasp of any programming code. Her form fragmented into countless points of light, reminiscent of stars extinguishing in the night sky, stubbornly attempting to reconstruct the outline of their creator before vanishing entirely. I shall await your call, whispered a barely audible voice. As Tu completely dissipated, leaving behind only a few strands of drifting silver hair and droplets of blue coolant upon the ground, testaments to her existence. Chen Tian slowly lowered his hand, his fingertips still tinged with the azure afterglow of the summoning incantation. His expression remained utterly impassive, as if he had merely closed an inconsequential program. Now, his gaze refocused upon the cryogenic chamber, the crimson radiance in his eyes intensifying, It was time to conclude this. The gravitational field suddenly amplified several-fold, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Steve emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his arm muscles straining to their utmost as he clung tenaciously to the cryogenic chamber. Chen Tian, Captain America's voice was hoarse, barely recognizable. Wake up. This is not you. Yet, Chen Tian appeared deaf to all entreaties. He gradually raised his hand, and a blue energy sphere began to spin at an astonishing velocity, tearing the surrounding air into tiny spatial fissures. It is time to rest, Winter Soldier. Just as the energy was on the verge of erupting, a long sigh suddenly resonated through the air, as if emanating from the distant edges of time and space. This sigh bore an indescribable weariness and sorrow. Yet it also encapsulated a wisdom transcending the mundane. Enough. With this whispered command, a circle of golden sparks materialized beneath Chen Tian's feet, rippling like disturbances upon a tranquil water surface. These sparks whirled, tracing ancient and enigmatic runic patterns. Chen Tian's pupils constricted in alarm as he attempted to invoke a spell to levitate and evade, only to discover an identical golden halo had inexplicably appeared above him. Before he could complete his thought, the two halos simultaneously contracted, enveloping Chen Tian entirely. In the next instant, the golden circle, along with Chen Tian, vanished into thin air, leaving behind but a few drifting embers that slowly extinguished. The entire underground level descended into an eerie silence, with only the blaring alarms of the cryogenic chamber echoing through the empty corridor. In an instant, the distorted gravitational field within the subterranean level dissipated as if erased by an eraser. The cryogenic chamber crashed to the ground, and Steve stumbled backward a few steps, gazing in astonishment at the scene before him. He stood frozen, his gaze shifting from the spot where Chen Tian had vanished to the equally bewildered Maximoff siblings. Moments ago, the tremor in Pietro's voice betrayed his unease as he instinctively touched his neck, as if to reassure himself that he had not succumbed to the same enchantment. Wanda's chaotic magic subtly enveloped her, her eyes flickering with vigilance and confusion. I sensed no energy fluctuations, as if he had never existed at all. Steve bent down to retrieve his shield, his brow furrowed in concentration. He cast a glance at the severely distorted cryogenic chamber, where Bucky's pallid visage flickered behind the shattered glass. Within the golden mirrored space, Chen Tian's figure abruptly materialized. He staggered to find his footing, the vibrant clash of crimson and azure in his sky blue eyes swirling tumultuously, like two opposing tides wrenched apart. The surrounding structures twisted in defiance of the laws of physics, while the sky manifested strange geometric patterns. Chen Tian reached out to touch the glass curtain wall beside him, only for his fingertips to pass through the seemingly solid surface. Everything here was an illusion reflecting reality. A mirrored realm? Indeed, this is a mirrored realm. A gentle voice emanated from behind him. Chen Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He whirled around to behold the Ancient One, emerging as if from a shattered mirror, her orange-yellow robe billowing gracefully in the stillness. Ancient One? A dangerous rasp laced Chen Tian's voice, the crimson in his sky-blue eyes deepening. You should not impede me. The Ancient One did not respond immediately. She approached slowly, her gaze settling on Chen Tian's corrupted right eye, where the once pure azure had been tainted by crimson, spreading like ink in clear water. I have been aiding you in fending off the dimensional demon seeking your whereabouts, she murmured softly, tracing a golden arc in the air, yet, it appears, some have slipped through the cracks. Have you not been sleeping well for quite some time? Chapter 39. Diablo's Return. Chen Tian's pupils abruptly constricted, the crimson in his sky-blue eyes flaring like a wildfire. His breath quickened, uncontrollable magical energy roiling around him, coalescing into a distorted tempest. What does my lack of sleep have to do with you? His voice thundered, reverberating throughout the mirrored space, causing the surrounding glass walls to shatter. The shards did not plummet, but rather hovered eerily in midair, each fragment twisting and contorting, reflecting the shattered pieces of Chen Tian's dreams. The Ancient One maintained her calm demeanor, though a flicker of pity glimmered in the depths of her gaze. Chen Tian, your mind has been compromised, she spoke slowly, her hands pressed together before her, a golden magic circle swirling in her palms. You have yet to realize that you are being manipulated. This is also my fault. I have been on guard against the dimensional demon, forgetting that you are merely a psychologically fragile child. Child? Chen Tian scoffed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who do you think you are? I only wish to prevent the scenes that haunt my dreams. I am protecting my friends. I do not want to hear my friends utter the words, I am Iron Man, just before their sacrifice. Chen Tian's expression was somewhat deranged. What did Captain America signify? What did Bucky represent? That damn paragon, Captain America, could betray Tony for the sake of his friend. Why could I not eliminate him and his wretched companion? I am not of this world. Therefore, I am free to act as I desire. Ancient One sighed deeply, the sleeves of her robe tracing a golden arc through the air. The entire mirrored space warped violently, akin to a shattered kaleidoscope, as countless fragments of memory reassembled, ultimately crystallizing in the depths of Chen Tian's nightmares. Above the ruins of New York, Tony Stark's nanotech armor lay in tatters. Chen Tian's hand gripped his throat, azure sorcery swirling between his fingers. Tony's faceplate had long been shattered, and those caramel eyes, usually aglow with wisdom, were now brimming with tears, reflecting Chen Tian's menacing visage. Is this the future you desire? Ancient One's voice resonated from all directions, each syllable striking Chen Tian's heart like a hammer. The Chen Tian in the mirror tilted his head, a grotesque smile stretching across his lips, merely a necessary sacrifice. With a sharp crack, Tony's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the light in his eyes forever frozen. In reality, Chen Tian suddenly collapsed to the ground, his stomach convulsing violently. From the ashes emerged more visions, Pepper cradling Tony's lifeless body as they perished together, the core of Iron Man's suit crushed by his own hand. Steve's vibranium shield lodged in Wanda's chest. No, this is not me. Chen Tian's voice shattered, and he shook his head frantically, only to find another version of himself standing within each fragment, eyes flickering with the same crimson glow that mirrored his own. The figure of Ancient One materialized amidst the swirling ashes. She refrained from casting any spells, simply gazing intently at Chen Tian. Understand. All of this is what the dimensional demon desires you to enact. She pointed to the final shard, reflecting the present Chen Tian. You believe you're protecting them, yet you are becoming their greatest threat. Chen Tian's nails dug deeply into his palm, blood dripping through his fingers onto the ground of the mirrored space, sending ripples across its surface. Each droplet of blood mirrored a different future, yet in every scenario, he stood atop a mountain of corpses, treading upon the bodies of his friends. That dimensional entity is more cunning than you can imagine. Ancient One's voice softened. It seeks your soul's corruption. It desires you to tread the path of downfall, luring you into its trap. She waved her hand, dispelling the bloody illusions, your fear of repeating the past. This very obsession has led you down the most devastating path. The mirrored space began to collapse, countless glass-like shards swirling through the air. Chen Tian stared blankly at one fragment, where a figure smiled at him, holding the very strawberry ice cream they once bought together. The pink scoop emitted a faint mist, a drop of melting cream sliding slowly down the cone's edge. Her silvery hair danced gently in the wind, framed by an exquisitely bright blue sky, as she appeared to be enveloped in an angelic halo. Now you should understand. The voice of Ancient One gradually faded away. True protection is not through slaughter. Her final words were swallowed by the howling wind. Chen Tian suddenly plummeted, descending into an unfathomable darkness. In a fleeting moment, before consciousness slipped away, he seemed to hear Tony's voice from a dream, uttering those words. Child, you should have done better. Chen Tian's body continued to fall through the abyss, surrounded by the whistling wind mixed with countless familiar sounds. Tony's hammering in the cave of Mount Afohin, the sharp clang of blades slicing through the air during battle, and the jubilant cheers of the arbiters at a post-war barbecue party. These sounds pierced his nerves like shards of glass. Suddenly, the descent halted. He found himself standing in a realm of pure white, with a tranquil, mirror-like surface beneath his feet. The reflection was not his own, but silhouettes of countless futures. In some worlds, he celebrated with the arbiters. In others, he was fed half-melted ice cream. And in yet another future, he sat alone amidst the ruins of Stark Tower, clutching a blood-stained vibranium shield. The power of choice has always resided within you. The voice of Ancient One emerged from beneath the water's surface, her figure rising like a dark lotus as ripples spread outward. This time, she wore a simple white robe instead of her usual sorcerer's attire. You're the most unique existence in this world. In countless parallel universes and timelines, there exists but one you. Regardless of the past or future, no one can influence you along the timeline. All changes stem from within yourself. Chen Tian. You possess the right to choose to become better or worse. Kneeling upon the water's surface, Chen Tian gazed at the crimson hue in his eyes, his expression somewhat vacant. Chen Tian, I've always yearned for a perfect ending. Ancient One gently crouched beside him, her hand resting softly on his shoulder, a warm strength emanating from her palm. There has never been a perfect ending, Chen Tian. Her voice was gentle yet powerful. It is precisely because of imperfection that life is cherished. It is through regret that people learn to treasure the present. Chen Tian cradled his head, his expression filled with anguish. Yet his voice trembled in my dreams. Ancient One shook her head softly, her gaze deep as an ancient well. Those images are mere illusions crafted by the dimensional demon for you to behold. Her voice carried an all-knowing calmness. They entice your fears and amplify your confusion, especially that lurking presence in your dreams, the nightmare. It weaves traps from your deepest obsessions. At the moment she uttered the word nightmare, the entire pure white space trembled violently. The crimson in Chen Tian's eyes surged like boiling magma, and the once clear water was instantly stained blood red. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the space. A cacophony of voices layered together, both the raspy tones of the elderly and the cries of infants. Supreme Sorcerer, you should not meddle. The reflections on the water's surface twisted into grotesque, ghastly faces, while the hem of Ancient One's white robe fluttered without wind. Her gaze sharpened, and with swift precision, she formed intricate seals with her hands. Yet, the blood-red energy began to corrode along the pathways of her spell, reversing its flow. The pupils of Ancient One suddenly constricted. For the first time, the eyes that had glimpsed countless dimensions revealed a flicker of astonishment. Her white robe fluttered without wind, and golden runes of magic manifested around her, only to be utterly consumed upon contact with the sanguine energy. So, it is, her voice trembled slightly, as the light of the Vishanti coalesced at her fingertips, now tainted with a murky blackness, not a mere incursion from a single dimension, but a grand feast of malevolence. The surface of the water boiled and surged, revealing three grotesque reflections. Mephisto's crimson goat horns pierced the water's surface as infernal flames ignited in the void. The hellish runes left in the wake of the New Mexico explosion flickered deep within Chen Tian's mind. Dormammu's dark energy oozed like tar from every seam of his armored whip. The seed sown during the Battle of Monaco had now taken root within Chen Tian's very being. The tendrils of nightmares were most densely intertwined, resembling veins that permeated the entire space. With each pulse, the crimson hue in Chen Tian's eyes intensified. It had exploited his worries and pressures regarding the Washington conflict, infiltrating every dream he had. What a delectable soul! The triple demonic resonance reverberated through the air, shattering the water's surface. Supreme Sorcerer, do you truly believe that merely obstructing our true forms will suffice? Ancient One staggered backward, a trickle of golden blood escaping her lips. She suddenly comprehended everything. The seemingly random dimensional fluctuations during the fierce battles against Dormammu in the New York Sanctum, the encounters with Mephisto in Hong Kong, and the defenses against the nightmare incursions at Kamar Taj, all were meticulously orchestrated traps. Just as the sanguine energy was about to completely engulf Chen Tian, the entire space convulsed violently. A pungent scent of sulfur filled the air as smoke erupted from the void like a volcanic explosion. Ancient One looked up abruptly, and amidst the billowing smoke, a pair of colossal claws ablaze with hellfire tore through the dimensional barrier. Is it your thunderous roars that have summoned these towering waves to devour my lord in my absence? The rain of sulphurous flames descended in torrents, each drop igniting into blinding purple-black fire upon contact with the blood-red energy. The heat rippled through Ancient One's robe. As she beheld the towering figure of Diablo emerging from the boiling lava, 7 demonic horns entwined with countless flames, resembling a blazing crown in the void. The projections of the 3 archfiends let out simultaneous shrieks. Mephisto's goat horn ignited suddenly, Dormammu's dark energy shrank back violently as if facing a nemesis, while the tendrils of nightmares, once arrogantly writhing, began to visibly carbonize and disintegrate. Have you even made the little sisters cry? Diablo's third, I suddenly turned toward a shard of the future, where the moment of the core's shattering was frozen in time. The entire pristine white space was abruptly suffused with a dark red hue of purgatory, as countless chains of lava shot forth from a void, securely pinning the projections of the three archfiends in midair. Though my master may be but an immature mind, is a spiritual realm one that you wretches may dare to touch. The tail of Diablo, adorned with spines, gently coiled around the unconscious Chen Tian. The demonic flames capable of melting vibranium now caressed the boy's pale cheek with the softness of a feather. Dormammu's dark projection twisted violently, emitting a deafening roar. Mephisto, you wretched deceiver, didn't you claim to have ravaged him with a soul curse? Dark energy erupted like boiling tar, bursting forth countless spikes in the void. Mephisto's goat horns flickered with hellfire, a flicker of panic flashing in his crimson pupils. This is impossible. I sacrificed a third of my dominion over hell and part of my own soul. His voice faltered abruptly as a chain from Diablo ensnared his projection's neck. The purple-black flames burning upon it, revealing a familiar energy signature. That is my power. Mephisto's projection trembled violently. You transformed my curse into sustenance. Diablo's thunderous laughter reverberated through the air, flames erupting from the 7 demonic horns. I must thank you, old man. He suddenly turned toward the nightmare projection that was quietly dissolving. Trying to flee? Countless burning chains erupted from within the nightmare projection, forcibly nailing the once evaporated tendrils back into corporeality. The nightmare emitted a sound that was not quite human. No, these chains are tracing our dimensional coordinates backward. The 3 demon lords simultaneously felt the terror of those chains. They were not mere bindings, but were voraciously consuming the primal forces of their respective dimensions through the connection between projection and essence. Cracks began to form in Dormammu's dark dimension. Mephisto's throne in hell shook violently, and within the nightmare's realm, countless nightmarish creatures were disintegrating into ash. Self-destruct, the projection. The nightmare made the first decisive move, its projection expanding into a massive black sun, determined not to let him discover the dimensional coordinates. Dormammu let out a furious roar, dark energy exploding like a supernova. Diablo, this is not over. In the final moments before the projection collapsed, he cast a venomous glance at the unconscious Chen Tian, knowing his soul would eventually. Silence, you worthless fool. Diablo's colossal claw tightened abruptly, and the projections of the 3 demon lords simultaneously burst into a myriad of glowing particles. Yet, in the last moment, the burning chains suddenly split apart, transforming into countless tiny fire serpents that slithered into the spatial rifts created by the explosion. Faint sounds of 3 anguished groans echoed through the void, followed by a thunderous rumble as the dimensional barrier trembled violently. Diablo looked on with satisfaction as the fire serpents vanished into the rifts, whispering a sinister laugh. Enjoy the gift I bestow upon you. The mirrored space began to tremble violently, countless cracks spreading like a spider's web through the void. The Ancient One's white robe was torn asunder by the turbulent energy currents, and she was horrified to discover that these fissures were not ordinary spatial fractures, but rather dimensional faults seeping into the realm of reality. Diablo. The urgency in the Ancient One's voice was palpable for the first time. She formed hand seals in an attempt to stabilize the space. But as the golden spell patterns took shape, they crumbled piece by piece. You must maintain this place. Otherwise, what will happen to the realm of reality? A clear, melodic voice suddenly chimed in. As the smoke dissipated, the once fearsome king of terror had taken on a human form. Leah, barefoot, traversed the seething lava, her crimson hair billowing in the tempest of energy, a naive yet cruel smile gracing her lips. New York has collapsed? Dimensions are overlapping? She taunted, leaning close to the Ancient One, her breath tinged with the scent of sulfur. Will you finally concede how inept you Guardians truly are? The Ancient One's pupils constricted. In her 2 millennia of guardianship, she had never witnessed the collapse of the mirror dimension affect reality. Yet at this moment, she beheld the walls of the Empire State building fracturing inexplicably, pedestrians on the streets suddenly collapsing, blood oozing from their orifices. as black snow began to fall upon Manhattan's sky. Demons are harbingers of destruction. Leah twirled gracefully, her skirt lifting like waves of hellfire. Repair? You ought to seek out your eternal deity whom you serve. She mimicked the Ancient One's solemn tone. Leah's indifference provoked a seething anger within the Ancient One, who took a deep breath and tore the eye of Agamotto from her chest, its emerald light swirling in her palm. Leah observed coldly, her crimson hair dancing in the tempest. You old relic, do you truly believe I would assist you in mending this chaos? Cradling the unconscious Chen Tian, she scoffed. The unraveling of reality and the demise of mortals concern me not. The Ancient One remained silent, raising the time stone high. The emerald light erupted, causing the collapsing space to tremble violently. Leah suddenly felt the body of Chen Tian in her arms growing transparent. What are you doing? Leah's pupils dilated as she dashed toward the Ancient One, only to be halted midair by the tumult of time. She watched helplessly as Chen Tian's outline faded, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight, merging with the timeline. Stop, you old wretch. Panic laced Leah's voice for the first time as she frantically pounded against the temporal barrier. You will let him enter the timeline. The Ancient One's visage aged rapidly beneath the radiant glow of the time stone, wrinkles creeping across her face like vines. Yet she resolutely maintained her spell. This is the only way. Leah's form began to fade as well. She gazed down at her dissolving arms and unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. Ancient One, wait for my return. I shall rend your soul into shreds. Each fragment shall burn in hellfire for a millennium. Before her threat could fully escape her lips, she began to vanish, as if erased by an unseen eraser. Starting from her fingertips, the last to disappear were her eyes, aflame with wrath, fixed intently on the Ancient One. The entire mirror dimension began to reverse its destruction under the influence of the time stone. Shattered glass reassembled, and collapsing structures regained their former shapes. However, the Ancient One understood that due to the power of the time stone and the energy of the collapse, Chen Tian would enter the timeline, uncertain of when he might re-emerge. Exhausted, she knelt upon the ground, the time stone rolling from her withered hand. In a final moment before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear a distant roar echoing through time and space, accompanied by a faint call from a young boy. Tony reclined languidly on the sofa, loosening his tie and carelessly tossing his expensive tailored jacket onto the couch. Welcome back, sir. Jarvis's voice flowed down from the ceiling. You have been working for 14 consecutive hours. I would advise you to take a break. Save it, old Jarvis, Tony replied, unfastening his cufflinks. Those stubborn old-timers at the Pentagon are more troublesome than the 10 rings. As he approached the liquor cabinet, a holographic projection automatically unfolded, displaying 12 global sites where the Arbiter defense bases were under construction. The amber whiskey swirled in his glass. Yet Tony's gaze was drawn to a photo on the wall, a snapshot of him and Chen Tian at the Arbiter barbecue party. In the image, Chen Tian had ruined the grill, with Chef Dog Egg fuming in the background. Meanwhile, Tony, Thor, Hulk, Natasha, and Barton were laughing heartily, only to be pulled back to reality by the reflection of his own dark circles in the glass. That kid still hasn't shown up? Tony suddenly inquired, his voice raspier than he had anticipated. The global monitoring system has detected no signals from Mr. Chen Tian's aircraft. Jarvis paused momentarily. However, I have located reports of an explosion occurring in Sokovia. Tony's fingers abruptly tightened around the glass, causing the whiskey to slosh and drip through his fingers, leaving glaring splotches on the marble floor. Retrieve the footage, he commanded, his tone suddenly chilling, all fatigue evaporating in an instant. Before Tony appeared a holographic image, revealing a castle nestled deep within the mountains of Sokovia that suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Tony furrowed his brow. Rewind. Zoom in on the third quadrant. The holographic projection instantly switched, with Jarvis delaying by 3 seconds to bring up the satellite imagery of Sokovia, showcasing the castle exploding at a sluggish pace. Played again. Tony's voice tinged with tension. The footage replayed, and in the final frame before the castle's explosion, Tony suddenly spotted a silver flash darting from the ruins. Stop, he exclaimed, springing to his feet. Zoom in on that light. The image magnified and sharpened, gradually revealing the outline of a figure, Pietro sprinting with Wanda in his arms, while Captain America and the Winter Soldier were slung over his back. Jarvis, who are those individuals? Tony resumed his seat, taking a sip from his glass. No valid data could be retrieved, Jarvis responded. Tony frowned, setting down his glass. Jarvis, prepare for departure. We are heading to Sokovia. The armor has been maintained and is ready for deployment, Jarvis replied. As he spoke, the suit rose from the ground in the center of the hall. Tony approached the armor. Just as he reached out to touch it, a wave of palpitations surged through him. Sir, your heart rate. I'm fine, Tony brusquely interrupted the alarm, though his hand trembled uncontrollably. The sensation of emptiness brought on by the palpitations was eerily familiar, too familiar for comfort. The last time I experienced such palpitations was at the moment when I watched my parents' coffins being laid to rest. Jarvis, find a way to contact Steve. Inform him that I shall arrive shortly. The muscles in Tony's face grew rigid as he clenched his jaw tightly. I demand an explanation for his presence there. Chapter 40. An unusual family. My name is Chen Tian. Yes, I am the very Chen Tian who was previously transported into the Marvel Universe by the muddy-headed deity. I have traversed dimensions once more. Chen Tian, irritated, crumpled a soda can in his hand, the sound of the metal deforming resonating harshly in the quiet living room. A creaking noise emanated from the room, and Chen Tian turned to see a tall figure bent over mopping the floor. The individual wore a deep blue long coat, and his silver hair stood erect like steel needles. Most striking was the apron he donned, boldly emblazoned with the words "the supreme chef of the culinary world." The man straightened up, guiding the mop through the air with an elegant arc. He lifted his head, and a tender affection shone in his blue eyes. What troubles you, my child? Chen Tian's mouth twitched. Virgil, how many times must I tell you not to call me child? Virgil, the eldest son of the Spartan family, now resembled an ordinary house husband as he leaned the mop against the wall. But you have indeed inherited all the power of Nero, he remarked, sitting beside Chen Tian, the hem of his coat gently brushing against the sofa. In a certain sense, you are my child. With a resigned sigh, Chen Tian sank into the sofa, feeling akin to a deflated balloon. Just then, the opposite side of the sofa suddenly sank, and a nonchalant voice chimed in. My brother is not wrong. You are, how shall I put it? Dante lounged with his legs crossed, a red coat casually draped over the back of the sofa, a half-eaten slice of pizza in hand. Ah yes, the legitimate grandson of the Spartan family. Chen Tian, too fatigued to even raise his eyelids, weakly waved his hand. Yes, Dante, you are correct. He paused, a sudden realization striking him. Sitting up abruptly, he exclaimed, Wait, where did you get that slice of pizza? Our refrigerator only has a pack of frozen dumplings left. Dante flashed a mischievous grin, devouring the pizza in a few bites. A business secret, Virgil scoffed, his long fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. He went to the Haji Hay convenience store to borrow the microwave again, he said, casting a sharp glance at Dante's bulging pockets, and he borrowed a few bags of snacks as well. Little Tian, you must not emulate him. Hey, big brother. Dante exaggeratedly clutched his chest, feigning an injured expression. How can you doubt your beloved younger brother? I did pay for it. With game tokens? Virgil raised an eyebrow. Chen Tian rolled his eyes, just about to respond when a loud bang erupted from the kitchen. The three turned in unison to see two standing amidst a chaotic mess, expressionless, holding a blackened frying pan. Her voice bore a hint of confusion. I had meticulously controlled the heat and timing according to the recipe's instructions. As Chen Tian observed the billowing black smoke from the kitchen, he suddenly realized that the perplexities brought on by his inexplicable time travel were trivial in comparison. At least now, he found himself surrounded by a rather eccentric yet undeniably authentic family, a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. Resolved, he rose to his feet and casually seized the frying pan from the hands of two. Gently stroking his chin, Chen Tian suddenly broke into a sly smile and turned to Dante. Has a new family moved in next door? The male head of the household is named Alexei. Dante, holding a snack, tilted his head in contemplation. Ah, yes, he's a robust Russian fellow who helped me move the refrigerator yesterday. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, you're not suggesting. Exactly. Chen Tian snapped his fingers, his face alight with mischievous excitement. Let us take our frozen dumplings and pay a visit to our new neighbors. Virgil furrowed his brow. My child, you must not indulge in mischief like your Uncle Dante. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively, a harmless smile gracing his features. Fear not. Virgil, we're merely going to greet our neighbors and perhaps enjoy a meal. He winked, adding, and I've heard they have a delightful little daughter named Natasha. Virgil's frown deepened, his elongated fingers unconsciously resting on the hilt of the Enma blade. You wouldn't be suggesting. Wow. Dante suddenly leaped from the sofa, his crimson coat slicing through the air with a graceful arc. You want to see little Natasha? What a splendid idea. Tu quietly retrieved a beautifully wrapped box of candies from her apron pocket. This is a gift I prepared for our introduction. Observing the eager trio before him, Virgil let out a resigned sigh. At least allow me to cook the dumplings. No need to cook. Chen Tian and Dante chorused, exchanging knowing grins. Dante magically produced a bottle of vodka from beneath the sofa cushions. This will make it even more Russian. Indeed, Chen Tian had been influenced by the time stone, finding himself transported back to the year 1995. This entire predicament stemmed from Diablo's inaction. His passive response compelled the Ancient One to resort to the time stone. The violent clash of temporal energy, dimensional energy, and infernal energy resulted in an uncontrollable overflow effect, abruptly casting Chen Tian into this temporal juncture. Upon awakening from the chaotic currents of time and space, he immediately questioned Diablo through their mental link, confronting him with the truth. In a fit of rage, Chen Tian delivered several forceful kicks into the air. Though Diablo remained unscathed, Chen Tian himself winced in pain. And he seized the tablet that Tony had previously prepared for Diablo, a device containing thousands of films and series. While assessing his situation, Chen Tian suddenly recalled that an important companion still slumbered within his summoning space. He promptly released Tu from the summoning realm and offered her a sincere apology. After gaining a profound understanding of the circumstances, the empathetic figure quickly forgave the master ensnared in the chaotic currents of time and space. Perhaps as a means of compensating for Chen Tian's torment at the hands of the three-dimensional demon gods, his remarkable gift revealed its true potential. As Chen Tian endeavored to perform his inaugural summoning, a grand package from Devil May Cry 5 descended from the heavens, successfully bringing forth both a middle-aged Dante and Virgil, while also endowing Chen Tian with the entirety of Nero's powers and arsenal. This elucidates why Virgil and Dante regard Chen Tian not as their master, akin to how Diablo and Uchiha Madara perceive their own, but rather as a child. Thus, in this unfamiliar year of 1995, an extraordinary family unit began to coalesce around Chen Tian. The ever-aproned Virgil, gazing upon Chen Tian with paternal affection, the carefree Dante, and the beloved Miss Number 2. Oh, and let us not forget about Madara. In his isolation, had previously harbored the arrogant belief that his power eclipsed that of Mephisto, only to discover that it was all part of Mephisto's grand scheme, ensnaring his master in dire straits. Consequently, he withdrew into the summoning space, dedicating himself to relentless training. Though he would still respond to Chen Tian's calls, it was evident that his haughtiness had diminished. I almost neglected to mention that the quaint villa in which Chen Tian and the others reside was, thanks to Dante, acquired under peculiar circumstances. Dante, having transformed into a demon, masqueraded as a malevolent spirit, frightening the original owner into seeking an exorcist. At that juncture, Chen Tian and Virgil made their entrance, ultimately leading the previous owner to bestow the house upon Chen Tian. After all, the former owner was a Wall Street vampire, and Chen Tian felt no emotional burden concerning this. Upon arriving in this realm, Chen Tian sought to locate the Ancient One, hoping she might transport him back to his original timeline. Yet, for reasons unknown, no matter how fervently he called for her, she never materialized. Observing her absence, Chen Tian resolved that as soon as he acquired some wealth, he would make haste to Camartage. However, with Dante's reckless tendencies, it seemed that fortune remained perpetually out of reach. 5 minutes later, this peculiar visiting party confidently approached the neighboring door. Chen Tian inhaled deeply and rang the doorbell. To his surprise, the door swung open with unexpected swiftness. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appeared at the threshold, a man with golden short hair, clad in a tight-fitting shirt, his muscles straining against the fabric. "Greetings." Alexei welcomed warmly, his thick Russian accent palpable. "Are you the new neighbors?" Chen Tian beamed a radiant smile. "Indeed, we are from next door. We heard you just moved in and wanted to pay a visit." He waved a package of frozen dumplings in his hand. "This is a small token of our goodwill." At that moment, Dante raised a bottle of vodka, shaking it slightly. "I heard Russians enjoy this." Alexei's eyes sparkled with delight, and he erupted in a hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Fine spirits. Good neighbors. He clapped Dante on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Come in. My wife has just prepared borscht. Virgil gracefully inclined his head. We apologize for the intrusion. Meanwhile, Miss No, too silently presented a beautifully packaged box of sweets. As a group entered the spacious living room, a youthful voice resonated. Daddy, who has come? A girl with blue hair peeked down from the staircase, appearing to be around 10 or 11, her large, bright eyes brimming with curiosity. This was undoubtedly the young Natasha Romanoff, the future Black Widow. Natasha, come down and meet the new neighbors. Alexei called out. The little girl bounded down the stairs but abruptly halted upon seeing Chen Tian and his companions, cautiously retreating behind her father. Chen Tian noticed her gaze linger predominantly on the second individual, whose gentle demeanor evidently sparked the little agent's vigilance. Do not be afraid, dear. An elegant lady emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. I am Melina, and we warmly welcome you to our home. Chen Tian nearly choked on his own saliva upon realizing it was Melina Vostokov, the future Iron Maiden. Indeed, this family was reminiscent of the disguised family depicted in the Black Widow film. Dante, already at ease, sat at the dining table exclaiming, wow, this soup smells incredible. Virgil cleared his throat, discreetly signaling Dante to observe the table manners. Alexei, however, heartily poured vodka for everyone, proclaiming, cheers to our new neighbors. As the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial, Chen Tian observed Melina's gaze sweeping across them, particularly displaying an unusual intrigue toward the second individual. Meanwhile, little Natasha remained fixated on the scythe at Virgil's waist. Melina smiled as she ladled a bowl of borscht for Chen Tian. Are you all family? It doesn't quite seem like it. Well, of course it didn't. Two middle-aged Caucasians were accompanied by a young Oriental man and a girl whose heritage was difficult to discern. Just as Chen Tian was about to respond, a loud thud echoed from upstairs, freezing everyone's movements. Alexei's smile faltered. Ah, that must be Yelena being mischievous again. Chen Tian exchanged a glance with the second individual. Yelena, the future second Black Widow. This family gathering was becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, a blonde girl stormed down the stairs, fuming, Daddy, my teddy bear has gone missing again. In the dining room, Virgil took the initiative to address Alexei's disguised family. Allow me to introduce myself, he said gracefully. Pulling out chairs for the guests, I am Virgil Sparta, and this is my brother Dante Sparta. Dante, draping his arm over Chen Tian's shoulder, immediately straightened up and offered an exaggerated bow. Just call me Dante. This is our adopted son Nero. Virgil gestured with his slender fingers toward Chen Tian. And our adopted daughter Yela. The second individual inclined his head slightly, his silver hair shimmering softly under the light. Melina's knife and fork glided perfectly across her plate. What a warm family you have. How long have you been here? Not long, about a week earlier than you, Virgil replied, lifting the borscht to his nose. Savoring the perfectly balanced bay leaves within. Alexei laughed heartily, interjecting, my wife is a culinary expert. Come, let us toast to the delicious food. He tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of vodka, while Dante immediately raised his cup in response, the two glasses clinking together with a crisp sound. In that fleeting moment of indulgence, Dante swiftly poured the liquor into his pocket. Do not inquire as to why it was the pocket, nor question the fear of spillage. Dante's coat harbored all manner of surprises. A subtle tension simmered beneath the surface of the dining table. Melina's gaze flitted between Dante's sauce-stained crimson overcoat and Virgil's meticulously tailored attire. The stark contrast in character between the two brothers was evident. My mother passed away early, and I raised my younger brother, thus lacking the guidance of elders in matters of etiquette, which inevitably led to some faux pas. Virgil, unperturbed, sliced through the black bread, while Dante had a penchant for using hot sauce as if it were ketchup. Beneath the table, Chen Tian discreetly kicked Dante, and the timely offering of a napkin concealed the demon hunter's twisted expression. Miss Yulia's gloves were particularly exquisite. Melina suddenly turned to the quiet girl. She gently caressed the seam of the gloves, a family tradition. She then glanced at the eagerly watching Yelena, asking, would you like to see? The golden-haired little girl immediately lunged forward, only to exclaim in surprise upon touching the back of the girl's hand, it's cold. Natasha instinctively took a step back, suddenly pointing at the girl's neck. Sister, there's a glow here. Virgil calmly set down his napkin. My adopted son and brother have been somewhat rebellious. and have coaxed the young girl into getting a glow-in-the-dark tattoo. Super cool. Dante suddenly produced a spray can. I have glow-in-the-dark spray. Just as Dante was about to say something, Chen Tian pointed out the window. It's snowing. The first snowfall of 1995 fell in soft flurries. The girl took the opportunity to adjust her optical camouflage, while Yelena stealthily pilfered a meatball from Dante's plate. As Melina turned around, she found Natasha already perched on the girl's lap, carefully arranging the silver hair of the artificial being. Like snow, the little girl whispered. The girl awkwardly but earnestly helped Natasha braid her hair, a sensation she had never experienced before. You seem quite close, Melina remarked with a smile that bore an inquisitive edge. Blood relations are not the sole bonds of affection. Virgil's blue eyes narrowed slightly, reminiscent of certain families that appear perfect yet harbor secrets. Alexei suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I adore your family, more than those we encountered in Cuba. Melina's knife scraped sharply against the porcelain plate. Virgil elegantly wiped the soup stains from Chen Tian's mouth. The cigars from Cuba are indeed unforgettable. Upon returning to the Spartan family's villa, the flames in the fireplace crackled softly. Virgil hung his coat on the rack, his brow slightly furrowed. That woman named Melina is no ordinary figure. She has tested us at least 7 times. Dante sprawled on the sofa, rubbing his empty stomach. Come on, brother. If it weren't for our nephew's suggestion to mooch a meal, we would still be hungry. He gestured toward the barren refrigerator, where as broke as can be. The girl stood quietly by the window, as Melina added a trace of sedative to the soup. A dosage just enough to induce mild drowsiness in an average adult. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's quite normal. After all, an unexpected visit would certainly draw their attention. Then why go at all? Some aspects remain unclear. She tilted her head in puzzlement as she gazed at Chen Tian. It's because of our financial plight. Chen Tian suddenly sprang up from the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at Dante. Ever since this fellow joined us, our fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. Dante blinked innocently, casually extracting a half-moldy donut from the crevice of the sofa. Hey, you can't pin this all on me. If not you, then who? Chen Tian retorted, counting on his fingers. Last week, we barely won $3,000 at the casino. Who insisted on performing the sword-swallowing act that attracted the attention of security? Virgil, elegantly sipping plain water, his coffee long exhausted, interjected, I recall that performance ultimately cost us $5,000 in reparations. And what about the day before yesterday? Chen Tian continued his lament. The $800 we earned at McDonald's, what did this guy spend it on? A limited edition strawberry sundae-flavored Sons of the Dead bag, she calmly supplied. That is a collectible. Dante defended himself, promptly shoving the moldy donut into his mouth. Chen Tian buried his face in his hands in despair. Why on earth did you keep that thing? The most outrageous part was the bank card we acquired while pretending to exorcise demons. Wait, Dante suddenly raised his hand. That time had a legitimate reason. The machine was clearly possessed by a demon. I witnessed it spitting out bills emblazoned with Mephistopheles' face. Virgil scoffed. So you decided to cleave it in half with the blade of rebellion? Which also triggered the bank's alarm system. We were on the run for 12 hours, she added. The flickering flames of the fireplace danced across Chen Tian's anguished face, while Virgil elegantly set down his teacup, which held only hot water. Thus, he said, his long fingers tapping the coffee table with a hollow echo, we currently face 2 pressing issues. He raised one finger. Firstly, Master Gu remains unreachable. Raising a second finger, he continued. Secondly, our financial condition, casting a glance at the sheepish Dante, is worse than that of hell itself. Just now, before we departed from Alexei's home, she quietly interjected, Melina requested my assistance in caring for Natasha and Yelena tomorrow. She sighed gently. She and Alexei need to step out and are willing to pay $200 as compensation, covering the entire day's activities for the sisters. Chen Tian's eyes instantly sparkled. $200? She nodded again, and Chen Tian, grinning, wrapped his arm around her shoulder. What did I tell you? Our family can't function without you. Dante applauded, exclaiming, just as I expected. You're the most reliable among us. Virgil chuckled in agreement. In the days that followed, she became the most trusted Yuli's sister to Yelena and Natasha. Each morning, she would promptly appear at Alexei's doorstep, engaging the 2 little girls in various games. Yuli's sister, Yelena exclaimed excitedly, holding up a crayon drawing. I drew you and Natasha today. She accepted the artwork. her pupils slightly narrowing as she noticed the wings unfurling behind her in the drawing. Natasha quietly observed her reaction from the side. Meanwhile, Dante's food delivery venture was nothing short of a disaster. On the first day, he mistakenly delivered pizzas to 37 incorrect addresses. On the second day, he engaged in reckless driving, resulting in a collision involving 5 police cars. By the third day, he had outdone himself by transforming a customer's order for a Hawaiian pizza into a genuine volcanic lava pizza, ultimately causing an explosion in their kitchen. "This cannot be blamed on me," Dante protested, feeling aggrieved, as the customer had requested it to be spicy enough to breathe fire. Chen Tian gazed silently at the compensation bill totaling $3,000 and discreetly pulled out his rebellious sword. Virgil, restrain him. With no other option, Chen Tian and Virgil found themselves compelled to enter the infernal kitchen to engage in underground boxing. Virgil, with elegance, showcased his skill with a wooden sword, defeating 12 robust men in a video that went viral on the dark web, while Chen Tian inadvertently shouted "Kneel before me" during a match, leading to a misconception that he was a prince of an Eastern crime syndicate. Fortunately, both wore masks, thus evading the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. "I say," Chen Tian counted the cash. "Should we consider letting Ban?" "No way." Virgil firmly rejected, recalling that the last time he sought a loan on Wall Street. The entire financial district was abuzz with the urban legend of the red-eyed demon. Late at night, he quietly slipped the angelic drawing by Elena into the fireplace. In the flickering flames, her silver eyelashes trembled gently. She cherished this peculiar ambience. Chapter 41. Dante's virus. The fire in the hearth crackled as Chen Tian scrutinized a map, determining their route, while Virgil elegantly polished the Emma blade. Dante, sprawled across the sofa with a toothpick in his mouth, lamented their dwindling supplies. This ill-fated family had lost much of their hard-earned money, yet fortunately, they had saved enough for a journey to Nepal. The most economical route from New York to Nepal was to first take a boat to Europe, then travel overland. Chen Tian frowned, realizing it would take at least 2 months. "But, dear nephew," Dante languidly replied, "do not forget, we are all undocumented. We can hardly afford our electricity bill. By the way, why don't we just fly over? We can all assume our demonic forms." Silence. Silence. Chen Tian and Virgil were truly exasperated by this harbinger of misfortune. Pressing his temples, Chen Tian remarked, "We must remain low-key, as I am uncertain whether we are on my previous timeline or have been thrust into another due to temporal turbulence." "My lord," Uchiha Ban's figure materialized from shadows. "I just persuaded a captain at the dock. He is willing to smuggle us to Morocco." Virgil raised an eyebrow. "What method did you employ this time?" "I merely allowed him to dream a sweet dream." Ban's Sharingan glimmered in the firelight, revealing he had dreamt of winning the lottery, with the condition of transporting a few friends to Africa. "Africa, huh?" Chen Tian sighed, looking at Ban. "If you could persuade that captain, why not take us directly to Europe? It's closer to Nepal." Ban hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, having never studied the map of this world. Forget it, forget it. At least this way we save some money." Chen Tian patted Ban's shoulder, commending, "You have performed admirably, Lord Ban." At that moment, 2 entered through the door, drawing the attention of everyone present. Dante, in particular, sprang to his feet, eagerly hoping she had brought back some provisions from the Alexis. When everyone noticed 2's empty hands, a collective sigh escaped their lips, and Dante promptly collapsed to the ground. 2 calmly stepped over the sprawled Dante, her synthetic leather boots deftly avoiding the devil hunter's deliberate attempt to trip her. "The situation has changed," she announced, her pace quickening considerably. "The Alexi family is in a frantic state of packing, and Melina is exhibiting signs of extreme anxiety." Chen Tian abruptly lifted his gaze from the map. "When did this occur?" 30 minutes ago, 2 replied, holding up 3 fingers. Although they appeared calm, Chen Tian could discern their underlying urgency. He stroked his chin, recalling the plot of the film Black Widow, and then clapped his hands in realization. "Of course, they are planning to flee the United States." His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he slapped the table. "Indeed, they are escaping America." Everyone stared at him in confusion. Dante rose from the floor, a toothpick still clinging to his mouth. "Nephew, have you lost your mind? Didn't they mention a family vacation?" "A vacation? Nonsense." Chen Tian laughed heartily. "This is an emergency evacuation from the Red House. They possess a private jet." Virgil lowered his Yamato, contemplating the situation. Are you suggesting they're catching a ride? Chen Tian twirled in excitement. They must have a complete set of fake documents and flight permits. This is 1,000 times better than our smuggling plan. However, his expression suddenly froze as he smacked his forehead. Oh no, I just remembered their private jet is exceedingly small, accommodating only a handful of passengers. Dante immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing back to the ground. So it's all for naught? Virgil's slender fingers gently tapped the scabbard of Yamato. How many can it actually seat? Chen Tian furrowed his brow in thought. The standard configuration is 4 seats. If we squeeze, it can fit a maximum of 6. Ban scoffed. There are 5 of us. Well, that works out perfectly. Dante perked up again. Their family of 4 plus our 5. Wait, something seems amiss. Virgil elegantly rolled his eyes. Mathematical genius. Chen Tian quickly calculated in his mind. Melina, Alexei, Natasha, Yelena, plus our 5, totaling 9 individuals. Clearly, that exceeds capacity. Tu observed the group of disheartened men and cleared her throat softly. It seems you have overlooked a crucial fact. Her voice remained calm. It rendered the room instantly silent. We are their summons. Her expression bore a hint of exasperation. We can enter the summoning space. The air froze instantly. The toothpick fell from Dante's mouth. Virgil's hand paused mid-wipe of his sword, and Ban Sharingan ceased its rotation. Chen Tian's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Good heavens! Chen Tian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I completely forgot about that. Virgil lowered his long blade, his cheek twitching in acknowledgement. Indeed. Dante sprang up with a start. Wait, are you referring to that cramped, dimly lit little room devoid of pizza? We could remain there indefinitely. Tu remarked, it would, however, become rather tedious, and it's not as small as one might think. The corners of Ban's mouth twitched. Have you been contemplating this all along? Since the inception of the airplane concept? The tilt of Tu's head was executed with an uncanny mechanical precision. Chen Tian awkwardly covered his face. So we've been calculating seats like fools for ages. Virgil cleared his throat. At least we have confirmed the aircraft's capacity. And it can provide full protection for the master, Tu added. Suddenly, Dante waved his arms. Wait, can the summoning space accommodate a gaming console? No. Both Chen Tian and Virgil exclaimed in unison. Ban slowly rose, his Sharingan glowing red in the flickering light. The plan is straightforward. He surveyed the group. Tu will maintain her caretaker role, while the 4 of us will remain on standby at the airport. After the plane takes off, the master will summon us into the space, and then Tu will assist him in boarding. Tu glanced at Ban, the one proposing this plan, and even as an artificial being, she could not resist the urge to voice her criticism. Mr. Ban, it seems you have overlooked a crucial variable. The Alexei family is in a state of urgent escape. What reason do we have to believe they would permit my attendance? Moreover, she continued, if they encounter pursuers, the master's presence could inadvertently heighten the risk of exposure, which is entirely contrary to our strategy of maintaining a low profile. Chen Tian sighed as he gazed up at the ceiling. Tu is right. How did I not consider this? He then cast a fierce glare at Dante. It must be your influence. Dante defensively shrugged. Virgil elegantly raised an eyebrow. It appears our ninja has not contemplated the situation thoroughly enough. Ban's expression darkened. What better suggestion do you propose? Tu lowered her gaze slightly, her mechanical pupils flickering with data, as if engaged in complex probability calculations. Mr. Ban, she suddenly looked up, her tone calm, yet tinged with subtle change. Is it possible for your Sharingan to induce collective suggestion upon ordinary individuals? Ban's Sharingan rotated slightly. Collective suggestion? Indeed. Tu's fingertips traced an arc in the air, suggesting that the Alexei family could subconsciously overlook their presence, allowing them to discreetly board the aircraft. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Virgil set down the scythe, considering Ban thoughtfully. Dante exaggeratedly whistled. Wow, Tu, your idea is quite devious. I love it. The corners of Ban's mouth curled into a dangerous smile. No problem. I can easily manage that. Tu immediately responded. Based on my observations, the entire process from their departure to boarding the plane will not exceed 90 minutes. Chen Tian clapped his hands in excitement. Perfect. This way, I can slip onto the plane without anyone noticing. Virgil suddenly frowned. Wait, there's still one more issue. As the agent from the Red House aboard the aircraft observed, a flicker of blue light danced within the pupil of Tu. I have implanted a miniature disruptor within Natasha's doll. capable of temporarily disabling surveillance devices. Dante exaggeratedly clutched his chest. When did you become so conniving? Spending ample time with Mr. Dante, one could hardly conceal their cunning nature. Two responded with an impassive expression, though her lips subtly curled upwards. Suddenly, Obito rose, his Sharingan gleaming ominously in the firelight. Then the plan is set. I shall exert a collective suggestion upon the Alexei family at the opportune moment. He turned to Chen Tian. Once I have completed my task, I will inform you immediately. Chen Tian nodded, a peculiar expression crossing his face as a thought struck him. You all want to engage in a brawl within the summoning space, will you? Virgil and Dante exchanged glances, both letting out a disdainful snort. Obito had already begun to polish his fan. Tu let out a soft sigh. I shall ensure the safety of our flight. She paused before adding, however, I am more concerned about Diavolo, who has sequestered himself in the summoning space since arriving at this timeline. Chen Tian grimaced. That serves as a punishment for him. He is far from worried. The movies, TV shows, and anime on his tablet could entertain him for centuries. Outside, the snowfall intensified, observing his diverse family. Chen Tian suddenly felt that this journey aboard the aircraft would prove more eventful than anticipated. All right, everyone, he clapped his hands. The time for action is nearing. 2. What is the current status of the Alexei family? Data flickered in Tu's pupils. They had begun transferring their luggage to the garage. Departure is expected in 15 minutes. Chen Tian inhaled deeply. Then it is settled. Obito, prepare your Sharingan. Virgil, Dante, he glanced at the two demon hunters. Try not to brawl in the summoning space. Dante flashed a cheeky gesture, while Virgil crossed his arms, emitting a cold huff. The flames in the fireplace illuminated each face. An unprecedented operation of smuggling was about to commence. The night was as dark as ink, with snowflakes swirling in the biting wind. Chen Tian tightened his trench coat, stealthily blending into the Alexei family's group, aided by Obito's Sharingan. Melina and the others held no suspicion of this temporary bodyguard, as Obito's illusion had taken effect. And after the mission's completion, he had been retracted back to the summoning space by Chen Tian. Hurry up, Melina urged in a hushed tone, cradling the sleeping Yelena. The agents from the United States could discover them at any moment. Chen Tian assisted in stuffing the last suitcase into the trunk, stealing a glance at his watch. It was 3:17 a.m., the moment of lowest human vigilance. Tu was supposed to be by his side for protection, but considering the limited seating on the aircraft, he had already retracted her into the summoning space, leaving himself to follow alone. As everyone squeezed into the old travel van, Chen Tian noticed Natasha clutching the doll tightly. Tu had quietly implanted the disruptor within it before their departure. The little girl's drowsy eyes sparkled with an awareness beyond her years. 3 minutes to the airport. Alexei turned the key, and the engine emitted a strained groan, the wretched weather amplifying the harsh sound of tires crunching over the snow on the desolate street. Chen Tian peered through the rearview mirror, and suddenly, Natasha's doll-like eyes flickered with a faint blue light. Something was amiss. Indeed, headlights glimmered in the distance. 3 black vehicles, resembling phantoms, surged from a side road, their red warning lights carving a sanguine trail through the snowy veil. Damn it! Melina spun around abruptly. How do they find us? Brace yourselves. Alexei slammed the accelerator to the floor. The station wagon bolted forward like a startled beast. Chen Tian felt as though his insides were being thrust against his back. Little Natasha clung fiercely to her seat as her doll slipped from her grasp. Chen Tian reacted swiftly, catching the doll just in time, his fingertips pressing gently on a concealed spot on its abdomen, activating the disruptor. The pursuers suddenly slammed on their brakes, their headlights flickering ominously, seizing this precious 30 seconds of chaos. The station wagon made a sharp turn into the side entrance of a private airport. Hurry, hurry! Alexei leapt from the vehicle, wildly waving his arms like a madman. Melina had already scooped up Yelena and was rushing towards a Cessna aircraft on the tarmac. Chen Tian assisted with the last few pieces of luggage, silently relieved that the illusion was stable enough that Melina remained unaware of the additional presence among them. Is everyone accounted for? Alexei shouted from the driver's seat. Melina quickly counted. Natasha? Yelena? Temporary bodyguard? She furrowed her brow in confusion, but soon shook her head. Damn it, let us go. The roar of the airplane engine caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Tian crouched and squeezed into the cabin, discovering that the so-called private plane resembled a cramped can, with 4 seats filled to capacity, forcing him to curl up in the luggage compartment. Hold tight. Alexei yanked the control stick. A wave of weightlessness hit as the plane jolted violently through the air currents, a suitcase crashing against his foot, revealing bundles of counterfeit passports and cash within. We're safe. 10 minutes later, Alexei exhaled deeply, the flight path set for the next 7 hours. Melina's tense shoulders finally relaxed as she began to check on her daughter's sleeping postures. The cabin gradually quieted, filled only with the engine's hum and Natasha's steady breathing. Inside the cabin, Chen Tian nestled in the luggage area, his gaze resting on the slumbering Natasha and Yelena. The 2 little girls cuddled together, Yelena's small hand tightly clutching the hem of her sister's shirt. A voice echoed through the mental link. 2. Detecting abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate. Are you encountering issues? Chen Tian gently shook his head, responding with his mind. 2. Do you think we should alter their fates? After a brief silence, 2 replied. According to my calculations, intervening in history may lead to unpredictable butterfly effects. However, her voice bore a rare hint of hesitation should a decision to act be made. I will assist wholeheartedly. Chen Tian took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. He quietly retrieved a coin from his pocket, a piece that Dante had inadvertently dropped in there, claiming it to be a token of fortune. One side promised salvation, the other despair. He whispered a silent incantation. Flicking the coin with his thumb, it arched through the morning light, and to Chen Tian's astonishment, both sides revealed the same face. That rascal Dante had tampered with it. This old trickster left Chen Tian both amused and exasperated as he clenched the coin tightly, yet a peculiar sense of comfort washed over him. He gently roused his companions from the summoning space and conveyed his decision to them all. Do what you wish, my child. Virgil's voice resonated with affection. It was about time. Let chaos reign, my dear nephew. Dante exclaimed with excitement. I shall always stand by you. The voice of 2 chimed in delight. Master, I will ensure that all your enemies perish in my flames. Ban's tone, although no longer haughty, still bore an air of arrogance. Ah, master, might I be allowed out this time? The space you've left me is far too cramped. Leah, Diablo, sounded somewhat aggrieved, listening to the voices of his companions. Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. A new feature of the Golden Finger allows him to connect with characters in the summoning space through mental energy, preventing another invasion by dimensional demons. The plane flew steadily, and as Chen Tian gazed out, he beheld an expansive sea, which increasingly felt amiss. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he nearly slapped himself. He had indeed been infected by Dante, forgetting that their escape destination was neither Asia nor the vast expanse of Russia, but rather the ancient region of Guba. Ahem, comrades, I seem to have misremembered. We are currently in Guba, Chen Tian awkwardly announced within the summoning space. So, the meticulously planned smuggling operation was flawed from the outset? Virgil responded, utterly speechless. What has happened to this child? Has he caught Dante's folly? Regardless, the current objective was to extricate little Natasha and little Yelena from the Red House. Chen Tian resolved to push forward, considering that if worse came to worst, they could simply commandeer a plane from the Red House. He never pondered whether anyone could actually pilot a plane, or if 2 could. Chapter 42. Let the invasion begin. Young one. The roar of the airplane's engine gradually diminished, finally coming to rest along a secluded stretch of coastline in Guba. The morning light was soft, the waves crashing against the rocks, and the air was imbued with the briny scent of the sea. The cabin door slowly opened, and Drake stood on the tarmac, a warm smile gracing his face, as if greeting a long-lost friend. He opened his arms wide, enthusiastically welcoming Alexei. Alexei, my old friend. Drake's voice was raspy, imbued with an enchanting allure. Welcome home. Alexei paused momentarily, but soon broke into a hearty smile, embracing Drake tightly. Comrade Drake, it is truly a pleasure to have you come to personally greet us. Melina stood nearby, her smile flawless, yet her gaze was icy. She gently nudged Natasha and Yelena, signaling them to disembark from the plane. The 2 little ones clutched each other's hands tightly, cautiously descending the gangway. Natasha's gaze swept over the dozen agents clad in black uniforms, who stood silently along the shore, their eyes sharp and indifferent, as if scrutinizing their prey. Yelena instinctively shrank behind her sister, her small hand gripping the hem of Natasha's garment. Dreykov released Alexei and turned his attention to Melina, his smile remaining gentle. Melina, you have executed the task splendidly. Melina nodded slightly, her voice calm. Everything for the Red Room. Dreykov nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell upon Natasha and Yelena. The two children instantly froze. His eyes were profound and frigid, as though they could penetrate to the very depths of one's fears. Natasha's breath quickened. She felt Dreykov's gaze linger on her, assessing her as if she were a weapon rather than child. Natasha, Yelena, Dreykov's voice was soft. It sent chills down their spines. Welcome to your new home. Yelena's lips trembled slightly, but she stubbornly held back her tears. Natasha, however, fixed her gaze upon Dreykov, an alertness flickering in her eyes that belied her tender age. Dreykov seemed to notice her reaction, a slight smirk gracing his lips, an intriguing child. He turned to Melina, his tone casual. Take them back to the Red Room. Training begins tomorrow. Melina nodded, taking the hands of the two little ones. Come along, children. Natasha and Yelena were led away, yet Natasha could not resist glancing back at Dreykov, who was murmuring quietly with Alexei, his gaze perpetually trailing after them. It was anything but a benevolent stare. As Natasha and Yelena were escorted by Melina, Dreykov's eyes continued to follow them until they vanished into the black military truck parked along the shore. Chen Tian remained hidden within the aircraft's cargo hold, his breathing steady. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Aren't you going to make a move? The voice of two echoed within the space, tinged with urgency. Chen Tian did not respond immediately. His mind was racing, countless possibilities colliding within his thoughts. Rescuing Natasha and Yelena? Certainly, that had been the initial objective. However, now he perceived a greater opportunity. Destroying the Red Room? Dreykov was right before him. The illusionary magic could allow him to approach silently, striking with lethal precision. Yet, the Red Room would not crumble with the death of a single leader. It would merely retreat underground, awaiting the next ruler. Controlling the Red Room? That notion flickered through his mind before taking root. If he could usurp power, the vast intelligence network, the resources of agents, and even the undiscovered Black Widow candidates would all become his strength. 2. Do you think we should directly take control here? Chen Tian whispered. Tu paused for a moment before replying. The structure of the Red Room is intricate. Direct control will require time. However, should you decide to proceed, I will offer my utmost assistance. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on his knee. Drake had already turned, making his way to another black sedan with Alexei. Melina departed with her two little ones, while the agents along the coast began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Opportunities are fleeting. Ban. Chen Tian called out within the mental link. My lord. Ban responded. If I wish for Drake to willingly relinquish control of the Red House, to what extent can your illusion achieve this? Ban's Sharingan flickered subtly in the summoning space. Everything, as long as you desire it, everything can be accomplished. Ban's voice carried a hint of coldness. Yet illusions are ultimately illusions. If he remains resolute or if someone detects the anomaly, the plan may be exposed. A smirk tugged at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth. Then let him do so voluntarily. 10 minutes later, Drake's private vehicle departed the coast, navigating the rugged mountain road towards his private jet. Inside the car, Drake was perusing the mission report submitted by Melina when suddenly his gaze faltered. Reflected on the car window was a pair of crimson eyes. The Sharingan. Drake's fingers froze, his pupils constricting abruptly, but in the next moment, his expression regained its calm. As if nothing had transpired, Ban's illusion was weaving an invisible web, gradually eroding his thoughts. My lord, the illusion has taken effect. From here on, he is your puppet. Ban's voice resonated in Chen Tian's mind. Chen Tian stood in the shadows, watching the sedan recede, a cold smile gracing his lips. Excellent. The door of Drake's private jet slowly closed, the engines emitting a low hum. Chen Tian settled into the leather seat, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest. Gazing through the window at the retreating coastline, Ban stood beside him, the Sharingan subtly shifting, maintaining control over Drake's illusion. Drake himself sat opposite, his expression serene, his eyes vacant like a finely crafted puppet. My lord, the illusion is secure, Ban murmured, his consciousness entirely subdued. Now, you may issue commands at will. Chen Tian nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Drake. Drake, he began, his voice calm, yet commanding. Drake slowly raised his head, his expression vacant. Yet his tone remained steady. Yes. The first command, Natasha and Yelena, refrain from any training for the time being. Drake nodded, understood. The second command, with the highest authority, seal off their information. No one is to make contact. Yes. The third command, take me to the core database of the Red House. Drake's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly instinctively resisting this directive, but Ban's Sharingan deepened suddenly, the power of the illusion crashing over his will like a tidal wave. Ultimately, he bowed his head, as you command. The plane landed at a discreet private airport on the outskirts of Budapest. The edifice, known locally as the Red House, is ingeniously concealed within the intricate architectural tapestry of Budapest's Old Town. Its facade resembles that of an ordinary government office building, seamlessly blending with the surrounding neoclassical structures. Dreykov strides ahead, followed closely by Chen Tian and Ban. The trio traverses an archway adorned with exquisite reliefs, entering what appears to be an unremarkable elevator. As Dreykov presses the button for the third floor, Chen Tian notices a nearly imperceptible fluorescent trace of his fingerprint left upon the button. The voice of two resonates in Chen Tian's mind, tinged with caution, for this encryption system surpasses even that of the contemporary SHIELD. Each corridor is replete with biometric scanners. The elevator descends silently, its security measures seamlessly integrated into the daily operations of the Budapest government offices, evading the suspicion of even local law enforcement. Can it be breached? Chen Tian queries within. I can attempt it, Tu responds. Yet the most effective approach would be direct access to their core computer. Upon reaching the third floor, the doors part to reveal a corridor lined with traditional Hungarian pattern carpets. Dreykov leads them toward a room at the end, marked as an archive, where two guards clad in Hungarian police uniforms stand sentinel. Comrade Dreykov, one guard states in heavily accented Russian, today is not a day for routine inspections. Dreykov flashes a gentle smile, a special mission, comrade. Orders from the Supreme Committee. The guard hesitates briefly, but ultimately steps aside. Chen Tian observes the guard's pupils slightly dilate, a telltale sign of hypnosis. It appears the Red House has extended its mental control to local government personnel. As the heavy oak door closes behind them, Chen Tian realizes that this so-called archive is, in fact, a futuristic control center. Enormous screens on the walls flicker with real-time surveillance footage from across Europe. Take me to the core database, Chen Tian commands. Dreykov nods mechanically, advancing towards what seems to be an ordinary desk at the center of the room. He presses a concealed switch beneath the desk, causing the floor to part slowly, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into the depths below. The staircase spirals downwards, resembling a stairway to hell. Chen Tian follows closely behind Dreykov, while Ban transforms into an insignia, pressing against Chen Tian's collar, their footsteps muffled by the specially designed flooring. The air is infused with a faint scent of ozone, characteristic of large computer systems in operation. Tu interjects in Chen Tian's mind. The surveillance system has already captured your image, but I am currently tampering with the footage in real time. However, what? The Red House's system employs a unique encryption method. My alterations can only be sustained for 72 hours. After that, the original data will automatically restore. Chen Tian squints. 72 hours is ample time. At the base of the staircase stands a formidable alloy door, its biometric device pulsating with a spectral blue light. Dreykov places his palm upon the scanning area, simultaneously aligning his right eye with the iris recognition apparatus. Identity confirmed, Comrade Dreykov. In a mechanical female voice, Russian words resonated, welcoming one to the temple of data. The door slid open silently, revealing a circular space the size of a basketball court. At its center stood an enormous quantum computer, with countless optical fibers extending from the mainframe like veins to hundreds of terminals adorning the walls. Dozens of technicians were diligently at work, yet all wore specialized headsets, exhibiting no reaction to the outside world. A brainwave disruptor, Tu analyzed instantly. These individuals are in a semi-hypnotic state, solely focused on their tasks. Dreykov led them through the bustling technicians, making a beeline for the central console. A middle-aged woman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, lifted her gaze and immediately rose upon seeing Dreykov. Commander, I did not receive notice of your visit. An impromptu inspection, Comrade Ivanova. Dreykov's voice was mechanical and steady. Initiate the highest authority protocol, codename Holly 39. Ivanova's expression turned bewildered as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Protocol confirmed. The system will transition to management mode in 30 seconds. Chen Tian noticed a young technician beside the console who seemed to sense the anomaly, casting a furtive glance in their direction. The Sharingan in his eyes subtly shifted, prompting the technician to immediately lower his head and return to his work. Master, the Sharingan murmured, someone is resisting the brainwave disruption. Chen Tian nodded discreetly. The Red House indeed lived up to its reputation, as even ordinary technicians possessed such willpower. The main screen of the console flickered to life, displaying a three-dimensional holographic projection reminiscent of the Hydra emblem. Tu's voice suddenly tensed. This is not an ordinary Red House system. It is a specialized system jointly developed by Hydra and the Red House. Chen Tian's pupils constricted. No wonder Drakev managed to establish such an extensive espionage network during the Cold War. He had Hydra's backing. 2. Can you gain complete control of this system? Physical contact with the core processor is required, Tu replied. Do not worry. I will exert my utmost effort. Drakev had already positioned himself before the biometric terminal. Please proceed with the final authorization. Chen Tian glanced at the Sharingan, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. The illusion cast by the Sharingan continued to operate flawlessly. As Drakev placed his palm on the terminal, Chen Tian silently approached the console, feigning to adjust his collar while actually allowing Tu's nano interface to connect with the system. Initiating intrusion, Tu's voice resonated in Chen Tian's mind, focused and precise. The first layer of the firewall has been breached. Chen Tian's fingers gently tapped the edge of the console, appearing nonchalant, yet perfectly synchronizing with Tu's rhythm of intrusion. The nanoscale interface established a connection with the system's core at the molecular level, with Tu's algorithms surging into this era's supercomputer. The second layer of encryption has been cracked. Tu's voice was tinged with excitement. Data mirroring is being established. 8592-951,002 has fully seized control of all data within the Red House, including its intelligence. Tu's voice echoed in Chen Tian's ears. Now, the Katyusha of the Red House is your servant. In an instant, the lights in the control room extinguished completely, leaving only the indicators on the mainframe flickering like distant stars. The system update was complete. A mechanical voice announced that the highest privileges had been transferred. The lights flickered back to life, and all technicians donned their headsets once more, resuming their tasks as if the prior darkness had never occurred. Ivanova blinked in confusion before casually returning to her seat. Chen Tian gently caressed the control panel, feeling the pulsating flow of data beneath his fingertips. Now, this most formidable espionage network of the Cold War had become his personal arsenal. He summoned Unit 2, who smiled at Chen Tian, recalling the spirited young man who had once described his plans to the Arbiters, including Tony Stark, within the Arbiter Tower. The first command, he murmured, delete all anomalous records from the past 72 hours. Executed, Unit 2 replied. The second command, lift all surveillance on Natasha Romanoff and Yelena Belova. Orders have been issued. Chen Tian glanced at the bewildered technicians. Initiate Protocol 39, allowing these lovely comrades to continue their usual work. As he turned to depart, the control room had fully returned to normalcy. The afternoon sun in Budapest bathed the three in its warm glow. Drakev's expression returned to its natural state, as if he had never been under control. Comrade Drakev, Chen Tian whispered to Unit 2, who translated in real time into Russian, please take them to see those two children. Drakev nodded slightly. Of course, they are in a special monitoring area. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, a promising prospect indeed. Chen Tian gazed towards the boats on the Danube, a deeper smile gracing his lips. The door to the special monitoring area slid open silently, and Drakev, with a smile, respectfully gestured for Chen Tian and his companions to enter. Inside the room, Natasha was arranging breadcrumbs on the table to form Morse code, patiently teaching Yelena how to recognize it. Hearing the commotion, she abruptly looked up, instinctively shielding her sister behind her until she recognized the visitors. Yula's sister? Yelena's voice trembled with disbelief. Unit 2, her silvery hair shimmering softly under the light, knelt on one knee, her eyes sparkling as she opened her arms to the two children. In the next moment, the two small figures dashed into her embrace like cannonballs. I knew you would come. Natasha buried her face in Unit 2's neck, her voice muffled yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Yelena, now in tears, clutched the hem of Unit 2's combat uniform tightly. Chen Tian stood at the center of the room, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. Dante lounged against the wall, the rebellion blade spinning at his fingertips like a windmill. Virgil stood with arms crossed, the Yamato humming faintly within its sheath. Ban's Sharingan silently swept across the room, ensuring the safety of every corner. Drakev remained to the side, his posture respectful, yet his gaze appeared vacant, his consciousness still firmly ensnared by illusions, reduced to a mere puppet in Chen Tian's hands. "All right, little ones." Dante suddenly bent down, his crimson coat sweeping the ground. "It's time to leave. This place doesn't even have a vending machine for cola." Yelena timidly looked up from Two's embrace, her eyes widening in surprise. "Your sword is glowing." Virgil snorted softly, though a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, the rebellion sliced through the air, executing a precise arc of cerulean light that severed the surveillance camera from the ceiling without disturbing a single wire. "Cool." Natasha's eyes sparkled, but she quickly turned her gaze toward Drakev, still feeling uneasy about his presence. Chen Tian noticed her apprehension and spoke softly. "There's no need to be anxious, Natasha. The Red House is now under my control." Drakev slightly bowed his head, his voice steady and mechanical. "I shall adhere to your directives." A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, but soon her gaze returned to Two, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. She asked quietly, "So we can truly leave this place?" Two gently stroked her hair, his voice tender yet resolute. "Yes. From this day forth, no one shall harm you again." Chen Tian turned to Drakev, his tone calm. "Arrange transportation to take them to a safe house." Drakev nodded, executing immediately. Natasha and Yelena exchanged glances, their small hands clasped tightly together. This time, they finally glimpsed the dawn of freedom. Chapter 43. Once again, Drakev's private plane descended upon a clandestine base on the outskirts of Moscow. The cabin door opened slowly, and Chen Tian, accompanied by Two, Ban, Dante, and Virgil, gracefully descended the staircase. Drakev trailed behind them like a marionette, his gaze vacant and his movements mechanical. The core members of the Red House had already lined up on the tarmac, and upon recognizing the newcomers, Alexei and Melina at the forefront widened their eyes in astonishment. "Isn't that our neighbors, the Spartus?" Alexei exclaimed, his rugged face etched with disbelief. He instinctively touched his scruffy beard, as if to confirm this wasn't a figment of his imagination. Melina's elegant posture wavered for the first time, her eyes darting between Chen Tian and Two, finally settling on the silver-haired girl who always helped her retrieve fallen shopping bags. "Miss Yura?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Chen Tian offered a warm smile, reminiscent of their casual encounters in the neighborhood. "It's been a while, Mr. Alexei, Ms. Melina." The muscles beneath Alexei's suit tensed as he glanced at the dazed Drakev, then back at Chen Tian and the group of neighbors behind him. Melina quickly regained her composure, yet her gaze remained sharp. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Tian stepped forward, prompting Drakev to respectfully retreat behind him. This simple gesture drew gasps from all the Red House agents. "As I mentioned earlier," Chen Tian said casually, as if discussing the weather, "we are indeed your neighbors." He paused momentarily, a deeper smile gracing his features as he prepared to take control of the Red House. Inside the conference room, Drake sat at the head of the table, while Chen Tian stood behind him, casually resting his hands on his shoulders, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Ladies and gentlemen," Drake began, his voice steady, yet his tone reminiscent of scripted dialogue. "Effective immediately, the supreme decision-making power of the Red House will be entrusted to Comrade Melina." The room erupted in chaos. "What?" Alexei exclaimed, springing to his feet, his chair toppling over in the process. "Comrade Drake, what nonsense are you spouting?" Other executives displayed their shock, some even drawing firearms, pointing them at Chen Tian. "What have you done to him?" Dante whistled, spinning the rebellious blade on his fingertips. "Wow, are we about to see some action?" Virgil scoffed, his Yinma blade slightly unsheathing, a glint of cold light flashing. The Sharingan of Ban silently revolved, freezing the movements, breaths, and even thoughts of everyone in the conference room in an instant. Unfazed by those immobilized, Chen Tian turned his attention to the only person still able to move, Melina. "Evidently, you possess far more intelligence than they do." Melina's pupils constricted slightly, yet her expression remained composed. "Illusion? Mental control? Close enough," Chen Tian replied with a smile. Drake is no longer of any use. Yet the red house still holds value. And he approached her with measured steps, his voice laced with a hint of danger. Are better suited to manage it than Drake. Melina fell silent for a few seconds before letting out a light laugh. What makes you think I would cooperate? Because you are not a lunatic like Drake. Chen Tian met her gaze unwaveringly. You understand better than anyone that the Black Widow program of the Red House is fundamentally flawed. Those girls are brainwashed, controlled, and ultimately either become emotionless killing machines or await the chance to completely overthrow the Red House. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Melina's eyes. But you are different. Chen Tian continued. I can see your genuine affection for Natasha and Yelena. After the removal of your uterus, you truly regard them as your children. Melina's breath caught slightly. Thus, I offer you a choice. Chen Tian spread his hands. Become a new master of the Red House and reshape it in my image. Or, alongside Drake, become my puppet. The air in the conference room felt as though it had solidified. A few moments later, Melina slowly raised her gaze. If you acquiesce, what will I gain? Freedom. Chen Tian smiled. True freedom. The Red House will become your home, not your prison. Melina scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. Ultimately, she nodded slightly. Deal. That night, the database of the Red House underwent a comprehensive update. Drake willingly signed the power transfer documents and was subsequently taken, along with his loyalists, into the deepest execution chamber of the Red House. Chen Tian stood outside the one-way glass, observing everything within with an indifferent gaze. Drake finally emerged from the illusions that ensnared him, his head snapping up, terror and fury flashing in his eyes. Yet it was too late. His throat had been slit, blood gushing forth onto the cold metallic floor. I have no need for puppets, nor for hidden dangers, Chen Tian remarked coolly as he turned it apart. From that moment on, the new order of the Red Room obliterated all traces of the bygone era. Upon learning that Melina had taken control of the Red Room, Alexei stormed into the conference room in a fit of rage, but fell silent upon beholding the Sharingan in the eyes of Ban. Ultimately, he chose to accept the reality. After all, compared to Drake, Melina would at least not regard him as an experiment. Meanwhile, Melina stood in the command center of the Red Room, gazing at the flickering new directives on the screen. Red Room Reorganization Plan 1. Terminate all training for minor agents, transitioning to formal education. 2. Existing Black Widow agents to be released from mental control, choosing voluntarily whether to stay or leave. 3. The Red Room shall transform into an independent intelligence organization, with the aim of safeguarding world peace. She exhaled gently, turning to Chen Tian, who lingered in the shadows. Are you certain this will work? Absolutely. Chen Tian replied with a smile. After all, from this moment forth, the Red Room would have but one adversary, all those who sought to disrupt global harmony. 3 days later, Natasha and Yelena were escorted to a safe house in Norway, when Melina personally appeared to inform them that the Red Room would no longer pursue them. Natasha's expression shifted from caution to disbelief. Why? She inquired. Melina gazed at her for a long while before softly responding. Because someone made me realize that some things are more important than control. Yelena tilted her head. What things? Melina ruffled her hair, a rare smile gracing her lips. Emotions. Chen Tian stood atop the roof of the Red Room, surveying the vast empire of agents below. The plan is proceeding smoothly, remarked a figure who approached him. The brainwashing programs developed by Hydra and the Red Room have all been decrypted. This is merely the beginning. Chen Tian chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to the horizon as if piercing through the clouds to behold a far greater shadow. It was time for Hydra to experience the repercussions of its own monstrous creations. At the Hydra secret base in Siberia, as the heavy blast-proof door was obliterated, Commander Klaus Schneider leisurely sipped his coffee. Alarm! Red Room agents are storming in, came the anguished shout from the intercom. Schneider scoffed, setting down his cup. What is the panic? The Red Room is our ally. The next instant, the remnants of the blast-proof door crumbled, revealing a woman clad in a red combat suit, Melina Vostokov. Schneider's expression froze. Ally? Melina sneered, simultaneously cocking her twin guns. No. From this day forth, the Red Room shall be the gravedigger of Hydra. In the underground vault of Wall Street, Hydra's financial officer Hank was busy counting stacks of dollars when he suddenly heard a rhythmic knocking at the vault door. Who is it? He cautiously reached for the submachine gun beneath the table. Room service, a sweet feminine voice echoed from outside the door. Just as Hank exhaled in relief, the door was forcefully kicked open. A silver-haired girl, wielding a white katana, stepped inside, followed by a dozen fully armed former Black Widow agents. Yura, representing the Red Room, to settle the assets of Hydra. The girl's mechanical eye flickered with blue light, offering a chilling reminder. Resistance will lead to death, and your usefulness is about to expire. Hank observed the once brainwashed Black Widows, now ablaze with the fire of vengeance. It dawned upon him that Hydra's calamity had arrived. At the Hydra Asian headquarters in Hong Kong, as Dante kicked open the door to the top-floor conference room, the leader of Hydra's Asia division was in the midst of burning documents. Oh, busy destroying evidence, are we? The red trench coat billowed as the blade of rebellion spun on his fingertips. Need a hand? Virgil emerged from behind him, the gleam of the Yamato flashing, instantly reducing all the file cabinets and the leader to neatly sliced fragments. This is more efficient, the blue-clad warrior remarked coldly. Come on, can I finish my cool line? Dante shrugged in exasperation. Melina hurried through the flickering central hall, data streams swirling at her fingertips. She abruptly halted before a massive tactical screen, where the Hydra stronghold markers had shifted from red to blue. Just then, a golden emblem of the World Council appeared at the edge of the screen. Chen Tian. Her voice carried a note of gravity. The situation has changed. Chen Tian stepped out from the shadows, the hem of his trench coat swaying gently. The council has finally lost its patience. Melina swiftly pulled up an urgent communication record, revealing the representatives of the 5 permanent members of the World Council convening for an emergency meeting. They had just passed a special resolution, designating the Red Room as a global threat. She pointed to a segment of text demanding immediate action from SHIELD. Chen Tian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently stroking his chin. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. Notify all field teams to activate the winter sleep protocol. Melina raised an eyebrow. A complete infiltration? Only on the surface, Chen Tian replied, turning to allow the heads of the council to believe they had won this psychological battle. A glimmer of profound insight crossed his eyes. I need to go to an important place. He pressed his wristwatch, informing Ban that he required a temporary substitute for his position. As he turned to leave the command hall, he paused at the entrance, glancing back at Melina. I heard Natasha and Yelena are studying espionage courses. Melina nodded helplessly. Yes, I couldn't dissuade them. They said they hoped to be of assistance. Chen Tian chuckled lightly. All right, encourage them. By the way, Ban will take over next, and it's wise to heed his advice as long as he isn't with Dante. His intellect remains intact. Of course, you're still in charge. Chen Tian stood before the Shiva temple in Dubar Square, the twilight casting an elongated shadow behind him. For 3 days, he traversed every shadowy alley of this ancient city, as if Kamartaj were non-existent in this dimension. So far, there had been no discoveries. A voice emanated from the headphones. She was controlling 3 stealth drones as they patrolled the urban landscape. Chen Tian turned around, only to be halted by a small boy clad in an orange monk's robe. Sir, would you like to purchase a talisman? The child raised a string of bone-crafted ornaments, one featuring a copper coin inscribed with the emblem of the mystical ring. His pupils constricted. This was unmistakably the entry artifact of Kamartaj. Just as he was about to inquire further, the boy flashed a cunning smile. $20, including an afternoon tea session with the Supreme Sorcerer. Chen Tian followed the boy through the dimly lit passageways. Upon entering a building marked by a dilapidated sign of the Himalayan Tea House, the entire space suddenly contorted as if crumpled by an invisible hand. Before the space could reorganize, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Ancient One, which timeline am I currently in? In an instant, he materialized before the Ancient One, who was brewing tea, his palm striking the tea table with force. The wooden tea tray trembled violently. The tea mist coalescing into a nebula was torn apart by the gust. Cracks spread across the tray like a spider's web as the Ancient One slowly raised her gaze. Chen Tian's hand hung in the air, poised above her once porcelain-smooth bald head, now lined with fine wrinkles, even her signature calm smile marred by the ravages of time. What has happened to you? Chen Tian frowned. The Ancient One should not appear this way. The Ancient One of 1996 ought to retain her youthful visage. The golden sigil at her fingertips was dissipating, tea mist crystallizing into ice within the creases of her skin. Curious, are we? She pushed the boiling teapot toward Chen Tian. Did Diablo not inform you? Chen Tian regarded her gnarled fingers. He did not elaborate. To mend the rift created by Diablo's powers and the cataclysmic force unleashed by the three-dimensional deities, I had no choice but to tap into the power of the Time Stone. Suddenly, the Ancient One coughed violently, black streaks appearing in the tea. Dormammu's dark energy can now only prolong my existence, not reverse the inevitable. That cannot be right. Strange wielded the power of time and did not end up like you. Chen Tian seated himself beside the Ancient One. Haha, the extent of his ability is but a fraction. Were he to wield it wholly, he would meet the same fate as I. The Ancient One chuckled. Chen Tian sighed. What shall we do next? With a smile and a wave of her hand, the blood-tinged tea returned to its original state. This version of me remains unchanged, but the 2010 version of me is likely to perish soon. So soon? Chen Tian inquired. Astonished, the Ancient One gazed at him and shook her head. When I say likely, it means if I cease to exert my powers and rely on my dwindling strength to sustain my body, I may last until Strange comes to find me. Then who will safeguard the blue planet from the incursion of dimensional deities? Do you think the blue planet is secure merely because of my presence? Have you forgotten Thor's father? Indeed, but it is likely due to the presence of both of you that this is the case. As such, the blue planet is poised to endure a multitude of tribulations, some grand, yet many more modest in nature. For instance, the acolytes of the dimensional demon will proliferate significantly. Fortunately, how fares Tony at present? Not particularly well. He has been incessantly searching for you, particularly exhibiting a severe disdain towards Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and that pair of twins. Would you kindly convey a message to him? Certainly, given my current circumstances, it has become unfeasible to prevent disruptions to the timeline. I might as well embrace the chaos. What message would you like me to relay? Simply inform him that I am well to safeguard the blue planet, eliminate those who sow discord, and also, do remember to procure each new major release for me. Is that truly all? Do you not wish to leave something behind? You now command the Red Room. Simply instruct Tony to visit it to access your message. It matters little to me. He does not require intelligence from the Red Room, and I am uncertain what to leave him. Such gestures feel rather pretentious. Very well. I shall convey your words to him. By the way, why did I come here to speak with you? Huh? Was it not I who sought you out? How is it that you are the one here? Upon uttering this, Chen Tian's form began to emanate a vibrant green luminescence. Upon witnessing this glow, Ancient One appeared to experience a moment of clarity. Residual energy from the Time Stone lingers within your body. You may find yourself intermittently transported to various temporal junctures. At that moment, Chen Tian gaped, glancing back and forth between his indistinct silhouette and Ancient One's visage. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You ought to have informed me. Chen Tian exclaimed in anger. I'm getting old. My memory fails me at times, Ancient One replied, taking a sip from her teacup. Before Chen Tian could complete his thought, his form vanished in a thin air. Ancient One, observing his disappearance, tilted her head in confusion. What was my purpose here? Chapter 44. The Rambler's Intrusion. I am Chen Tian, the protagonist of a tale that commenced with my untimely demise at the hands of a mischievous fairy, leading to my family being chastised by readers, subsequently resulting in the narrative being altered to my being struck by a great mud-headed deity, thus traversing into the Marvel Universe. You inquire how I am aware of this? I owe it all to this fellow beside me, who, like me, possesses the ability to shatter the fourth dimension. Chen Tian gestured towards the figure adorned in a red hood, brandishing dual blades. Greetings, esteemed readers. Wow, how's that you all are so striking, so beautiful, and, dear author, my name is Wade Wilson. I believe you are familiar with me as Deadpool. I am aware that you enjoy referring to me as Little Deadpool. Is that how you pronounce it? When Ryan Reynolds uttered that name, the expression on Nick Young's face was utterly hilarious. I could hardly contain my laughter. Deadpool laughed heartily, clutching his abdomen. By the way, dear author, was that narrative technique you employed intended to lend an air of mystery? I must say, you ought to author's power activated. The author frantically pressed buttons, erasing the protagonist and Wade's memories of this being a novel. What was I going to say? Chen Tian appeared utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the equally dazed Deadpool, Wade. I'm uncertain, my friend. What were we just engaged in? I feel as though my mind has been reduced to a muddled state, reminiscent of the sensation I experienced when my roommate licked me. By the way, are you acquainted with my roommate? She is that visually impaired elderly woman of African descent. Quite the character. Wade's mouth was abruptly covered by Chen Tian, whose temples throbbed with palpable intensity. This fellow is excessively loquacious. Was I just saying? Chen Tian turned to inquire of his companion, who appeared to have also succumbed to some ineffable force. Upon hearing Chen Tian's question, he finally responded, it seems I just experienced a mental lapse. Chen Tian rubbed the back of his head, his brow furrowing slightly. How peculiar. Were we not discussing something of significance? My system has just encountered an anomaly. His companion mused, gently pressing his temple as though forcibly resetting his cache. I knew it. Wade broke free from Chen Tian's grasp, leaping between the two, excitedly pointing at his companion. Incredible. You're Yahatu, the protagonist of Nier Automata, the goddess of countless otaku. Deadpool mimicked the iconic pose from Edvard Munch's The Scream, exclaiming, Did our production team acquire the rights to Nier Automata? I recall that the director and investors haven't even secured the rights to Logan yet. Thud. Chen Tian struck Deadpool on the head, admonishing silence Wade. Ouch. Do you have any idea how expensive this suit is? I haven't even been reimbursed by the production. Deadpool rubbed his head, suddenly pausing. Wait, did Ms. Tu just call you? The three exchanged perplexed glances as an eerie silence enveloped the air. Deadpool swiftly took a step back, circling Chen Tian while thoughtfully stroking his chin. Hey, dear audience, he whispered conspiratorially, turning to speak to the air while shielding his mouth with his hand. Look at this new character. I wager you've never seen anyone like him. He made an exaggerated shushing gesture, cautioning, keep it down, lest they discover I'm conversing with you. Tu could no longer tolerate Deadpool's incessant chatter. Am I permitted to eliminate this aberration of brainwaves? Deadpool entirely disregarded Tu, continuing to murmur to the fourth wall. I haven't encountered this fellow before. Which universe does he hail from? A new Marvel character? Or wait, could he be an unexpected visitor from next door? Chen Tian's eyes twitched violently. His right hand, resting upon the azure, rose at his waist. Yet, Deadpool, agile as a startled rabbit, leaped back 3 paces, dramatically raising his hands. Hey, calm down, my friend. His tone shifted to a more serious note, the white eye patches on his mask curving into a conciliatory arc. I surrender. I concede. I promise not to utter a word for the next 5 minutes. He mind zipping his mouth shut. Tu's mechanical eye flashed a menacing red, suggesting, I recommend a direct termination. According to my calculations, there is a 99.9 probability he will resume his incessant chatter within 1 second. Deadpool immediately turned to the second character, clasping his hands together in a beseeching gesture. Please, dear lady, just look at my adorable self. It would be such a tragedy to end my life. He suddenly lowered his voice, addressing the invisible wall. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the fabled Tsundere attribute. He then mimicked the bashful demeanor of a typical Tsundere character from comics, wagering that she would soon utter lines akin to Who Cares About You? Bang! Chen Tian could no longer contain his frustration. A bullet grazed Deadpool's mask, creating a charred crater in the wall. Wow! Deadpool exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. Are you serious, my friend? This costume is a limited edition. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the invisible wall. By the way, everyone, remember to visit the Marvel website to purchase my merchandise. Order now and receive a Thanos-style Infinity Gauntlet. Wait, is that joke outdated? Chen Tian's temples throbbed as a blue aura enveloped the azure rose in his hand. Deadpool promptly took 2 steps back, striking a pose reminiscent of a national gymnastics standard from some European country. I'll keep my mouth shut. He gestured to seal his lips, but within 2 seconds, he couldn't resist turning back to the second character. Speaking of which, your skirt, battle attire, looks stunning. Which designer is responsible for that? This time, the second character's pure white contract struck the ground before Deadpool, sending shards of stone ricocheting against his mask with a crisp sound. Deadpool finally stood still, albeit occasionally making exaggerated facial expressions towards the air, his lips moving silently as if engaging in a covert conversation with the audience. Chen Tian rubbed his temples, feeling as if his brain were about to turn to mush from Deadpool's incessant chatter. Wade, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to draw his weapon. How exactly did you arrive in this world? Deadpool suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, hands on his hips, striking the quintessential superhero pose. Uh-huh. What a splendid question. He exaggeratedly cleared his throat. Here's the deal. Make it brief, the second character interjected, her contract slightly unsheathed. All right. Deadpool spread his hands. To put it simply, the superhero Deadpool, after saving a chubby lad named Russell in Deadpool 2, inadvertently swiped Cable's antiquated time-traveling watch. He gestured as if stealing something, complete with a jingling sound effect. Chen Tian's eye twitched again. And then, Deadpool sighed and shook his head. I plan to take down that disgrace from Canada who got cast in the Green Lantern script. Don't get me wrong, I adore Ryan, but that character is simply atrocious. He suddenly turned to the invisible wall, right, audience? You know what I mean. The second character's eyes glimmered with a dangerous red light. Wait, we're almost at the crux. Deadpool waved his hands anxiously. Just as I was about to traverse dimensions, that damned watch malfunctioned. He exaggeratedly mimicked the sound of a device failing, beep beep buzz. And then I was tossed into this wretched place. Chen Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, you were originally meant to eliminate the guy who was supposed to play me. Deadpool excitedly interjected, urging him to refrain from picking up that damned Green Lantern script. Suddenly lowering his voice, he remarked that the film was truly Ryan's dark history. At last, Chen Tian identified the crux of the matter amidst the rapid-fire dialogue. This Deadpool hailed from the film Deadpool 2. I love my family, precisely as that movie concluded. He had stolen Cable's time-traveling watch, and during the film's post-credit scene, he inadvertently traversed through the temporal rift. He glanced at Deadpool, who was conversing with the air wall, and said, My apologies, dear audience. Please take your time leaving. I assure you, I shall take care of that fellow. Chen Tian sighed and turned to inquire of Tu. Tu, have you discerned what time we are in? Tu nodded, its mechanical eye flickering with streams of data. According to the intelligence gathered from my satellite link, we are in the year 1999 in Sokovia. 1999? Chen Tian furrowed his brow. Have you attempted to contact Katusha? Tu hesitated briefly before shaking its head. Not yet. Give it a try, Chen Tian instructed. Tu closed its eyes and moments later opened them in astonishment. Contact successful. The Katusha system confirms we remain in your previous world, albeit with the timeline shifted back a few years. Suddenly, Deadpool leaned in, his white eye patches exaggeratedly wide. Wow. Are you discussing encrypted communication? What is this Katusha? Is it that big sister who sings Katusha on the steep bank? Chen Tian slapped his thigh in realization. 1999 Sokovia? What is it? Deadpool leaned closer, only to be met with Tu's blade at his throat. Big sister, blades are indiscriminate. Chen Tian disregarded Deadpool's antics, swiftly organizing the timeline in his mind. October 1999. The Sokovia Civil War ignited. Stark Industries missiles struck the Maximoff residence. Wait a moment. Deadpool suddenly broke free from Tu's blade, dramatically waving his arms. October 1999? That's the day when that witch from Age of Ultron lost everything. He gestured explosively, and then they started hating on Tony Stark, right? Tu's mechanical eye flickered with surprise. He actually knows this? Because he's a fourth-wall-breaking rascal. Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Then his expression shifted as memories flashed before him of the twins' demeanor towards him before being transported back by the powers of the Time Stone. In Sokovia, the twins' attitude made sense now. Chen Tian turned to Tu, contact the Red Room, and have him dispatch Black Widows to rescue the civilians. A blue light flickered in Tu's eyes. I have established a secure channel with Ms. Molina. Additionally, you might summon Virgil and the others. A splendid suggestion. Chen Tian snapped his fingers, and 3 beams of light flashed through the air. First to materialize was Virgil, wielding the Enma blade, his expression softening slightly upon seeing Chen Tian. Child, are we once again in trouble? Have we been transported to 1999? He sheathed his sword. Dante, cradling his head with both hands, sauntered out from the radiance, swaying slightly. Ah, my dear nephew. He embraced Chen Tian's shoulders, inquiring jovially. What grand endeavor shall we embark upon this time? It was then that Madara made his appearance, his Rinnegan surveying the battlefield before turning to Chen Tian, bowing slightly. My lord, do you require me to annihilate this city? His tone was as calm as one might use to inquire about afternoon tea. At this moment, Deadpool finally emerged from his shock. Thick-headed mutt, he exclaimed, clutching his head, his white eye patches on the mask wide with disbelief. Dante and Virgil, The rights to Devil May Cry have been acquired. Suddenly, he turned to Madara, his voice altering in pitch. Uchiha Madara, the one for Naruto? Calmly, he reported, Melina has dispatched the Alikov squad, expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Virgil frowned at Deadpool. Annoying clown. He then directed his attention to Chen Tian. Child, do you require my assistance in silencing this source of noise? Dante chuckled heartily, patting Chen Tian's back. Don't mind that old stick in the mud, my nephew. He winked at Deadpool. Hey, Red Suit, do you know where I can find a strawberry sundae? My treat. Madara maintained his bow, yet a flicker of danger sparkled in his Rinnegan. My lord, may I cleanse this den? His Susano'o's skeletal frame was vaguely discernible. Deadpool, like a husky discovering a new toy, circled the trio. Ladies and gentlemen, I bet you couldn't have guessed how extravagant this production is. The crossover level rivals my Deadpool slaughtering the Marvel Universe series. Chen Tian, exasperated, facepalmed. Everyone, please calm down. He turned to the three, Virgil, Father, Dante, Uncle, Madara. We have serious matters to attend to. Virgil nodded slightly. As you wish, child. Dante grinned broadly, gesturing playfully. Listening to you, my nephew. Madara slowly rose. Your will is my mission, my lord. Deadpool observed this scene, suddenly addressing the air. Wow, this feels like a family drama. A stern father, a goofy uncle, and a loyal canine. He turned to Chen Tian. Dude, your golden finger is quite the entertainer. A crack finally appeared in Virgil's stern demeanor as the Reaper's scythe traced a ghostly blue arc through the air. Enough. In an instant, Deadpool's body froze midair. 3 neat cuts suddenly appearing on his mask. Subsequently, his entire form disassembled like building blocks into 6 pieces, landing with a thud. Wow. Dante leaned back, dodging the splattering ketchup. Don't ask why it was ketchup. Brother, your temper is quite explosive. Madara crossed his arms, a glimmer of approval flashing in his Rinnegan. Well done. However, the Deadpool sushi platter continued to speak. Hey, did you see that, folks? This is the legendary dimensional slash. His head rolled half a turn on the ground, the white eye patches on his mask still animatedly blinking. Though I advise underage viewers not to imitate this. Good grief. Dante gasped, nearly biting his own tongue. He can still talk with his head severed. Deadpool's right hand began to wriggle towards his torso. Hey, Dante, could you lend me a hand? Please reattach my left leg. If I do it myself, it will take me half an hour. Suddenly, my left hand grasped my right leg, which had rolled to the side. This piece is mine. No stealing. Virgil looked somewhat dumbfounded, and the usually composed Spartan's voice faltered. This is unreasonable, my lord. The Sharingan of Ban spun wildly, suggesting incineration with Amaterasu. His fingertips were already gathering black flames. No, no, no. Deadpool's torso squirmed like a caterpillar as he hid behind Dante. This uniform is pure cotton. If it burns, I have no replacement. His head abruptly turned to Miss. Do you have a needle and thread? Two's mechanical eye flickered wildly, and alert sounds echoed. Warning. Cognitive conflict, logical error. Recommend restarting visual module. Chen Tian covered his eyes in anguish. I knew this would happen. Deadpool's left hand suddenly slapped the ground. Aha! I remember now. His right leg kicked at the air. Virgil, didn't you do something similar to Dante in Devil May Cry 5? Shut up. In a fit of rage, Virgil struck again. This time Deadpool's fragments multiplied into 12 pieces. Calm down, bro. Dante fumbled to catch the flying piece that was Deadpool's nose. Yes, it was indeed a nose. Can this thing be reattached? Ban Susano'o had already unfolded its upper body. The massive blue sword aimed at the squirming mass of flesh, my lord. Please allow me, no. Chen Tian stepped in front. Using the complete Susano'o would obliterate this place. Deadpool's mouth fragments were still chattering. Actually, I think Ban's suggestion is quite good. His eyeball rolled to Virgil's feet. Anyway, I can't die. Why not let the audience see a complete Susano'o battle against the Demon Blade? The ratings would surely explode. Boom. Chen Tian finally drew his gun and shot the incessantly chattering eyeball. The world fell silent for 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds, the fragments of Deadpool's ears suddenly emitted sound. Hey, that was my favorite right eye. His left hand was retrieving a needle and thread from his waist pouch. Later, I want to draw a Cyclops design on my mask with a marker. Dante silently sheathed rebellion and pulled out noise-canceling headphones from his pocket dimension. Virgil immediately activated dimension / transporting himself to the rooftop of Sokovia. Ban's Rinnegan slowly closed as he took a deep breath, my lord. I request to return to the summoning space. 2 suddenly raised, the pure white contract, combat units detected approaching. A liberated blue light flickered in her eyes. Recommend immediate engagement. Deadpool's torso suddenly sprang upright like a spring. You should have said so earlier. His right hand comically attached his head backward. Now my masked back is facing forward. Let me create a handsome battle scene to redeem my image. Wait, my intestines are leaking out. Chen Tian looked at the scattered pieces of Deadpool crawling around, and then at the approaching combined combat units, suddenly revealing a relieved smile. 2. I need a pair of noise-canceling headphones, too. Meanwhile, on the rooftop in Sokovia, Virgil sat on a water tank with the demon blade, texting Dante. Tell that kid I won't be returning for now. The phone illuminated swiftly, responding. Have you lost your nerve, old chap? Get lost. Also, throw that crimson pollutant into the volcano. That's not feasible. My nephew claims he is a pivotal character in the plot. Virgil silently powered off his device. Gazing at the sunset over Sokovia, pondering for the first time, compared to Dante's incessant chatter, perhaps that peculiar individual isn't so unbearable after all? Deadpool finally reassembled himself into a human form. Dear viewers, what follows is premium content. He struck a classic battle pose. Watch as I obliterate Hydra with my hemorrhoid gun. My stitches have come undone. As Chen Tian pulled the trigger of the blue rose, he found himself indifferent to the prospect of world destruction. Chapter 45. Severing fate. The night sky over Sokovia was stained a deep crimson by the bombardment. Django Maximoff sprinted through the streets, clutching his 6-year-old son Pietro, with his wife Maria closely following, cradling their equally young daughter Wanda. Pietro's small face was ashen, while Wanda's hair clung to her forehead, damp with sweat. We are almost home, Django's voice fragmented amidst his labored breaths. A shell exploded nearby, sending a shockwave that nearly toppled Maria. Mommy, Wanda suddenly screamed, her tiny hand unconsciously glowing red. But in the next moment, her mother pressed her back into her embrace. Don't look, darling, don't look. Maria's voice trembled with fear as she stumbled to keep pace with her husband. They burst through the precarious doorway of their home, and Django immediately turned to brace the door with all his weight. Pietro, take your sister and hide under the table. The boy grasped his sister's wrist, and the 2 small figures squeezed into the cramped space beneath the oak dining table. Maria frantically shoved the sofa against the door, while Django dragged a heavy bookshelf to barricade it. Outside, the thunderous rumble of armored vehicles crushed the pavement, mingling with soldiers' shouts and the wails of the wounded. It was the forces of the insurgents. Django's nails dug into the doorframe as they were purging the civilian district. Suddenly, Wanda crawled out from beneath the table, her tiny hand pointing towards the window. Daddy, the flying iron barrel. Following his daughter's finger, Django's face turned pale as he beheld a missile emblazoned with an insignia, hurtling through the night sky toward them. No! At that critical moment, Django's scream was torn apart by a sound akin to a roaring motorcycle engine. Shattering the night, a figure appeared in midair, interposing itself in the missile's trajectory, its black attire billowing in the night wind. Chen Tian, facing the missile hurtling toward him at incredible speed, still found a moment to glance back at the terrified Maximoff family behind the glass. Don't be afraid, he whispered to Wanda, whose eyes were wide with fear, as his right hand gripped the great sword, the Crimson Queen, which blazed with a fiery crimson flame. The flames illuminating the intricate mechanical patterns on the blade. Charge complete. With a thunderous roar, the blade of the Crimson Queen traced a perfect arc of fire through the air. The internal combustion mechanism erupted with searing flames, transforming the great sword into a fiery red meteor. Boom! The missile was precisely cleaved in 2, the explosive fire illuminating Chen Tian's figure, making him appear as if a war deity had descended. Suddenly, a warning echoed from the communicator. Another missile. Not far away. Dante leaped onto the armored vehicle with a rocket launcher in hand, toppling the anti-government forces infantry vehicle with a thunderous blast. Nephew, the left side is yours, he bellowed heartily, shouldering the rebellious great sword. Deadpool had somehow clambered onto the windowsill of the Maximoff residence, hanging upside down with his mask facing forward. Wow, this is even cooler than the great sword in Monster Hunter. He noticed the crimson light emanating from Wanda's hand. Wait, can this girl wield magic? Get lost. Django shouted, seizing the iron tongs from beside the fireplace and hurling them at the bizarre figure. Deadpool nimbly dodged, only to topple over Maria's newly arranged bookshelf. Outside, a second missile had already breached the clouds. Ban's Sharingan suddenly widened. My lord, do you require my assistance? Chen Tian sheathed the Scarlet Queen behind his back, his left hand drawing forth the Azure Rose. The specially crafted revolver spun rapidly, emitting a mechanical buzzing sound. No need, I am not the person I once was. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, and the 6 magical projectiles of the Azure Rose whistled forth, striking the missile's warhead with precision, resulting in an explosion that lit up the sky like a fiery blossom. In that critical moment, the pure white covenant suddenly materialized before Chen Tian. Anomalous energy detected. He observed Wanda standing beneath the dining table, her chaotic magic wrapping around her small form like a living entity. The little girl's eyes had transformed entirely to a blood-red hue, fixated intently on the missile. I don't want Mom and Dad to die. With her innocent cries, an armored vehicle in the distance grotesquely twisted and contorted, crashing to the ground with a resounding clang, reduced to scrap metal. Deadpool exaggeratedly applauded. This special effect is worth more than the Marvel production team. He abruptly turned to the ethereal barrier, right, audience friends? This segment should be included in the Easter egg of Doctor Strange 2. Unnoticed by anyone, Chen Tian's magical energy began to emit a faint blue glow, resonating harmoniously with Wanda's chaotic magic. My lord, Ban suddenly turned alert. More armored units are approaching. The rumble of the armored forces tore through the night sky of Sokovia, their tracks crushing the cobblestones as the muzzles flickered with the cold glint of death. The soldiers' shouts intertwined with the roar of engines, as if the bells of hell were tolling. Chen Tian looked down at Wanda, whose cheeks were still streaked with tears, her red eyes reflecting the distant flames. He slowly knelt, offering a gentle smile as his fingertips brushed away her tears. Your parents will not die. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an extraordinary warmth. Because I am here. The night wind surged, causing his garments to billow amidst the smoke. He rose to his feet, the Scarlet Queen unsheathing with a thunderous roar, its blade exhaling fierce blue-purple magical flames. The pure white covenant silently positioned itself by his side, its edge slicing through the air with a chilling arc. Her silvery hair danced in the heat wave, her gaze locking onto each adversary with a murderous intent as frigid as ice. In the next moment, the air was rent asunder by a power that defied comprehension. The figure of Virgil materialized, although his Yamato remained sheathed. The fierce aura he emanated caused debris within a 10-meter radius to levitate. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes, concealed beneath silver locks, glimmered coldly like a blade. Chen Tian stepped forward, and as he brushed past Virgil, the sound of the Yamato being drawn echoed. In that instant, the blade's radiance cascaded like moonlight, severing the nearest armored vehicle in twain, the cut smooth as a mirror, not even allowing time for an explosion. Virgil resheathed his sword, his movements graceful as the Grim Reaper attending a banquet, silently trailing behind Chen Tian. Behind Chen Tian, the metallic scrape of the rebellion pierced the night sky. Dante had, unbeknownst to him, followed closely behind, his great sword lazily resting on his shoulder, his chin slightly raised. Chen Tian, sensing the presence of the 3 behind him, bore a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. The pupils of 2 flickered with streams of data as she inverted the pure white contract. Virgil's hand rested upon the hilt of Yamato, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Dante lazily rotated his neck, the rebellion eager for action upon his shoulder. Chen Tian spoke softly, his tone laced with a hint of mocking anticipation. The commander of the armor division finally grasped that they were not facing mere mortals. Open fire. The cannons swung around, dozens of machine guns unleashed a torrent of flames, bullets pouring down like a relentless storm. In the next moment, the world was torn asunder by 3 distinctly powerful forces. Virgil vanished. In his stead, a blue afterimage traversed the battlefield, where it passed the barrels, treads, and armor plates of the armored vehicles were effortlessly sliced apart, disintegrating in an orderly fashion. 2 moved. Her figure transformed into a silver lightning bolt, the pure white contract weaving a web of death in the air. Soldiers' heads soared, gun emplacements were meticulously dismembered, and fragments of flesh and steel blossomed in the air. Dante let out a hearty laugh, and the rebellion came crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The terrifying shockwave overturned entire rows of tanks, their treads snapping inch by inch. He leapt into the air, the sword sweeping horizontally, sending dozens of soldiers flying like bowling pins into the distant ruins. Meanwhile, Chen Tian stood his ground, facing the oncoming hail of bullets, slowly raising the Scarlet Queen. His hand twisted sharply on the hilt, and the Scarlet Queen erupted with a thunderous roar, the mechanical patterns along the blade igniting in a sequence, the amassed energy distorting the surrounding air. His voice resonated like thunder. Erupt! In the instant the blade fell, flames surged forth like an enraged dragon, engulfing the entire battlefield. The blue-violet demonic flames consumed all artillery, flesh, and steel. The explosive firelight shot into the sky, igniting the night over Sokovia. Wanda stood at her doorstep, her small hand tightly clutching her mother's garment. In her crimson eyes, the silhouette of the figure standing amidst the inferno, sword in hand, reflected like a deity. Like a demon, like one rewriting destiny, was slowly etching itself upon her tender heart. Pietro peeked from behind her, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Mom," he whispered, his voice trembling with shock. "Are they gods?" Maria remained silent, tightly embracing her two children, tears streaming down her face without a sound. In the heart of the battlefield, Chen Tian sheathed the Crimson Queen upon his back. The magical flames gradually extinguished, and as the smoke cleared, his figure appeared strikingly clear in the dawn's first light. He glanced back at the Maximoff family, a slight smile gracing his lips. "No, Pietro," the morning breeze carried his voice, etching each word deep into their bones. "We have merely come to inform this world that fate can indeed be severed." As the smoke lingered, Deadpool suddenly emerged from the wreckage of a burning tank, his white-eyed mask exaggeratedly wide. "Director, this scene must be res-hot." Climbing on all fours to Chen Tian, he abruptly knelt on one knee in a pose of adoration. "Goodness, this sheathing sword shot is enough for me to drool over for a decade. If only we could add some slow motion." He then turned to an imaginary camera, gesturing in the air to frame the shot. "Listen up, audience friends, we should have a 360-degree surround shot here, accompanied by insert music, and at the final freeze frame, sprinkle some cherry blossoms." Before he could finish, he was abruptly thrust into the wall by the sheath of his sword. "I can't stand this incessant chatterbox any longer," remarked another. The glint in his eyes flickered as he gripped the sheath tighter. Virgil cast a cold gaze at the impaled Deadpool in the wall, taking a deep breath. "I'm going to make him silent forever." Dante, using his rebellious great sword as a selfie stick, whistled at the remark. "Hey bro, at least wait until he adjusts my filter." Suddenly realizing something, he surveyed the surroundings. "Wait, where's that Uchiha with the poker face?" As if in response, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Obito stood atop the bell tower 100 meters away, his Susano'o half-formed, lifting the last tank into the sky with his chakra sword. The Sharingan caught sight of Dante, scoffing, childish. Deadpool pried himself from the wall, his mask transforming into a shocked expression. "Wait, is Madara secretly grinding?" He then pulled out a scoreboard from who knows where. Current score: Virgil 9 kills, 0 deaths. Dante loses points for showing off. Boss Chen Tian, though pretentious, is ultimately the benefactor. Chen Tian's forehead twitched with veins bulging, and the engine of the Crimson Queen roared to life. Deadpool instantly sought refuge behind Wanda. "Little one, quickly use your magic. You are the future's supreme sorceress." Suddenly realizing that the little girl was staring blankly at his mask, she murmured, "This red is beautiful." As a faint glow of chaotic magic sparked at her fingertips, Deadpool's mask transformed into a tearful, touched expression. "I have been officially recognized." He turned to the air, shaking hands enthusiastically. "Kevin Feige, did you see that? This is a multiverse crossover." Madara instantly appeared before the group, his Sharingan dangerously narrowed. "Be quiet, or I shall seal you all." Deadpool immediately mimed a zipper motion with his mouth, yet discreetly mouthed to Wanda, "Remember, child, if you ever encounter a peculiar uncle with a gem on his forehead, run." Chen Tian, unable to endure any longer, snapped his fingers. The pure white contract of two, along with Virgil's rebellion and Dante's devil may cry, were simultaneously poised at Deadpool's throat. At that moment, the hydraulic pipes of the Scarlet Queen emitted a pressurized hiss, and Chen Tian revealed a benevolent smile, Would you prefer to be sliced apart by dimensional blades or obliterated by a power blast? Or perhaps you'd like to experience the thrill of 6 magical bullets. Deadpool's mask transformed into a classic expression, suddenly pointing at the sky. Look, Nick Fury's space battleship. Seizing the moment of distraction, Deadpool abruptly twisted the dial of his time-traveling device, the hands of the dial spinning wildly as his figure began to flicker and distort. In the air, only a solitary red glove remained, inscribed with "See you" in the next film and marker. Pietro, intrigued, picked it up, only to have it snatched away by Wanda and tossed into the fire, where it slowly ignited. The flames consumed the glove left by Deadpool, and the ashes scattered in the morning breeze. Pietro gazed upward, watching Wanda incinerate the glove, murmuring softly, "I wanted to keep it as a memento." Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, engines blaring as several flying vessels from the Red Room pierced through the clouds, their red stars gleaming in the sunlight. The hatch opened, and a towering figure leaned out, the Red Guardian Alexei, boldly waving and shouting, "Comrades, we have arrived." His voice echoed like thunder over the ruins of Sokovia. Behind him stood the poised Red Room agents, their weapons and gear glinting coldly in the dawn light. Chen Tian slightly lifted his gaze, squinting at the aircraft, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a small, soft hand quietly slipped into his palm. Chen Tian paused, looking down to find Wanda beside him, her brown hair dancing gently in the wind. Her eyes still shimmered with a faint red glow. Yet at that moment, her lips blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to the warmest ray of light at dawn. "Thank you," she whispered. Chen Tian fell silent for a second, then slowly grasped her small hand, his smile deepening. "You're welcome, little one." Pietro, wide-eyed, glanced between Wanda and Chen Tian, unable to contain himself. "Hey, what about me? I want to shake hands too." Chen Tian cast him a sidelong glance, chuckling softly, ruffling his silver hair. "All right, you can join in." Maria and Django stood a short distance away, observing the scene, their taut nerves finally beginning to ease. Maria's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly remarked, "They have truly changed our fate." Django held his wife's shoulder tightly, his gaze complex as he looked toward Chen Tian and his companions. Perhaps, in this world, there remains a glimmer of hope. The aircraft of the Red House descended slowly, its cabin door fully opening as Alexei strode out, followed closely by a cadre of elite agents. He surveyed the desolate battlefield, casting a glance at Chen Tian and his companions standing amidst the ruins, and broke into a grin. "It appears we have missed quite the spectacle." Dante, wielding the blade of rebellion, languidly whistled, "Fear not, my friend. Next time, you shall lead the charge." Virgil, having scanned the Red House operatives, leaned against a wall. Two stood beside Chen Tian, smiling as they watched him with the 2 small ones in tow. Obscured in the distance, atop a high building, Madara's Sharingan subtly shifted as he murmured to himself, "Humph, tardy reinforcements." Yet, he remained, silently observing the unfolding scene. Chen Tian released Wanda's hand and took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the Red House contingent before finally resting on Alexei. "Since you are here, let us not linger," he said coolly, gesturing toward the distant ruins of the city. "The war in Sokovia is far from over, and numerous civilians still require evacuation." Alexei grinned widely, his fist striking his palm with resolve. "Then let us get to work, comrades." The morning light pierced through the smoke, casting a sanguine hue upon the debris. In that moment, fate was irrevocably altered. Dante sat with his legs crossed on a steel beam, a lollipop scavenged from the rubble, twirled between his teeth while the blade of rebellion leaned carelessly beside him. Virgil, leaning against a shattered wall with the Enma blade poised before him, rested his hands casually on the hilt, his silver hair cascading to obscure his closed eyes. Within a 3-meter radius, all debris defied gravity, silently affirming that he was very much awake. Madara loomed high above in the rear, perched atop a half-submerged water tower, his arms crossed as the flame or behind him spun languidly, droplets of uncoagulated blood igniting into sparks as they fell. Two stood quietly before Chen Tian, her hands clasped, a radiant smile gracing her lips, her eyes free of any impurities save for her own. Facing the slowly rising sun, Chen Tian shielded his eyes with one hand, slightly squinting against the brilliance. He stood at the threshold of light and shadow, while Wanda and Pietro were tightly embraced by their parents, gazing at the unfolding events. Chapter 46. Blood bags. As the smoke of Sokovia lingered, the Red House transport had already landed on a makeshift clearing. The cabin door opened gradually, and Melina was the first to step out, her tactical boots making a soft sound against the scorched earth. Behind her, 15-year-old Natasha Romanoff steadied herself against the door, her red hair whipping into a fierce arc in the wind. Regarding the matter of Natasha's age, I previously stated that Natasha was 5 or 6 years old, which was an error on my part. I had merely skimmed through the film Black Widow at an accelerated pace, leading me to mistakenly perceive the young Natasha, with her slender frame, as being only 5 or 6. Fortunately, a perceptive reader pointed out that she should have been around 10 or 11 at that time. I have already amended my earlier text, which explains the discrepancy in the ages concerning Natasha's defection from the Red Room. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. A soft, youthful voice echoed, yet the fingertips gripping the cabin door had turned pale. 3 years ago, that silhouette had vanished without a trace, and now stood merely 200 meters away in front of a medical tent, the hem of a black trench coat stained with blood, engaged in conversation with Alexei. 7-year-old Yelena approached, her lollipop in tow. "Who is that, sister?" The candy rolled around in her mouth, rendering her words adorably indistinct. Natasha offered no reply. Drawing a deep breath, she suddenly leaped from the 3-meter-high doorway. Her tactical boots propelled her with precision over the scorched earth, each leap deftly avoiding rubble and craters. The 15-year-old girl's physique exhibited the explosive power of a top-tier agent, covering the 15 meters in the blink of an eye. Chen Tian. As the man turned at the sound, Natasha's whip-like kick was already hurtling toward his temple with a whoosh. This strike was at least 3 times more ferocious than 3 years prior, a testament to the countless hours she had spent practicing on steel pillars at the Red Room training grounds. Bang! He raised his hand to block, effortlessly deflecting Natasha's kick. "Oh!" Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. "Ha! It's been years, and your temper has certainly sharpened." Natasha rolled backward from the impact, her body, encased in tactical gear, beginning to reveal its mature contours. She assumed an improved close combat stance, her emerald eyes swirling with complex emotions. January 17th, 1996, Kathmandu, Nepal. "You abandoned Yelena and me without a word." Chen Tian paused, then burst into laughter. "Is that the reason?" He reached out to tousle her red hair, but was met with a swift chop of her hand. Just as he was about to explain, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Another small projectile was racing toward them. "Yelena!" The girl's cheer interrupted the standoff. She dashed toward him like a golden cannonball, only to hit the brakes at the last moment, shyly adjusting her butterfly hairpin before leaping into the silver-haired warrior's embrace. "I completed the training regimen you left, and I missed you so much." He ruffled Yelena's hair, replying, "I missed you too." Yelena beamed, reveling in his affection, when Chen Tian suddenly interjected, "You think I'm a 7-year-old? Natasha scoffed, though her gaze involuntarily drifted toward him. Yelena was clinging to him like a koala, and his demeanor had softened, a warm smile gracing his lips as he gently stroked the little girl's hair. Chen Tian, grinning mischievously, opened his arms wide. "Come on, don't be shy. Go to hell." Natasha executed a graceful spinning kick aimed directly at Chen Tian's face, but he merely sidestepped it with a smile. With her back turned to him, the little girl from 3 years ago had matured. She now understood that some questions should remain unasked and certain answers unwelcome. The training at the Red Room had taught her that secrets are akin to landmines. Knowing less often ensures greater safety. Thus, she refrained from probing into the sudden disappearance of Chen Tian. Chen Tian had encountered Natasha's family in 1995, seized control of the Red Room that same year, and after traveling to Kamartaj in 1996, he was inexplicably transported to 1999. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her surging emotions and turned her attention to Subject 2. At that moment, Subject 2 was effortlessly cradling Yelena, the little girl chattering animatedly about the amusing incidents of the past 3 years. "Yelena," Natasha's voice rang out with confidence, hands on her hips and a radiant smile gracing her face. "It's been a long time, Natasha," Subject 2 replied with a warm smile. Chen Tian observed as Natasha and Yelena surrounded Subject 2, their chatter incessant, when a voice broke through from behind him. "Oh, our ghost commander has finally decided to show herself?" Melina stood behind Chen Tian, arms crossed, her crimson lips curling into a sardonic smile. 3 years ago, she had tossed aside the phrase Winter Protocol and left Mr. Banner to guard the headquarters. And what was the outcome? Her tone dripped with discontent, particularly as even Banner had suddenly vanished. Chen Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose, suddenly reminded of how he had been inexplicably transported back to this moment in time by the energy of the time stone at Kamartaj. Perhaps he would find himself in a similar predicament again in the future. His expression turned serious. Melina, find a secure location and summon Alexei. I need to discuss my sudden disappearance with you. Melina's sardonic smile vanished instantly as she keenly detected an unusual glint in Chen Tian's eyes. She promptly turned, calling Alexei. Her voice now carried the distinctive sharpness of a commander from the Red Room. The large figure examining the wounded abruptly looked up. Melina quickly exchanged a few words in Russian. Alexei's expression shifted from surprise to gravitas. He patted the shoulder of a medic and issued swift instructions before striding over, already activating encrypted communication on his wristwatch. Safe House 7. Initiate full spectrum signal jamming in 3 minutes. Natasha, who had been engrossed in conversation with Subject 2, sensed the tension in the atmosphere. She turned slightly and saw the serious expressions on her adoptive parents' and Chen Tian's faces. A frown creased her brow. Something was amiss. Was there an unexpected incident? She pondered inwardly. As Natasha contemplated her confusion, Subject 2 gently patted her shoulder. She turned to find Subject 2 smiling tenderly. Natasha, stop guessing. Let us go see for ourselves. Natasha's puzzlement was evident on her face. Can I go? I'm not part of the upper echelon of the Red Room. Subject 2, still cradling Yelena, walked past Natasha towards Chen Tian. Come on, it won't be an issue. Natasha glanced in Chen Tian's direction, where he was looking back at her, waving her over. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her pace to follow in Subject 2's footsteps. The temporary metal door of Safe House 7 silently closed behind the group, while the air circulation system emitted a faint hum. This so-called Safe House was merely a basement, commandeered by agents from the Red Room, and all the equipment within had only just been set up. All communication channels had been severed and encryption protocols activated. She lifted her gaze from the screen and looked at Chen Tian. Now, Commander, do you have anything to share with us? Chen Tian smiled reassuringly, gesturing for everyone to remain calm and take a seat. Once they were settled, he tapped his fingers on the table. In 1996, I visited Kamartaj, as you all know, but I inadvertently became conscripted by the Ancient One. As he spoke, Chen Tian rubbed his nose, a gesture of deception, for he was uncertain whether to disclose his transformation into an unstable time traveler due to the influence of the time stone. However, this action caused Natasha to narrow her eyes. She recognized it as a tell whenever Chen Tian lied. What does that mean? And who is the Ancient One? Alexei inquired, scratching the back of his head, clearly puzzled by Chen Tian's words. Chen Tian glanced at Tu, who clarified, the Ancient One is the supreme sorcerer of this realm, tasked with safeguarding it from malevolent external forces. Wait, what? Alexei's eyes widened. Am I still hung over from last night? Or are we really talking about sorcerers now? Chen Tian chuckled. It's not your hangover. This is all very real. There are many mysterious entities in this world, and as long as they do not reveal themselves, no one can find them. Chen Tian, you still haven't explained about being conscripted, Melina interjected, cutting in before Alexei could speak again. All right, you can sense it, can't you? My family and I possess powers that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Yes, I can sense it, Melina nodded. Thus, because of our abilities, I was conscripted by her. Consequently, I may still occasionally disappear, Chen Tian shrugged. That's not fair. Natasha rose, her anger palpable, as all eyes turned to her. Why should it be only you? We in the Red Room have many crises to address. Melina agreed with Natasha, asserting that's true. During your absence, SHIELD has increasingly targeted us, and even when we lay low, they persistently seek our whereabouts, rendering our actions against Hydra exceedingly reactive. SHIELD. Is that still under the orders of that black-hearted Nick Fury? Chen Tian's remark elicited laughter from both Alexei and Yelena, with Alexei laughing so hard he struggled to catch his breath, slapping the table. Black-hearted? What a vivid description. The laughter was contagious, and the tension in the room eased. Though Melina shot Alexei an annoyed glance before managing to suppress a smile and turning back to Chen Tian. It's not just him. There's also Pierce from the World Security Council, who is encouraging Nick Fury. Is entirely reasonable. Alexander Pierce is indeed one of the serpentine heads lurking within the United Nations Security Council. What? Melina and Alexei sprang to their feet in astonishment. No wonder, no wonder. The intelligence regarding Hydra that we had deliberately left for Fury's agents was completely ignored, and instead, they considered us their enemies. Melina finally comprehended the situation. So, can we proceed to eliminate Pierce directly? Alexei exclaimed furiously, recalling instances when he had encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents during missions and refrained from taking lethal action for fear of provoking the Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. against them. Chen Tian stroked his chin in contemplation. The destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Security Council was a scheme he had orchestrated in 2010. If he were to plan this matter in advance now, would it alter the events that transpired after 1999? After all, any subsequent actions he takes could significantly impact the timeline. With this thought in mind, Chen Tian turned to Natasha, furrowing his brow. Wait, if that is the case. Then during the Stark Industries charity gala, Natasha clearly did not recognize me. What could account for that? Moreover, with the Red Room now under my control, would Natasha still defect and join S.H.I.L.D.? Is there a mistake here? The furrow in Chen Tian's brow deepened. He found himself perplexed, suspecting that the timeline had already changed. This is the downside of returning to the past of the same timeline. Even the slightest alteration could lead to a complete upheaval of future events. To revert to his previous timeline, he would need to actively instigate change. But how could he ensure that Natasha would join S.H.I.L.D.? When did Natasha actually become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.? He vaguely recalled reading about the timeline on some website, suggesting it was between 2000 and 2008, but the details were too hazy, lacking specificity. How could this be resolved? Natasha looked at Chen Tian with a puzzled expression, observing his frown but hesitating to interrupt. In truth, no one dared to break the silence. Never mind. Let us proceed as planned. Chen Tian directed his gaze toward Melina. Melina, from now on, the Red Room will remain entirely dormant. By the way, was T. Dracoff previously researching the project concerning the Sky Red Room? Melina nodded in affirmation. Yes, but after you took over, we shifted our focus to eliminating Hydra. All right, then we shall restart this project. Once the Sky Red Room is completed, we will relocate there, abandoning the outer bases while retaining a few individuals who were brainwashed under the puppet protocol, whereas Budapest will preserve all the puppets. Why must we retain Budapest? Melina inquired. Perplexed, Chen Tian turned his gaze to Natasha. I intend to leave it for Natasha. Everyone looked at Natasha in confusion. Even she was taken aback, pointing to herself in disbelief. Me? Yes, it is for you, to serve as a token for joining S.H.I.L.D. You want me to become a spy for S.H.I.L.D.? Her voice was even calmer than she had anticipated. Chen Tian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. We shall forge the final Black Widow of the Red Room, a perfect weapon fueled by vengeance and rebellion. Melina immediately interjected. But she is only 15. S.H.I.L.D. will not allow it, not now. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating that once the Red Room was established, Natasha could first make a name for herself in the black market. Fury would undoubtedly be intrigued by an uncontrollable superweapon. Why must we pursue this course? Alexei, the brash one, could not comprehend the intricacies. Melina, since our severance from Hydra, how is the financial standing of the Red Room? Chen Tian did not respond to Alexei, but turned his inquiry to Melina. Not well, especially with both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. targeting us simultaneously. Even our previous secret accounts have been frozen by S.H.I.E.L.D. To date, we've incurred losses of at least $1 billion. Chen Tian nodded. Indeed, this is the crux of my forthcoming strategy. First, we will spend several years nurturing her growth, establishing the Black Widow's reputation in the espionage world to attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Soon, they will perceive her behavior not as that of a human, but as that of a machine. Chen Tian chuckled softly. Such a scenario would surely captivate Fury. He would undoubtedly dispatch agents to investigate. Oh, by the way, Chen Tian turned to Natasha. You will need to sabotage several of S. HIELDS operations, ostensibly on your own, while in reality, every action will be supported covertly by the Red Room. Melina chimed in. This is to showcase our strength, correct? Precisely, Chen Tian affirmed. A Black Widow executing tasks like a machine would compel Fury to send his most formidable agents. During encounters with such an agent, there would be a moment of realization, an awareness of being controlled, yet unable to break free. Chen Tian smirked. Once this situation unfolded, Fury would commence another investigation into her background. Meanwhile, the Red Room in Budapest would prepare an impeccable cover story to present to Fury. After he completed his inquiries, Natasha would reappear during a mission, only to be apprehended by SHLE, thus severing her control. The first act upon gaining her freedom would be to reveal her animosity toward the Red Room. The Budapest base would yield a wealth of information from the era when Dreykov was in charge. Chen Tian made an explosive gesture, stating that she would single-handedly destroy the Budapest Red Room base and then vanish. Until she unexpectedly encountered that agent again, she would, in gratitude for awakening her self-awareness, surrender all the information from Budapest to him. In such circumstances, might Fury attempt to recruit her? Yet, there are numerous uncontrollable variables, Natasha frowned. For instance, how can I ensure that after my capture, that agent would release me? If he does not release you, why can we not orchestrate your escape, framing it as your awakening for vengeance? Chen Tian countered. It is essential to recognize that this performance is not solely yours. You are the protagonist, and behind you stands the Red Room, serving as your production team. What advantage does this bring? Melina remains somewhat perplexed as to why such extensive efforts are devoted to this endeavor. Chen Tian leaned back slightly in his chair and replied simply, because we intend to siphon resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around him, Chen Tian chuckled. Have you all forgotten what I just mentioned? Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now a representative of the World Council. Do you truly believe that during his tenure, Hydra did not infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.? A wave of astonishment swept over the group. Thus, once we infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., we can commence our search for the economic ties between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. When both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. realize their finances are in jeopardy, all clues will inevitably point toward one another, and behind it all, we are the orchestrators. Chen Tian rose from his seat, leaning over the table, stating, as they become embroiled in conflict, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. will transform into our reservoirs, continuously replenishing our strength and fortifying our existence. Until the day they collapse, everyone will recognize that the Red Room has evolved into the most formidable espionage organization. Chapter 47. Memory. A profound silence enveloped the safe house. Chen Tian's plan resembled an enormous web, ensnaring S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the Red Room within its grasp. Natasha, akin to a spider traversing the silken threads, found herself surrounded by tumultuous storms. A moment's carelessness could plunge her into an abyss of despair. Melina's fingertips unconsciously drummed upon the table, her gaze oscillating between Natasha and Chen Tian. As the tactical commander of the Red Room, she comprehended the peril of this scheme more than anyone else. This was not a mere infiltration, but a high-stakes gamble, risking lives and the future of the Red Room. Alexei's heavy breathing resonated starkly in the stillness, the typically boisterous red giant now furrowing his brow. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, the metallic chair screeching against the floor. I object, he bellowed. She is only 15. Even if she were trained for a few more years, how can she become a double agent? This is madness. Nero Sparta. No, Chen Tian. Tell me, what magnitude of psychological pressure must she endure? Chen Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he resumed his seat, intertwining his fingers across his abdomen, his gaze cast downward. He understood, undoubtedly, yet what would become of the Red Room's future if we did not proceed? How would we navigate the timelines ahead? Contemplating these matters, his clasped hands gradually tightened. He realized he was still too weak, too feeble to single-handedly alter the course of fate. Cradling Yelena, her silver hair framing her face, her pupils flickered momentarily. As a combat-oriented android, she should not possess such emotions, yet at this moment, her core processor exhibited erratic fluctuations. This was her first encounter with a sense of unease. Natasha and Yelena found themselves alone in the vast expanse of the Russian wilderness, the weight of immense pressure resting heavily upon Natasha's shoulders, evoking a pang of sympathy within her companions. All eyes were fixated on the red-haired girl, who sat in tranquil silence, her emerald eyes cast downward, long lashes trembling ever so slightly as her fingers gently traced the edge of the table. Am I afraid? Yes, how could I not be? Chen Tian's plan is ruthless. However, once executed, the Red Room will emerge as the most formidable espionage organization under his command. No, it will be the most powerful secret society in the world. But can I accomplish this? I can, for it is my desire to assist Chen Tian and Melina that led me to embrace the rigors of spy training. Thus I am capable. As she lifted her gaze, any trace of hesitation had vanished. I accept, she whispered softly. Melina abruptly stood, exclaiming, You need not take this on. I can manage it. Natasha met Chen Tian's gaze resolutely, thinking, is it not merely a performance? The Red Room had taught her that lies wield a greater lethality than bullets. Rising to her feet, Natasha declared, I can become the traitorous Black Widow that Chen Tian envisions. Yet, taking a deep breath, she acknowledged the plan's vulnerabilities. The air within the safe house grew thick with tension. Natasha's words landed like a heavy blow upon the hearts of all present. I wish to undergo a form of brainwashing that diverges from the puppet protocol. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head, describing a process of memory replacement. Though her tone was soft, it pierced through the psychological defenses of everyone like a sharp dagger. Melina's complexion turned ashen, her lips quivering as she questioned, Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Alexei slammed his hand on the table, splintering the wooden surface beneath his grip. No, absolutely not. Yelena nestled in his arms. Sensed the mounting tension, clutching his clothing tightly. Sister Yelena, what is brainwashing? Chen Tian's pupils constricted slightly as he rose slowly. Do you understand what that entails? I do, Natasha replied, lifting her head, her emerald eyes ablaze with determination. It signifies that I will forget everything shared with you. Yet only through this can S.H.I.E.L. DS lie detector be convinced of my guise as a controlled avenger. Melina rushed to Natasha, gripping her shoulders tightly. Have you lost your mind? The side effects of the brainwashing procedure are irreversible. Even if we later attempt to reverse the control, your memories may be permanently compromised. Feeling the tremors in her adoptive mother's hands, Natasha managed a faint smile. Melina, you taught me that the most perfect lie is one that even the liar believes. But remember this, Natasha continued with her smile, to embed my mission deep within the recesses of my memory. I do not wish to forget you, while also losing sight of our blood bag assignment. The room was enveloped in a dreadful silence, the only sound being the faint hum of the ventilation system. Chen Tian's gaze wandered over Natasha's face, searching for any sign of wavering. Yet, the girl's eyes remained resolute, reminiscent of that little girl from 1995 who was determined to become a spy. Are you certain? His voice was barely a whisper. Natasha took a deep breath. I have but one condition. Speak, she commanded, her gaze sweeping across everyone in the room before continuing. I wish to spend this time well. Suddenly, another voice interjected. Perhaps there is an alternative. She too did not wish for Natasha to become such a version of herself. I could develop a neural interference device that simulates brainwashing, manifesting symptoms of control while preserving core memories. Chen Tian shook his head. The risks are too great. S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses the most advanced brainwave scanning technology. Simulated signals can be easily detected. A shadowy figure silently appeared in the corner. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan can achieve perfect simulation, but it cannot be maintained long-term. Chen Tian dismissed the proposal, noting the necessity of remaining undercover with S.H.I.E.L.D. for several years. Illusions are always at risk of failure. Amidst the debate, Natasha suddenly laughed, a smile both youthful and remarkably mature. See, this is why it must be me, she said softly, because only the true Black Widow can deceive everyone. Yelena suddenly broke free from the embrace of the second individual and lunged towards Natasha. I don't want my sister to forget me. Natasha squatted down, embracing the little girl tightly. Silly girl, I will remember you, I promise. Her gaze drifted beyond Yelena's shoulder, locking eyes with Chen Tian. In that moment, he saw something flickering in her eyes. Not fear, nor hesitation, but a near-reverent trust. Very well, Chen Tian finally nodded, his voice hoarse, but we will develop a memory-triggering mechanism. He approached the holographic projection table, summoning a complex array of neural diagrams. We will embed a key deep within your subconscious. When you hear a specific frequency, it will activate your true memories. Melina still clutched Natasha's hand tightly, at least. At least wait 3 years before executing it. No, Natasha shook her head on the day the Red Room is completed. She rose, her red hair dancing like flames under the light. Before that, I will become the perfect weapon of the Red Room. And after that, a sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. I will become the perfect catalyst for both S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra. After the meeting concluded, the lights in the safe house seemed dimmer than usual. Melina was the first to depart, her silhouette rigid as steel, her footsteps heavier than usual. Alexei followed closely, the metal door slamming shut behind him with a resounding thud. The second individual watched as Natasha tidied the little girl's tousled hair and suddenly spoke. I can optimize the memory-triggering algorithm. Proceed. But ensure that Natasha remains unscathed by my intentions. Chen Tian paused. My plans. The silhouette of Ban flickered in the shadows. The crimson glow of his Sharingan briefly illuminating the darkness. Are you certain you wish to push her to this extent? Chen Tian offered no reply. His gaze traversed the translucent streams of data, settling upon Natasha, who was playfully engaging with Yelena. The red-haired girl beamed with a smile that seemed to erase any remnants of her earlier decision to undergo memory alteration. Is she truly unafraid? Or perhaps, has she learned to conceal her fears behind a fade of laughter? In Moscow's night, the chill in the air was sharper than in other cities. Natasha perched at the edge of the rooftop, gazing upon the illuminated metropolis. Can't sleep? Chen Tian joined her. I was contemplating my memory key, she replied, turning to him with a radiant smile. Do you find me cruel? Chen Tian's eyes drifted into the distance. Indeed, it is rather cruel. However, I believe I understand you to some degree. Natasha followed his gaze into the horizon. Because of that fellow from Kathmandu, you occasionally vanish. Yet as the commander of the Red Room, you must consider its future, especially in the wake of your sudden absence. Can the Red Room withstand the combined onslaught of S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra? Thus, you are compelled to devise a long-term strategy, deploying a spy like myself to thrive within the margins while simultaneously fortifying your own position. Natasha's smile blossomed. Hey, thinking of it this way, my role is indeed significant. Chen Tian remained somber, for there was little humor in their plight. I apologize. This burden should not have fallen upon you. I rescued you from the mire of Dracoff, only to thrust you into another quagmire. Natasha tilted her head, fixing her gaze upon him. Chen Tian, I have made my decision. He turned to her, and she declared joyfully, my memory key shall be your voice calling my name with laughter. Chen Tian's eyes widened. Your voice when you laugh and call out to me. This statement completed the temporal loop. In 2009, at the Stark Industries charity gala, I believed we had grown quite familiar. At least 3 minutes ago, you mentioned you would educate me. Stop with the banter. Our database has no record of your existence. Pray, who exactly are you? A smile crept across Chen Tian's lips as he prepared to continue this intriguing interrogation. On the rooftop of the hotel hosting the Stark Industries Gala in 2009, Chen Tian raised his hands in jest, grinning. Before him, Natasha's eyes glimmered with caution. Upon hearing him call her name with laughter, her grip on the firearm trembled imperceptibly. Chen Tian relaxed his expression, smiling once more as he gazed into the distance. Very well, let us proceed with this. Natasha also turned her gaze to the horizon, sharing in the moment. In the distance, a resilient birch tree boldly emerges from the crevices of concrete, its tender green leaves gently swaying in the night breeze. The birch, capable of thriving in temperatures as low as -30 to 40 degrees, is a pioneer species, signifying its ability to flourish in fire-scarred terrain or barren soil, thereby creating a habitat for other flora. The Sky Red House was originally a significant research project for Dr. Drake, who has been, to varying extents, developing this initiative over the years. Consequently, after Chen Tian announced the complete dormancy of the Red House, all funding and resources were mobilized to further this project. In just 2 months, the Sky Red House was fully realized. This signified that Natasha would soon assume her role as the Black Widow in Chen Tian's plans. The metallic walls of the core laboratory of the Sky Red House glimmered with a cold light as Natasha lay supine on the operating table. a silvery neural link device resembling a spider's web enveloping her temples. Final confirmation, Melina's voice resonated within the sterile chamber. Neural link completion at 98. Memory encryption program is ready. Chen Tian stood before the observation window, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against the reinforced glass. What about the emotional stabilizers? Injection complete, responded 2. Her fingers gliding swiftly across the control panel. But do we truly have no other options? Suddenly, Natasha opened her eyes, her emerald pupils resembling deep pools beneath the shadowless surgical lights. Sister Eula, this is the path I have chosen for myself. Yelena pressed her small face against the observation window, exhaling a cloud of breath that fogged the glass. Sister, you look like a robot from a science fiction film. Alexei's large hand rested on his daughter's shoulder, his typically rugged voice now hoarse. It's not too late to reconsider. Natasha gently shook her head, her crimson hair cascading over the pristine white surgical pillow like blood. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Melina pressed the activation button, and in that moment, the laboratory's emergency lights shifted to a dark red hue. Memory multi-layer reconstruction program initiated. Countdown. 30 minutes, a month later, at SHILD headquarters. Fury's solitary eye fixated on the intelligence in his hand, his fingertips drumming an urgent rhythm on the table. The projection displayed 7 different crime scenes, each victim being an informant for SHILD, all bearing identical knife wounds at their throats. The 7th one, Fury's voice was gravelly. In 2 weeks, 7 sources of intelligence have been precisely eliminated. Carlson swiftly scrolled through his tablet. The manner of these deaths is highly professional. He enlarged a photograph, revealing wounds that appeared as though inflicted by a machine. Keep in mind, those who provided us with information are not to be trifled with. Fury scoffed. Either they are political figures from a certain nation or major arms dealers. Suddenly, the office door slid open, and Barton entered, the night wind trailing behind him, his tactical suit still damp from the rain. You summoned me this late, just to review murder scene photographs? Fury tossed the files onto the table. Clint, please hand over the task you are currently handling. His finger traced a blurred photograph, upon which a vague splash of red appeared. Find this red-haired fellow. Chapter 48, The Arbiter. The subsequent narrative involving Black Widow will not be elaborated further, as it aligns closely with the protagonist's plan, mirroring events depicted in the film. Black Widow's evolution leads her to encounter Hawkeye, awaken her consciousness, demolish Budapest, and join us. HILD, with the only distinction being the collection of intelligence funding for Hydra and SHILD to bolster the Red Room. Chen Tian, look at this. Wanda beamed, weaving her chaotic magic into a garland of flowers in various hues, which she adorned upon her head. It's beautiful, Wanda. Your control over magic has improved remarkably. Chen Tian remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair, causing Wanda to squint her eyes like a contented kitten. Hey, Chen Tian, please don't make me run so far next time. All right? I really can't manage the distance. Pietro suddenly appeared beside Chen Tian, offering him a bag containing the signature roasted pork knuckle from Dort, also known as the Old Town Square Restaurant or the Old Market Tavern. Hee, I'm doing this to train you. Chen Tian replied with a grin. Thanks, but next time, let someone else handle the training, Pietro retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain as he recalled his animated antics while ordering at the German restaurant. Chen Tian accepted the bag from Pietro, gently opening it to release an enticing aroma of roasted meat. All right, but next time, let us go somewhere less challenging for conversation, okay? Pietro responded, though his gaze was drawn to the succulent pork knuckle within the bag. Chen Tian unwrapped the package, breaking off a piece of the golden, crispy knuckle. She first offered a small piece with the crackling skin to Wanda, who eagerly accepted it, only to blow on it as it was too hot. Eat slowly, Chen Tian softly advised, then handed a piece to Pietro. You've run quite a distance. Well done. Pietro's face lit up with joy. Sister Eula is the best. He took the meat and ostentatiously bit into it before Chen Tian, seeing the two little ones so joyful. Chen Tian smiled, reflecting that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile, even though he suspected their eventual alliance with Baron Strucker might have been influenced by him. For now, they were still young, and it was best to let them relish their childhood. A piece of meat floated up, wobbling gently towards Chen Tian's mouth. As Wanda opened hers wide, exclaiming, "Ah!" Chen Tian laughed, catching the morsel, and tousled her brown hair. "Thank you, our little sorceress." The sunlight poured gently into the garden, and the laughter of Wanda and Pietro danced among the flowers. Chen Tian sat quietly beside them, his silver hair swaying in the breeze, his gaze unwaveringly following Chen Tian, who sat before him. "My lord, we have found him," a voice resonated through the summoning space. Chen Tian's smile gradually faded. "Excellent." He stood, brushing off the grass from his clothes. "You wait here. I shall fetch some oranges." Wanda nodded in understanding, while Pietro waved his hand, his mouth stuffed with pork knuckle, gazing thoughtfully at Chen Tian. After sharing a smile with them, Chen Tian leisurely departed. In the distance, amidst the grove beyond the grassy expanse, Chen Tian snapped his fingers, summoning Maleda, who bowed slightly and addressed him. "My lord, the target resides in the Arctic." "The Arctic? No wonder he eluded us in Siberia. What about now? Have you completed the task entrusted to you?" Chen Tian inquired. "Indeed, my lord. Our multi-layered memory construction program has deeply penetrated his mind, ensuring that even if he is awakened by Steve Rogers, his innermost consciousness will still pose a threat to the world, all while he believes this is his true desire." Chen Tian stretched lazily. "Ah, and what about Steve's choice to save another person on the train instead of preserving his own memories? Was that implanted as well?" "Yes, my lord. Yes, you. Once the memory key is unlocked, he will recall all his memories." "What is the key?" Steve Rogers gasped. "I can still unleash waves for another day." Chen Tian looked at Abito in astonishment. "Since when did you become so twisted?" Abito smirked slightly. "Dante taught me." "Ha ha, well done, well done." Chen Tian laughed heartily, patting Abito's shoulder. "By the way, my lord, there's something." Abito continued. "Speak." Abito's figure suddenly flickered and vanished for a moment, only to reappear moments later, holding a pair of unconscious individuals. They were dressed in matching outfits. Couple attire? Is such a trend prevalent in Sokovia? "My lord, I just sense that these two have been secretly observing Wanda and Pietro." Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. "Use your Sharingan to extract all the information." Abito's crimson Sharingan began to spin, and the captured couple twitched involuntarily under the illusion's control. Their memories were flipped through rapidly, like the pages of an open book. "Hydra agents, under the command of Baron Strucker," Abito noted slowly. 3 days ago, they received orders to monitor this pair of twins, the reason being. The scene flashed back to a week prior in the Sokovia slums, where Wanda inadvertently used chaos magic to save an injured stray cat, while Pietro showcased extraordinary speed and solitude. This moment was fortuitously captured by Hydra's concealed cameras. "Interesting," Chen Tian mused, stroking his chin. "Strucker has taken notice of them sooner than anticipated." The memories flowed further, revealing Baron Strucker, fixated on the surveillance footage in a dimly lit laboratory, his single eye gleaming with fervent obsession. "Find them. Such abilities are precisely what our human evolution project requires." Abito suddenly frowned. "My lore within their bodies." As the Sharingan delved deeper, the outlines of miniature bombs surfaced beneath the skin of the agents' necks. Hydra's signature death insurance devices. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with that for now. Locate Baron Strucker's position. In the subterranean facility of Norviderlanham, the acquired intelligence coordinates were meticulously relayed. Latitude 63. 2539. Chen Tian, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, absorbed every piece of information in silence. His gaze fell upon the serpentine tattoos on the wrists of the two individuals, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was no wonder that Strack had eluded capture in that castle in Sokovia. It seemed he had yet to arrive. Following the conclusion of the Sokovia War, Chen Tian had collaborated with the Red Room to scour the country for Hydra's whereabouts, even attempting to locate Baron Strack, who had stayed in the Sokovian castle back in 2010. However, that castle still belonged to a certain elderly noble from Europe. It appeared was a benevolent soul. He had transformed the castle into a refuge for the displaced, and thus Chen Tian refrained from seizing it, instead directing the Red Room to establish a presence within. As the blood-red hue of Ban's Sharingan gradually faded, the controlled Hydra agents collapsed onto the ground. He inquired of Chen Tian, "My lord, shall I eliminate Strack?" Chen Tian, stroking his chin in contemplation, pondered Wanda's words before my crossing into this realm. That I perished in an explosion. What could that possibly mean? "My lord." Chen Tian snapped back to reality, gesturing dismissively. Not for now. Implant memories in these two agents. Instruct them to report to Strack that the child is A-S-H-I-E-L. Debate. Ban Sharingan whirled once more. The crimson pupils rotating in a mesmerizing dance. The two unconscious Hydra agents suddenly convulsed violently, their memories deftly manipulated. A message surfaced, the target, suspected to be bait for S-H-I-E-L-D, was surrounded by at least 3 agents, prompting an immediate request for extraction. Pleased with Ban's execution of the task, Chen Tian added, enhanced their fabrication a little more. Ban understood the directive, lightly tapping the agent's temples. The agent's muscles tensed as though they were ensnared in the throes of a fierce battle. Their memories were infused with vivid imagery of gunfire exchanges with S-H-I-E-L-D. Operatives, the sensation of bullets piercing shoulders and knives slicing through ribs flawlessly simulated. The wounds must appear authentic, Chen Tian stated coldly. Ban concentrated his chakra at his fingertips, precisely inflicting gunshot and stab wounds upon the two. Blood instantly soaked their garments, yet each wound strategically avoided any fatal areas. Now, as Chen Tian crouched to face the two agents, he instructed, "Go forth and relay the intelligence you have acquired to your master." Ban performed a one-handed seal, and the agents abruptly opened their eyes wide. The patterns of the Sharingan mirrored within their pupils. They mechanically rose to their feet, staggering toward the forest's edge, blood dripping in their wake. In the Norviderlanhem underground base, Baron Strack's single eye fixated upon the encrypted communication screen, the signal flickering sporadically. "Sir, it's a trap." One of the agents managed to rasp, his voice hoarse. S-H-I-E-L-D has ambushed the target, it's bait. Before he could complete his sentence, he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he soon collapsed to the ground. Another agent, struggling to raise his hand, input a series of urgent codes into the communicator. "Incompetent fools," Strack bellowed, shattering a wine glass in a fit of rage, shards scattering across the floor. "Immediately sever all external communications. Withdraw from the observation point in Sokovia." The adjutant hesitated, but what about the talents of those twins? "Are you deaf?" Strack seized him by the throat. Fury is fishing. Those 2 mutant children are his bait. At that moment, the groans of the 2 agents abruptly ceased, replaced by hoarse growls. Strack heard a loud explosion through the communicator, and the transmission devolved into static. His face darkened, and he stepped back, swiftly issuing orders. "Initiate the base self-destruct protocol. Everyone retreat to the backup location." The adjutant immediately complied, but as he entered the command, a warning suddenly appeared on the screen. "External intrusion detected. Communications signal has been traced." Strack's pupils constricted sharply. He pulled out his sidearm and fired multiple shots at the server terminal, sparks erupting. "Go!" he bellowed, turning and racing down the emergency corridor. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents were on their way. Outside Sokovia, Chen Tian sat on a hillside as the figure of Ban slowly materialized beside him. The message has been delivered. Strack is destroying the data and is expected to evacuate the Norwegian base within 48 hours. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Tian. Does he really believe S-H-I-E-L-D has found him? His gaze shifted to Wanda and Pietro, who were frolicking in the garden, while number 2 sat quietly nearby. Let him continue to flee. The farther he goes, the better. When we need him, he will come to us willingly. Ban furrowed his brow. "My lord, I do not understand. If we intend to utilize Strack, why not control him directly?" Chen Tian retrieved a candy from his pocket, one that Wanda had stealthily given him moments ago. "Ban, do you know what is most intriguing about fishing?" He leisurely unwrapped the candy, its crystalline sheen glinting in the sunlight. "It is not the moment you pull the fish ashore, but rather watching it believe it has escaped the hook, unaware that the line remains firmly in your grasp." The sound of Wanda's tinkling laughter echoed from afar as Chen Tian tossed the candy into his mouth, its sweetness melting on his tongue. On the Norvian border, a convoy of Baron Strack's armored vehicles sped through the snowstorm, the tires screeching against the icy surface. The reflection of the flickering coordinates on the tablet illuminated the Baron's solitary eye. It pointed to his last backup location, the Arctic Hydra Research Base. "Sir, the tracking signal has vanished," the adjutant reported, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. but the system indicates an unauthorized reverse intrusion into our database. Strack clenched the tablet tightly, its metallic casing warping beneath his grip. The Red Room, or S.H.I.E.L.D., in the howling winds of the vehicle. No one dared to respond to this question. In Sokovia, Safe House 7, basement. The projection in front of Chen Tian displayed the real-time movement of Strack's convoy. Number 2 stood before the data stream. Having successfully implanted the tracking program, Strack was moving along the expected route. Excellent. Chen Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. Recalling how Natasha had inadvertently leaked this coordinate to S.H.I.E.L.D. during the Budapest operation, the projection abruptly shifted to the Arctic glaciers, where a robust figure, encased in ice, floated amidst a cerulean liquid. The shadowy form emerged. There was no longer any concern for Baccabarns. For once Steve Rogers uttered that fateful phrase, a new civil war would ensue. Chen Tian chuckled, noting that this time, the central figures of the conflict would not be Tony and Steve, but rather Steve and his confidant. By the way, have you acquired the data on Strack's Human Evolution Project? Retrieve the encrypted files he commanded, which included 27 core technologies such as mutant gene grafting and mind control modules. Chen Tian's gaze grew colder. Did I not instruct you to contact Charles Xavier? Relay this information to him. I raised an eyebrow. The leader of the mutants? Let the X-Men entertain Hydra for a while. Chen Tian rose and made his way toward the elevator. Has Xavier not been consistently seeking the favor of the World Council? Let him engage Hydra in a battle of wits, ultimately compelling Hydra to appeal to the Council to halt their conflict. Why involve the X-Men in this plan? There was a hint of confusion. Because I find the X-Men quite enticing, particularly that metallic-skinned Wolverine. Chen Tian produced a document titled The Arbiter. In the Academy's telepathic enhancement chamber, Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, fingers gently pressed against his temples, navigating through the thoughts of countless mutants. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps interrupted his meditation. Professor, Storm burst through the door, her golden eyes ablaze with fury. I have just received an anonymous tip-off. Charles frowned slightly as he accepted the datapad from her. As the document unfolded on the screen, his pupils dilated in shock. Hydra's Human Evolution Project. His fingers trembled slightly as he rapidly scanned the file, each page accompanied by gruesome experimental records and photographs of mutant subjects. This is unacceptable. Charles's voice was low and frigid. Hydra is secretly capturing mutants? Storm clenched her fists, the air crackling with static. Professor, this intel also includes a coordinate in the Arctic, where there is a Hydra underground base. Charles closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly expanding throughout the academy. Moments later, he opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as a blade. Summon the X-Men. In the Academy's tactical conference room, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Beast, Wolverine, and others gathered around the projector. Charles projected the intelligence into the center, and upon seeing his experimental number, Wolverine's claws snapped out with a chilling sound. This scum, Logan seethed, fury boiling in his eyes. Jean gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to soothe his agitation. Logan, stay calm. Calm? Logan scoffed. Charles, tell me this madness continues? We must act, Cyclops asserted, striking the table. These mutant brethren are enduring inhumane torment. Beast adjusted his spectacles, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Charles, the Superhuman Registration Act was just passed 3 months ago. If we act unilaterally, the World Council will have every reason to revoke the asylum agreement for mutants. Storm shouted vehemently. So we just stand by and watch our brethren be dissected? Aurora. Charles raised a hand to halt her. Hank is correct. We must consider the consequences. Wolverine retracted his claws with a swift motion, sneering. Consequences? I'll tell you what the consequences are. He pointed towards the projection of the frozen mutant test subjects. In 48 hours, these individuals will become weapons for Hydra. Jean examined the data. Professor, Hank, the youngest among those children, is no more than 10 years old. The meeting room fell into an immediate silence. Charles closed his eyes, fingers pressing against his temples. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Hank, contact the World Council and request emergency action authorization. Beast swiftly operated the holographic terminal. On what grounds? Investigation of crimes against humanity. Charles's voice was icy. According to the Geneva Conventions, we have ample reason to suspect that Hydra is engaged in the development of genetic weapons. Cyclops adjusted his visor. What if they refuse authorization? Charles's gaze swept over each member of the X-Men, finally resting on Wolverine. Then we proceed with the plan. Logan grinned, revealing his sharp canines. It's about time. In the emergency chamber of the World Council, Beast's image flickered on the projection screen. Based on the evidence presented, we request immediate authorization for a raid on the Arctic Hydra base. The representatives of the Council whispered amongst themselves. The representative from Russia was the first to question. How can the X-Men ensure that this will not provoke an international dispute? That is the Arctic Circle. The representative from the United States rapped the table. According to the latest intelligence from SHIELD, this base indeed exists. But the armed intervention of mutants, this is not merely a mutant issue. Beast suddenly raised his voice, the holographic image warping with emotion. This is a threat that humanity faces collectively. Hydra is conducting genetic modification experiments on living humans, including ordinary individuals. The representative from China frowned as he sifted through documents. Evidence on page 47 shows that the test subjects include individuals of African, Asian, and European descent. The representative from the United Kingdom suddenly looked up. Wait, what is the source of this intelligence? Beast's image paused for a second. Anonymous informant. The meeting room erupted in chaos. Enough. The Secretary General of the Council raised a hand to signal for order. Calling for a vote. Shall we authorize the X-Men's participation in this operation? 5 minutes later, the voting results were projected before Beast. 3 votes in favor, 2 against. Authorization granted. The Secretary General's voice came through the communicator, but with 2 conditions. First, SHIELD agents must supervise the entire operation. Second, all seized Hydra materials must be shared. Beast's claws unconsciously scratched the surface of the table. We accept the conditions. In Washington, D.C., in Alexander Pierce's office. Strucker. What in the world are you doing? Pierce roared into the communicator. Why is it that our crucial research is known to the War Police? His chest heaved violently. The Security Council has already sanctioned the War Police to take action in the Arctic against you. Moreover, how did the coordinates of the Arctic base get leaked? Strax spoke slowly, his voice weary from the continuous escape. This is no accident. Pierce, I have fallen into a trap set by SHIELD. Pierce squinted. What do you mean? SHIELD. Set 2 decoys, and we fell into their ambush, which led to my retreat from Norway to the Arctic. Fury orchestrated this? Pierce frowned. As a liaison for SHIELD and the Security Council, he held a significant position. Could Fury bypass him to obtain this information? I am uncertain, but this is indeed my fault. Well, the War Police should be preparing to depart. You have a few hours to make arrangements. Pierce rubbed his temple. If it were anyone else, I might be a bit concerned, but mutants? I have studied mutants for many years. This is no game. Strax's voice carried a hint of pride. But you, Pierce, my funding has decreased significantly lately. What is happening? SHIELD is meddling in this matter. Rest assured, I will resolve it promptly. Pierce placed his hand on the communicator's switch. Strax, do not mess this up. With that, he turned off the communicator, stood up, picked up the coffee from the table, and moved to the window. You have been rather active lately, Fury. Chapter 49. New members outside the secret Hydra base in the Arctic. A fierce snowstorm raged. Visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The Blackbird aircraft hovered above the crevices of the glacier, its engines roar swallowed by the howling wind. The temperature was minus 45 degrees, with a wind speed of 20 meters per second. Beast's voice crackled through the communicator. This is not an ordinary snowstorm. The base's perimeter has weather control devices. Wolverine, with a cigar clamped between his teeth, exhaled a plume of white mist. Whatever the devices are, just tear them apart. Cyclops adjusted his visor. Logan, do not act impulsively. Charles has stated that this operation must be executed with precision. Storm stood by the hatch, her golden eyes reflecting the swirling snow. I can sense that the electromagnetic field in this area has been artificially distorted. Jean closed her eyes, sensing there are life signs within the base, but they are faint, as if suppressed by something. The operation begins. Charles's voice echoed through their mental link. Remember, our primary objective is to rescue our imprisoned mutant brethren. The Blackbird descended slowly onto the glacier. As the hatch opened, a biting cold wind rushed in. Wolverine was the first to leap out, his adamantium claws leaving deep imprints in the snow. Stay close to me. The outer defenses of the Hydra base appeared lax. But the war police understood this was the calm before the storm. Thermal scans indicated 12 guards at the main entrance. Beast reported in a hushed tone, but curiously. Their vital signs were unusually stable, almost robotic. Jean furrowed her brow. Is someone controlling them? The storm's fingertips danced with electric light. Shall I incapacitate their communication systems first? No, wait. Laser Eye suddenly raised his hand. Charles, can you sense the situation inside the base? Far away at the academy, Charles furrowed his brow. My telepathy is being interfered with. There seems to be some sort of shielding device in the base. Wolverine scoffed. Then let us just break in. No. Jean grasped him firmly. If we act recklessly, Hydra might destroy the subjects. Just then, the front door of the base suddenly buzzed and opened automatically. The Sentinels immediately entered combat mode, but the door revealed only a dimly lit corridor, lights flickering ominously. A trap? Beast scanned the surroundings warily. Jean's pupils glowed, faintly red. This is not an invitation. At the end of the corridor, a screen suddenly illuminated. Welcome, Sentinels. Within the screen, a shadowy figure sat, voice distorted electronically. You arrived 20 minutes later than anticipated. Wolverine's claws extended. What a farce. The projection continued. If you wish to save those mutants, proceed forward. Remember, time is short. Before the words had fully faded, the projection abruptly switched to a live surveillance feed. Inside the frozen experimental chamber, dozens of mutants were trapped in cryogenic pods. Their vital signs plummeting rapidly. Damn it, Storm shouted, a tempest instantly sweeping through the corridor. They're slaughtering our kind. Laser Eye immediately ordered Jean. You and Aurora go destroy the weather control apparatus. Logan, Hank, follow me to the experimental zone. The metallic door of the laboratory twisted and deformed with a loud crash as Laser Eye's heat beam precisely pierced the riot helmets of 2 guards. Beast let out a growl, his claws tearing through the tactical armor of a 3rd guard, blood splattering across the console screen. The life support system was failing. Beast's claws swiftly navigated the interface. If not rebooted within 30 seconds, all experimental pods would enter a state of permanent freeze. Wolverine's nostrils flared. The scent of blood mingled with a sharp chemical odor. He spun around, his adamantium claws clashing against an incoming dagger, the blade mere centimeters from his throat. Hydra's toys? Logan smirked coldly, muscles tensing as he hurled the assailant against the wall. The shadow flipped in midair and landed, face obscured by a metallic mask. Winter Soldier? The alert sounded from Beast's scanner. Bucky Barnes? No, not him. These are other Winter Soldiers. A voice emerged from beneath the mask. Command confirmed. Execute the mutants. Meanwhile, the metallic dome of the upper weather control room suddenly frosted over. As Storm gathered lightning, the entire ceiling collapsed with a thunderous crash. Bobby. Aurora's cry was drowned in the icy tempest. Suspended amidst the shattered ice, Iceman's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a cold current forming a hurricane around him. Jean's red hair froze in the low temperature as she struggled to manifest her mental barrier. It seems it's not brainwashing. I can't influence Bobby. Iceman slowly raised his hand, countless ice spikes coalescing in the air. Behind him, the emergency lights in the meteorological control room flickered out one by one. In the Sokovia safe house, the projection before Chen Tian displayed the chaotic melee at the Arctic base in real time. 2 reports, he murmured. The Winter Soldier and Iceman have intervened. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Charles Xavier was attempting to breach the mental barrier. Let him try, Chen Tian chuckled softly. The metal we secretly implanted in the Arctic base to shield against telepathy is no trivial matter. He glanced at another screen. Magneto's silhouette was now visible at the Arctic border. Ah, Magneto has arrived. Chen Tian straightened in his seat. Things were becoming intriguing. The metal walls were encrusted with frost in the bitter cold, and the alarm from the experimental chamber shrieked piercingly. 3 Winter Soldiers glided through the shadows like phantoms, while Wolverine, who was supposed to be the front line against them, roared furiously from the ceiling. Struck her, you despicable bastard. Logan bellowed, muscles straining as he struggled against a massive electromagnetic magnet. Hank, watch your left. Cyclops shouted loudly, but it was too late. Beast was slammed into the control console by an overwhelming force. his back crashing against the metal panel as instruments erupted with blinding sparks. Ugh! The usually mild-mannered scholar cried out in pain, his glasses shattered in the fray. Now he had to rely on his primal instincts to contend with the two trained assassins. Target locked. Mutant specimen, codename, one of the Winter Soldiers mechanically declared, thrusting a dagger at a cunning angle towards Beast's ribs. Hank barely managed to evade, but a second dagger sliced through his shoulder, blood immediately soaking his blue fur. Meanwhile, Cyclops found himself in an even more precarious situation. He continuously adjusted the energy output of his visor, but could not find an opportunity to unleash his optic beam. The Winter Soldier before him was like a relentless shadow. Each time he attempted to create distance, the foe pressed even more aggressively. Scott's tactical vest had been slashed in several places, blood oozing from a wound on his forehead. "Charles, we need support," Hank struggled to convey through their mental link while rolling to avoid a fatal strike. However, the coordination of the Winter Soldiers was seamless. The moment he rose, a mechanical fist was already hurtling toward him. Cyclops stumbled suddenly, a long knife carving a gash across his cheek. "Scott!" Beast gasped, witnessing his comrade brought to his knees by an elbow strike. The Winter Soldier's metallic boot pressed heavily against Cyclops' back, forcing his face into the frigid ground. Life signs scan indicated that the target was incapacitated. A cold electronic voice declared the verdict. Hank watched helplessly as a third Winter Soldier raised a weapon, aiming at the vulnerable spot on Scott's back. Suddenly, the entire laboratory shook violently, the metal walls groaning under the strain. Boom! The alloy ceiling of the laboratory was violently torn apart by a terrifying force. The biting wind, laced with snow, surged in as a figure cloaked in a dark crimson mantle hovered in midair, surrounded by metallic fragments that orbited like subservient sentinels. Behind him lay Bobby, the Iceman, bound by countless metal restraints, alongside Jean and Storm, who regarded Eric with vigilant apprehension. Eric's gaze swept across the laboratory, eventually fixing upon the colossal screen dominating the space. "Hydra!" His voice, barely containing an overwhelming fury, reverberated through the air. "How dare you recklessly experiment on my brethren?" Gradually, he raised his hand, and with a crack, the adhesive device twisted and contorted, sending Wolverine crashing heavily to the ground. Logan rolled, rising swiftly as his adamantium claws extended. "Eric, you!" "Silence, Logan," Magneto interjected coldly, his finger curling. The mechanical arms of three Winter Soldiers suddenly twisted uncontrollably, gripping their own necks with lethal force. Inform Strucker. Magneto's cloak billowed ominously in the howling wind. The wrath of mutants had only just begun. Chen Tian fixated on the projection of Magneto wreaking havoc, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Two," he murmured, "Magneto's intervention has exceeded expectations." "No, this is fortuitous," Chen Tian replied leisurely, pulling the tab on his soda. "The more furious Eric becomes, the more difficult it will be for Charles to regain control." He glanced at another screen displaying a Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. piercing through the clouds. Eric is indeed a formidable adjudicator. Magneto's metallic tempest engulfed the entire laboratory, the control panel erupting with sparks amidst the shrieking of electrical currents. While the life support system finally ceased its countdown, emergency lights within the experimental chamber flickered back to life, the subdued heartbeats of the trapped mutants gradually stabilizing. "The system has shut down." Hank, the Beast, gasped, clutching his bleeding shoulder. "But had we been delayed by just 10 more seconds? What about Strucker?" Logan's volatile gaze scanned the surroundings, his adamantium claws glistening ominously in the air. "That bastard cannot have escaped." Jean's telepathy swept across the entire base. No signs of life. He had already prepared an escape route. Storm, supporting the metal-bound Bobby, noticed that the purple light in his eyes had dimmed, though his expression remained dazed. What have they done to him? Unbeknownst to her, in Bobby's dazed gaze, an almost imperceptible magatama was fading away. Magneto hovered in the air. The Hydra scientists fled swiftly, but they could not take everything with them. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from outside the base. "Someone is coming." Cyclops Scott struggled to rise, covering the blood on his face with a torn sleeve. "It's not a Hydra aircraft. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. Jean frowned. "Fury has come in person. 3 Quinjet aircraft from S.H. I-E-L-D descended upon the glacier ravaged by the blizzard, and as the hatch opened, Fury's black trench coat billowed in the icy wind. His singular eye scanned the torn exterior of the base, his brow knitting in concern. Coulson hastened to catch up, holding an energy detector, and reported in a hushed tone, "Director, the energy readings are anomalous. The X-Men and Magneto are inside." Fury let out a derisive snort. The old geezers at the World Council were right. The destruction caused by mutants has indeed surpassed expectations. He pressed the communicator, instructing all units to remain vigilant and act according to protocol. As they stepped into the corridor of the base, they collided with the retreating X-Men. Wolverine stood at the forefront, claws unsheathed, his gaze wary as it fixed on Fury. S-H-I-L-D. This is not your concern. In accordance with the special resolution of the World Council, Fury's voice was devoid of emotion. All research data pertaining to the Hydra's Human Evolution Project will be taken over by S-H-I-L-D. Wolverine's claws snapped out once more. In your dreams. This data belongs to our mutant brethren. Logan. Beast firmly grasped his shoulder. This is an agreement I reached with the Council before the operation. He lowered his voice. Without this condition, we would not have received authorization for this mission. Cyclops wiped blood from his face, his visor flickering with a dangerous red glow. Fury. This data concerns the safety of dozens of mutants. Fury, expressionless, gestured, and a dozen armed agents behind him immediately dispersed to begin collecting data terminals from the laboratory. Coulson approached the main console, inserting a data extraction device. Rest assured, X-Men, Fury stated, S-H-I-E-L-D, will conduct a humanitarian assessment of this data. The X-Men remained silent. They knew Fury's words were mere platitudes, devoid of trust, yet they felt powerless to act. Charles yearned for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. Even willing to serve the World Council as a loyal dog. As Charles's subordinates, what could they do to thwart him? Director, Coulson's communicator suddenly emitted a shrill alarm, indicating a high-priority communication request from the World Council. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly. Upon answering, his expression darkened with palpable intensity. After the communication concluded, he slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over every X-Man present. "Attention, all units." Fury's voice was as chilling as a frozen lake. "The World Council has issued an urgent resolution. Immediate arrest of Eric Lensher on charges including crimes against humanity, terrorism, and war crimes." He paused, simultaneously requesting all X-Men to cooperate with S-H-I-E-L-D-S actions. The laboratory fell into profound silence. Wolverine cursed vehemently. "Bullshit. Eric just saved our lives." The X-Men slowly shifted to position themselves between Fury and Eric. As the tension escalated, Charles's voice echoed in their minds, heavy with fatigue. "Follow orders." Wolverine's claws retracted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned his own hearing. "Charles," Beast Hank questioned through their mental link, "Eric just saved us. What about those mutant children in the pods?" "I am aware," Charles' voice was weary, "but if we resist now, S-H-I-L-D will immediately classify the X-Men as hostile targets. The mutants can no longer withstand any further wars." Storm, her eyes crackling with lightning, glared intensely at Fury, her voice laden with suppressed fury. "So we simply allow them to take Eric away?" "No." Charles's voice suddenly grew resolute, "but we need time. Trust me, this is all for the sake of the mutants." "Enough with the nonsense," Logan exclaimed, violently crushing his cigar against the ground as his adamantium claws sprang forth. "Charles, I've harbored disdain for that old magnet since long ago." He hunched his back like a poised beast, claws poised at his sides. "But when have the X-Men ever engaged in acts of betrayal?" A profound silence enveloped the glacier. The lightning in Storm's eyes flickered restlessly among the clouds. Beast's fur bristled in tension, and even Jean stared in shock. This was Logan's first open defiance of Charles's command. Magneto slowly turned his head, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting." "Shut your mouth." Logan spat, claws slicing through the air. "I'm not doing this for you." His muscles tensed. "Listen, I'll help you break out. We're even after today." Fury's single eye narrowed dangerously. "Logan, you know the consequences of this." "To hell with the consequences." Wolverine suddenly erupted, his 6 claws thrusting toward the nearest Quinjet. Amidst the deafening sound of tearing metal, He turned and roared at Magneto. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to carry you? His roar reverberated like thunder. Magneto erupted into laughter, his cloak billowing in the suddenly intensified magnetic field. Charles, your whelp is far more amusing than you. All S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents' weapons simultaneously slipped from their grasp, twisting into scrap metal midair. X-Men, if you do not intervene, the United Nations will abolish the Registration Act for enhanced individuals. Do you wish to nullify everything Xavier and Hank have worked for? To once again become hunted vermin? Fury shouted in fury. If you are indifferent, then simply watch those two fools break free. Fury's threat pierced the hearts of every X-Men like an arrow. The tremor in Jean's voice echoed through their mental link. Are we truly going to do this? The professor's voice, weary yet firm, replied, Trust me, Jean. This is the only way to save Xavier's school. Storm's eyes flickered with lightning as she slowly raised her hands. Dark clouds gathering above. I'm sorry, Eric. Calmly, Magneto responded, as metallic fragments formed a protective barrier around him. Do what you must. A bolt of lightning struck down, only to be deflected by the metallic shield. Storm's voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry, Eric, all for the sake of the mutants. Cyclops, adjusting his visor, his eyes filled with anguish beneath the red quartz lenses, murmured, Logan, step aside. Wolverine stood before Magneto, claws crossed over his chest. Come on, Four Eyes. Let us see if your lasers can pierce my bones. Enough. Charles's voice suddenly thundered in everyone's minds, a powerful psychic shock causing Logan to stagger. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, a thunderous impact resounded as the beast, known as Hank, lunged from his side, forcefully colliding Logan into the icy wall. The adamantium claws carved deep gashes into the frost-laden surface. Hank, not you too. Logan's words were abruptly silenced by a powerful punch. A flicker of remorse glimmered in Hank's beastly eyes. I am sorry, old friend, for the sake of those children. Around Magneto, a tempest of metal intensified. Yet his expression remained unervingly serene. Charles, you have finally made your choice. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and the metallic structure of the entire base began to contort and deform. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D retreated in terror. Even Fury's countenance shifted. Just as Magneto's metallic storm threatened to engulf the entire base, a flash of azure light sliced through the air, as if tearing the fabric of reality itself. Following closely were subsequent arcs of blinding light, weaving a web that severed the lethal metallic shards in the tempest. A figure cloaked in a deep blue hooded trench coat materialized at the center of the battlefield. Adorned with a silver metallic mask, he wielded an exquisitely crafted katana, its blade entwined with a peculiar blue energy. Who are you? Wolverine Logan immediately assumed a combat stance, his acute senses failing to detect any scent. This enigmatic figure seemed to exist beyond the realm of this world. The corners of the hooded figure's mouth curled upward slightly. The one who has come to save you. Fury solitary, I widened in alarm. Everyone retreat. That is, before he could finish, Virgil swung his blade toward the void. A colossal rift in space unfurled before him, emanating a flickering, distorted light. Follow me. Without a glance back, he stepped into the rift, unless you wish to remain pawns of the council. Magneto, Eric, hovered in midair, casting his gaze upon the X-Men and then towards the S-H-I-L-D agents gathering in the distance, ultimately resting his eyes upon the spatial rift. Charles. His voice was low and menacing. It seems someone understands the dignity of mutants better than you. With that, he soared into the rift without hesitation. Wolverine spat a mouthful of blood and gestured a crude insult toward Cyclops. Tell Charles the first M done. He then leapt into the rift as well. The fissure began to slowly close. Virgil stood at the entrance, his katana held horizontally across his chest. As Jean attempted to halt their passage with telekinesis, the blade quivered lightly, severing all psychic energy. Don't waste your effort. His voice dripped with mockery. Your choices will ultimately bear consequences. As the final beam of light flickered, the rift vanished entirely, leaving behind a scattering of twisted metal shards and the stunned X-Men and S-H-E-L-D agents. Sokovia. Chen Tian placed a can of cola on the table, stood up, adjusted his attire, and declared, "Let us meet our new member." He then picked up the trench coat resting on the table and strode towards the exit of the safe house, followed closely by his companion. You mean? Yes. A new member of the Arbiter. Chapter 50. We walk in darkness, extinguishing the dark. As the distorted light of the portal gradually dissipated, Logan staggered to regain his footing. While Eric hovered in the air, they surveyed their surroundings and discovered they were standing atop the spire of an abandoned church, overlooking a city bathed in moonlight. Sokovia? Logan furrowed his brow, inhaling the scents of gunpowder, machine oil, and the faintest trace of blood. Indeed, Virgil sheathed his blade and removed his hood. Eric's metallic cloak billowed gently in the air. It was serene here. Once it had not been so. Virgil's voice was calm, yet it was our presence that shaped Sokovia into its current state. Logan frowned. You? Virgil did not answer, merely turning towards the edge of the church before leaping into the abyss. Logan and Eric exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Upon landing, the grand doors of the church creaked open, revealing an Asian man clad in a black trench coat, accompanied by a silver-haired woman with blue eyes, wielding an oddly shaped long knife. Welcome, Chen Tian smiled, hands tucked into his coat pockets. Eric Linshare, Logan Howlett. Logan's muscles tensed instantly. Who the hell are you? Chen Tian. He replied with a slight nod, his smile unwavering. It was I who instructed Virgil to rescue you. Virgil? Eric and Logan turned to see Virgil approaching Chen Tian. Why save us? Eric inquired. Chen Tian offered no reply, still smiling, beckoning the two men into the church. Logan snorted in disdain. His instincts did not suggest any threats lay within. Thus, he led the way, with Eric gliding slowly into the church behind him. The heavy wooden doors closed behind them, sealing out the moonlight. Candle flames flickered above on ancient chandeliers, and a long table was laden with roasted lamb legs, fresh bread, fruit, and several bottles of aged whiskey. Logan unceremoniously seized an entire roasted chicken, tearing off a sizable chunk of meat, grease dripping down his beard. After a few chews, he squinted, savoring the flavors, then nodded to Eric. No poison. Only then did Eric lift a crystal goblet to his lips, taking a sip while his gaze remained fixed on Chen Tian. Now, tell me why you saved us. Chen Tian chuckled lightly, his fingers gently tapping the table. Because of your value. Value? Logan scoffed. I detest riddlers. Chen Tian's fingers continued their rhythmic tapping, as if waiting for something. Logan impatiently tossed the clean chicken bone onto the plate, producing a clatter. Hey, you little brat. Stop beating around the bush. You saved us, surely not just to treat us to a meal? Eric's gaze remained icy, yet the metallic goblet in his grasp spun slowly, clearly also awaiting an answer. Chen Tian smiled subtly, raising his hand to signal, and the projection in the center of the church suddenly illuminated. On the screen, members of the World Security Council were gathered around a round table, engaged in a heated debate. This is the record of a meeting held 3 hours ago. Chen Tian's voice remained serene as they deliberated the potential repeal of the Mutant Registration Act. Projected before them, a bespectacled legislator pounded his fist upon the table. Mutants have spiraled out of control. Magneto brazenly attacked S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers defied orders. We can no longer tolerate such threats. Another council member scoffed. Did Charles Xavier truly believe that signing that act would facilitate the integration of mutants into society? Absurd. They are, after all, aberrations. Logan's eyes glinted with ferocity. These wretched bastards. Eric's expression remained composed, yet the metal goblet in his hand silently twisted and contorted. Chen Tian deactivated the projection, his gaze sweeping over the two men. Do you see? In the eyes of the Security Council, mutants have never been regarded as equals. They only care for control, either obediently serve as their hounds or be branded as criminals. He rose to his feet. In such a world, are you content? What do you propose we do? Eric flung the deformed goblet onto the table. I hope you'll join me. Logan tilted his head back, downing a generous swig of whiskey, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat as he bared his teeth in derision. Join you? Overthrow the world government? Huh. I've lived long enough to witness too many idealists like you meet their end at the hands of government agents or be betrayed by their own. No, Logan. I never intended to topple any government. The judges are not heroes, but rather a cadre of knights traversing the shadows. Chen Tian stood tall, addressing Eric. Eric, you know many mutants have not joined Xavier's academy. They face a dire predicament, capture and become subjects of experimentation. Eric remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Tian. Must mutants be relegated to prey, or mere hounds? This is unjust, but what can you do? Chen Tian spread his hands. Those pursuing mutants are the Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric, can you dismantle the entire world? Do you possess a means? Eric inquired softly. Chen Tian nodded. I can transform Sokovia into a sanctuary for mutants, and the judgers shall serve as their protectors. Logan disdainfully exhaled a breath of liquor. Ha! Such flowery rhetoric. Sanctuary? Home. After a century of life, I've grown weary of such pretty words. He slammed his goblet onto the table. What can a small place like Sokovia do against the entire world? Eric's expression mirrored skepticism. If that's all there is, you won't persuade me. Chen Tian smiled, signaling for a tactical tablet to be handed to both men. As Eric reached for the tablet, Chen Tian interjected, Eric, Logan, this tablet contains my secret. So consider the consequences before you look. Exchanging glances, Eric and Logan recognized the hesitation in each other's eyes. Logan, frustrated by their indecision, cursed under his breath. Fine, let's just see it. Perhaps there's something within that could substantiate this kid's claims. That smug grin of his just irks me. Eric glanced at Chen Tian, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. Taking a deep breath, Eric activated his tablet, revealing the emblem of the Red House. Both men looked up sharply at Chen Tian upon seeing the symbol. Are you affiliated with the Red House? Eric asked in astonishment. I knew it. The Red House? Nonsense. This kid is spouting lies. I refuse to believe any spy organization could be so benevolent. Logan, unable to contain himself, stood up, his claws extending from his fingertips. Chen Tian smiled, gesturing for Logan to calm down. Eric, you are mistaken. The Red House belongs to me. Where is that madman Dreykov now? Eric pressed, skepticism lacing his voice. I can't believe you would so easily relinquish control of the Red House to you. Indeed, that is why he is dead. Along with his loyal followers, Chen Tian replied, motioning for Eric to continue watching the tablet. There is much more to see. Lowering his gaze, Eric resumed his examination of the screen. The tablet displayed the atrocities committed by Dreykov during his reign over the Red House, including the training of female agents known as Black Widows. Each of these agents had suffered personal tragedies orchestrated by Dreykov before being subjected to brainwashing. It also outlined the Red House's collaboration with Hydra, detailing their involvement in orchestrating terror attacks and capturing mutants worldwide. Where did the mutants captured by the Red House go? Eric inquired, his voice tinged with anger as he lifted his gaze slightly. Most were released, while a few chose to remain. They either became support staff for the Red House or now live in Sokovia, Chen Tian explained, moving closer to Eric and tapping on the tablet to bring up a list of individuals. The screen displayed several profiles of mutants, encompassing a diverse range of ages and genders. Eric, if you fear that I am deceiving you, I can summon these individuals. Eric locked eyes with Chen Tian, who did not flinch. That's unnecessary. I can tentatively accept that, for if this were a lie, it would be easily exposed, Eric stated, tossing the tablet onto the table. But what of this so-called judge you mentioned? What does it mean to be a knight walking in darkness? Chen Tian approached the steps of the church's pulpit and sat down. Heroes? He scoffed lightly. Heroes symbolize light, embody hope. Yet this world has never been altered solely by hope. Heroes abide by rules, sparing captives and civilians, even willing to forsake the pursuit of criminals for the sake of a strangeress life. They are heroes, meant to bring illumination to the people. He raised his gaze slightly. However, I believe you understand that it is this very mercy that allows enemies to rise time and again. Logan snorted derisively. So what? Are you suggesting we should act like executioners, killing at will? No, Logan, Chen Tian replied, a hint of mischief in his smile. We are only tasked with hunting those prey who have retreated into darkness. Are you implying that we should become the assassins of those so-called heroes, eliminating the enemies they so mercifully release? Eric furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. One might say that these adversaries could be annihilated in the shadows before they reveal themselves in the light. Chen Tian rested his hands upon his knees, asserting that heroes, adhering to their principles, could assume the role of arbiters, while we merely need to eradicate to become the adjudicators. Eric and Logan listened to Chen Tian's discourse, somewhat perplexed, for the terms arbiters and adjudicators bore the same phonetic resonance. An arbiter, with a voice imbued with a certain cadence, embodies the guardian of rules and a symbol of order. Behind him, stained glass depicted angels judging humanity, standing in sunlight, measuring good and evil with compassion and mercy. In contrast, we, the adjudicators, are represented by the shattered crucifix sculpture beside the stained glass, lurking in the dim shadows. We dwell in obscurity, executing judgments with bullets and blades. In the dark corners where order and rules fail to reach, and where morality becomes the shield of criminals, therein lies our purpose. The arbiters dare not offer protection in the open, solely because of the innocent mutants who have been hunted for not signing the Superhuman Registration Act. The adjudicators do not hesitate. The arbiters, constrained by rules, may release criminals, while we desire nothing more than to see them perish in the gutters. The angelic images on the church's stained glass twisted in the moonlight, and the flickering candlelight danced within Chen Tian's pupils, elongating his shadow into a distorted darkness. He slowly rose, his black trench coat billowing in the air, stirred by his ascent, resembling the night itself. "Are you familiar with the Daredevil of New York?" Chen Tian suddenly inquired, his voice reverberating beneath the dome. "That vigilante who refuses to kill? And what has been the outcome? Wilson Fisk has escaped prison 5 times, each time leaving a new mountain of corpses in his wake. Look again at Hell's Kitchen." Chen Tian's fingers traced the air as he posed the question. How many crimes have been committed by gangs and criminals there? Are the governmental violent agencies unaware? No. They willingly accept bribes from those scoundrels. Magneto's gaze sharpened. What precisely are you implying? Chen Tian pivoted, and the screen before Eric and Logan transitioned to images of mutant experiments. Behold your dismembered mutant brethren. S-H-I-L-D knows the World Council is aware. Yet they choose to turn a blind eye. His voice suddenly ascended in pitch, while the professor clung to his fanciful notion of peaceful coexistence. Wolverine slammed his fist heavily upon the table. Enough. At least what, Charles? Chen Tian abruptly shattered the projector. At least let more mutants be sent to the laboratories? He gestured toward the moonlit landscape of Sokovia, where we rescued civilians harmed by the outbreak of civil war, rebuilding their homes. Ask yourself, do those self-proclaimed champions of peace in the World Council truly care for the civilians who perished in the Civil War? Chen Tian's hands gradually spread wide. The candle flames in the church suddenly flickered violently, and 3 figures materialized from the shadows. Dante leaned against the mottled stone pillar, his red coat draped casually over his shoulder, a lit cigar dangling from his lips. He idly twirled his dual pistols, their silver and black gold bodies proclaiming their perilous nature to all present. With arms crossed, Ban stood in the moonlight cast by the stained glass, a malevolent glimmer flickering within his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He gazed down upon the assembly with an air of superiority, a faint, cryptic smile playing upon his lips, as if the worth of those present did not merit his spoken words. In the darkest corner of the church, a girl with chestnut hair stood quietly. Leah, or rather, the Demon King cloaked in youthful guise, observed everything with her blood-red eyes. She regarded Eric and Logan with a playful expression, her smile appearing innocent, yet sending chills down spines, fear welling up from the depths of the soul. In the shadows, we remained unabashed and unrestrained, driven solely by the desire to eradicate the sins that lurked within. Logan, Eric, the adjudicator seeks more companions willing to traverse the darkness with us. So, will you join us in unleashing chaos upon the world's shadowy side? Chapter 51. Transformation. The morning light pierced the shroud of night, illuminating the heavens. Logan, cigar clenched between his teeth, stood atop the Sokovia clock tower, surveying the awakening city below. Eric furrowed his brow in contemplation, the two of them remaining silent for an extended period. Old Magneto, Logan suddenly spoke, exhaling a plume of smoke. Are we perhaps being too hasty in our decision? Eric did not reply immediately. He raised his hand, watching as a distant metal weather vane began to rotate slowly. What would Charles say? He murmured, more to himself than to Logan. Huh, Logan scoffed, that old softy. He'll surely spout some nonsense about how violence doesn't solve problems. He took a deep drag from his cigar, adding, but having lived all these years, I've seen the opposite. Sometimes violence is the most effective solution. Eric's gaze swept over the military installations at the city's edge, where a group of robust Sokovians resided, their weaponry impressively sophisticated. Do you know what the most ironic part is? He said in a low voice, the mutants in this city actually live quite safely. Logan followed his line of sight. In the streets, mutant children frolicked, while in the shops, mutants and ordinary humans conducted their transactions. Everything appeared so normal. But what cost? Logan squinted. I can smell too much rust. How many lives were sacrificed for this city's peace? Eric suddenly laughed, a smile that felt unfamiliar to Logan. Do you think there are no corpses in the basement of Xavier's Academy? He whispered. Charles simply chooses not to look. The distant sound of church bells resonated. Logan noticed the metallic components of the clock tower trembling slightly in response to Eric's finger. That kid named Chen Tian. Logan exhaled a smoke ring. He reminds me of an old friend. Stryker? No. Logan shook his head. Victor. The same maddened gaze. The same ruthless determination. He paused. But at least that kid stands on our side. In the morning light, the two figures stood in silence. In the distance, a helicopter descended. So, Logan ultimately broke the silence. Are we really going to serve as henchmen for that self-important little brat? Eric raised his hand and donned the helmet designed to thwart the professor's psychological abilities. We are merely safeguarding our brethren in our own manner, he declared. Logan grinned and extinguished a cigar by crushing it underfoot. Well said, he retorted, turning to ascend the staircase, though he mused that occasionally, being the villain had its merits. As their figures faded from view atop the bell tower, the presence of a silver-haired figure lurking in the shadows went unnoticed. Virgil sheathed his endless sword, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The morning breeze swept through, carrying away the last remnants of the cigar's smoke. Chen Tian reclined on the grassy hillside, his hands resting behind his head, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, exuding an aura of leisure. Beside him knelt the second, with several beverages placed nearby. Eric and Logan have already departed. The second spoke softly, as if fearing to awaken Chen Tian. They have taken the equipment you prepared. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth, his eyes still closed. It appears our two apprentice members are quite eager. Very well, second. Convey to Melina to provide them with intelligence to the best of her ability. Avoid deploying the operatives from the Red Room unless absolutely necessary, to prevent exposing them to Hydra and S-H-I-L-D. Once more. The second nodded slightly, data coursing through his irises as he informed Commander Melina. Melina responded that the second Sky Red Room was currently under construction, significantly larger than the previous one, capable of accommodating at least 100,000 inhabitants, though it would require even more resources. Let us construct a few more. We can relocate the citizens of Sokovia and the subsequent mutants there, leaving an empty city for Hydra, Chen Tian suggested, opening his eyes. The underworld factions in Hell's Kitchen are quite affluent. Rather than allowing them to wreak havoc on the populace, we might as well utilize those resources ourselves. By then, with 3 blood bags to nourish us, we need not worry excessively about resources. Second, have the Beast make a trip, instructing him not to clear out Hell's Kitchen entirely. We need to leave some ne'er-do-wells to continue generating wealth, he added. Mr. Beast has been notified, the second replied softly. Chen Tian stretched languidly. The layout here is nearly complete. We merely await the next temporal transfer. What shall we do about the explosion mentioned by Wanda and Pietro, as well as their potential allegiance to Baron Strucker's Hydra? That is quite simple. Wanda and Pietro will undoubtedly join the arbitrators in due time. Even in our original timeline, their allegiance to the arbitrators would merely result in dual identities, much like my own. Thus, I have prepared an encrypted dossier for Melina, detailing our plans for the coming years. Furthermore, when Wanda and the others reach maturity, I shall have Melina pass it on to the 2 young ones, allowing them to join Strucker under the guise of seeking vengeance. At that point, they must devise a way to siphon Strucker's funding and technology. However, this presupposes that we truly manage to vanish in the explosion, which is a rather challenging endeavor. Chen Tian sighed. The energy of the Time Stone was far too unstable, leaving uncertainty as to when it might activate. There will always be opportunities, the second remarked, lowering his gaze slightly. Indeed, there will always be opportunities. Chen Tian reclined once more on the lawn. Time passes swiftly. In the 2 months since Eric and Logan joined the Judicators, they have relentlessly utilized the intelligence network of the Red Room to gather various information about those being hunted. Through these revelations, they have successfully rescued 200 mutants, of whom 100 have chosen a life of tranquility. 50 have opted to serve as logistical support for the Red Room. and the remaining 50 have become a reserve force for the Judicators. With the addition of these mutants, the Judicators have grown in strength, yet their radical methods have drawn the attention of the World Security Council. In response, the World Security Council dispatched enforcers to apprehend Eric and Logan. A fierce battle ensued, during which Virgil intervened, decisively defeating the enforcers and even capturing Storm, Aurora Monroe. Under the persuasion of Chen Tian and Eric, Storm consented to temporarily join the Judicators. Consequently, she was branded a defector by the World Security Council, which issued a global warrant for her arrest, alongside Eric and Logan. Ironically, the Council labeled the burgeoning organization, strengthened by Eric and Logan's efforts to rescue mutants, as the Brotherhood of Mutants, thus completing a curious temporal loop. Mystique, Raven Darkholme, a close friend of Magneto and the Professor, learned of these events and managed to contact Eric. After Eric shared the principles of the Judicators with her, she expressed concern regarding the organization's extremist beliefs and proactively sought a friendly discussion with Chen Tian. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but the outcome was that Mystique became one of the Judicators, albeit with a distinct role as an overseer. She is tasked with monitoring the Judicators to prevent the organization from straying into radical ideologies. To assist in this endeavor, Chen Tian appointed additional personnel to the Oversight Committee, including Melina and the Red Guardian, Alexei. While their abilities may not rival those of Eric and Logan, Chen Tian's penchant for lotteries has played in their favor, as he recently won a suit of armor, specifically a bronze Saint Claw from the series Saint Seiya, representing the constellation of Canis Major. Currently, this armor is of little use to Chen Tian, yet he cannot simply discard it. Why? Because donning this armor does not grant the cosmic empowerment akin to that of the saints, which enhances both body and spirit. Perhaps there are more aspects to be discovered, but Chen Tian is unwilling to relinquish his previous powers in order to explore new ones. Strangely, this armor appears to possess a unique quality, according to Virgil and Diablo. It can remain in existence even if Chen Tian is transported away by the Time Stone. This implies that the armor will not return to the summoning space upon Chen Tian's departure. Thus, the armor has been entrusted to Melina, intended to restrain the radical mutants. Yet, how can mere enhancement of body and spirit possibly contend with mutants? Certainly, there will be inquiries regarding this matter. Melina, adorned in this suit of sacred armor, has undergone a test of her physical enhancement, which is equivalent to the combined prowess of 3 super soldiers. As for her mental fortitude, it has not manifested any telekinetic abilities. However, tests have revealed that the stability of her mental strength reaches a level that even the Professor cannot discern. Perhaps, by the time Chen Tian returns to the future, Melina may have transformed into a female version of a Hulk. Speaking of which, what is the name of Hulk's sister? Ahem, I digress. In any case, as Melina dons this battle attire and continues to develop her abilities, her forthcoming strength shall undoubtedly be formidable. Whether she will unlock a little universe that could threaten Chen Tian's position remains to be seen. The Spartan family quietly chuckled at the thought. Virgil, do you aspire to replace Chen Tian? I believe the Dimensional Slash could serve as a mere snack for him. And what of Chen Tian? What is he doing? Despite being the leader of 2 formidable factions, he behaves like a detached overseer, accomplishing little. Ah, you are correct. He is rather lackadaisical. Yet, to be precise, under Virgil's tutelage, he has begun to experiment with merging the powers of Satoru Gojo and Nero. After all, the abilities of Gojo's Limitless and Red are quite remarkable. Limitless, indeed, holds considerable utility. Speaking of which, during his training with Virgil, Chen Tian attempted to harness the Limitless technique, nearly stepping into the same fate as 25 Gojo. Satoru Gojo perished at the hands of Sukuna due to the spatial slash, a term that might sound familiar. Virgil possesses this skill as well, and with even greater proficiency, albeit under the name of Dimensional Slash. Sukuna's strikes lean more towards physical damage, while Virgil's Dimensional Slash is inclined towards dimensional destruction. Just observe the grandeur of it. Dimensional destruction. How splendid. Sukuna, take heed and learn well. According to Virgil, if he so desires, he could sever time and space within a designated area for a brief duration. Chen Tian felt intimidated. No wonder he is an esteemed figure. Ahem, being addressed as child by such a paragon is not so difficult to accept after all. During this period, Chen Tian has persistently developed new capabilities, such as integrating the Azure Rose bullet technique with the essence of Ji, allowing each shot to inflict damage akin to a miniature Ji. Additionally, he has employed the powers of blue and red to enhance Nero's combat style, resulting in swifter and more devastating techniques. Curious about the potency of these moves? Just consult Madara. Madara, I have no idea. Amidst the chaos, a demonic hand suddenly struck me, and just as I attempted to evade, Chen Tian's bullet hit me. Evading the bullet led to being drawn back and forth. And the most vexing part is that my Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull are utterly ineffective against him. Comrades, feed me peanuts. The Spartan family is utterly monstrous. Pietro, you must focus. Chen Tian stood resolute, intercepting the rapid assault launched by Pietro. Your speed is remarkable. It is challenging for most to react. Therefore, your attack strategy should be succinct. If one strike fails, retreat and seek another opportunity. I understand. Pietro's figure vanished once more. In the distance, Eric meticulously guided Wanda. Wanda, my abilities differ from yours. However, I can impart much knowledge regarding control. With a flourish of his index finger, a piece of metal morphed gracefully in the air, taking on various forms under his command. Your powers possess a hint of reality alteration, a phenomenon I have never encountered in my lifetime. If developed to its fullest potential, you could transform the very fabric of the world. Therefore, rather than hastily seeking to enhance your destructive capabilities, focus instead on mastering control. Eric exhibited great attentiveness, for he had heard from Chen Tian that the twins shared a profound connection with his former girlfriend, Magda, though it remained ambiguous whether they were indeed his offspring. Within the cinematic narrative, the twins bore no relation to Eric. However, in the comic realm, their identities fluctuated. As for paternity tests, Chen Tian had contemplated it, but found himself disinclined to pursue such matters. If tests were to be proposed, it would be Eric's initiative, as he had never shouldered the responsibilities of fatherhood. While Chen Tian trained Pietro, Eric focused on Wanda. Suddenly, a message arrived from Ms. Molina. Upon hearing her words, Chen Tian extended a hand, gently pressing it atop Pietro's head as he turned to inquire about her message. Ms. Molina reports that the Red Room City has been completed, and we can soon commence relocation plans. Very well. Let us go take a look, Chen Tian replied, glancing at Pietro, whom he had inadvertently knocked to the ground. With an awkward smile, he quickly helped him up. Are you all right? Pietro remained silent, his face adorned with grass clippings and dirt, a look of discontent etched upon him. Chen Tian managed a slight grin, ruffling Pietro's hair. Come on, we must return to Sokovia. The dusk over Sokovia painted the sky in hues of crimson as Chen Tian stood upon the terrace of the town hall, observing the orderly evacuation of the populace below. Humans and mutants walked side by side, the laughter of children resonating through the streets, a sight that softened Eric's gaze. More seamless than I anticipated, Eric remarked as he approached Chen Tian. I expected some resistance to leaving their homes. Chen Tian chuckled lightly, tapping the railing with his fingers. The fear of the unknown will always linger. Yet, when we presented evidence of Hydra's internal conflict and the holographic projection of the floating city, he paused. The instinct for survival triumphed overall. In the distance, at the evacuation zone, Pietro assisted individuals in moving their luggage with his super speed, while Wanda employed her chaotic magic to aid the elderly. Logan, cigar in mouth, stood at the perimeter, his sharp gaze scanning every corner. They are maturing swiftly, Eric observed, warmth in his voice as he watched the twins. Indeed, but they still have much to learn. They will one day be among the arbiters. Yet I hope they become mediators instead, Chen Tian reflected, watching the industrious figures of the young ones. We shall bear the burden of the ugliness, while the blossoms must always turn towards the sun. Indeed, it is far better for the youth to remain cheerful and spirited, Eric responded with a smile. Alricht, Erik. Go lend a hand. After all, your abilities are quite adept for such tasks, Chen Tian remarked, patting Eric on the shoulder. What about you? Eric replied with a resigned smile. Me? I shall attend to matters here. Chen Tian gestured with an open hand. Eric discerned that Chen Tian was merely making excuses. Over time, he had come to see through Chen Tian's true nature, a dismissive figure. He watched as Chen Tian entered the town hall, shaking his head in resignation. And harnessing his powers, he soared towards the evacuation zone. Upon entering the town hall, Chen Tian reclined on the sofa, as Tu timely presented him with a can of cola. After taking a sip, he inquired, "What is the current status of S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra?" Tu placed a platter of food before Chen Tian and replied, "They have noticed discrepancies in the flow of funds, leading to several conflicts. Presently, they have shifted their focus inward, attempting to identify the issue within their own ranks. Ensure Melina remains cautious about her boundaries. By the way, have the investments she was tasked with been executed?" Chen Tian set down the cola and picked up a slice of pizza. "Ms. Melina has already undertaken the necessary investments." "Good. Is there anything else I have overlooked?" Chen Tian mumbled through a mouthful of pizza. "There are numerous tasks awaiting your attention, such as transitioning the leadership of operations and Ms. Melina's intelligence processing." Stop. "Let Eric and Melina handle those matters." Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively. No sooner had he spoken, a vibrant green light enveloped him, causing Chen Tian to pause in surprise. "Ah, I see," he chuckled. "Wanda mentioned that I would meet my end in the explosion, just as the teleportation occurred." Tu's face was filled with astonishment, but her form began to gradually fade. With a snap of his fingers, she was transported to the summoning space. He then felt an overwhelming heat wave rise beneath his feet. The explosion at the town hall shattered the twilight of Sokovia. Amidst the roaring flames, metallic debris and fractured stone rained down like a deluge. Eric stood frozen, his pupils dilating as they reflected the all-consuming inferno. "No, this cannot be," he thought, as the metallic joints of his fingers creaked ominously, and flying shards of metal hung, suspended in the air. Logan's cigar fell from his lips. His primal instincts instantly recognized a familiar scent, the remnants of Chen Tian's clothing. Uncontrollably, Wolverine's claws extended. What trickery is this? Pietro's figure froze in the moment of the explosion. "Chen Tian." The boy's voice tore through the air. Wanda's chaotic magic erupted uncontrollably. Scarlet energy surged through the streets, suspending the falling debris in midair as the young girl collapsed to her knees. He had promised Wanda, his voice trembling, that he would stand by them. Storm Aurora summoned a whirlwind to shield the crowd, yet her gaze remained fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. As a warrior, she had witnessed countless sacrifices, but this time felt different. The perpetually smiling young man was indeed caught in a storm of chaos. Melina descended from the heavens clad in the armor of the celestial wolf, her brow furrowed in determination. "Everyone," her voice resonated through the evacuation zone via amplification devices. "Proceed to the assembly point as planned. This is Chen Tian's command." Suddenly, Eric erupted with fury, a maelstrom of metal swirling around him. "Command! He is dead. You Red House care only for—" "Silence, Eric," Melina interjected sharply. "Right now, our utmost priority is to ensure the safe evacuation of those we are tasked to protect. There cannot be merely this one explosion." She turned to the bewildered twins, particularly addressing Wanda and Pietro. Pietro dashed forward, the winds generated by his super speed dispersing the surrounding smoke. "What about us? What is happening?" "Revenge." Wanda's voice was chillingly devoid of her usual warmth. Rising slowly, chaotic magic swirled in her palm, coalescing into a dark vortex. "I will find the perpetrator behind this explosion." Logan furrowed his brow as he glanced at Eric. "Hey, old Magneto, this situation feels off." Eric turned decisively. "We must leave." "Where to?" "To fulfill his earlier proclamation." The voice of Magneto echoed from his helmet. "The Sky City requires guardians. Mutants need a homeland." Chapter 52. Home in the year 2013. Thor exclaimed, "You Asgardians have truly outdone yourselves this time." "Stark, this is not Asgard. It is the Dark Elves. Those wretched beings are responsible for all of this." Thor bellowed in fury, striking a Dark Elf soldier with a hammer blow. "These damn fiends. They killed my mother. They even killed Loki." Thunder erupted around Thor, incinerating a group of soldiers. "I will make them pay." With a fierce rotation of Mjolnir, he hurled it towards Malekith, who stood encircled by a swirling vortex of darkness. Thor's roar reverberated through the shattered streets as Mjolnir, imbued with the fury of thunder, cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Malekith's head. However, the Dark Elf King merely raised his hand disdainfully. The crimson energy of the ether particles instantly coalesced into a barrier, causing Mjolnir to rebound forcefully, crashing into a distant building and unleashing a thunderous roar. Pay the price? Malekith's voice was hoarse, akin to the sound of decaying bark. This is the cost of sleeping for millennia. Your fury changes nothing, Odin's son. When the realms converge, darkness shall consume all light, and your mother, your brother, are merely the beginning. Silence. Thor summoned Mjolnir back, lightning crackling around him as the asphalt beneath him melted from the heat. With a mighty leap, he descended upon Malekith. Yet the ether particles within the black vortex easily dispersed his assault. The crimson energy coiled like a serpent around Thor's arm, flinging him mercilessly toward the banks of the river Styx. Jarvis analyzed that magical vortex. Tony's armor soared through the sky, 6 photon wings unfurling elegantly. With a swift motion, he crossed his beam sabers, cleaving 3 dark elf soldiers in half. Simultaneously, the shoulder armor pivoted, releasing a swarm of miniature missiles that obliterated a significant portion of the street, scattering the enemy into fragments. The nature of the energy was indeterminate. Calmly, he reported the situation, suggesting the use of the photon cannon to attempt an interference. "Let us give a try," Tony exclaimed, abruptly retreating as the 6 mechanical wings reconfigured into a colossal energy cannon. A blinding white light converged at the cannon's mouth. "Take this, solar flare." The searing beam penetrated the black vortex, momentarily tearing through the barrier of etheric particles. Malekith staggered, his pupils narrowing, ants dared to. Before he could finish, Thor burst forth from the river. Mjolnir responded to his call, flying back into his hand. Harnessing the momentum, he swung the hammer in a graceful arc. For Frigga. This time, the hammer struck solidly against Malekith's chest. The Dark Elf King spat out a mouthful of black blood, staggering backward. Yet in an instant, the etheric particles mended his wounds. He grinned malevolently, raising his hand as the ground beneath them began to warp. "Watch out!" Tony activated his thrusters, pulling Thor skyward just in time. The earth below transformed into a crimson vortex, greedily devouring brick and steel. "Damn it, this thing is impossible to kill." Tony spat, his brow furrowed beneath the helmet. "Thor, does Asgard have no special artifact for dealing with dark elves?" Thor, panting, with rain mixed with blood dripping from his golden hair, replied, "How would I know? I never cared about such things." "Huh." A typical Thor response. Tony's photon wings reconfigured into 6 segments, his hand cannon firing rapidly to repel the encroaching foes. "Listen, big guy, I have a plan." Jarvis's voice interrupted Tony. "You are 3,000 meters above, and I have located Mr. Chun." Jarvis sounded somewhat exhilarated. Tony looked up, his armor magnifying the shadow in the sky. "This kid, where has he gone?" In the air, Chen Tian opened his eyes from free fall. In the air, he quickly turned around to see the sky consumed by darkness. A massive black tornado expanding relentlessly, the distant eye of the wheel teetering precariously. Upon spotting the familiar armor, Chen Tian smiled. "Tony, looks like you're back." He then shifted his gaze to the rampaging black tornado, red threads entwined within the dark winds. A smirk graced his lips as he snapped his fingers, causing the surrounding space to warp, and 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Virgil pressed one hand against the hilt of the demon blade. "Are we appearing in midair this time?" "Wow, nephew, this place we've crossed into is quite distinctive," Dante exclaimed dramatically, twirling in midair as his red coat billowed in the currents. Suddenly realizing he was in free fall, he remarked, "Hey, there are plenty of ugly brutes down there." The trio descended rapidly, but Chen Tian's words came even quicker. "Virgil, sever the tornado." "Leave it to me." Virgil assumed a poised stance, ready to unleash a devastating strike, while Dante confronted the grotesque creatures below. "Am I responsible for the entertainment?" he quipped, deftly drawing forth both the ivory and ebony weapons, executing a splendid flourish with his guns. A deeper smile crept across Chen Tian's lips as he reveled in the howling winds of his descent, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of the Scarlet Queen's sword. With a sharp mechanical whir, the engine within the blade roared to life, crimson energy coursing along the edge. Beside him, Virgil appeared to transcend the very fabric of space, his silver hair remaining eerily still amidst the tempest. His right hand rested on the hilt of the Yamato, a flicker of azure light shimmering in his eyes. The dimensional slash was unleashed. In an instant, countless ethereal blue beams of light, resembling lightning that tore through reality, wove a net across the swirling black vortex. Each beam meticulously severed the flow of etheric particles, the scarlet threads shattering before the might of the dimensional slash as if they were fragile ice. The entire vortex disintegrated under Virgil's strike, producing a thunderous explosion. "This is impossible." Malekith stood at the center of the dissipating whirlwind, terror etched upon his face as he witnessed his greatest support being effortlessly dismantled, his white pupils dilating in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dante made a flawless superhero landing onto the battlefield, crushing the cursed warrior beneath his feet into a pulp, the ground fracturing radially around him. A grin spread across Dante's face as he twirled his dual guns with finesse. Both the ivory and ebony weapons fired simultaneously, bullets piercing the foreheads of 3 dark elves with unerring accuracy. He executed a backflip, evading an incoming energy blast, and mid-air transitioned to the rebellion sword, its blade carving a graceful arc as it cleaved 2 adversaries in half. Chen Tian plummeted from the skies, the engine of the Scarlet Queen roaring with deafening intensity, the crimson energy trailing a dazzling tail through the air. His figure resembled a blazing meteor streaking across the somber sky. With a fierce cry, the engine of the Scarlet Queen surged beyond its limits, unleashing blinding plasma flames from the blade. Just as Malekith regained his senses from the shock of Virgil's strike, he looked up to witness this cataclysmic scene unfolding before him. His pupils constricted in instinctive dread as he raised his hands, attempting to harness the residual etheric energy for defense. A twisted barrier of scarlet energy formed before him. He was too late. Chen Tian's blade descended. In the next heartbeat, the Scarlet Queen obliterated the barrier. The blade, infused with unparalleled kinetic and thermal energy, sliced down from above Malekith, cleaving through his body with unstoppable force and continuing onward to pierce into the massive dark elf mothership behind him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Malekith, in disbelief, looked down to see a slender red line appearing at the center of his torso. His lips quivered as if to utter something, but it was far too late. Chen Tian landed with stability, one knee touching the ground to absorb the impact, the tip of the Scarlet Queen embedded deeply into the earth. Behind him, Malekith's form slowly parted along the crimson line, his body collapsing in 2 halves. Simultaneously, the dark elf mothership began to disintegrate along the gaping rift. A brief silence ensued, followed by a thunderous explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield. Malekith's remains were reduced to ashes amidst the blast, while the mothership erupted into a colossal fireball, flames soaring into the sky, forming a grotesque mushroom cloud. Suddenly, a ghostly blue blade cleaved through the air, neatly slicing through the explosive blaze as if it were a cake. Virgil stood at the center of the battlefield, sheathing the demon blade. The violent flames and shockwaves generated by the explosion were forcibly contained within a spherical dimensional prison, akin to a tempest trapped within a bottle. The explosion, compressed to its utmost limit, reverberated within the dimensional cage before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Throughout this ordeal, not even a speck of dust escaped the boundaries delineated by Virgil. Chen Tian gradually rose, drawing the Crimson Empress from the ground, the plasma flames upon its blade flickering out. A faint smile graced Chen Tian's lips as he turned to Virgil, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Virgil." Virgil cast a dispassionate glance at the still-smoking wreckage, admonishing, "Control your strength, child. Your destructive tendencies are increasingly reminiscent of Dante." "Hey, I heard that." Dante emerged from a pile of dark elf corpses, his crimson coat stained with dubious dark liquid. "What do you mean I resemble you? I am undeniably graceful. Thank you very much." As he spoke, he casually retrieved his ebony wood firearm, firing 3 shots behind him without so much as a glance. 3 dark elves attempting a sneak attack fell lifelessly to the ground. "See? So precise." Standing amidst the ruins, Chen Tian surveyed the retreating dark elf remnants, who now resembled lost dogs frantically fleeing in all directions. He sighed softly, tightening his grip on the hilt of the Crimson Empress. It was time to resolve matters here. He turned his gaze toward Virgil, who nodded slightly, placing his hand upon the hilt of the demon blade. "Let us make this swift." Once more, Chen Tian snapped his fingers sharply. The space rippled like the surface of water, and 2 familiar figures materialized out of thin air. A dark silhouette landed first. Uchiha Madara, Sharingan swirling slowly. He surveyed his surroundings, a proud smirk curling his lips. Master, shall we eliminate these insignificant pests? Following closely, a silvery figure landed gracefully. Beneath her black visor, tactical lenses scanned the battlefield environment with precision. Gripping her katana, she calmly reported, "Battlefield scanning complete, hostile targets confirmed." "Yo, Madara." Dante appeared from nowhere, throwing an arm around Madara's shoulders. "When are you going to pay me back for the last poker game you lost?" Madara disdainfully brushed off Dante's arm, replying, "Shut up, Dante. That time you cheated." Virgil interjected coolly, "You two fools can reminisce later." The silver figure approached Chen Tian, stating, "It's time to issue your commands." As the conversation among them was interrupted by Chen Tian, he issued a succinct command: "Eradicate the enemy." Ban let out a cold snort, swiftly forming hand seals, fire style. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames instantaneously engulfed the entire street, reducing dozens of dark elves to ashes. With agility, he plunged into the enemy ranks. His katana slashed through the air, radiating a lethal silver light. "Three to the left," she murmured, her body instinctively responding, pivoting on her right leg in a full 180-degree spin, the katana sweeping out with the force of her rotation. The blade accurately sliced through the necks of 3 dark elves, crimson arcs of blood bursting forth almost simultaneously. Virgil let out a cold grunt as the moment the Yamato was drawn, dozens of dimensional slashes erupted simultaneously. Those dark elves attempting to flee had no time to scream before they were neatly severed into pieces. Standing nearby, Dante, with his rebellion sword casually slung over his shoulder, whistled leisurely. "Hey, save a few for me." Chen Tian observed the scattering remnants of the dark elves, gripping the Scarlet Queen in his right hand. He drew the azure rose from the holster on his thigh with his left. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous explosions tore through the air as the muzzle of the azure rose emitted an eerie violet-blue glow. The moment the bullets left the chamber, the fusion of the curse and the magic bullet unleashed tremendous power. 3 violet beams shot forth, vaporizing the dark elf soldiers within 100 meters. "Hey, big nephew, your power is a bit excessive, isn't it?" Dante teased while demonstrating his marksmanship with the ivory pistol, having just dispatched 2 foes. Without turning back, Chen Tian elegantly twirled the azure rose in his hand. "Dante, next time, I'll let you have a go at it." With that, he fired twice more, demolishing distant aircraft, adding, "And if you dawdle any longer, I shall confine you back to the summoning space." "Hey, that won't do," Dante exclaimed exaggeratedly, raising both hands. "I haven't had my fill yet." Suddenly, he executed a backflip, switching to the rocket launcher, Kalina, and a rocket screamed through the air, sending an entire retreating squad of dark elves skyward in a fiery explosion. Virgil, standing a short distance away, observed the playful banter between the two with a furrowed brow beneath his silver hair. "You both understand? We must conclude this swiftly." Chen Tian interjected, simultaneously swinging the Scarlet Queen with great force. The engine on the blade erupted with searing energy waves, hurling all enemies in the fan-shaped area before him into the air. His left hand, wielding the azure rose, continued to pull the trigger, each bullet finding its mark among the enemy ranks. Dante, unwilling to be outdone, thrust his rebellion sword into the ground, simultaneously drawing his ebony and ivory firearms. A torrential downpour of bullets cascaded forth, transforming the final batch of dark elves fiercely resisting into a sieve. Lightly landing beside Chen Tian, Tu remarked as the black blood dripped from her katana. "Area has been cleared." Ban stood atop a mound of corpses, his Sharingan gleaming with a spark of unfulfilled excitement. "My lord, the task is complete." Virgil coldly surveyed the battlefield, confirming there were no survivors before sheathing the Yamato with a decisive clang. Elimination complete. Chen Tian twirled the azure rose back into its holster, while the Scarlet Queen was also securely returned to its sheath. He gazed into the distance as Tony and Thor approached, a smile gracing his face. As Tony's armor landed, the nanometal swiftly coalesced back to the reactor at his chest like a receding tide. He hurried forward, taking 2 steps at a time, and enveloped Chen Tian in a fierce embrace, the prominent veins in his arms attesting to the strength he exerted. "You rascal." Tony's voice trembled as he pounded Chen Tian's back with fervor. "For years. Do you have any idea how many satellite images I scoured? Actually, 3 years." Jarvis's voice chimed through Tony's earpiece. Mr. Chen went missing in 2010. Tony released his embrace but clung tightly to Chen Tian's shoulders. His eyes reddened and his meticulously trimmed chin quivering slightly. What difference does it make, 3 years or 4? What the hell happened to you? Tony's voice trailed off as he truly beheld Chen Tian's visage. The eyes that once sparkled with mirth now seemed laden with secrets, his formerly dark hair now gleaming white, and the once slender frame had transformed into one of robust strength. Your hair? Tony inquired, astonished by the change. What happened? It turned white? Chen Tian touched his hair, recalling how it had turned white while wielding his powers in the Washington district. It just became more pronounced after merging the strength. With that, he draped an arm around Tony's neck. Did Gu-E relay my message to you? Have any major releases surfaced recently? Tony keenly sensed Chen Tian's avoidance. Their past interactions allowing him to grasp that certain matters were best left unspoken in Thor's presence. Huh, major releases? Tony rolled his eyes, his tone shifting to a familiar playful banter. The gaming world has been dreadfully dull without you for these past years. But his gaze shifted beyond Chen Tian, landing on Virgil and Dante. These two new friends are quite intriguing. Virgil, Chen Tian interjected, a smile dancing on his lips. My uncle. Virgil nodded coolly in acknowledgement. Wow, a cool uncle. Tony whistled, unfazed by Virgil's aloof demeanor. Turning to the flamboyantly dressed Dante, he asked, and who might this dapper gentleman in the red coat be? Dante immediately struck an exaggerated bow. Dante, pizza connoisseur. He straightened up and winked at Tony. I hear you're good friends with my nephew, a wealthy one at that. How about treating us to pizza later? Tony chuckled. I like this guy. He patted Chen Tian's shoulder. Your uncles are far more entertaining than you are. Thor strode over to Chen Tian. Without a word, he opened his arms and delivered a hearty bear hug, lifting Chen Tian off the ground. Ha ha, my friend. Thor's boisterous laughter resonated, ringing painfully in Chen Tian's ears. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Those damn dark elves finally received their due punishment. I owe you a drink of Asgard's finest mead. Chen Tian was caught in a bittersweet smile. Had it not been for inheriting Nero's power, he likely would have been knocked down. Thor, without hesitation, released Chen Tian from his embrace and warmly draped an arm around his shoulder, his eyes glimmering with genuine gratitude. Not only did you vanquish Malekith, but you also avenged my mother and Loki. This kindness shall be eternally etched in the heart of Thor Odinson. Tony, chuckling, interjected to prevent Thor from pulling Chen Tian into another embrace. All right, big guy. If you keep this up, the lad might not withstand your enthusiasm. He feigned a teasing tone, suggesting, rather than excessive affection, how about we share a drink? Absolutely. Thor boisterously laughed, raising Mjolnir high. I shall treat my friends with the finest mead of Asgard. He turned to Virgil and Dante, and to these two valiant warriors, as well as the lady and the beast. Your prowess commands respect. Dante whistled. Wow, finally someone who appreciates us. He winked at Thor, adding, but honestly, I'm more excited about the pizza Stark mentioned. Virgil crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Then it settled. Tony clapped his hands and instructed Jarvis, order more pizzas from Tomato Pie. Have Pepper prepare extra drinks and notify the other arbiters to return. It seems a celebration is in order at the Arbiter Tower. All arrangements are in place, Jarvis responded. Ms. Potts is eager to meet Mr. Chen. However, Captain Rogers and Mr. Barnes are currently on a mission in the Euro region and have graciously declined the invitation. That's fine. I'm even happier without those two old geezers. Tony smirked before turning to Chen Tian and his companions. All right, lads, it's time to head home. At this, a warm smile flickered in Chen Tian's eyes as he gazed at Thor, Tony, and his comrades. Let's go, he softly declared. It's time to return home. Thor laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around both Chen Tian and Tony's shoulders. To victory, to friendship. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are inebriated. The Arbiter aircraft gently descended nearby, with countless rescue drones and medical pods cascading from the sky to tend to the battle-scarred area. Chapter 53, Homecoming Celebration. The 15 classic New York pizzas have arrived. Jarvis's voice resonated from the top floor of the Arbiter Tower. 20 Chicago deep dish pizzas from Tomato Pie are en route in the elevator, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Oh, pizza, Tony exclaimed. Did you ensure they excluded olives? Dante leapt from the sofa in excitement upon hearing the pizza had arrived. Rest assured, Dear Red Uncle, your special pizza has been duly noted by Jarvis. Tony mischievously winked at Dante, and I've even arranged for strawberries and cream to be airlifted from New York. Dante's eyes sparkled with delight as he embraced Tony's head and planted a fierce kiss atop it. Tony, from this moment forth, I am your #1 fan. Tony laughed heartily. Then, my esteemed #1 fan, might I ask you to fetch it? Ah, no problem at all. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Dante wrapped his arm around Tony's shoulder and handed him a glass of whiskey. Splendid. Tony snapped his fingers. Jarvis, grant this gentleman access to the kitchen. Dante, make sure to wait on the 85th floor for Happy to deliver our deep dish pizza, and remember not to indulge in any before it arrives. Are you questioning the culinary respect of a distinguished pizza connoisseur and the ultimate strawberry sundae terminator? Dante chuckled, gliding out the door with an effortless moonwalk. Haha, Chen Tian, Tony remarked, glancing at Chen Tian, who was sipping cola nearby. Your uncle is quite the character. I find him delightful. With that, he snatched the cola from Chen Tian and placed the whiskey Dante had given him into Chen Tian's hand. Hey kid, today is a welcome home celebration for you. How can you merely drink cola? Chen Tian shrugged, replying, not everyone has arrived yet, has he? As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, the grand entrance slid open once more, and a rush of silver wind swept inside. Pietro's figure appeared beside Chen Tian in an instant. The wind generated by Quicksilver's unique speed causing Chen Tian's clothing to flutter. Chen Tian, Pietro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Chen Tian's shoulders. You finally made it. Where have you been for these 3 years? His words tumbled out in a rapid-fire manner, almost inaudible. I searched the entire world for you. Before Chen Tian could respond, a crimson light flared at the door. Wanda burst in, wielding chaos magic, red energy swirling around her. Without uttering a word, she leaped forward and enveloped Chen Tian in a firm embrace, burying her head in his chest. You scoundrel, Wanda's voice trembled slightly, disappearing without a word for so long. Tony raised an eyebrow, pondering the scene before him. He vividly recalled 3 years prior when the twins, along with Captain America and Bucky, delivered the news of Chen Tian's disappearance. Tensions had run high within the arbitrators, especially when the four struggled to articulate the specifics of Chen Tian's absence. Tony had even questioned whether they were concealing something. Wow. Tony took a sip of whiskey, a hint of amusement in his tone. It seems I missed quite the poignant reconciliation scene. Realizing her lapse in composure, Wanda stepped back from Chen Tian, yet her fingers remained tightly clutching the fabric of his shirt. Pietro scratched his silvery hair, casting an awkward glance at Tony. Tony, I've heard from Ancient One that your attitude towards Wanda and the others hasn't been particularly favorable these past few years. Chen Tian chuckled resignedly. However, my disappearance was indeed not their fault. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, an unusual sincerity gracing his features. He picked up 2 glasses of amber whiskey from a bar and solemnly extended them to the twins. Listen, children, Tony's voice bore an uncommon hesitance. He pressed his lips together and continued, I owe you both an apology. He locked eyes with Wanda. My behavior towards you over these 3 years has been entirely excessive. Wanda accepted the glass, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated this proud man to willingly concede. Tony thrust another glass of wine into Pietro's hand, ruffling his silver hair affectionately. Especially for you, speedster. I distinctly recall a training session where I deliberately set your simulation speed to the slowest. Hey, that time left me sprawled on the training room floor. Pietro immediately protested, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. Tony feigned an exaggerated look of contrition. My fault, entirely my fault. He raised his glass. I, Tony Stark, hereby extend my formal apology to the Maximoff siblings. I hope you can forgive this obstinate old fool. Chen Tian, watching from the side, could hardly contain his amusement. He understood Tony all too well. This proud genius seldom bowed down easily. And the fact that he was willing to humble himself to apologize was a testament to the genuine care he felt for them. Wanda gently tapped Tony's glass. We also bear responsibility for not protecting Chen Tian back then. Just as they were about to say more, Chen Tian interjected, Stop. Let's leave it at that. Also, he snatched the drinks from Wanda and Pietro. You two are not of legal drinking age in California. Both were born in June 1999, turning 20 only in 2013, while the legal drinking age in California is 21. This was merely Chen Tian's jest. Such regulations do not exist in our country. Tony paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh, our guardian has spoken. He turned and shouted toward the ceiling. Jarvis, crank up the volume to the max. What kind of party is this without music? At your service, came Jarvis's response, as lively electronic music filled the hall. Perfect. Tony snapped his fingers, activating party mode. Instantly, the smart glass windows of the penthouse dimmed, and vibrant neon lights illuminated the room from every corner. As the electronic music's prelude began, the entire space transformed into a miniature nightclub dance floor. Just then, the elevator dinged open, and Dante and Happy rushed in, pushing 2 carts brimming with pizzas. Dante's shout of pizza abruptly ceased as his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, the party just leveled up? Without a second thought, he grabbed a box of pizza, bit open the lid, and deftly slid into the center of the dance floor, holding the pizza box in one hand. With an exaggerated spin, he crossed his legs and began to dance a retro disco. My eyes, Pietro exclaimed, covering his face. That dance is scarier than a shark doing a pole dance. Referring to the famous basketball star, Shaquille O'Neal. Dante shot a flirtatious glance at Pietro, dancing even more energetically. He twisted his hips, using the pizza as a prop, sometimes raising it above his head and twirling, other times holding the pizza box elegantly, as if presenting a fine wine, even improvising a circus act with the pizza box balanced atop his head. Tony doubled over with laughter, his armor instantly enveloping him. The faceplate lifted, revealing his triumphant grin. Jarvis, how could I possibly miss out on this? Cue the dance data from Greece 1978. As the music transitioned to a lively beat, Tony flawlessly replicated classic dance moves, engaging in an impromptu dance battle with Dante. Their exaggerated gestures elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Chen Tian leaned against the bar, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the spectacle unfolding on the dance floor. Beside him, Wanda chatted softly with the long-missed 2, while Jane Foster, who had arrived with Thor, joined in their conversation. Pietro also joined the flamboyant duel, but it quickly became evident that he was too young. And soon he descended from the stage, laughing after being bested by the 2 showy dancers. Not far away, a loud crash echoed as Thor triumphantly smashed an empty barrel onto the ground, foam clinging to his beard. Another barrel, he bellowed, affirming the renowned quality of the fine wine. Opposite him, Virgil elegantly set down his 10th empty wine glass. The Asgardian clinked his glass with Thor's, and the revelry continued. Thor, with a hearty laugh, draped an arm around Virgil's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! I admire your straightforwardness." He raised a wine goblet the size of a basin, proclaiming a toast to their drinking prowess. Surprisingly, Virgil did not push Thor away. Instead, he merely huffed, downing his drink in one go. The enema blade tapped lightly on the ground, and the corks of several bottles flew up, refilling both men's glasses. Little did Thor know that the Spartans abstained from alcohol, and every sip Virgil took vanished into an unseen portal. Pepper navigated through the throng of revelers in her high heels, picking up a glass of champagne to gently clink against Chen Tian's soda cup. After 3 years, the now-seasoned Pepper exuded the confidence of Stark Industries, yet retained a hint of softness, having unwittingly adopted Tony's whimsical nature. Chen Tian sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Apologies, Pepper. I didn't anticipate it would take so long. Pepper took a sip of her champagne, her gaze sweeping over the dance floor where Tony and Dante were engaged in a makeshift fencing match with pizza boxes. While the drinking contest between Thor and Virgil had escalated to the ludicrous level of using Mjolnir and the enema blade to pop bottle caps. She suddenly chuckled. Tony has been preparing new games and collectibles in your room every week for the past 3 years. Her expression softened as she continued. He said this way you wouldn't return and complain about a lack of new toys. Chen Tian gazed at the billionaire on the dance floor, grinning like a carefree boy, a wave of warmth swelling in his chest. Just as Pepper was about to elaborate, a strawberry sundae unexpectedly splattered at her feet. They both turned to find Pietro striking an exaggerated, slow-motion expression as if to say he hadn't meant it. Mr. Maximoff, Pepper placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Do you have any idea how much these high heels cost? In an instant, Pietro zipped to Pepper's side, swiftly cleaning her heels at super speed. Complimentary cleaning service, madam. Unable to contain her amusement, Pepper reached out to tousle Pietro's silver hair, remarking, "You certainly have more sense than a certain missing person." She cast a pointed glance at Chen Tian. At that moment, Tony's voice resonated through the armor speakers. "Hey, my lady, do not monopolize that little rascal who has been missing for years." He glided over to the trio with a jet propulsion, his helmet popping open to reveal a face smeared with cream. Indeed, he is the star of the party. Pepper rolled her eyes, but still tenderly wiped the cream off Tony's face with a handkerchief, remarking, "Your devoted assistant has been here for quite a while, Mr. Stark." Tony wrapped his arm around Chen Tian's neck, exclaiming that it was just enough time to teach him the greatest invention of the 21st century. Mysteriously, he produced a remote control from behind his back, a gravity-defying dance floor for the party. As he pressed the button, the entire dance floor area suddenly floated into the air, while Dante's pizza box drifted out of his control and Thor's barrel spun slowly like a space capsule. Virgil instinctively grabbed the Enma blade, but the sight of Thor drinking upside down elicited an uncharacteristic smile from him. "Tony Stark." Pepper's exclamation was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. She held her forehead, unable to conceal the amusement in her eyes. "You and Chen Tian are going to force me into early retirement." Chen Tian gazed at the absurd yet heartwarming scene before him, suddenly feeling as if the blank 3 years had never existed. He accepted another remote control from Tony and, encouraged by his gaze, pressed the button. Hundreds of holographic strawberry sundaes cascaded from above, landing in everyone's hands. "Welcome home, kid," Tony whispered, raising his virtual sundae for a toast. Under the glow of neon lights, Chen Tian saw the unmistakable glimmer of longing in the eyes of this irreverent genius. "I will not leave again," Chen Tian solemnly vowed, his voice barely audible to them alone. Tony paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, tousling Chen Tian's hair into a chaotic mess. "Then hurry up. Virgil and Thor need a referee. Their contest to see who can open more bottles with weapons is reaching a fever pitch." Pepper watched the two dash toward the bar, shaking her head with a smile. Beside Pepper, Tu was also smiling brightly, for over the years of traversing, Chen Tian seemed to have transformed into a different person. Although he still appeared nonchalant and mischievous on the surface, she knew that during those years, she had always worried that her journey would yield adverse consequences for the newly formed arbiters. While establishing the new order of the Red House and the adjudicators, she had often pondered deeply, fearing that one misstep could lead to further mistakes. Yet today, as Chen Tian returned to his playful camaraderie with Tony, like two elementary school boys, perhaps this was the moment when Chen Tian felt the most at ease. Contemplating this, Tu displayed an expression she had never shown before. Her lips curled slightly as she softly said, "What a big liar. He clearly said he was happiest when he was alone with me at night." Nearby, Wanda, with her mouth slightly agape, had been observing Tu and, upon hearing her words, came to a realization. As a child, she had always thought Tu and Chen Tian were just wrestling in the room, but now that she was older, she understood everything. With this thought, her cheeks flushed, her eyes fixated on Chen Tian, who was shouting cheers. With Tony, the allure in her gaze seemed almost palpable. Tonight, a flower named Wanda was destined to bloom in all her glory. Chapter 54. Key ignition sunlight filtered through the smart glass, casting a gentle morning glow upon the top floor of the Arbiter Tower. As Chen Tian opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Wanda's chestnut hair cascading over his chest. He gently moved his fingers, feeling the warmth of the girl's breath brushing against his collarbone. Wanda stirred in his embrace, her long eyelashes fluttering open. Her amber eyes, bathed in the morning light, resembled melted honey. "Good morning," she murmured, her voice slightly husky from sleep, yet imbued with a languorous allure. After the party concluded the previous night, he and she had returned to this room, which had remained untouched for 3 years. The young woman had eagerly proposed to discuss humanity's reproduction plan, even untying the bow on her back. Just as the lights dimmed automatically, the door swung open soundlessly, conjured by chaotic magic. "What are you thinking about?" Wanda's fingertips traced lightly over his abdominal muscles, breaking his reverie. She propped herself up, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, while the silk sheets slid down her shoulders, revealing expanses of alabaster skin. Chen Tian's throat involuntarily bobbed. "What do you think?" Chen Tian replied, his eyes glinting with fervor, recalling Tony's mention of a conversation scheduled for 10 o'clock that morning. There were still 2 hours remaining. What do you want to do? Wanda teased, biting her lower lip, a blush creeping on her cheeks. I want, Chen Tian declared, rolling over to pin Wanda beneath him. Wait, Wanda suddenly interjected. With 2 absent, there's no one to shield Jarvis. Fear not. Within this room, unless I consent, no one can monitor or intrude, Chen Tian replied. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Wanda's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. With a sudden burst of energy, she flipped him over, asking playfully, Is that so? I was worried about being spied on by Tony's perverse tendencies last night. Worry not. Ever since that first visit to his house, when I was caught on camera, I've been quite vigilant, Chen Tian remarked, looking at the valiant woman beside him. I know, Wanda replied, her eyes shimmering with moisture in the morning light. So, do you wish to give it a try? Chen Tian grinned mischievously. I'm already attempting, am I not? Wanda leaned in closer. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed his hands beneath his head, reveling in the moment. Outside the door, 2 stood holding a tray laden with food and breakfast. She rested her hand on the doorknob, smiled subtly, then withdrew her hand, standing guard at the door. Jarvis cannot monitor your room because the system within is designed by me. 2 mused, her core processor heating as images of the preceding night's tumultuous events flooded her mind. Is it truly possible to do such things? Wanda pondered, surprised by 2's knowledge. Tony languidly reclined on a recliner in the gaming room, his fingers impatiently tapping the game controller. On the screen, his Iron Man character had been defeated consecutively 3 times. Yet he lacked the enthusiasm to restart. Jarvis, Tony inquired for the 12th time. Has that kid even left his room? According to the surveillance outside Mr. Chen's room, he has indeed remained within his bedroom. Jarvis's voice carried a subtle hint of resignation, reminding me that you have been silent for the past 30 minutes, Jarvis. Tony tossed aside the game controller and took a substantial bite from the cheeseburger on the table, glancing at the vintage wall clock with a smile. Thinking how fit that kid is, reminiscent of my own vigor at 20. At that moment, a communication request from Colonel Rhodes abruptly appeared on the holographic screen. Tony sighed and casually accepted the call. Hey, sweetheart, if you're here to nudge me about next week's Air Force social dinner. In contrast, Rhodes, impeccably dressed in his military uniform, wore a serious expression. I come on behalf of the Pentagon. He cleared his throat. The military hopes you might consider providing a set of combat armor for the Air Force Special Forces. Tony didn't even lift his eyelids. The 30th formal refusal is still a no. He took another bite of his burger, crumbs falling on his shirt. My armor is not a weapon, Rhodes. You know my stance. Rhodes's expression instantly softened into an understanding smile. I knew you would say that. He shrugged. The generals insist I ask at least once a month, just in case Stark changes his mind about the 399,000. Unless they convert the Pentagon into a stray animal shelter. Tony rolled his eyes now. Unless you have anything else, wait. Rhodes suddenly leaned closer to the camera, a mischievous expression crossing his face. Jarvis just informed me that you're actually waiting for someone. He exaggeratedly glanced at the clock. Tony Stark waits for someone? Is the apocalypse upon us? Tony, flustered and annoyed, picked up a piece of bread and hurled it at the holographic screen. Jarvis, who permitted you to disclose my schedule? You established this agreement when you returned from Afghanistan. Jarvis replied matter-of-factly, when Colonel Rhodes calls, I am permitted to retrieve your non-confidential schedule information. Rhodes was already laughing heartily. Let me guess, you're waiting for Chen Tian, right? I heard he's back. Is that kid running late? He mimicked Tony's tone. Time is money, Rhodes. Being late is a disrespect to life. Shut it. Honey bear. Tony buried his face into the cushion, muttering, I'm merely testing the durability of this new game controller. Oh, Rhodes elongated his tone, so letting me thrash you 3 times in a row is part of the test. He winked playfully. Need me to teach you how to kill time in the restroom? Just as Tony was about to retort, the arcade sound system suddenly crackled with Jarvis's voice, receiving a communication request from number 2. Bring it in. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Mr. Stark, Jarvis's voice abruptly switched to number 2's tone. Let me inform you, he needs to make further adjustments to his equipment. It is expected to take another 47 minutes. All right, Tony pouted as he picked up the controller again. The child has grown. One must grant them a bit of personal space. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Number 2. Tell him I've hidden his cherished figurine somewhere in this building. Let him have a good search. The silence on the other end lingered for a few seconds, before two calm voices broke through. They warned that if you touched his figurine, he would upload the holographic footage of you performing ballet in your battle armor yesterday. Tony's controller clattered to the ground. Rhodey's laughter soared in disbelief. What? Jarvis? Immediately send me a copy. It has been dispatched to your private cloud, Mr. Rhode. Jarvis replied nonchalantly. In despair, Tony slumped on the sofa, wailing at the ceiling. I hate all of you. He snatched a cushion to shield his face. Jarvis, cut off all outgoing channels. Rhodey laughed so hard he pounded the table. Huh. Tell Chen Tian he did well. I'm setting this as my ringtone. Rhodey, get lost. Ha ha ha. The blizzard near the Arctic border of the European continent had just ceased, and the dilapidated farmhouse creaked as the cold wind blew through its wooden windows. Steve tossed the last piece of firewood into the fireplace, the flickering flames casting shifting shadows across his face. Are you sure you don't want to go back and take a look? Bucky asked, polishing his hunting knife. The climate control system at the Arbitrator Tower was far more comfortable than this wretched place. Steve stared into the flames, hesitating to respond. The harrowing chase from 3 years ago felt as vivid as if it had just occurred. Chen Tian's cold eyes and boundless power had nearly annihilated everyone in the underground of the Sokovia Castle. Our mission is not yet complete, Steve finally spoke. We are here to hunt down the remnants of Hydra. Bucky suddenly hurled his hunting knife, the blade glinting coldly as it struck the beam beside the swaying oil lamp. This man, once known as the Winter Soldier, stood up to stretch, his spine cracking lightly. Come on, Steve, you're afraid I'll see him again. He deliberately thumped Steve's back with his mechanical arm. You're worried he'll kill me again, right? Bucky chuckled. I can understand him, but when I killed Howard, I remember nothing. Steve sighed. He knew full well that Bucky remembered nothing. Yet, if Tony were to learn of this, would he forgive Bucky simply because of Bucky's claim of forgetfulness? He couldn't risk betting on that. Morning exercise? Bucky had already pushed open the creaky wooden door. The biting cold wind at 20 degrees below zero, sweeping in with snowflakes. When he turned back, a mischievous glint sparkled in his gray-green eyes. Bet $20. This time, I'll snatch your shield away. Steve shook his head, forcing those heavy thoughts from his mind. He seized his vibranium shield and followed Bucky into the snow. At 20 degrees below zero, a layer of frost coated their eyelashes. Bucky moved his mechanical arm, the metal joints gleaming coldly in the morning light. The old rule, the loser cooks dinner tonight. And one more thing, Steve said, his breath forming a white mist in the air. The loser has to dress up as the other spouse for the next mission. Bucky burst into laughter and suddenly lunged forward. The two engaged in a fierce exchange in the snow, the clash of the vibranium shield and the mechanical arm sparking brilliant flashes. Steve adeptly blocked every attack from Bucky, his shield moving with a fluidity that made it seem an extension of his own body. It appeared the serum's effects had not yet waned. Old man, Bucky gasped. As steam billowed from the vents of his mechanical arm, Steve countered with a deft shield strike. At least it's superior to some rusted metal limb. The two exchanged blows, leaving intricate footprints in the snow. The snow on the pines fell in delicate flurries, illuminated by the morning light in a halo of shimmering brilliance. Suddenly, Bucky changed tactics. His mechanical arm swung at an unexpected angle, only to be intercepted by Steve, who deflected it with the edge of his shield. In the midst of their standoff, Bucky flashed a cunning smile. With a click, a miniature device ejected from his wrist. Before Steve could react, the device released a cloud of snow mist, obscuring his vision. You're cheating, Steve shouted, but it was too late. Seizing the moment, Bucky executed a sweeping kick that sent Steve crashing down into the snow, creating a deep dent. Standing over him, Bucky's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do you yield, old man? Steve lay in the snow, gasping, his frost-covered chest heaving. He gazed at the leaden sky, then, breathless and smiling, declared, I could fight you all day. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a powerful kick toward Bucky's knee. In that instant, Bucky froze as if time had paused. His pupils dilated, his mechanical arm hovering in midair. Steve's kick landed squarely on his knee, and Bucky toppled into the snow like a felled tree. Bucky? Steve immediately rolled over and sprang up, the crunch of ice beneath his boots echoing. He knelt beside his friend, brushing the snow from Bucky's face. Good grief. You could have dodged that. Bucky's gray-green eyes slowly refocused, meeting Steve's anxious blue ones. a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Deep within the soft depths of those eyes, a complex emotion stirred, akin to the embers of hatred or the undercurrents of madness. Yet, this fleeting darkness was swiftly concealed beneath a gentle smile, unnoticed even by the one who knew him best. "Do you remember the back alley of that grocery store in Brooklyn?" Bucky's voice was soft. "You were still shorter than my shoulder, cornered by 3 thugs. When I arrived, your face was smeared with blood, yet you clutched a trash can lid, declaring that you could fight all day." Steve pulled Bucky up from the snowdrift, vigorously brushing off the flakes. "Enough, don't dwell on ancient history." He turned and strode towards the farmhouse, seeking warmth. "We must prepare for the mission." Bucky stood still, the remnants of his earlier smile lingering. "Aye, Captain." His voice was light, reminiscent of the Brooklyn boy who once stood by Steve's side. But as Steve's figure vanished through the doorway, Bucky's smile froze, and the hatred and madness roiled in his gaze. He took a deep breath, and when he lifted his gaze once more, his face had returned to its usual smile. He shook off the snow from his boots and hummed a little tune as he entered the cottage, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Chen Tian lounged languidly in the recliner, his long fingers deftly maneuvering the controller, while the Hulk, he was controlling cornered Tony's Iron Man character with a dazzling combination of moves. "You're an hour late," Tony said, crossing his legs as he sat across from him, his fingers rapidly pressing buttons, yet still unable to prevent his character's health bar from plummeting. "You know, I left Pepper alone with those guys who want a secure investment just to wait for you. I shudder to think what she will say to me later." Chen Tian arched a lazy smile, his eyes never leaving the screen. "Tony, your tone is strikingly reminiscent of a high school girl who has just been stood up." With a flick of his wrist, his game character unleashed a finishing move, and Iron Man's virtual form collapsed amidst a flurry of explosive effects. The words "game over" flickered on the screen. Tony tossed the controller down in frustration. "Cheating. You must have secretly leveled up the game." "Admit it," Tony. Chen Tian stretched, the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his shirt. "Your talent does not lie in gaming." Tony raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Fine, I concede. My gaming prowess pales in comparison to yours." He took a sip of coffee from the table, his expression turning serious as he regarded Chen Tian. "Kid, do you know why I sought you out today?" Setting down his controller, Chen Tian took a sip of cola, sat up straight, and nodded. "Yes, I do." Tony inhaled deeply. "I want to inquire about what you've been up to, or where you've been for the past 3 years. However, I do hope you want to keep things from me next time." A softness flickered in his blue eyes, quickly masked by his usual jesting demeanor. "Listen, kid, as one of the largest shareholders of the arbitration organization, of course, I mean financially," he deliberately elongated his tone, "I have an obligation to ensure our brand image remains intact." Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. "So, this is a shareholders meeting?" "No." Tony paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "This is a plea from a concerned individual worried about his investments going awry." He spread his hands. "Do you know how the media outside will spin this? Disagreements. One of the arbitration leaders departing, Tony Stark betrayed once again." "I thought you were accustomed to negative press by now." Chen Tian chuckled lightly. Suddenly, Tony stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The Malibu sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his somewhat weary face. "Pepper is right. I truly am not adept at this." He turned, his tone unusually earnest. "Next time, at least leave a note." Chen Tian watched Tony's silhouette, his throat subtly constricting. He set down a cola can. "I promise you." Tony immediately reverted to his usual roguish demeanor, yet his gaze lingered on Chen Tian's white hair. Seriously, he gestured dramatically. "Would you like me to introduce you to a stylist? I guarantee they can help you revert to that raven-haired lad who captivated countless girls." Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong with that? Does white hair not conform to the aesthetic standards of Stark Industries?" Tony swiftly returned to the sofa, retrieving a holographic business card from his pocket. "This individual styles half of Hollywood stars. I've arranged for him to come tomorrow." "Wait," Chen Tian suddenly interjected, pointing at Tony with a chuckle. "You're not thinking." Tony promptly interrupted him, his face adorned with a mask of innocence. "What? I merely concern myself with my partner's image management." With a snap of his fingers, a holographic projection unfurled, revealing an exquisitely tailored black tuxedo. "By the way, there's a charity gala next week, and as one of the leaders of the arbiters, I knew it." Chen Tian laughed. "You want to dump the tedious task of dealing with the media and government on me?" Tony feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching his chest. "That remark is quite hurtful. I simply believe," His expression shifted to seriousness. It's been 3 years. The public deserves to meet the leader of the organization that protects them. Their exchange was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A silver-haired girl entered, carrying a tray. Upon seeing the tuxedo design in the holographic projection, her pupils widened slightly. Are we attending a social event? It seems someone has made arrangements for me. Chen Tian shook his head in resignation. Tony, with a triumphant snap of his fingers, declared, full service. Hairstyle, tuxedo, PR team. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Even the speech is prepared. All you need to do is show your face, smile, and then deal with those pesky politicians and reporters. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. Coughing to feign distraction, Tony glanced at the girl. By the way, remember to remind your family about the styling appointment tomorrow at 10. The girl's lips curved into a slight smile. Noted. Yet, she turned to Chen Tian. Your current hair color is quite unique, resembling a wise sage who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. Tony interjected, like a rebellious youth trying too hard to appear dashing. She calmly added. Chen Tian erupted in laughter, while Tony feigned injury, shaking his head. Your sarcasm is becoming increasingly proficient. This world is doomed. He stood up, patting Chen Tian on the shoulder. Seriously, consider it? Black hair is more camera-friendly. Gazing at the projected image of his virtual self with black hair, Chen Tian suddenly reached out, adjusting the interface and transformed the model to silver-white hair. I believe this looks better. He provocatively met Tony's gaze. It's more distinctive, don't you think? Tony studied the modified design for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. All right, rebellious lad, but the tuxedo must adhere to my design. It's crucial for the public image of the arbiters. Suit yourself, Chen Tian shrugged. As long as I don't have to wear your golden red aesthetic disaster. Hey, my armor design won awards. Their playful banter was abruptly interrupted by a holographic reminder. Jarvis's voice chimed in. You have 5 minutes until your meeting with Ms. Potts. Tony immediately scrambled to adjust his tie. Damn it, I look just like a husband about to receive a scolding from his wife. Calmly stated, the girl replied. Chen Tian couldn't suppress his amusement. Go on, don't keep Pepper waiting. After all, being late is a sign of disrespect for life. As Tony strode out, he turned back to glare at him, saying, just wait, kid. At the banquet, I will ensure the reporters pay you ample attention. Once the automatic door closed, Tu softly inquired, shall I prepare a media response plan? Chen Tian gazed in the direction Tony had departed, a smile gracing his lips. No need, he replied, adjusting his white hair, letting Tony see that silver locks can also be photogenic. By the way, has band set off? Chen Tian's lips did not move. Yet his voice reached Tu's ears through the summoning space. Yes, I have also secretly contacted the Red House and the judges. Tu placed the food from the tray before Chen Tian. Chen Tian picked up the controller, skillfully switching the game. Did they say anything? Tu smiled slightly. Only Logan mentioned he would like to poke you a few times upon seeing you. Chen Tian chuckled, instructing Tu to relay to their winter soldier that Tony's Malibu villa harbors a set of battle armor. As Tu bent to place the food, this statement caught his attention, tilting his head slightly, but it quickly faded away. Let the winter soldier create a ruckus with that armor. Chen Tian sank back into the sofa. But isn't that armor out of energy? Tu was puzzled. That armor requires only a small amount of energy to function, although it won't operate for long. I believe the followers of the Dimensional Demon would be more than willing to assist Bucky. Chen Tian deftly maneuvered his character, the hooded assassin, wreaking havoc among a group of soldiers. Chapter 55. The mountain wolf, the cold wind howled, and the blizzard painted the entire wasteland a blinding white. Steve crouched behind a snowbank, his black uniform stark against the white backdrop. Yet his breathing remained steady and slow, melding him completely with the icy expanse. His gaze fixed upon a Hydra base, camouflaged as an abandoned mine, 500 meters ahead. Target confirmed, he whispered, receiving Bucky's reply through his earpiece. Received, Captain. Bucky lurked in the shadows on the opposite side of the base, his eyes scanning the perimeter patrols through the sniper scope. 12 guards for sniper points, and 2 automatic machine guns. Bucky's voice was calm, but the crosshairs of the scope were trained on Captain America's rear, revealing double the intel they had received. A smirk played at the corners of Steve's mouth. It seems they are aware of our approach, or perhaps they are simply particularly afraid of death. Bucky retorted with a light scoff. Old habits? Old habits. In the next instant, Bucky squeezed the trigger. The bullet pierced the head of the outermost sniper with precision, and simultaneously, Steve surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his vibranium shield slicing through the air as it struck the nearest guard with formidable force. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm blared suddenly, and the Hydra soldiers scrambled to raise their weapons. But their reactions were far too sluggish. Bucky leapt from the shadows, his mechanical arm crashing into a soldier's chest, the sound of shattering bones swallowed by the howling snowstorm. He swiftly seized the opponent's rifle, striking another's chin with the butt with ferocity before pulling the trigger, the bullet piercing accurately through the knee of a third individual. To the left, Steve's voice crackled through the earpiece. Without a glance back, Bucky swung his mechanical arm backward, deftly catching the shield that Steve had thrown, and with a powerful motion, sent a charging Hydra agent flying. Thanks, Bucky grinned, tossing the shield back to Steve. The two advanced through the snow, like twin blades, shredding through Hydra's defenses with ease. Boom! The base's automated machine guns finally erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, bullets raining down like a torrential storm. Steve rolled sharply, his shield raised before him, sparks flying as bullets ricocheted off. Bucky executed a swift roll, taking cover behind a barricade, retrieving a grenade from his waist. Cover me! Without hesitation, Steve surged forward, the shield spinning rapidly before him, deflecting every bullet. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky hurled the grenade with force. The electromagnetic pulse detonated, rendering the machine gun silent, and plunging the base into darkness. Well done, Steve commended. Bucky had already infiltrated the interior of the base, his mechanical arm crushing the throat of a guard, while his other hand seized the guard's submachine gun, sweeping the corridor clean of enemies. They're weaker than I anticipated, Bucky remarked, shaking the blood from his mechanical arm with a hint of disappointment. Stay vigilant, Steve cautioned, scanning their surroundings. Hydra would not be so easily subdued. As if to validate his words, a low, ominous hum suddenly emanated from deep within the base. What was that sound? Bucky furrowed his brow. In the next moment, the ground trembled, walls crumbled, and a massive shadow surged forth from the darkness. Damn it! Bucky recoiled just in time to evade the creature's claws. It was a modified armored soldier, 3 times the size of a normal human, cloaked in black metal, its eyes glowing a sinister crimson. A modified winter soldier? Bucky gritted his teeth. No, something far worse. Steve's gaze fixed on the emblem emblazoned on the armored soldier's chest, a grotesque Hydra symbol, inscribed with bizarre runes. They've allied with the worshippers of the dimensional demon. The armored soldier let out a deafening roar and charged once more. Bucky and Steve evaded simultaneously, their shield and mechanical arm striking at its joints. Crash! The resounding clang of metal echoed through the corridor as the armored soldier staggered, but quickly regained its footing, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Bucky. He was sent crashing into a wall. Bucky! Steve shouted angrily, hurling the shield like a frisbee, severing one of the armored soldier's arms with precision. Surprisingly, no blood spilled from the severed limb. Instead, dark mist billowed forth, and the dismembered arm began to regenerate slowly. This thing can't be killed. Bucky rose from the rubble, wiping blood from his mouth. Then we'll dismantle it until it can't move, Steve replied coldly. The two charged forward once more. In the media exchange hall on the first floor of the Malibu Arbitration Tower, the radiant light of crystal chandeliers cascaded upon the expansive banquet hall, while the sound of reporters' flashbulbs echoed, illuminating the venue as if it were midday. Chen Tian stood at the podium, his silver hair meticulously styled, and his exquisitely tailored black suit accentuated his tall and upright figure. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice soft, yet imbued with a remarkable resonance that instantly silenced the audience. 3 years ago, when the arbitration was founded, we made a solemn commitment. This world shall no longer tremble in fear. A holographic projection unfurled behind him, showcasing a scene of a colossal mothership of dark phantoms tearing through the clouds, unleashing crimson energy blasts upon city. While the arbitration's fighter jets streaked across the sky like silver meteors, intercepting the onslaught mid-air. The London incident, codenamed Dark Dawn, Chen Tian declared passionately. The global defense system was deployed within 30 seconds, achieving a 98 interception rate, and civilian casualties were reduced to a historic low. The visuals transitioned to a series of data charts. Over the past 3 years, the arbitration had thwarted nearly 20 global terrorist attacks, dismantled several key strongholds of Hydra, and successfully countered chaos instigated by cultists worldwide. The reporters below murmured amongst themselves, their flashes growing more frequent. Yet, numbers are merely numbers. Chen Tian slightly lifted his gaze, surveying the audience, emphasizing that the true significance lies in every life saved, in every city spared from annihilation. He paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. And today, I wish to convey that this is merely the beginning. The holographic projection shifted once more, revealing the blueprint of the global defense system, where energy nodes illuminated the world map like stars. The arbitration shall not rest on mere defense. His voice rose in fervor. We will establish a more comprehensive early warning network, a swifter response mechanism, and he raised his hand gently, and the projection transitioned to a silver space station floating in low Earth orbit. The Watcher Orbital Defense Platform will officially commence operations next month. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. It will integrate with the global defense system, becoming humanity's primary line of defense against extraterrestrial threats. Chen Tian's gaze was resolute. We shall not wait for crises to strike. We will foresee and prevent them. From the audience, a reporter from the Washington District Post raised a hand to inquire, Mr. Chen, the White House faction has recently stated that the arbitration, as a non-governmental organization, should be subject to institutional oversight. Furthermore, the Senate Military Committee is advancing a bill that requires your organization to share certain core technologies with national governments, such as Stark Industries armor technology. What is your response? Chen Tian nodded slightly, his fingers gently tapping the podium. That is an excellent question. He scanned the room. First and foremost, I wish to clarify that the arbitration has never declined to collaborate with national governments. Over the past 3 years, we have established data-sharing mechanisms with various intelligence agencies. He summoned a holographic dataset. Just last month, we provided pivotal intelligence to major global counterterrorism agencies, thwarting 11 terrorist attacks. Regarding technological collaboration, Chen Tian paused momentarily, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Stark Industries operates as an independent commercial entity, and their patented technologies are safeguarded by international intellectual property laws. However, he snapped his fingers, and the projection shifted to a set of design blueprints. We are establishing the Global Defense Technology Sharing Platform, which will initially offer 12 non-military technologies, including energy shields and disaster warning systems, to signatory nations. A murmur of discussion erupted from the audience. Once the noise subsided, Chen Tian continued, "But allow me to be candid. When an alien fleet appears in the stratosphere or when a dimensional rift opens in the city center, bureaucratic red tape will save no one." His gaze sharpened. The arbitrators do not seek power. We merely do what is necessary. If anyone fears our excessive power, Chen Tian suddenly flashed a cunning smile. We welcome representatives from all nations to reside on our oversight committee. The venue was instantly abuzz with astonishment. A journalist pressed on. Does this imply that the arbitrators will accept governmental oversight? This signifies our belief in transparent operations. Chen Tian responded with poise. But remember, when a city requires salvation, we shall not wait for a vote on resolutions. His final words resonated with authority. When the doomsday bell tolls, humanity needs arbitrators capable of swiftly sanctioning wrongdoers, not yet another bureaucratic institution requiring stamps of approval. The hall fell into a brief silence, quickly erupting into fervent applause. Amidst the ongoing ovation, what they remained unaware of was that the so-called technology blueprints poised for sharing were already products of the energy company formed by Tony and Chen Tian, ready for commercialization. They were even less aware that the so-called representatives from various countries, apart from Longhua, were all agents of the Red Room. Hydra Base. A blizzard raged outside the base, yet the shattered corridors within were eerily quiet. Bucky's mechanical arm slowly withdrew from the chest of the armored soldier, black viscous liquid dripping along the metallic grooves. Steve's shield was deeply embedded in the creature's knee, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Finally resolved, Bucky shook his mechanical arm, flinging the dark liquid onto the floor. "I will search for intelligence inside." Steve nodded, binding the last unconscious agent with the belt of a Hydra soldier. "I will gather the captives at the helipad." Barton mentioned that his extraction aircraft would arrive in 20 minutes. Bucky signaled his understanding and turned towards the depths of the base, heading for the data room. His military boots crunched over scattered documents as his mechanical arm ripped apart the hinges of the encrypted electronic door. The The screens in the data room were still aglow, and Bucky swiftly scanned the file directory. Suddenly, an encrypted folder caught his attention. Stark's specialized combat armor. He pressed an electronic component against the computer, and the encryption was breached within 10 seconds. The blue light from the screen illuminated Bucky's narrowed pupils, as the documents meticulously detailed the data on the armor stored in Tony's underground laboratory in Malibu, accompanied by clear, three-dimensional schematics. At the bottom, in red font, it read, "Current status, power removed. Recommendation: collaborate with the followers of the Dimensional Demon to utilize the demon's energy to restart the system." Bucky's breath grew heavy. Instinctively, he glanced toward the doorway, his finger hovering above the delete key for 2 seconds before he pressed it firmly. All records pertaining to the armor were permanently erased, with even the backup partitions directly interfaced for physical destruction by mechanical arms. "What did you find?" Steve's voice echoed from the corridor. "Conventional weapon research data," Bucky replied calmly, extracting the data chip, while other files rapidly transferred to his encrypted device. "Nothing special, just some outdated variants of the super soldier program." Just as Steve appeared in the doorway, Bucky closed the final file window. Casually, he tossed the chip to Steve. "It's all here, including their stronghold distribution in Arrow." In the midst of the snowstorm, the Arbitrator's vertical takeoff and landing aircraft slowly descended onto the open ground outside the base. Bucky cast one last glance at the flickering backup servers in the corner of the data room, as a mechanical arm inadvertently knocked over a nearby fuel tank. "Let's go." He placed a hand on Steve's shoulder, his metal fingers discreetly snapping behind his back. A sudden burst of flames illuminated their silhouettes within the data room, as all remaining electronic records turned to ash in the inferno. As the aircraft door closed, Bucky peered through the window at the burning base. He did not notice a figure standing silently on the ridge 3 kilometers away from the base. Obsidian, the distinctive trench coat of the Arbiter, flapped in the howling wind. As the aircraft became a mere black dot in the sky, he pressed his earpiece and reported calmly, "2. Inform the master that the Zhongshan wolf has awakened." Chen Tian, wearing a smile, engaged in polite conversation with several representatives from Arrow, while 2 silently stood behind him. She remained still, not interrupting the dialogue. Yet Chen Tian was aware that her presence was not without purpose. "Excuse me for a moment." He politely nodded to the guests beside him, then walked with 2 toward the lounge. Upon entering, data streams flashed in 2's eyes. Everything here was frozen in time. No one could uncover any discrepancies. "All right." Chen Tian loosened his tie and retrieved a cola from the nearby refrigerator. "2, speak up. Is there news?" 2 slightly lowered her head, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. "Obsidian has reported that the Zhongshan wolf has awakened." Chen Tian lifted his head and chuckled, settling onto the sofa. The cola released a satisfying fizz as it opened, echoing Chen Tian's mirth. "Very well. Let Obsidian keep a close watch on his situation. At the appropriate moment, we could provide some intelligence to help him locate the followers of the Dimensional Demon. I look forward to witnessing the moment when Mr. Dongwa is bitten by the Zhongshan wolf." "Mr. Stark has arrived," 2 interrupted, cutting through Chen Tian's revelry. "You no longer love me as you once did. You even interrupt me when I attempt to play coy." Chen Tian gazed at 2 in silence. 2 smiled but offered no response. Just then Tony entered, and Chen Tian had just finished the last sip of his cola. With a resounding crunch, he crushed the aluminum can and tossed it effortlessly into the trash bin. "Wow!" exclaimed the Commander Tony, whistling as his gaze flitted between 2 and Chen Tian. "Amidst a room full of politicians, you choose to hide here, engaging in a tea party with your little assistant? Are you seeking trouble from Pepper?" Chen Tian leisurely tied his tie, replying, "Chatting with 2 is far more entertaining than dealing with those old foxes." He paused for a moment, adding, "Although she has been undermining me quite often lately." 2's eyes glimmered as she remarked, "Your expression management score is 13 out of 100. Tony laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha ha, even your little maid finds you lacking." He lunged forward, elbow aimed at Chen Tian's waist. "Beware, Mamba elbow strike." Chen Tian, anticipating the move, sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow strike of his own. "Tony, you've stolen this move from me." The 2 billionaires immediately engaged in a playful scuffle in the lounge. Tony's nanotech armor automatically covering his arms, while Chen Tian wielded his suit jacket as a weapon. The snack tower on the coffee table toppled over, sending pastries flying and cream splattering both men. 2 quietly took 2 steps back, observing as Tony smeared half a cake in Chen Tian's face. 2. Chen Tian protested. Covered in cream. You're not going to help me? According to the agreement between Tu and Ms. Pepper, Tu replied earnestly, I am entitled to observe when Mr. Stark's childish antics exceed the standard. Seizing the opportunity, Tony landed another elbow jab on Chen Tian. Well said, too. Chen Tian wiped his face and suddenly sported a mischievous grin. J-A-R-V-I-S. Let it rain on your master. Suddenly, water gushed from the ceiling, drenching Tony and turning him into a soggy mess. The nanotech armor dripped incessantly, his hair plastered to his forehead. Cheating, Tony exclaimed, wiping his face. Chen Tian flicked the droplets from his hair. This is called cleverness. He reached out to pull Tony up. Come on. It's time to show the reporters what it means to be the radiant arbiters of leadership. Tony draped an arm over Chen Tian's shoulder, the armor's auto-dry function creating a warm steam around them. Just so we're clear, I will introduce the anti-gravity system of the Watcher platform. Fine, it's all yours. I don't understand it anyway. The introduction was your script. Tu followed quietly behind, discreetly recording in the database. Human behavior log. When interacting with Mr. Stark, the mental age is 10. As they entered the banquet hall, the flashes of cameras erupted in a dazzling display. Tony raised his champagne glass, declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Next, I shall introduce the specific functions of our Watcher platform. Chen Tian enthusiastically joined in, clapping and cheering to elevate the atmosphere. Chapter 56. The gift as night descended upon the slums of Basilai. The alleys twisted and narrowed, the humid air thick with a mingling sense of refused sweat and inferior spirits. Baki lowered the brim of his hat, the collar of his black jacket turned up, obscuring half of his face. His mechanical arm lay concealed beneath his gloves, yet his fist remained tightly clenched, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. The walls flanking the streets were emblazoned with chaotic graffiti, among which a particularly subtle and elusive design caught his attention, a contorted skull enveloped in a swirl of green flames, an emblem of the dimension demon, Dormammu S. devotees. The intelligence was accurate. Baki muttered softly to himself, his steps unwavering. A few inebriated men leaned against the wall, their bleary gazes appraising him. But Baki merely cast a cold glance in their direction, prompting them to instinctively avert their eyes. In this realm, danger often lurked in silence, and the barely perceptible aura of menace surrounding Baki was sufficient to deter even the most reckless of ruffians. He veered into a darker alley, culminating at a rusted iron gate, faint violet light seeping through the cracks. Beside the door stood two burly men, their arms adorned with various tattoos, which upon closer inspection formed the intricate symbol of Dormammu. Their waistbands bulged, evidently concealing weapons. Without pausing, Baki strode directly towards them. Halt! One of the men extended a hand to block his path, his expression wary. Outsiders were unwelcome here. Baki slowly raised his gaze, revealing icy eyes. I have heard that truth can be found here. The two exchanged glances, and one of them scoffed derisively. You, an outsider, daring to seek truth? Baki offered no reply, but retrieved a coin-sized metal token from his pocket, inscribed with the same cultic runes, an item seized from a Hydra base. The guards' expressions shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly stepped aside. Enter, but do not cause trouble. The iron gate creaked open, and Baki stepped through. Beyond the door lay another world. In the dim light, dozens of devotees knelt on the ground, softly intoning obscure incantations. At the center of the room, a figure clad in black robes stood upon a dais, enshrouded in an eerie purple energy, his eyes dark as ink, seemingly capable of engulfing all light. Another seeker of power, lost in the abyss? The robed figure intoned slowly, his voice resonating like echoes from the void. Baki regarded him coldly. I seek answers. Answers? The robed figure chuckled, his laughter akin to the sound of countless shards of glass scraping together. The truth of Dormammu is granted only to the devout. I do not believe in gods, Baki replied calmly, but I have heard you can awaken slumbering powers. The robed figure narrowed his eyes, the purple energy swirling at his fingertips. What do you mean? Baki fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. 2. The air in the room instantaneously thickened. Upon hearing Baki's words, the robed figure let out a chilling laugh. Interesting, he said, his voice contorting. It seems you possess greater value than I had anticipated. The mechanical arm of Bucky clicked into battle mode. Yet in the next moment, the entire space began to warp and contort. The walls flowed like melting wax, and the ground rippled with an eerie undulation. The surroundings resembled a shattered mirror, revealing an alternate dimension composed of countless reflective surfaces. Mirror dimension? Bucky cautiously surveyed his environment, only to behold countless reflections of himself, some as the Winter Soldier of Hydra, others as blood-soaked killing machines. The figure cloaked in black had vanished, replaced by a man whose eyes were entirely consumed by darkness as he emerged from the mirror. Kaecilius. Bucky murmured the name of the man. You are quite perceptive. Winter Soldier. Kaecilius' voice emanated from all directions, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I am uncertain how you acquired intelligence regarding that suit of armor, but everything is predetermined. Speak, what is it you desire? Kaecilius' tone returned to a more normal cadence. I am aware that the energy of the dimensional demon can activate that suit of armor. Perhaps not. Aside from the early slaughter footage from the Middle East, there is no additional intelligence on that suit. With a wave of his hand, a tea table and 4 cushions materialized between them. However, are you familiar with the suit of armor from Monaco S. Whiplash? Kaecilius approached one of the cushions, sitting cross-legged and gesturing for Bucky to take a seat. Not much. Bucky refrained from sitting, instead placing his hands in his pockets and stepping towards Kaecilius. That suit was an experimental piece by Mephisto in Whiplash. It may not have been a success, but it was at least somewhat close. Hence, I thought it prudent to have Mephisto's representative explain it personally. Kaecilius disregarded Bucky's demeanor. Are you not afraid that I am merely bait? Bucky expressed his surprise at Kaecilius' willingness to divulge so much. Bait? The Ancient One has not walked the earth in quite some time, and the King of Asgard mourns the loss of his beloved. Were it not for the severe injuries inflicted upon the demons 3 years ago, perhaps this world would now be their paradise. Kaecilius scoffed, and you are merely a flesh and metal amalgamation. As he spoke, he gestured aside, and a circle of black and gold sparks appeared in the air, revealing a scene shrouded in dark crimson mist. From that mist emerged a middle-aged gentleman clad in a tailcoat and wearing a top hat. He carried a cane topped with a goat's head adorned with devilish horns, its eyes filled with 2 rubies. His gait was remarkably refined, each step perfectly measured, and the smile on his face was endearing. Approaching Kaecilius, he removed his hat and bowed to both Bucky and Kaecilius. Good day, gentlemen, he remarked, surveying the sudden appearance of the gentleman whose Oxford shoes made authentic sounds against the void of the mirror dimension. Allow me to introduce myself, he said with a smile. William von Krauss, Count of Devonshire. His British accent seemed to have traversed through time from the Victorian era. Of course, my friends now prefer to refer to me as a merchant. Kaecilius scoffed. The ruby you sold me last time turned 3 believers into walking candles. William caressed the gem-encrusted eyes of his goat-headed staff, a perfect smile gracing his lips. Dealing with demons always exacts a price. He suddenly turned to Bucky, the ruby eyes glinting with an eerie light. This gentleman appeared rather complex. Cut the pleasantries. Tell me how to activate that armor. Bucky felt discomfort in the presence of this pretentious figure. A rude, impatient American. William waved his hand with a smile, and crimson mist materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a high-backed chair beneath him. Sitting down, he crossed his legs. However, I do prefer straightforward individuals, Bucky Barnes. I can offer you a modicum of assistance to activate the armor, but speak. Activating the armor does not imply prolonged use. You must return it. I believe my master would be more than willing to inscribe hellish runes upon it to power the armor, at which point you may attain all that you desire. And what is the price? Bucky furrowed his brow. The price? Your soul, or Chen Tian's. William rested his chin on his hand. Chen Tian? I am no match for him. That is of no concern to us, Bucky Barnes. This is the necessary cost of the contract. Either offer a soul of equal standing, or surrender Chen Tian's soul. William's gaze bore into Barnes, his crimson pupils swirling as if to devour all souls. Agreed. I shall provide a soul of equal value. Bucky nodded. Excellent. William snapped his fingers, waving his staff through the air, and a contract materialized, formed from a beam of scarlet light. Out of nowhere, he produced a quill made of goose feather and handed it to Bucky. Now, inscribe your name, and our collaboration may commence. Bucky remained silent for a moment before accepting the quill and inscribing his name upon the contract. As he penned the final stroke, the contract burst into flames, transforming into the visage of a goat-headed demon before dissipating into the ether. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the contract, William gently applauded. "Now we are partners, Mr. Barnes." William raised his hand, his fingertip tracing a graceful arc in the air, and a dark red fissure materialized. He reached into it, as if rummaging through an unseen treasure trove. "I found it." He smiled, retrieving a ruby from the void. William toyed with the gem, its exterior a vivid crimson, with light swirling within. He then tossed it to Bucky, who caught it hastily. The gem, cut into a perfect polyhedron and no larger than a thumb, elicited an instinctive discomfort in Bucky. It bore no resemblance to earthly gems, but rather seemed like a fragment forcibly torn from some otherworldly realm. The gift from hell. William's voice carried a hint of excitement as he inserted the gem into the energy interface of the armor. It would automatically adjust its size, enabling the activation of the suit. Bucky nodded, turning to look at Cassius, who understood the unspoken cue and waved his right hand through the air, conjuring a portal adorned with black and gold sparks. Bucky pocketed the gem and turned to leave. "Mr. Barnes, remember, the gem can only activate the armor but cannot enable it to engage in extensive combat. Your objective is to steal the armor and come find me." William reminded him just as Bucky was about to depart. Bucky paused, absorbing William's words before stepping back into the portal. "William, can that armor kill Chen Tian?" Cassius questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. He had always placed his faith in magic rather than the physical realm and harbored no illusions. William shrugged nonchalantly. "Whether it can or cannot, what concern is it of mine? I am merely a merchant." Bucky's figure reemerged in the alleyways of the Layuelanu slums. The damp night air assaulted him with the stench of refuse, starkly contrasting the bizarre aroma from the mirrored dimension. He instinctively touched the ruby in his pocket, which radiated an ominous warmth. It was time to leave. He lowered the brim of his hat, hearing sirens and gunfire in the distance. Yet, amidst this street violence, he found a semblance of comfort. At least it was the chaos of the human world, rather than those damned magical tricks. 500 meters away, Ban stood atop a water tower, his silhouette seamlessly merging with the night. He pressed his earpiece, too. "The Zhongshan wolf has vacated the book pouch." A calm voice on the other end responded, "Received. It is appropriate to inform Mr. Donghua before the Zhongshan wolf finds its fangs." Ban smiled coldly, "Received." His figure dissipated into the air. In the private bathroom of the Arbiter building, Chen Tian reclined in a spacious bathtub, warm water enveloping his body, with a few calming aromatic leaves floating on the surface. With his eyes closed and breathing steady, he seemed to drift between dreams and wakefulness. Tu stood behind him, her slender fingers gently pressing against his temples, clad in a black swimsuit, her silver hair slightly dampened by the steam. Her voice was soft, as if wary of disturbing his repose. "Ban has done as you instructed." Chen Tian did not open his eyes, but allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Tu." He spoke slowly, his voice languid. "How do you think we might persuade Tony to leave his love nest with Pepper?" Tu's fingers paused momentarily before resuming their massage. "Perhaps suggest they go on a vacation?" She ventured. "Tony would likely have no interest in that." Chen Tian gently lifted his hand, tracing his fingertips across the water's surface, creating ripples. "Inform Melina that Killian may commence his vengeance." Tu's crimson eyes glimmered slightly. "Do you mean?" Chen Tian finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his pitch-black pupils. "The plan I entrusted to Melina, under years of funding, has revealed that the extremist virus is far more stable than we had anticipated. I believe Killian can hardly contain his eagerness to seek vengeance on Tony." "Yes," replied Tu. "I have already conveyed the message to Ms. Melina." "Excellent. Although the plot of Iron Man 3 has been delayed, it has nonetheless arrived, has it not?" Chen Tian closed his eyes again. Wanda gently pushed open the bathroom door, and amidst the steamy haze, she stepped barefoot onto the marble floor, her long legs accentuated by the alluring contours of her figure. The deep crimson silk lingerie clung to her graceful curves, while a sheer, translucent shawl slid off her shoulders with each step, revealing her delicate collarbone. "Is the water temperature still suitable?" Her voice was irresistibly seductive, reminiscent of the mythical fox spirits of ancient Long Kingdom. Chen Tian raised his damp arm from the water, playfully tugging at Wanda's waist chain, causing her to tumble into the bathtub, splashing water onto 2's swimwear. The sounds of playful laughter filled the bathroom. Wow, Wanda, you are impressive. Isn't this meant for children? Do you like it? I adore it. Wow. 2, can you really do this here? This suit of armor opens just like that. The following lengthy narrative has been omitted. Please subscribe for full access. Even with a subscription, there might still be limitations. This morning features only this chapter. The remaining 2 chapters will be released simultaneously in the afternoon. Tomorrow, I will strive to release 3 chapters at once. The fragmented release is primarily due to a lack of stored content, as well as a concern for readers waiting too long. However, I pondered that presenting them one by one is rather uncomfortable. Thus, I believe it is best to release them all at once. Starting tomorrow, if readers have any discussions or suggestions, feel free to leave comments. The author will consider suitable suggestions for future plot modifications, or readers may vote on suggestions, with the most favored ones potentially influencing the storyline. Once again, I humbly seek your kind reviews, encouragement for updates, and gifts. Much love to you all. Chapter 57. Iron Man 3, though delayed, has arrived. The image on the television screen abruptly shifted, the signal forcibly hijacked. The live sports event was rudely interrupted, replaced by blinding static noise. Moments later, the distortion coalesced into a bizarre emblem, a design featuring 10 rings surrounding 2 cross scimitars, each ring inscribed with obscure, ancient script. The emblem lingered for merely 10 seconds before the screen darkened, the camera pulling back to reveal a desolate desert landscape. An elderly man, clad in a long robe and sporting a traditional topknot, stood with his back to the camera beneath the blazing sun. Despite the fierce sunlight, the entire scene seemed shrouded in an oppressive gloom, emanating a suffocating sense of dread. Surrounding him were dozens of masked armed militants, some standing, others crouched, brandishing AK-47s and surrounded by mountains of ammunition crates. Their gazes were fervent and devout, fixated on the old man's back as if awaiting a divine decree. The scene abruptly transitions to a site of execution. A dozen men clad in Middle Eastern attire kneel on the ground, trembling, their foreheads pressed against the scorching sand. An elderly figure approaches them slowly, his face obscured by sunglasses, slightly bowed as if scrutinizing a flock of lambs destined for slaughter. He gently pats one man's head, a tender gesture that intensifies the man's shivering. The elder gazes skyward, as if attuned to some unspoken decree. He then turns to the execution squad nearby. The sound of gun bolts being drawn is distinctly audible. Some label me a terrorist. The gunfire erupts, blood blossoms behind the kneeling men as they collapse one by one. I perceive myself as a teacher. The scene shifts once more, this time to a throng of fervent individuals. Masked warriors raise their weapons high, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the sky. Their battle cries a cacophony of indistinct shouts. The focus then narrows to a close-up of the elder's face. America. The imagery abruptly transitions to the vibrant streets of 1970s America, a hedonistic celebration of free-spirited hippies, the glimmering neon lights of a gambling haven, and the fluttering stars and stripes, an array of beautiful yet illusory spectacles flashing rapidly across the screen. Subsequently, a derisive smirk plays upon the elder's lips. Are you prepared for the lesson? The scene darkens suddenly, revealing a faded, yellowed photograph from 1864, depicting the Sand Creek Massacre in Colorado. Women, the elderly, and children from an Indian tribe lie lifeless in pools of blood, while American soldiers stand by, indifferent beside the corpses. In 1864, in Colorado's Sand Creek, U.S., troops ambushed and slaughtered the families of friendly Cheyenne warriors while they were away hunting. The photographs swiftly transition from one to another, showcasing the history of massacres of Native Americans and the plunder of their lands. Then came the seizure of their territories. The imagery shifts to the modern-day Al-Udeid Air Base in Kuwait, engulfed in thick smoke, with flames erupting skyward amidst scattered debris. 39 hours prior, the Al-Udeid Air Base was attacked. The elder tilts his head slightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. I orchestrated that. The lens transitions yet again, this time to an ancient church filled to capacity with women, the elderly, and children in worship. Outside, soldiers are conducting drills, the faint sound of gunfire audible. Inside the church, the faithful gather in prayer while the soldiers perform their exercises. Where are the warriors? Boom! A blinding white light engulfs the entire screen as the thunderous explosion rattles the apartment windows. Moments later, the scene returns, the elder reappearing with an icy gaze. President Ellis, you continue to reject my teachings, sir. The imagery rapidly flashes back across the globe, beset by warfare and strewn with corpses. Rescue robots and medical pods of the global defense system navigate through the chaos, striving to save civilians. Yet the cries of the helpless and the despair of death abound. Do you believe the arbitrators can save you yet again? As the camera zooms in, an elderly man stands before a burning American flag, flanked by countless fervent warriors. He slightly raises his chin, his voice low and menacing. If you continue to reject my teachings, you shall come to know my identity, yet remain oblivious to my whereabouts. You will never foresee my arrival. The television channel displays a grave-faced anchor. Just 24 hours ago, signals from numerous major global networks were seized by an unidentified source. More than a dozen nations, not part of the global defense system, have reported incidents of terrorism. The scene shifts to a satellite map, where dozens of red markers flicker across Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. The anchor from the shadow television, her voice trembling, reports, according to incomplete statistics, the government building in NIRE has suffered a car bomb attack, resulting in at least 50 fatalities. A series of explosions have occurred at the northern airport, with casualties still rising. The footage transitions to the White House briefing room, where the American president appears visibly tense. The global terrorist attacks that transpired today signify a declaration of war against the civilized world. We will collaborate with our allies and arbiters. Before he can finish, the screen flickers, briefly revealing the emblem of the Ten Rings gang. The broadcast continues, ultimately leaving behind a line of text resembling blood. Tony sits in a laboratory of his Malibu villa, the holographic television screen flickering before him. Jarvis. Tony's voice is ominously low. Compile the statistics on how many attacks this so-called Ten Rings gang has orchestrated. In a rare display of gravity, Jarvis responds in his British accent. According to Open Intelligence, they have acknowledged a total of 7 attacks, all occurring in nations not part of the global defense system. Tony's knuckles turn white as the projection shifts to live coverage from a news station, depicting a village in Africa engulfed in flames, with medical robots futilely searching for signs of life amidst the rubble. Jarvis continues, all attacks appear to be meticulously planned, precisely targeting countries outside the global defense network. Tony tirelessly manipulates the holographic map, intently analyzing the attack data from the Ten Rings gang, connecting the red dots across the globe. The holographic communication from Chen Tian directly taps into the signal, arriving without prompt or request, much like the man himself. This access was granted by Tony, a privilege shared only with one other person, Pepper Potts. It seems you've received that 39 syllabus as well, Chen Tian remarks, his silver hair slightly disheveled, stifling a yawn. Without looking up, Tony scoffs, swiping his finger to enlarge the Ten Rings emblem, which hovers between them. This old fool specifically targets the vulnerabilities of the defense system. The 7 attack locations are all in nations unprotected by the global defense network. The precision is appalling. Chen Tian squints, as if someone has deliberately drawn a target map for him. Both men fall into silence. The red numbers on the projection are glaring, akin to blood dripping. Suddenly, Tony slams his fist onto the console, the metallic surface echoing with a dull thud. We must take action. This is a profound disrespect for life and a provocation against the arbiters. Just as Chen Tian was about to say something, Jarvis timely interjected. Colonel Rhodes requests communication. Tony connected the call, and Rhodes' holographic image instantly materialized in the center of the lab. Noticing Tony's ashen visage, the colonel instinctively took a step back. Tony, remain calm. Rhodes raised his hands. The Pentagon is convening an emergency meeting. For every second they deliberate, the Ten Rings can claim another life. With a fist, Tony struck the projection table, causing the holographic image to flicker. Look at these figures. 34 lives lost, right at the NIRE government building. Rhodes' expression turned grave. Listen, I understand your fury, but according to international law, to hell with international law. Tony brusquely interrupted. Can bureaucratic documents prevent the next massacre? Tony, Rhodes raised his voice. The arbiters lack the authority to unilaterally enter an unauthorized nation. Such an action equates to military invasion. Do you wish to incite a third world war? The holographic Chen Tian suddenly chuckled lightly. Colonel Rhodes, allow me to interject. He took a sip of cola. The Ten Rings have already initiated war. Their chosen targets are precisely those nations that refuse to join the global defense system. Tony abruptly turned to Chen Tian. Exactly. This old bastard is mocking us. He is saying, look, the shield you pride yourselves on cannot protect everyone. Beads of cold sweat formed on Rhodes' forehead. But procedures are procedures. They exist to safeguard lives, not to endanger them. Chen Tian's tone suddenly turned icy. Colonel, please convey to your nation's president that the arbiters will not stand idly by. Jarvis' voice abruptly resonated in the lab, interrupting the trio. Emergency alert. The Ten Rings have once again hijacked global signals. The three simultaneously turned their gaze to the news footage projected by Jarvis, where blinding rainbow signal bars filled their view, followed by the familiar emblem of the 10 rings. 10 interlocking circles surrounding two crossed curved blades. The scene shifted. In a dimly lit room, the sole source of light was a flickering oil lamp, casting the shadow of an elder against the mottled wall. He sat in an antiquated wooden chair, hands clasped on his knees, exuding an air of composure as if he had anticipated this moment. President Ellis, the elder's voice was hoarse. It seems you still have not learned. The scene abruptly transitioned to an explosion. A hospital crumbled amidst the flames, ambulances overturned, and the bodies of medical personnel and patients lay scattered among the ruins. Gunfire erupted. Masked militants stormed a school, the children's screams torn apart by bullets. A burning national flag. In front of a small nation's presidential palace, the bodies of soldiers piled high, the flag of the 10 rings rising amidst the thick smoke. The scene returned to the dimly lit interior. The elder remained with his back to the camera, yet his voice carried a tone of almost mocking sarcasm. Do you believe that hiding behind the global defense system will allow you to rest easy? He slowly raised a hand, gently waving it as if to shoo away a trivial fly. How mistaken. What you safeguard are merely those who wish to be protected. As for the nations that reject your benevolence, he lightly tapped his temple with a finger. They're paying the price of your arrogance with their very lives. Tony's fist clenched tightly, the nano armor silently enveloping his right arm, yet he remained transfixed, staring at the screen. The old man continued. The Arbiter? Superheroes? He chuckled softly, his smile laced with irony. You cannot even save your own kind. The scene abruptly shifted to Africa, to a nation that had not joined the global defense system. An armed squad from the 10 rings was mercilessly slaughtering villagers, the sounds of gunfire and cries intertwining. Not far away, an Arbiter medical robot lay on the ground, its red optical lens flickering twice before extinguishing completely. Its exterior resembled a shell hardened by molten lava. The mechanical arm still outstretched as if attempting to render aid in its final moments. Look, the old man's voice dripped with mockery. Your machines cannot even save themselves. Tony's pupils constricted suddenly. That was the Arbiter's signature rescue model, designed for battlefield medical assistance. Theoretically, it should withstand the onslaught of fierce flames. Unless they possessed extraordinary powers. Chen Tian voiced Tony's thoughts. The old man seemed to hear this, the figure on the screen leaning slightly forward. The light from an oil lamp finally illuminating half of his aged face, revealing deep-set wrinkles and nearly vacant eyes. Within the vast expanse of light, only a small remained that resembled a pupil, a black hole seemingly devouring everything. I almost forgot to introduce myself, the old man spoke slowly, a hint of amusement in his voice. I am Man, and the members of the 10 rings call me Master Man. He tilted his head slightly, a provocative curve gracing his lips. Tony Stark, I hear you take great pleasure in being a hero. Do you circumvent those ridiculous laws to save these arrogant souls? The Arbiter, can it? Master Man once again melded into the darkness. The lesson continued. He spoke slowly, and then the screen went black, the signal cut off. The laboratory fell into silence. Moments later, Chen Tian slowly raised his hand, tracing a line on the holographic map where all attack locations connected, forming a perfect arc, resembling an ugly smile. They're mocking us, Tony murmured. His voice betrayed no emotion, yet his expression grew increasingly furious. Jarvis. In 10 minutes, a global live broadcast at the Arbiter Tower. Chen Tian and Rhodes turned to Tony simultaneously, their faces mirroring a look of confusion. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. A live broadcast? Are you certain we shouldn't first locate this old bastard's hideout? Tony interrupted him, a dangerous smile curving at the corners of his mouth. No, since he dared to openly provoke, let him witness the response of the Arbiter. Rhodey stepped forward. Tony, this is too risky. We don't even know where he is or how many people he has. Tony abruptly turned, his nanotech armor instantly enveloping him. From beneath the crimson gold helmet, his voice, suppressed with fury, emerged. He is merely waiting to observe our reaction, Rhodey. He is eager to see if the Arbiter will be constrained by those damned rules. In a holographic projection, Chen Tian thoughtfully stroked his chin. Interesting. A direct confrontation? He suddenly smiled. I like it. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Global media is ready, including all major television networks and online platforms. Tony retracted his helmet, revealing his resolute expression. Excellent. Chen Tian, I need you to prepare my attire. Before Chen Tian's holographic image faded, he left a parting remark. See you in 10 minutes. Rhodey watched as Tony began to adjust his armor, hesitating to speak. Tony, this really... Rhodey! Tony halted his actions and locked eyes with his friend. Do you remember the original intention behind the formation of the Arbiter? To protect those who cannot protect themselves. He pointed at the red dot on the holographic display. Right now, someone is ruthlessly slaughtering innocents before the eyes of the world, simply because they are not on the protection list. Tell me, what more can we wait for? Rhodey took a deep breath and finally nodded. I'll coordinate with the military. But promise me, don't make things worse. Tony had already moved toward the rising platform. I only promise one thing. That bastard who calls himself teacher will regret his provocation today. 10 minutes later, in the lobby of the Arbiter building, hundreds of media cameras focused on the central platform. Chen Tian donned a long black trench coat over a hooded sweatshirt. His silver hair stood out under the spotlight. Holding a chilled can of cola in his right hand while his left rested casually in his pocket, awaiting Tony's entrance. Tony emerged from the lounge, now clad in a suit. Without any pleasantries, he raised his hand, and a holographic projection unfolded between them, showcasing the eerie black eyes of the Master. Master! Tony's voice echoed through the global broadcast network. The response you sought has arrived. Chen Tian smirked, casually tossing the empty cola can into the air. The metallic can traced a silver parabola under the spotlight, landing accurately in a recycling unit. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tony. First, I must thank you for your instructional demonstration. Chen Tian remarked lightly, attacking defenseless civilians. What unique taste you possess. Tony seized the conversation, snapping his fingers. The holographic display instantly transformed into a three-dimensional world map. All nations that had not joined the defense system marked in blood red. But you were mistaken on one point. The Arbiter never views protection as charity. His voice was resolute. The people of these nations are equally deserving of protection. It is merely that their governments have made different choices. As Chen Tian's voice suddenly turned cold, he exercised his choice. Tony switched the screen again, displaying live updates on the rescue efforts at various attack sites. Did you think this would prove our helplessness? He sneered abruptly. Tony gazed into the cameras, pointing at the reporters, yet declaring war against the looming presence of Masterman. I am Tony Stark. I fear you not. I know you are a coward, and thus I have made my decision. You are doomed. I shall come to collect your remains. No politics, only the old rules of the game. This has nothing to do with the Pentagon, only you and the arbitrator. If you are a man, I will be here waiting for you. 108-809-0265 Malibu. My doors will be wide open for your arrival. Chapter 58. The attack outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Malibu villa. The sunset cast a crimson hue over the Pacific. Chen Tian leaned against the sofa, his silver hair glinting in the fading light. Holding a can of cola, his gaze followed the golden-red figure of Tony, clad in his armored suit, pacing the hall. You altered your script at the press conference, Chen Tian remarked suddenly, his tone languid yet tinged with a hint of exasperation. I did not expect you to disclose your address so brazenly. Tony halted, his helmet retracting to reveal a taut expression. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. That old bastard enjoys playing psychological games? Very well, I shall lay the battlefield before him. Chen Tian sighed, placing the cola can on the coffee table. You do realize what this means, don't you? The lunatics from the 10 Rings could be en route as we speak. Just what we needed, Tony scoffed, the joints of his suit clicking ominously. Better than scouring the world for them. Just then, the villa's door was thrust open, and Pepper strode in, her high heels clicking briskly against the floor. Her golden hair was slightly disheveled, and her face was flushed with anger. Tony Stark, she exclaimed, her voice nearly shattering the roof. Have you lost your mind? Announcing our home address during a global broadcast? Tony turned to her, donning a reassuring smile. Hey, sweetheart. Let me explain. Explain what? Pepper interrupted, snatching the holographic remote from the coffee table and pulling up the news footage. On the screen, Tony's declaration looped, with headlines proclaiming Iron Man's public challenge to the terrorist organization scrolling beneath. She pointed furiously toward the distant scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dozens of media vans had surrounded the villa, their long lenses aimed directly at their living room. Do you see those cameras? Pepper's voice was low, yet laced with sharp indignation. The entire world now knows where we are, including the 10 rings. You have not only turned our home into a battlefield, but also a reality show set. Chen Tian, sensing the tension, stood up, preparing to slip away quietly, but was pinned in place by a glance from Pepper. And you? She pivoted toward Chen Tian, her finger nearly touching his nose. Are you just going to stand there and watch him make a fool of himself? Chen Tian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, I swear I am completely unaware, but you know this fellow's temperament well enough. Pepper inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed. She approached Tony, whose armored stature compelled her to look up at him. Remove this armor, Tony. Now, surprisingly, he complied. The nanotech suit elegantly melted away, revealing his tall figure clad in a black shirt. He reached out to embrace Pepper, but she evaded him. I'm not joking. Pepper's voice trembled. Our newly renovated home, our sanctuary, has now transformed into a battlefield, a target for a global broadcast. Tony's expression softened. Pepper, listen. This is the swiftest approach. If Mandarin desires a spectacle, I shall provide him with a stage. If he wishes to demonstrate the impotence of the arbiters, I will show him what true power resembles. He gestured towards the media vehicles outside. Those cameras? Perfect. Let the world witness the true nature of what the 10 rings must confront. The abrupt sound of the doorbell shattered the tense atmosphere in the living room. Jarvis's voice resonated from the ceiling, announcing Captain Rogers' requests entry. Tony raised an eyebrow. Let him in. The door slid open automatically, revealing Steve, fully armed. He donned his signature deep blue combat uniform, with a star-spangled shield secured on his back, his brow furrowed beneath his golden locks. Upon noticing Chen Tian in the living room, his steps paused momentarily. Chen lazily lifted a can of cola in greeting. Long time no see, Captain. Steve nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on Chen's relaxed demeanor before shifting to Tony. What is the situation? Why are we doing this? His tone was grave. Tony spread his hands wide. Wow, what a delightful gathering. Everyone has come to my home for a tribunal? Ignoring Tony's jest, Steve pressed on. I saw your declaration on the news, publicly challenging the 10 rings and exposing your address to the world. Pepper scoffed, crossing her arms. Finally, someone with understanding. Hey, Tony protested. I have my plans too, you know. Steve stepped closer to Tony, his blue eyes locking onto him. Then explain it to me. Why turn yourself into a living target? Tony's expression gradually grew serious. He snapped his fingers, and a holographic map projected itself in the center of the living room, detailing the recent attack locations of the 10 rings. Observe this pattern, Tony said, tracing the blinking red dots with his finger. Mandarin specifically targets vulnerabilities in defense systems. 7 attack sites, all in nations not integrated into the global defense network. Chen added, he is likely hiding in one of these nations. Steve furrowed his brow, studying the map. So your strategy is to turn your home into bait? Tony inhaled deeply. Currently, the greatest obstacle in locating this individual is the so-called law. We have not received authorization, which signifies that we cannot recklessly conduct large-scale searches within these nations. Tony scoffed lightly. Based on the analysis of Masterman's expressions and gestures provided by Jarvis, he is an exceedingly arrogant individual who revels in theatrics. He turned his gaze towards the media's cameras, and I shall grant him the grandest stage possible. I am confident he will cherish this opportunity to perform. After absorbing Tony's words, Steve fell silent for a few seconds. He understood Tony all too well. Once this obstinate genius was resolute about something, even Hydra's brainwashing apparatus might not persuade him otherwise. He sighed and rubbed his temples. So this is your plan? To transform your home into a battleground and await that lunatic to arrive with his army for a celebration? Tony shrugged, a signature smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. At least this time, I am the host of the party. Steve's gaze swept over the flickering lights of the media outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, then glanced at Pepper, who stood beside him with a still grim expression. He turned to Tony, asking what he needed to do. Tony seemed to have anticipated this question, tilting his head toward Pepper. "Help me escort her to the arbitration tower." "Tony!" Pepper immediately protested, but Steve had already approached her, gently supporting her arm. "Ms. Potts," Steve's voice was soft yet firm, "this place will soon become quite perilous." Pepper shrugged off his hand, turning to Tony. "I do not require protection." "I can." "No, you cannot." Tony rarely interrupted her, his helmet once again covering his face. "This is not a boardroom negotiation, Pepper. This is war." The two exchanged glances through the armor for several seconds, and ultimately, Pepper's shoulders slumped. Biting her lip, she nodded. But before departing, she jabbed Tony's chest plate fiercely. "If you dare to blow up our house, I will compensate using every one of your collectible cars." Tony's lips twitched beneath his helmet. "It's a deal." Before Steve escorted Pepper out of the hall, he caught a glimpse of Chen Tian's amused expression and hesitated. Adding to Tony, Bucky is lying in wait in the rocky area along the coastline. He will intercept any attackers coming from the sea as best as he can. Tony raised an eyebrow at this. "Wow, the Winter Soldier himself is taking on the role of a sniper? Should I consider myself honored?" Steve did not respond, merely casting a deep, vigilant glance at Chen Tian, a mixture of wariness and complex emotions reflected in his gaze. Ultimately, he said nothing and departed the living room with Pepper. After witnessing Steve leave with Pepper, a weight lifted from Tony's heart. He approached Chen Tian, retracting his helmet to reveal a serious expression. "Honestly, why do you want to involve yourself in this matter?" In the distance, the first star appeared in the twilight. And Chen Tian lounged on Tony's sofa, limp as a puddle of mud. "How could such a spectacle occur without me?" He winked at Tony, assuring him that at least with him around, perhaps he could help save a few cars. Tony chuckled. "No need for that. They won't be able to breach our defenses." As the last rays of the setting sun sank beneath the horizon, the lights within the villa illuminated automatically, casting a brightness akin to midday across the living room. Chen Tian remained languidly sprawled on the sofa, yet his gaze was thoughtfully directed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, where media personnel were still poised with their cameras, flashes firing intermittently. It appeared that the evening would be quite the spectacle. He chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Tony stood before a holographic display, his fingers deftly gliding over the data streams. The helmet of his armor had sealed shut once more. "Jarvis, activate all defense protocols," he commanded. But his words were interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Jarvis's voice then chimed in, announcing a visitor requesting entry. Tony furrowed his brow. "Who is it?" "Dr. Maya Hansen." The mention of her name caused a noticeable pause in Tony's actions. The helmet snapped open, revealing his perplexed expression. "Maya Hansen?" He frowned, turning to Jarvis, the name ringing a bell. Jarvis gently reminded him, "According to records, you encountered Dr. Hansen at the New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 1999. She presented to you preliminary research on neural regeneration technology." Tony raised an eyebrow. 1999? I was completely intoxicated that night. I remember nothing. He turned to Chen Tian. "Do you know her?" Chen Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Ignoring his gesture, Tony hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Let her in." The door slid open, and Maya stood at the threshold, her beige trench coat still damp with the evening dew. Her brown hair was casually tied back, and though her face bore signs of fatigue, her makeup remained exquisitely done. Observing Tony's unfamiliar expression, she managed a bitter smile. "It seems I overestimated my presence." She walked directly towards Tony, retrieving a data chip from her coat pocket. "But that's not important. What matters is, I know why the 10 rings selectively target nations without defense systems." Tony's helmet completely retracted, though the armor's defense system remained on high alert. "Interesting," he mused, arms crossed. "A woman claiming to know me, yet I cannot recall her, suddenly appears in my home, asserting knowledge of a terrorist plot." Maya disregarded his sarcasm, directly handing the chip to Tony, indicating he should examine it. Tony inserted the chip onto the coffee table, and Jarvis informed him through the armor that there were no issues with the chip. He gestured for Jarvis to expand the holographic projection, revealing complex molecular structures and simulations of energy fluctuations. "Extremis Virus 20. Her voice shifted to a professional tone, based on bioelectric technology aimed at repairing human damage. She paused, a bitter smile playing on her lips. "Interestingly, the core algorithm of this virus is your invention." Tony's expression froze in disbelief. What? On New Year's Eve in 1999, Maya's voice dripped with irony. You were in my laboratory, utterly inebriated, casually scribbling formulas on a napkin. I have spent years researching neural regeneration technology, while you solved all the critical issues in a single drunken night. Tony opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Tian had already positioned himself behind him, his silver hair framing eyes that sparkled with an intriguing glimmer. So, those attacks on Chen Tian were merely a fade. Maya interjected, her fingers gliding across the holographic display, revealing a series of satellite images. Look here, after each attack, a scientific research team has been collecting data. Tony abruptly seized her wrist. Wait, Aldrich Killian? Isn't he still seeking investment? How could he undertake such a reckless endeavor? A flicker of anguish crossed Maya's eyes. It's more insane than you can imagine. He combined a formula you left behind with my research and transformed it into a weapon. She broke free from Tony's grasp. Now he plans to incapacitate the global defense system during the congressional session tomorrow. Jarvis interjected, satellite image analysis complete. Confirmed traces of scientific personnel activity at the sites of the last 3 attacks. Tony's helmet instantly sealed shut. Jarvis, immediately contact Rhodey and the captain. Chen Tian had donned his black trench coat, indicating that they were split up. Suddenly, Maya grasped Tony's armored arm. Wait, there's something more critical. Killian knows you would redirect your main forces to protect the villa. Tonight's attack is merely a diversion. The real target is the Arbiter Tower. Tony responded, his voice resonating through the armor. That's the control hub for the defense system. Why are you helping us? A resolute gleam flickered in Maya's eyes. Because the technology one created is claiming innocent lives. She let out a bitter laugh. Killian has lost his mind. He intends to use a virus to control the world's nervous system. She lifted her gaze to Tony's armor, her voice suddenly softening. You know, for over a decade, I've been studying that formula you left behind, and you don't even remember writing it. Jarvis's voice crackled urgently. 20 carriers of the extinction virus are approaching from the beach. Contact expected in 15 seconds. Tony's armored weapon systems activated, and he turned to the window, witnessing 20 figures glowing with an orange-red hue charging towards the villa at an astonishing speed, igniting the lawn and melting the stone path in their wake. Just as Tony prepared to command Jarvis to activate the defense system, the villa's lights flickered violently before plunging into darkness, enveloping the entire hall in shadow. Jarvis? Tony inquired anxiously about the situation. The interface within the armor suddenly fluctuated violently, and Jarvis's voice emerged. The system has been compromised, the firewall has been breached, and all defense protocols within the villa are failing. Tony's pupils dilated, his expression freezing beneath the helmet. Impossible, he whispered incredulously. Jarvis's firewall was designed by me. No one could. Chen Tian rose, striding towards the oncoming extinction warriors. Don't overthink it, Tony. There must be a mole among us. He drew the azure rose from his leg. Let's deal with him ourselves. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Tony, his gaze laced with playful scorn. Iron Man, are you trembling with fear? A fleeting smile flickered beneath Tony's visor, and the energy core erupted with a blinding blue light, while the thrusters belched forth a searing tail of flame. Fear? Are you jesting, lad? Tony's voice resonated with pride. Before he could finish his sentence, the mechanical wings on the back of his armor unfurled, and a laser sword sprang forth from his wrist. He turned to Maya, instructing, Maya, retreat to the laboratory downstairs. It is safe there. Having said that, he once again faced the oncoming warriors of despair. Pay attention and learn well. Tony laughed heartily, as 6 mechanical wings propelled him into the fray. Chen Tian observed Tony charging out of the villa with eagerness, then turned to Maya, offering her a subtle smile that held an enigmatic undertone. In an instant, he too darted out of the villa like a flash of lightning. Once the two departed, Maya's initially startled expression darkened considerably. She pressed her ear stud. Stark and his companion have left the villa. You may proceed. Rest assured, the paralysis program purchased from a black market has rendered all systems within the villa incapacitated. I will await you in the underground laboratory. Here, it is worth noting Maya Hansen's identity. In the original Iron Man 3 film, the earliest script designated her as the ultimate antagonist. However, due to Marvel's higher-ups believing that female villains would not perform well in merchandise sales, her role was shifted to Killian, resulting in a muddled character portrayal. The author simply reimagined this concept. Chapter 59. The heist. At the moment Tony's armor shattered the glass facade, the built-in sound system automatically switched tracks, the prelude of exploding into a cacophony, synchronized perfectly with the roar of the thrusters, creating a frenzied rhythm that seemed to compose a death march for this battle. Jarvis, initiate the Seraph of Light protocol. The mechanical wings at the back of the armor erupted with blinding white flames, while 6 blue and white photon wings blossomed against the night sky, transforming Tony into a celestial avenger. The armor's color scheme instantaneously shifted to a triad of black, blue, and white, starkly contrasting the previous flamboyant gold and crimson. Annihilation mode activated, target locked. Tony dove downward, the light wings trailing behind him like 6 vibrant particle trails piercing through the enemy ranks. Boom! He crashed in the midst of the despair warriors like a meteor, the shockwave sending 3 adversaries flying, leaving a charred pit with a 10-meter diameter in the sand. With a flick of his right hand, the high-energy laser sword unleashed a blue energy blade that swept through the air like lightning, cleaving 2 despair warriors in half. The intense heat instantly carbonizing their flesh, their burning remains exploding into fireballs midair. The 3 on the left are yours, lad, Tony shouted over the comms. Azure rose. Chen Tian's speed was scarcely slower than Tony's, his trench coat billowing wildly in the explosive gusts. In his right hand, he wielded the Crimson Queen, the fiery mechanical greatsword igniting with fervor. The azure rose in his left hand spun into action, the energy patterns along its barrel pulsating like veins, the muzzle converging a purple light reminiscent of Z. Mind your own business, Tony. He leaped suddenly, the Crimson Queen slicing downward. A desperate warrior raised his arm to block, but was cleaved in 2, body and limb alike. As Chen Tian landed, he swiftly dodged to the side, firing the azure rose with a casual flick. Bang! The beam of Z, combined with magical bullets, evaporated the heads and bodies of 4 adversaries, leaving them no chance for explosion. 52 leading. Chen Tian chuckled softly over the communication channel. Tony scoffed, his shoulder armor sliding open as 2 mini laser cannons rotated into position. Don't get too cocky. The laser cannons wove a net of lethal rays, causing 4 desperate warriors to burst under the onslaught. Yet one of the mangled bodies detonated unexpectedly, sending a shockwave that hurled Tony over 10 meters. Photon shield energy down 5. Please note that the heat generated by these self-destructing enemies can reach up to 3,000 degrees. Avoid direct contact if possible, Jarvis swiftly reported. Suspended in midair, Tony adjusted his posture just in time to see Chen Tian weaving through the enemy ranks with an almost balletic grace, Z's purple beams blossoming amidst the foes like flowers of death. Show off, Tony muttered, unable to suppress a smirk. He activated the missile bay on his back. Jarvis, launch all missiles. 6 mini-missiles ignited into the sky, striking their targets in unison at the crescendo of the chorus, a series of explosions painting the entire sea crimson. The shockwave shattering 3 media speedboats into fragments. As the smoke began to clear, Tony landed on the charred rocks. How many are left? Chen Tian emerged from the haze. 3. However, he suddenly squinted, sensing more approaching. In the distance over the sea, several combat helicopters, modified from civilian models, were low-flying, launching missiles from their side-mounted pods toward the 2. Shadows flickered within the cabins as figures leaped from the high-speed aircraft, plunging toward the beach. Tony, still have some strength left? Chen Tian twisted the engine handle of the Crimson Queen. Hearing Chen Tian's inquiry, Tony chuckled derisively. I'm a life of the party. I could revel for 3 nights without fatigue. He flexed his mechanical joints, just in time for you to witness the new features I've developed. Chen Tian smiled. The engine of the Crimson Queen emitted a deafening roar, flames surging from the blade, scorching the surrounding air into distortion. With his legs slightly bent, the hem of his trench coat billowed as if moved by an unseen wind. Then, before he could finish his thought, he transformed into a crimson afterimage, soaring skyward. The Crimson Queen carved a perfect crescent arc through the air, the scorching sword energy combined with the flying slash from the Pirate King, plowing a 100-meter-long vacuum strip across the sea surface. The incoming missiles met this cutting edge as if encountering a hot knife through butter, splitting in 2, the successive fireballs dyeing the night sky a bright orange. Damn it! A voice filled with shock emanated from the communication channel. Are you planning to detonate nuclear weapons in Malibu? Two unprepared modified aircraft were swept up by the ensuing shockwave, erupting into two fireballs in the sky. Tony, observing the soaring flames, erupted into laughter over the channel. Jarvis, remember to remind me never to let Chen Tian host a party at my place. He gazed at the 100-meter-long vacuum slash across the ocean's surface, the corners of his mouth curving maniacally beneath his armor's visor. This fellow's sword energy has indeed been upgraded. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 mechanical wings detached from his armor's back with a sharp click, resembling 6 drawn swords piercing the night sky. Each wing precisely locked onto a modified aircraft, blue and white energy patterns flashing wildly across their surfaces. The cavalry has been activated, Jarvis reported calmly. Tony stood with his arms crossed, elegantly snapping his fingers like a symphony conductor. The 6 mechanical wings instantly shifted into attack mode, their tips unleashing high-energy laser beams. These beams wove a deadly net across the night sky, each strike through an aircraft resulting in a violent explosion. The targeted planes erupted in a series of brilliant fireballs against the backdrop of the dark sky. Tony whistled. Now that's what I call precision strike. Take notes, kid. But the night was far from over, Tony. The party continues. Chen Tian observed as dozens of desperate warriors emerged from the Black Sea. The more the merrier. A party is only fun with a crowd. Tony's laser swords sprang forth once more. Kid, our contest isn't over yet. The loser has to wear a Lolita outfit to the post-battle party. Chen Tian, hearing Tony's wager, burst into laughter, his mirth cutting through the roar of explosions. I look forward to seeing you in it. Just as Chen Tian spoke, he transformed into a crimson blur, charging into the enemy ranks, the engine of the Scarlet Queen roaring as his blade left a 10-meter trail of flames. The desperate warriors barely had time to react as the first 3 were cleaved in half, the searing heat instantly carbonizing flesh at the cut. The sound of explosions mingled with Chen Tian's voice, "You in a Lolita outfit." Seeing this, Tony activated his armor's thrusters, emitting a brilliant blue flame. "You're making a run for it." Outside the villa, the fiery blasts painted the night sky crimson, the shockwaves causing the entire building to tremble. Yet in the eerie silence of the laboratory 3 floors underground, Maya Hansen stood before the central console, arms crossed, awaiting someone's arrival. At that moment, a faint sound of metal joints scraping emerged from the shadows behind her. Maya did not turn. "You're late." Bucky stepped out of the darkness, the red dot of his tactical visor trained on the nape of her neck. He remained silent, yet an oppressive chill enveloped the air. Maya slowly turned, her gaze meeting his with calm intensity. "The armor is inside the wall. The villa's energy and systems have been incapacitated. Can you breach the metal that seals the armor?" Silently, Bucky advanced, the soles of his boots echoing against the metallic floor, his gaze sweeping over the ground of the laboratory against the wall. That suit of armor was never meant to be relinquished by Tony Stark. Thus it possessed an independent energy source. From his waist pouch, Bucky retrieved a circular electronic component and pressed it. Tony's voice emanated from the device in Bucky's hand. "I will no longer make deals with demons." Suddenly, the floor of the laboratory trembled, the metallic surface fracturing to reveal a hidden vertical chamber. Accompanied by the groan of hydraulic systems, a dark metallic column slowly ascended, its surface coursing with dark red energy patterns pulsating like veins. Maya Hansen instinctively took a half-step back, her pupils narrowing. "This is—" The metallic column unfurled like petals, slowly revealing the suspended armor within. Bucky approached the suit, the product of Tony Stark's collaboration with a demon. Stark truly is a madman, Maya thought, observing the armor, its dark crimson hue evoking an unsettling sensation, as if fear was awakening deep within the soul. "Now, it belongs to me." Bucky produced a gem provided by William. As the gem neared the armor, the 2 creations of different demons resonated, humming as if anticipating the moment the gem would be embedded in its chest. The instant the dark red gem embedded itself in the armor's chest, the air in the entire laboratory suddenly solidified. A blinding crimson light erupted at the point of contact, as though a demon had opened its eyes. The sound of metal disassembling echoed like the cracking of bones, each plate of armor quaking violently, the dark red energy patterns flashing erratically, as if countless veins were pulsating. The armor abruptly disintegrated into hundreds of modules, not scattering to the ground, but rather suspending in midair, slowly rotating as if imbued with life. This is impossible. Maya's voice was tinged with astonishment. Such a level of autonomous reconfiguration was beyond the capabilities of nanotechnology. Bucky remained still. Yet the hydraulic system of the mechanical arm began to operate uncontrollably. The first to make contact was the chest piece, which crawled up his torso like a living entity. The moment it conformed to his skin, Bucky's muscles tensed, veins bulging. Ugh! He emitted a sound that was anything but human. More armor modules surged forth. The leg armor coiling around him like a serpent, while the shoulder plates dug into flesh like talons. The helmet spun in midair, suddenly descending at astonishing speed towards Bucky's head. Maya quickly retreated to a safe distance, yet her eyes remained fixated on the unfolding transformation. The instant the helmet sealed completely, the demonic patterns on the visor illuminated with a blinding red light. 6 mechanical tendrils erupted from the back armor, dancing in the air like the limbs of a spider. The suit vibrated violently, and Bucky's body inexplicably levitated, twisting involuntarily as if adjusting to this new form. As he descended once more, the battle armor had assumed its final form, towering and more menacing than before, with each edge of the armor sprouting bone-like protrusions. "Excellent," echoed Bucky's voice. Devoid of human warmth, this suit of armor is truly flawless. The faceplate retracted as he turned to Maya. "Your task is complete. The gem's energy cannot sustain the armor for prolonged combat. Thus, I aim to see you again." From the armor's gauntlet, molten lava surged forth, cascading onto the laboratory floor. Maya gazed at the creeping lava beneath her feet, the dark crimson fluid writhing like a living entity, sketching bizarre runes upon the ground. The temperature in the room soared dramatically, the air warping under the intense heat. "Damn it!" Maya exclaimed, pivoting to flee, her exposed skin glowing with a red luminescence as she sped away. Just as she reached the villa's grand hall, a tremendous force erupted from beneath her, propelling her body like a marionette severed from its strings, and her final sight was the villa crumbling amidst the lava's eruption. As the shockwave from a villa's explosion swept across the beach, Tony's armor suddenly activated a multitude of red alerts. The Visor-S scanner revealed a lava mushroom cloud rising, its diameter a staggering 100 meters, with dark red energy pulses rippling outward. "What the hell just happened?" Tony exclaimed, hastily soaring into the sky to witness his villa being obliterated, the cliff upon which it stood consumed by the molten flow. "Chen Tian!" He heard a thunderous roar as Chen Tian turned slightly. With his left hand, he unleashed a barrage from the azure rose, purple beams disintegrating 3 approaching Armageddon warriors, while his right wielded the Scarlet Queen, the fiery blade carving charred furrows into the beach. "What are you dawdling for? Get to the tower," Chen Tian commanded, dispatching another Armageddon warrior with a precise shot. The enemy would surely launch another attack towards the Arbiter Tower. Only then did Tony snap to attention. "All right, I'm on my way. You handle this." With that, Tony unfurled his photon wings, soaring swiftly toward the Arbiter Tower. Once Tony departed, Chen Tian leaped back several paces, distancing himself from the onslaught of the Armageddon warriors, tilting his head slightly. "All right, enough of this." His tone lacked the urgency he had displayed moments earlier when calling for Tony. Extending his hand, he whispered, "Technique, reversal of the azure." A powerful gravitational force began to manifest among the Armageddon warriors, drawing them together. With a cold smirk, Chen Tian formed a palm, a massive blue demonic hand materializing in the air, descending upon the gathered warriors with great force. As his palm pressed down, the phantom hand followed suit. The warriors, ensnared by the azure technique, unleashed inhuman howls as their lava-imbued bodies contorted under the absolute pressure, bones fracturing with a sound akin to popping popcorn. The demonic hand functioned like a hydraulic press, reducing the Armageddon warriors to mere paste. The moment the palm made contact with the beach, the compressed Armageddon virus energy within erupted in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The thunderous roar of an explosion was entirely contained within the energy field formed by the demonic hand. When the detonation subsided, Chen Tian waved his hand, causing the phantom of the demonic hand to vanish. Glancing at the charred marks on his palm, he turned to survey the site of the explosion. A perfectly hemispherical pit, 50 meters in diameter, had formed on the beach. The walls of the pit were as smooth as a mirror, and the waters of the Pacific surged in frantically, creating a towering cloud of steam upon contact with the intensely heated, glass-like bottom. The high temperature of the dire virus proved formidable. Chen Tian shook his stinging palm, watching as the charred marks healed at a visibly rapid pace. He then directed his gaze toward the ruins of the villa, where the explosion had dissipated, leaving behind a searing heat that distorted the air above the former location of the villa. Do not disappoint me, Zhongshan Wolf. Chapter 60. The might of Uncle Red and Uncle Blue. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the square, shattering the glass faade of the arbitration tower's ground floor. Flames erupted from the collapsed entrance, and the anguished cries of the warriors echoed through the night, reminiscent of a pack of hellhounds. Steve Rogers raised his vibranium shield, bracing against a molten fist strike. The searing force left 2 charred marks where his boots scraped against the ground. Using the momentum to retreat, he bellowed, "Pietro!" A silver blur darted across the battlefield. Quicksilver zipped through the enemy ranks at supersonic speed, his high-voltage shock baton striking precisely at the spinal nerve nodes of the dire warriors. The struck foes convulsed violently, their molten skin dimming momentarily, but within 2 seconds. The intense energy surged again, and their wounds rapidly healed. "It's futile." Pietro flashed back to Steve's side, his brow furrowed. "We are outpaced in their healing speed." Wanda manipulated the scarlet chaos magic with both hands, conjuring an energy barrier that formed a curved line in the center of the square, temporarily holding back the advancing dire warriors. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. They are too numerous and continuously evolving. Steve took a deep breath, swiftly recalibrating their strategy. "Pietro, continue to disrupt them. Do not allow them to concentrate their assault. Wanda, maintain the barrier and buy me some time." He hurled his shield with force, the vibranium disc slicing through the air in a sharp arc, penetrating the chests of 3 dire warriors before rebounding back into his grasp. Nevertheless, the enemies continued to pour forth, their skin having evolved to resist magic, and cracks began to form in Wanda's barrier. "Damn it!" Steve clenched his shield, preparing for the next wave of onslaught. Just then, a thunderous sonic boom resonated above the building, as a gold and crimson meteor streaked across the night sky. Tony Stark's photon wings trailed a dazzling particle trajectory behind him as he dove like a cannonball, the thrusters of his armor leaving a scorching afterimage in the air. "Captain, it seems you could use a bit of party flair." Tony's voice echoed through the communication channel as the micromissile bay on his armor's shoulder opened, locking onto the enemy with 6 high-explosive warheads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The missile precisely struck the most densely populated area of the desperate warriors, and the explosion's flames instantaneously engulfed the center of the square. However, what was astonishing was that those bombarded warriors managed to withstand the blast. Aside from the unfortunate soul who was obliterated, the others enveloped in the explosion began to absorb the flames generated by the blast. "Tony, their virus is adapting to your weapons," Steve shouted. Tony's helmet rapidly refreshed the scanning data, and JARVIS's voice echoed. "The despair virus is evolving, diminishing the efficacy of conventional weaponry." "Then let us try this." Tony's laser swords emerged from his hands, their blue and white energy blades humming through the air. The energy core of his armor instantly overloaded, and the brightness of the photon wings surged dramatically as Tony, resembling a beam of light, charged into the enemy ranks, sweeping his laser swords and cleaving 2 desperate warriors in half. This time, however, he deliberately induced high-frequency vibrations at the cut. The continuous searing of high-temperature energy, coupled with the vibrations, effectively preventing their regeneration. "Effective." Pietro's eyes lit up as he transformed into a silver blur, coordinating with Tony's strikes to specifically dismantle the enemy's joints and nerve nodes. Wanda also adjusted her strategy. Her crimson magic was no longer used for defense, but transformed into countless tiny strands of energy, ensnaring the limbs of the desperate warriors to forcibly hinder their movements. The tide of battle finally began to turn. The alloy walls of the safe house remained unyielding amidst the aftermath of the explosion, and the emergency lights on the ceiling radiated a steady, gentle blue glow. The holographic projector in the center of the room cast a clear 3-dimensional image, showcasing the fierce battle outside the arbitrator's tower in real time. Pepper leaned against the console, her hands pressed firmly down in the holographic display. Tony's armor was entangled with 3 desperate warriors, its blue, white, and black surface marred with scorch marks. Happy, can you get in touch with Tony? Her voice was tense, her gaze never leaving the projection. Happy wiped the sweat from his brow, his fingers deftly maneuvering on the communication panel. The signal is intermittent, but I can still reach Tony. What's the situation on your end? In the projection, Tony sidestepped a molten punch, his palm cannon blasting the enemy's skull. Darling, I suggest you focus on my dashing combat posture rather than those ugly scenes. Suddenly, the projection shook violently as Tony was hurled by a shockwave. Damn it, J.A.R.V.I.S. How much shield energy is left? Tony exclaimed. You must be all right. Her voice trembled. Behind her, two stood quietly, wielding a pure white contract katana. Ms. Pepper, there is no need for concern. I assure you, nothing will happen here. Two spoke softly. Pepper turned to her, forcing a faint smile. I know Chen Tian is formidable, but this enemy. Two slightly shook her head, offering a gentle smile. Ms. Pepper, you seem to have forgotten about the uncles. Two pointed to a spot on the holographic projection. They are indeed quite powerful. Just as Two finished speaking, the entire battlefield abruptly fell into an eerie stillness. The flames of the explosion froze mid-air, bullets hung suspended, and even the howling wind ceased. Virgil's voice then resonated. Dimensional slash. In the ensuing moment, hundreds of silvery blades of light intertwined in the plaza, each one piercing the bodies of the desperate warriors with impeccable precision. Virgil's figure materialized amidst the gleaming blades, the Yamato sheathing itself with an elegant motion. With a crisp click, all the foes that had been struck simultaneously shattered into neat cubes. Brother, you are far too greedy. Dante's voice echoed from the heights, accompanied by Dante's exclamation. The rebellion sword, enveloped in crimson flames, crashed into the enemy ranks, creating a shockwave that instantly cleared a 20-meter radius. He effortlessly tossed out dual pistols, the bullets tracing golden arcs through the air, obliterating the molten fragments that sought to reassemble. The battlefield suddenly descended into a surreal dissonance. On one side lay the fluid artistry of slaughter executed by Dante and Virgil, while on the other, the arbiters observed with an almost leisurely demeanor. Dimensional slash. As Virgil's voice faded, Tony observed 7 desperate warriors freeze in place. Their bodies revealed intricate blue grids, and the next instant, they shattered like jelly cut by invisible blades, forming orderly cubes. Remarkably, those fragments remained suspended in mid-air, preserving the posture of their dismemberment. Jarvis, analyze the underlying principle, Tony commanded. According to the scan, those cubes are undergoing spatial layer dissection. To put simply, stop. I've changed my mind. Tony lifted his visor and retrieved a pack of dried blueberries from the armor's hidden compartment, deciding that such an extraordinary physical phenomenon was better left for Banner to ponder. Not far off, Dante's rebellion sword ignited with a ghostly blue flame. His gaze sharpened, and with a perfect arc, he cleaved through 3 desperate warriors at the waist. Unlike his usual antics, his movements were now precise and lethal. Brother, I've got the left side covered, he stated gravely, while his right hand, wielding ebony wood, fired continuously. Each bullet struck the enemy's nerve nodes with unerring accuracy. Even more alarmingly, these bullets possessed an uncanny destructive force, annihilating the cells within the desperate warriors. This is absurd, Pietro remarked, standing beside Steve, clutching an electric baton he had yet to throw. What exactly were we fighting against? Wanda, having lifted the chaos magic, focused on regaining her strength. I suddenly feel that our previous tension was quite unnecessary, she mused, observing Dante's fluid combat style. The Chen family is filled with freaks, she recalled, a blush creeping on her face, her legs instinctively pressing together. With the addition of these 2 powerhouses, the desperate warriors on the battlefield were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, ensnared like turtles in their shells, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the 2 anomalies. It wasn't long before the battlefield was thoroughly cleared. In the plaza, still shrouded in the remnants of smoke, Virgil vanished from the scene. The sound of the Yamato sheathing itself, serving as a signal. All the suspended cubic fragments simultaneously disintegrated into fine powder, shimmering with a delicate blue light under the moon's glow. Is that it? Pietro surveyed the devastation around him, aware of the formidable strength of Chen Tian's uncles, though he had never witnessed it as a child. Tony brushed off the crumbs of his blueberry snack. Jarvis scanned the battlefield. There are no life signs in the area. After a brief pause, it was suggested to add, aside from our side. Dante had appeared beside Tony without notice, the rebellious great sword casually resting on his shoulder. "So, how much is this performance worth in strawberry sundaes?" he inquired, his other hand familiarly draping over Tony's shoulder. "Uncle in red, your aloof demeanor does not quite match that of Uncle in blue," Tony retorted, brushing Dante's hand away, yet unable to suppress a smile. As it seemed someone had converted their appearance fee into sweet confections. "Hey," Dante feigned injury, clutching his chest, "I am risking my waistline to save the day." From the entrance of the arbiter on the first floor, Pepper strode out briskly. She first inspected Tony's armor meticulously before turning to Dante. "I have ordered the Italian spicy sausage pizza that received rave reviews last time." Dante's eyes lit up instantly. "Deal?" He then turned to the void and shouted, "Brother, extra order." Virgil's figure solidified under the moonlight, his blue coat pristine. Childish. However, as he approached Pepper, he slightly nodded. "Thank you for the black tea." Steve, securing his shield behind him, gazed at the scattered, blue-glowing cubic fragments on the ground, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I missed quite a show by not attending your family gathering last time." Just as Tony was about to respond, he suddenly froze in place. "Wait." He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "J-A-R-V-I-S. Immediately connect me with Chen Tian." A holographic projection unfurled on the arm of his armor, revealing Chen Tian's image. At that moment, he stood amidst a sea of flames, with the wreckage of a villa visible upon closer inspection. He was sifting through the ruins. "Tony, have you resolved matters on your end?" Chen Tian inquired. Tony's eyes widened as he scrutinized Chen Tian's surroundings, the burning remnants of the villa, molten lava dripping from the deformed metal framework, and ash swirling through the air. Fragments of once priceless artworks floated amid the heat waves. "Chen Tian, what is the situation over there?" Tony shouted. "What situation?" Chen Tian shrugged, gesturing to his surroundings. "Well, it's like this." He bent down to pick up a charred piece of metal, the remains of Tony's beloved coffee machine. "Don't worry." He gently brushed the dust off the fragment. "Your cherished black pearl is still intact." "That is not the issue." Tony interrupted loudly. "I mean the armor. My family gathering." Chen Tian shifted the camera, revealing the former underground laboratory, now reduced to a vast hollow. Inside, there should have been the armors Tony had tirelessly crafted over the past 3 years. Nearly 30 suits, now completely engulfed in lava, slowly melting away. "Damn it," Tony exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, but then a thought struck him. "Wait, Chen Tian, this lava is no ordinary substance. I have several suits specifically tested for high temperatures. They could be thrown directly into a volcano and would not melt after a day." The camera shifted back to Chen Tian, who now bore a serious expression. "Yes, Tony, your Mark II is also missing." "What?" Tony's voice nearly tore through the air, and everyone stared in astonishment. It was rare to witness Tony so unhinged. Tony's pupils constricted sharply, and the respiratory system beneath his mask emitted a sudden, urgent alarm. "Your heart rate has exceeded 140. Jarvis reminded him at an opportune moment. Awakened by Jarvis's alert, Tony took several deep breaths and gazed at Chen Tian's image. "Is it truly gone, or merely blown away?" Chen Tian replied seriously. "I have searched all around. It was forged from Diablo scales. I can sense it. It has indeed vanished." Tony inhaled deeply once more, poised to respond when Chen Tian interrupted. "Tony, wait for me at the top of the Arbiter Tower. I have found something to show you." Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Tony ceased his inquiries, terminated the communication, and faced the concerned expressions of those around him. He shrugged and declared, "You all heard the Arbiter leader. Let us head to the top." Without waiting for their reactions, he maneuvered his armor upward toward the pinnacle of the tower. Steve and Pietro exchanged glances, while Virgil was the first to enter the building. Dante, carrying the rebellious greatsword on his back, clasped his hands behind his head, whistling as he followed Virgil. Pepper, filled with concern, inquired of the two who had just emerged, "Do you know what is happening?" The second remained silent, simply shaking his head, before leading Wanda into the building. In the ruins of Malibu Villa, after finishing his communication with Tony, Chen Tian pressed a few buttons on his wristwatch. Executor, eliminate Aldrich Killian and his minions, capture the false Mandarin alive, and acquire all data on the extremist virus. Red Room, investigate Maya Hansen's true identity. After uttering these commands, he removed the watch and tossed it into a pool of still bubbling lava, quietly waiting for it to be entirely consumed before his figure vanished from the spot. In the Malibu ruins, 1,000 meters away, Maya staggered out from the burning underbrush, her body completely exposed, her hair singed away. Her left arm was thoroughly charred, with blackened fragments constantly shedding as she moved. The exposed muscle tissue twisted under the extreme heat, resembling a wax figure eroded by molten lava. Yet, the extremist virus relentlessly repaired her body, each cell's reformation accompanied by an intense burning sensation, as if countless tiny fire serpents danced within her veins. Gasping, she supported herself against a scorched tree trunk with her remaining right hand, her nails digging deeply into the bark. The heat distorted her vision, yet the towering flames from the villa in the distance still pierced her pupils. "Bucky Barnes, you damn bastard," she cursed hoarsely, her voice emerging from her singed vocal cords like a wraith. Maya cast her gaze upon her ravaged body. The extremist virus continued to function, albeit with diminished efficiency, perhaps hindered by the demonic forces at play. "Bucky Barnes, you will die alongside Tony. Not a trace will remain." She spat venomously before slipping into the shadows. In this passage, the narrative delves into the evolution of the Abyss virus, which, according to its original premise, is inherently capable of evolution. The evolutionary pathways are categorized into two types: natural evolution and scientific evolution. The essence of the virus lies in its ability to alter the genetic structure of its host, thereby bestowing extraordinary abilities. Much like viruses found in nature, it may achieve self-evolution through genetic mutations or horizontal gene transfer. Within the Marvel Universe, the Abyss virus has undergone numerous modifications, suggesting that its evolution is not solely reliant on natural mechanisms, but also incorporates iterative technological advancements. Chapter 61. The actor's self-cultivation. This is impossible. Steve's anguished roar reverberated through the uppermost floor of the Arbiter Tower as he forcefully slammed his vibranium shield onto the ground, the metallic clatter echoing in the vast emptiness of the space. In the holographic projection, Bucky donned a different suit of armor, yet the previous footage revealed the entirety of the sequence. Maya Hansen, utilizing the chip given to Tony, incapacitated all systems and energy sources within Tony's villa, awaiting Bucky in the underground laboratory on the third sublevel. Under Bucky's command, the armor resurrected, animating as if it were a living entity, enveloping him. The scene culminated in a freeze frame of Bucky, molten lava erupting from his hands, flowing across the laboratory floor, forming a bizarre sigil. This must be a deception. Bucky is not that kind of person. Steve, overcome with fury, lost his composure, his golden hair disheveled and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In the presence of such an enraged Captain America, the assembled arbiters fell into silence, with only Chen Tian indifferently sipping his cola and Dante audibly devouring pizza. "Chen Tian, tell me this footage bears signs of forgery, right?" Steve's desperation led him to grasp at straws. Chen Tian shrugged, gesturing towards Tony. "I think it would be prudent to consult the most intelligent scientist present." Steve turned to Tony, but Tony's brow was furrowed, his chest rising and falling erratically, indicating he too was on the brink of an outburst. "Captain, this suit of armor has been completely stripped of its components, including that tendril and the energy source." Tony gestured, magnifying a close-up of Bucky in the armor. "To put it bluntly, Captain, even if a new reactor were inserted, this suit would merely be slightly harder than my own." Tony glared at Steve. "Do you see it clearly? The molten lava streaming from the suit, that strange sigil, and the grotesque spikes adorning the armor." Tony's voice escalated, while Steve sat dazed, slumped on the sofa. Rising from his seat, Tony began to pace. "This armor has clearly been infused with something of a magical nature. Only those who dabble in illusions could conjure such things." He then collapsed onto the sofa, burying his face in his hands, his expression one of regret. "Damn it, I should have destroyed that suit when I had the chance." Sweat seeped through Tony's fingers as he mechanically repeated the motion of clenching and releasing his fists. Steve sat motionless on the leather sofa, his gaze fixed on the final fading image of Bucky within the holographic projection, unable to comprehend that his dear friend had once again succumbed to darkness. "Your heart rate has reached a dangerous threshold." Jarvis's voice resonated from the ceiling, simultaneously releasing a calming spray. Chen Tian abruptly slammed a soda can onto the coffee table, the sound of the carbonated beverage splattering causing everyone to flinch, while Dante seized the moment to wipe his cheese-laden fingers on Virgil's coat. Listen, Tony. Chen Tian turned Tony's shoulder, compelling him to face Dante, who was toying with a pizza using a fork. Even if Mephisto himself descended in that armor. Virgil suddenly set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the tray with a sharp sound. He will come to regret it. Dante caught the falling fork. Its silver glint poised against Tony's chin. Do you know how we deal with possessed armor? We dismantle the energy core like this, he demonstrated, and then we crush the control center like so. Virgil appeared on Tony's other side. The sheath of his Yama blade precisely aimed at the reactor located in the chest of the armor. Finally, we shall send the pilot to hell to repent. Dante squeezed himself between Chen Tian and Tony, resting his hands on her shoulders. No, Bucky can still be saved. It must be Hydra's brainwashing program still affecting him. Upon hearing Dante's words, Steve leapt to his feet. Leave it to me. I will bring back the armor and Bucky. I will personally imprison him until he regains his sanity. Chen Tian ceased to speak, merely removing Dante's hands and slumping back into the sofa. However, Chen Tian's silence did not imply that Tony would remain quiet. Steve, do you understand what kind of armor that is? Demon armor. It is constructed from demonic technology. I only piloted it for a few hours, and I nearly transformed into a monstrous killer. Tony waved his hand. The memories of his rampage in the Middle East with the armor resurfacing vividly. Steve stared blankly at the image, as Tony's furious voice echoed. If it were not for this, do you think I would relinquish that armor? Those mere hours subjected me to suffering I never wished to endure again. It felt as though my soul was ripped from me, twisted into a ball, then sliced into strands, and finally ground into dust. Tony grasped Steve's arm, pointing at Bucky in the projection. Look at him. He bears a more indulgent expression than I did back then. Do you believe this is merely the effect of brainwashing? Steve's lips trembled, yet no words escaped. Suddenly, Chen Tian straightened on the sofa, the soda can crumpling in his grip. Since the captain insists on retrieving Bucky. His voice carried an eerie calm. Let him go. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Tony whirled to face Chen Tian, his eyes wide with disbelief beneath the mask. Are you out of your mind? That armor. We can provide all the technological support you need. Chen Tian raised his hand to interrupt Tony. Tony, do not forget that we have the Ten Rings gang to deal with, a global terrorist organization. Therefore, we cannot engage in any other matters until we capture the mastermind behind the Ten Rings. With a wave of his hand, the image transformed into scenes of the desperate warriors continuously self-destructing. Each of these virus carriers was a living bomb. Even their trim nails could be hurled like grenades. So, Tony, let us address this issue first. Tony fell silent, realizing the absurdity of boasting in a global broadcast only to find his home annihilated, with Mandarin still at large. He rubbed his temples, acknowledging that relying solely on Steve would not suffice to resolve the armor situation. Chen Tian shrugged, suggesting, let the war machine assist us. I am aware that since the collapse of the Security Council and SHIELD, their circumstances have not been favorable. If we can enlist their help for such a significant matter, I believe the professor would be quite agreeable to it. He then turned to Steve. Captain, we shall not interfere with your affairs concerning Bucky. Approach War Machine for assistance, and thus, you need not worry about my uncles having killed your friend. Steve regarded Chen Tian with a gaze filled with caution, confusion, and disbelief. 3 years prior, Chen Tian had been resolute in his intent to eliminate Bucky, even disregarding the lives of others present. How could he now be so accommodating? Observing Steve's expression, Chen Tian raised his hands in surrender. I know what you're thinking, but I assure you, I will not intervene this time. I stake Tony's life on it. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Tony exclaimed, then turned to Steve. Since Chen Tian has said so, I can only place my trust in you, Captain. You may freely utilize the resources of the arbitrator. But please ensure that if you cannot retrieve the armor, at the very least, it must be utterly destroyed. Steve nodded solemnly and turned to leave through the doorway. I swear by my shield that I will either bring back Bucky and the armor or completely annihilate them. Once Steve departed, Tony looked at Chen Tian. What transpired between you and Steve 3 years ago? He seems quite apprehensive about you and him seeking out Bucky Barnes. Chen Tian remained silent, slumping back onto the sofa. Seeing Chen Tian's reticence, Tony felt powerless. At that moment, Jarvis's voice broke through. The Ten Rings gang has once again hijacked the television signal. The holographic screen automatically switched to a news broadcast, displaying Mandarin's wrinkled face dominating the screen, with images of the burning Malibu mansion behind him. Mandarin's skeletal fingers traced the charred remains of the villa, his face contorted in an exaggerated expression of mockery. Mr. Stark, where's your Iron Legion? Where is your arbitrator? A fledgling that cannot even defend its own nest dares to speak of safeguarding the world? Tonight, 100 of my warriors have graced the stage you constructed. The old man resumed his seat, a smirk plastered across his face. As a result, I sacrificed 100 valiant warriors, while you lost your Iron Legion and your beloved cottage. The elderly man pressed his face close to the camera. And I, along with thousands of warriors. What do you possess? Master Man's face, etched with wrinkles, suddenly froze. The dignified expression he had meticulously maintained shattered like a mask. A series of explosions erupted outside the lens, causing the entire studio to tremble violently. The chandelier from the ceiling crashed at his feet, shards of glass scattering everywhere. No, wait. Master Man retreated in a panic, overturning the dragon-patterned screen behind him. This isn't in the script. Several television staff members clad in orange uniforms were thrust into the frame, their hands and feet bound, cloth stuffed into their mouths. Among them, a makeup artist trembled incessantly, her foundation smeared by sweat. Hey, guys! Master Man suddenly turned towards the camera, his voice trembling with a desperate plea. I'm merely a hired actor. Truly. He frantically tore off the exaggerated gemstone rings from his fingers, all of which were mere fakes. The camera abruptly swung, the entire scene shaking violently. A robust figure took center stage on the screen, the muscular lines beneath a black uniform stark as steel. Hands adorned with metallic claws slowly raised, glinting with a chilling light. This gentleman grasped Master Man by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his face contorted in fear, the wrinkles twisting into a grotesque shape. We can negotiate. I have plenty of money. The owner of the claws suddenly yanked Master Man's collar, dragging him out of the live broadcast. The transmission cut off instantly. The atmosphere in the arbitration hall was quieter than when they had first seen Baki don the battle armor. Did I see that correctly? Tony's mouth gaped open. The individual who declared war in front of the world's media was merely an actor? Oh, right, this guy's backed by that scoundrel Killian. Tony recalled the chip Maya had provided. Though uncertain of its authenticity, it seemed far more credible than the fool who had just created a farce on live television. Dante spewed pizza crumbs in a fan-shaped arc onto the freshly cleaned coat of Virgil. Wow, this old con artist was just acting like the big bad villain. Now he is as scared as a 3-year-old robbed of his cotton candy? Hilarious. The onlookers gazed at Dante in disbelief, while Virgil stared at the pizza debris on his coat, raising the rebellion and bellowing. Dante, I was wrong, brother. Dante abandoned his pizza and dashed out of the hall, with Virgil hot on his heels. The spectators couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two middle-aged men playfully bickering. After all, if Master Man of the Ten Commandments was merely performing, it implied that much of what he presented was exaggerated. Tony leaned back on the sofa, his feet propped on the coffee table. If that's the case, should we seek the battle armor? Chen Tian shook his head. Killian is still unaccounted for. Oh, right, if Maya's evidence holds true, that would be significant. Tony straightened slightly. And Maya Hansen. Chen Tian took a sip of cola. If she can cripple your villa's systems and energy, it means she is also involved in this dire situation. Damn it, all my ex-girlfriends are lunatics, Tony exclaimed in frustration. And here I am, foolishly flaunting that formula. Haha, you better hope Pepper doesn't hear that. Chen Tian chuckled. What did you say? Pepper's voice echoed from the entrance. Oh, nothing, sweetheart. What brings you here? Tony responded, a hint of guilt in his demeanor as he hurried to greet her. After scrutinizing Tony's expression, Pepper handed a paper document to Chen Tian and addressed Tony. Just now. Happy was directing your robot to clean and repair the plaza when this document fell from the sky. He looked it over and asked me to bring it to you. Chen Tian took the document, opened it, and began to read. Tony, meanwhile, complained, hey, why not just give it to me directly? Pepper turned to leave. I know you never accept such paper documents. I've changed. Tony called out to her retreating figure. Go take a shower. I hope by the time I return, you won't smell like sweat anymore. Tony, she waved back at him. Tony shrugged and sat beside Chen Tian. So what does it say? Chen Tian tossed the document onto the coffee table, and Jarvis's holographic projection read the document, displaying it in midair. It contained 2 profiles and a photograph. The profiles detailed Killian and Maya Hansen, indicating that the actual controllers were the 2 of them, with Killian being the public face and Maya operating behind the scenes. Furthermore, both had injected the perfect extinction virus, granting them formidable, self-healing capabilities and evolutionary traits. The photograph depicted a smiling gentleman, captioned, William von Klaus, Earl of Dewan County, suspected representative of the dimensional demon Mephisto on Blue Star. Chen Tian and Tony exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Tony stood up to secure the document, stating, I'll take the photograph to Steve. Chen Tian rose, stretching lazily. I'm off to take a shower and then sleep. Hey, that wasn't what you meant. Tony shouted. What do you mean? Your eyes clearly conveyed that I should deal with Killian and Maya. TCH, you clearly lack our usual synergy. That was precisely what you meant. You're mistaken. You're the one misreading. In the dark of night, Dante rode his supersonic motorcycle, enveloped in a faint crimson aura, resisting the pressure of breaking the sound barrier. Hey, brother, how was my performance just now? If you dare pull that stunt again, I'll shatter you, came the retort. TCH, if it weren't for my nephew asking us to deal with that guy named Killian, I wouldn't have bothered. I told you performance requires skill. Virgil sat behind Dante, slowly turning the pages of a book in his hands, surrounded by a soft blue aura that shielded him from the surrounding air currents. The large letters on the page shimmered brightly. Chapter 62. A call for help. Chen Tian awoke in his room, still reeling from the tumultuous night prior, during which Wanda had seemingly undergone some sort of emotional upheaval, subjecting him to a myriad of antics, including the infamous Away 18 styles and the Edo 108 techniques. Even the ever-composed Duo 2 was taken aback, marveling at the wonders of life. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, only to discover Natasha perched on a single sofa in his room, her legs crossed and a butterfly knife twirling in her hands, an amused expression gracing her features. With a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth, Natasha caught Chen Tian's gaze, prompting him to recline back onto the bed, his hand resting on his forehead. Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone else, he mumbled, his voice somewhat muffled. Why, what's this? Am I not welcome? Natasha stood and moved to sit beside him on the bed, playfully slapping the comforter. Of course you're welcome. Why wouldn't I be? Chen Tian slightly opened his eyes to regard her. By the way, could you step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed. Feeling shy, are we? Natasha chuckled coldly. I never would have imagined that while I was off with Barton investigating the nightmarish cult in Dongjin and Hansheng, you would suddenly return. In an instant, Natasha flung a dagger, embedding it in Chen Tian's pillow. Oh, what has gotten into you? He exclaimed, sitting upright. What got into me? Ever since my memories were unlocked. I was hoping for a warm embrace upon your return. Yet what happened? You seem to have forgotten those memories. I thought you had undergone brainwashing, only to find out from Alina that you hadn't contacted the Red Room or the Judicator. Natasha's face flushed with anger. I was even playing along with your little charade, acting as though I had longed to meet you, only for you to vanish for 3 years. To be honest, you weren't off helping Gu-Yi deal with some dimensional demon, were you? Sighing, Chen Tian replied, did you catch on? Is that even question? 3 years ago. Aside from that incident when you mentioned the collapse plan, you were acting like a naive schoolboy. Immature. I genuinely thought you had been brainwashed. Natasha's cheeks burned, her complexion nearly matching her hair color. You were time traveling, weren't you? Chen Tian nodded. I encountered some events that transported me back to 1995. That was my first experience with time travel, and the subsequent 3-year disappearance was due to the same reason. Natasha placed a hand over her heaving chest. So, you truly are a liar. I wasn't sure if revealing myself as a time traveler would trigger a butterfly effect. Chen Tian responded, exasperated, resembling a man complaining to a referee. Will you travel through time again? Natasha inquired, her demeanor slightly calming. Unlikely. After all, I've returned. And that was merely a surge of energy from the time stone, which won't last long. Chen Tian wrapped the sheets around his lower body and stood. Natasha pouted. You better not. You have time to take Duo back to the Red Room. Yelena misses you both. Having resolved the matter at hand, Chen Tian made his way to an open area and snapped his fingers. From the ground, a wardrobe emerged, and he began to sift through its contents. Chen Tian, Natasha teased with a sly grin. How did you manage to win Wanda over so willingly? You've wronged me. She was the one who ambushed me at night. Chen Tian replied, pulling on a hoodie. That could very well be true. I noticed the way that girl looked at you when she was younger. It was different indeed. Yes. Yes, Chen Tian replied, dismissively, seizing the moment while Natasha turned towards the sofa to quickly don his trousers. "Take your time. I'm not interested in you," Natasha remarked as she settled back onto the sofa, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Ha! I know. You see me as a brother. Well, if we are to consider age, you ought to call me sister since I am younger than you," Natasha said, drawing a dagger from her thigh to trim her nails. "Once a brother, always a brother. Let me hear you call me brother." In response, a dagger embedded itself into the wardrobe. "I still prefer the clingy version of you from your childhood," Chen Tian remarked, glancing at the trembling dagger. "Shut up." Tony's voice echoed from the ceiling, laced with his usual nonchalance. "Kid, did you have a wild night? Come to the dining room. I've had the chef prepare soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns, along with something unique from the Dragon Country. What do they call it? Duji? It has quite a distinctive flavor. By the way, have you seen Natasha? She's nowhere to be found in the mansion." Chen Tian cast a glance at Natasha, who was playing with a butterfly knife, and replied nonchalantly, "On my way." "I haven't seen her. Perhaps she went for a morning workout. And Tony, you should try that Duji. It's good for kidney health." No sooner had he spoken than Natasha shot him a sharp glare. "Let us go. Tony is looking for us," Chen Tian said, grabbing his coat and heading for the door, one pant leg still rolled up. Suddenly, Natasha reached out and tugged at his collar with enough force to nearly send him sprawling backwards. "Is this how you intend to meet Stark?" she chided, giving Chen Tian's rumpled collar a tug and noticing the sleep still lingering in the corners of his eyes. "You haven't even brushed your teeth. Can't you pay a bit more attention to your appearance?" She tousled his hair as if she were an older sister. Chen Tian swatted her hand away. "Spare me. This tactic might work on Yelena." He deliberately opened the door wide, causing the corridor surveillance camera to spring to life. Natasha rolled her eyes and delivered a playful jab to his side, saying, "At least she knows how to present herself properly." Their playful banter was interrupted as they collided with Dr. Banner, who had just rounded the corner. Am I interrupting?" Banner adjusted his glasses, nearly snagging his lab coat on the wall-mounted fire extinguisher. "Good morning, Doctor." Chen Tian coughed as he draped an arm over Natasha's shoulder, who was assessing whether he had sustained any injuries from the previous night's escapades. In a swift motion, Natasha executed a shoulder throw, bringing Chen Tian down to the floor with practiced ease. Indeed, this guy is once again pretending to be fine without reporting his injuries. She extended her hand towards Chen Tian, reminiscent of how he had helped her up after training sessions during their youth. "Buns." Chen Tian suddenly dashed into the dining hall, colliding with Tony, causing the donut in his hand to fly away. Iron Man glanced at the frosting stuck to the main control screen, then looked back at Natasha, who was leisurely strolling in, raising an eyebrow and saying, "So, you two are siblings who bicker and quarrel." Natasha and Chen Tian chimed in unison. Tony shrugged and casually tossed his frosting-covered glove into the trash bin, saying, "Fine, define your relationship however you like, but please don't overturn the breakfast table. Just 2 days ago, Dante angered Virgil and destroyed 3 tables." He turned towards the coffee machine, but suddenly recalled something, abandoning the coffee and walking over to Chen Tian, wrapping an arm around his neck. "By the way, Chen Tian, do you know what package we received this morning at our building?" Chen Tian, who was in the midst of stuffing a bun into his mouth, nearly choked at Tony's sudden embrace, spluttering. "What the hell?" Tony chuckled mischievously and shouted to Jarvis, "Jarvis, bring that package over." The automatic doors of the dining hall slid open, and a wooden crate, towering nearly 2 meters high, was slowly pushed in by a mechanical arm. The words "a gift from enthusiastic fans of the Arbiter" hastily painted in red on its side. "What is this? It wouldn't be a custom toy you ordered, would it?" Chen Tian raised an eyebrow at Tony. "Do I need that?" Tony rubbed his hands together in excitement. "This thing just appeared at our building entrance this morning." He knocked on the crate, completely unaware of who had sent it. Natasha had quietly drawn 3 throwing knives, asking, "Do you need me to assist in unboxing it?" "No need." Tony pressed the switch on the crate, and the panel crashed down, revealing a middle-aged man bound like a Zongzi, none other than Trevor, the third-rate actor impersonating an adult on television. "Damn it." Banner's sandwich fell to the floor with a thud. Trevor, with rags stuffed in his mouth, stared wide-eyed at the room full of superheroes, shaking his head frantically and making muffled whimpering sounds. Tony spun a screwdriver into light. Surprise, right? This guy was dumped at the entrance this morning, along with a note. He activated the holographic projection, which displayed a gift from fervent fans of the Arbiter. Tony snapped his fingers and the mechanical arm promptly began reboxing Trevor, saying, although I don't know which kind-hearted citizen sent this gift. At least we have an explanation for the outside world. He turned to Chen Tian, sporting a mischievous grin. You are joining me at the press conference at 11. Not going. Chen Tian firmly refused, nearly spilling his soy milk. Who knows if you're going to change the script again this time? Come on, Tony said, pulling Chen Tian closer and lowering his voice. You were on stage with me at the last press conference when we declared war on the adult version of Marvel. It's all about consistency, you know? Chen Tian sighed, resignedly waving his hand. All right, but if there are any bizarre segments this time, you'll find your armor covered in SpongeBob. Deal. Tony excitedly slapped the table, then frowned at the jam clinging to his palm. Jarvis, notify the media that the 2 leaders of the Arbiter will be appearing today, at precisely 11 o'clock. The media center on the first floor of the Arbiter building was bustling with activity. As the flashbulbs flickered, Chen Tian was backstage, frantically gulping down soda because Tony had added a dash of something to his soy milk. You look like a raccoon run over by a truck, Natasha remarked, having appeared behind him, effortlessly smoothing out the collar that had creased. Today, she was unusually dressed in formal attire, her red hair neatly styled into a bun. But Chen Tian knew that weapons were undoubtedly concealed beneath her clothing. Just as he was about to retort, Tony's signature opening line boomed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Truth Conference. With the sound of machinery whirring, Trevor was pushed onto the stage, confined within a transparent bomb-proof chamber. The imposter was clad in a striped prison uniform, his face adorned with stage makeup that had not been thoroughly removed, resembling a clown that had escaped from circus. Dear media friends, Tony tapped on the bomb-proof chamber, prompting Trevor to feign a terrified expression. This is Mr. Trevor Slattery, the performer who recently showcased his stand-up comedy on television. The audience erupted in chaos, with reporters nearly trampling their own glasses, while a photographer from a Hornet daily climbed onto a colleague's shoulders to capture the moment. I know what you're thinking. Tony abruptly switched to holographic projection mode, with the images of Killian and Maya Hansen hovering above Trevor's head. The recent global panic incited by the terrorist organization, the 10 Rings, has merely been a theatrical performance. Mr. Trevor Slattery here is just an actor being paid to perform. The true mastermind is. He deliberately paused, allowing the cameras to focus on Maya's photograph before continuing. The chief developer of the extinction virus, Ms. Maya Hansen. It is her research that allows the human body to become an unstable bomb. Aldrich Killian, the founder, is the actual orchestrator of all the terror attacks. A hushed silence fell over the room, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Now, I would like to invite my partner. Tony suddenly pulled Chen Tian into the spotlight, another founder of the Arbiter, to say a few words. Chen Tian, shedding his previous nonchalance, smiled and began. Thank you for Tony's remarks. Now, following his introduction, what we know of the 10 Rings is nothing but a farce. He clapped his hands, and the holographic projection transformed to reveal Killian's corpse. In a grave tone, he declared, at 4 o'clock this morning, members of the Arbiter, acting on intelligence, went to apprehend Killian at his hideout. However, apart from Killian's lifeless body, there was nothing else at the scene. Standing under the spotlight, Chen Tian's expression was solemn. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over every tense face in the audience, his voice steady and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, although Killian has been eliminated, the threat has not been completely eradicated. The holographic projection shifted to footage from last night, depicting the battle outside the Malibu Villa and the Arbiter building, where the Extinction Warriors had attacked. The sight of those distorted humanoid creatures engulfed in flames, and the explosions elicited gasps from the reporters. Chen Tian raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm. Maya Hansen and the remaining warriors of the Dire Straits had vanished. Yet I assure you all, in the name of the Arbiter, he suddenly slammed his fist onto the podium, causing the metallic surface to dent, and the entire venue fell silent. Tony raised an eyebrow beside him, clearly taken aback by this impromptu performance. We shall not let any scum that endangers society escape, Chen Tian declared emphatically. Whether they be terrorists lurking in the shadows or deranged scientists in lab coats, as long as they dare to threaten the lives of ordinary people, the Arbiter will. Chen Tian scanned the room filled with reporters. We will unearth them and present them to the world for judgment. This is not a threat, it is a promise. Tony seized the moment to interject. Indeed, as my esteemed partner has stated, We Arbiter are not some Boy Scout organization. Suddenly, a reporter from the Horn Call Daily raised her hand. Mr. Chun, what was the cause of death for the body of Killian that you just presented? Chen Tian exchanged a glance with Tony. Just as Tony was about to speak, Chen Tian preemptively responded, cardiac arrest. He flashed a meaningful smile. It terrified them upon seeing our strike team. Laughter erupted in the hall, alleviating much of the tense atmosphere. Natasha backstage facepalmed, murmuring softly, when did this guy learn Stark style? The final question came from a female journalist, who stood on tiptoe. There are rumors that the Dire Straits virus has spread to the black market. What measures will the Arbiter take in response? Chen Tian's smile faded. He turned to Tony, who nodded in understanding and brought up a set of data on the holographic display. We have developed a detection device for the Dire Straits virus. Chen Tian indicated the rotating metallic ring in the air. Starting next week, the Arbiter will establish detection stations in major cities worldwide, offering free screenings for the public. At that moment, Tony interjected, additionally, we are offering a $10 million reward for any information regarding Maya Hansen. He winked, of course. If any of our journalist friends can provide clues, we may even bestow an exclusive interview opportunity. The press conference concluded amidst a flurry of flashing lights as Chen Tian and Tony descended the stage, arms slung around each other's shoulders. Hey, kid. Tony elbowed Chen Tian in the side. Your speeches are becoming increasingly relaxed. Indeed, you have not wasted your time learning from me. Please, with your ever-changing rhetoric. I wouldn't dream of emulating it, Chen Tian retorted, returning the elbow. However, regarding Killian's body, Tony's expression turned serious. Where did you find it? Dante and Virgil went out last night, not to engage in a brawl, but on my orders to locate Killian. Chen Tian shrugged, shaking off Tony's hand from his shoulder. They arrived in Miami and stumbled upon Killian's body. Miami? Killian was in Miami? Tony raised an eyebrow at Chen Tian. All this time, you were tracking the television signal, yet you neglected to check the background. I must be a fool, Tony exclaimed, slapping his forehead. As the two continued their conversation, they entered the elevator. As Tony pressed the elevator's door close button, the metallic doors began to slowly shut, and Jarvis's British accent suddenly resonated. Gentlemen, Captain Rogers requests an urgent communication. Let him in, Tony replied, just as Steve's weary holographic image materialized in the center of the elevator. This once unyielding super soldier now appeared as a storm-battered tree. His golden hair matted with congealed blood, the torn fabric of his uniform revealing a bruised shoulder and 3 deep claw marks etched across his right cheek. Fresh droplets of blood oozing slowly. Damn, Tony gasped. Steve, what happened to you? Tony, Steve's visage was etched with exhaustion, his voice hoarse. I have failed. Wasn't the war machine with you? Tony found it hard to believe. Their combat prowess was formidable. Steve's projection flickered, as if he was leaning against something for support. The suit's power was overwhelming, yet we managed to surround him. His energy reserves were evidently insufficient. However, Steve's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just as we were about to apprehend Bucky, a multitude of dimensional demon worshippers emerged, recklessly attacking us. The war machine siren, in a bid to protect me during our retreat, was killed by Bucky. Laser eyes, the beast was gravely injured. Steve continued, tears now welling in his eyes. Tony, I need help. Bucky, what is Bucky? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. Bucky is conscious. He uttered words I couldn't comprehend. He told me I would die at his hands. My soul would be fed to Mephisto. Tears streamed down Steve's face. I don't know what I did wrong. Tony glanced at Chen Tian, who maintained a stoic expression, his eyes betraying no emotion. The elevator was filled only with the sound of Steve's labored breathing echoing in the confined space. Steve, Tony inhaled deeply. The arbitrator will be departing shortly. You and the remaining war machine should find a safe place to hide. We will be there soon. Chen Tian suddenly interjected, stepping forward to stand before Steve's holographic image. Captain, send over your current coordinates. Steve appeared momentarily taken aback, reluctant to involve Chen Tian. I won't go. Tony will lead the team. Moreover, dealing with Bucky requires more than just your skills. Fortunately, there is something I need Tony to bring to you. Chen Tian waved his hand at Steve, then turned to Tony. Tony, take Dante with you. With him around, you need not worry about demons or deities. And where are you going? Tony questioned, a frown crossing his face. I intend to seek out those dimensional demon worshippers for a thorough discussion. Chapter 63. The Golden Lion, the Arbitrator Aircraft, Death's Wing. tore through the clouds, its specially modified silent engine carrying them over York County. The aircraft is the latest fighter jet meticulously developed by Tony, equipped with a secondary engine. Eternal Dawn, powered by the Eternal Core, which provides formidable energy, achieving an average speed of 5 Mach. It can simultaneously transport 50 of Tony's automated combat robots and 50 personnel. The exterior employs the same technology, capable of forming an energy shield on its surface. Within the cockpit, Tony swiftly glided his fingers across the holographic display, fine-tuning the jet's scanning system. Jarvis enhanced the thermal imaging. Tony instructed, his brow furrowed. "Enhancement complete, sir." Jarvis replied in a calm and clear tone. "A significant number of abnormal heat sources have been detected in the York County area, estimated to be over 500. Presumed to be followers of Mephisto." 500? Dr. Banner's expression grew serious. This was no ordinary cult gathering. They are not typical adherents. Dante leaned against the wall, lightly tapping his sword's hilt, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "I can smell the sin of demons on these fellows, even from the heavens." "Demon worshippers?" Pietro raised an eyebrow. "So, we are dealing with madmen from hell this time?" "Close enough," Dante shrugged, "but fear not. I am well versed in this." Tony shot him a glance, but said nothing further. "Steve's safe house is just ahead." Tony brought up the live feed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Damn!" On the screen, countless distorted figures were frantically assaulting a dilapidated cabin. The followers appeared grotesque, their skin an unnatural shade of crimson, as if singed by flames. Their eyes ablaze with a sinister green fire. Their limbs contorted grotesquely. Some sprouted bat-like wings, while others transformed their arms into blazing bone blades. Their howls echoing like the wails of demons from the depths of hell. On the roof of the safe house, Steve wielded his vibranium shield, valiantly fending off the encroaching enemies. His uniform was tattered, blood dripping from his arms, yet he steadfastly defended the rooftop, preventing any foes from breaching his line of defense. "Banner, you stay in the cockpit," Tony commanded swiftly. "Jarvis, grant Dr. Banner temporary control. I will call for Hulk when needed." Banner nodded, a flicker of green evident in his eyes. "I hope you all move swiftly." Tony turned to Dante. "Are you ready, Red Cloak?" Dante stretched his neck. "I've been waiting for those words, you affluent idol." As the hatch opened, a fierce wind rushed in. Dante stood at the threshold, his red coat billowing in the gust. He glanced down. Beneath the thick clouds lay nothing but emptiness, yet he knew he was staring at the location of the priest wielding the Black Heart staff. "I'll take the lead," Dante winked at Tony. "Don't keep me waiting too long." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the abyss. Tony followed closely behind, his armor assembling midair. "Jarvis, initiate the Valkyrie array protocol. Deploy all unmanned combat drones." "Command confirmed," came the response. Dozens of combat drones surged forth from the belly of the Deathwing, their laser cannons weaving a dense web of firepower. As Dante descended, he drew his dual pistols, unleashing silver bullets that accurately struck several demon worshippers attempting to leap at him. "Remember, Stark," Dante's voice echoed through the communicator, "demons fear 3 things: holy silver, holy water, and me." Tony chuckled softly. "Jarvis, did you catch what Uncle said? Log the data and adjust the weapon parameters." Dante's silhouette plummeted like a falling star. Just before reaching the ground, he executed a swift backflip, the blade of rebellion carving a crimson arc through the air, shattering the earth beneath him into a web of cracks. As dust billowed around him, he rose slowly, his red coat swirling in the wind, his silver hair framing eyes that sparkled with a devil-may-care grin. The cacophony of demon worshiper screams paused for a brief moment. One must admit, when it comes to style, the Sparta family fears no adversary. "Hey there, everyone," Dante raised his ebony and ivory weapons. "It's time for the party." In the next heartbeat, gunfire erupted. His movements were so swift they seemed to leave afterimages. The dual pistols fired in rapid succession at impossible angles, each silver bullet precisely piercing the heads or hearts of the demon worshippers. He retreated while firing, his body swaying slightly to the rhythm of his shots, as if he were dancing a deadly waltz. A demon worshipper with bat-like wings lunged at him from the side, without even a glance. Dante cleaved it in two with a single stroke, simultaneously aiming his other pistol at the chin of an assailant behind him and pulling the trigger. 17, 18, 19. He counted leisurely, suddenly sidestepping to evade a spray of hellfire, dropping to one knee as he crossed his guns. 20. Two magically infused bullets spiraled forth, colliding midair and exploding into a barrage, purging all demon worshippers within a 10-meter radius. Meanwhile, the sky echoed with the shrill wail of turbo engines. Tony's armor morphed, its gold and crimson plating swiftly transforming into the blue, white, and black hues of the Archangel mode. 6 mechanical wings unfurled from his back, each wingtip glowing with azure energy patterns. Jarvis, initiate full area lock. Locking complete, the armor's 6 wings simultaneously opened small hatches, revealing concealed mini-missile bays. In an instant, hundreds of micro-tracking missiles cascaded down like a swarm, detonating amidst the throng of demon worshippers, creating an unending cloud of explosions. Suspended in the air, Tony's palm cannon switched to high-energy laser mode, the beams precisely targeting those high-ranking demon worshippers attempting to regenerate. Dante, to your right, Tony's voice resonated through the communicator. Acknowledging, Dante rolled aside to evade a bone blade, thrusting rebellion into the chest of his attacker, pinning it to the ground with the force of his descent, then freeing a hand to fire 3 rounds at another foe. By the way, your armor is quite impressive, he remarked. No kidding, Tony dove down, photon bursts slicing through the throats of 4 demon worshippers. Shall we have a little competition? Absolutely, Dante grinned, suddenly dashing forward, rebellion spinning in his hand before plunging into the ground. The ground erupted violently, crimson magic exploding forth like a volcanic eruption, hurling dozens of demon worshippers into the air. Seizing the momentum, he leapt up, executing a spinning kick mid-air that sent one of the assailing demon worshippers flying towards Tony. Catch! Tony raised an eyebrow as a mini-missile launched from his suit's shoulder, accurately striking the airborne demon worshipper and reducing it to ashes. Thanks, but I prefer to handle the cleanup myself. With arms outstretched, the energy patterns on his 6 wings suddenly illuminated, unleashing a barrage of laser beams from their tips, sweeping across the battlefield like divine retribution. Dante whistled in admiration. Wow, group attack mode? Now that's efficiency. Tony chuckled lightly, switching his palm cannon to laser sword mode, a brilliant azure blade extending from his gauntlet. He dove down, the blade slicing through 3 demon worshippers in an instant. Unwilling to be outdone, Dante switched his dual guns to shotgun mode, obliterating a demon worshipper's skull at close range, while simultaneously executing an upward slash with rebellion, cleaving another in 2. Efficiency? That's rather mundane. He executed a swift slide, weaving between 2 demon worshippers, pressing his guns against their skulls and pulling the triggers. A little style in combat adds flair. You know, Tony rolled his eyes. Style won't put food on the table. However, he discreetly instructed Jarvis within his suit. Record Dante's combat techniques and integrate them into the suit's melee system. Mr. Dante's methods are not particularly suited for an ordinary human. Forcing adaptation could result in significant sprains and dislocations post-battle, Jarvis cautioned. I know, but it looks cool. Record it and modify it for my use. He raised his hand, blasting a demon worshipper attempting a sneak attack, while a row of mini-drones ejected from the back of his suit, automatically locking onto nearby enemies and firing laser bursts. Meanwhile, Dante performed a backflip, twirling rebellion in his hand before thrusting it into the ground, unleashing a surge of magic that sent nearby demon worshippers flying. Tony shook his head in exasperation. You truly are. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently. The dark red-robed priest finally made his move. He slammed his black heart scepter onto the ground, waves of crimson energy radiating outward like a tide, causing the remnants of purified demon worshippers to writhe and reassemble into grotesque forms. Oh, this is not good, Dante squinted. Tony's suit blared an urgent warning. Sir, detecting high-dimensional energy reaction. The priest's fiery red eyes locked onto the 2, his raspy voice echoing with the wails of countless lost souls. The game is over. Dante and Tony exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed they would need to take this seriously. Dante cracked his neck. Tony's blade flared to life once more, just how I like it. On the rooftop of the safe house, Steve finally caught his breath, kneeling on one knee. His vibranium shield propped beside him, blood dripped from his torn uniform. The surrounding demon worshippers had been nearly eradicated, with the few remaining swiftly dealt with by the battle police. The beastly Hank gasped for breath, his azure fur drenched in sweat. He gazed at the distant explosions and flickering laser beams, unable to restrain his exclamation. Tony Stark and that red-clad fellow seemed to be reveling in a party. A party? Cyclops Scott massaged his throbbing temples, remarking that their fighting styles were nothing short of a display of prowess. A flash of silver cut through the chaos as Pietro suddenly materialized among them. A golden box etched with Greek inscriptions strapped to his back, its surface pulsating with visible electric currents. Delivery has arrived. Quicksilver placed the box before Steve, claiming that this object was more suitable for bludgeoning than a vibranium shield. Steve frowned at the lion's roaring relief on the lid. "What is this?" "I don't know," Pietro replied, patting the box. "Chen Tian specifically instructed us to bring it." The moment Steve's fingers brushed against the lid, 12 golden clasps simultaneously sprang open. In a dazzling glow, the disassembled components of the holy armor levitated, each piece exuding a texture akin to liquid sunlight. From the eye of the Leo helmet burst 2 bolts of lightning, incinerating the last of the lurking demons into ashes. Instinctively, Steve grasped the floating right arm armor, the gold alloy flowing like liquid to envelop his forearm. In that instant, a deep lion's roar echoed in his ears. In a translucent interface projected onto his retina, 2 lines of brief skill descriptions flickering into view. Lightning Beam Fist consumes 60 stamina. Plasma Lightspeed Fist exhausts 99 stamina. Chen Tian asked me to convey a message. Pietro suddenly stowed his jest, mimicking Chen Tian's teasing tone. "Don this holy armor, and you shall become a Saint Seiya. So go forth and strike." Steve's fingers tightened around the arm armor of the Leo's suit, the golden radiance coursing through him like flames. The helmet's lion eyes erupted with blinding electricity, as if the roar of a lion king resonated in his ears. He lifted his gaze towards the battlefield. Dante's rebellion blade had pierced the priest's chest, crimson magic intertwining with hellfire, pinning the figure clad in dark red robes to the ruins. Yet, the number of demon worshippers remained staggering, surging from all directions, their contorted bodies crawling across the ground, burning bone blades tearing through the air. Tony's drones wove a web of firepower in the sky, a cacophony of lasers and missile explosions erupting. Yet those monsters continued to regenerate and reassemble, as if endless. "Tony!" Steve suddenly shouted, his voice, empowered by the armor, resonating like thunder. "Clear the battlefield." Tony's armor abruptly turned, his brow furrowing beneath the mask. "What?" But in the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Steve, at that moment, resembled a golden war god emerging from myth. The Leo armor enveloped him entirely, every piece of the armor shimmering with the brilliance of liquid sunlight, the helmet's lion mane flickering in the wind like flames. His fists slowly rose, golden energy coalescing between his fingers, the air distorting from the intense heat. "Jarvis," Tony commanded without hesitation, "all units, withdraw from the battlefield immediately." Command confirmed. The drone swarm ascended rapidly. The cacophony of gunfire ceased. Dante kicked aside the remnants of the priest's body, lifting his gaze towards Steve, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, are we about to unleash something extraordinary?" Steve inhaled deeply, a torrent of power surging through him. The skill interface on his retina flickered, illuminating the characters of Plasma Lightspeed Fist in a vibrant crimson glow. Now is the moment. His fist swung forth with tremendous force. Plasma Lightspeed Fist. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. A golden beam tore through the fabric of space, followed by a second, a third, and an innumerable array of golden fist shadows erupted like a supernova. Each punch struck true against a demonic acolyte, the golden trajectories weaving a net of annihilation across the battlefield. The air became ionized by the intense heat. In the blinding flash, the demon's forms disintegrated before even touching the oncoming shockwave. Tony's armor system erupted into alarms. Warning: detecting ultra-high-frequency energy fluctuations. Dante raised his hand to shield himself from the oncoming heatwave, his red coat billowing in the chaotic energy currents. "Wow, this is far more exhilarating than my usual fare." The golden fist shadows persisted for a full 2 seconds. When the brilliance faded, the battlefield lay transformed into scorched earth. All demonic acolytes, whether charging, regenerating, or lurking in the shadows, were utterly purified, leaving not even a trace of ash. Silence enveloped the scene. Steve knelt, one knee on the ground, as the radiance of his armor gradually dimmed. This strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. Sweat dripped from his golden armor, evaporating into white mist upon the searing ground. Tony descended slowly beside him, his helmet retracting to reveal a face etched with disbelief. "Captain, when did you acquire such technique?" Steve gasped for breath, managing a faint smile. "Just now." Dante approached, resting the rebellion blade on his shoulder, tossing a silver coin in his other hand. "Well done, you dispatched the minions. And I'll take care of the rest." He gestured to the smoldering remnants of the priest behind him, the black heart scepter shattered, the dark crimson robe reduced to ashes. Steve forced a smile, but with his energy depleted and the enemy eradicated, he collapsed onto the ground, his armor automatically retreating into the golden sanctuary. Tony watched in frustration as Steve's armor vanished into the box. "Damn it, that Chen Tian kid is holding out on me. Such a cool piece of gear. Jarvis, contact Chen Tian. I want a suit like Steve's." Dante leaned against the rebellion blade, chuckling as his shoulders shook. "Hey, rich guy, how about a little bribery? Perhaps I could put in a good word for you with my dear nephew?" Tony fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly a black card shot out from a compartment in his armor, which he tossed to Dante. "Fine, I'll bribe you. Give me a suit of armor. And it better look sharp." Dante caught the card, flipping it effortlessly in his fingers before tucking it into his coat pocket. "Deal." Pietro, standing nearby, whistled. "Wow, Stark Enterprises black card? Dante, you struck gold." Dante winked at him, assuring him, "Rest assured, everyone will share in the spoils. I'll treat you to pizza later." Laughter erupted among the crowd. However, amidst the mirth, Steve slowly rose to his feet, his complexion paling from sheer exhaustion. He inhaled deeply, his voice low and somber. "What you see here is merely their small detachment." The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of silence. Tony furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Steve clenched his fists, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "Their true base is in Devonshire." Dante's smile gradually faded. He straightened, twirling rebellion in his hand before sheathing it behind his back. "So, they're in even greater trouble?" Steve nodded, his expression complex, "and Bucky is there as well." Tony's visor snapped shut, the armor's engine silently igniting, the palm cannon glowing with a faint blue light. "What are we waiting for?" Dante flexed his wrist, ebony and ivory spinning at his fingertips before settling firmly into its holster. "It seems the party is far from over." Pietro grinned, silver light shimmering around him. "This time, I'll run faster to avoid being caught in the blast." Banner's voice chimed in over the comms, hoping that the Hulk wouldn't need to make an appearance this time. Steve took a deep breath, bending to lift the golden sanctum, the lid snapping shut with a click, the lion's eye relief glinting with a golden shimmer. "Let us go," he said gravely. "I must confront Bucky." Tony's propulsion system expelled a brilliant azure flame as he hovered in midair, his voice beneath the mask teasing yet resolute. "Fear not, Captain. This time we have the Golden Lion and the Red Uncle as allies." Dante, shouldering rebellion, lazily added, "and the wealthy man's cash power." The group exchanged knowing smiles, their fighting spirit ignited. Chapter 64. A journey home in the frigid underbelly of Badong. The stench of decay mingled with the metallic tang of rust as the chilling night wind swept across the rooftop's edge. Chen Tian's hands were buried deep in the pockets of his black trench coat, its hem billowing in the brisk air 100 meters above. In the distance, the shanties of the slums resembled remnants ravaged by a colossal beast, haphazardly stacked within the canyon-like alleys. The few oil lamps flickered in the wind, as if they might be snuffed out by the encroaching darkness at any moment. "Natasha, how is the evacuation of the slums proceeding?" Chen Tian inquired of Natasha, who awaited in the silver wing of the warplane. The silver wing, akin to the Death's Wing, is a newly crafted aircraft by Tony. Unlike the Death's Wing, which boasts substantial cargo capacity, the Silver Wing is purely designed for breathtaking speed, capable of reaching a maximum velocity of 8 Mach. Indeed, both the Silver Wing and the Death's Wing were named by Chen Tian, and Tony, unable to counter his whims, acquiesced to his choice. The evacuation progress hovers around 70. Yet many individuals remain uncooperative, primarily the gang members from the slums. Natasha's voice resonates through Chen Tian's earpiece. "We need not concern ourselves with them. Has the government of Badong issued any notifications? They have informed us, but internally, the news has infiltrated that cult organization. Never mind. Once we resolve matters here, we shall address them." He stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the chaotic slums, his demeanor unperturbed. Natasha, he spoke into the communicator. The situation in Devon County is more urgent. Tony and the others require assistance. Understood. Natasha's voice remained calm, though a hint of tension was discernible. The followers of Mephisto are formidable adversaries. Remember to don the scorpion armor. Chen Tian reminded gently, do not overreach. A light laugh emanated from the other end of the communicator. What, are you worried about me? Chen Tian's lips curved slightly. I merely wish to ensure my sister is not mistreated. Received, Commander. Natasha teased before abruptly severing the connection. Moments latte. The roar of engines filled the air as the silver wing accelerated, transforming into a silver streak that tore through the night sky, racing towards Devon County. Chen Tian withdrew his gaze, still facing forward, and spoke softly, come forth. Behind him, the air shimmered slightly, and three figures materialized silently. Virgil, clutching the Yamanoroki, stood resolutely, his blue robe unmoving in the wind, his countenance as impassive as a frozen lake. Two stood beside him, her silver hair glinting in the moonlight, tactical goggles flickering as they scanned the slums, soon to become a battlefield. A bespectacled woman, her hair styled in a high bun with tresses cascading to her ankles, languidly leaned against the rooftop railing, her fingers lightly caressing the grip of her firearm. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind, resembling a siren, her supple form pressing against his back. Her crimson lips brushed against his ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "You are so indifferent, my lord." Chen Tian's mouth twitched as he grasped her wrist, exasperatedly stating, "Bayonetta, we are preparing for battle. Could you refrain from being as relaxed as Dante?" With a soft laugh, Bayonetta's fingers delicately traced his chin before she deftly flipped off the rooftop, her black leather attire accentuating her flawless silhouette. Pointing her handgun at her red lips, she languidly remarked, "Just a little demon. No need to be tense." Chen Tian shook his head, weary of further debate, his gaze returning to the slums. "Let's proceed." As his words fell, Virgil's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting azure blades afterimage. Two's tactical goggles locked onto the target as she slightly bent her knees. The next moment, she leapt from the rooftop like a bolt of white lightning, her katana gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Bayonetta tilted her head towards Chen Tian, her crimson lips curling into a perilous arc. "Shall we not join forces, my lord?" Chen Tian offered no reply. Instead, he pressed a hand against the collar of his trench coat and leaped forth, his dark silhouette plummeting into the depths of the slums like a meteorite. A light laugh escaped Onetta's lips as she lightly tapped the edge of the rooftop with her high heels, gracefully descending like a wraith. An ominous, dark red magic circle blossomed beneath her feet, as though she were treading upon invisible stairs, elegantly and lethally plunging into the battleground. Deep within the slums, a swirling vortex of purplish-black energy twisted and expanded as countless corrupted abominations emerged from the shadows, howling as they lunged towards the trio. The narrow alleys of the slums intertwined like a spider's web, the stench of decay and blood fermenting in the darkness. Chen Tian's boots crushed through the murky, water-soaked ground, the hem of his trench coat billowing behind him. Ahead, the sound of bones snapping echoed as Virgil's blade flashed, disassembling three cloaked devotees of Dormammu mid-air, their bodies disintegrating into shards of purplish-black energy upon death. Simultaneously, the report of Bayonetta's firearms rang out. Two magically imbued bullets pierced through the walls, obliterating the heads of serpentine devotees reciting incantations in the shadows. She landed gracefully on her high heels, chuckling into her communicator, "Little Virgil, you've missed 3. Virgil flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed the endless sword. 100 meters away, the twisted hands of the 3 devotees were illuminated by the glint of his blade, their bodies disassembled into hundreds of fragments. The white specter darted through the alleyway, her katana shattering the weapons of the gang with pinpoint precision. "Cease your resistance," she coldly declared. "There is still a chance for you." A tattooed brute cackled as he tore open his robe, revealing a pulsating third eye upon his chest. "For the eternal darkness," he proclaimed. The specter swiftly executed a decapitating strike, dismissing his fervor as nonsensical. Chen Tian halted before a rusted iron door, the inverted pentagram etched upon its surface oozing black mist. The moment he touched it, countless tiny eyes suddenly opened. With a fierce swing of the Scarlet Queen, he shattered the door into splinters. Inside, the scene was no longer the venue once visited by Baki, but rather a space filled with thick, purplish black fog. "How foul," Chen Tian remarked, waving his hand before his face. As the mist dissipated, the hall's visage became startlingly clear. Hundreds of Dormammu's devotees knelt around a contorted altar, their skin adorned with purplish-black runes, their sunken eyes ablaze with an otherworldly fire. Suspended at the altar's center was a pulsating black heart, each beat reverberating through the air, as if the entire space were inhaling in unison. At that moment, as the fog cleared, all the devotees turned in unison, hundreds of burning eyes fixating on the two at the entrance. Bayonetta peeked out from behind Chen Tian, her lips curling into a playful smirk. "Oh dear," she feigned surprise, lightly tapping her chin. "With so many eyes upon me, do you wish for me to dance?" The devotees offered no reply, but guttural growls erupted from their throats, akin to a multitude of beasts sharpening their fangs. Chen Tian's expression remained stoic as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling upon the black heart upon the altar. "What is that? A rotting heart?" Bayonetta let out a light laugh, stepping forward in her high heels, the black leather jacket gleaming with a cold light in the dim surroundings. "It seems so." She tilted her head towards Chen Tian, excitement shimmering in her eyes. "My lord, shall I entertain them for a while?" Chen Tian cast her a sidelong glance. "Don't get carried away." "Fear not," Bayonetta replied. Her crimson lips slightly parted as her tongue delicately grazed the corner of her mouth. "I am quite the professional." Before her words had fully dissipated, her figure abruptly vanished. And in the next moment, a massive dark red magic circle materialized upon the ceiling of the grand hall. "Let us dance together, boys." Her voice echoed from all directions, laced with a teasing mirth. The devotees, taken aback, barely had time to react as countless chains shot forth from the magic circle, ensnaring the necks of a dozen devotees and hoisting them violently into the air. Bayonetta's silhouette flitted through the chains like a wraith, her high heels pressing down upon the head of one devotee as she used the leverage to flip dual pistols, blue love, aimed downward. Bullets whistled forth, precisely piercing the foreheads of 3 devotees, their heads exploding upon impact, violet-black energy bursting forth like fireworks. The devotees finally erupted into chaos, howling as they lunged into the air, dark magic coalescing in their palms into claws and spikes, attempting to rend Bayonetta apart. However, too slow, she vanished once more, reappearing on the opposite side, her high heels elegantly poised on a devotee's shoulder. With a powerful push, the devotee's spine shattered instantly. She landed nimbly, crossing her guns, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. As she shot, she spun gracefully, as if truly performing a dance of death. The devotees charged madly, yet they could not even brush her hem, instead tearing at one another in the chaos, dark magic inadvertently harming their comrades. Chen Tian stood at the doorway, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the Crimson Queen, the blade poised against the ground, calmly observing Bayonetta's performance. "Had enough?" he inquired nonchalantly. Bayonetta executed a backflip, landing lightly atop a devotee's head, her high heels crushing down with ferocity, the devotee's skull bursting like a watermelon. She tilted her head towards Chen Tian, a smirk playing on her lips. "What is the matter, my lord? Are you becoming impatient?" Chen Tian, disinterested in response, merely nodded towards the altar. Bayonetta followed his gaze to the black heart atop the altar, which had inexplicably swollen to twice its size, its surface cracking with countless fissures, violet-black energy writhing like veins, as if something were about to emerge. "Ah," Bayonetta squinted, "it appears the main event is about to unfold." The devotees suddenly froze, collectively kneeling upon the ground, their foreheads pressed against the floor, uttering fervent whimpers from their throats. From the cracks of the black heart, a massive violet-black eye slowly opened. The projection of Dormammu descended. Dormammu's colossal eye fixated on Chen Tian, violet-black energy roiling within its pupil. The very air of the grand hall seemed to be siphoned away, even the light distorted and consumed. Chen Tian, his voice resonated like the wailing of 1,000 souls, shaking the walls and causing the ground to tremble. "How dare you appear before me? I shall rend you and Diablo into mere fragments." "Oh, is that so? Then you may converse with him yourself." Chen Tian let out a cold chuckle, his right hand gently snapping his fingers. A resplendent crimson light erupted beside him. As if the fabric of space had been torn like silk, from the twisted rift emerged a delicate figure, gracefully descending. It was Diablo's avatar, Leah. She tilted her head, a smirk of innocent malice playing upon her lips. Oh dear, is that not Dormammu? Dormammu's pupils abruptly constricted, the purplish-black energy surging wildly. He recognized her instantly despite her altered appearance, for that pure essence of terror was unmistakable. Diablo! Leah chuckled lightly, her slender fingers tapping her chin as if pondering the evening's menu. How delightful! There's something delectable to savor. Before her words could fade, her form vanished in an instant. The very next moment, the ceiling of the grand hall erupted, countless chains ablaze with hellfire shooting forth from the void. Coiling around Dormammu's colossal eye like a great serpent, Leah appeared upon the chains, her crimson hair dancing, her dark golden vertical pupils gleaming with greedy light. Dinner is served. With a fierce tug on the chains, a chunk of purplish-black energy was forcibly wrenched from Dormammu's massive eye. Leah opened her mouth, savoring the taste as though indulging in a dessert, licking her lips in satisfaction. Ah! Dormammu let out a roar of anguish as the entire hall began to collapse, his followers' bodies exploding into purplish-black energy, which he absorbed in a desperate attempt to mend his wounds. Chen Tian remained unmoved, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the Scarlet Queen, the blade's tip gently touching the ground, as though the chaos around him was of no concern. Unknown to him, Bayonetta had silently appeared at his side, her red lips curving upward. "My lord, are you inciting demons to devour each other?" Chen Tian glanced at her with indifference. "This is called resource recovery." Leah, overhearing their exchange, shot an irked glare at Bayonetta, muttering in discontent, "I am not just any ordinary demon." Yet, she was quickly drawn back to Dormammu's energy, her vertical pupils shining brightly as she lunged forward once more. Dormammu roared in fury, the purplish-black energy transforming into countless spikes aimed at Leah. However, her form flitted like a specter, weaving through the energy, each evasion accompanied by the binding and consumption of hellish chains. "I'm still hungry," Leah cheerfully complained, waving her small hand as more burning chains erupted from the void, binding Dormammu's massive eye tightly. "Give me a bit more." Dormammu's roar gradually morphed into a terrified shriek as he realized that his projection was being ravenously consumed by the King of Fear. Chen Tian suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Leah paused for a moment. The girl, who had been indulging herself, pouted in displeasure but obediently released the chains, gracefully returning to Chen Tian's side. The lingering light of unsatisfied hunger sparkled in her dark golden vertical pupils. "What's the rush? I'm not full yet. Do not fret." Chen Tian gazed intently at the tormented struggle of the Dormammu projection, pondering whether he had pinpointed its true coordinates. Leah licked the remnants of purple-black energy from the corner of her mouth, closing her eyes to reflect. I have been searching for their location for the past few years." Suddenly, she opened her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. "Shall I lead the way? I know a shortcut." Bayonetta twirled her gun gracefully, remarking, "To charge directly into the dark dimension? What a madcap idea." Virgil had silently appeared behind Chen Tian, his Yamato slightly unsheathed. "We cannot afford to waste time." The tactical visor of two flickered rapidly. "We need everyone equipped with dimensional stabilizers." "No need," Chen Tian replied, sheathing the Scarlet Queen behind him. "Leah, open the door." "All right," the girl chirped, clapping her hands as her dark red hair danced in an unseen wind. She traced an intricate symbol in the air with her hands, and the fabric of space twisted as if torn apart. A crimson rift slowly unfurled behind her, accompanied by chilling whispers. As Chen Tian observed the rift's opening, he turned to two, advising, "You should leave first. Your combat prowess and magical abilities may not be well suited for this." Two nodded. "I will wait for you at the Arbiter's Tower." Chen Tian affectionately ruffled Two's hair before turning his attention back to the rift. "Are you ready?" Bayonetta licked her crimson lips. "I am ready to commence the soiree at any moment." Virgil nodded, azure magic already swirling along the blade's edge. Leah hopped excitedly to the rift, beckoning to the others. 34, hurry up. There are plenty of treats over there." Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian was the first to step into the Scarlet Rift. The moment he crossed the threshold, a familiar dizziness of dimensional transition enveloped him, and then the world spun wildly. About Bayonetta's identity. Bayonetta is the protagonist of the action game series Bayonetta, a black-haired witch who awakens in the modern age after transcending centuries. She wields formidable magic and relentlessly hunts angels from the celestial realm, armed with 2 pairs of guns attached to her extremities. She engages in battle and has formed contracts with powerful beasts, summoning them from the underworld to devour angels. Ultimately, she is a formidable figure. Her style in the game is reminiscent of Dante's, exhibiting flamboyant combat postures. Those intrigued may wish to search for her, particularly the scenes where she summons beasts. Oh, Chapter 65. Burn for me. As Chen Tian's vision refocused, he found himself and Virgil amidst a distorted planet. The sky was filled with swirling purple energy, geometric forms defying the laws of the 3-dimensional universe, while the ground was composed of crystallized magical energy, poised to shatter and reorganize at any moment. Chen Tian glanced at the soles of his boots, which were being corroded, transforming into dark red particles that drifted towards the energy vortex above. Protect yourself. The corrosive nature here is intense. A cerulean aura of magic enveloped Chen Tian. Both Virgil and Bayonetta shimmered with ripples of magical energy. Only Leah, Diablo, stood with her arms wide open, a look of pure delight on her face. The power she felt was utterly distinct. The flavor was simply exquisite. She inhaled deeply, reveling in the moment. Chen Tian, observing Leah's enjoyment, remarked, if that is the case, "Dear guest, why do you not knock?" Leah, upon hearing this, flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "You are correct, my lord. When a distinguished guest arrives, does the host not come forth?" A deep crimson mist began to swirl around her form, for the locals were decidedly impolite. Suddenly, Leah ceased all movement, her lips curving into an unnatural arc, her dark golden vertical pupils narrowing to pinpricks. In the next instant, her body flickered like a malfunctioning projector, rapidly alternating between her youthful form and a more colossal silhouette. Since the host refused to appear, her voice fractured into hundreds of overlapping echoes that resonated from all directions. "Then I shall be a tad impolite." As soon as Leah's words faded, the red mist erupted violently, engulfing both sky and ground. The distorted light of the dark dimension replaced by the deep crimson fog, the pungent scent of sulfur wafting through this dimension where it should not exist. The mist rolled as if alive, causing the ground beneath to boil and vaporize. Blinding yellow lightning flickered within the fog, each flash illuminating a terrifying giant shadow. Suddenly, all the lightning converged upon a single point, revealing a mountain-like black claw amidst the blinding radiance. Boom! The entire dimensional space trembled violently. Crystallized magical energies shattered in an instant, fissures spreading from the claw's tip. As the lightning extinguished, a colossal and fearsome figure emerged from the red mist. Dark red scales adorned its mountainous body, protruding vertebrae forming a grotesque array of bony spikes, and curved demonic horns pierced the sky. When it fully unfurled, the shadow cast by it obscured half of the swirling purple sky. "Dormammu, come forth to welcome the arrival of the King of Fear," Diablo roared, causing the entire dark dimension to quake with his ferocity. Chen Tian, arms crossed, observed Dormammu's continued absence, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "No need for pleasantries, Diablo. Let us dismantle his abode." Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Diablo's dark golden pupils constricted to a thin line, and his lips curled into an exaggerated grin, nearly tearing at the seams. A deep, resonant laughter emanated from the depths of his throat, echoing as if countless worlds were collapsing simultaneously. "No problem, my lord." No sooner had he spoken than Diablo's mountainous form erupted in a blinding red light. The bony spikes along his spine ignited like a lit fuse, extending from the base to the towering horns atop his head. The entire dark dimension began to tremble violently, the space fracturing like fragile glass. "Let me see where it would be best to begin the dismantling," he mused, his voice suddenly soft yet laced with a disquieting delight. The massive demonic claw gently lifted, the tips glowing with dark red runes. As he moved, the entire dimension began to distort, the crystalline magical energy on the ground twisting and deforming as if being kneaded. Virgil subtly stepped back, the Inma blade unsheathed 3 inches, its azure magic swirling along the blade. Bayonetta observed the changes around her with keen interest, her red lips parting slightly. What a spectacular demolition sight. Chen Tian, however, remained rooted in place, his trench coat flapping wildly in the turbulent currents. He gazed up at Diablo's silhouette, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Diablo spread his arms wide, the bone spikes on his back erecting sharply. He inhaled deeply, and the energy of the entire dark dimension paused for a moment. Fear Nova. With this roar, a dark red energy shockwave radiated outward in a spherical shape from Diablo's center. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart like fragile canvas. The distorted geometric structures vaporizing into their most basic particles upon contact with the shockwave, while the violet energy vortex was violently shredded into drifting motes of light. The entire dark dimension began to collapse. Dormammu could no longer remain passive. The purple energy in the sky surged wildly, coalescing into a massive face. "Stop, you madman. This is my domain." Just as Dormammu's visage took form, Diablo's maniacal laughter shattered the dimension. "Haha, finally crawled out of your rat hole?" The dark red demon body leapt suddenly, its claws lunging directly at the face composed of purple-black energy. Dormammu let out a deafening roar, unleashing countless sharp shadow spears from the void, but they were deflected upon striking Diablo's armored scales, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. "Is this all you've got?" Diablo's enormous claws struck Dormammu's face, his dark golden vertical pupils flashing with frenzied light. "Let me taste the flavor of the Dark Lord." His cavernous mouth opened to an unimaginable angle, spewing forth a torrent of dark red energy akin to lava. Dormammu's face was struck head-on, emitting a pained howl that caused the entire dark dimension to tremble violently. Chen Tian raised a hand to erect a blue barrier, shielding himself from the splintering dimensional debris. "It seems Diablo is having quite the fun," Virgil observed coldly. "A waste of time." Bayonetta perched elegantly on a floating crystal, crossing her legs. "Don't be so serious. It's rare to witness such a fine performance." Dormammu's face suddenly twisted and transformed into an equally colossal purple-black claw, colliding fiercely with Diablo's claw. The moment the two distinctly different demonic powers clashed, a shockwave erupted, reducing the crystalline ground within a radius of several kilometers to powder. "Invader, you shall pay for this." Dormammu's voice resonated from all directions, as the energy of the entire dark dimension began to converge upon the battlefield's center. Diablo did not flinch. Instead, he excitedly opened his arms to embrace this energy. "Come on, show me what you've got." Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, watching the fierce struggle between Diablo and Dormammu. He observed that whenever Dormammu sustained significant damage, the energy from the surrounding dark dimension would instinctively flow towards him, swiftly healing his wounds. "Diablo," Chen Tian suddenly interjected, his voice piercing through the deafening roar of energy. "Do not hasten to slay him. This dimension serves as the source of his power. Let's first extract what we can." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning illuminated Diablo's dark golden vertical pupils. As he exchanged blows with Dormammu, 7 chains forged from molten magma shot forth from his back, piercing the void of the dimension. "My lord is truly wise," he proclaimed, his voice laced with a euphoric tremor. "Then I shall not hold back." In an instant, the bony spines along Diablo's back ignited with dark red runes, forming a colossal vortex of energy. The entire dark dimension began to tremble violently, as countless streams of purple energy were forcibly siphoned from all directions, surging frantically into Diablo's being. "What are you doing?" Dormammu's face contorted in terror. "Stop. That is my power." Virgil raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so you seek to undermine him." Bayonetta chuckled lightly, twirling her gun. "What a greedy little demon." Diablo's form began to swell, radiant red light emanating from the gaps in his scales. He emitted a low, satisfied growl, as if indulging in a lavish feast. As the energy continued to be drained, the surrounding space began to destabilize. "You will regret this, Diablo." Dormammu roared in fury, his voice causing the entire dark dimension to contort, as he sought to detonate a portion of its power. Observing this, Chen Tian extended his hand, summoning a seemingly ordinary neon blade into his grasp. Virgil's indifferent expression shifted. "Child, Are you truly ready for such a grand spectacle? Bayonetta shifted from a seated to a standing position. Oh dear, it's time to find an escape route. Chen Tian chuckled, addressing Diablo. Diablo, we must take our leave. Diablo's gaze shifted from Dormammu to the unassuming neon blade in Chen Tian's hand, its simplicity rendering it incongruous within the dark dimension. Ha ha! Diablo's laughter reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the dimension, as his claws abruptly altered their trajectory, delivering a heavy punch that sent Dormammu sprawling hundreds of meters away. How delightful! Dormammu, struck by this sudden blow, found his energy form dissipating, only to quickly coalesce once more. You cannot escape, he declared, but his words were cut short. Diablo's tail traced a perfect arc through the void, a dark red rift unfurling beside Chen Tian. Simultaneously, his massive form began to rapidly contract, his scales reconfiguring and his bony spines retracting, transforming in an instant back into the youthful form of Leah. Ready to run? Leah bounced into view beside Chen Tian, calling out to Virgil and Bayonetta, "If we do not leave soon, the master may harm us by mistake." Virgil shook his head in exasperation, while Bayonetta executed a somersault landing beside the rift. Honestly, the Lord is quite the destructive force. Chen Tian's magic surged explosively, as azure energy carved out an absolute domain within the dark dimension. He slowly assumed a sword-drawing stance, his left hand gripping the sheath while his right hand clutched the hilt. As the incantation resonated, myriad blue magical runes suddenly emerged from the neon sheath, writhing like living creatures until they enveloped the entire blade. Turned to ashes. At the instant the final syllable detonated, the sheath erupted violently, revealing a blade that was no longer merely engulfed in white flames, but showcased an eerie gradient of blue and white. At the hilt lay a core of ethereal blue magic, transitioning towards a blinding white at the tip. The temperature continued to escalate. Virgil's expression grew solemn, having surpassed the inherent temperature limit of the flowing blade. The entire dark dimension began to distort unnaturally. Dormammu's roar suddenly shifted pitch. Impossible. This temperature will alter the flow. At the moment Chen Tian swung his blade, time itself seemed to freeze. Where the edge passed, space parted silently as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. It was not mere cutting. Rather, it directly seared a penetrating wound into the dimensional fabric. Wherever the blade's light traversed, the foundational laws of the dark dimension ignited. Dark energy reduced to mere ashes. Dormammu emitted a cry that was far from human, his energy form irreversibly disintegrating. Stop. You will destroy the entire dimension. Chen Tian's figure blurred amidst the blue-white flames, yet his cold voice resonated clearly. That suits me perfectly. As the second strike descended, an unexpected change occurred. The blue-white flames on the blade twisted into a spiral, with the temperature soaring uncontrollably to 30 million, then 29 million, finally reaching 50 million degrees. A chilling crack echoed throughout the dimension. Countless black fissures suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the onlookers. These were not mere spatial rifts, but far more terrifying dimensional faults. The entire dark dimension began to crumble as if struck by a heavy hammer, disintegrating at the atomic level. Leah trembled with excitement. My lord has burned through space. Dormammu had shrunk to 1/10 of his original size, his voice filled with dread. Madman, you are all madmen. His purple energy form quivered violently. He could no longer concern himself with Chen Tian and the others, striving only to maintain his dark dimension and prevent its complete destruction. Chen Tian's voice was laced with rage and fear as he turned to look at the position of Chen Tian and his companions. At that moment, the others had vanished, leaving only Chen Tian standing at the edge of the dimensional rift, the blue-white magical remnants still swirling around him. He slipped one hand into his pocket, while the neon blade in his other hand reverted to its ordinary form. Suddenly, Dormammu's energy surged violently, coalescing into a fractured arm reaching towards Chen Tian. I curse you. In the name of the dark dimension. Ha! Impotent fury. Chen Tian scoffed, gazing at the remnants of the dark dimension. Your curse? He sneered. Save it for your own demise. He turned to stride towards the rift, halting just before crossing its threshold. Dormammu, I shall return. When I do, it will be you in this wretched place. Dormammu emitted a reluctant roar, yet his voice was swallowed by the abruptly distorted folds of space. Chen Tian's figure vanished entirely into the rift, leaving behind a final whisper that echoed within the collapsing dimension, buried utterly in the depths of darkness. An explanation regarding the temperature setting of the flowing blade of fire. In the Bleach manga, the initial release reaches a scorching 6,000 degrees, while the Bankai escalates to an astounding 15 million degrees, approaching the core temperature of the sun. However, I personally find that 15 million degrees might be insufficient to pierce through the dark dimension. Thus, I unilaterally augmented the temperature to 50 million degrees. Whether this is reasonable remains uncertain. I feel it still falls short, considering that the core temperature of a supernova exceeds 150 billion degrees, with temperatures during a supernova explosion soaring above 100 million degrees, and core explosion temperatures surpassing 1 billion degrees. The catastrophic power of a supernova can obliterate life-bearing planets within a radius of 326 light-years. As for the reasoning behind not vanquishing Dormammu in Marvel's lore, Dormammu can indeed be slain. However, the Dark Dimension would become a lawless domain unless someone could succeed Dormammu as the new dimension deity, thereby controlling the Dark Dimension. Yet, in doing so, they would inevitably be corrupted by it, becoming part of the Dark Dimension and transforming into a new Dormammu. Dormammu spent countless years mastering the Dark Dimension, and even someone as formidable as Diablo would require a substantial amount of time to grasp it in a short span. Thus, the strategy is to strike him down, buy time until the protagonist possesses the capability to dismantle the dimension, and then return. Should there be any inconsistencies, feel free to point them out, and I will make the necessary adjustments. Thank you. Chapter 66. The Archangel Accord as Chen Tian and his companions stepped forth from the rift in the Dark Dimension. The acrid scent of blood from the slums of Badongliu remained palpable, with countless Arbiter's robots navigating through the ruins, their blue and white mechanical arms deftly clearing the battlefield debris. The air was thick with the stench of decay, intermingled with the metallic tang of blood. Lady Leah crushed a charred skull underfoot, remarking on the surprisingly meticulous cleanup of the iron debris. Chen Tian offered no reply. Instead, a cold voice resonated directly in his ears. Mr. Stark has encountered some minor troubles in Devonshire. He hopes you can dispatch additional assistance. Virgil, without turning his head, acknowledged her with a nod, drawing the Enma blade and carving a cross in the air, which opened a portal for spatial transmission. Before stepping through, he paused, glancing back at Chen Tian, and cautioned, "Child, do not take things too far from here." Chen Tian smiled and replied, "I understand." Virgil nodded, entered the portal, and vanished as the gateway closed behind him. Bayonetta, with a body as supple as water, gracefully climbed onto Chen Tian's shoulder, her elongated fingers delicately tracing his jawline. With her crimson lips near his ear, she whispered softly, "My dear, where shall we seek our next amusement?" Chen Tian did not respond immediately, but turned his attention to Leah, saying, "Leah," the young girl, playfully kicking at the remnants of machinery, immediately lifted her gaze. "Master, in this forthcoming situation, you should refrain from intervening," Chen Tian remarked with a smile. "Let us return to the summoning space, for I am in the midst of updating your tablet." "Very well." Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, I shall return now." Bayonetta chuckled softly, twirling a strand of her hair with her fingertip. "Little imp is quite the child." "A child, you say?" Leah responded with a wicked grin, playfully licking her lips. "Ah, you smell delightful, Sister Bayonetta." Bayonetta covered her mouth, laughing softly, "Sister-No's little one." Chen Tian, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his temples and snapped his fingers. "Master, remember to send me some cola and chips." As Leah finished her words, her form began to vanish, like a pencil sketch erased from the bottom up. Ultimately, only a wisp of red mist lingered in the air, swirling a few times before dissipating entirely. Bayonetta gazed at the fading red mist, a sultry smile curling at the corners of her lips. She pressed her entire body against Chen Tian's back, nearly eliminating any space between them, her red lips brushing against his earlobe. "The little sister has disappeared. Shall we indulge in the allure of the elder sister?" Chen Tian sighed, placing his hand over her restless fingers. "Bayonetta, we still have places to go." "Oh." The witch nimbly turned to face him, the tip of her high-heeled shoe pressing against his boot. "Where shall we seek amusement?" "East Jean." Chen Tian suddenly revealed an impish smile, eagerly anticipating a ruckus in East Jean. Bayonetta's eyes brightened slightly now. She deliberately rubbed her knee against his leg. In what capacity? Now, Chen Tian snapped his fingers, taking on the role of the arbiter. Then allow me to link arms with you, and let us dance, Bayonetta suggested, her aura of deadly charm captivating. Chen Tian looked at the enchantress before him and chuckled. As you wish. Returning to the earlier scene, within the cabin of the Death Wing at an altitude of 50,000 meters, a holographic map unfolded at the center of the cabin, revealing a three-dimensional projection of Devon County. With a swipe of his fingertip, Tony magnified the city's outline. Streets, buildings, and squares were teeming with red dots, writhing like a swarm of ants. Followers of Mephisto, Tony remarked, tapping the projection, and in an instant, the red dots coalesced into a sea of blood, engulfing the entire city. Steve scrutinized the map, his knuckles resting on the edge of the holy box. Civilians? According to prior intelligence, the Beast Hank adjusted his glasses. They have either become sacrifices, offered up, or are imprisoned, awaiting their fate. Shall we bombard them directly? Cyclops tightened the bandages around his arms, but Banner shook his head. No. There are still civilians in Devon County, approximately. He enlarged the image around 1,000. Dante lounged on an ammunition crate, tossing a silver coin in the air. So, stealth? Strong assault? Or shall I take the plunge and throw a party? A plan. Tony struck the panel, and the lower hatch of the Death Wing slowly creaked open, allowing the frigid wind to rush in. Dante led the charge, while Banner prepared for a Hulk insurance. Pietro was tasked with locating the imprisoned civilians, with the Valkyrie Array's robots assisting him in this noble endeavor. The rest of the team glanced at Steve, who followed the Golden Lion into the fray. Silently, Steve donned his helmet, its golden sheen radiating. Before we find Bucky, do not damage the core structure. Understood, Captain. Iceman Bobby raised his hand, gesturing towards the viewport. But we're at 50,000 feet. How do we descend? Dante had already risen, pressing the button to open the hatch. He stood at the edge, his coat billowing wildly in the gale. With a characteristic wicked grin, he declared, "Of course, we jump." No sooner had the words left his lips than he suddenly leaned back, arms spread wide like a crucifix, plummeting towards the 5,000 feet below in Devonshire. You heard Uncle Red, Tony said as his mask sealed shut, the gold and crimson armor shifting hues in the hatch's light. However, I suggest. He tapped his wrist, and the cabin's ceiling unexpectedly opened several storage compartments, releasing a dozen silver jetpacks. Strap on this improved Angel Wings model. Not everyone is as insane as Dante. With that, the mechanical wings behind him unfurled, firing photons as he shot out of the cabin. Steve received a jetpack and turned to Beast. Hank, you and Scott stay back. Beast was already seated at the control panel, his furry fingers dancing across the keyboard. I will feed real-time intel into each of your ears. He pointed his right leg, wrapped in bandages. As much as I would relish tearing apart a few demons. Laserbeam smiled wryly. This is the plan. Hank and I will provide support from the air. Pietro had donned his jetpack, fixing a full-face, transparent visor over his head. I recommend you wear this visor. Jarvis can control the jetpack through it, ensuring we land on target. He adjusted the visor slightly. Don't ask how I know. I veered off course last time during the training. I'll go ahead. A flash of silver erupted as a cone of sound exploded from the hatch. In the air, several figures glided through the clouds, trailing long white ribbons behind them. Tony's thrusters belched blue flames. Jarvis, coordinate the Valkyrie array to assist Pietro. Acknowledged. Figures broke through the cloud cover. The entire Devonshire writhed beneath a blood-red sky. The faithful on the ground simultaneously looked up, countless pale faces splitting into sinister grins. Party time. Dante erupted in scarlet magic, the Baroque gauntlets igniting with hellfire. He descended like a meteor into the mass of followers, creating a 20-meter-wide crater as those unfortunate souls beneath him were reduced to mere sludge. Tony's shoulder armor opened, unleashing 36 micromissiles that rained down in flames. He activated laser swords from his wrists, cleaving through 3 oncoming abominations, while his left palm cannon obliterated a 4th into a shower of gore. Suddenly the ground heaved. Hulk tore through the asphalt, emerging with a powerful green fist that smashed 3 demons into the earth. Hulk smash! He seized the car and swept it aside, sending a dozen followers flying like bowling pins. Steve's golden cloak billowed in the rain of blood. A monstrous being with 6 arms lunged at him, only to be evaded as he sidestepped, the creature's claws piercing through its own chest. Hank, what is the core building's position? The cathedral at 10 o'clock. The roar of a beast echoed through his earpiece. Beware of those glowing entities. Before he could finish, Pietro transformed into a silver streak, weaving through the crowd. With each pause, he precisely severed the throats of the followers until suddenly, an illuminated entity grasped his ankle. Damn it! The glowing figure was obliterated by a gunshot. Dante exhaled the smoke from his pistol, his twin guns twirling in his fingers as he opened fire. Bullets spiraled through 7 foes, the final 2 exploding the flying demon that lunged at Banner. Tens of thousands of demonic followers surged like a tide, their twisted limbs and ghastly faces filling the street as if the very gates of hell had swung wide open. Tony abruptly ascended, 6 mechanical wings separating behind him, transforming into 6 golden streams suspended in midair. Dragon Knight attack. In the next instant, the mechanical wings unfurled, unleashing a torrential downpour of laser beams, crisscrossing the ground in an intricate grid. The followers had no time to scream before they vaporized into ash in the searing heat. The entire area instantaneously cleared, leaving only charred earth and curling tendrils of black smoke. Steve stood at the center of the battlefield, the radiant glow of his golden armor casting a blinding light beneath the crimson sky. He took a deep breath, drawing his right fist to his waist as the runes on his gauntlet glimmered to life. Lightning beam punch. With a powerful strike, his golden fist unleashed a wave of countless meteor-like shockwaves, fanning outward. The bodies of the followers were torn apart upon contact with the radiant force, flesh and limbs exploding like surf, carving a burning vacuum through the oncoming horde. Yet the most flamboyant of them all was Dante. With his left hand, he fired his ebony with precision, each bullet finding its mark in the skulls of his foes, while in his right hand the ivory danced, its projectiles tracing elegant arcs as they pierced the brows of 3 followers. Simultaneously, he executed a swift backward somersault, drawing the rebellion from his back. Its blade flashed like a blood-red crescent, cleaving through all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Hey, you're too slow, he grinned, abruptly switching weapons as the magical artifact Faust had materialized in his grasp. With a vigorous fling, countless purple energy blades scattered like a storm, each one piercing the heads of enemies, nailing every follower within 300 meters to the ground. Following this, he glided to the side, plunging the rebellion into the earth for leverage, propelling himself into the air as his twin guns fired again, bullets spiraling through the sky, each one meticulously targeting distant sniper demons. Remarkably, 3 bullets collided mid-flight, simultaneously penetrating the eye sockets of 12 targets. Tony, have you cleared your side yet? Dante executed a somersault mid-air, landing gracefully, the rebellion resting on his shoulder, his tone as nonchalant as if he were on holiday. Tony's mechanical wings reassembled, the corners of his mouth lifting beneath his visor, 3 seconds faster than you. Huh, it is not certain, Dante's words barely escaping his lips when, with a sudden sidestep, the rebellion's blade cleaved downwards, unleashing a surge of magical energy that severed a towering demon, along with the hundreds of its followers lurking in the shadows, in twain. The residual force even split the distant bell tower asunder. I could slay 3,000 more. He cackled madly, his crimson magic boiling around him. The Baroque gauntlet ignited with hellfire as he smashed a fist into the ground, causing the entire street to shatter with a thunderous roar, reducing hundreds of followers to mere blood mist, and a shockwave toppled nearby buildings. The Hulk was enraged. The green giant brought down the twisted remnants of a car with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. He glared at the vast area that Dante had devastated and then at the scorched earth cleared by Tony's laser, stamping his foot like a petulant child. No one plays with Hulk. Suddenly, 3-4-meter-high magma demons erupted from ground. Before they could unleash their fiery breath, Hulk's eyes lit up with excitement. How delightful! He seized the nearest demon by its horns and swung it violently against the other 2. The 3 bodies exploded into burning fragments upon collision, and Hulk stood triumphantly on the twitching remains, roaring victoriously to the heavens. In the underground altar of the Devon County Cathedral, William von Klaus's crystal ball quivered violently. The image displayed Dante flinging 20 followers into the air with the rebellion's blade, the blade's light cleaving a fountain statue in half. This is impossible, he muttered, his pallid fingers digging into the throne's armrest. The hellish power he had sacrificed 9,000 souls to obtain was now failing him. The sound of metal joints grinding echoed from the shadows as a demon's suit approached him, its visor retracting to reveal Bucky's half-visible face cloaked in a crimson carapace. His left eye glowing ominously. Release that one. It's just the right moment to test the toy you've acquired. William's staff struck the ground heavily, causing the blood pool at the altar's center to begin boiling. Countless skeletal remains floated to the surface, assembling into a mountainous silhouette. As you wish, Mr. Barnes. Let them witness the true abyss. The ground of Devon County trembled violently, the asphalt crumbling like fragile eggshells. Dante executed a backflip to evade a suddenly erupting column of lava. Wow, finally something substantial, he exclaimed, but before he could finish his thought, the very ground of the city collapsed with a resounding crash. A colossal demon, towering 300 meters, slowly rose from the depths, its entire form a deep crimson, adorned with flowing patterns of lava. Its head bore two twisted horns, devoid of eyes, its face a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The demon was overflowing with energy. A stream of data flashed across Tony's visor as his mechanical wings fully unfurled. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we've truly stirred something up. Hulk roared as he leaped from the ruins, steam billowing from his body. He charged directly at the demon's ankle, his massive green fist crashing down upon its knee. Yet the gargantuan creature only swayed slightly. The demon casually lifted its foot and kicked, sending Hulk hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing through 3 towering buildings. Hulk was not pleased. An angry roar echoed from the distance. Dante, having leaped into the air atop a shower of splintered stones, unleashed a barrage of gunfire directed at the demon's head. The party had reached its zenith. Bullets detonated upon the demon's visage, creating a constellation of sparks and pockmarks. With a swift motion, he drew the rebellion blade, harnessing the force of his descent to carve a 10-meter gash into the demon's arm. Dark purple blood gushing forth like a torrential waterfall. Tony, I'll wager 500 on who takes this beast down first. Huh, you're on. I've got a new toy for this big guy. Tony chuckled heartily. Jarvis, initiate the 39 Archangel Protocol. Tony's voice exploded through the communication channel. Archangel Protocol activated. Jarvis responded in his electronic tone. Orbital projection system initiated. Estimated arrival time, 12 seconds. Synchronizing the trajectory, Stark Industries' transport satellite, the Hephaestus Forge, suddenly ruptured its outer shell, releasing several massive metal components propelled by retro thrusters, each the size of a shipping container and adorned with blue and gold energy patterns. As they descended, they unfolded intricate structures, revealing precise mechanical joints and photon thrusters within. Boom! The thrusters erupted with blinding blue flames as 6 meteors streaked through the atmosphere, trailing elongated plasma tails. Diving toward the battlefield in Devon County, on the ground, the demon roared in fury as Dante executed a series of backflips off its shoulder, the rebellion blade spinning in his grasp like a crimson whirlwind. Each strike tore into the demon's scarlet flesh, revealing bone beneath. The demon unleashed a deafening roar, swinging its massive claws toward Dante. Too slow, Dante laughed, switching his enchanted gear in the nick of time. The Faust hat projected a purple energy barrier, absorbing the blow, while his right hand, wielding the ivory pistol, fired 3 precise shots in the demon's gaping maw, causing bullets to explode within and teeth to scatter. Meanwhile, Steve held the ground, the brilliance of the golden armor intensifying as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike accompanied by golden shockwaves that left the demon's ankles a bloody mess. Hulk, in a fit of rage, leaped onto the demon's back, his green fists pounding like a pile driver, each blow causing the colossal creature to stagger. Tony, if you don't hurry, I'm going to steal this kill. Dante performed a mid-air somersault, crossing his guns as he fired at the demon's throat, unleashing a cloud of blood mist. Tony hovered at a distance, a smirk forming beneath his helmet. Not so fast, Red Uncle. Suddenly, the clouds were torn asunder. Blue and white streaks of meteors ripped through the sky, each trailing plasma tails extending for hundreds of meters, piercing the blood-red heavens like divine swords of retribution. They dove towards Tony at supersonic speed, halting abruptly just before impact, the retro thrusters expelling blue flames that sent debris flying in all directions. The Archangel armament began its docking sequence. Jarvis's electronic voice resonated once more. The first to align was the leg propulsion component, its streamlined armor plates unfolding to reveal the intricate photon conduits within. The armor enveloped Tony's boots in layers, ultimately forming a sharp, wing-like structure at the ankle. Following this, two substantial composite armor plates expanded from the chest, detaching from the back components and converging forward like the wings of an angel, seamlessly integrating into the protective shell of the suit. Radiant energy patterns illuminated the seams of the armor, while the reactor at the chest was encircled by three concentric rings of armor, each layer rotating in reverse, emanating a terrifying wave of energy. The 6 mechanical wings on his back, each measuring 15 meters in length, suddenly unfurled. Each wing comprised several independently movable armor plates, their edges razor-sharp. A cascade of blue and white photon streams flowed across the wing surfaces, while 12 floating cannons hovered at the tips, their barrels aglow with charged energy. The integration of the Archangel armament was complete. At this moment, Tony's armor showcased a striking blue and white livery, with shimmering azure energy patterns coursing through the seams, and blinding white light bursting from the eye sockets of the visor. When the 6 mechanical wings fully extended, their wingspan exceeded 30 meters, each one pointing skyward like the Sword of Judgment. The entire Archangel battlesuit reached a height of 30 meters, truly embodying the arrival of a celestial being. Dante's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this is getting interesting. The demon seemed to sense the threat, abruptly shaking off Hulk, its wounds suddenly gushing forth molten-like blood, coalescing in the air into countless crimson spears aimed at Tony. Beneath the mechanical visor, a blinding white light ignited in Tony's eyes. Jarvis, unlock all weapon systems. All restrictions were lifted. In the next moment, the mechanical wings fully unfurled, 36 floating cannons suspended behind Tony like a halo. The shoulder-mounted particle cannon completed its charging, its muzzle glowing with an ominous blue light. The forearm armor exploded open to reveal 2 rows of miniature missile launchers. And the triple energy rings of the chest reactor began to rotate in reverse, creating terrifying energy fluctuations that distorted the surrounding air. The demon's molten spears were finally unleashed. But Tony merely raised his right hand. Photon shield, a blue-white energy shield, 100 meters in diameter, unfurled instantly, with all molten spears crashing against it, erupting into a rain of fire. Seizing the moment, Dante leaped atop the demon's head, the rebellious blade held inverted, the tip pointed downwards. Time to finish this. He thrust the enchanted sword deep into the demon's crown, the blade embedding completely until the hilt. The demon let out a chilling howl, its body convulsing violently. At that moment, all weapon systems of Tony's mech illuminated with locking signals. All missiles launch. Boom! The 36 floating cannons fired simultaneously, intertwining blue and white photon beams into a web of destruction. The shoulder-mounted particle cannon unleashed a 2-meter-wide beam, piercing directly through the demon's chest. The forearm's miniature missiles cascaded out like a swarm, each explosion creating massive blood holes within the demon. And the final, most lethal strike came from the chest's triple energy rings reaching a synchronized critical point, unleashing a colossal 10-meter-wide photon cannon that utterly engulfed the demon's upper body. At the last moment, Dante leaped aside, executing a mid-air somersault, watching the demon engulfed by the beam of light. He laughed heartily and gave Tony a thumbs up. This round is yours. The beam persisted for a full 5 seconds, and when the energy dissipated, the towering demon, standing 300 meters high, was left with only its legs below the waist, the upper body completely vaporized. Tony's armor began to disarm, its components separating and hovering behind him. He flew beside Dante, his visor retracting. Remember to credit my account for the wager. On the ground, Steve and Hulk observed this spectacle, with Hulk scratching his head. Hulk also won a flying metal suit. Chapter 67. The Solo Dance of the Demon Hunter and Resolution. An anomaly in energy response detected. Jarvis's alarm blared through the communication channel. Tony abruptly turned to see the demon's remaining lower half suddenly explode. Tons of dark purple blood defying gravity and suspending in midair. This viscous liquid writhed as if alive, swiftly coalescing into a colossal blood sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. The corpses of the vanquished followers transformed into blood mist, frantically absorbed by the blood sphere. Ha, I recognize this scene. Dante's rebellion blade trembled violently, the demon runes on the blade glowing with a blinding crimson light. A true demon was about to emerge. The surface of the blood sphere suddenly bulged with human-like contours, countless distorted faces floating within the plasma. They all opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting a high-frequency shriek. The sound waves materialized into blood-red ripples sweeping across the battlefield, shattering all glass in their path. Boom! The blood sphere had now expanded to a diameter of 300 meters, its surface adorned with patterns resembling the skin of a demon, like molten lava. Sharp bone spines pierced through the sphere's interior, akin to hatching insect eggs. At the center of the sphere, a vertical pupil gradually formed, resembling that of a serpent. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony's archangel began reassembling, preparing for the impending confrontation. Warning: energy response has breached the critical threshold. Jarvis's alarm blared incessantly. The blood sphere suddenly froze. All sounds vanished, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. The next instant, boom! The blood sphere exploded. Tons of dark purple plasma erupted like a tsunami, the shockwave leveling all structures within a kilometer radius. Dante's rebellion blade plunged into the ground as he was pushed back by the shockwave, sliding several dozen meters. Tony's mechanical wings instantly unfolded an energy barrier, but was still thrust through 3 buildings. Steve's cape billowed fiercely as he sank his hands deep into the ground to stabilize himself, while Hulk was directly hurled away, crashing into a clock tower. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, a demon stood in the center of the battlefield, towering around 2 meters tall. A true demon. Its entire body was jet black, skin polished like obsidian, gleaming coldly under the blood moon. Each muscle line was flawlessly intimidating, as if sculpted from the purest violence. 2 pairs of curved demon horns extended backward like a crown, their tips ablaze with an unquenchable crimson flame. The most chilling aspect was its eyes, devoid of pupils. Merely 2 swirling abysses, as if gazing into them for a moment longer could ensnare one's very soul. It slowly lifted its hand, observing its elongated, sharp claws, and then smiled. That smile made Dante's hair stand on end. It was not a grotesque grin, but rather one of delight, akin to a connoisseur beholding a lavish feast or an artist facing a blank canvas. Dante fixated on the demon's smile, and his lips suddenly curled into a similar arc. He let out a low chuckle, lightly tapping the hilt of rebellion, realizing he needed to adopt a more serious demeanor. Tony, rising from the wreckage of the shattered house, frowned beneath his helmet. Dante, you all should leave first. Dante, without turning back, waved his hand dismissively, searching for Bucky and that William fellow. He would handle this. Steve's cloak fluttered under the demon's oppressive aura as he spoke in a grave tone. This is not the time for bravado. Dante finally turned his head, the smile on his lips deepening. Bravado? He gestured to himself, and then to the demon across from him. I am a professional demon hunter. Your presence here is more of a hindrance. Tony's armor's scanner flickered wildly, and Jarvis's voice echoed through the communication channel. Target energy readings have exceeded database limits. I suggest you vacate the premises. Dante interjected, simultaneously flicking his right hand, causing the ivory magazine to eject. He leisurely loaded several specially inscribed bullets, knowing that this foe could not be vanquished by sheer numbers. The demon remained stationary, its obsidian skin glistening under the blood moon, tilting its head as if savoring the exchange. Tony fell silent for a moment, then abruptly raised his hand, locking all missile bays of his armor onto the demon. At least let us assist in weakening it. Spare me. Idle, Dante replied, snapping the magazine shut and slinging rebellion onto his back. Your weapons are mere toys to it. As if to validate this statement, the demon suddenly raised its hand. Whoosh. The 12 mini-missiles Tony had just launched froze mid-air, then, as if crushed by an invisible force, detonated into feeble sparks. Beneath his helmet, Tony's expression finally shifted. Dante cracked his neck, the sound echoing crisply. All right, the chit-chat is over. With ebony wood in his left hand and ivory in his right. He crossed the guns over his chest. If you don't leave now, I want to have time to protect you later. Steve inhaled deeply, the light of his golden armor flickering faintly. Dante, are you certain? Huh. Dante laughed heartily, suddenly dashing towards the demon, rebellion carving a scarlet arc through the air, declaring this to be far more exhilarating than any video game. The demon finally moved, its speed leaving almost an afterimage. Its obsidian claws clashed with rebellion, erupting into a shower of blinding sparks. Clang! The shock wave detonated, causing the ground within 100 meters to collapse in a thunderous roar. Tony's armor was pushed back several meters by the force, and he gritted his teeth. Everyone, proceed as planned. Hulk emerged from the ruins, his verdant skin smeared with dust. A primal urge surged within him. Hulk yearned to smash. There were ample objects to obliterate. Tony seized Hulk's shoulder, his mechanical wings propelling them forward with great force. But we must first locate Bucky and that William. Steve cast a final glance at the battlefield, where Dante was already entangled with the demon, flashes of blades and gunfire, along with the remnants of obsidian, flickering madly beneath the blood moon. Each collision sent tremors through the air. He pivoted to follow Tony, his cape billowing behind him. Hank, recalibrate our route. We shall circumvent the main battlefield. The communicator crackled with the beast response. I am already on it. There is a strong energy response beneath the church. Bucky and William should be there. Dante executed a backflip to evade the demon's claw, the rebellion blade embedding itself in the ground to halt his momentum, while his left hand, gripping ebony wood, unleashed a barrage of fire. The bullets detonated against the demon's chest, leaving only faint white marks. TSK, such tough skin. He blew the smoke from his gun's muzzle. It appeared he would need something special. The demon vanished suddenly, and in the next instant, Dante felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the obsidian claws that grazed his hair. Hey, such underhanded tactics are hardly gentlemanly. Dante retaliated with a sweeping kick, but the demon nimbly leaped back to evade. The two faced off once more, the demoness lips still curling into a delightful smirk. Dante flicked his wrist and grinned widely. Well, since the audience has departed, he positioned a rebellion blade against his chest, inviting, let us dance. Darling. The runes on the rebellion blade ignited, the blade extending to double its length, its edges entwined with crimson lightning. The demon appeared intrigued at last, slightly bowing in an inviting gesture. Dante laughed heartily. Now that is more like it. In the first round, he whistled, his voice laced with his characteristic irreverence. He lunged forward, crimson magic trailing behind him, as the rebellion blade clashed once again with the demon's obsidian claws. Boom! In that split second of collision, Dante suddenly released his left hand, using the recoil to launch himself into the air. He executed a graceful midair flip, the hem of his coat tracing a perfect arc, and with his right hand, the blade sliced precisely across the demon's chest. Searing. For the first time, the obsidian skin was torn, molten blood gushing forth. The demon, astonished, looked down, while Dante deftly used the splattering blood to propel himself backward, two guns now firmly grasped in his hands. Bang, 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 bang. The white ivory and ebony wood alternated in their relentless fire, each bullet striking the demon's temple with pinpoint accuracy. The demon staggered back, yet Dante pressed his advantage, suddenly holstering his guns and gripping the rebellion blade with both hands. Thrust. The blade erupted with crimson electricity as Dante, like a released arrow, pierced through the demon's chest. The shockwave shattered the glass of buildings across an entire block, the demon pinned against the exterior wall of a structure 300 meters away. But it was not over yet. Dante whistled as he twirled his blade. His left hand, as if conjuring magic, produced a Faustian hat, while his right hand revealed a Baroque gauntlet. Two magical artifacts radiated their brilliance simultaneously, and at the moment the demon struggled to rise, a resounding boom erupted. A violet energy blade intertwined with hellfire, creating a deadly spiral that reduced the entire house to rubble. The demon's obsidian body became marred with web-like cracks. You are more resilient than I had anticipated. Dante gracefully landed on a tilted lamppost, tilting his head to reveal his trademark smirk. However, the demon suddenly lashed out. 6 bone spikes thrust forth from its back, encircling Dante like a cage. Yet, Dante's smile only grew brighter as he opened his arms to welcome the onslaught. In the instant the spikes were about to strike, Dante's figure blurred. His movements transcended the realm of normalcy, as the rebellion blade traced a perfect defensive arc before him. Clang, clang, clang. Each spike was deftly deflected, causing the demon to lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Dante thrust the rebellion blade into the ground for leverage. launching himself into a 720-degree spin, his right leg descending with the force of gravity. The demon was shattered. His kick landed squarely on the demon's crown, sending shockwaves that rippled outward. The demon's legs sank into the earth, its obsidian skull fracturing visibly. In the second round, Dante landed lightly, effortlessly catching the falling rebellion blade. His movements fluid and graceful. The demon finally manifested a visage of agony, tearing open its chest to draw forth a twisted longsword composed of vertebrae. Dante whistled. It was about time. Amidst the flurry of blades, Dante suddenly shifted tactics, using the hilt of his sword to deflect the bone sword, and unbeknownst to him, his left hand had already brandished a shotgun marked 34 Wild Wolf. Bang! The demon's right shoulder was obliterated, providing Dante the opening to advance. His rebellion blade sweeping upward, rising dragon. The blade transformed into a crimson dragon, launching the demon into the sky to a height of 100 meters. Dante's silhouette materialized spectrally above the demon, wielding dual rebellion blades as he cleaved downward. Overload. This strike sent the demon crashing back to the ground, creating a meteorite crater 50 meters in diameter. As the demon struggled at the bottom of the pit, Dante assumed his ultimate stance, the rebellion blade extending into a dazzling energy blade. Jackpot! The blood-red blade cleaved through the heavens and the earth, dividing the battlefield in two. The shockwave dissipated the blood clouds, allowing the moonlight to once again cascade down. When the dust settled, the demon knelt at the edge of the chasm, its body in tatters. It gazed in disbelief at its disintegrating form, then turned to behold Dante's approach. "I told you," Dante remarked, resting the rebellion blade on his shoulder, a signature smile adorning his lips. Professional matters are best left to professionals. The demon dissolved into a red point of light. Dante bent down to retrieve a small fragment of the demon's horn, examining it under the moonlight. A fine souvenir. After distancing themselves from the battlefield between Dante and the demon, Tony and his companions hurried to the cathedral in Devonshire. The church's spire cast a warped shadow beneath the blood moon. Just as Tony's armor completed scanning the cathedral's entrance, Jarvis suddenly emitted a frantic alert. High-energy reaction detected. The cathedral doors exploded violently, a massive pillar of fire erupting from within, prompting Tony and the others to swiftly evade the oncoming inferno. As they regained their footing, they found someone soaring through the air outside the cathedral. "Bucky?" Steve's voice was somewhat distorted. The armored suit hovering in the air had undergone a complete transformation, with lava-like patterns flowing at the joints, and the faceplate reshaped into a demonic skull, emanating a sinister green glow from its eye sockets. Most disconcerting were the 6 mechanical tendrils extending from the back of the armor, each tip adorned with a rotating demon's eye. The shadow of the cathedral spire suddenly twisted and morphed, as Bucky's armor levitated beneath the blood moon, the mechanical tendrils writhing as if alive. When Steve uttered that name, the demonic faceplate snapped open, revealing a partially transformed visage, the right side of his face shrouded in a red-black carapace. The white of his eye completely consumed by the eerie green light. The corners of Bucky's mouth stretched grotesquely to his ears, exposing shark-like fangs. Steve's voice resonated with a triple echo. "Are you here to meet your demise? You have been controlled. I willingly accepted the pact with hell." Bucky suddenly erupted in laughter, tapping his chest plate, which automatically opened to reveal the pulsating dark red heart of a demonic core embedded at the reactor's location, continuously pumping forth liquid malevolence. Tony's scanner blared with alarm, energy readings exceeding 1 million megajoules. "Why?" Steve's fist trembled. Suddenly, all of Bucky's mechanical tendrils stiffened, the 6 demon eyes locking onto Steve simultaneously. He tilted his head, the carapace-covered face contorting into a sinister curve. For no reason, came the echoing voice seeping through the crevices of the faceplate. "Because I want to." The mechanical tendrils surged forth. Each demon eye unleashed a beam of eerie green light, weaving into a net of death descending upon them, including killing you. As the faceplate thunderously shut, Bucky dove like a missile. His right claw, entwined with liquid malevolence, traced 5 dark red arcs through the air. Tony activated his thrusters to full power, spread out. Boom! The vibranium claws collided with Steve's shield, the resulting shockwave shattering the fountain statue before the cathedral. Bucky's mechanical tendrils lunged from every conceivable angle, each producing a deafening whoosh. Bucky. Steve's muscles bulged as he raised his arms, the shield radiating a brilliant light. Wake up. I am wide awake. Bucky's onslaught intensified, the 6 tendrils suddenly altering their attack pattern. 3 ensnaring the shield while the remaining 3 lunged like spears at Steve's throat. In that critical moment, a golden-red figure collided from his side. Tony unleashed his palm cannon at full power, forcing Bucky back several meters. Captain, he won't listen. Hulk roared, leaping from the rubble, his green fist delivering a sonic boom as it smashed toward Bucky. Hulk smash. Bucky sneered, the demonic core in his chest pulsing rhythmically. The mechanical tendrils behind him instantly reconfigured, intertwining into a shield of malevolence. Boom! Hulk's fist struck the shield, the rebound force sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky soared into the air, the 6 tendrils fanning out like a peacock's plumage, each demon eye beginning to charge. Warning, energy readings exceeding critical levels. Jarvis's voice was urgent. Tony immediately activated all defense matrices. All personnel assumed defensive postures. 6 beams of ghostly green light descended from the heavens. The moment the beams made contact with the ground, the cobblestones of the entire cathedral square were reduced to powder. The shockwave shattered every pane of glass within 100 meters, amidst the smoke and dust. Steve's shield bore fine cracks. He knelt on one knee, the star shield deeply embedded in the earth. Tony's armor, sparking with electricity, struggled to rise. Damn it. I shouldn't have abandoned this suit. Before he could finish his thought, Bucky materialized before him. The vibranium claws entwined with liquid, dark energy lunged for the reactor. Chattering Tin Man. Lightning beam punch. Steve's golden armor erupted in a dazzling glow. His fists transformed into countless golden meteors, each strike precisely targeting the joints of the mechanical tendrils. The air was filled with the sound of intense metal collisions, forcing Bucky to retreat step by step. Useless. A deep chuckle emanated from beneath Bucky's demonic mask, as 6 tendrils suddenly converged into a defensive stance. Your mercy will be the death of us all. Steve's assault suddenly shifted, a feigned attack with his left fist, while his right punched through the tendril defenses at an oblique angle, striking Bucky squarely in the chest. Bang! The demonic core momentarily sputtered out, causing Bucky to stagger back 3 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Steve's golden cape billowed as his legs transformed into a whirlwind of gold. 7 consecutive kicks struck the base of the tendrils, with the final kick sending Bucky crashing into the outer wall of the cathedral. Amidst the flying debris, cracks appeared on Bucky's mask. Captain, he is absorbing our attack energy. Tony's warning blared through the communicator. Indeed, the demonic core in Bucky's chest throbbed violently, dark red light seeping through the fissures. He slowly stood, the tendrils grotesquely twisting and reassembling. Is this all you've got? Bucky's voice dripped with disdain. This is hardly even a warm-up. Steve assumed a defensive stance. Bucky, I know you can hear me. Huh. Bucky suddenly lunged. 3 tendrils aimed for Steve's throat while the other 3 turned towards the oncoming Hulk. Hulk, be careful. Steve shouted. Too late. Thud. 3 tendrils pierced through Hulk's abdomen, the eye of the demon beginning to unleash tearing energy. Grr. Hulk let out a pained roar, cracks appearing in his green skin. Bucky's mask shattered completely, revealing a sinister grin. Let's start with this green trash. No. Steve's pupils dilated in horror. Faced with this dire situation, Steve remained torn. Steve, if you keep hesitating, Hulk will die. Tony's furious shout echoed through the communicator. His armor was battered, the laser sword on his left arm clashing violently with Bucky's tendrils, creating blinding sparks. Steve looked up to see Hulk impaled by 3 tendrils, his green skin visibly corroding to a grayish-black. Bucky's eye of the demon glowed with a cruel light, the tendrils slowly rotating, seeking to tear Hulk's body apart completely. I'm sorry, Bucky. Steve's voice trembled as his fist illuminated with the phantom of a lion's head. Bucky seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head. Beneath his fractured mask, his demonized right eye flickered with astonishment. You? Plasma lightspeed punch. Countless shadows of fists manifested in the air, each one imbued with the power of constellations. The speed of the punches transcending the limits of light. Bucky's tendrils snapped one by one before the overwhelming force, and Hulk finally broke free from his restraints. Impossible. Bucky gazed at his shattered mechanical limbs, bewildered. How could he not stop? Steve found himself unable to rein in his power. He wished to hold back. Yet the fist continued to rain down. Golden fist auras pierced through the heavens like swords, directly penetrating Bucky's chest. The demon core disintegrated amidst the blinding light, leaving a vast void in Bucky's mechanical body. "Well done, Steve." Bucky's lips bled black liquid, yet a sinister smile emerged. His mechanical claws suddenly grasped Steve's shoulder, the remnants of the demon's eye flickering with frenzied light. With a swift motion, Bucky's claws plunged deep into Steve's abdomen. "Captain!" Tony activated all his thrusters, rushing to their side in an instant. He steadied the staggering Steve, while the suit immediately dispensed a hemostatic gel. "Medical spray. Hold on." Tony's voice was urgent. As he turned to Hulk, "Jarvis, analyze Hulk's injuries." Bucky's body began to disintegrate, his armor scattering like black snowflakes. His mask flickered one last time, the electronic voice stuttering. Steve, I will wait for you in hell." As the final piece of machinery turned to ashes, Steve collapsed to the ground, the glow of his golden armor dimming. Tony quickly injected him with nanotech repair serum. "Don't move, the wound is deep." Hulk's condition was even graver. Those tendrils had injected a corrosive substance. Weakly, Hulk lay amidst the rubble, as Tony's medical drones rushed to provide emergency care. "I killed him," Steve uttered, staring at his fist stained with black blood, his voice hoarse. Tony fell silent for a moment, his expression complex beneath the mask. "You saved us all, Captain." That was no longer Bucky. In the distance, a blood-red blade of light cleaved the heavens, splitting the battlefield in two. The shockwave dispersed the crimson clouds, and moonlight fell anew. As the blade of light struck the church in Devonshire, the ancient stone structure was flawlessly severed, the shattered stained glass refracting eerie beams, while the head of the saintly statue slid down the smooth cut. The church doors crumbled into dust without a sound. William had just stepped out, intent on harvesting the battlefield, only to be pierced through by the blood-red blade of light. "This is impossible." Before he could finish, his body separated along a perfect line, collapsing in two directions. "Job done, wrapped up." Dante appeared nearby, having arrived unnoticed. He glanced at the despondent Steve, the anxious Tony, and the weakened Hulk, shrugged, and pressed his earpiece. "Blue-haired kitten, we need you here." Chapter 68. The East Gene staged the engine of the Deathwing roared, tearing through the night sky as the steel behemoth descended beside the ruins of the church. As the landing gears sank into the scorched earth, the hatch swung open, and 12 medical robots, marked with crimson crosses on their chests, streamed forth. Their mechanical arms deployed hemostatic gel and nanosutures, encircling Steve and Hulk. Vital signs were stable, yet their stamina had waned significantly. The lead robot reported to Tony that Mr. Hulk required immediate purification of corrosive toxins. Tony's helmet disengaged, prioritizing Hulk's treatment, whose self-healing system had been suppressed. Dante approached, wielding the rebellion blade, tilting his head to glance at the unconscious Hulk. "Should I borrow some purification elixirs from Virgil? That fellow always collects peculiar items." Before he could finish, a sonic boom erupted from the sky. The Silverwing Harbinger sliced through the clouds, hovering as the hatch opened, and a cascade of golden light descended vertically. Boom! Natasha landed gracefully on one knee, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Am I late?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Lady, you are a hole." Suddenly, Pietro's voice crackled through everyone's earpiece, the backdrop filled with frantic roars and the sound of shattering glass. "We're at the Rose Manor in the northern suburbs. Over 600 civilians detected, but the entire estate is swarming with demon worshippers. Bobby's ice wall won't hold for long. The Valkyrie array of robots has suffered significant damage." A holographic map unfurled, revealing writhing crimson energy veins beneath the manor surface. Natasha chuckled softly. "It seems not yet." "Wait." Tony stood up, realizing the worshippers might have mutated. Natasha crouched, leaping into the Silverwing's cabin, her voice trailing in the wind. "Just how I like it." Dante whistled, twirling the rebellion blade in his palm. "Need me back you up?" Tony furrowed his brow. "No, Dante, we don't know if there are remnants of Mephisto's followers here. Steve has exhausted his strength, and Hulk is now asleep." He glanced at Hulk, now reverted to Banner. "Damn it." Tony rushed towards Banner, beginning to assess his condition, aware that Banner's body might not withstand the corrosive energy. "Jarvis, inform Chen Tian. If he's done playing around, he should hurry here. I need his support. I've already notified Miss Tu. Tu, where's Chen Tian?" "According to Miss Tu, Mr. Chen has gone to visit the demon god." Tony's eyes widened. Is he really taking it that far? Has Chen Tian reached that level? Dante chuckled at Tony's words. Huh, the affluent idol. My nephew has become quite formidable. Tony pursed his lips and shouted again to Jarvis. Jarvis urged Tu to relay the message to Chen Tian swiftly. Miss Tu has provided feedback. The support dispatched by Mr. Chen has arrived. Support? Where? Tony inquired, astonished. Before he could ponder the nature of this support, countless blades of light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. The piercing slashes fell incessantly, akin to a torrential downpour enveloping the heavens and earth, shredding the very fabric of the clouds. Thickly built, Scott had just exited the aircraft when he beheld the distant glimmer of blades and gasped in astonishment. The beast limped out of the craft. Yet his shock diverged from Scott's, as he appeared lost in contemplation. These flashes of steel bore an uncanny resemblance to those from the year 1999, when Dante shouldered the rebellion's blade in the Arctic. It seemed the threat from that manner had been neutralized. Tony hastily established a communication link with Pietro. Pietro, how goes it on your end? It's all taken care of. Natasha arrived just in time, and Virgil single-handedly obliterated the manor. Pietro exclaimed excitedly. My heavens, Tony, you must witness this scene. The civilians within the manor have emerged unscathed. How dull. I was eager to test the strength of my armor. Natasha interjected with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Upon hearing Pietro's exuberance juxtaposed with Natasha's complaints, Tony's previously tense shoulders finally relaxed. He raised a hand to massage his temples, the visor displaying a damage assessment of 66 for the structures in Devonshire, with 80 completely collapsed. Jarvis, initiate the Urban Reconstruction Plan 7. Tony sighed, dispatching 200 rescue drones, prioritizing the most critical tasks. His voice trailed off, pondering how to proceed amidst this devastation. Dante lifted a severed demon head with the tip of his blade and casually tossed it into the smoldering wreckage of a car. What is this? The wealthy landowner is beginning to fret over the cost of repairs. Silence, Dante, Tony replied wearily. I'm merely considering the fate of these civilians. Medical drones were already lifting the unconscious Banner onto a stretcher. Steve had also regained some composure. Surely, the United Nations has an emergency protocol in place. Come now, Captain. Tony interrupted. You know the inefficiency of those bureaucrats. He turned to the holographic display. Jarvis, send the coordinates of Stark Industries shelter in the UK to everyone. Suddenly, the roar of engines filled the sky. 12 fighter jets flew in a wedge formation, their sword emblem clearly visible beneath their fuselage. Looks like I need not worry any longer, Tony remarked, raising an eyebrow. Chen Tian had indeed planned ahead. Virgil's figure silently emerged atop the burning spire of the church, the aura of the demon lord dissipating, at least for the time being. But Dante added, casually pulling an apple from his pocket and taking a bite. That old trickster Mephisto surely has more up his sleeve. Natasha's silver star descended into the central square. Upon disembarking, she exclaimed, what a bore. Virgil handled everything on his own. Pietro's silver silhouette flickered amidst the ruins before finally coming to rest before them. The civilians had been settled. He leaned closer to Tony, adding, by the way, the rescue team he sent even includes psychologists. Just as Tony was about to respond, Jarvis' voice interrupted. Miss Stark has sent a communication. The followers of Dormammu in Badoon have been cleared. Excellent. Time to wrap things up. Tony snapped his fingers, illuminating the searchlight of the Deathwing. Everyone aboard. Tonight's supper is on me. He cast a glance at Dante, who was still gnawing on apple. Dante, given that you single-handedly vanquished a demon, what would you desire tonight? Speak freely. Dante expertly tossed the apple core into a dilapidated trash bin 30 meters away. I crave a double portion of Italian spicy sausage pizza. Tony snapped his fingers decisively. Done. Jarvis, immediately contact the finest pizzeria in New York and instruct them to commence preparations right away. A mischievous smile played upon his lips as he added, offer them triple the meal cost, along with an entirely new kitchen setup, provided they can deliver within half an hour. Stark Industries robots will collect the order. Dante raised his hands overhead, clapping enthusiastically and whistling loudly. Splendid. Absolutely marvelous. Truly my idol. Contacting 39 Joy's Magical Pizza, Jarvis's voice chimed in. The proprietor expressed eagerness and inquired if a special demonic chili sauce was desired. Tony glanced at Dante, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the spicier, the better. Additionally, Tony turned towards the aircraft, intending to reach out to that fellow Chen Tian, insisting that the party would be incomplete without him. Jarvis's voice paused for half a second. Currently, I'm unable to establish contact with Mr. Chen. Tony's steps halted abruptly, the blue light on his helmet flickering. What do you mean? A voice emerged from the broadcast on the Death Wing, supplanting Jarvis's response. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still pursuing Dormammu's foremost acolyte, Caecilius. His communication device has been compromised, making direct contact impossible. How do you know this? Tony inquired, puzzled. Telepathy, came the cool reply. As the phrase telepathy was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the entire ruins. 3 seconds later, Tony erupted into laughter. Jarvis, quickly note that down. This is the funniest joke of the year. Dante laughed so hard he doubled over, slapping his thigh. Little 2, your prowess in delivering cold jokes has only grown. He wiped the tears of mirth from his eyes, declaring it far more entertaining than Virgil's poker face. Tony sighed, exasperated. Well, it appears our little genius has developed yet another skill. Let us head back to the Arbiter Tower and wait for him. At Tony's invitation, everyone boarded the Death Wing, except for Natasha, who took the Silver Wing. The armor's engines erupted with blue and white flames as they soared towards the Arbiter Tower in Malibu. East Gene midnight. The moonlight, like silver, cascaded upon the glass facade of the East Gene Tower, casting a piercing halo. The neon lights of the city flowed beneath, with the traffic coursing like blood through veins, ceaselessly surging. Atop the tower, 2 figures materialized silently. Bayonetta stood at the edge, her short hair fluttering gently in the night breeze, her black bodysuit accentuating her flawless curves. The metallic tips of her high heels clicked softly against the glass, producing a crisp sound. She tilted her head slightly, her crimson lips curving into a dangerously alluring arc. The nightscape of Dongjin is indeed delightful, Chen Tian mused, standing beside her, the hem of his black trench coat billowing in the wind. The shadow cast by his hood obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only the faintest hint of a smirk. With his hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, he gazed down at the city that never sleeps. His voice laced with amusement. Indeed, it is perfect for a dance. Bonetta chuckled lightly, her high heels tapping gently as she sprung into the air, executing an elegant pirouette before landing gracefully before Chen Tian. With a delicate touch, she lifted his chin with her fingertip. So, dear Arbiter, is this the stage for tonight? Chen Tian chuckled softly, the cuffs of his trench coat revealing 2 distinctly different masks. With a subtle lift of his left hand, he held a butterfly-shaped black eye mask, its delicate silver threads shimmering in the moonlight, quivering as if alive. In his right hand was a fearsome mask, its crimson and indigo hues glimmering ominously in the shadows, the fangs curving menacingly as if ready to drip blood. A theatrical element, essential for the stage play. Bonetta laughed gaily, reaching out to accept the butterfly mask, her fingertips grazing the intricate silver filigree. She removed her glasses and tossed them aside, the lenses tracing an arc of light in the moonlight as they fell into the city's neon embrace. Placing the mask over her eyes, the silver threads conformed to her skin as if animated. How do I look? She inquired, tilting her head slightly, her lips once again brushing against Chen Tian's. Chen Tian chuckled, his fingertip gently caressing her jawline. Patience, we have yet to take a few steps. With a flourish of his hand, the Scarlet Empress and the Azure Rose were sent into the summoning space, vanishing in streaks of light. He then abruptly shook his coat, the hem billowing out to reveal the Arbiter's emblem. A black eclipse entwined with thorns, a bloodied sword at its center, inscribed with a line of sanguine Latin. Light and dark, or as it may be called, the darkness of light. Bayonetta's fingertip traced the emblem, her lips parting slightly. What a captivating attire. As she spoke, she stretched languidly, her form-fitting outfit seemingly alive, morphing to mirror the emblem on Chen Tian's back. Satisfied with her transformation, she twisted and posed in various seductive stances. Chen Tian regarded the enchanting witch before him, exuding an irresistible allure, and sighed in resignation. Bayonetta's fingertips glided down his collarbone, her lips slightly parted, exhaling warmth. Her body pressed against him, the Arbiter's emblem on her black bodysuit glimmering a deep crimson in the moonlight, contrasting starkly with her pale skin. "Do I look good?" she whispered in his ear, her tongue teasingly brushing against his earlobe. Chen Tian's gaze darkened slightly as he suddenly grasped her slender waist, pulling her closer. Bayonetta let out a soft hum, her smile becoming even more beguiling, as if she had anticipated his response. "Don't tease," he murmured, his other hand pressing the dark demon earring at his earlobe, which flickered to life with a crimson glow, signaling the connection. "Are we ready?" Logan's hoarse voice emanated from the other end, accompanied by the sound of him exhaling smoke rings. Chen Tian replied succinctly, his gaze still fixed upon Bayonetta, who was tracing circles on his chest with her fingertips. "How is the situation?" Logan sneered. "All of them are huddled in that palace, like mice." "Good." Chen Tian remarked indifferently. "Remember to wear your mask and sacred attire. Rest assured, I've been wearing it all along." Logan's voice carried a hint of impatience. But soon a deep voice interjected through the communication. "When shall we act?" It was the voice of Magneto. Chen Tian lifted his gaze to the sky, where dark clouds swirled, slowly consuming the last vestiges of moonlight. At the moment the moon was obscured, he responded. The communication severed, and the red light of the earring extinguished. Bayonetta's crimson lips nearly brushed against the corner of his mouth. "Is it finally time to begin?" Chen Tian offered no reply, but suddenly tightened his embrace around her waist, while his other hand brought the grotesque mask to cover his own face. The instant the mask adhered, the fangs gleamed with a vibrant hue, quivering as if alive. Bayonetta's fingertips caressed his mask, her voice sweet yet laced with an undercurrent of danger. "Don't keep me waiting too long." At the moment the clouds entirely obscured the moonlight. Bayonetta's long legs surged with power, propelling her into the night sky. Where her toes touched, a resplendent purple magical array blossomed, akin to stepping upon a field of blooming mandrake flowers. "Don't keep me waiting." Her voice lingered in the night breeze. Yet her figure had already transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing towards the brightly lit Japanese castle in the distance. Each time her toes made contact with the magical array, violet ripples of power erupted in the night sky. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth curled into a dangerous arc beneath his mask. "I won't." With a flick of his right hand, the air twisted, and an ostensibly ordinary neon blade was drawn from the void. He casually waved the elegantly designed weapon, then suddenly reversed his grip on the hilt and released his fingers, plunging the neon blade into the apex of the Eastern Gene Tower, its blade embedding itself 3 inches into steel. Strangely, the glass curtain wall of the entire tower began to ripple like water. "Enjoy the pleasure of this illusory world," Chen Tian murmured, his eyes fixed upon the distant city of paste. In the opulent yet decadent Japanese castle, the atmosphere of excess and depravity spread in the shadows. Nobles clad in luxurious kimonos had long discarded their everyday masks of pretense, embracing the waists of geishas, their fingers brazenly exploring beneath their garments, eyes shimmering with greedy lust. Officials sat in a circle on tatami mats, wine spilling from their cups, sake cascading onto expensive silk, yet none paid heed. Their focus entirely on the young girls forced to kneel before them, laughter mingling with crude taunts. The geishas wore forced smiles, trembling beneath the cover of their sleeves. The perfume of their cosmetics was permeated by sweat and the scent of alcohol, and the exquisite makeup could not conceal the fear in their eyes. However, the most chilling aspect was the grotesque tattoos adorning the bare skin of those powerful figures. On their necks, wrists, and even chests, twisted hourglasses and single-eyed whirlpools glowed with a sickly green luminescence in the dim light, pulsating as if alive, in sync with their desires. To the Supreme Lord of Dreams, cheers! A drunken cabinet minister shouted, his kimono disheveled, revealing a chest covered in tattoos. Cheers! The crowd responded with raucous laughter. The clinking of glasses mingled with women's screams. Within the opulent banquet hall, fear and desire intertwined into a distorted revelry. The geishas and attendants, toyed with by the elite, had their trembling pupils gradually eroded by the greenish light. Their terror seemed to be consumed by an invisible force, their expressions shifting from pain to confusion, ultimately descending into utter oblivion. A geisha's right arm was brutally wrenched off, blood splattering onto the ornate screen. Yet, instead of screaming in agony, she tilted her head back, emitting a pleasurable moan, a sickly flush appearing on her face. From a stump of her severed limb, the greenish veins spread like writhing maggots, quickly enveloping her entire body. Just a little more, she giggled, using her remaining left arm to embrace her assailant's neck, eagerly offering her crimson lips. Not far away, a young attendant was pinned down on the tatami, a sharp metal rod mercilessly piercing through his body. Blood soaked his pristine white kimono, Yet he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, as if oblivious to the pain. Delightful. So delightful. He howled, his pupils entirely consumed by the green light, his mouth stretching to his ears. Again, kill me. Let me fall into the embrace of the revered deity. Within the hall, the initial screams of anguish gradually gave way to unrestrained ecstasy. The tormented began to willingly acquiesce to their tormentors, even eagerly offering their bodies. The greenish tattoos spread wildly across everyone, writhing as if they were living beings. In the center of the hall, the cabinet minister raised his glass, laughing maniacally as he declared, "Behold, this is the gift of our Lord." In the courtyard of the city of Pulp, a heavy stench of blood lingered. Dozens of guards' corpses were piled into a small mountain, blood flowing down the steps. Logan sat atop the heap of bodies, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his mask, the cigar held between his fingers flickering in the darkness. "What trickery have you employed?" He exhaled a ring of smoke, his voice hoarse. "These guards cannot see us." Chen Tian approached slowly, slightly raising his head and smiling as he replied, "Permanent hypnosis, manipulating their five senses." He lifted his hand, lightly tapping the air, causing it to ripple like water. "This is the illusion of flowers in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water." Logan scoffed, leaping down from the pile of corpses, his boot crushing a broken samurai sword. "Flamboyant nonsense." Chen Tian remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to the brightly lit Japanese palace. He stepped toward the hall, and Bayonetta appeared on the palace steps, her high heels clicking crisply against the ground. Her crimson lips formed a subtle pout as her fingers languidly twirled a lock of her short hair, her tone imbued with dissatisfaction. "I'd anticipated a grand ball. All I find are these tiresome insects." She cast a fleeting glance at the tranquil scene within the hall and curled her lip in disdain, devoid of any semblance of resistance. Chen Tian chuckled softly, offering no reply, merely raising his hand to gently press the devilish earring dangling from his earlobe. "What's the situation?" he inquired succinctly. "The Mouse King is not here." Eric's voice crackled through the communicator. "Very well, let us first address the matters at hand." Chen Tian severed the connection and swung open the palace door. The interior stood in stark contrast to the foreboding, twisted hell described earlier. The dignitaries, gaseous, and attendants knelt on the ground, their expressions vacant and listless. Bayonetta let out a delicate hum. "My lord, look at them. They resemble mere wooden puppets. Where's the ball you spoke of?" Chen Tian affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Fear not, the ball shall commence shortly." With that, he re-established communication with Eric. "It's in your hands. Feel free to eliminate them all. Even if they are all destroyed," he added with a mischievous grin. "Reducing it to rubble is acceptable as well." Eric hovered in mid-air, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his metallic helmet. He slowly raised his hands, his fingertips quivering slightly. "Are you not concerned about attracting the attention of a neon government?" he teased. Chen Tian waved his hand dismissively without turning back, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. "No need for worry. Everyone in this city has been hypnotized. When they awaken, all they will find is a wasteland." Bayonetta entwined her arm with Chen Tian's, expressing her boredom. "How dull. Not even fireworks." At her remark, a glimmer of crimson flickered in Eric's eyes. "As you wish." No sooner had he spoken than the entire palace trembled violently. An onslaught of steel beams hurtling from all directions. They twisted and coiled as if alive, their sharp metal tips mercilessly piercing walls, floors, and flesh. More metal erupted from the ground, cascaded from a ceiling, and exploded forth from within the walls. They intertwined chaotically, enveloping the entire palace, compressing and distorting it. Bayonetta leaned against Chen Tian's shoulder, her interest piqued by the spectacle. Finally something worth watching. Amidst the metallic wails, the opulent Japanese palace was brutally crushed into a massive iron sphere, measuring 100 meters in diameter, its surface still stained with blood and torn fabric. Eric gently descended onto the apex of the iron sphere, the dull thud of his metallic boots resonating as he declared, "It is over." "Not yet," Chen Tian replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of the former Tenshu ruins, for that was where the true stage awaited. In the shadowy underground space of the Tenshu ruins, the damp air was thick with a strange amalgamation of decay and sandalwood. The Neon Mouse King, an emaciated figure resembling a withered skeleton, knelt before a grotesque totem. This totem, constructed from countless human bones, was adorned with phosphorescent green patterns, At its center embedded an hourglass, upon which rested a swirling eye. Within its pupil countless dreams appeared to shatter and reassemble. The illustrious Dream Lord, the Rat Emperor, pressed his forehead against the ground, beseeching the grant of dominion over dreams, that the neon might flourish for eternity, and that his will may envelop this world. Behind him, 12 members of the royal bloodline, garbed in white hunting attire, knelt in unison. Their skin was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of totems. Their eyes rolled back, and green viscous fluid oozed from the corners of their mouths. Yet they mechanically repeated their prayers. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. The entire subterranean sanctum trembled violently. The Rat Emperor abruptly lifted his head, his murky pupils constricting sharply as he beheld the thick layers of rock above him being violently upheaved by some dreadful force. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his ghostly visage. Within the gaping tear in the heavens, 4 figures loomed above, gazing down upon him. "This is impossible," the Rat Emperor stammered, his parched lips quivering. "Who are you?" The 4 figures, perplexed by his inquiry, exchanged glances. Chen Tian, having delved into the study of anime, grasped a fragment of understanding. Yet he had no intention of responding to the creature before him. "It seems the nightmare has bestowed upon you a modest gift, rendering you immune to the effects of illusions." Chen Tian stood upon a suspended steel beam, his eyes narrowing beneath his mask. Bayonetta, perched upon another beam in her high heels, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Ah, so the main course was hidden here." Logan, irritated by the incessant chatter, snapped, "Enough of this drivel." His eyes blazed crimson beneath his mask as he leapt from the height. Boom! The ground erupted and debris scattered. Logan's claws emerged, and without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the bodies of the 12 royal members with blinding speed. Flesh and blood flew, dismembered limbs littering the ground. Logan's movements were so swift they were nearly imperceptible. In his final stride, he stood before the Rat Emperor, his claws piercing directly through his chest. Ugh! The Rat Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, black blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. "You do not comprehend," Logan sneered, twisting his claws savagely. Crack! The Rat Emperor's body was violently torn asunder. Organs and shattered bones scattered, splattering against the twisted totems. Bayonetta observed from above, curling her lip. Surely it cannot be this simple? No sooner had she spoken than a low hum resonated. The green light upon the totem surged ominously. Those ethereal green patterns writhed, as if alive, swiftly latching onto all the corpses. The dismembered flesh Logan had obliterated began to convulse grotesquely, reassembling as the ground quaked violently. Boom! The entire underground sanctum began to collapse, debris and dust swirling about as the green light consumed the fragmented flesh, frantically reconfiguring until it coalesced into a grotesque, writhing mound of flesh. The surface of this mass manifested countless faces, those of the Rat Emperor, the royal members, even the guards who had been slaughtered previously. They all opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting a chilling, inhuman wail. Eternal nightmare. Logan took 2 steps back, his claws raised defensively, and finally, a grave expression settled upon his features beneath the mask. What the hell is this abomination? Chen Tian gently descended beside Logan, his black trench coat billowing as if moved by an unseen wind. "Now, this is the main course," Bayonetta chuckled softly, her fingertips igniting with violet flames of magical energy. "Now this is intriguing." Suddenly, the flesh mound swelled, countless tendril-like appendages erupting from the ground, lunging at the 4 with frenzied aggression. Logan's claws sliced through the air, each swing accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing apart. "Damn it, why won't this monstrosity die?" He cursed vehemently, his claws intertwining as he shredded 3 incoming tendrils into bits. However, from the severed wounds, a viscous, emerald-green slime writhed and regenerated new flesh at an astonishing rate, even more robust than before. Not again. Logan backflipped to evade a sweeping tendril, his boots sparking against the ground. "You little brat, are you still watching the show?" Chen Tian stood atop a partially collapsed stone pillar, one hand in his pocket, the other fiddling with a demon earring dangling from his earlobe, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. "Care to test the power of the holy armor?" "Huh." Logan's fangs bared in a fierce grimace. "It's about time I used it." With a fierce motion, he tore apart his leather jacket. Crack! The components of the golden armor materialized around him. Golden plates encasing his arms, chest, and legs, the Capricorn helmet's horns menacingly protruding, and a flowing cape billowing behind him. Ancient runes coursed over the armor surface, each line infused with the sword intent of the Azura lineage. Logan's claws shimmered with the golden radiance of the armor, gradually transforming into the projections of two sharp, golden holy swords. With a swift strike, the air resonated with a shriek that cleaved through space itself. The golden sword light pierced the flesh tendrils as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The severed appendages ceased to regenerate, obliterated by the sword's divine law, along with the emerald slime reduced to nothingness. Delightful. Logan laughed maniacally, flicking the glowing blades. The golden light of the armor gleamed in the darkness, invigorating him with exhilaration. No longer holding back, his claws morphed into a golden tempest, disintegrating the flesh tendrils in their wake. "Bring it on, you bastards!" Logan charged straight into the core of the flesh mound, his holy swords tearing through the contorted faces within. "Scream louder. I love it." Bayonetta's dance, always accompanied by the haunting melody from the depths of hell. As her stiletto heels crushed the first oncoming tendril, the air within a 100-meter radius suddenly froze. The breath she exhaled crystallized under the moonlight, each shard reflecting the imminent trajectory of death. The first gunshot shattered the silence. The purple flames at the muzzle of her rose-patterned gun were not mere fire, but a dimension rift compressed to its extreme. The struck tendril was not merely pierced. It was erased at the molecular level, the emerald slime disintegrating into fundamental particles in the void. As three tendrils lunged from behind, she did not even glance back. With elegance, her left hand swept the firearm behind her head, and with a series of crisp reports, 3 bullets struck, pinning the assailants mid-air. Meanwhile, her right-hand gun was poised at the back of her head, ready to fire. The distant wails of 3 anguished faces were reduced to a crimson mist. How utterly tedious. She sighed, suddenly bending at the waist, the silken ribbons at her elbows unfurling like blossoms of death. This maneuver was not to evade the 12 magical blades raining down from the void, which instantly reduced everything within a 10-meter radius to a pulpy mass. As a fortunate tendril attempted to slither away, it was promptly shredded by a serrated blade that sprang forth from the heel of her stiletto. When a mound of flesh let out a thunderous roar of fury, Bayonetta finally revealed her first genuine smile of the evening. She removed a diamond earring and tossed it lightly into the air. The witching hour began. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped in a viscous dark purple haze. Only she maintained her normal speed, pressing the barrel of her gun against the nearest contorted visage. "Do you know? Your grotesque appearance will tarnish my new look." As she pulled the trigger, the bullet accelerated infinitely within the witching hour, piercing through every face in its path before erupting at the core of the flesh mound. This was no ordinary explosion. It tore apart the very fabric of space, with dark dimensional rifts spreading like a spider's web, banishing the blood and flesh it touched into the void. As 6 of the thickest tendrils struck simultaneously, Bayonetta leaped into the air, her legs crossed in a cruciform. Her hair transformed into a colossal serpent, ensnaring the tendrils and suspending her beneath the moonlight. In this position, she held 4 firearms in each hand and foot, their barrels igniting with violet flames. "A requiem for my soul," she declared. The bullets collided and fused within a mound of flesh, ultimately summoning a dimensional collapse with a diameter of 30 meters from within. As space began to heal, 1/3 of the mound of flesh had permanently vanished into the void. Upon her stilettos returned to the ground, she licked her crimson lips, the witch's eyes shimmering with an alluring violet glow. "Shall we see how it feels to be torn apart by the 3-headed hellhound?" The roars of the flesh mound gradually transformed into feeble whimpers under the intertwining forces of the golden holy sword and the witch's gunfire. Logan's claws, now transformed into 2 resplendent holy swords, made one final crosscut, the golden blade piercing through the core of the mound like divine retribution. Those distorted faces screamed and melted in the radiance of the holy sword, their putrid green slime evaporating into noxious mist. Bayonetta's magical bullets followed suit, tearing countless gashes in the remaining form of the mound with violet dimensional rifts, devouring the last struggling tendrils into the void. Boom! With a final deafening explosion, the mound of flesh completely disintegrated. The mountain of decaying flesh collapsed like mud, the splattered blood dyeing the entire underground sanctuary a dark crimson. Those once writhing faces now lay as charred remnants. Logan gasped for breath, the glow of the golden, holy armor gradually dimming. He staggered a few steps before collapsing into the pool of blood, the splattered filth staining the hem of his sacred attire. "Damn it," he muttered, tearing off the mask to reveal a sweat-drenched, pallid face, yet his lips curled into a maniacal grin that felt damn good. The projection of the holy sword slowly dissipated, reverting to his sharp claws. However, in that moment, Logan lacked the strength to lift his arms, the muscles in his limbs slightly cramping from overexertion. Though the divine armor of Capricorn bestows formidable power, each swing of the sacred sword drains both his physical strength and mental fortitude. Bayonetta gracefully alights beside him, her high heels deftly avoiding the sanguine stains. She teasingly inquires, "Oh dear, has our little wolf pup grown weary?" Logan, lacking the energy to glare at her, remains silent. Chen Tian approaches, his black trench coat immaculate. He crouches down, gently tapping Logan's helmet. "How many times have you wielded this sacred sword?" "5, Logan grunts. "You never mentioned this contraption would be so draining. Perhaps you should read the manual, Big Bad Wolf." Chen Tian reaches into the air, producing a cloak to drape over Logan. "This armor belongs to both Captain America and Natasha, so be cautious not to expose it." Logan scoffs at Chen Tian's transparent attempt to conceal their situation. Standing upright, Chen Tian claps his hands. "All right, it's time for the Big Bad Wolf to exit the stage. The rest is up to us." Logan, taken aback, gestures toward a distant pool of muck. "What do you mean, leave that to you? Are you planning to devour it?" With a chuckle, Chen Tian pats his shoulder and saunters toward the foul mire. As Chen Tian nears, the putrid sludge begins to tremble violently. "This is impossible," Logan exclaims, eyes wide. "Is it still alive?" Chen Tian chuckles softly. "Nightmares can consume the fears of humanity, projecting their deepest terrors." He extends his hand, forming a fist. The air around him shatters like a mirror. If not severed at the source, it will perpetually regenerate. Before his words can finish, a tremendous rumble reverberates through Dongjin. The ground splinters, revealing countless ethereal green streaks of light, as the nightmare totems secretly buried by the neon government throughout the city awaken simultaneously. Tens of thousands of ghostly green streams converge from all directions, flowing into the mire like rivers returning to the sea. Just as I suspected, Chen Tian sneers, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes beneath his mask. The neon government is truly despicable, sacrificing the dreams of the innocent to the nightmares. The sludge begins to swell uncontrollably, the speed of flesh twisting and reassembling far surpassing before. In an instant, a colossal mound of flesh, rivaling Mount Fuji, rises from the ground. Its surface is adorned with countless distorted human faces, elderly, children, soldiers, all manifestations of the fears of those consumed. Their overlapping shrieks resonating through the heavens. Nightmares are eternal. The shadow of the flesh mountain casts over half of Dongjin, while the ghostly green streams continue to converge. Skyscrapers crumble beneath its weight like mere building blocks, and the entire city is being assimilated into a nightmare. Bayonetta, in her high heels, leaps to Chen Tian's side. "Oh my, this truly is quite the spectacle. Should we evacuate the civilians?" "Evacuate?" Chen Tian slowly raises his hand. "We are the adjudicators now, not the arbitrators. Thus, our journey is destined to be accompanied by countless bloodshed, especially within the neon. Moreover, I have been waiting for this moment." Chapter 70. After the war, Tony awakens in the private bedroom atop the arbitrator's tower. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading onto the silk sheets as he squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. The taste of last night's alcohol still lingered on his tongue. His throat felt as if it had been pierced by some unseen object. "Good morning," came J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice from the ceiling. "You have 49 unread messages, one of which is marked as urgent." Tony turned over, burying his face in the pillow. "If it's those politicians demanding my armor technology again, they can go to hell. I'm afraid this time it cannot be dismissed. J.A.R.V.I.S. Pause for a moment. Tony abruptly threw off the covers and placed his bare feet on the icy marble floor. He hastily donned a robe, the silk fabric brushing against his skin with a faint sting, a remnant of the previous night's revelries still lingering. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the coffee machine. He rubbed his temples as he made his way to the living room. "And do enlighten me about this urgent message." "Retrieving data," J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. As Tony reached the center of the living room, the smart glass sensed his presence and automatically switched to holographic projection mode. He snapped his fingers, and the colossal display screen flickered to life. Suddenly, a spurt of coffee erupted, splattering across the million-dollar carpet. On the screen was a scene from hell. The skyline of Dongjin City had been utterly obliterated by some incomprehensible force, the entire city resembling a shattered glass model, with no building remaining intact above 2 meters. Steel and concrete had been reduced to dust, a gray sea of death formed by the mingling of shattered concrete and metallic debris. The news headline blared in blood red: Dongjin catastrophe. Half of the city destroyed. Casualty numbers still being tallied. Stunned, Tony stood up. Ye, ARVES. Display last night's energy readings. All of them. The holographic projection in the center of the living room immediately shifted to a dense stream of data. Within the pale blue light, a crimson energy curve surged dramatically at midnight, the peak surpassing JARVISS measurement limits, according to the energy graph analysis. At 2:20 a.m., a surge of extra-dimensional energy gathered underground in Dongjin, culminating in an explosion at 3:08 a.m. Damn it, Tony muttered, studying the energy graph. Is there corresponding surveillance footage? Regrettably, all satellites over Dongjin were disabled last night, and all surveillance within the city has similarly malfunctioned. JARVISS replied. Was this a premeditated attack? Tony exclaimed in shock. I regret to counter your assertion, but the urgent message contains intelligence regarding last night's events in Dongjin. JARVISS stated again. Retrieve it immediately. Tony's composure began to waver. With a global defense system in place, such widespread destruction could not have escaped monitoring, unless... His fingers danced frantically across the holographic keyboard, the coffee cup forgotten at the corner of the table, the brown liquid long since cooled. The holographic projection flickered a few times before commencing playback of the encrypted intelligence video. The first scene revealed a dimly lit underground sanctuary. Twisted nightmare totems looming over a heap of bones, their surfaces crawling with luminescent green patterns. The emaciated elder, resembling a skeletal figure, knelt before the totem, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground as he murmured obscure prayers. O great Lord of Dreams, grant your servant the power to manipulate the realm of dreams. Tony's pupils narrowed slightly. The old man's voice seemed to crawl directly from the depths of a nightmare, rasping in a disconcerting manner. The scene shifted, a lavish Japanese conference room where a dozen dignitaries clad in formal attire sat around a long table. One among them pointed at a holographic map, marked with red dots throughout the region of Dongjin. According to the plan, the totem would be buried at these locations. The voice of the official was icy, stating that the primary totem beneath the castle was ready. Tony clenched his fists unconsciously. Those red dots nearly enveloped all of Dongjin, resembling a meticulously woven web. The final image made Tony spring to his feet. A colossal mound of flesh, rivaling the height of Mount Fuji, erupted from the ground, its surface adorned with countless contorted human faces emitting inhuman shrieks. What has become of this world? Tony sank back onto the sofa, overwhelmed by visions of demons and grotesque monsters. Suddenly, he leapt up from the couch. Jarvis, where's Chen Tian now? Mister. Chen returned to the building at 3:00 a.m. and is currently resting. Shall I notify Miss Potts to awaken him? Tony's tense shoulders relaxed as he exhaled deeply, taking a large sip of his now-cold coffee. No need. The energy explosion was set for 3:08. The timelines were completely misaligned. Rubbing his temples, Tony found his doubts somewhat amusing. Though Chen Tian was powerful, he could hardly be the one to cause such devastation to half a city. Miss Potts has sent a reminder, Jarvis interjected, interrupting his thoughts. Global media is awaiting a statement from the Arbitration Alliance regarding the Dongjin incident. Media vans are already stationed outside the building. Damn it. Tony glanced at his wrinkled robe. Tell them I'll be down in 30 minutes. He strode toward the cloakroom, where the smart glass sensed his movement and automatically dimmed the lights. Dozens of bespoke suits shimmered subtly under the ambient light. Tony casually pulled out a deep gray, three-piece suit. As he fastened the last cufflink, his fingertips grazed the sapphire adornment. The full-length mirror reflected his slightly weary visage, the faint bluish hue beneath his eyes particularly pronounced under the cold light. He tugged at his tie knot, suddenly pausing. Jarvis. His voice resonated distinctly in the cloakroom. Notify Tu to wake Chen Tian and have a suit sent over. He cannot dress so casually this time. Jarvis promptly responded, wake up request sent. Miss Tu replied that Mr. Chun is currently bathing and is expected to be present in 20 minutes. Tony raised an eyebrow. donning the watch from the vanity. Bathing? This fellow is rather leisurely. After making the final adjustments to his tie in the mirror, he instructed Pepper to keep the media calm, merely stating that they were awaiting another leader. Miss Potts expressed her understanding, but reminded that Jarvis had, unusually, paused for half a second. The live broadcast had already persisted for 47 minutes, resulting in a 3-point decline in the Wall Street Index. Tony scoffed, pushing open the door to the cloakroom. Let them fall. I am eagerly anticipating the sight of those vultures weeping and wailing over their plummeting stock prices. With that, Tony entered the elevator, ascending to the floor where Chen Tian resided. As the elevator doors slid open, two stood respectfully outside. Good morning, Mr. Stark. She is currently changing. Please hold on a moment. Tony stepped out of the elevator, donning his signature sardonic smile. Good morning, Miss Two. Did your master venture out to chase after that madman Cassius last night? Or did he sneak off for a rendezvous with a lovely lady? Two's lips curved into a polite yet enigmatic smile. The itinerary is confidential, Mr. Stark. However, I can inform you that he was indeed quite busy last night. Huh, I knew it. Tony snapped his fingers and swaggered into the living room, collapsing onto the sofa and propping his legs up. That fellow is becoming increasingly reclusive, too. Remind your master that he must include me on any forthcoming escapades. Two merely smiled as she poured him a cup of coffee, refraining from responding. Tony took a sip of the coffee, then suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait, this coffee is prepared according to his instructions. Two explained. It includes 3 shots of espresso and a dash of whiskey, along with a message that he sends his regards with the early rise hangover special, your favorite. Good grief. Is he retaliating for my last addition of a few drops to his soy milk? Tony grumbled, setting the cup down. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Chen Tian emerged, yawning. His suit jacket hung haphazardly over his shoulder, and the collar of his shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his collarbone. His hair was still damp, with a few rebellious strands sticking up. Ah, isn't this our great genius, the philanthropist, the champion of world peace? Chen Tian languidly leaned against the doorframe. Why are you waking me so early? And gifting me a suit? Tony exaggeratedly scrutinized him from head to toe. Good heavens, look who it is. The wildcat who snuck out last night has finally returned. He feigned a sniff of the air. I detect whiskey, gunpowder, and a hint of Chanel No. 5. Chen Tian rolled his eyes and walked to the bar to pour himself a glass of water. When did you become a bloodhound? Besides, I was clearly attending to official business last night. Tony interrupted him, making a gesture of quotation marks. Oh, please, you still have traces of lipstick on your neck. Chen Tian instinctively touched his neck and then realized, are you pulling my leg? Tony winked with pride, a classic trick. At that moment, Two timely presented a tie. The media is waiting for you and Mr. Stark. Chen Tian sighed, casually draping the tie around his neck, showing no intention of fastening it. Tony, you could easily handle those media inquiries alone, superstar. Tony rose abruptly, extending his hand to adjust his collar. The world awaited the 2 dashing representatives of the Arbitrators' Alliance to deliver a momentous address. He deliberately adopted a saccharine tone. Chen Tian swatted his hand away, retorting, enough of that. You merely wish to see me embarrass myself before the cameras. You caught me, Tony replied with a mischievous grin as he stepped back. But on a serious note, regarding Dongjin, Chen Tian nodded. I'm aware. The readings at 2 this morning were quite abnormal. Indeed, Tony shrugged. But you know how the journalists outside will inquire. At last, Chen Tian secured his tie and patted Tony on the shoulder. Then it falls upon you, Mr. Public Relations. Hey, we agreed to face the media together, didn't we? Who made that agreement? Chen Tian had already turned toward the elevator, casting a sly smile over his shoulder. Besides, don't you relish the spotlight, Mr. Stark? Tony hurried to catch up. You scoundrel, don't be afraid. Witness my black flash elbow strike. The 2 playfully jostled one another as they entered the elevator. Two observed their banter with a gentle shake of his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the elevator doors slowly opened on the first-floor lobby, blinding flashes of light erupted like cannon fire. Tony stepped out first, his gold-rimmed glasses automatically darkening to shield him from the dazzling lights, a perfectly poised smile adorning his lips. Chen Tian followed, lazily behind, his black suit jacket draped casually over his shoulder, his tie hanging loosely, as if he were merely an onlooker. Mr. Stark, what is the Arbitrators' Alliance response to the Dongjin incident? Could this be the spark for World War III? The reporter's questions rained down like projectiles. Tony raised his hand, signaling for silence. His voice resonated through the microphone, filling the entire hall. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the Dongjin incident, the Arbitrators Alliance will not stand idly by. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over every camera present. I have summoned all available data and am prepared to personally investigate Dongjin. A wave of commotion erupted from the audience. Tony continued, I assure the world that any entity daring to disrupt peace, he emphasized the last word, whether human or otherwise, will face dire consequences. A journalist suddenly called out, Mr. Stark, there are reports suggesting this incident is related to supernatural forces. Does the Alliance possess any evidence? The corner of Tony's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He stepped aside, gesturing for Chen Tian to take the lead. This question may be better suited for my colleague. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Tony's unexpected delegation. He sauntered to the microphone, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Evidence? Perhaps you should inquire with the Neon government as to why they buried so many intriguing toys beneath Dongjin. This statement detonated like a bomb, sending the room into a frenzy. Reporters frantically took notes, the flashes illuminating the hall as if it were daylight. Tony seized the moment. Specific details are classified. He patted Chen Tian on the shoulder. But Mr. Chen and I will form a special task force to deliver a preliminary investigation report within 72 hours. Suddenly, Tony flashed his iconic Stark smile and addressed those lurking in the shadows. He removed his glasses and gazed directly into the main camera lens. You had better pray that I do not find you, because when I do, you will be confined in the deepest prison beneath the sea. Justice cannot be desecrated, and peace must not be violated. After the press conference, Chen Tian playfully draped his arm around Tony's neck, pulling him into the elevator. As the metal doors closed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness. Tony Stark actually spoke of justice being desecrated on camera. He exaggeratedly mimicked Tony's tone. When did you become Captain America? Tony winked mysteriously, retrieving a miniature earpiece from his ear, because the one who spoke just now was actually him pressing the button on the earpiece. Jarvis's voice immediately resonated. It's me, Mr. Chen. Huh. Chen Tian smacked the elevator wall. I knew it. How could that loquacious Tony suddenly become so serious? Hey. Tony feigned injury, clutching his chest. I am quite serious, you know? Yet he soon succumbed to laughter. All right, those formalities are certainly not my style. The elevator ascended directly to the tactical conference room, and the heavy blast-proof doors silently slid open before them. Tony's expression instantly turned grave as he briskly approached the central holographic projection platform. Jarvis, bring up that encrypted intelligence. The blue data streams intertwined in the air, swiftly reconstituting into a horrifying image. Chen Tian stood with arms crossed, and upon witnessing the grotesque mountain formed of human faces, he scoffed, a creation of the dimensional demon. Wait, how do you know that? Tony inquired, astonished. Chen Tian pointed to the totem of the Mouse King in worship, saying, did you forget? Last night, you dealt with Mephisto's followers in Devon County, while I dealt with Dormammu's followers in Badon. There were similar totems in the slums of Badon. No, I didn't see any in Devon County, Tony replied, bewildered, having seen nothing but chaos during his rampage there. Chen Tian shrugged. I don't know what you encountered. But he approached the holographic keyboard and typed a few commands, adding a segment of footage to the projection. It depicted Chen Tian breaching Dormammu's altar, pausing on a frame showing a decaying heart suspended in midair, with a colossal single eye emerging from the burning green flames behind it. The pupil shaped like an inverted triangle. Chen Tian gestured for Tony to look. Here it is. Tony pressed his temples. So the incident in Dongjin yesterday was orchestrated by the dimensional demon? Indeed, I suspect so. Only the dimensional demon possesses such destructive power. Chen Tian pulled a chair and sat down. Tony sighed. I have this feeling that ever since you returned, matters have become increasingly plentiful. Then shall I leave? Chen Tian shot Tony a disdainful glance. Tony smirked. You'd better leave now. The moment you step out of the Arbiter building, I'll have your arcade dismantled. Chen Tian rose to his feet and, with a casual gesture, embraced Tony's shoulders. Come now, you can't bear to part with me. I know it all too well. All right. You are indeed my muse. I simply cannot do without you, can I? Tony, with an air of disdain, pushed Chen Tian away. The crux of the matter is that we still need to investigate the Dongjin incident and provide the public with an answer. Tony, have you forgotten something? Chen Tian retook his seat, now holding a can of cola. What? Tony replied, perplexed. We are an unofficial organization, after all. Our primary mission is to safeguard the public and protect the world. Thus, we have no need for concealment. Chen Tian gestured towards the holographic image. We ought to expose the actions of the neon government and the royal family. That is the answer. Tony smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. You're absolutely right. I've been communicating with the government far too much lately. I've become assimilated. However, Tony's expression then grew exceedingly serious. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic projection, peeling away the layers like disassembled building blocks. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Look at this." The projection ultimately froze on a line of text nearly drowned in static, a gift from the arbitrator's fan. Tony chuckled softly. This fan has already provided us with 2 delightful surprises. Chen Tian took a sip of his cola and remarked, I would welcome more fans like this. It saves us the time of conducting our own investigation. Indeed, Tony sneered, but he swiped across the projection once more, and all the images were stripped away. Impurities eliminated, revealing a symbol. Within a circle of dark eclipse, a blood-stained sword entwined with thorns stood prominently, beneath which was inscribed a line of blood-red Latin, Light of Darkness.